I woke up to find I had become a deranged serial killer with hundreds of lives on my hands in a parallel world. The police have arrived to seal off the scene, with all evidence pointing directly at me. The opening move is an inescapable dead end. In despair, I activated the murder diary prompt system, which not only restores the original perpetrator's methods with 100% accuracy but also provides real-time prompts on the police investigation direction and all potential clues. Facing the first locked room murder case, the system instantly revealed the critical misleading object, allowing me to calmly set my plan in motion. Every successful escape from pursuit rewards me with god-tier abilities. But this time, the seasoned officer Zhang seemed to have sensed something amiss about me, while the next artistic bloomed target recorded in the diary appeared to be pointing directly at him. Chapter 1, Finding the Murder Diary, Activating the Hint System. Wangshan Hot Spring Town. The weather is icy cold, heavy snow falls, the entire town blanketed in white. What is this? Lín Yì clutched a yellow diary, his brows furrowed tightly, his heart pounding in his throat. A cold wind seeped through the window crack, sending a shiver down his spine. June 19, 2012. Aunt Shom upstairs seems to have seen me bury the body under the orange tree. No, she absolutely must not call the police. Knock knock. I rapped on Auntie's door. Her gaze at me was filled with fear, her body instinctively recoiling. I stabbed my knife into her neck, and blood spurted out. But it seemed she wasn't completely dead. Crawl then, you won't live much longer anyway. Soon, Lín Yì finished reading the first page of the diary. The words inside sent a chill down his spine, perhaps due to the chilly weather, and he couldn't help but shiver again. Damn it, what's going on here? A murderer's diary? As if in disbelief, he quickly flipped through the following pages. The rustling sound of paper echoed in the air. An entire notebook filled with detailed records on how to kill someone and the methods used to bring about a person's death. Though not exhaustive, even a brief glance at it is enough to send chills down one's spine. A locked room mystery? A series of murders. Lush apple trees, beneath the setting sun, a blazing rose in full bloom? When he clearly saw these contents, Lín Yì couldn't help but widen his pupils. Ah, it hurts, my head hurts so much. A piercing pain erupted from the depths of his brain, causing him to clutch his head tightly and crouch on the ground as if going insane. He distinctly remembered that just moments ago, he had been reading a mystery novel, but suddenly, a blinding light made him dizzy, and as a sharp pain struck deep in his brain, he found himself here, familiar with everything before his eyes. Only then did he realize, he had traveled through time, arrived in a parallel world. And now, it seems, he is a serial killer with multiple lives on his hands? As for the first page of the diary, it showed a date from 12 years ago. In other words, the owner of this body has been continuously committing crimes for the entire past 12 years? Beep beep beep. A sudden sound of police sirens rang out. Lín Yi's expression tensed as he cautiously lifted a corner of the hotel curtain to peek outside. In the distance on the small road, several police cars were speeding toward the hotel. They acted swiftly, immediately surrounding the entire hotel and setting up a cordon. Several plainclothes officers pushed open the car doors and strode straight into the hotel. They appeared to be in a great hurry. Soon after, officers clad in police uniforms alighted from a gold coach police van at the rear. There seemed to be no fewer than 20 of them. Holding shields in their hands, several of the higher-ranking officers were also armed. At the sound of this commotion, the entire hot spring inn instantly became restless. The guests in their rooms, bewildered and tense, pushed open their doors. Soon, police officers began knocking on doors one by one, instructing the inn's guests to stay in their rooms and not move around at will. Lín Yi's brows immediately furrowed, his heart skipping a beat. Damn, already, coming for me? Muttering under his breath, he quickly stuffed the diary in his hands under the bed. Since it was a tatami bed, the gap beneath was very narrow, just enough to squeeze in the diary. Knock, knock, knock. A series of sharp raps echoed. Lín Yì took a deep breath, steadied himself, and opened the door. Guest in room 106, please stay in your room and do not move around freely. Officer, what's going on? Lín Yì frowned slightly, his inner tension and unease making his puzzled expression appear particularly genuine. The officer glanced at him and then said, "All right, cooperate with us." At this very moment, a scream came from the direction of the second floor. Ah, someone's dead. Ah, room 209, someone's dead. This voice came from a woman living in the adjacent room 208. Of course, the first to discover the deceased was not this woman from the next room, but the inn's proprietress, Sang-won. A woman in her 30s, for reasons unknown, quit her $1 million a year job and came to this hot spring town. She rented a 2-story house and opened this hot spring inn, her return. This is the name of the inn. Perhaps, except for the proprietress herself, no one else knows the meaning behind the inn's name. On ordinary days, business seems quite good. Almost all rooms were occupied. As usual, in the morning, the landlady delivered warming soup to the residents of each room. For room 209, she pressed the doorbell several times, but there was no response at all. One should note just last night, Lawyerly in room 209 had repeatedly reminded the landlady, Mrs. Sang-won, that he absolutely wanted a sip of warming soup in the morning. As for Lawyerly, who suffered from chronic insomnia, he would always take a few sleeping pills before going to bed. Initially, the landlady thought Lawyer Lee was still asleep, but after knocking several times, she began to sense something was wrong. So she directly used the hotel key to open the door, intending to place the warming soup on Lawyer Lee's desk. This way, once Lawyer Lee woke up, he would be able to drink the warming soup. However, opening the door and entering, they discovered that the window in room 209 was wide open. The entire room was filled with a piercingly cold draft, and the air conditioner directly above the bed had stopped working due to the extreme cold. At this moment, Lawyer Lee's body had already stiffened completely. What's more, there wasn't even a single blanket covering him, and he showed no signs of breathing. To avoid alarming the other residents, after a scare, Sang-won immediately dialed the emergency number. It wasn't until the police arrived that the residents of the Shigue hot spring and discovered Lawyer Lee from room 209 had died the previous night. Upon learning all this, Lín Yì couldn't help but shudder, his pupils contracting sharply. Damn it, surely, he hadn't killed another one? His brain, like flipping through a movie, rapidly played the frames one by one like a picture book, recalling that yellowed diary he had just held in his hands. Indeed, there was definitely a passage recorded like this. It was on page 5 of the diary. September 16, 2024. Wednesday, heavy snow. Boom, this is the blossoming of art, yet there are no dazzling sparks, only water droplets. They'd never expect it. The most agonizing way for a dying fly is when it's devoid of sensation. Suffocation? Some people are fated to endure the most painful consequences for all they've done before. Yes, it must be. At this thought, Lín Yì became absolutely certain he was also the one who killed Lawyer Lee in apartment 209. Because just now, he couldn't help but glance at the trash can at the corner of the building, and inside the trash can lay a half-finished detonation device. It matches exactly what's written in the journal. Oh no, what kind of time traveler is this? A serial killer about to be caught would undoubtedly face the death penalty. All hotel guests, please gather in the lobby immediately. A loudspeaker announcement rang out. It was a police officer. Oh no, if the diary gets searched, wouldn't that be the end of everything? Lín Yì frowned deeply, a chill creeping up his spine uncontrollably. Ding, congratulations host, the murder diary prompt system has been activated. Chapter 2, Reward for the Newbie's Big Gift Pack. A locked room murder case? Murder diary prompt system? It felt all too familiar. As an avid novel enthusiast, he naturally knew what a system was. He initially thought that after transmigrating, he had directly inherited a loser's body, starting off with hell-level difficulty. Probably wouldn't last more than 3 minutes. I didn't expect the system to actually credit it. But what is the purpose of this notification system? At this very moment, a semi-transparent glass panel suddenly appeared in his mind. Killing Diary Alert System. It will provide corresponding prompts to the host, including but not limited to diary prompts, case reconstruction, character clues, and more. Wow, it turns out to be a divine-level prompt system. Just a moment ago, he was still a bit nervous, completely unsure of what to do next. Now the system has arrived. Direct case clues can be provided immediately. The contents in the diary are very brief. Just a few short phrases from the original owner and some simple murder methods. The hint system can fully reconstruct the scenes described in the diary. Similar to a seance? This way, we can know exactly what methods the original owner used. Directional cues, are they completely erased? After all, the original owner of this body was the one who killed the person. It has absolutely nothing to do with him. As a mere transmigrator, he has no intention of becoming the unlucky scapegoat. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the newcomer's gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Yes, though he hadn't fully processed everything yet, the moment he heard newcomer's gift pack, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately chose to claim it. It's like a conditioned reflex. After all, the rewards from the beginner's gift packs in those novels are quite substantial. Ding! Congratulations, host. The beginner's gift pack has been successfully activated. Reward, level 2 debatability. Reward, level 2 physical strength. Hearing this series of rewards, an involuntary smile appeared on his face, and he muttered under his breath, fusion. The next second, he only felt an unknown energy slowly rising from the soles of his feet, coursing through his entire body. It was as if his meridians had been unblocked. In an instant, even his mind became significantly clearer. A few seconds later, all the contents of the novice gift pack were successfully integrated. Congratulations, host, the reward has been successfully fused. Just a moment ago, I was still a bit drowsy, but after the fusion succeeded, I instantly brimmed with energy. He couldn't help but glance at the semi-transparent panel in his mind. Lín Yì, age 22, stamina, 61 points, city sprint champion, debate score, 46 points, junior lawyer. Lín Yì nodded in satisfaction. Before the check-in system, I was just a weak scholar powerless to do anything. And now, in just a few short minutes, I've gained the ability to adapt to this environment. Although, it's not enough to completely extricate myself from these successive murder cases, but at the very least, it prevents my story from ending right after transmigrating, doesn't it? And just at this moment, his mind, once again echoed with that familiar mechanical voice. Here are the reward missions for this system. Execute the perfect crime and evade pursuit to receive corresponding rewards. Lín Yì, 1-star criminal. Each successful escape grants corresponding ability enhancements. Accept the mission? Accept. Lín Yì, almost without hesitation, chose to accept outright. Although the rewards from the beginner's gift pack are decent, they may suffice for general inquiries. However, when faced with targeted clues or solid evidence, escaping won't be an easy task. In that case, the only way is to complete tasks and improve personal abilities, and receive new rewards. Only by doing so can you become stronger. To become a perfect crime master. On the other side, inside room 209, the deceased, Li Du, age, 36 years old. Immediately collect all fingerprints, hair, footprints, and any other traceable evidence in the room. The forensic team will arrive in 10 minutes. Conduct an on-site investigation of the cause of death. Additionally, dispatch officers to interview each guest in the entire hotel to determine if anyone had contact with the deceased prior to their death. At the front, Officer Zhang, dressed in casual attire, spoke while putting on shoe covers. Then, after donning gloves and a protective hair cap, he entered room 209 as two officers lifted the police tape for him. The nearby officer immediately nodded, then led several officers to question every resident in the hotel one by one. As Officer Zhang entered room 209, a trainee officer behind him put on gloves and shoe covers before also stepping inside. Meanwhile, the proprietress, Sang-won, stood outside the crime scene tape at the door of room 209, ready to be questioned at any moment. You're saying, Lawyer Lee had a habit of taking sleeping pills? And he specifically instructed you to drink some warming soup this morning no matter what. So when you opened the door, you found Lawyer Lee already dead? Is that correct? Officer Zhang glanced around the room before walking over and closing the window that had been left open. Sang-won's face showed a frightened expression as he nodded vigorously. Yes, officer, we keep simple records for every guest who checks in. The inn provides 3 meals a day. Some customers have dietary restrictions. As for Attorney Lee specifically requesting the warming soup without wolfberries, I remember the detail very clearly. Additionally, Attorney Lee mentioned frequent insomnia lately, so he takes a few sleeping pills before bed to help with sleep. Officer Zhang nodded, walked to the table, and picked up the warming soup that sat upon it. Since the window had been closed all along, the soup had gone cold, forming a thin layer of grease on its surface. Other than that, nothing out of the ordinary. Once the forensic team arrives, we'll run some tests. Intern Officer Wang immediately nodded and briefly took notes. At that moment, Officer Zhang directly picked up the medication on the table. Lawyer Lee's sleeping pills, opened the bottle cap to find it nearly empty. Yes, indeed, someone who frequently suffers from insomnia would likely take sleeping pills. Xiao Wang, what do you think? The trainee officer frowned, not expecting that on his very first day on the job, following his mentor Officer Zhang, he would encounter such a serious murder case. His mentor, however, was an exceptional veteran detective, having solved more cases than he had probably even heard of. As for me, in the police academy, I hadn't seen any big scenes. The knowledge I learned was basically all from textbooks. Reading cases in textbooks is like having divine foresight, effortlessly finding traces of the culprit. However, when it actually came to being on the scene, I realized things aren't quite that simple. But, faced with his mentor's question, Intern Officer Wang frowned slightly, then looked toward the window and placed the notebook in his hand on the table. Then, pushing the windows open with both hands, he tentatively asked, Detective, I was wondering, could it just have been an ordinary accident? Lawyer Lee had a habit of taking sleeping pills. Maybe he forgot to lock the window before taking the pills, fell asleep afterward, and the strong night wind blew the window open. Since the sleeping pills put him in a deep sleep, he couldn't wake up at all and froze to death? Hearing this speculation, the landlady Sang-won, standing outside the police tape, immediately shook her head. No, officer, that's definitely not the case. Our windows can only be pushed open, which means, even if they weren't shut tight, they couldn't have been blown open by the wind. Chapter 3, What? You know Attorney Lee? As he spoke, Sang-won was visibly nervous. After all, the hotel had only been open for a little over a year, and now a murder had occurred. She certainly didn't want a guest's death to be attributed to the hotel's facilities. If that were the case, never mind whether the hotel could stay in business if word got out, wouldn't she herself become a suspect? Officer Zhang, with his wealth of experience, had already ruled out that possibility the moment he entered and closed the window. Therefore, this was clearly no ordinary accident, it had to be murder. But clues within the room were scarce. 2 officers had already collected evidence from room 209: hair, footprints, fingerprints, and other clues. Results would be available shortly after testing. The medical examiner is here. At that moment, a forensic pathologist in a white lab coat strode in, carrying a case. His expression was calm and composed. He appeared to be in his 40s. He pushed aside the police tape and exchanged a few casual words with Officer Zhang. Old Zhang, how's it going? Any leads? Clearly, in Dr. Zhou's eyes, Officer Zhang was a seasoned veteran detective. Presumably, within the 10 minutes before his arrival, Officer Zhang had already uncovered some clues. However, Officer Zhang gave a calm smile, shook his head slightly, and looked slightly helpless. The criminal is clever. It seems they didn't leave any usable clues. However, we've ruled out accidental death, so it must be homicide. No strangulation marks or knife wounds were found on the body, ruling out mechanical asphyxiation. Beyond that, there are only two possibilities. Any history of heart disease? Or poison? Coroner Joe nodded. Not bad. He continued examining the body while responding to Officer Zhang. He then retrieved gloves, tweezers, and cotton swabs. Inserting a swab into the deceased's throat, he withdrew it for careful examination. No external injuries indeed. However, no traces of poison in the nasal passages either. Clearly, poisoning is ruled out. Eliminating all other possibilities, the patient was in good health and died from asphyxiation. Suffocation? Hearing those words, Officer Zhang's brow furrowed, the orange tint appearing slightly unnatural. Suffocation? If it wasn't strangulation, then it must have been suffocation by obstruction. Coroner Joe nodded, his expression unwaveringly certain. Let's go, Wang. Until we identify the killer, everyone in this inn is a potential suspect. Question them one by one. With that, he led the way out, the trainee officer following behind. Room 106, where Lín Yì stayed, was conveniently located right by the staircase on the first floor. Seeing the two officers approaching, he remained calm. Meanwhile, beside him, at the staircase corner, the partially assembled detonator in the trash can match the diary entry perfectly. He had killed the person himself. Now that the police had arrived and were examining the scene, he had intended to take advantage of the officer's inattention to retrieve the discarded half-finished detonator and a roll of tape from the trash bin and dispose of them. The trash can's location happened to be a blind spot on the surveillance cameras. But he hadn't anticipated those two officers emerged from room 209 so quickly. But the original owner was pretty stupid. After killing someone, he just casually tossed the murder weapon into the trash can? That's practically a werewolf self-destruct. Damn fool. Officer Zhang and trainee officer Xiao Wang approached Lín Yì. Seeing his unusually calm expression, Officer Zhang's sharp intuition told him this frail-looking man was clearly no ordinary person. Name. His tone rose sharply, as if interrogating a criminal suspect. This was a tactic Officer Zhang often employed. During his time at the police academy, he had taken courses in psychology. His observation of criminals' psychological expressions was exceptionally keen. The loud tone could instill fear in suspects, potentially breaking down their psychological defenses if they weren't careful. Lín Yì. Lín Yì spoke, deliberately stepping forward to block the trash can on his right side. This officer before him was clearly no ordinary cop. His keen perceptiveness suggested he'd interrogated countless criminals. Such seasoned expertise meant most suspects wouldn't last long under his interrogation. Lín Yì knew it. The incomplete detonator and the roll of tape in the trash can must be the murder weapons. Impressive. Using just a roll of tape and an incomplete explosive device, he'd silently orchestrated a locked room murder. Ding. System alert, the tape and unfinished explosive device in the trash can were never used by the original owner. They are not the murder weapons. Ha! Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded inside his forehead. The prompt system had activated. Ha! False alarm. Explosive device prototype. Before detonation, the entire device is encased in ice. Once the ice melts, it triggers immediate detonation. The explosion rapidly depletes oxygen without causing lethal damage. Upon full detonation, it releases a mist of water. Adhesive tape, soluble tape with exceptional sealing properties. Upon contact with water, it dissolves. Both devices have never been used. Solid. Lín Yì couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He thought the original owner was foolish enough to leave the tools of the crime right in front of the police. But he hadn't anticipated. This was merely a trap deliberately set by the original owner. In truth, the moment he spotted the half-finished product and tape discarded in the trash bin, he had already guessed the original owner's likely modus operandi. If these two items were identified as murder weapons, the investigation would quickly lead straight to him. But then? The system indicated that these two items had never been used. That meant Attorney Lee in room 209 could only have been killed by him using other means. Then? The contents of the trash can could easily be used to misdirect the investigation. Lín Yì deliberately feigned a look of fear. He shifted his body slightly to the left, attempting to draw the two officers' attention to the contents of the trash can. What? Did you know the victim in room 209? Of course. Attorney Lee was a renowned lawyer in Hot Springs Town, having won numerous high-profile cases. Back in the day, the brilliant Attorney Lee uncovered a highly suspicious key piece of evidence while prosecuting a case that was so damning it nearly sent the judge to jail too. Who doesn't know Attorney Lee's reputation? Chapter 4, Explosive Device, Top-Tier Crime Technique. Lín Yì blurted out immediately. This information had been provided by the prompt system in that very instant. What a useful thing. Otherwise, Lín Yì wouldn't have known how to face these two officers. Officer Zhang nodded slightly. You do remember clearly. But why are you so nervous? Nervous? Officer, I'm just a tourist visiting this hot spring town. Then, a murder happens right before my eyes. Of course I'm scared. Who wouldn't be scared? We're not like you officers, with all your experience investigating and dealing with dead bodies. Seeing that the kid had a point, Officer Zhang turned to the trainee and said, "Alright, let's get you registered. Also, we'll take a brief statement." He glanced toward the side, searching for his next target. The trainee nodded, pulled out a statement form, held it in his hand, and asked Lín Yì, age? 22. Purpose of visiting Hot Springs Town? Relationship with Attorney Lee? Any connection to the deceased? And, did you meet with the deceased before his death? Following Officer Zheng's example, the trainee officer furrowed his brow slightly, striving to make his expression appear resolute. After all, once they graduated from the academy, the only people they'd truly be dealing with were criminals. By emulating his mentor's approach, he could uncover more valuable information during investigations. Travel. I've only heard that Attorney Lee is quite famous. I have no connection to him whatsoever. Before his death? Right, last night at the hotel restaurant. We all dined together on the 3rd floor. Surely every guest here has seen Attorney Lee? Look, officer, this, especially wasting time on me. Why not go ask Ms. Wang in room 208? I heard they arrived together? They just booked 2 rooms. While listening to the system prompt echoing in his mind, Lín Yì began calmly taking notes. Incidentally, he was also shifting the blame toward Ms. Wang in room 208. As far as they could tell, the only useful information they could gather was the incomplete explosive device and the significant amount of water-soluble tape used. However, he had never used it in this case. Therefore, pinning me as the real culprit is basically impossible. A few casual remarks would suffice to brush it off. Ms. Wang? The trainee officer froze, murmuring softly, just as he was about to tell his mentor. Suddenly, after questioning the resident of room 203, cast a glance toward the trash can in the corner. He immediately walked over. Wearing gloves, he picked up an item from the trash can and examined it closely. A pro. The seasoned officer instantly recognized what lay within the trash can. A partially assembled detonator, no, to be precise, a used detonator. And tape? Wang, grab a bottle of water. The rookie cop, hearing his mentor's call, immediately dashed into room 202, grabbed an unopened bottle of mineral water from the table, and jogged back out. He approached his mentor and handed over the bottle. Officer Zhang unscrewed the cap, tore off a piece of tape, and stuck it directly onto the carpet. Then, he poured the mineral water onto the tape stuck to the floor. The entire scene unfolded. After a few seconds, the tape, which had appeared exceptionally tough, dissolved rapidly until it vanished. Water-soluble tape? The trainee officer immediately recognized it upon seeing the scene. Officer Zhang nodded sharply. Exactly. Water-soluble tape. I believe I've identified the suspect and the entire crime process. If I'm not mistaken, this is a classic locked room murder case. That's why we didn't find much useful information after entering the room. In a conventional locked room murder case, the suspect would typically set up the mechanism inside the room beforehand. After setting the trap, the suspect leaves immediately, waiting only for the victim to enter the room before the preset mechanism kills them. Such methods of operation generally pose a slightly higher challenge to solve. Even seasoned detectives require meaningful clues to unravel the mystery. Lín Yì stared at the clues held in Officer Zhang's hand, his expression growing utterly calm. After all, the officers had these items in their possession, they couldn't be charged with anything. When the trainee officer saw these 2 tools of the crime, he seemed to have guessed something. But reconstructing the entire crime process based solely on this half-finished detonator and water-soluble tape was still quite difficult for a trainee officer. Alright, let's go back to the room and examine it again. Also, take these 2 pieces of evidence back with you. With that, he stood up and handed the 2 pieces of evidence to the officer beside him. By then, the officer had already opened the evidence bags. After placing the partially assembled explosive device and the water-soluble tape into separate evidence bags, he led the trainee back to room 209. Before leaving, as he passed by Lín Yì, Officer Zhang didn't forget to remind him, "Oh, right, young man. If you have any useful information, be sure to inform the police immediately." Lín Yì nodded, putting on an innocent expression, "Of course, absolutely." With that, he turned and left the second-floor stairwell, returning to his room on the 1st floor. Room 106. After pushing the door open, he immediately locked it from the inside. Grabbing the clothes hanger from the wall, he fumbled beneath the bed and pulled out the murderer's diary once more. He flipped through the yellowed pages with a rustle, immediately landing on page 5. If it wasn't the incomplete detonator or the water-soluble tape used to seal the room beforehand, then how did the victim in the room die? With a trace of doubt, he scanned the contents of page 5 over and over. It was a spectacular explosion. To bear all consequences for his actions, a damn fly? The most perfect end is suffocation. Strangled him? Lín Yi's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly dismissed that possibility. This method of killing was far too crude and simplistic. Moreover, just moments ago at the stairwell, he had heard the forensic doctor inside state that Attorney Lee showed no wounds whatsoever, not even strangulation marks on his neck. Not even the slightest mark from a hand had been left. It wasn't mechanical asphyxiation. Then what was it? At this point, Lín Yì himself began to feel perplexed. The method of the crime seemed exceptionally sophisticated, yet, the entries in the killer's diary revealed not much at all. It was all metaphor. Chapter 5, Birth. A full 100 lives. Meanwhile, room 209. After Officer Zhang entered the room, he glanced toward the air conditioner, picked up a stool from the room, positioned it directly beneath the unit, then climbed onto it. With his gloved hand, he wiped the air vent. Drops of water clung to his gloves. He then turned and looked toward the direction of the landlady, Sangwen, near the doorway. Was the air conditioner turned off when you entered the room? Yes, officer. Our air conditioner has a preset temperature control. As soon as the indoor temperature drops below 0 degrees Celsius, it automatically shuts off. Huh? Why is it set that way? Sangwen scratched her head and quickly replied, generally, temperatures only drop below 0 when windows have been open for a long time. It's winter, and power outages are common in this small town. This preset is, well, it's to comply with the guidelines. We can't exactly let residents keep the AC running just because they opened a window to enjoy the snowy view and the temperature dropped below 0, can we? This explanation left Officer Zhang thoroughly convinced. He had to agree. However, once he confirmed that the air conditioner would automatically shut off when the temperature hit below 0 degrees Celsius, Officer Zhang fully understood the entire sequence of the murderer's actions. Wang, now, you should understand how the killer operated, right? Though as a trainee officer, he often seemed slightly slower on the uptake compared to a seasoned detective. But, with his mentor having pointed it out this clearly, if he still couldn't deduce the entire crime process, then he really would be. Xiao Wang patted his chest and said with confidence, Master, of course. The killer must have known Attorney Lee had a habit of taking sleeping pills and in large doses. After ingesting a massive amount, he'd be out cold. So, after Attorney Lee fell asleep from the sleeping pills, the killer entered his room directly. They unlocked the window, though it remained tightly shut. Then, the killer applied soluble adhesive tape around the window's seams. At this point, Officer Wang paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he glanced toward Officer Zhang. Sir, then, how was the door sealed? Officer Zhang, with a seasoned calmness, smiled faintly, simple. They applied water-soluble tape around the doorframe. Ha! But if they did that, even after closing the door when leaving the room, there would still be gaps. It wouldn't be completely sealed. Officer Zhang pointed to the partially assembled explosive device in the evidence bag. Keep listening. You'll have your answer soon. The trainee officer looked slightly puzzled. Then, the pre-prepared unfinished explosive device was placed inside the room, the air conditioner temperature was turned up, and the killer left the room? Yes. Officer Zhang nodded. Exactly. After the killer left the room, the high indoor temperature caused the ice layer on the outside of the pre-made explosive device to thicken. Under these high temperatures, it would gradually melt. As the ice melted, the area around the device became saturated with water. At that point, the explosive underwent an oxidation reaction, rapidly consuming the oxygen in the room. This depletion process took time. Simultaneously, once the air inside was depleted, it created a powerful thrust. This thrust force would then force the water-soluble adhesive tape which appeared loosely affixed to the door to seal tightly against the doorframe, sealing it completely shut. Thus, the victim, in a deep sleep within the room, had no chance to react. Once all the air was depleted, they suffocated to death inside. Finally, the explosive device detonates. The water surrounding the device turns into countless droplets of mist that adhere throughout the entire room. When this mist came into contact with the water-soluble tape, it dissolved. Simultaneously, the immense blast force would violently shatter the window. The room's temperature would plummet instantly as the window was blown open. Eventually, the air conditioning automatically shut off, and the temperature dropped to below 0 degrees Celsius. The mist that had been sprayed out would mix with the snowmelt brought in by the wind and snow outside. This severely misled our investigative direction. This is the entire sequence of the killer's actions. It's clear they're a skilled professional. Moreover, when the snow drifted into the room, it obscured the footprints, greatly complicating our investigation. Listening to Officer Zhang describe this series of events, the officers gathered at the door including Mrs. Sangwen stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief. Originally, they had assumed this was just an ordinary homicide case. But who could have imagined the killer's methods would be so meticulously planned? Nearly every detail had been executed to perfection. From the water-soluble tape to the precise control of the room's air conditioning temperature and the explosive device, every element had been meticulously arranged. The entire room was transformed into a perfect locked room murder scenario. Once the victim entered, they were completely trapped within the trap. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Check the hotel surveillance footage. See who entered the victim's room. Also, investigate all guests' purchase records. Did anyone buy water-soluble tape? And batteries. Several officers, hearing the orders, wasted no time in springing into action. It was clear. They knew full well that the suspect they were facing this time was undoubtedly a highly intelligent criminal. Creating such a meticulously sealed room was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. At this point, although the entire murder process had been fully reconstructed. However, Detective Zhang was puzzled by one thing. If the killer had used an unfinished explosive device and water-soluble tape to create this locked room, then after the device detonated, how did the killer enter the sealed room and remove the detonated explosive device from the room? If these two items were indeed the murder weapons, then what kind of psychological fortitude did this killer possess? Just how high? After using the tools, they didn't destroy them immediately. Instead, they simply tossed it toward the blind spot near the second-floor stairwell. Could they have been that careless? That doesn't make sense. Detective Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. He knew this was one of the few highly intelligent criminals he'd encountered in his 12 years on the job. Inside room 106. In just a few short minutes, Lín Yì had already finished reading most of the contents in that yellowed notebook. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a fool he had been. The diary contained over 100 entries. Which meant the original owner of this body had committed over 100 murders. What the hell? Is this even human? And the murder methods described in the diary. Each one more bizarre than the last. Over 100 murders. Like eating seaweed and egg drop soup, 100 different flavors, not a single one repeated. Oh no, Officer Zhang. Downstairs in the septic tank, a new body has been found. Just then, a police officer's cry suddenly rang out from the first floor window. Chapter 6, damn it, another fermented corpse. Another new corpse? Lín Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he couldn't help but glance toward the window. The septic tank was located precisely in the right-hand corner of room 106. Due to the bitter winter cold, the surface of the septic tank had long since frozen solid. Only the center remained unfrozen due to the fermentation of the sewage. While combing the entire hot spring in for clues, the officers glimpsed a body that appeared to be human through the ice covering the septic tank. Therefore, immediate excavation commenced. Before long, accompanied by a foul stench, the body was unearthed. At that moment, it became clear. The corpse was completely covered in feces, utterly naked, not a single piece of clothing on it, a male body. All four limbs were completely frozen stiff. Officer Zhang, accompanied by trainee officer Xiao Wang, rushed out from the second floor of the hot spring inn. When he saw the body lying on the ground, he couldn't help but frown, covering his nose with one hand to try to escape the foul stench. Ugh! Trainee officer Xiao Wang, witnessing the scene, couldn't hold back and vomited immediately. Officer Zhang seemed accustomed to such sights. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it over. He hadn't seen much of the world yet. An intern cop seeing such a gruesome scene was bound to lose his composure. Officer Zhang patted him on the back, then walked toward the body. From about a meter away, he observed for a moment, judging by the rigor mortis, it looks like the body was dumped here not too long ago. Hearing this, the officer beside him looked utterly helpless. Sir Zhang. 2 cases in a row at this small hot spring inn. We were just starting to make headway on the previous case, and now another body has turned up already stiff when it was dug out of the septic tank. The internal organs weren't frozen, but the external body was completely encased in ice. Then, if this body was dumped in recently, how did the ice on the septic tank surface freeze? This was undoubtedly a major point of suspicion in the case. Regardless of how the victim died, just achieving that level of ice formation on the septic tank surface in such bitter cold would take hours. Yet this body was clearly thrown into the septic tank only after being completely frozen stiff. Judging by the rigidity of the limbs, if the killer had dumped the body into the septic tank just a few hours prior, the corpse shouldn't have remained this stiff amid the fermentation of the sewage. This created a profoundly jarring contradiction. Looking at the corpse before him, even the usually sharp-witted Officer Zhang couldn't help but touch his nose, his brow slightly furrowed. It was clear. This time, they had encountered a true master of murder. Indeed. Begin the autopsy immediately. Coroner Joe had just finished examining the previous body and was about to leave when this unexpected turn of events brought him face to face with a new corpse. He felt completely numb. Oh dear, this seemed particularly troublesome. The entire body was covered in feces. Even in the bitterly cold winter, the foul stench could be detected from several meters away. Not to mention performing a full autopsy to determine the cause of death. This was no small challenge. As a forensic pathologist, he had seen it all. So, though reluctant, he had 2 officers assist him in transporting the body to the makeshift autopsy tent. The autopsy commenced. The clues surrounding Attorney Lee's death in room 208, along with the partially detonated explosive device and water-soluble tape found at the scene, seemed to have been dismissed by Officer Zhang. All of this was merely their conjecture, the idea that the partial explosive device and water-soluble tape could be used to create a sealed room, enabling a true locked room murder. But the fact that the partial explosive device and water-soluble tape had never been used. This indicated that the killer likely never used these two items throughout the entire crime. But although the current leads have stalled, it remains necessary to investigate the earlier clues discovered that were initially unrelated to the case. After all, in a hot spring inn like this, who would deliberately purchase materials to make a semi-explosive device and water-soluble tape? The entire situation appears riddled with inconsistencies. Perhaps the murderer who killed Attorney Lee is the very suspect who purchased these materials? The suspect realized that a locked room created using such a semi-explosive device and water-soluble tape would be easily discovered, so they decisively abandoned that method. Instead, they resorted to another method of murder. Upon reaching this conclusion, Detective Zhang wasted no time, immediately dispatching officers to conduct an urgent investigation. Any results? Who purchased these materials? Especially the water-soluble tape. Just minutes earlier, a team of officers had been dispatched to investigate. Who had purchased these items in recent days? Soon, the sole suspect was identified: Lín Yì. Meanwhile, Lín Yì remained in room 106, cradling the yellowed diary and studying its contents intently. Its contents remained shocking. Soon, he found an entry that matched the corpse in the cesspool perfectly. Saturday. Heavy snow. Snowmen are the most beautiful things. Stick a carrot in their nose, dress them in a big cotton coat, how lovely. Pure white. But snowmen symbolize purity. How could a vile criminal ever deserve such pristine whiteness? Without a carrot nose or a warm coat, he belongs only in a cold, foul-smelling sewer. Ha, found it. The cesspool is his perfect resting place. In an instant, Lín Yi's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed the corpse in the cesspool was also his handiwork. Although the passage in the diary didn't reveal the entire process of the spell's effect. Fortunately, the hint system was there, so he needn't worry about any omissions or inconsistencies when facing police questioning. And just at that moment, the door suddenly came thudding. Knock, knock, knock. Guests of room 106, please gather in the lobby. Without a second thought, Lín Yì shoved the diary under the bed. Then, his face regained a slightly frightened expression as he opened the door and followed the officer at the entrance to the lobby. Upon reaching the lobby, a familiar face seemed to have been waiting there for quite some time, looking rather stern, the very expression of an officer confronting a genuine criminal. Lín Yì, come with me for questioning, Officer Zhang said, gesturing toward the partially detonated device and water-soluble tape inside the evidence bag. A rare calmness flickered across Lín Yi's otherwise terrified face. Chapter 7, the evidence points clearly you are the murderer. Meanwhile, the other guests in the hotel, along with the proprietress, Sang-won, including Ms. Wang from room 209 next to Attorney Lee's room, all showed slight shifts in their expressions. Especially the landlady, who seemed utterly incredulous as she turned to look at Lín Yì. The killer! This young man is the killer! Madame Sang-won, who had been outside room 208 assisting Officer Zhang with clues, heard it clearer than anyone else. Before she opened the door, room 208 was essentially a sealed crime scene. Now, the partial explosive device and water-soluble tape in Officer Zhang's hands were the crucial clues that solved the entire locked room murder case. She had heard every word of Inspector Zhang and trainee officer Xiao Wang's deductions. With just these two items, a flawlessly sealed locked room murder could be accomplished. And successfully kill Attorney Lee. Truly a master. Now, with the evidence right before them, Lín Yì was immediately taken in for questioning. Clearly, the officers had traced the purchase of these two items back to that young traveler. Who would have thought someone so young could employ such meticulous murder methods? It was downright embarrassing. Ms. Wang's expression was wildly exaggerated. Her hands clutched her face, her mouth gaped wide, and her eyes betrayed utter disbelief. She screamed in terror, "Damn it! It's him! He killed Attorney Lee!" Though Ms. Wang claimed to have little connection with Attorney Lee, she happened to live right next door to him. Learning that someone had died in the apartment next door naturally sent her into a state of extreme panic. And now, it seemed the clues had all pointed to one clear conclusion: Lín Yì was the murderer. His masterful tactics were truly astonishing and left one speechless. Meanwhile, several passengers, at this moment, seemed to wear a hint of worry on their faces. Attorney Lee, though renowned far and wide, was only 36 years old yet already famous throughout the entire town. But, in his daily practice, he appeared to have accepted substantial bribes. When representing clients, he would abandon his professional principles simply because the payment was too generous. In court, he would deliberately help his clients lose their cases. This led to his clients being wrongfully imprisoned. Several passengers inside the vehicle felt a flicker of satisfaction upon hearing of Attorney Lee's demise. Such a deeply corrupt man had finally met his end. But now, when they realized that the evidence in Officer Zhang's hands pointed to a young man, they couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He could be considered a hero. If he truly was the murderer, then he had rid the world of a great menace. Ah, what a pity. So young, and now he must pay with his life. He was a good man, murmured an elderly passenger softly. His face was filled with a sense of injustice at all that this young man was about to face. It just felt so unfair. Soon, Lín Yì was led into a room. Because the police station was simply too far from the hot spring inn. Transporting the suspect back and forth for interrogation would waste too much time. Moreover, another new body had appeared. This seemed to have some kind of close connection to several unsolved cases from previous years. Officer Zhang had already submitted a request to his superiors, seeking to consolidate the investigations. Time was pressing, so interrogations had to be conducted at the hot spring inn. Inside the room, all surveillance systems were completely disabled. A table originally used for makeup was brought directly in front of Officer Zhang. 3 chairs formed a makeshift interrogation room. A makeshift video recorder for the interrogation was set up in the corner. Lín Yì was seated in a chair facing the table, since he was only a suspect and not yet fully identified. Furthermore, several officers were stationed at the door, and Lín Yì was not handcuffed. Officer Zhang's expression was stern, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Lín Yì. Lín Yì, based on our investigation, this item belongs to you, correct? Clunk. He tossed the evidence bag onto the table with a sharp clatter. Its contents spilled out in a scattered heap before everyone's eyes. It was the partially assembled explosive device, along with water-soluble adhesive tape. Trainee Officer Xiao Wang, observing Inspector Zhang's expression, knew this case was as good as closed. The evidence was undeniable. Investigating the online purchase records confirmed that both the materials for the explosive device and the roll of water-soluble tape had been bought by the young man sitting before them. Based on the crime scenario Officer Zhang and he had deduced in room 208. It was obvious. Once they traced who had purchased these materials, pinpointing the killer would be straightforward. Therefore, this young man before us, who appeared to be about the same age as myself, must be the perpetrator of this crime. What Trainee Officer Xiao Wang hadn't anticipated was that such a young man could have carried out such a shocking locked room murder. It was almost unbelievable. Such meticulous planning and execution didn't seem possible for someone his age. Confess honestly. How did you kill Attorney Lee? Although we've already pieced together the general sequence of events through the evidence. But we're giving you one last chance to confess. Tell the truth and get leniency, resist and face harsher consequences. Seeing Lín Yì remain silent, Officer Zhang's voice suddenly grew louder. His eyes flashed with an intense glare as he fixed his gaze on the man before him. When interrogating suspects, a firm stance is essential. Otherwise, getting a suspect to confess is no easy task. In the lobby of the hotel, all guests staying in the entire hotel had been gathered in this space. Until the suspect is fully identified, everyone in this hotel remains a potential suspect. At this moment, Sangwon seemed far calmer than when he had first discovered the body. In fact, a hint of relief flickered between his brows. Officer. Thank goodness. You're truly master detectives, you found the killer so quickly. If it weren't for you, I honestly wouldn't know what to do. My little shop just opened, and now I'm dealing with this brutal murder case 2 bodies in a row. Who knows? Maybe that body in the septic tank was also done by this kid. Who on earth did I offend? My little hot spring inn, which I worked so hard to get off the ground, has been ruined like this. What about the future? Where will I find guests now? As he spoke, Sangwon couldn't help but start quietly sobbing. Chapter 8, Who did I offend? My inn ruined? The sudden emotional shift left the officer momentarily speechless. But it was entirely understandable. Who could blame them? A woman, bringing all her savings, came to this small town to open an inn. She watched her business grow day by day, finally seeing a glimmer of hope for the future. But who could have imagined? Not long after opening, the inn became the scene of such a horrific murder. The interior of the inn became the first crime scene. After this incident, it's likely no one will dare stay at this little inn anymore. The officer murmured softly, well, natural disasters and human tragedies, there's nothing anyone can do about them. Please try to find comfort, madam. Our chief is currently interrogating the suspect. Of course, that young man is only a suspect and hasn't been confirmed as the actual killer. Not identified? Upon hearing this, Sangwon's expression clearly betrayed his unease. It must have been that guy. He bought that thing, I remember it clearly. That day, he even came to ask me if the inn could receive packages. And recently, the only person who received a package at our hotel was that kid. He bought that equipment to commit the locked room murder to kill Lawyer Lee. What's there to interrogate? Just arrest him and execute him. As Sangwon spoke, he couldn't help but sob again. Several guests nearby nodded in agreement. Human nature is truly unpredictable. So young, yet such a murderous monster. Inside the interrogation room, Lín Yì feigned a look of terror as he stared at Officer Zhang across the room. Officer, that thing in your hand, it really is mine. But what does that prove? Prove what? Officer Zhang immediately raised his voice, glaring at Lin Yì with a stern expression, his tone carrying a hint of harshness. This is all evidence. If I'm not mistaken, this water-soluble tape dissolves upon contact with water, leaving absolutely no trace. And in room 208, due to the heavy snow, we can no longer retrieve footprints or traces. So these two items are the tools you used to carry out the entire locked room crime. I've made myself perfectly clear. Why won't you just come clean? Trainee Officer Xiao Wang immediately began taking notes. Speak up. You must give a detailed account of the entire crime. In truth, Officer Zhang knew better than anyone that those two items had never been used by anyone. If indeed, the room had truly been sealed using this method to create the locked room scenario, then this semi-explosive device would inevitably leave debris after detonation. However, after thoroughly inspecting every corner of the room, no traces of such debris were found. In other words, the entire locked room murder case appears to have no connection whatsoever to these two items. This is the fact. The reason for suddenly interrogating Lin Yì was because Officer Zhang believed that while these items weren't the actual murder weapons, the person who purchased them certainly wasn't an ordinary individual. There is likely a connection to the actual modus operandi. Therefore, interrogating those who purchased these materials could very well yield some information. After all, at this moment, Detective Zhan was also at his wit's end, utterly clueless about the next investigative leads. He could only proceed step by step. Lin Yì examined the partially assembled explosive device components and water-soluble adhesive tape, shaking his head slightly. The next moment, his expression grew slightly calmer. Ding! System activation notification. Host identified as a chemical engineering major. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yì quickly devised a countermeasure. He spread his hands wide, wearing an innocent expression, looking completely harmless. Officer, I'm innocent. I'm just a chemical engineering student. This item, I did buy it, but it was for my chemistry research. How can you prove that? I killed Attorney Lee in room 208, didn't I? His hands spread wide, his expression utterly innocent, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. As a chemical engineering student? Having these things is perfectly normal, right? A chemical engineering student buys these items to conduct normal chemical experiments. After finishing the experiment, he tosses the leftover consumables into the trash bin. Seemed perfectly reasonable. There was absolutely no flaw or inconsistency. Hearing this response, Officer Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a significant discrepancy from his initial assumptions. Before the interrogation, he had also dispatched personnel to investigate Lin Yi's identity. The final investigation results confirmed he was indeed a student. However, they didn't know what his major was. And now, this kid right in front of him had given an answer so convincing that even he couldn't doubt it. A chemical engineering student conducting a chemistry experiment, purchasing certain items to assist in completing the experiment. It made perfect sense. So you're saying, these two items were just consumables you bought for the experiment? Lin Yì immediately nodded, his face innocent. Yes, officer. I'm so wronged. As a student about to graduate, I finally wanted to get out and relax, came to this hotel, and ran into this mess. A chemical experiment on oxygen consumption is our new research topic. How did I become a murder suspect? If this had happened earlier, he truly wouldn't have known how to explain it. Because he himself didn't know what his identity was before he traveled through time. Moreover, he possessed neither the ability to argue his case nor much information about his past. Faced with such a serious interrogation, he would have likely spilled everything long ago. Even that diary in the room had become evidence presented in court. Fortunately, there's the hint system, plus the beginner's welcome package provided, allowing Lin Yì, at this very moment, to face the interrogation of the officer before him. He handled it with ease. He easily defused the situation. Officer Zhang nodded slightly. Alright, so you're saying these are all chemical experiment materials related to oxygen consumption. Alright. Wang, go investigate. Xiao Wang immediately nodded, turned, and walked out, promptly beginning his investigation. At that moment, the interrogation room fell into an unexpected silence. Officer Zhang, if it really was just an ordinary experiment, then you do appear to have no connection to this murder case. A young man like you doesn't exactly fit the profile of a murderer. By the way, since you're a chemical engineering major, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Chapter 9, Impressive. Quite the chemical engineering major. Detective Zhan looked at Lin Yì. While it appeared to be a request for advice, he was still trying to break through the case. He wanted to probe indirectly, see if he could elicit any useful information. An old detective's intuition kept telling him that this seemingly harmless student wasn't as straightforward as he appeared. Lin Yì nodded. Sure, officer, go ahead. After a few seconds of deliberation, Officer Zhang asked, what do you think? If all the oxygen in a room is depleted, could it cause death? Without hesitation, Lin Yì nodded. Of course. The human body needs oxygen to survive. Without it, suffocation would cause death within a short time. Officer Zhang gave a slight nod. This was common knowledge, any normal person should be able to answer that. What struck Officer Zhang as unusual, however, was this. Since neither the partial explosive device nor the water-soluble tape had been used in this case, that shattered the previous assumptions about the entire room being a sealed chamber. But the forensic examination concluded that Attorney Lee's death was entirely due to asphyxiation, specifically non-mechanical asphyxiation. Since the victim's death was not caused by the room being sealed, then what method did the killer employ? To instantly suffocate a living person to death? This undoubtedly became the key to solving the case. While Xiao Wang was investigating this young man, it was the perfect opportunity to probe indirectly. If this young man truly had any connection to the case, then during the questioning, something should come out. Officer Zhang stated, yes. Depletion of oxygen leads to death. Then, I'd like to ask, under what circumstances could a living person be suffocated without a trace? Lín Yì looked at the officer before him, fully aware of what he was getting at. It was obvious. His earlier explanation of the evidence had been exceptionally plausible. Once the clues were verified, it would be sufficient to clear him of suspicion in this case. But Officer Zhang before him was clearly a seasoned detective at first glance. His keen intuition was sharp enough to sense that Lín Yì was no ordinary suspect. Therefore, he intended to use other means to determine whether I had any connection to this case. A murderer, after completing the entire crime, no matter how they try to force themselves to forget the details of the act, then some mechanical memories would inevitably linger in his mind. In other words, if the person before them is indeed the killer, then the true cause of the victim's death has been confirmed. By relentlessly following this lead, then conducting interrogations and questioning, the killer will inevitably slip up at some point. This, in fact, was precisely what Officer Zhang truly aimed to achieve. Of course, Lín Yì naturally wouldn't let Officer Zhang so easily pin all the clues on him. Therefore, he could only use indirect, suggestive clues to quickly shift suspicion away from himself. Just then, trainee Officer Wang pushed open the door and walked in. He approached Officer Zhang, leaned in close, and whispered something. Officer Zhang's expression immediately relaxed, and he nodded to Lín Yì standing before him. Yes, that's correct. It is indeed experimental material. We've already investigated. He's a chemical engineering student from the class of 2018 at Beihai University, and this month, you do indeed have a corresponding research project. No problem. Alright, back to my earlier question. I'd like to consult you. Under what circumstances could a deceased person be suffocated without anyone noticing? The key point is, this victim had no visible wounds on their body and showed no signs of poisoning. Lín Yì maintained his composed expression, letting out a long sigh of relief. And this action was clearly visible. His entire display was intended solely for Officer Zhang's benefit. As if a weight had been lifted. It was as if a suspect, having been cleared of all suspicion, felt that sense of lightness and detachment. Lín Yì spoke directly. It's quite simple. When a victim is in a state of deep, complete unconsciousness, they are utterly unaware of any external movements or actions. In fact, they wouldn't even know when they were being suffocated. By the time death occurs, all sensation has ceased. Only under these circumstances would the body show no wounds, succumbing to suffocation without a trace. Since it wasn't mechanical suffocation, then it must have been done using a pillow? Or perhaps a plastic bag, or something similar. While the victim was in a state of deep unconsciousness, it was placed over them, causing suffocation. Hearing Lín Yi's words, Officer Zhang was clearly taken aback. All of this had been deduced by this veteran detective after piecing together every clue. He never imagined this young man before him could deduce it so quickly. If you were to say this was a suspect in the case, wouldn't that be too obvious? What suspect would willingly lay bare their entire modus operandi under police questioning? And what's more, the background check conducted earlier had already shown that he appeared to have no connection whatsoever to this case. All of this seemed rather perplexing. Officer Zhang immediately furrowed his brow, glancing in Lín Yi's direction before calmly stating, "Alright, since that's the case, then tell me, how did you know Attorney Lee was in a deep sleep before his death? And that? Waiting for him here?" Hearing the interrogation, Lín Yì knew the old fox was once again steering the conversation toward him. Guided by the system's prompts, Lín Yì quickly uncovered what Attorney Lee had done before entering room 208. Of course, the meeting with Attorney Lee had also been flagged. "Oh, Attorney Lee. I heard him mention during dinner that due to constant nervous tension, he's suffered from insomnia for years. So before bed, he always takes a certain amount of sleeping pills." That makes sense. Officer Zhang nodded promptly, having anticipated Lín Yi's response. Who in the entire hotel didn't know Attorney Lee? They had dined with Li Du in the restaurant, and their information had been registered accordingly. The fact that Li Du took sleeping pills was no secret. Everyone was aware of it. Just as Officer Zhang was pondering these thoughts, Lín Yì took the initiative and stated directly, "Officer Zhang, as a chemical engineering major, Chapter 10, Key Clues, Guiding the Way. I have some knowledge in the field of medicine. Sleeping pills, when taken in normal doses, only help patients sleep better. They don't cause immediate unconsciousness or death. Only when the dosage is sufficiently high, even exceeding what the patient can tolerate but still not lethal. Then the patient will slip into a deep coma or even unconsciousness. They won't perceive anything happening around them. What? Upon hearing this information, Officer Zhang immediately became alert. It was as if, in that instant, he had uncovered a powerful new lead. Right. If the dosage was excessive, then the victim wouldn't have known what happened during their death. Even if someone suffocated them, they wouldn't have noticed at all. But a normal sleeping pill user is fully aware of their dosage. Unless they intend to swallow sleeping pills to commit suicide. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for them to take a large quantity of sleeping pills. Therefore, that means Attorney Lee must have ingested a massive overdose of sleeping pills before his death, and the dosage far exceeded what his body could tolerate. However, since a full autopsy of Attorney Lee's body has not yet been conducted, it remains impossible to confirm whether significant traces of sleeping pills were present in his remains. Based solely on preliminary forensic medical examination, his death was tentatively determined to be suffocation, specifically non-mechanical suffocation. Thus, everything becomes entirely logical. If the autopsy reveals that Attorney Lee's stomach did indeed contain a large quantity of sleeping pills, it would prove that Attorney Lee was administered a very large quantity of sleeping pills before being suffocated. The dosage of these sleeping pills would have been sufficient to render Attorney Lee completely unconscious, to the extent that no external events could have awakened him. In that case, the person who administered the sleeping pills to Attorney Lee would likely be the murderer. As for the subsequent method used to cause non-mechanical asphyxiation, it now appears that only by locating the person who administered the sleeping pills can the most precise answers and conclusions be obtained. Officer Zhang dared not delay. He immediately ordered the officers nearby to conduct a swift investigation. Check immediately. See if anyone besides Attorney Lee has been carrying sleeping pills recently? Or purchased large quantities of sleeping pills recently? Yes, Sir Zhang. Several officers nearby, upon hearing the orders, wasted no time and immediately began their investigation. The reason for the urgent investigation? Because Officer Zhang clearly remembered that when he entered room 208 to search, there was indeed a bottle of sleeping pills on the table. However, the dosage on that bottle indicated only a few pills had been used. In other words, that bottle of sleeping pills likely belonged to Attorney Lee himself. He would take a few pills before bed to aid his sleep. Therefore, the bottle of sleeping pills itself was not tampered with by the suspect. Furthermore, the bowl of ginger soup placed in the room showed no signs of having been consumed. Then, how did the killer manage to? Did the killer manage to get Attorney Lee to ingest such a large quantity of sleeping pills? All of this remained unsolved mysteries. After settling all matters, Officer Zhang stood up, walked over to Lín Yì, extended a hand, and shook his. You're truly a top student. The clue you just provided might be the key to this case. Thank you. However, until we apprehend the real culprit, we still need Mr. Lee's cooperation. Please wait in the lobby with the other tourists. Lín Yì extended his right hand without hesitation, shook Officer Zhang's hand, and nodded. Never imagined a vacation would involve such a heinous crime. I'm happy to assist the police. After a brief handshake and some polite small talk, Lín Yì exited the temporary interrogation room and made his way to the lobby. When the crowd saw that Lín Yì hadn't been immediately arrested and taken back to the police station, their faces betrayed utter disbelief, as if in that instant, shock overwhelmed them. What, the murderer wasn't arrested? Is the police trying to cover up for the killer? What nonsense are you spouting? The police are the most impartial. If he was released, it clearly means he isn't the murderer. He's just an ordinary suspect like us. But I clearly saw that evidence bag in Officer Zhang's hand. The contents inside were connected to this guy. Isn't he the murderer? Seeing Lín Yì walk out unharmed, Sang Wen's expression clearly shifted. For a moment, his brow furrowed slightly before he cut straight to the point. Wait, what's going on? Wasn't he murdered? How could that be? He murmured softly, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Meanwhile, Coroner Zhou had preliminary autopsy results from the new body. Officer Zhang entered the makeshift autopsy tent. Even outside the tent, the pungent odor hit him. The smell of human feces made several officers outside retch uncontrollably. Inside the tent, Dr. Zhou seemed accustomed to such scenes. After a few seconds of initial discomfort, he had quickly adapted. The body before him had not been fully dissected, only a preliminary examination of the areas surrounding the wounds had been conducted. Detective Zhang, wearing a white mask, stepped inside. He immediately inquired, "What? Are the autopsy results in?" Dr. Zhou gave a slight nod. As a seasoned forensic pathologist, his pace was notably faster than that of ordinary practitioners. Soon, a concise autopsy report was ready. It clearly stated the estimated age of the body, along with clues about the deceased's identity, including the wounds on the body and the cause of death. Deceased, male. Age, approximately 50-60 years old. Injuries, obvious penetrating wound to the chest, distinct mechanical ligature marks on the neck, contusion on the inner right thigh, and a clear penetrating wound to the throat. The deceased showed significant signs of struggle prior to death. Preliminary determination, the penetrating wound to the throat is the cause of death. Time of death, approximately 2 hours ago. Chapter 11, clues are clear, yet shrouded in fog. Glancing at the concise autopsy report before him, Officer Zhang nodded slightly. Compared to the deceased lawyer in room 208, this body bore far clearer wound patterns. It was also clear where the true fatal wound was located. Compared to the killer in the previous case, the perpetrator behind this death should be considerably easier to track down. Good work. Giving Dr. Zhou a light pat on the shoulder, Officer Zhang nodded slightly, satisfied with the results he had obtained. Dr. Zhou cleaned the tools he'd been using and placed them back into the toolbox. He changed his mask, looking visibly relieved. Alright, time to head back and get some rest. Old Zhang, it's all yours from here on out. Officer Zhang shook his head slightly. I'm afraid I'll need your help a little longer, old Zhou. These cases aren't simple. What? Hearing this, Dr. Zhou's brow furrowed, his expression instantly tightening. What's going on? Old Zhang, another victim? The words tumbled from Zhou's mouth, sounding almost unbelievable even to himself. His mouth gaped wide, his eyes reflecting utter disbelief. He couldn't explain why that sentence slipped out of his mouth. Officer Zhang patted Zhou's shoulder. Not exactly. But, sigh, regarding the deceased in room 208, Attorney Lee, we suspect he was force-fed a massive dose of sleeping pills before his death. The dosage exceeded what any individual could safely tolerate. So, we're afraid we'll need to trouble you with another autopsy? Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhou finally understood, but he just shrugged his shoulders. Sigh. Actually, I meant to tell you this earlier, but I was too busy. If she hadn't ingested a massive overdose of sleeping pills, rendering her completely unconscious, how could there be no signs of struggle on her body? How could she have been suffocated to death? And by non-mechanical means. An autopsy is possible, but we'll likely need the family across the way to sign off on it. During the forensic examination process. To determine the true cause of death. Sometimes it's necessary to perform an autopsy on the deceased's body. However, the deceased's family members may find it somewhat cruel and difficult to accept that an autopsy must be performed on the body after death has already occurred. Generally, they will not consent to the autopsy. Therefore, if an autopsy is to be performed on a body, the consent and signature of the deceased's family must be obtained. Officer Zhang seemed fully prepared. Upon hearing Dr. Zhou's inquiry, he pulled a document from his briefcase. It was an autopsy consent form that had been signed in advance. The person who signed and sealed it was none other than Attorney Lee's mother. The lawyer's family is quite open-minded. They understand our autopsy is to investigate the real killer, so they agreed long ago. Seeing the consent form laid out before him, Dr. Zhou shook his head helplessly. It always comes down to you, old Zhang. Officer Zhang wore his usual kind expression. Thanks for your hard work. I'll treat you to dinner when we're done. The two exchanged a few brief pleasantries. Officer Zhang then turned and left the autopsy room. He immediately dispatched others to investigate the body. Soon, the results came in. Zhao Yuanshan. Male. 56 years old. Factory worker in a small town. It was strange, to say the least. How did a factory worker from a small town suddenly end up dead in the septic tank of a hot spring inn? It's strange. Moreover, the autopsy report indicated the victim likely died over 2 hours prior. Yet, there were clear signs of a struggle before death. And during this struggle, the police had already surrounded the entire inn. Therefore, any movement during the struggle like shouting or commotion would have been noticed. However, when officers discovered the body, they only saw a corpse. Beyond that, they heard no signs of a struggle whatsoever. Then, how exactly did this victim die? What appeared to be a straightforward homicide case left Officer Zhang's expression clouded once more. After all, a veteran detective with over a decade of experience. He rarely encountered cases this complex. It seemed deceptively straightforward, yet delving deeper revealed untold secrets lurking beneath the surface. In the lobby. Based on the clues, Lín Yì had a rough idea. Attorney Lee had indeed died from asphyxiation. But it was not a natural death. Before his death, he had indeed been force-fed a large quantity of sleeping pills. The dosage was sufficient to render him completely unconscious for days, likely beyond recovery. Therefore, throughout the entire process of his death, he had absolutely no awareness of what was happening. However, according to the clues, he had never administered the drugs to Attorney Lee himself. This is precisely why, when questioned by Officer Zhang, he could boldly point out these clues. His objective was clear, to divert suspicion away from himself by directing all direct evidence toward others. Clearly, Attorney Lee's notorious crimes during his lifetime meant that many people in this hotel likely wished him dead. And I was merely one among them. The true cause of death must have been non-mechanical asphyxiation. Although the sleeping pills were administered in a large enough dose, it was insufficient to cause Attorney Lee's immediate death. Therefore, directing the police's evidence toward the sleeping pills meant that whoever drugged Attorney Lee would soon be identified by the authorities. At that point, the person who drugged Attorney Lee would swiftly be listed as a suspect and ultimately identified as the murderer. After all, his mission is to evade police pursuit. Since someone else has also targeted Attorney Lee, this situation becomes much easier to handle. At that very moment, Officer Zhang returned to the lobby and conducted impromptu interviews with everyone present. Yet, after a long while, no one admitted to having purchased sleeping pills or brought them into this hotel. Of course, after searching every room, no sleeping pills were found anywhere. At that moment, Officer Zhang furrowed his brow slightly and murmured softly, Could it be that our line of investigation is wrong? No sleeping pills were found, no one brought them to the hotel, there were no burn marks in any of the rooms, and no used sleeping pill packaging was discovered in the surrounding grass. Chapter 12, Excessive Dosage, Leading to Unconsciousness. Then, what exactly caused Attorney Lee to remain completely unaware during his death? The case hit another dead end. His brow furrowed slightly. In that instant, his entire expression betrayed utter astonishment. Just then, an officer rushed out of the kitchen, wearing white gloves and holding a bottle of sleeping pills. His expression betrayed a hint of excitement. Clearly, he had just found the evidence. Officer Zhang, we found it. A bottle of used sleeping pills in the kitchen, and it looks like more than half the dose has been used. Hearing this, Officer Zhang also felt a surge of unexpected joy. He had thought the investigation had hit a dead end, but unexpectedly, results came so quickly. This matched his earlier suspicions almost exactly. Finding additional sleeping pills in the hotel room would confirm that Attorney Lee had likely been administered a large quantity of the medication before his death. Of course, whether this was indeed the case would still depend on the final autopsy results. Detective Zhang took the sleeping pills, unscrewed the cap, and gave it a slight shake. It was clear that more than half of the pills inside had been used. A full bottle of sleeping pills is labeled as containing 500 tablets. Now, half the dosage, roughly 250 tablets, had been used. Of course, it was obvious even to a fool that this half dose could not possibly have been administered entirely to Attorney Lee. After all, such a massive dose was more than enough to kill a person instantly. Upon seeing the bottle of sleeping pills, Sang-wen's expression changed noticeably. A look of tension and unease instantly etched itself onto his face. This subtle shift in expression was, of course, immediately picked up by Officer Zhang. With his usual keen awareness, Officer Zhang immediately fixed his gaze on the man before him and ordered, "Take him in for questioning." Madame Sang-wen panicked upon hearing this, her expression becoming extremely unsettled. Her entire expression became utterly frantic. Lín Yì saw that his clue had finally taken effect. Outwardly, he remained exceptionally calm, but inwardly, his heart stirred with considerable agitation. Now, he'd finally found someone to take the fall. Soon, Sang-wen was led into the interrogation room. The setup remained standard. Though he was a suspect, he wasn't handcuffed. Officer Zhang wore a stern expression, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the man before him. The next second, he spoke with crisp precision, "Madam Sang. Now, explain this, why was there a bottle of sleeping pills in the kitchen? And why was half the dose used? Give me a proper explanation." Upon hearing this, the owner's wife flashed a look of alarm across her face, but quickly composed herself. Clearly, she had anticipated this interrogation long before. Who knows how many times she had rehearsed her answers in her mind. Simulated interrogations. Though she felt a flicker of panic at first, once she was fully seated in that chair, she became remarkably composed and calm. Sang-wen glanced at the half-empty bottle of sleeping pills on the table and replied with a certain calmness, "Just that half bottle of sleeping pills? That's standard stock for our hotel. We often have guests who suffer from insomnia. Naturally, we provide sleeping pills to help them rest." Smack! Clearly dissatisfied with this explanation, Officer Zhang slammed his palm down on the table, producing a sharp, crisp sound. Instantly, everyone in the interrogation room perked up. You must understand that sleeping pills are prescription drugs. Purchasing sleeping pills is regulated. Hotels cannot simply provide them to guests. So, your explanation doesn't seem to hold water, does it? Sang-wen seemed to have long since resolved to go down fighting. He showed no sign of fear at Officer Zhang's sudden, sharp retort. Instead, he remained utterly calm before replying, Well, I wouldn't know. I suffer from insomnia myself, so this bottle of sleeping pills is actually mine. Occasionally, when I can't sleep, I take a certain dose to help me rest. So sometimes, guests at the inn ask me for sleeping pills, and I provide them free of charge. Look, officer, I was just unaware. I didn't know it was against the rules to give sleeping pills to guests. So what's the problem? With his exceptionally sharp intuition, not to mention the half-empty bottle of heavily used sleeping pills on the table, Officer Zhang knew full well that this beautiful woman, the proprietress of the inn, was far from what she appeared to be. The suspect who drugged attorney Lee was almost certainly her. This woman standing before him. Take a look at this. Officer Zhang pulled an autopsy report from his briefcase. It detailed the significant traces of sleeping pill components found in lawyer Lee's stomach. These sleeping pill residues had not yet been fully digested. Clearly, this dosage was far beyond what an average person could tolerate. Even someone suffering from chronic insomnia would never ingest such a massive amount of sleeping pills at once. How was this any different from suicide? The investigation revealed that Attorney Lee was generally an optimistic and proactive person during his lifetime, showing no signs of depression whatsoever. Therefore, Attorney Lee could not possibly have committed suicide. Moreover, the bottle of sleeping pills found in Attorney Lee's room had barely been used. The dosage was minimal. However, the bottle of sleeping pills now displayed on the evidence table had been used in large quantities. All these connections together were sufficient proof that the bottle of sleeping pills on the table was the very same one Lee Du had taken in large doses before his death. Therefore, at this very moment, Officer Zhang had grasped the crucial clue and would naturally not overlook any of this. Take a good look. This is Lee Du's autopsy report just released. No wounds were found on his body. His stomach contained a large amount of sleeping pill residue. Death was not caused by mechanical asphyxiation. This bottle of sleeping pills Attorney Lee ingested a massive dose before his death. So, confess and get leniency, resist and face harsher consequences. Sangwon stared at the autopsy report before him, his brow furrowing slightly. An immense pressure descended like a mountain crashing down. Chapter 13, Officer, I didn't know. For a moment, she felt unable to breathe. The intense pressure visibly heightened the woman's anxiety. This, Officer Zhang, I don't know. I truly have no idea. What if this bottle of sleeping pills was just sitting in the kitchen? It's entirely possible someone else came into the kitchen, found the bottle, and then took the opportunity to slip it to Attorney Lee? Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang smiled calmly. You admit it? This bottle of medicine is the very same medication Attorney Lee took before his death. No, I haven't admitted anything. I was merely speculating. Enough, Mrs. Sang. No need to make up stories anymore. We've already investigated you and found no evidence of insomnia. This bottle of pills could indeed have been taken by other guests during their stay. We can assume you were unaware that inns are prohibited from providing sleeping pills to guests. However, our thorough review of all surveillance footage shows that you were the only person who entered Attorney Lee's room before his death. Therefore, Madam Sang, you are the only one with the opportunity to have administered the medication to Attorney Lee. I've laid it all out for you. Are you still unwilling to admit it? If you don't come clean now, every piece of evidence and clue here will become courtroom testimony. Intentional homicide carries the death penalty. Hearing this, Mrs. Sangwon was already trembling with fear. She forced herself to remain composed. After all, up until now, the police had only suspected she had drugged Attorney Lee. Without concrete evidence, how could they pinpoint her as the real culprit? Therefore, at this moment, she naturally refused to admit anything. You claim only I could have slipped sleeping pills to Attorney Lee. Then, where's the evidence? Don't police need evidence to solve cases? The hallway surveillance only shows me entering Attorney Lee's room. What about the window? Couldn't someone have climbed in through it? I told you, Attorney Lee specifically instructed me multiple times before sleeping to make sure he took a sip of the soup prepared by the hotel. It was only when I entered the room to bring him the soup that I discovered Attorney Lee had already passed away. So what does that have to do with anything? I'm a victim too. How did I become a suspect? A look of utter grievance spread across the woman's face. In that instant, her expression appeared profoundly fragile. Like a wounded butterfly, every nuance of her facial expression and emotional state was laid bare. Officer Zhang once again found himself at an impasse. Indeed, there was only one surveillance camera, the one in the hallway outside the monitoring room. There were no cameras inside the room itself. It only proved that Sangwon had entered Attorney Lee's room, but it couldn't prove what Sangwon had done after entering the room. And the bowl of soup left in Attorney Lee's room showed no signs of having been touched. Of course, even the final examination report found no traces of sleeping pills in that bowl of soup. So, where exactly did the problem occur? Officer Zhang left two officers to remain in the room while he himself stepped out of the interrogation room. He wanted to personally inspect the kitchen. The kitchen was located to the right of the main hall, so to enter it, one naturally had to pass through the hall first. Upon reaching the lobby, Officer Zhang glanced in Lín Yi's direction. Then, he approached Lín Yì. He scrutinized the young man before him. Then, he said crisply, "Come with me?" Lín Yì gave a slight nod and followed without hesitation. Soon, the two arrived at the kitchen. Lín Yì knew the sleeping pill clue had been provided by him to the police. Therefore, in the eyes of the authorities, he was no longer merely a suspect, more likely, he was significantly connected to the case. Moreover, Officer Zhang's keenly sharp intuition had quickly zeroed in on Lín Yì. He also knew that the young man before him was not as simple as he appeared. And then there was his background as a chemical engineering major. Perhaps he could be of considerable assistance to the police in solving the case. Officer Zhang thoroughly inspected everything in the kitchen. Apart from the large number of used dishes piled in the sink, he found nothing else. Officer Zhang had also investigated. In nearby inns, utensils are not cleaned by the establishments themselves after use. After all, these hotels maintain strict food safety standards. Used tableware must undergo centralized disinfection. If hotels were to introduce their own disinfection equipment, it would significantly increase their operational costs. Therefore, these tasks are typically outsourced. This includes the hotel's fur items. Cleaning services are also outsourced to specialized sanitation companies. This approach ensures both safety and hygiene while reducing the hotel's operational expenses. The deceased had ingested a large quantity of sleeping pills prior to death. We discovered the medication packaging in the kitchen. But there's no way to prove who administered the sleeping pills to the deceased? Officer Zhang murmured softly. His voice was barely audible. Yet even that faint murmur was clearly caught by Lín Yì. He knew that being summoned to the kitchen alongside this seasoned officer was clearly meant to test him as well. At the same time, he wanted to see if this chemical engineering major could play a role in this case. But as a police officer, he couldn't state it outright, only hinting indirectly. They were all intelligent individuals. Lín Yì remained calm as he said, "If I'm not mistaken, the reason Officer Zhang is so overwhelmed is because, after reviewing the surveillance footage, it appears only Mrs. Seng entered Attorney Li's room? But there's no way to prove that the large dose of sleeping pills Attorney Li took before his death was administered by Mrs. Seng? He really is sharp." After hearing this series of deductions, Officer Zhang gave a slight nod. He knew it wouldn't be easy to keep anything hidden from this young man standing before him. Most crucially, his deductions were almost identical to the current progress of the case. Officer Zhang had also considered that this kid's logical reasoning and deductions were remarkably consistent with the actual developments in the case. Could he be the ultimate suspect? But, as things stood now, none of the existing clues pointed to the young man standing before him. The most obvious clue, the sleeping pills, pointed directly to the innkeeper. Yet now, the landlady flatly denies administering these drugs to Attorney Li. There is no evidence. Innocent until proven guilty. There's simply no way to pinpoint the culprit. Chapter 14, You Can't Escape Taking the Fall. That's the gist of it. What? Got any thoughts? Lín Yì spread his hands, adopting an innocent expression. No, I'm just a chemical engineering student. I don't have many ideas, but I do feel that some things aren't coincidental. Lín Yì couldn't spell it out directly, so he could only hint at things indirectly. The rest would be left for the officer to speculate on his own. That statement piques my interest. Care to elaborate? Facing this young man, Officer Zhang was now more curious than anything else. Is it possible that the sleeping pills weren't actually placed in the room? So, the hallway surveillance footage only shows Mrs. Seng entering Attorney Li's room at most. But there's absolutely no evidence to suggest that Mrs. Seng was inside administering sleeping pills to Attorney Li at that time. Then it's highly possible that when the sleeping pills were administered, Attorney Li hadn't even entered his room yet. Hearing this chain of reasoning, Officer Zhang perked up instantly. Like clearing away the clouds. She immediately asked, "Are you saying I was drugged with sleeping pills before this?" So, Lín Yì glanced at the plates in the sink, then pointed. He continued, "Perhaps there's a clue here?" This instantly sparked an idea in Officer Zhang's mind, and he immediately looked in that direction. Right. If the drugs weren't administered in the room, then the only possible opportunity would have been during the hotel guests' shared meal. If sleeping pills had been slipped into Attorney Li's food or soup during that group meal, then the untouched tableware from that meal would definitely still have traces of the sleeping pills. If that's the case, testing these utensils would yield results quickly. Good work, kid. You've got it figured out. Without a moment's hesitation, Officer Zhang summoned several officers and instructed the forensic team to immediately test the utensils. After completing a series of investigative procedures, Lín Yì returned to the lobby. He made his way to the sofa, found a reasonably comfortable spot, and sat down. For him, the investigative guidance phase had now entered a critical stage. Sangwon could stubbornly deny that she hadn't administered the drug. But once the final test results came back, this woman would have no way to escape. And just now, all those questions he posed to Officer Zhang and the leading evidence, it was all prompted by the system. Damn! Truly a god-tier prompt system. Without these factors, he genuinely wouldn't have been able to steer all these clues toward Madame Seng. Soon, the lab results came in. A lab report was delivered straight to the interrogation room. Detective Zhang slammed the report down on the table. At that very moment, it clearly stated, a soup bowl containing a significant amount of sleeping pill residue. Moreover, an investigation of the saliva on the rim of the bowl ultimately confirmed it was the bowl previously used by Attorney Li. Let's be clear, the test results speak for themselves. A large quantity of sleeping pills was slipped into the attorney's soup bowl during his meal. If I recall correctly, your inn has only 6 rooms in total. Even though it's often fully booked, that's still the total number of rooms available. The guests staying in these 6 rooms combined aren't that many. And the entire inn was run solely by you, the proprietress. You never hired a chef. All the meals served to guests were prepared by you alone. That means you were the only one with the opportunity to drug Attorney Lee. At this point, Officer Zhang's voice suddenly rose several decibels. He fixed the woman before him with a piercing stare, a gaze so intense that a single glance could make one feel an uncontrollable fear, even a desire to retreat. Sangwon stared at the evidence before her, her spirit seemingly crushed in an instant. Her hands fell limply to her sides. She adopted an utterly helpless expression, then shook her head slightly. The evidence was irrefutable. He was utterly helpless. The evidence before him proved beyond doubt that she alone could have drugged Attorney Lee. Officer, I admitted I drugged him. At that moment, Mrs. Sang couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Her eyes instantly turned red. Had the clues not pointed so clearly, it would have been hard to imagine such a beautiful woman having any obvious connection to this murder case. Tell us, why did you kill Attorney Lee? Sangwon shook her head violently, her face contorted with intense emotion. No. I just wanted to punish that villain. Punish him. Wah! He's a heartless bastard. When the law can't punish such villains, I have to take matters into my own hands. But I only gave him enough sleeping pills to knock him out. That amount should have kept him unconscious for 3 or 4 days. But when I entered this room, he was already dead. This time, Sangwon wasn't lying. It was true. Originally, when Sangwon entered the room, he had concealed a dagger within his sleeve. He thought such a large dose of sleeping pills would be enough to keep him sound asleep for several days. In the morning, while delivering soup, he could slip in a knife. That way, he could send this utterly depraved criminal straight to hell. But when Sangwon entered the room carrying the soup, he discovered Attorney Lee lying completely naked and already dead. His body had even stiffened completely. The window was open at that moment. Sangwon's first thought was that Attorney Lee had fallen asleep in the middle of the night, the window had opened, and the cold wind had blown in, freezing him to death. But clearly, according to the police investigation clues, Attorney Lee did not die from freezing to death, but from non-suffocation causes. In other words, after taking sleeping pills and falling unconscious, someone had beaten him to it. Before he even entered Attorney Lee's room, the killer had already murdered him. So someone had already acted before you entered the room? You merely administered the drugs to Attorney Lee in advance, intending to act, but failed to succeed? Officer Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, a look of suspicion creeping across his face. Yet he had no choice but to believe this woman before him. Because, according to the surveillance investigation, including the autopsy report, after entering the room, Sangwon immediately ran out and called the police. And based on the autopsy report, Attorney Lee had been dead for at least 3 hours by that time. In other words, if we infer based on the time of the crime, Sangwon was indeed not the actual murderer. However, he possessed a motive for murder and could be considered guilty of attempted murder. He still needed to be taken in for processing. Officer Zhang furrowed his brow slightly and immediately instructed the nearby officers, "All right, take him back to the station. Check the surveillance footage. Come on, let's go back to room 208 again." Accompanied by trainee officer Xiao Wang, Officer Zhang soon returned to room 208. The clues were now crystal clear. Attorney Lee had been suffocated to death while in a deep coma-like sleep. And now, who exactly? Who had entered Attorney Lee's room during that time and killed him? The hallway surveillance footage shows no one ever entered this room. Except for the landlady who escorted Lee Du back to his room, and the landlady who brought soup to Lee Du in the morning. Beyond that, no one else. After returning to the room, Officer Zhang conducted a thorough re-examination. With the windows closed, the room's temperature had risen considerably. He walked over to the side and bent down to examine the marks on the floor. Soon, upon closer inspection, numerous water stains were found scattered around the bed's perimeter. These water stains clearly weren't from melted ice or snow. This meant that someone had entered the room earlier and deliberately splashed water around the entire perimeter of the bed. So what purpose did this water serve? What purpose did it serve? Rich investigative experience instantly perked up Officer Zhang. Then, he recalled that young man Lín Yì. Not long ago, while observing the kitchen, he had deliberately studied the hotel's layout. The kitchen's location placed it directly beneath the window of room 208. If one hadn't entered room 208 through the front door, the only other way would be to climb in through the kitchen and the external pipes. And Lín Yì, that young man, when he entered the kitchen with me, he had repeatedly studied that direction, combining all the clues from recent events. From the very beginning, that young man had been steering all the clues toward the landlady, especially the effects of the sleeping pills. Could it be? Could Lín Yì truly be the real culprit in this case? Officer Zhang had crossed paths with that young man on numerous occasions. He knew this young man was no ordinary person. With that realization, he dared not delay. He immediately ordered the two officers beside him, quickly take Lín Yì into custody and conduct a thorough search of the entire room 106. Chapter 15, Clues in the Kitchen, Thick Grease Fumes. A veteran detective's keen instincts rarely fail him. Moreover, when the officers first entered the crime scene, they had clearly observed that all the windows in the hotel could only be pushed open from the inside out. This meant that unless the window latches inside were not fully secured, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to enter the room through the window. But the technical department has already reviewed all surveillance footage from the hotel's second floor. Aside from the hotel owner, Mrs. Sangwen, entering room 208 at 7 a.m. this morning, the only person who entered that room was attorney Lee alone. The autopsy report also clearly indicates that based on the estimated time of Sangwen's last entry into the room, attorney Lee had already died from asphyxiation. At most, Sangwen merely administered a large dose of sleeping pills to attorney Lee. While the dosage was substantial, it was not lethal and certainly not the actual cause of death. Therefore, room 208 had only one door and one window. Since there was no way to enter the room through the main door, the only possible point of entry for the killer would have been the second floor window. There were no surveillance cameras outside the Hot Spring Inn's windows. Moreover, the entire Hot Spring Hotel was only 2 stories tall, with the top floor being enclosed. It was impossible to access the second floor windows from the roof. That leaves only one possibility: climbing through the kitchen pipes, scaling the second floor window, and entering room 208 to commit the murder. The layout of the entire hotel was known only to the proprietress, Sangwen. Everyone else was merely a guest. Surveillance footage showed that aside from the cleaning company personnel, no other individuals had entered the kitchen. However, during the search for the source of the sleeping pills, Lín Yì was the only guest who followed Officer Zhang into the kitchen. He easily located the source of the sleeping pills. Yet the moment he entered the kitchen, his gaze locked onto the window. That kid. If he truly was the murderer, with such meticulous planning, then the crimes he committed were likely not isolated incidents. They could very well be connected to the recent series of serial murders that hadn't been completely solved. A psychopathic killer. Such individuals often return to their original crime scenes to admire their masterpieces. As for the exact method used to suffocate attorney Lee to death, there was still no clue whatsoever. But once he was confirmed as the killer, the truth wouldn't be far off. Quick, come with me to take a look. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Officer Zhang immediately summoned intern Officer Xiao Wang. They rushed back downstairs to the kitchen. The kitchen of a small hot spring inn was just a tiny room in the attic, not particularly large. Wang Lu followed behind. Upon entering the kitchen, a distinct smell of cooking oil and smoke instantly hit them. That's an incredibly strong smell of cooking oil, Chief. I recall the innkeeper's wife mentioning that the kitchen was only used this morning for hot soup, not for frying. How could there be such a strong smell of cooking oil? Grease smell? Officer Zhang took a deep breath, and a pungent odor hit him. Approaching the liquefied gas stove, it was clear the cookware on top was relatively clean, showing no signs of recent use. Then, where did the grease smell come from? He distinctly remembered that when he first entered the kitchen to search for the source of the sleeping pills, the smell hadn't been this pungent. Wang, hurry up and search. Someone definitely entered the kitchen. The question is, what did they do? Wang Lu nodded quickly, setting his notebook down on the counter. He called 2 officers from the doorway and immediately began searching. As for Officer Zhang, at that moment, he paid no heed to the lingering grease fumes, rushing straight to the window. He pulled out the latch and pushed the window open from the inside. Whoosh! In an instant, a bitterly cold wind carrying swirling snow burst through the opening. Caught off guard, Officer Zhang couldn't help but sneeze repeatedly as it hit him full force. Ah! He immediately slammed the window shut again. Outside, it was a bitterly cold winter day. Finding any clues outside the window was now virtually impossible. The snowstorm had already buried every possible clue beneath its blanket. To prevent evidence inside the kitchen from being compromised, the window had to be shut immediately. Crouching slightly, he pressed his eyes close to the inner pane, scrutinizing it carefully. White gloves had wiped the window's inner edge. A layer of frost formed over it. He tried to find the slightest trace of evidence on it, but after carefully examining the entire inner surface of the window, he still found no clues. Truly elusive. Detective Zhang sighed softly. In his nearly 2 decades of investigative work, he had dealt with countless criminals and encountered many exceptionally clever perpetrators of criminal cases. He knew these criminals were always highly skilled. The sudden, heavy smell of cooking oil in the kitchen made it easy to deduce that the suspect must have entered the kitchen after they left. They had conducted a thorough cleanup of any clues or evidence left behind in the kitchen. Therefore, re-entering the kitchen now to find any meaningful clues seemed impossible. Let's go to the interrogation room. Officer Zhang turned to leave. Wang Lu looked puzzled. Chief, what about the grease fumes? We haven't figured that out yet. Aren't we going to look further? Officer Zhang shook his head slightly and patted Wang Lu on the shoulder. You've only just graduated from the academy. This is your first major case. What we perceive is what the killer wants us to see. The real clues have likely been erased long ago. Leave a few technicians to search further. We're going to meet him. Got it. Wang nodded and immediately followed. Indeed. What we learned in school was merely a compilation of past knowledge. But now it's different, we've truly entered a crime scene. The first case and major cases. The entire crime scene was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Moreover, another body was found near the septic tank. 2 victims appeared simultaneously. Each victim had died in a different manner, both utterly bizarre. At first glance, the 2 cases seemed unrelated. Yet upon closer reflection, it felt undeniable that they were connected by some intricate thread. Simple criminal deductions clearly couldn't serve as the primary direction. Therefore, there was still much to learn. This case might very well become the first major homicide that would catapult him into rapid professional growth after graduating from the police academy. Chapter 16, All Suspects Who Told You to Go Back to Your Room? First floor lounge. Dozens of officers had surrounded all the hotel guests in the center. Until the case was fully solved, every guest staying here could be a suspect. Seated on the sofas, these guests buzzed incessantly about the criminal case. When they heard that the proprietress, Sanguine, was the primary suspect in this case, they were stunned. Oh my, the landlady is such a beautiful woman. How could she be involved in this case? Did she kill the person? Oh my, she really has a heart of a snake and scorpion. Hey buddy, haven't you heard the saying? The prettier the woman, the easier she is to deceive. What a pity, such a beautiful woman now faces prison. Ugh. But let's be honest, that old bastard surnamed Lee wasn't human either. Serves him right. At that moment, Lín Yì was nowhere to be seen among the crowd. Officers had seen Lín Yì accompany Officer Zhang straight to the kitchen. When they emerged, they were chatting and laughing, seemingly discussing something. As ordinary officers, although Lín Yì had been taken to the interrogation room earlier, everyone speculated that the young man who looked like a student in his 20s was likely the murderer in this case. Yet the rumor was so easily debunked. By the end of the day, in the eyes of these ordinary officers, Lín Yì had practically blended in with the police. This led them to mistakenly believe that Lín Yì was just an innocent student. Plus, he had a certain collaborative relationship with the police. Therefore, Lín Yì had already left the lobby and returned to his room. But at this moment, a few officers still kept their wits about them. After Lín Yì returned to his room, they followed him. They stood at the door of room 106. They kept glancing inside from time to time. After returning to his room, Lín Yì did nothing but pore over a perpetual calendar with great interest and make a few trips to the bathroom. Other than that, he made no other moves. Just then, several officers suddenly entered room 106. Wang Hao, the squad leader of Team 2, glanced at the officer standing by the door and asked impatiently, "Where's that student?" The officer looked bewildered, then immediately pulled out a cigarette, preparing to hand it over. "Captain Wang, he's just a student who loves reading. He's in his room looking at a perpetual calendar." "Who gave him permission to enter the room?" Captain Wang's expression turned stern as he fixed his gaze on the officer before him. The officer was momentarily at a loss. He knew the police had already cordoned off the area, gathering everyone in the lobby. At this point, anyone could be a suspect and had to remain within police sight. Even someone needing to use the restroom was followed by an officer at all times. Although Lín Yì had been largely cleared of suspicion, he could still be considered a suspect. Except for bathroom breaks, movement elsewhere was virtually forbidden. The officers took into account that Lín Yì was about the same age as them and appeared to be nearing graduation. A young student like him seemed highly unlikely to be a suspect in this case. Out of a shred of compassion, Lín Yì was allowed to return to his room to use the restroom without obstruction. And this particular officer was the one assigned to keep an eye on Lín Yì. He reasoned. As long as he didn't leave his sight, going back to the room to use the restroom was no big deal. But when Captain Wang arrived, his stern expression nearly made him spit out a string of curses. "But enough! Go write your report." Captain Wang snapped impatiently, immediately leading the 2 officers behind him into room 106. Outside, every movement had been clearly overheard by Lín Yì. Seeing the officers enter with solemn expressions, Lín Yì promptly closed the perpetual calendar in his hands. He rose from his chair with a smile. "Hey, officers, why all the anger? Don't blame him. I just found it too boring out there. I have a habit of reading, and at this hour, I really couldn't resist. Sorry. But officer, you've been watching me the whole time. Except for bathroom breaks, I've stayed in my room and never left your sight." Under Officer Zhang's long-term influence, Captain Wang had already adopted some of his habits. After catching sight of Lín Yì, he merely gave him a cursory glance before adopting a stern expression and declaring, "Come with me. You're coming along for questioning. What's going on?" Lín Yì spread his hands, looking utterly innocent. He looked harmless. His eyes were clear, like those of a clueless college student. "Just cooperate," Officer Wang said without further explanation before turning to leave. Two officers immediately stepped forward to escort Lín Yì to assist with the investigation. Lín Yì shook his head helplessly and followed the officers back to the interrogation room. By this time, Officer Zhang had been waiting inside the interrogation room for quite some time. Upon seeing Lín Yì, he gestured for him to sit. Lín Yì gave a calm smile and took the chair directly opposite him. By now, the stern expression had vanished from Officer Zhang's face, replaced by a calm smile. He knew that if this young man in his 20s had indeed accomplished the entire locked room feat as he had previously surmised, then he wasn't just an ordinary murder suspect, but someone with meticulous logic and sophisticated methods far more terrifying than the average criminal. From the moment he'd met this young man, no matter how stern his expression or how conventional his investigative tactics, they seemed to have little effect. So maintaining a stern facade wouldn't break through his psychological defenses. On the contrary, adopting a more relaxed approach might yield some useful information. At this very moment, after bringing Lín Yì to the interrogation room, Officer Zhang had already dispatched personnel to conduct a thorough search of the entire room 106. This included the kitchen, where they combed for any potential murder weapon. Lín Yì, we meet again. Officer Zhang placed his hands on the table, fingers interlaced. A faint smile touched his lips as 2 cups of tea, already steeped, sat on the table. He then waved to an officer standing nearby, who brought a cup over to Lín Yì. Clearly, he was prepared for a long battle. If the young man sitting before him was indeed the murderer in this case, then completely breaking down such a killer's psychological defenses would require a protracted battle. Lín Yì responded with a faint smile. Officer Zhang, what's this? New leads? Chapter 17, The Preset Device, Freezing the Cold-Blooded. Lín Yì cut straight to the point, without any hesitation. No, nothing. Just wanted to chat with you. A young college student, majoring in chemical engineering. Bright future ahead. Lín Yì, thanks. Just a bit interested in chemistry. People should always do what they enjoy. Hey! Officer Zhang immediately stood up straight, his face lighting up with interest. That's right. Only interest can make someone truly fall in love with something. Take me, for instance. Growing up under my father's influence, every time I saw him apprehend criminals, I thought he was incredibly cool. So from that moment on, I developed an interest in the police profession. I worked hard and eventually got into the police academy. When it comes to suspects, the law will never yield to lawlessness. Some people are truly talented, but they take the wrong path. In the end, it's a pity about the consequences. Officer Zhang said, glancing at Lín Yì before quickly adding, hey, young man, don't read too much into that. Old Zhang here, dealing with criminals day in and day out, can't help but get a little emotional sometimes. Don't mind me. Have some tea. As he spoke, he picked up the teacup on the table and took an involuntary sip. Lín Yì smiled calmly, picked up the teacup from the table, then set it back down. Yeah, looks like Officer Zhang has met his match this time, huh? Lín Yì knew. The police had yet to crack the case, having only apprehended Sang-won. He was involved in the case, but he wasn't the real killer. The police were now completely overwhelmed. Officer Zhang appeared relaxed, but in reality, this hadn't yielded many breakthroughs. It was obvious. They have once again turned their attention to me. However, this was hardly surprising. After all, a chemical engineering major. Chemistry and physics are inseparable. Attorney Lee in room 208 had died from asphyxiation. And the body outside the septic tank remained equally unexplained. How did the killer manage to suffocate someone silently and then leave the scene? And how did they manage to dump a corpse into the septic tank when it was already frozen solid? If this were a science documentary, it could easily span dozens of episodes. Therefore, with no leads to follow, the police's first suspicion would inevitably fall on me. Officer Zhang, young man, actually, just a moment ago, we went back to the kitchen and conducted a thorough search of the entire area. He paused abruptly at this point, fixing his gaze intently on Lín Yì. He was trying to catch a flicker of nervousness on his face. The veteran detective was highly skilled in this regard. If Lín Yì had actually entered the kitchen afterward, mentioning it would inevitably make him at least a little nervous. A suspect re-entering the secondary crime scene to erase previous clues. Unless one had studied psychology, it would be nearly impossible to remain completely composed. However, upon hearing that Officer Zhang had revisited the kitchen for another search, Lín Yì remained remarkably composed. His expression was as still as a calm lake, showing not a single ripple. What? Found more evidence implicating the landlady? I told you a real murderer wouldn't just stop at drugging someone. No. It's a rope and a plastic bag tied to the other end of the rope. To be precise, it was a set of bedding with its transparent outer packaging a hard shell cover that had been opened. At this point, Officer Zhang deliberately drew out his words. He wasn't lying. Just moments ago, while the technicians were examining the kitchen for clues, they had indeed discovered such a prefabricated device. The rope was tied to the handles on both sides of the transparent, hard-shell packaging. The bottom edge of the rigid packaging had been deliberately slashed open. At this point, Officer Zhang seemed determined not to give Lín Yì any chance to interrupt. He stood up abruptly, and an officer nearby immediately handed him a tablet. The tablet displayed a photograph of the very device in question. Slowly moving closer to Lín Yì, it was fully displayed before him. What is this? A sealed bag that looks pretty airtight, huh? The killer's modus operandi, it seems. At this point, Lín Yì suddenly seemed to grasp something. Officer Zhang smiled faintly. The killer's method is indeed clever, but it's a pity. He probably didn't have time to dispose of this device, did he? Young man, as a chemical engineering student, you should be pretty solid in physics, right? Oh. Lín Yì replied with deadpan seriousness, of course. Physics and chemistry go hand in hand, after all. In extreme cold, water freezes into ice. Through a preset device, it completes the suffocation. At these words, the expression on Officer Zhang's face instantly turned serious. He stared intently at Lín Yì. You know your stuff. Of course. Lín Yì took a sip of tea, appearing perfectly calm. This method ensures it happens without anyone noticing. Smack! Officer Zhang slammed his hand down on the table, producing a sharp, crisp sound. The makeshift interrogation room fell into complete silence. Young man, I don't recall mentioning any clues about ice stains on the floor in room 208, did I? The interrogation officers nearby immediately stiffened at the mention. Right. Since entering the interrogation room, Officer Zhang had never once mentioned the presence of ice stains on the floor of room 208. Based on the current clues, if this preset device in the photo was indeed the actual murder weapon, then the entire sequence of events could be deduced quite simply. Before entering the room, the killer knew Attorney Lee had been drugged with a large dose of sleeping pills and wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Even if completely suffocated, he would not have regained consciousness. He could only suffocate to death. Simultaneously, to establish an alibi, the killer would then use this very device upon re-entering the room to completely cover Attorney Lee's entire body beneath the packaging bag. The packaging bag in the image appears large, with its bottom directly cut open. This way, while covering Attorney Lee's body, the bottom of the large bag could be pressed directly against the floor. At this point, the killer could sprinkle a ring of water along the bag's perimeter. Then, a rope could be threaded through the bag's handles. Chapter 18, Little brother, did you slip up? Open the window. Throw the rope straight down through the window, perpendicular to the kitchen window. Then climb out the window to leave the room. Immediately after, the icy wind blowing into the room causes the indoor temperature to drop rapidly. Then the air conditioner stopped working. Before long, the water on the floor would freeze. Attorney Lee, trapped inside the packaging bag, would be completely sealed in at that very moment, until he suffocates to death. By this time, however, the murderer has long since left the room and appeared within the sight of others, thus establishing an alibi. Until after Attorney Lee suffocates to death, the killer need not return to room 208 to retrieve the murder weapon. The only thing left to do was to go to the kitchen, open the kitchen window, pull the rope down, retrieve the entire murder weapon. As time passed, the snow and ice would conceal all traces, making the investigation infinitely more difficult. In this way, a locked room murder could be committed without a trace. But, from start to finish, the police never disclosed to Lín Yì that ice stains had been discovered on the floor of room 208 during the initial investigation. He could only guess the entire process of the murderer's actions based on a single photograph. He could deduce the entire murderer's modus operandi from just one photograph? Impossible. Unless he himself was a key perpetrator in the entire case. Trainee Officer Wang Lu's eyes widened as he looked at his mentor beside him, instantly understanding everything. He immediately jotted down the realization in his notebook. His mentor was truly exceptional. A truly outstanding veteran detective could pick up on the slightest detail during an interrogation, instantly find a clue, and pinpoint the suspect. No one had shared any investigative details about room 208 with him, especially the ice stains on the floor. Only Officer Zhang had noticed them and made a brief note in the case file. Yet, this seemingly harmless student before him had grasped everything at a glance. This isn't the killer. What is it? Solved. This case was solved. The evidence was right before their eyes, and he'd slipped up. Wang Lu couldn't think of any way this kid could possibly escape suspicion except by confessing everything. Spill it. Tell us the entire sequence of events. Everything that happened in room 208. Besides us police, the only other person who might have witnessed anything is the hotel owner's wife. And the owner's wife has already been brought to the police station. Surely, it wasn't her who told you all this? Young man, you're quite skilled for your age. Most suspects wouldn't have such meticulous methods. It's just a pity you didn't have time to dispose of the murder weapon. He continued, his expression stern as he fixed his gaze on Lín Yì. The room 208 murder in the locked room. Solving it immediately would make it a groundbreaking case. Such methods were rarely seen before. It was theoretically possible, yet today, it had materialized right before his eyes. As for the body in the septic tank, it was almost certainly connected to this case. A suspect, after committing the first crime, immediately committed another to divert police attention. Both crimes appeared deceptively simple. Any investigator following the obvious leads could easily crack them. But in reality, there was a hidden twist. It wasn't that straightforward. Just like Wang Lu, who began deducing the moment he entered room 208. He believed that attorney Li in room 208 had simply taken sleeping pills, opened the window after entering the room, and accidentally frozen to death. The body in the septic tank, he reasoned, must have struggled with someone before dying, only to be murdered and dumped into the tank afterward, covering up the crime. The result? Lawyer Li in room 208 died from suffocation, a seemingly complex locked room murder. But how did the killer manage to dump the body into the septic tank before it froze solid? All of this was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Now, the murder case of attorney Li in room 208 seemed to have reached a breakthrough. The young man before him had inadvertently let slip the entire sequence of events the police had pieced together regarding the murder. Yet none of these pre-established clues had ever been disclosed to him. Unless he was the killer himself, how could an ordinary chemical engineering student possibly deduce all this so easily? At that moment, the makeshift interrogation room's soundproofing was far from adequate. Therefore, some key information was overheard by the officers outside. A breakthrough occurred inside the interrogation room. The stern expressions on everyone's faces eased slightly, even tinged with a hint of excitement. That such a case had been committed by a young man. A murder suspect in his 20s with such meticulous planning was truly rare. Solving this case would be a major breakthrough for the entire police department. Awards from higher-ups would be inevitable. The entire department would benefit from the recognition. That's pretty impressive. Wow, so young, and already a murderer. Yeah, looks like Officer Zhang and his team made a major breakthrough. Not bad at all. Don't get too excited just yet. There's still another body in the septic tank. A small hot spring, and suddenly seeing two violent crimes with two deaths. This isn't just a minor county case. It's a major criminal case even by city standards. Yeah, we still have another case to handle. But that young guy was pretty meticulous. Just one slip up, and he still fell to our Officer Zhang. Several officers began whispering among themselves. Victory was within reach, but this had been a tough fight. Now, a major breakthrough had finally emerged. Inside the makeshift interrogation room, Lín Yì held his teacup in his hand. His brow furrowed slightly. All clues now pointed to him alone. The entire booby trap setup appeared surprisingly simple. It was just an ordinary large duvet packaging bag, with the bottom torn open. Taking advantage of the bitter cold, the edges of the bag and the ground were frozen solid. And that's how attorney Li was suffocated to death inside. The method was meticulous, yet it didn't appear straightforward. In the eyes of the police, he had never entered room 208 after they arrived. Only the killer, not the police, could deduce all this. Chapter 19, Speculation Leads to a Gang? Detective Zhang's expression grew profound. He fixed his gaze intently on Lín Yì. The accuracy of identifying a criminal suspect. Beyond identifying the murder weapon, there was also the matter of the time of the crime. And now, the evidence lay before them, a prefabricated plastic bag device. Combined with the ice stains on the ground, it formed a complete chain of causality. The entire sequence of actions could be easily reconstructed through reverse reasoning, forming a complete mental image of the crime. A young man in his 20s. A chemical engineering student. Wearing black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and dressed in simple casual clothes, he looked every bit the bookish intellectual. However, based on years of experience in criminal investigations, perpetrators with such high levels of disguise often elevate their cover-ups to new heights after committing murder. At this moment, Lín Yì remained silent, having already drained half the tea on the table. Now, it was spilled all over the floor. Officer Zhang slammed his hand down on the table, sending the tea splashing everywhere and knocking over the paper cup. Lín Yì gently picked up the overturned paper cup from the table. He calmly spread his hands. My patience has its limits. Thud. Another heavy thud. The table rattled loudly. The makeshift interrogation room echoed with no reverberation, yet felt strangely solemn. Lín Yì. From the moment we first met, I knew something was off about you. A chemical engineering student bought tools, assembled an improvised explosive device, and used water-soluble tape. You're a chemical engineering major, not a physics engineering major. This kind of experiment seems somewhat at odds with your research field. Furthermore, if someone could precisely control the dosage of sleeping pills to induce deep unconsciousness, wait until the victim was completely dead, and then re-enter the room to commit the murder. Madame Sanguine, why didn't he simply adjust the dosage to be lethal enough to kill Li Du outright? Why go to such elaborate lengths? Ha ha ha. At this point, Officer Zhang found himself clapping his hands involuntarily. What a show! You really put on quite a performance for me. Detective Zhang picked up a chair nearby and sat down, positioning himself a mere half-meter away from Lín Yì. If you hadn't known beforehand that the woman had already laced the victim's dinner with a massive dose of sleeping pills the night before, how could you possibly have provided these clues to us? That's right. The cover-up was indeed flawless. We investigated every detail about you, including your relationship with the innkeeper's wife. We found absolutely nothing, not even a single meeting between the two of you. Yet somehow, you two coordinated, one lacing the food with sleeping pills, the other reporting it to completely evade police scrutiny. Working together, the two of you caused the murderer's death. He glared fiercely at Lín Yì. For Officer Zhang, these two threads could easily be woven together. Just as he had surmised, the boss's wife had administered a sufficient dose of sleeping pills. The dosage was potent enough to keep Attorney Lee unconscious for 2 or 3 days. Even if he were suffocated to death, he wouldn't feel a thing. Under these circumstances, would the landlady be foolish enough? Why would she need to re-enter the room to carry out the final execution? Remember, after forensic examination, if large quantities of sleeping pills were ingested, drug residues would inevitably be found in the stomach. Following this lead would inevitably trace back to the hot spring inn. The landlady couldn't escape. Then, why didn't she simply administer a lethal dose of sleeping pills? To kill the victim outright? There's only one reasonable explanation for this method. Administering enough sleeping pills would only cause the victim to fall into a deep sleep. It wouldn't kill them. She wouldn't get much time. And the hotel's surveillance footage showed only the landlady entering the victim's room. All clues would point solely to the landlady. The landlady wouldn't be foolish enough to strike again. Therefore, in this case, it must have been a collaborative effort involving someone other than the owner. They weren't strangers, it's not that coincidental. Two strangers, completely unrelated, yet both determined to kill the victim. The first administered a lethal dose of sleeping pills, while the second, using a prearranged device, eliminated their own alibi and finished the job. The second person then reported the first. Trace the source of the sleeping pills. Clear their own suspicion. If you claim these two didn't know each other, who would believe it? In recent years, several of these murder cases have become unsolvable mysteries. Even professional detectives and the police department's top criminal investigators have been unable to crack these cases. Detective Zhang was no exception. He was at his wits' end, utterly clueless where to begin. Yet these cases seem to share a common thread, an inexplicable connection lurking beneath the surface. In fact, Detective Zhang had even speculated whether a professional murder gang might be behind these crimes. They had clearly defined roles, and each member had participated in the handling of the same victim. But only one killer actually caused the victim's death. And now, after tracing all the information and clues from earlier, Officer Zhang felt increasingly uneasy. Though all this was merely his own conjecture. Yet when pieced together, they began to make increasingly logical sense. Just like the case before him, the actions of the two individuals seemed strikingly orchestrated in advance. Tell me, when did you two meet? Before Lín Yì could answer, the next stern question burst from Officer Zhang's mouth. Hotel lobby. A man in a crisp suit sat on the sofa, his hands pressed against his forehead. He shook his head slightly, a look of regret on his face. Sigh, when will I ever get out of this damn hotel? I just came here for a vacation and now I'm stuck with this mess? I have an important meeting tomorrow and need to leave this town. The person who drugged us has been caught and that young man has been brought in again. Clearly, he must be the murderer. We've been pushed to this point, can't we just leave? As the man continued his stream of complaints, the other guests began murmuring in agreement. Yeah, officer, we've got nothing to do with this case. Exactly. We've been cooperating with the investigation for hours now. It's almost lunchtime and we're starving. The woman spoke while unconsciously rubbing her hollowed-out belly. As her palm pressed against her stomach, a rumbling sound escaped. Chapter 20, Murderer? No. Good citizen. Enough. What's all this noise? We're asking you to cooperate with the investigation, aren't we doing the same? This is police work. Please cooperate with our police work. Squad leader Wang Hao fixed his gaze on the man in the suit. He tried to calm everyone down. The man in the suit spread his hands. Ha? What do you mean? Isn't that kid the murderer? This interrogation room has terrible soundproofing. We're not deaf, you know. Do you really think we can't hear? The officer inside is yelling so loudly, banging on the table, he's clearly interrogating the killer. Indeed. Though they couldn't make out the exact words exchanged inside the makeshift interrogation room, they could still catch fragments, especially the table banging and Officer Zhang's shouts. Everyone could roughly guess that they'd probably caught the real killer, or were interrogating a suspect. So, this case must be close to being solved. The passengers waiting in the lobby were growing restless. Don't talk nonsense. With 2 victims dead, this isn't a small case. Whoever gets pinned for this could lose their life. Detective Wang Hao gestured for the man in the suit to sit down. Officer, are you suggesting both victims were killed by the same perpetrator? This sudden question left Captain Wan momentarily speechless. Everyone in the police station, after handling these 2 cases, had an inexplicable feeling they were convinced the same killer was responsible for both deaths. But it was merely a hunch, not a confirmed conclusion. They dared not jump to conclusions. Faced with this question, Captain Wang found himself at a loss for words. Besides, before the cases were solved, every passenger before them could potentially be a suspect. Therefore, the police wouldn't disclose any case-related information to them. But there was no other option. Due to limited investigative space, they had to set up a makeshift interrogation room. The soundproofing couldn't be completely sealed. Certain conversations inevitably reached the ears of the passengers, sparking their speculation and suspicion. Captain Wang was assigned to the lobby to manage these passengers. Keep your mouths shut. The officers are handling the case. All you need to do is cooperate. Everything else has nothing to do with you. As he spoke, his expression instantly turned stern. Upon hearing this, the passengers could do nothing but trail off, murmuring quietly to themselves. Every so often, bursts of complaints would erupt. Inside the makeshift interrogation room, Officer Zhang's expression grew increasingly stern. Lín Yì, you must understand that this homicide case has already been designated a high-priority investigation by the Municipal Bureau. Cooperate fully and receive leniency, resist and face harsher consequences. 2 victims are enough to warrant the death penalty. But if you cooperate fully with the police, I will do everything in my power to advocate for you. Ha! Hearing this, Lín Yì nearly burst out laughing. Intentional homicide carries the death penalty. Add to that the possibility of linking it to the previous case, plus the second body found in the hotel. Could there really be any chance of survival? Absolutely impossible. Detective Zhang had likely pulled this tactic on countless other criminals before. Some suspects with weaker nerves might just crack and confess without a second thought. As for the connection between Officer Zhang and the hotel owner's wife, Lín Yì genuinely felt wronged. Neither his own presence in this hotel nor any system prompts contained any information or hints suggesting that the previous owner of this body had any connection to the owner, Sangwon. Therefore, it was merely a coincidence that Sangwon wanted to kill Li Du. She administered a massive dose of sleeping pills, waiting until Li Du was completely unconscious. She then entered the room to carry out her murder plan. Except that he had beaten her to it. As for the murder clues, Officer Zhang discovered that plastic bag meticulously prepared by Zero for the killing. All of this. Lín Yì looked at Officer Zhang before him, spreading his hands wide in a display of utter innocence. He then picked up the paper cup from the table and placed it neatly in the corner. With crisp precision, he declared, "Look, Officer Zhang, you've been filling in all these gaps in your head, grilling me with questions, even interrogating me. I couldn't get a word in edgewise." Officer Zhang nearly laughed in exasperation at the remark. Indeed. This was definitely no ordinary opponent. He suffocated the victim inside a plastic bag, then pulled the bag away using a rope to create an alibi. He'd completely excluded himself from the picture. Now, with all the clues and evidence laid out before him, all it would take was an honest confession to pin him down as the real culprit. But this guy is a slippery one. Seems he's preparing to wriggle out of it. It seemed he had no intention of cooperating with the police. Hearing Lín Yi's words, an officer nearby slammed a folder down on the table. Thud. You'd better cooperate, kid. There's no need for this, understand? I believe Officer Zhang has made himself perfectly clear. The evidence is right here in front of us, we just haven't checked the fingerprints yet. Before we do that, if you come clean, Officer Zhang can definitely advocate for you. But if you try to pull any tricks, well, sorry, you're screwed. As he spoke, his right finger involuntarily pointed at Lín Yì. Clearly, this officer's investigative experience was rather lacking. If the man before them truly was the real killer, he was no ordinary man. How could he possibly spill everything just because of a few threatening words? Fingerprints? Even more laughable. If this object before us is indeed the murder weapon, the killer would have worn gloves beforehand to avoid leaving fingerprints or DNA evidence. Even without gloves, they would have wiped away fingerprints before leaving the scene. Besides, extracting fingerprints from hemp rope is inherently difficult. Detective Zhang shook his head helplessly. Go ahead. What do you want to say? Lín Yi's expression remained utterly unflappable. Unfazed. Guided by the system's prompts, he had already obtained the information he sought. The evidence before him was insufficient to conclusively label him as the murderer. Moreover, the other party was merely engaging in endless conjecture. How could they possibly prove that this device had been prepared by Lín Yì beforehand? Chapter 21, Water Stains? How could I be the killer? A pre-made murder device. If any fingerprints could be extracted from it, the police would have already listed him as the prime suspect in the murder case. Yet, why are they still interrogating me here? Lín Yì merely smiled faintly, placing the cup from the table before him. Then, with a mere flick of his finger, he pointed to the photograph on the tablet. In the photo, water stains were clearly visible along the edges of the plastic bag. And these water stains were only present along the edges of the plastic bag. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this preset device had likely been tampered with beforehand. Doesn't the condensation on it already explain everything? Actually, when the officer asked me to accompany you into the kitchen, I noticed the kitchen window was directly below room 208. And this pre-arranged murder tool fits the scenario perfectly. I must admit, this killer's methods are truly sophisticated. At the very least, after entering the room, they managed to complete a series of actions, open the window, and seal the plastic bag's edges to the floor with ice, creating a perfect sealed room scenario. The rapid oxygen depletion would cause the entire enclosed area to experience a swift, sustained oxygen depletion. Combined with the suspect, the landlady, administering a lethal dose of sleeping pills to Attorney Lee, this meant that even inside the plastic bag, he was suffocated to death before he could react. Is this so hard to grasp? His expression suddenly grew calm, showing not the slightest ripple of emotion. Lín Yì had been speculating. Was this clue the police had uncovered truly the perfect method? But, just as he was pondering this question, the system suddenly issued a prompt. It informed him. This set of devices had indeed been used by others, and someone had entered room 208 through the kitchen window. Then, this entire set of tools had been used to carry out the entire series of murders. However, when this killer entered the room, Li Du was already dead. It was also a death by suffocation. After entering the room, Lín Yì employed a different method to directly kill Attorney Lee. Yet, when the murderer entered the room, he saw Attorney Lee lying motionless on the bed. Therefore, he proceeded to strip Attorney Lee of all his clothes, then meticulously constructed this contraption, completely sealing Attorney Lee inside a plastic bag. Then he threw the rope out the second-floor window. The killer then appeared on various surveillance feeds. Afterward, within the time frame he personally determined, Attorney Lee was dead. The killer returned to the kitchen and retrieved the entire setup using the rope. Since surveillance cameras were positioned outside the kitchen, there was no way to remove the setup from the kitchen under these circumstances. They had no choice but to leave it in the kitchen. It was subsequently discovered by Officer Zhang, who re-entered the kitchen. Officer Zhang paused slightly upon hearing Lín Yi's explanation. The unexpected reaction from across the table left the group of police officers momentarily at a loss. It seemed to make sense. Officer Zhang immediately looked in the direction Lín Yì had pointed. At this moment, the photos on the tablet were clearly visible. The preset device, the plastic cover, indeed bore traces of numerous droplets of water vapor. This condensation was primarily concentrated along the edges of the plastic bag. Since the room temperature was fairly mild, it hadn't frozen. Therefore, even though Lín Yì had never entered room 208, he had never seen the ice stains on the floor. These ice stains formed a complete circle around the bed. Therefore, something must have been covered around the bed beforehand. Once removed, it would leave behind these ice stains. And then finding this set of devices in the kitchen, suddenly, the entire murder method becomes clear. Well. This is interesting. Just from this simple photograph, you can deduce a closed-loop murder method. You kid, you really are a chemical engineering major. The officer beside him, seeing Inspector Zhang seem somewhat swayed, immediately shook his head and bluntly asked, Inspector Zhang, based on this alone, can we rule him out as the killer? Lín Yì spread his hands wide, adopting an utterly innocent expression, his eyes clear as a freshman's. Officer Zhang replied directly, no. While we can't outright rule him out as a suspect, standard criminal psychology dictates that a genuine killer wouldn't reveal the entire crime process during questioning. Moreover, no fingerprints or DNA evidence were found on the entire device. However, for any suspect who directly handled the items, we can use forensic techniques to identify fingerprints, DNA, or hair traces. But here's the odd part, we examined every item in the room and conducted forensic analysis. We found no hair belonging to other suspects. The only DNA traces present were from Mrs. Sangwen and Attorney Li Du. Of course, some extracted hair samples didn't match anyone currently staying at the inn. So those DNA and fingerprint clues can only belong to the cleaning company. However, during the period of Attorney Lee's death, neither surveillance footage nor other testimony showed any presence of cleaning company personnel. Therefore, they naturally have no connection whatsoever. Alright, in doubt, acquit. Officer Zhang stood up, moved the chair opposite Lín Yì back a step, then leaned against the wall. His gaze grew intense as he turned back to Lín Yì. Whether you're the killer or not, you possess a certain talent for solving cases. Just now, when we entered the kitchen, we detected a very strong smell of cooking oil, extremely strong. Clearly, someone entered the kitchen during that time, likely to destroy evidence. We just reviewed the surveillance footage. No one entered the kitchen from the main hall area during that period. Then how did that thick, pungent smell of cooking oil come about? Do you know? Actually, right in the middle of the interrogation, the forensic division had already reviewed all the surveillance footage. During that time frame, Lín Yì had only been in the lobby or his own room. Chapter 22, The Bizarre Surveillance Footage, the Third Party. He was under constant surveillance. After entering his room, he only went to the bathroom and couldn't have slipped out through the window. Therefore, the possibility of Lín Yì entering the kitchen was immediately ruled out. Then, someone had entered the kitchen and deliberately released a strong odor of cooking fumes to confuse the scene, while simultaneously attempting to destroy the murder weapon. Since Lín Yì never entered the kitchen, he couldn't possibly be the murderer in this case. However, Detective Zhang wanted to see just how capable this young student truly was. Over the years of investigating cases, he'd rarely encountered someone who could keep pace with his line of reasoning and reconstruct an entire crime scene with just a cursory glance. Except for Lín Yì. He had yet to encounter a second such individual. Therefore, he wanted to see if this guy could offer any assistance in this particular case. Clearly, Officer Zhang had made the right bet. Lín Yì smiled calmly. Then, calmly stated, the surveillance didn't show anyone entering the kitchen. Yet now, there's a strong smell of cooking oil in the kitchen. So, is it possible that someone was already in the kitchen all along and never left? What? Hearing this, both Officer Zhang and the interrogating officers beside him froze instantly. After all, although they hadn't conducted a thorough search of the kitchen, they had at least given it a cursory inspection. If someone had been hiding in the kitchen all along, it was highly unlikely the police would have overlooked them. A living person hiding in the kitchen yet never appearing in any of the evidence or surveillance footage. The surveillance footage showed no sign of this person's existence. Furthermore, the hotel's guest records contained no information about this person whatsoever. How? How did he manage to hide in there? And just moments ago, the police conducted thorough search after search of the kitchen before finally discovering this device. But there was no one in the kitchen at all. Could something fabricated out of thin air truly exist? This kid in front of us doesn't seem to have any special abilities either. The interrogating officer beside him froze for a second upon hearing this, then couldn't help but chuckle. He finally snapped, "What? Kid, you're just too young. Or rather, this line of thinking is completely unrealistic. How could something straight out of a movie possibly happen in a real murder case? No surveillance footage shows any hotel guests entering the kitchen, and the kitchen itself is completely sealed off. We've reviewed every single surveillance feed and cross-referenced the data. No one entered. So there's no way anyone could have been hiding in that kitchen. Furthermore, when we gathered everyone in the lobby, we also checked the hotel's registration records. Everyone was accounted for. How could someone just materialize out of thin air?" The officer seemed quite confident. After all, as a police officer, with the evidence currently in hand, there was essentially no room for error. The surveillance footage was right there. Throughout the interrogation and investigation, the technical team had been analyzing it frame by frame. They hadn't found anyone entering the premises. How could someone just appear out of nowhere? Can this person turn invisible? Or? Officer Zhang was genuinely startled, but upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. He shook his head. "Young man, he's absolutely right. The surveillance clearly shows no one entered the kitchen. The only people who entered the kitchen after we arrived at the hotel were you, me, and a few of our officers. I know all these officers personally. There's no way a suspect could suddenly disguise themselves as one and blend in with us. So, your theory is certainly bold, but it's impossible. A top-tier veteran detective with over 20 years of criminal investigation experience. Keen instincts. A complete chain of evidence. How could a newcomer suddenly appear?" Lín Yì spread his hands, setting the empty paper cup on the table. The officer, noticing this, immediately picked up the nearby water jug, ready to refill his cup. But Lín Yì waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a loud crack, he smashed the paper cup to smithereens. Everyone watched, instantly stunned. What kind of mischief is this kid up to now? Lín Yì gave an awkward smile, then proceeded to restore the completely crushed paper cup to its original shape. He then stated, "Just like this paper cup, it appears to be restored now, but it's still wrinkled. Why is that?" Officer Zhang frowned, utterly perplexed. Even if it's restored, it can't be used anymore, right?" Lín Yì nodded, then shook his head. "Well, that's only half right. No matter how flawless the killer's crime may seem, no surveillance footage showing any clues about this person, there will always be a loophole. No one from the hotel staff has ever entered that room. So, what about the cleaning company personnel? Including, as you mentioned, besides the DNA evidence from the owner's wife and attorney Lee in room 208, the only other clues belong to the cleaning staff." "The cleaning staff?" Officer Zhang suddenly had an epiphany upon hearing this, his face turning pale. "Right. How could we have overlooked this crucial clue? The hotel's cleaning staff were outsourced. Every day at 5 a.m., the cleaners would arrive to collect used tableware. As for the bed linens, they were changed after 2 p.m. Thinking this through, Officer Zhang glanced at his watch. The time now read exactly 1:50 p.m. That meant there were still 10 minutes before the cleaning company arrived at the hot spring inn to replace the tableware. As for 5 a.m., when the outsourced cleaners entered the kitchen to collect the tableware, the landlady hadn't reported the incident yet. Therefore, that meant only the cleaning staff could have entered the kitchen and never emerged again, hiding in the kitchen until completing the retrieval of the preset device. So you're saying the cleaner who entered the kitchen just happened to collect this murder weapon set and was about to leave when we police arrived? The cleaner couldn't leave the hotel at that point, so they had to stay hidden in the kitchen until we entered to search for the sleeping pills, and then again when we returned to look for evidence. Chapter 23, Hurry up, or the killer will escape. The cleaner stayed inside the whole time? If that were the case, why didn't we see anyone during our subsequent searches? As he spoke, Officer Zhang beckoned to the nearby police officer and ordered, "Have the tech department check the surveillance footage from around 5 a.m. Upon hearing this, the officer beside him didn't hesitate. He immediately pushed open the door to the makeshift interrogation room and hurried out. Lín Yì shook his head slightly. "You're only half right. You'll see soon enough." Lín Yì wore a mysterious expression as he looked at Officer Zhang. Meanwhile, Officer Zhang's mind was racing. In fact, he was already speculating about the surveillance footage. There was more than one cleaner who entered the kitchen, at least two. But only one cleaner emerged from the kitchen. If this cleaner had truly been hiding in the kitchen all along. Knock knock. "Come in." A few minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. The officer who had just been called out to check the surveillance footage rushed back in. His expression turned slightly regretful. He knew what Officer Zhang was thinking and said, "At 5 a.m., 2 cleaners from Ruijia Cleaning Company collected the dishes. And when they left, there were still 2 cleaners. That doesn't add up." Officer Zhang immediately countered, "If it was the same 2 cleaners, that means no cleaner was hiding in the kitchen." He looked at Lín Yì with a skeptical expression. The young man's speculation was indeed bold, but now, the surveillance footage showed it clearly. There was no way a cleaner could have been hiding inside. Therefore, his theory simply didn't hold water. The officer beside him grew impatient. "Hey, kid! Your theory is impossible. Besides, Officer Zhang, he's still a suspect himself. What if he made all this up? We can't just follow the leads he's giving us." Officer Zhang shook his head. "Go on. Tell us your thoughts." Lín Yì spread his hands, shrugged, and adopted a resigned expression. "It's simple. The surveillance footage shows 2 cleaners entering the kitchen at 5 a.m. today. After collecting the dishes, 2 cleaners left the hotel. So, could this third person I mentioned have entered the hotel yesterday? And entered the room yesterday, set up this murder kit, and then..." Hearing this, Officer Zhang's eyes widened in shock, his mind going blank. What are you implying? Yesterday at 2 p.m., when the cleaners entered Attorney Lee's room to change the sheets, the third party was already hiding inside and never left. After Attorney Lee returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep, the killer emerged and carried out the entire murder. Then, through the window, along the pipes, climbed into the kitchen. Then hid in the kitchen until Attorney Lee was completely dead, before retrieving the murder weapon using the rope? And then just stayed hidden in the kitchen like that? By this point, Officer Zhang was beginning to believe the story. After all, none of the surveillance footage showed anyone other than the cleaner ever entering the kitchen. That left only one possibility: someone had been hiding in the kitchen the entire time. And the 5 a.m. surveillance footage showed 2 cleaners entering the kitchen together and leaving together. This meant Lín Yi's theory could very well hold true. The killer had already entered Lawyer Li Du's room yesterday afternoon. But later, they searched the entire kitchen and found no one hiding inside. Moreover, if the killer had been hiding in the kitchen all along, then the strong cooking fumes created later would have been an attempt to cover their tracks. Then they would have taken the murder weapon away to destroy it. But what was the result? The murder weapon was eventually found in the kitchen, but no third party was located. What's going on? This is a complete mess. No one was found inside. How do you explain that? Lín Yì remained completely unflustered. The system had already provided him with all the details of the previous perpetrator's modus operandi. These clues were sufficient to pinpoint that individual as the true murderer. Therefore, as long as he could pin the murder on that person, he would successfully evade pursuit. Complete the system task. Simple enough. At 6 a.m., the landlady called the police after discovering the body. At 5 a.m., the cleaning staff arrived to collect the dishes. By this time, the cleaner who had been hiding in Attorney Lee's room the previous day had already entered the kitchen, confirmed Attorney Lee's death, and retrieved the murder weapon. The 5 a.m. cleaner entered the kitchen. Instead of leaving, he chose to remain there. Until just now, when you entered the kitchen to search for evidence, he created a strong smell of cooking oil in the kitchen. When you entered the kitchen, you mistakenly believed someone had been inside and proceeded to investigate the surveillance footage. But just minutes before you entered the kitchen, he had already slipped away through the window. However, while the hotel's rear courtyard lacks surveillance, the main entrance area is covered by cameras. So the killer hasn't left the hotel yet. Maybe he's still in the back? At this point, Lín Yì raised his right hand and glanced at his watch. The time read exactly 1:55 p.m. You have 5 minutes left. Once the housekeeping staff arrives to change the sheets, the killer will have to leave too. Also, since it's a box truck and the hotel entrance cameras aren't positioned very high, the truck will block the cameras completely once it enters the premises. Hurry up! What? Upon hearing those words, Officer Zhang snapped out of his daze. Though the whole thing seemed utterly absurd. But it wasn't entirely impossible. Chapter 24, The Mysterious Van Intercept Immediately. Quick, execute the interception immediately. Officer Zhang had no time to think twice. Though all this may sound like a fairy tale. But This case has been under investigation for an entire day, and the initial clues and leads have been largely sorted out. Yet the one thing, the suspect remains at large to this very moment. If not for this young man standing before them, they would still be utterly baffled, never suspecting that someone had been hiding in the kitchen. What's most astonishing is that besides the deceased lawyer Lee Do in room 208, there's another body lying in the makeshift autopsy room right now. 2 bodies dying simultaneously within this hotel. This is no minor case. The impact was immense. The nearby officers, upon hearing the command, dared not hesitate for a moment. They immediately sprang to their feet and sprinted toward the door. At that moment, the time was precisely 1:58 p.m. Lin Yì spread his hands, stood up from his seat, and approached Officer Zhang with a calm expression. "I'm just a student. This is all I can do to help you. My apologies, I must take my leave." With that, he walked out of the temporary interrogation room on his own. Officer Zhang merely gave a slight nod, making no attempt to stop him. After all, regardless of whether his words were truth or lie, no one could leave this in now. Inside and out, it had been completely surrounded and sealed off by the police. Furthermore, based on the evidence gathered so far, he had been completely ruled out as a suspect in the murder. The surveillance footage showed that during that time period, the only place he had moved to was his own room. Moreover, police officers had been watching him the entire time he returned to his room. Lin Yì returned to his room 106. This time, no officers seemed to follow him. Their vigilance had relaxed. Most of the police force had been swiftly redeployed to the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the cleaning company's van. Lin Yì approached the door of room 106 and pushed it open. The water cup that had been on the table had been moved to the dressing table. He distinctly remembered taking a sip of water before leaving the room and placing the cup on the table by the door. Now, the cup had mysteriously appeared on the dressing table. Oomph. Just as I thought. He had anticipated this all along. When he was forced to leave the room, the police had already identified him as a suspect and would subsequently transfer him to a temporary interrogation room for questioning. At that moment, the police would seize the opportunity to rush into the room and conduct a search. Therefore, during the time he was away from the room, a large number of officers must have entered the room and conducted thorough searches over and over again. But they seemed to have found nothing of significance. As for that diary, oomph. He had anticipated all of this long ago, so while he was reading a perpetual calendar, tucked inside it was that very murder diary. He flipped through it over and over, reading nearly all of the 100+ pages of murder diaries inside. The system's reward package not only granted him extraordinary debating skills. Most crucially, it also enhanced his memory to a certain degree. Thus, after several thorough readings, had long been etched into his mind. Terrifying. Some parts were even nauseating. Over 100 lives, all documented within this single murder diary. And every single one of them was committed by the owner of this body. And for each case, he had to evade pursuit to earn the system's rewards. Therefore, when he took the perpetual calendar to the bathroom, he actually brought the diary along as well. He discovered the text written within wasn't in ordinary ink. It was high-concentration potassium permanganate solution. This solution appeared purple. After dissolving into liquid, it was directly added to the fountain pen's cartridge and then used to record the diary. And as it happened, text written with potassium permanganate would vanish instantly when dissolved with vitamin C. No matter how thickly written, all characters would disappear rapidly from the notebook upon contact with the vitamin C solution. However, faint traces of the original writing remain on each page. Police investigative techniques are highly advanced. Therefore, if the police find a diary in the room using this method, even if it appears blank, they can still recover some of the content through certain technical means. Therefore, he certainly wasn't that foolish. Vitamin C is an over-the-counter medication, and the hotel had a medical kit, so it was easy to find. So while using the restroom, he casually dissolved some vitamin C tablets snatched from the first aid kit in tap water, creating a vitamin C solution. He then completely submerged the entire notebook in the vitamin C solution. Within minutes, the purple text vanished completely. At this point, some uneven traces of the writing remained on the diary. Then, he tore the entire notebook into a pile of scraps. Next, soak it over and over. As the scraps soaked, they began to corrode. After soaking them like that, he reappeared within the police officer's line of sight at the door. Another half hour passed before he went to the restroom again, but this time, the perpetual calendar was no longer in his hands. The notebook now soaking in the sink had long since dissolved into sludge. A gentle squeeze between his hands would reduce it to a pulp of wood fibers. Then, all of this was flushed away through the toilet. By this point, it had disintegrated into countless liquid fragments. Flushed down the toilet, it flowed along the pipes directly into the septic tank. Blending with the sewage, it was now impossible to recover the notebook through any technical means. He carried this murder diary with him at all times. If it were ever seen by the police or any unrelated person, it could lead to his own arrest. This murder diary would allow the police to pinpoint him as the killer with ease, simply by following the details inside. Over 100 cases, seaweed and egg drop soup enough to eat 800 times round trip without turning back. As long as the police couldn't find that notebook, he could easily reconstruct its contents using the hint system he'd acquired. Escape the police manhunt. Chapter 25, Officer, we know nothing. Boom. At that moment, a faint rumble of a box truck echoed from the direction of the inn entrance. By then, all police personnel had already been strategically positioned. They were waiting for this van to enter the inn. Then, Captain Wang Hao led the way, followed by a squad of officers. They immediately surrounded the van. Officer Wang Hao, his expression stern, strode directly toward the front. At that moment, the driver of the box truck, upon witnessing this scene, was clearly stunned. It was something he hadn't anticipated. From a distance, he had already spotted the hotel with several police cars parked at the entrance. It was highly likely that an incident had occurred inside the hotel. But whatever had happened seemed none of their business after all. They were just employees of a cleaning company. They simply delivered linens to the hotel and then took them to each room to replace the linens inside. But then, what happened? The moment they entered the inn, dozens of police officers swarmed around them. They completely surrounded them. It was quite the spectacle. Holy crap, what's going on? The van driver looked utterly bewildered, glancing at the cleaning staff beside him. This time, there were 3 cleaners sent to change the linens. One was the driver, while the other 2 were actual cleaning staff. I have no idea, a woman who looked about 40 said, equally bewildered, even a bit frightened. They had no idea what was happening, surrounded by so many police officers. Get out of the truck. While the others were still puzzled, Wang Hao had already approached the driver's side door of the truck. Captain Wang's voice was extremely stern. The cleaning company driver dared not hesitate, immediately opening the door. He then motioned for the other 2 cleaners to open their doors as well, and they all stepped down from the cab of the box truck. Soon, the group was led into the interrogation room. Subsequently, police officers immediately stepped forward to conduct a thorough search of the entire van. After several minutes of searching, it was confirmed that there were no other individuals inside the van. Only the 2 cleaners and the driver were present. Captain Wang frowned and shook his head. At that moment, Officer Zhang, stationed outside the interrogation room, received a response and nodded in understanding. Soon, all 3 individuals were brought into the interrogation room. Due to limited office space, it was impossible to set up additional makeshift interrogation rooms. Therefore, all 3 had to be interrogated simultaneously. As for whether they had coordinated their stories, Officer Zhang didn't care. If they were truly connected to the murderer, they would have already prepared their alibis. Even if they were interrogated separately, it wouldn't yield any meaningful results. It was better to conserve energy and see if anything could be gleaned from them. Of course. But probably not. After being brought into the interrogation room, the 3 of them sat on separate chairs. Facing them was Officer Zhang, who had been waiting with several other officers. On the table lay various clues and pieces of evidence. Officer Zhang made no effort to conceal them. There was no need to hide such items anyway, and letting them see them posed no harm. After all, if they had any connection to the murderer, these items might serve as a reminder. See? The police now have sufficient evidence to determine how the killer murdered attorney Li Du in room 208. Speak up. Where is the killer? His usual stern expression fixed intently on the 3 people before him. The 3 looked utterly bewildered, exchanging confused glances. It seemed they still hadn't grasped what had actually happened. The truck driver froze in shock. What? Officer, is someone dead here? We don't know. We didn't do anything. We're just employees of the cleaning company. We came to change the linens at the hotel at 2 o'clock according to the schedule. I can show you my phone. It has the detailed schedule. We're not involved. Clearly, the driver was already scared out of his wits. A sudden death inside the hotel. They'd only come to change linens, hadn't even gotten out of the truck yet, when the police intercepted them. They were ordered to get out of the vehicle. Once they got out, they were immediately taken to this makeshift interrogation room. It was obvious. The questioning now, the attitude of those across from them, treated them entirely as criminal suspects. The items laid out on the table were things he had never even seen before. How could he possibly make sense of it all? He furrowed his brow slightly, his expression betraying a mix of terror, hesitation, and utter bewilderment. You truly don't know? A nearby officer immediately grew stern. Thud. He slammed the notebook in his hand onto the table. A sharp sound echoed. Speak up. If you reveal the killer's whereabouts, the police can help you. Cooperate and get leniency, resist and face harsher consequences. Stunned. At that moment, all 3 of them froze in shock. Not just the truck driver, but both cleaners too. They all looked utterly bewildered. Their expressions were tinged with terror. Officer, we really don't know anything. We have no connection to any murderer. We don't know who the killer is. We're just ordinary sanitation workers. Yeah, we don't know anything. I'm scared to even kill a chicken. How could I possibly be involved in murder? The men stammered incoherently, their faces growing paler with each passing moment as tremors shook their entire bodies. Officer Zhang had long suspected that these men genuinely had no idea who the killer was. Still unwilling to talk? The officer beside him immediately raised his voice. If you refuse to cooperate, then we can't help you either. Enough! They're probably not connected to this case at all, just being used by someone else. With that, Officer Zhang saw no point in continuing the interrogation. Sorry, we're just conducting routine investigations and interviewing all potential suspects. You may return to your duties. With that, Officer Zhang opened the door, allowing the three men to leave. The officer beside him looked perplexed, seemingly puzzled. Just let them go that easily? Are you sure? Should I double-check? This is way too hasty. Chapter 26, A thorough search of the entire backyard. Officer Zhang remained calm. He looked utterly confident. There was absolutely no need to continue the interrogation. Clearly, if it were true as Lín Yì claimed that someone had been in the kitchen all along, and that person was from the cleaning company, then this person could not possibly be an employee of the cleaning company. At most, they had simply obtained a set of cleaning company uniforms, then carried out the murder. Otherwise, the police would have easily traced the criminal's trail. However, judging by the killer's modus operandi, it was clear this was no ordinary suspect, possessing an exceptionally high IQ and counter-surveillance skills. How could a criminal suspect like this possibly leave clues for the police to pick up? Therefore, it's entirely possible that those three cleaning company employees genuinely didn't recognize the suspect or even knew anything about this incident at all. Then, given that, if this suspect truly spent a significant amount of time in the kitchen and carried out a series of actions, then, where exactly is this suspect now? The kitchen's layout is extremely simple. Entering from the right side of the central living room, there's only one door, with a basic curtain hanging outside it. Directly opposite the entrance, on the upper right, there's a surveillance camera. Since the kitchen is considered a high-security area for the inn, anyone who entered the kitchen would be recorded. But strangely, after reviewing all footage of people entering the room, no third person was found. This means that if the suspect didn't enter through the front door, then as Lín Yì suggested, they must have slipped into the kitchen through the window in the backyard. The suspect likely exited the kitchen through the same window. However, determining the suspect's path through footprints was now impossible, as the heavy snowfall had buried all potential clues beneath a thick blanket of white. Trainee Officer Wang Lu took a few steps forward and approached Officer Zhang, his face etched with slight confusion. Clearly, he hadn't fully processed everything yet. So, where could the suspect be hiding now? Officer Zhang merely smiled faintly, then shook his head as if pondering something. Interesting. That kid was right. We didn't see the suspect on any surveillance footage, yet suddenly there was a strong smell of cooking oil in the kitchen. Eliminating the possibility of any preset devices, it can only mean someone was hiding in the kitchen all along. There are no cameras behind the kitchen, and the suspect must have known that. So if they escaped through the window, they deliberately avoided all these surveillance points. According to criminal psychology, the suspect must have been fully aware of every surveillance location in the hotel. Therefore, the suspect must have timed their escape for when the cleaning company arrived to change linens, precisely when the van could block the cameras, allowing them to slip directly inside. Then escape by following the cleaning crew out. At this point, the cleaning company staff likely had no idea any of this was happening. So the question arises, before the cleaning company's van arrived, the suspect had already left the kitchen, deliberately avoiding surveillance at every turn. So where would the suspect be hiding at this point? Upon hearing this, Trainee Officer Xiao Wang suddenly understood. His face brimmed with admiration for Officer Zhang. This was undoubtedly a brilliant approach. Since the suspect hadn't appeared anywhere with surveillance, they could quickly find the suspect's trail by searching areas without cameras. But it was freezing outside, with snow falling like goose feathers. Where could the suspect be hiding after leaving the scene? This became a puzzle. A look of deep confusion crossed his face as he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Search! Officer Zhang immediately gave the order. Search every area of the entire backyard. If a third suspect truly existed, unless he possessed supernatural abilities to fly or vanish, there was no way he could have left the hotel premises. The police had already combed the area behind the hotel. The hotel's perimeter wall stood clearly visible, approximately 2 meters high. The entire wall surface had been freshly painted, leaving no possible footholds for climbing. Wall surface analysis was conducted, and no climbing footprints were found on the wall. Although there are no surveillance cameras in the rear courtyard. However, the streets outside the wall are covered by numerous surveillance cameras. The Police Technical Investigation Department has already reviewed and analyzed the surrounding surveillance footage and confirmed that no footage shows anyone scaling the hotel wall. That makes it straightforward, the suspect never left the hotel. And they never appeared within the hotel's surveillance coverage. Officer Zhang personally led his team to the rear courtyard. If the suspect intended to flee the hotel via the box truck, then after police intercepted the vehicle, the suspect would have been alerted. Now they could only hide in the distance, with no way to leave. Search! Leave no stone unturned. Conduct a thorough search. Check every spot not covered by surveillance. We must find that guy no matter what. Yes, sir. Dozens of officers immediately sprang into action, conducting a thorough search of the entire backyard. Not even the bushes and overgrown areas were overlooked. Even police dogs were deployed. The hotel's backyard wasn't particularly large. Aside from a doghouse, there seemed to be few places where someone could hide. However, after several minutes, every possible area had been thoroughly searched, including the doghouse, which officers had turned upside down. Yet still, no usable clues were found. After countless searches, there was no sign that anyone could be hiding. Damn it, could it be our investigation was misdirected? Was there never a third person to begin with? But, if no such person existed, then how do we explain the inexplicable smell of cooking oil that filled the kitchen earlier? The smell of cooking oil was particularly strong. Yet the kitchen utensils showed no signs of use. So this thick, pungent smell of cooking oil could only mean one thing: the suspect entered to destroy evidence and deliberately tampered with the scene to confuse the investigation. Or perhaps the suspect themselves carried a strong, lingering scent of cooking fumes. Chapter 27, Vanished into thin air. Did that kid turn invisible? Seal off the entire back courtyard. After the cleaning company replaces the linens, have them stay on site. That van isn't leaving the inn until this case is closed. Let's go. With that, he turned and walked away. Trainee Officer Wang Lu followed close behind, quickly exiting the backyard. As a rookie officer fresh out of the academy, he grew increasingly perplexed. All the clues and evidence were exceptionally clear. If such a person truly existed, they could only be hiding in some concealed spot within the backyard. But dozens of officers had combed the entire backyard over and over, yet found no trace whatsoever. Not hiding in the backyard? And he never appeared within the surveillance range. So where could this person be? Or could it be that something went wrong from the very beginning? Their investigation had been misdirected from the start. There was never such a person to begin with. Then it really is haunted. In room 106, Lín Yì sat in his chair, replaying the diary's contents over and over in his mind. Another body had been found in the backyard, submerged in the septic tank. The surface of the septic tank had frozen over, yet the interior remained warm. Due to the fermentation of the sewage, it was difficult for the septic tank to freeze even in the bitter cold. Yet the body found inside bore numerous wounds, clear signs of a struggle. The body was completely rigid. This meant that the septic tank had frozen over before the deceased ended up inside it. This was utterly bizarre. He knew. If I'm not mistaken, this contestant's death is somehow connected to me. In fact, it might even be my doing. Yet up to this point, the system hasn't provided even the slightest hint. Absolutely nothing. This is interesting. The method was indeed quite formidable. What method could possibly be used to toss a frozen corpse directly into a frozen septic tank? Could it be I possess psychic abilities? Using penetration techniques to pass the suspect's body through the ice layer and toss it into the septic tank? He muttered to himself, nearly laughing at his own absurd thoughts. If this body truly possessed supernatural abilities, why bother playing games with the police? Completing the system's assigned tasks would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Hey, kid! Knock knock knock. Just then, a crisp knock sounded from the direction of the open door. Visible. Officer Zhang stood outside the door, with trainee officer Wang Lu following behind him. Captain Wang Hao was also nearby. Officer Zhang flashed a brief smile at Lín Yì before exchanging a nod with trainee officer Wang and Captain Wang Hao, signaling them to wait outside. With a smile still on his face, he walked straight into room 106, made his way over to the sofa next to Lín Yì, and sat down. Officer Zhang, how did it go? Did you apprehend the suspect? Officer Zhang spread his hands, shook his head slightly, and wore a look of helplessness. Your theory is quite bold. After killing Attorney Li Du, the suspect escaped through the window into the kitchen and avoided all surveillance. Unfortunately, we searched the entire backyard, including every blind spot not covered by surveillance, but we couldn't find him. Lín Yì couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Although Li Du did indeed die by his own hand, but suffocating him alive inside a preset device? According to the system's analysis, this absolutely wasn't his modus operandi. That meant someone else must have wanted to kill Lawyer Li. And they had carried out the plan. Only, after entering the room, this person didn't realize that Lawyer Li was already dead. And then used this very same device. Therefore, the suspect could only have entered through the second floor window, climbed down the pipes into the kitchen, and hidden there. The thick grease smell in the kitchen could also explain everything. If Lín Yì wanted to completely evade police pursuit and eliminate all suspicion within the scope of the investigation, and complete the task assigned by the system, he had to find a scapegoat. And this person was the perfect candidate. Therefore, even this person himself probably didn't know that Attorney Li wasn't actually killed by him. All his subsequent actions were nothing but futile maneuvers. When the time comes, simply handing this person over to the police will allow them to use existing clues and evidence to directly pin the murder on him. But This guy managed to evade every police search. Not only did he not appear on any surveillance footage, but even in the backyard area without cameras, the police conducted repeated searches and found no trace of him. What the hell? Seeing Lin Yì deep in thought, the officer waved a hand in front of his face. Hey, buddy, what are you thinking about? Only when Officer Zhang asked did Lin Yì snap back to reality. He shrugged, spread his hands, and frowned. The next second, it seemed he had thought of something. Officer Zhang, did you find any clothes that had been taken off? What do you mean? Hearing this, Officer Zhang instantly frowned, a hint of confusion in his voice. Grease smell. And it was a very strong smell. In the kitchen, the regular liquefied gas stove is cleaned daily by the janitor. When we first entered the kitchen, we didn't detect any cooking oil fumes. But when you entered the kitchen a second time to search for that preset device, you detected a very strong smell of cooking oil fumes. The suspect climbed out the window and hid that device in the backyard bushes, where you found it. And at that very moment, a very strong smell of cooking oil appeared. So, where did the grease smell come from? It must have come from the suspect themselves. If the suspect wanted to hide, they absolutely couldn't wear clothes with a strong grease smell. They would have taken off their clothes and changed into something else. That way, they could evade the police dogs and avoid detection by the authorities. Officer Zhang perked up instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief as if stunned by the revelation. Exactly. The smoke smell on the suspect's own body. Chapter 28, The Strange Fireplace. What could it hide? There were no signs of use on the kitchen stove or range hood. Then, such a strong smell of cooking oil could only mean the suspect carried it on their person. But how could a normal person possibly have cooking fumes on them? And it was a very strong smell. Quick, go check it out immediately, he said. Officer Zhang immediately stood up, leading several nearby officers back into the kitchen. He didn't even have time to exchange a few more words with Lin Yì. Soon, they arrived at the kitchen. Officer Zhang led the charge. Quick, search thoroughly again. Look for any clothes that might have been changed out, and check for any areas that could have a strong grease smell. Yes, sir. The officers sprang into action upon hearing the order. They swiftly conducted another thorough search of the entire kitchen. The suspect likely has a change of clothes on them. And the cooking smell detected earlier in the kitchen wasn't meant to mislead us, it was something the suspect had no choice but to do. Officer Zhang spoke as he followed the other officers, conducting another thorough search of every corner of the kitchen. At that moment, the corner of the right wall in the kitchen immediately caught his attention. A fireplace. However, this fireplace had been left behind by the previous owner before the kitchen was renovated. When the owner renovated the kitchen, she hadn't had it removed. She thought, it might come in handy someday. Officer Zhang approached the fireplace and touched its facing. A lingering warmth slowly radiated from it. It's still warm. Quick, open the fireplace. The officers nearby heard the command and obeyed without hesitation. Squeak. The sound of the panel scraping against the floor echoed with a screeching noise. The fireplace opened, and a cloud of soot instantly billowed out. A faint smell of cooking oil wafted from within. Found it. The fireplace was already a mess inside, with signs of being scraped and scratched. This very fireplace had been used by the landlady just last night after dinner. In the bitter cold, the kitchen temperature was somewhat low. While preparing dinner for the inn's guests, the landlady would habitually stoke the fire to maintain the kitchen's warmth. Looks like we searched the entire kitchen when we first entered. We searched every single spot except this fireplace. We never even paid it any attention. Trainee Officer Wan Lu immediately nodded, his face filled with disbelief. This, judging by the traces, someone did indeed stay inside this fireplace. How could they endure such extreme heat and survive? Wait, didn't we see flames flickering on the fireplace when we first entered? Yes, precisely because of those flames did no officer pay attention to this fireplace. Who could have imagined someone crawled inside and stayed there until our search concluded? A burning fireplace, with a person inside? How is that possible? Yet, the lingering warmth within the fireplace, and the scratched marks inside someone had definitely hidden there. The human body can only withstand so much heat. Was that guy made of steel and copper? Just as everyone was scratching their heads in confusion, Officer Zhang crouched down slightly and ran his hands along the perimeter of the fireplace. Soon, he reached the right side of the fireplace. Exposed wiring? A stripped wire extended from a crack in the fireplace. It bore traces of soldered joints. The other end of the wire connected to another wire. It looks like these two wires can be connected directly. Here, hand me a pair of gloves. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an officer nearby handed him a pair of gloves. Unlike the standard investigative gloves, these were insulated. After putting on the gloves, Officer Zhang handed the flashlight in his hand to the officer beside him. Then, he grabbed both ends of the wires and brought them together. Zzzzz. A burst of electric sparks flickered briefly at the point where the wires touched. The next second, on the glass panel in front of the fireplace, a translucent glass panel. A layer of simulated flames instantly burst into life. It looked like This was a PowerPoint illustration. Trainee Officer Wang Lu saw it and instantly understood. High tech. Officer Zhang couldn't help but snort coldly, shaking his head helplessly. We've been tricked. It's not that the person could withstand temperatures beyond the ordinary and stay inside that fireplace for so long without suffering any harm. It's because this fireplace has a built-in display function. If I'm not mistaken, the point where those two wires connect should be a button switch. Once the switch is pressed, the semi-transparent glass panel of the fireplace flashes, simulating flames. And it's incredibly realistic without careful observation. It's nearly indistinguishable from real flames. The lingering warmth inside this fireplace is entirely due to it being used during last night's dinner. It genuinely burned wood. Even today, though there's still a faint warmth lingering, it doesn't prevent someone from crawling inside and hiding. Once the simulated flames are activated, the translucent glass panel becomes completely opaque. No one could see inside from the outside. So, when we entered the kitchen to search and saw the burning flames in the fireplace, our first reaction wouldn't have been to suspect someone was hiding inside. And that guy stayed inside until after we left, then he destroyed the switch panel for the simulated fireplace. But by then, his clothes were already covered in grease stains and reeked of smoke. That's precisely why, when we entered the kitchen to search, we suddenly caught that strong whiff of cooking fumes. And this suspect must have left after we entered the kitchen a second time and discovered the sleeping pills. A cascade of clues surged forth like a gushing spring. Too powerful. Wang Lu was now utterly stunned. How could this be? Fresh out of the police academy, a probationary officer. Less than 2 months into his police career. Unbelievable, he'd stumbled straight into a major case, suddenly with 2 victims. Chapter 29, Godlike Intelligence, The Vanishing Suspect. The suspect's intellect and murder methods were unlike anything covered in textbooks. What he learned in school seemed inadequate here. Even if I racked my brain, I never would have guessed that kid was hiding inside a fireplace, completely undetectable by the entire police force. Skill breeds audacity. After circling the fireplace, he paused as if recalling something, then asked with renewed confusion, but if this suspect left the kitchen wearing clothes he pulled from the fireplace, our police dogs should have picked up his scent immediately. But we searched the entire backyard, even combing through the bushes. We found no grease-stained clothes, nor did we find the man. How do you explain that? Officer Zhang shook his head slightly, then slowly crouched down. Without hesitation, he reached his right hand into the fireplace. He used 2 fingers to scrape the inside, then pulled out a piece of charred fabric. Though charred by the fire, the fabric's weave was still discernible. See? He didn't leave wearing clothes at all. He took them off and burned them right in the fireplace. Then he quickly left the kitchen. But I gotta say, I kinda admire the bastard. Is this even human? By this point, even Officer Zhang found it hard to believe. Northern region. It was winter, with snow swirling through the sky. Temperatures plunged below -20 degrees Celsius. And that guy managed to climb out the kitchen window naked, then hide? Unbelievable. Yet not only did he survive the freezing cold, he even tried to pull off a heist by sneaking away in a cleaning company van that happened to be there to change linens. Something was off. But the strange part is that the police searched every single spot in the entire hotel without surveillance cameras, yet found absolutely no trace of this person. Vanished? Alright, we have a new lead. Record it. Let's go. That guy has probably already blended into the crowd. We need to re-investigate the population and cross-check every piece of information. Our primary targets are individuals who didn't appear on surveillance between 11 a.m. when we entered the kitchen for the second time and 1 p.m. when we entered the kitchen for the third time. That's a 2-hour window. Yes, sir. Several officers sprang into action upon receiving the orders, launching their investigation. The search area had narrowed considerably. Based on the clues we have now, after 11 a.m., when police entered the kitchen for the second time, there was no smell of smoke in the kitchen. This means that person must have been hiding inside the fireplace the entire time. And had activated the simulated flame panel. By the third entry into the kitchen, a strong smell of cooking oil was already present. At this point, the suspect must have exited the fireplace, burned the clothing on their body, and then left the kitchen. Therefore, within this specific time frame, the suspect would not appear in any surveillance footage. Now, by investigating all surveillance footage during this time frame, anyone appearing on camera can be completely ruled out as a suspect. Good heavens, that kid's okay. Officer Zhang uttered these words with a hint of relief. At just 20 years old, he had been a key suspect under police scrutiny. His movements were perfectly synchronized with the police even ahead of them. During this time frame, he was either in the lobby or inside his own room. And constantly watched by police officers. Impossible to disappear. That's a relief. He wasn't a suspect. He wasn't the one who killed lawyer Li Du. Otherwise, Officer Zhang might have felt a bit sorry for him. Though he was a chemical engineering major, not a police academy graduate. And had little prior connection with law enforcement, it seemed unlikely they'd ever cross paths again after this case concluded. But this mutual admiration for a genius arose spontaneously from the depths of his heart. Had that young man not alerted him to the possibility of a third individual, the true killer of Li Du, the police might have genuinely failed to grasp the situation. Even with nearly 2 decades of investigative experience, a top-tier detective, this particular suspect proved exceptionally cunning, possessing strong counter-surveillance skills and an acute understanding of police investigative methods. Truly a master. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a new system notification. Ash exists in everything, yet destroys everything it conceals, yet erases everything. The kitchen fireplace features a glass panel, a translucent glass panel that simulates electronic flames. It can become completely opaque. Lín Yì sat in the interrogation room chair, pondering where that kid could possibly be hiding. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The moment he heard it, he instantly understood. He's hiding inside the fireplace and activated the electronic simulation. That's why the police won't pay much attention to this fireplace when they enter the kitchen. Seeing the flames inside, no one would think to open the fireplace, because who would suspect a person hiding inside a burning fireplace? Interesting. He picked up the cup of tea the officer had poured for him and took a small sip. He smiled with interest. He murmured softly. However, he didn't share any of these insights with the police, because it seemed unnecessary now. If the police entered the kitchen again, they would undoubtedly conduct a thorough search of the entire space. If he hadn't misjudged the situation, with Officer Zhang's expertise, by now, attention should have already been drawn to that fireplace. By now, the suspect would have long since vanished. He couldn't remain hidden inside the fireplace indefinitely. Evading police detection once or twice would already be considered incredibly fortunate. If he stayed hidden in that fireplace, it wouldn't be long before the police noticed him. A criminal suspect who could use a preset device to completely clear himself of suspicion and then attempt to kill Attorney Li. How could he possibly be that foolish? Therefore, he had long since left the kitchen. But Lín Yì wondered, had that guy taken his grease-stained clothes out of the kitchen? If he'd taken them directly, the police could quickly track the scent using police dogs. Then they'd find the suspect. Chapter 30. The police were at their wits' end, completely unable to find him. But this person has vanished without a trace, as if they've evaporated into thin air. None of the surveillance footage showed a third person. Every blind spot in the cameras had been thoroughly investigated by the police, yet nothing was found. This is strange. Soon, Officer Zhang had already instructed the technical department to analyze the surveillance footage from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. However, the results were disappointing. Every single registered guest appeared on the surveillance footage during that entire period. This meant that if someone had truly been hiding in the kitchen fireplace the entire time, anyone appearing on the surveillance footage during that period could be completely ruled out as a suspect. Officer Zhang looked at the forensic report delivered by the technical department, shook his head slightly, and pressed his hands to his forehead. In that moment, he was utterly perplexed. A vanished person? Impossible. There are severe scrape marks inside the fireplace. These marks can only have been made by someone hiding inside, their back and head bumping against the inner walls, leaving such traces. But where is the person? In front of a group of officers, Officer Zhang was completely bewildered. Over 20 years in the force, he had faced countless criminals, but this time, he seemed to have encountered a particularly thorny problem. A vanished suspect, someone the police had never even seen, with whom they had no prior connection whatsoever. Yet, Officer Zhang was absolutely certain this person had existed. Beside him, Rookie Officer Xiao Wang, his eyes clear and innocent like a freshman in college. His expression also turned distinctly bewildered. He stared intently at the surveillance footage, analyzing it over and over, unwilling to overlook even the smallest detail. Yet, still, nothing came of it. Master, there are no clues at all. Does this person even exist? The suspect was hiding in the fireplace, but could it be that all this was deliberately orchestrated? Maybe. At this point, Rookie Officer Xiao Wang deliberately paused for a second, choosing not to continue. A newly graduated trainee officer hadn't yet reached the level where he could investigate cases independently. A sudden thought made him glance at Officer Zhang before hesitating again. Officer Zhang glanced sideways. Go on. Could it be that no one was ever hiding in the kitchen at all? And those scratches in the fireplace, along with the burned clothing fragments, could they have been deliberately planted? To mislead us, the police, into investigating the wrong direction, trapping our investigation in a dead end? No, that's impossible. Officer Zhang shook his head again. If no one was ever in the fireplace, then why would a suspect deliberately leave scratches inside it? Clearly, they wanted us to see those marks. But why would they also deliberately sabotage the fireplace's simulated flame switch? Moreover, after all this manipulation, they must have wanted us to investigate other people as suspects. But our review of all surveillance footage shows no one interacting with this fireplace. Therefore, there's no basis for them to deliberately frame someone else. So, your theory is bold, but unrealistic. It's practically impossible. The seasoned detective possessed sharp judgment. When trainee officer Xiao Wang voiced his bold conjecture, it was decisively dismantled. Hearing this, Rookie Officer Xiao Wang could only nod in agreement. Though he didn't want to argue with his mentor. But now, what about this person? A suspect who vanished completely, someone who had never been seen before, never appeared on surveillance footage, left no scent for police dogs to track, and yielded no clues despite thorough searches by every officer. Did such a person truly exist? Even Rookie Officer Xiao Wan was beginning to wonder if Officer Zhang had been duped. Consider this. That young man who looked barely over 20, a college student majoring in chemical engineering, was originally one of the suspects. Yet after several rounds of investigation, all his information was systematically ruled out. To those in the know, he was just a lodger at the inn. To the uninitiated, you'd think that kid was the police's own consultant. Whenever he spoke, Officer Zhang seemed to have no doubts whatsoever, immediately dispatching officers to investigate. Now, from the discovery of the first body until now, exactly 6 hours had passed. As a priority case for the Municipal Bureau, a special task force was even established for it. They were determined to crack this case within 12 hours. But now it felt like they were stuck, completely unable to make any progress. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of the suspect. How could they possibly solve this? Highly intelligent criminals always manage to exert immense pressure without seeming to try. After experiencing all this, he even began to entertain such thoughts. Meanwhile, the mounting pressure had the officers murmuring among themselves. "Sai, we have to crack this case within 12 hours, but right now, it seems like there's not even a single lead." It's not that simple, is it? Yeah, one suspect vanished into thin air, another supposedly stayed in a fireplace, yet now there's not a single trace left. It really makes you wonder. Hey, what if there never was anyone? If such a suspect truly existed, why hasn't the police found a single clue? Can they turn invisible, or are we dealing with a genuinely high IQ criminal? That student always seems odd to me. I get the feeling he's hiding something. And whenever he gives the police a lead, Officer Zhang acts on it immediately. I have no idea why. Several officers began murmuring among themselves. Why should he? Until this case is fully solved, every guest staying at the hotel is a suspect. And now, a young man in his 20s is suddenly cooperating with the police? To be precise, it was Officer Zhang who had approached him. In the minds of these officers, Officer Zhang was a top-tier detective, exceptionally skilled and experienced. To them, he was like a superstar in the police force. At any moment, he could swiftly crack a case with his formidable intellect. Everyone addressed him as master. Chapter 31, Little Brother, any more clues? But then, after the hot spring and murder case unfolded, Officer Zhang stood before that young man in his 20s. He kept seeking out the student for discussions, trying to extract useful clues from him, and indeed, those clues were all provided by the student. Someone had been hiding in the kitchen. After murdering Lawyer Lee in room 208, set up a pre-arranged device. After killing Lawyer Lee, they retrieved the entire setup through the window connection. Then hid in the kitchen, specifically inside the fireplace. How utterly absurd it all sounded. But Detective Zhang believed it utterly and completely. Unbelievable. All leads have gone cold. The vanished suspect. At this thought, Officer Zhang shook his head helplessly once more, a hint of anxiety creeping into his expression. Although he was highly skilled at managing his emotions and rarely let his worries show. But now, even the slightest shift in his facial expressions slipped out without warning. Let's go to 106. After uttering these words, Officer Zhang led the trainee officer, Xiao Wang, out of the temporary forensic examination room and headed toward room 106. Lín Yì was already lying on the bed. He appeared to be in a meditative state. A vanished person. As time passed, Lín Yì felt that all this was becoming increasingly unsettling. Li Du, a lawyer, he truly committed countless atrocities in his lifetime. Those who wanted him dead were not few. And those who had actually taken action against him were not few either. Including himself. But what he hadn't anticipated was that, besides himself, there was another skilled individual involved. He simply couldn't fathom how a suspect could have hidden inside the fireplace in the kitchen all along, and then emerged from it. If this suspect had simply walked out of the kitchen, then he would have been caught on surveillance. The police had investigated all surveillance footage but found no trace of such a person. Therefore, the only possible route for the suspect was to climb out through a window. But in temperatures below -20 degrees Celsius, a suspect who might not have been wearing any clothes at all. How could they have managed to evade police pursuit in such freezing conditions? What a master! Wait a minute. As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of speculation flickered in his eyes. Could it be he'd overlooked someone? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Officer Zhang stood at the door, knocking lightly. The door had been left open. Although Lín Yì had now been permitted to leave the lobby and return to his own room, a police officer remained stationed outside, constantly monitoring every movement within the room. Officer Zhang's knock snapped Lín Yì out of his daydream. Lín Yì stretched lazily and sat up on the bed. Officer Zhang, how's it going? Did you find anyone? He glanced at Officer Zhang at the door with a hint of speculation. Lín Yì knew. The suspect hadn't been found. If they had, they would have already rushed to the interrogation room by now. How could he possibly be in his own room? Clearly, the investigation had hit another dead end, just as he had anticipated. That vanished suspect now seemed to have disappeared completely. Young man, not at all. He spoke as he walked straight into room 106. Then made his way over to the sofa and sat down. Sigh, you're right, this suspect is definitely intelligent. Highly intelligent criminals leave no trace behind. A suspect who vanishes completely. At this point, the frustration of a veteran detective was clearly visible on his face. It wasn't that Officer Zhang had completely let his guard down around Lín Yì. Rather, it was because 6 hours had already passed and the municipal bureau demanded the case be solved within 12 hours. Now, there were still over 6 hours left. Yet the investigation had reached a dead end. Earlier, whether it was the landlady hiding sleeping pills or finding these items in the kitchen, all the clues came from this young man. Although, at first, Officer Zhang also suspected this kid might be the suspect. He looked harmless enough, but he was the only one who could possibly be the key figure in this case. Because he could think of clues that even the police hadn't considered. And he was just a chemical engineering student, not a professional police academy graduate. This is a bit far-fetched. Yet every single clue instantly ruled him out. There was absolutely no way to pin him as a suspect. Yet, deep down, Officer Zhang sensed that Lín Yì was the one who could crack this case and provide the police with more crucial leads. At first, he couldn't believe it himself that someone was hiding in the kitchen and that this person was the murderer behind the entire case. It wasn't until he entered the kitchen, meticulously combing through every clue over and over again, that he finally discovered the fireplace and the tampered fireplace switch. When all these clues were laid out before everyone, Officer Zhang realized he hadn't been imagining things, everything was real. Although, to this day, the police still haven't found this person. It's as if they vanished completely, utterly vanished. But it seemed possible to hear something from this young man's mouth. Young man, our officers have examined every single clue. The surveillance room has been reviewed over and over. Our technical analysis team hasn't overlooked a single detail. But up until now, there's never been any evidence that such a person ever existed. But there must be a suspect. Tell me, in this freezing cold over 20 degrees below zero, if the criminal had already climbed out the window, wouldn't he be freezing? At this point, Officer Zhang couldn't help but chuckle at his own words. He glanced at Lín Yì beside him. Yeah, it is indeed bizarre. Lín Yì merely gave a slight nod. For a suspect like this to vanish so suddenly, few people could accept such a turn of events. The police's investigative methods weren't lacking. The crucial point was this. The suspect was now facing a veteran detective with over 20 years of experience. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a new system notification. Chapter 32, The Dead Killer, Pupil Shock. The familiar system voice echoed in his mind. The dead murderer. What? When Lín Yì heard that mechanical voice, his forehead buzzed. No wonder. None of the surveillance footage showed a single unfamiliar face. Every guest registered at the hotel appeared in the recordings. But the person who carried out the entire murder sequence and entered the kitchen directly from room 208 must never have appeared on any surveillance footage. Nor had the police found any trace of them. Lín Yì should have realized it sooner. Such an extraordinary individual was probably already dead. Lín Yì looked at Officer Zhang before him. At that moment, he stared intently at Lín Yì, his gaze fixed solely on him. Lín Yì spread his hands, his tone utterly calm. A killer who vanished, perhaps he never truly vanished. It's just that, you police seem to have overlooked one person. Who? Hearing Lín Yi's words, Officer Zhang instantly perked up. However, Officer Zhang didn't believe Lín Yì could provide a coherent explanation. After all, every corner of the tavern, including the outer perimeter of the backyard, had been thoroughly searched. Not even the bushes or the doghouse had been overlooked. After hours of searching, they found absolutely nothing, not a single clue. Every single person on the premises, even police personnel, had been screened repeatedly. Not a single suspicious individual had been identified. How could they have possibly overlooked anyone? Trainee Officer Wang Lu looked at Lín Yì before him and shook his head slightly. His wild, out-of-the-box theories were utterly preposterous. Although there were indeed scrape marks inside the kitchen fireplace. It seems someone had been hidden there. But where is the person? They never appeared. Everyone conducted thorough searches and investigations, yet no one had ever seen such a person exist. So, after listing all these questions one by one, trainee police officer Wang Lu was no longer inclined to believe the young man before him. But what could he do? His mentor seemed utterly obsessed, seeking guidance from this young man and even asking him how someone could suddenly appear out of nowhere? And now, it had reached the point of absurdity, claiming the police had overlooked someone? How could that be? Look, Mr. Lin, we've conducted multiple rounds of screening on all guests in the hotel, including cleaning company staff and our own police personnel.
We haven't found a single suspicious person. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could we have missed someone? Officer Zhang nodded. This time, Xiao Wang was right. Yeah, highly unlikely. Our police cordon has completely surrounded the entire hotel inside and out. No one could have slipped out. Unless that guy can fly or teleport, impossible. Lín Yì toyed with the teaware on the table, glancing toward the window. Not far outside the window, tucked into a corner, was the septic tank. Isn't there a corpse brother over there? What? Officer Zhang's pupils instantly contracted at the words. Even Xiao Wang beside him was startled. He involuntarily shifted his gaze toward the septic tank. On the other side of the septic tank, about 100 feet away, stood a makeshift autopsy room. Young man, are you saying Zhao Yuanshan? That worker from the town's outskirts? He's. Officer Zhang's eyes widened dramatically. The usually unwavering expression between his brows seemed to grow distant for a moment. You see. If Lín Yi's guess was correct, that would be utterly terrifying. Zhao Yuanshan, 55 years old, frozen solid inside a septic tank. When discovered, his entire body was rigid. This presented the police with a major puzzle, and it remains a technical challenge to this day. To this day, the police have been unable to solve the mystery of that corpse. Why? A stiffened body appearing in a frozen septic tank, yet the fermentation of waste inside the tank should have prevented such rigor mortis. Everything remains shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the body bore numerous wounds, with a fatal injury to the throat. If that corpse could indeed be the murderer of attorney Li Du, then how could the wounds covering the body be explained? It must be noted that attorney Li's body showed no wounds whatsoever, a clear case of death by suffocation. Therefore, there was absolutely no evidence he had engaged in a struggle with anyone before his death. Therefore, if Zhao Yuanshan was the murderer who killed attorney Li Du, then how did Zhao Yuanshan die? Layer upon layer of fog descended in an instant. Even an experienced veteran detective seemed momentarily overwhelmed by the weight of it all. No. I don't think it's possible. That body was covered in wounds. How could he possibly be the murderer? He was a victim, someone who was murdered. And he suffered a fatal wound to the throat. At this point, Officer Zhang deliberately paused. Then, spreading his hands wide, he continued, "All right, I no longer consider you a suspect. Therefore, I see no reason to withhold the autopsy report on that body from you. If not for you, the police wouldn't have located the fireplace in such a short time." The fatal piercing wound to the throat, along with numerous other injuries on the body, clearly indicated desperate struggle with the assailant. But in the end, he was killed. To be perfectly honest, the killer of Zhao Yuanshan to this day, we police haven't a single clue. Originally, I intended to crack attorney Li's case first, then thoroughly investigate this body. Now, suddenly having to connect the relationship between the two bodies, this is indeed. At this thought, he couldn't help but shake his head again. It was as if the case was growing increasingly complex. If Zhao Yuanshan killed attorney Li, then someone would have killed Zhao Yuanshan. The crucial point is, all surveillance footage had been reviewed over and over. A vanished killer. And now, no one showed any signs of a struggle. Then, another vanished killer has emerged. How can this be explained? Could it be that the perpetrator truly possesses supernatural abilities beyond human comprehension? Beyond that, Officer Zhang couldn't fathom how anyone could orchestrate such an outrageous series of crimes. Chapter 33, Two Vanishing Killers? Mind-blowing. Lín Yì listened to the words coming from Officer Zhang before him, merely shaking his head slightly. Then, he stated bluntly, "It's simple. Is Zhao Yuanshan the murderer who killed Li Du? And was he hiding in the kitchen fireplace earlier? It's just that, there seems to be no evidence to support it at the moment." Officer Zhang nodded and hummed in acknowledgement. "When we discovered the body, it was completely saturated in feces from head to toe. Under these circumstances, performing an autopsy on the body became extremely difficult. Fortunately, our forensic pathologist is highly skilled and completed the entire autopsy. The problem is, the entire body reeked of feces. There was absolutely no trace of cooking smoke. So, we have no way to verify whether this body had ever been hidden inside the fireplace." Lín Yì listened to Officer Zhang's account. It does sound quite difficult. That was the reality. Even if the body had been inside the fireplace, the feces covering it would have completely masked any cooking fumes, making verification impossible. Even police dogs would be utterly unable to detect any such clues. Lín Yì now had to get the police to pinpoint the killer. Only by completing the identification of one case could he upgrade his system and receive the rewards it offered. Escape the police pursuit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a new hint. Zhao Yuanshan has burn marks from fingerprinting on his right thumb. The moment this new clue echoed in his mind, Lín Yi's face lit up with renewed vigor. Damn! The suspect had been guarding against him all along. They seemed to have completely cleared him of suspicion, yet regarding the crucial clues about the body, they hadn't provided him with the detailed autopsy report at all. However, since all police attention was currently focused on Li Du. As for the deceased, Zhao Yuanshan, they hadn't fully addressed his case yet. Therefore, the autopsy report indicated burn marks on the fingerprint of Zhao Yuanshan's right thumb. The police simply concluded that these burns were work-related injuries sustained by Zhao Yuanshan. After investigation, it was confirmed that Zhao Yuanshan's primary occupation was that of an ordinary worker at the town's boiler factory. Suffering burns while working at the boiler plant was quite common, especially since the injury was on his hand. Therefore, the police did not attach much importance to it. Meanwhile, Lín Yì had overheard a crucial piece of information, but he absolutely couldn't just blurt it out to the police. That fingerprint, the burn mark, it was highly likely that certain areas inside the fireplace might contain residual DNA evidence. If he mentioned this, the police would instantly pin all these suspicious points on him. After all these clues had been provided by the system. So far, the only information he had received was that there was a fatal wound on the throat, along with multiple wounds on his body. Beyond that, they haven't disclosed much else to him. If they were to directly mention the burn on his thumb, wouldn't that make him appear to possess precognitive abilities in the eyes of the police? Or worse, how would that differ from directly confessing to being the murderer? Lín Yì frowned, paused for a moment, then continued, "Officer Zhang, better to err on the side of caution than let a criminal slip through the cracks. Although that body didn't yield many clues, I personally believe that if he had truly been inside the fireplace, his clothes would have been burned. It's absolutely impossible for him to have climbed out the window wearing the same clothes he had on while inside the fireplace. Absolutely impossible. If he'd climbed out fully clothed, he'd have left a scent trail. I may not have worked in your field, but I know both your forensic techniques and police dogs' noses are incredibly sharp. Under these circumstances, the suspect isn't stupid. So if his clothes were burned, unless there were spare clothes in the kitchen, the suspect would have had to climb out the window naked. If I'm not mistaken, when you discovered Zhao Yuanshan's body, he was completely naked, right?" This statement jolted everyone awake. When those words came out of Lín Yi's mouth, delivered with utter calmness, everyone present was instantly stunned. Whether it was Officer Zhang, the trainee officer Xiao Wang beside him, all froze in disbelief. Moments later, Officer Zhang was the first to recover. "That's right, you guessed correctly. When we found him, he was indeed completely naked. His body had numerous wounds, and we found a murder weapon in the septic tank, specifically, a dagger. He wasn't wearing any clothes. It's possible." At that moment, Officer Zhang seemed to snap out of a daze. He didn't intend to leave any clues behind and immediately stood up. Though he harbored serious suspicions, it seemed there was nothing more to be done. For him, the immediate priority was to examine the body once more. After all, if there truly was something amiss here, the only way to find a breakthrough would be through that body. "Young man, if that's the case, you've made a significant contribution to solving this case." With that, before Lín Yì could respond, he offered a polite smile. Then, he turned and led several officers out of room 106. They headed toward the makeshift autopsy room. Lín Yì nodded, a meaningful expression on his face. The clues provided by the system were now crystal clear. Zhao Yuanshan had disguised himself as a janitor, entered Li Du's room, and hidden himself. After Lín Yì entered the room and killed Li Du through certain means, Zhao Yuanshan hadn't yet realized what had happened, assuming that Lawyer Li was simply unconscious from the sleeping pills. He then activated a pre-prepared device to enclose Lawyer Li inside, sprinkled water around the area, and opened the windows. The cold weather sealed it. Once the room was completely sealed, he went to the kitchen. He hid inside. The scratches inside the fireplace were marks made by Zhao Yuanshan while hiding there. Later, knowing the police would inevitably search the kitchen and unable to appear on surveillance, Zhao Yuanshan set fire to the clothes he was wearing. He then escaped the kitchen through the window. But Lín Yì was unaware of what had transpired in between. The diary's contents echoed in his mind. How could a person guilty of heinous crimes possibly be a pure snowman? He can only be frozen in a cold, foul-smelling cesspool. Chapter 34, Back to the autopsy room, reopening the investigation. Temporary autopsy room. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Footprints, one after another, on the snow. Soon, Detective Zhang arrived at the autopsy room door with two officers. Officer Zhang put on gloves while rubbing his nose with his other hand. A foul odor wafted out even before the door was opened. Still that stench of feces. "Let's go. We need to take another look inside." With that, he pushed the door open. The two officers behind him, though clearly reluctant, had no choice but to follow. Soon, the moment the autopsy room door swung open, an overwhelmingly pungent stench poured out, causing the two officers to instinctively cover their noses and gag. Officer Zhang shook his head slightly, quickly growing accustomed to it all. After all, as a veteran detective with years of experience, he had seen this kind of scene countless times and had long since grown accustomed to it. Inside the autopsy room, the body of the deceased, Zhao Yuanshan, lay on the autopsy table, completely covered by a white body sheet. Holding the autopsy report in his hand, Officer Zhang shook his head slightly before lifting the white sheet and stepping closer. The foul stench hit him once more. Many of the wounds on the body have already begun to fester. Cross-reference all the autopsy report details and conduct a thorough re-examination. Also, those with sensitive noses, take a whiff. Does the body smell like smoke? Hearing this, the two officers behind him froze in shock. They had already caught a whiff of the foul stench the moment they approached the body. How could they possibly dare to get any closer to sniff for cooking oil residue? Embarrassed expressions spread across their faces as they signaled refusal. Seeing the officer's reaction, Officer Zhang shook his head slightly before stepping closer. The stench was overwhelming. It assaulted the nostrils. I can't smell a thing. The stench of feces is too overpowering. Forget it, let's just look at the autopsy report. There are 3 wounds on the body in total. The 2 wounds on the body itself were not fatal, they only rendered the victim incapacitated. As for the throat wound, it penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Visibly, bone was exposed. This aligns with the medical examiner's report. A single strike severed the throat steps, causing blood to spurt out. Death followed shortly thereafter. The fingerprints on the right hand were wiped away. At this point, he deliberately paused, shifting his gaze toward the 2 officers. The officers looked pensive, but the overpowering stench assaulting their nostrils made the situation unbearable. Soon, they were overcome by another wave of involuntary retching. After a long moment, one of the officers spoke up. The fingerprints on his right hand? Wiped away? I think that's quite normal. After all, Zhao Yuanshan was a worker at the small-town boiler factory. Working in a boiler factory is, by any measure, a high-risk occupation. If he accidentally got burned, it's possible the fingerprints on his right hand were wiped away by the burn. At this point, he shifted his gaze toward Officer Zhang. Officer Zhang stared intently at the autopsy report in his hand, then glanced back at the corpse. He seemed deep in thought. It seemed the officer was right. That had been his initial thought too. An employee at a boiler factory, due to the nature of their work, could indeed suffer burns severe enough to erase the fingerprint from their right thumb. Therefore, this particular detail in the autopsy report didn't seem particularly significant. But, the very next second, his brow furrowed slightly as if something occurred to him. That's not right. When we first discovered his body, it was completely submerged in the septic tank, and the surface of the tank had already frozen over. Under such low temperatures, the surface of the septic tank should have frozen solid. Yet when we found Zhao Yuanshan's body, the rigor mortis was absolutely impossible if he had been in the septic tank for a very long time. Even if a block of frozen meat were tossed into a septic tank, only the surface would freeze. The internal fermentation of the sewage wouldn't freeze solid in such a short time. So how exactly did this body end up in the septic tank? Setting that aside for now, the crucial points are twofold. First, the bitter cold. Second, when we discovered the body, it showed no signs of waterlogged swelling. Upon closer inspection, this burn mark on the right hand doesn't appear to be an old wound. As he spoke, Officer Zhang flipped the deceased's right hand upward. He gripped the hand and examined it closely. In that instant, it seemed he had made a new discovery. If the burn on the victim's right thumb had occurred long ago, then this wound would have left a scar. Or rather, the body's natural healing process would have gradually restored the finger. Through metabolism, it would have healed. But, Zhao Yuanshan's right thumb, this wound looks very fresh. It doesn't seem like it was inflicted long ago. Although Zhao Yuanshan was not a professional forensic pathologist and could not compare to Zhou, the forensic pathologist. But, as a veteran detective who had seen countless corpses, his mind inevitably reconstructed scenes of various cadaveric phenomena. The forensic report merely stated that the fingerprint on the right thumb had been erased and that there was a wound. It did not clearly specify whether this wound was fresh or old. Precisely because of the deceased's unique workplace, the forensic pathologist hadn't given it much thought. But now, a chain of logical reasoning began to form in Officer Zhang's mind. The 2 officers immediately crowded closer upon hearing this, then stared intently at the body. Of course, as they leaned in, they instinctively covered their noses and mouths with their hands, to prevent the foul stench from invading their nostrils. Looks like it really is. But even if there's a fresh wound on the right thumb, what does that prove? One officer shook his head slightly. Now, after hearing the young man's suggestion, the police shifted their focus to the long-dead body. The young man claimed it was highly probable that the deceased Zhao Yuanshan was the murderer who killed Attorney Li. Chapter 35, Time Displacement, Supernatural Abilities? Now, the police seemed to realize this too. The kid's theory wasn't entirely without merit. Their primary task now was to find clues on the deceased Zhao Yuanshan to determine whether he could have been the killer of Attorney Li. And now, the fingerprint on Zhao Yuanshan's right thumb had been wiped away, revealing what appeared to be a fresh wound. What does any of this have to do with whether he could be the killer of Attorney Li? A look of confusion washed over both men, and for a moment, they seemed completely frozen. Detective Zhang shook his head slightly, his thoughts racing. Isn't it simple? If the fingerprint on the victim's right index finger was wiped clean and is a fresh wound, then that wound could only have been inflicted somewhere in the hotel. Furthermore, if he truly is the killer of Attorney Lee, then we might find the crucial clue that led to the erasure of Zhao Yuanshan's fingerprint on his right thumb either in Attorney Lee's room or in the kitchen. So let's go. We need to have the technical department conduct a thorough examination of every corner of the kitchen. See if Zhao Yuanshan had been in the kitchen before. Right, the most crucial spot is that fireplace. Inside the fireplace. Upon receiving the order, the two officers wasted no time and immediately sprang into action. They led the forensic team to conduct a thorough examination of everything in the former room 208 and the current kitchen. The kitchen fireplace, in particular, became the focal point. Based on the scraping marks inside the fireplace, it was highly likely someone had hidden there and that person was the killer of Attorney Lee. Therefore, anyone who had been inside that fireplace must have left behind some clues. Room 106. At this moment, Lín Yì repeatedly replayed the contents of the diary in his mind. He was certain of the information recorded in the diary. A cold corpse, a second-hand fly. He wanted to become a snowman. But the diary also pointed out that snowmen are pure. While that man was sinful, it was utterly impossible for him to become a snowman. So in the end, he was frozen solid in the cesspool. It was simple. Every murder recorded in that diary was committed by this body before I crossed over. Over 100 murders. Which meant Zhao Yuanshan's death must also have been caused by himself. But what puzzled him was this. That man's body bore 3 distinct wounds, especially the penetrating wound at his throat, which was the primary cause of death. But Lín Yì clearly remembered. After he had killed Li Du, he had never engaged in combat with anyone else. Yet the combat marks on Zhao Yuanshan's body spoke volumes. He must have engaged in a life or death struggle before his death. Moreover, Zhao Yuanshan's body was discovered only after lawyer Li Du's death, when the police had already cordoned off the scene and commenced their investigation. Could it be? Was there a temporal distortion? Otherwise, the timeline simply wouldn't add up. Because the memories he acquired after crossing over revealed everything. In the world he had traveled to, all the information in his mind came from system prompts. After the transition, he knew exactly what had happened and he hadn't engaged in any struggle with the deceased. Therefore, there could only be one possibility. That is, Zhao Yuanshan had already died before he traveled to this world. After being killed by him, the body was dumped into the cesspool. Naturally, this individual's time of death must have occurred after Li Du's death. Lín Yì wasn't particularly concerned at this point. According to the police's line of reasoning, if Zhao Yuanshan was confirmed as the murderer, every logical thread in their investigation would conclude that Zhao Yuanshan died after Li Du's death. They would spare no effort to investigate the cause of Zhao Yuanshan's death. With no wounds on his body and no signs of struggle, even if the police noticed something amiss, they would never place the clues or the direction of their investigation on him. But Lín Yì now desperately wanted to know how he had actually killed Zhao Yuanshan. The diary entries only hinted at him being frozen in the cesspool. Yet, based on the police information, he understood that Zhao Yuanshan's body was stiff and the surface of the cesspool had frozen over. He couldn't fathom what extraordinary skill. To toss a dead body directly into a latrine whose surface had already frozen over? Surely it couldn't be psychic powers? Meanwhile, Officer Zhang had already led other officers and technical personnel to conduct a thorough DNA examination of room 208 in the kitchen. All officers swiftly sprang into action. 7 hours had already passed. If they couldn't crack this case within the next 5 hours, then the Municipal Bureau would have no explanation to offer. As time ticked away, the growing anxiety within the team became increasingly palpable. Quickly, conduct thorough searches of every location. Re-examine whether we missed any information or anything that seems unusual. Oh, and Zhao, analyze the fireplace interior. See if we can find anything useful. The officer beside him nodded immediately and swiftly began the investigation. Using tweezers, they carefully picked out pieces of clothing that had been nearly burned to ashes. Since they were mostly carbonized. Therefore, what they managed to extract from the fireplace were mostly dust fragments. In some cases, it was black carbon deposits formed from the charred clothing itself. All these items would be taken back for technical analysis and investigation. As for Officer Zhang, he focused his attention squarely on this single fireplace. Now, if evidence could be found within this fireplace proving Zhao Yuanshan had been inside it before, then the case could be solved swiftly. It would confirm Zhao Yuanshan is the murderer who killed Attorney Lee. All the clues and the police's theories have essentially formed a closed loop. What they need to do now is find the evidence. Only with sufficient evidence can this case be conclusively resolved. Chapter 36, Gelatinous Skin. The clue becomes clear. The intern officer beside him, Xiao Wang, didn't believe it. Inside a fireplace, one could find any clues. At best, some clothes that had been completely charred. Completely carbonized. Even the slightest pressure from tweezers could crush them to dust. It was utterly impossible to extract any useful clues. After all, the clothes were charred and carbonized. All evidence had been destroyed. Finding even the slightest trace of clues from such garments was nothing short of wishful thinking, if not outright impossible. Therefore, forcing a connection between the killer who murdered Li Du and Zhao Yuanshan felt somewhat strained. We must be thorough. Every possible clue inside all the fireplaces must be meticulously examined. Not a single shred of evidence can be overlooked. Officer Zhang's reasoning was straightforward. These fragments inside, including the completely charred clothing, offered no possibility of extracting any DNA evidence related to the deceased, Zhao Yuanshan. However, if Zhao Yuanshan had been inside, he would have left behind clues connected to him. The only thing is, extracting these clues would likely prove exceptionally difficult. Master, look, it's completely charred, reduced to fragments. It's practically indistinguishable from dust. Even if there were any fingerprints or bodily DNA from the original owner of this garment, the flames would have burned them clean off. There's no way any useful clues could possibly remain. Do you really believe what that guy said? Trainee Officer Xiao Wang held a pair of tweezers, picking at a piece of carbonized fabric he'd fished out of the fireplace. He shook his head slightly. Not for a second. Officer Zhang, however, wore a serious expression. Take this seriously. This case is starting to come together. If the deceased, Zhao Yuanshan, truly was the murderer of Li Du, then by connecting the clues in the kitchen with all the surveillance footage and cross-referencing them, we can easily conclude he must have been inside the fireplace. And when we found him, he wasn't wearing a single piece of clothing. So these charred clothes here could very well be his. As long as we can find any related information, we'll be able to confirm whether he's the killer. Of course. Not only Trainee Officer Wang Lu. Several other officers, along with those from the forensic division, also harbored doubts. How could it be that simple? But there was no other way. Following this lead yielded absolutely no clues. But they had no choice but to proceed this way. Soon, the staff at the forensic lab had cleared out everything from the fireplace, even the charred remains of carbonized debris. They then sealed all these items in transparent, airtight bags. Next, they switched on the ultraviolet flashlight and meticulously scanned the entire rock wall and interior surfaces of the fireplace. The fireplace opening was narrow, barely large enough for a person to squeeze through. Under the ultraviolet light, the surrounding walls clearly showed signs of being scraped. These scraped areas clearly indicated that someone hiding inside had rubbed against the walls with their clothing, leaving behind these marks. Officer Zhang, these are all the items found inside the fireplace: charred clothing fragments and partially burned embers. We'll take everything to the forensic lab for further analysis to see if there are any relevant DNA clues inside. As for the abrasion marks inside the fireplace, the officers on the scene will need to conduct a step-by-step investigation using ultraviolet light. Actually, at this point, Zhao, the team leader from the forensic analysis section, shook his head slightly, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. Officer Zhang noticed immediately and inquired, "What's wrong? Any difficulties?" Xiao Zhao nodded. Yes. Essentially, it's impossible to extract any clues from these charred clothing fragments and carbonized remains. All we can do is examine the scorched fabric for any discernible weave patterns and compare them to surveillance footage. See if anyone wearing clothes with similar patterns appeared in the surveillance footage. Beyond that, I'm afraid there's no other way. Hearing this, Officer Zhang nodded. It is indeed quite challenging, but I must trouble you to proceed. This is crucial. Xiao Zhao could only nod in agreement. The Forensic Analysis Department possesses highly advanced identification technology. However, the current situation was indeed far from optimistic. Finding useful clues in these places was exceptionally difficult. In fact, it seemed somewhat futile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhao from the Technical Appraisal Department, accompanied by several colleagues, left the kitchen. One technician remained behind, continuing to examine the scraped marks inside the fireplace for clues. Detective Zheng stood nearby, watching intently, unwilling to overlook even the slightest detail. Although that young man was merely a chemical engineering student. But after briefly ruling him out as a suspect, the bold theories he proposed were indeed corroborated one by one through the police's evidence investigation. From the very beginning, they had investigated all surveillance footage, including clues from the backyard, yet found no suspicious individuals. Yet the camera outside the kitchen showed no one entering the kitchen besides the cleaning staff. Of course. Except for the police personnel. Including Lín Yì. At that time, Officer Zhang simply believed the killer must be highly skilled, capable of evading all surveillance and leaving no clues even in the backyard, slipping silently into the kitchen. Even at the very end, he never imagined the killer would have any connection to someone who was already dead. It wasn't until Lín Yì mentioned all this that he began to grasp the implications. It seemed all of this did indeed share a certain connection. Therefore, he immediately focused on thoroughly re-examining the entire kitchen. Especially the fireplace. The clues within the fireplace were especially crucial. If even a single clue related to the deceased, Zhao Yuanshan, could be found here, it would be enough to completely crack Li Du's case. As for the exact cause of Zhao Yuanshan's death, that would have to be treated as a secondary investigation. The Municipal Bureau had given us only 12 hours. Time was slipping away. As we speak, less than 5 hours remain. If we cannot completely solve both cases within these 5 hours, then the small-town police station will likely, especially considering the countless criminal cases he'd handled over his 20-plus years on the job. Apart from those completely unsolvable cases, ordinary criminal cases never took Officer Zhang more than 12 hours to crack completely. Therefore, if this case couldn't be solved within 12 hours, then he simply couldn't save face. Officer Zhang. Just as Officer Zhang was pondering these thoughts, a forensic technician suddenly searching the fireplace with an ultraviolet flashlight let out a gasp of surprise. Then, his brow furrowed slightly. Then, it relaxed again. Found it. Quick, look here, Officer Zhang. Hearing this, Officer Zhang wasted no time, leaning in to peer along the beam of light toward the right corner of the fireplace. Though somewhat blurred, he could still make out. In the corner, something charred and sticky appeared to be completely fused to the fireplace's edge. Chapter 37, The Stinking Fly, Forever Frozen in Ice. What is that? It looks like human tissue? The technician nodded immediately. Yes, it certainly looks like it. What we can confirm now is that someone must have hidden inside the fireplace. And while they were inside, it's highly probable that even though the charcoal fire had completely burned out, the fireplace retained significant heat due to its insulation. The corners and inner walls likely remained quite hot long after the embers had gone out. So when this person crawled inside, they might have accidentally pressed their face against the corner or burned their fingers or palms while curling up. The space inside the fireplace is very small, so they were directly scalded, leaving behind some bodily tissue, likely burned skin. Therefore, we only need to bring it back for analysis to extract DNA evidence from it. At this point, the technician's face lit up with a confident expression. For those working in the technical analysis department, having dealt with such matters year after year, they developed a kind of conditioned reflex. A single glance was enough to grasp the essentials. Therefore, even if scorched by fire, the traces remained discernible. This area. This is where human tissue was burned. Hearing this, Officer Zhang, who had been puzzled moments before, suddenly lit up with excitement. He grew visibly excited. Great, we found it. We finally found it. Quick, secure it immediately and take it back for forensic analysis. Extract the DNA evidence as fast as possible. Check whether these extracted DNA clues match the deceased, Zhao Yuanshan. The technical staff nodded without hesitation. They promptly picked up a pair of long tweezers. They probed directly toward the right-hand corner inside the fireplace. They then pulled out the viscous substance that had completely adhered to the wall. They placed it into a transparent sealed bag. Afterward, he held it in his hand and examined it carefully. He immediately nodded, confirmed, should be fine. Body tissue and skin that have been scalded turn into a gel-like substance after high temperature burning, no problem. After multiple confirmations, he finally gave an affirmative response. All right, take it back. Officer Zhang's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. Great, great. We've finally extracted a useful lead. Extract it immediately, then run the DNA comparison. The officers nearby, seeing the expression on Officer Zhang's face, couldn't help but smile too. At last, they had found the most crucial clue. You see? If all the previous assumptions held true, then by working backward logically, the entire case could be reconstructed swiftly. Then, the killer would be definitively identified. Meanwhile, in room 106, Lín Yì had already gathered sufficient clues through the system's prompts in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've obtained a new clue. The pit latrine's structural design forms a convex shape. The pipes connecting each room have a diameter of only 15 centimeters. Upon hearing this clue, Lín Yì shook his head slightly. Originally, he had been pondering. Zhao Yuanshan showed signs of a struggle before his death. When Zhao Yuanshan was found in the cesspool, his entire body was stiff, and ice had already formed on the surface of the pit. The fermenting excrement inside the pit prevented freezing. Therefore, following logical reasoning, Zhao Yuanshan must have been thrown into the pit not long before. Yet the surface ice required several hours to form. This created a significant contradiction. That's why Lín Yì had been pondering, could there be another possibility? That is, there exists a room, or a place, connected to the cesspool via a pipe wide enough to fit a person inside. That's why this situation occurred. But now, the system actually gave a prompt informing him that all pipes connected to the cesspool had a maximum diameter of 15 centimeters. 15 centimeters in diameter? That's barely enough to fit a few fists. How could it possibly hold an entire person? Therefore, all his speculations just moments ago were shattered in an instant. It was utterly impossible. Then, how could such a bizarre phenomenon possibly occur? According to the clues in the diary, a foul-smelling fly could only be frozen forever in a cesspool. including its body and flesh. If it couldn't pass through the pipes, then how was it shoved directly into the cesspool after being completely frozen solid? And there's ice on the surface too. That does take some skill. At this moment, he still hadn't pieced together the full clues, unsure exactly how he'd managed to execute such a flawless crime. It was like a perfectly straight line suddenly tangled with countless knots. To apply this line, one must untangle these knots. But it sounded simple enough, but actually doing it was another matter entirely. Chapter 38, DNA match. We've caught the killer. On the surface, it seems utterly defying common sense. For instance, stuffing an ice pop stick directly into a thermos bottle. And at that moment, the thermos's lid was sealed shut. How on earth did the popsicle get inside the completely sealed thermos? So, all these inconsistencies are thoroughly muddled together. At this moment, it became an unsolved mystery. Even Lín Yì himself couldn't fathom how his body had managed to execute this entire sequence of actions. Much less the police. Even if they racked their brains, they'd likely struggle to unravel it easily. Meanwhile, soon, personnel from the Forensic Science Division sent the gelatinous substance scraped from the inner wall of the fireplace to the Technical Center for analysis. Not long after, the results came back. It was indeed human skin tissue that had melted under high temperatures, gradually solidifying into a gel-like substance. The DNA information matched perfectly with that of the deceased, Zhao Yuanshan. The technicians were thrilled and immediately forwarded the analysis report to Officer Zhang. Just as we suspected from the start, Zhao Yuanshan had hidden something in the kitchen fireplace before his death. It's solved. This case is finally cracked. Trainee Officer Wang and several other officers hadn't fully processed the revelation yet. When they saw the evidence laid out before them, their faces betrayed a hint of excitement. Good heavens! The killer who murdered Attorney Lee is actually already dead. No wonder. No wonder. I kept wondering why we never found him during the search of the entire hotel backyard and analysis of all surveillance footage. I thought he must have some supernatural ability to vanish into thin air. Never imagined it was the deceased, Zhao Yuanshan. Unbelievable. This is absolutely unbelievable. It's solved. And it only took 8 hours. Officer Zhang is still as sharp as ever. The officers murmured their praise and scattered comments. In that moment, a faint flicker of excitement flickered in their eyes. Officer Zhang gave a slight nod. Though he was trying to stay calm, a fleeting smile slipped across his face for just a moment. Hey, young man, Lín Yì. He really has something special. Now we have the most crucial DNA evidence. This provides a reasonable explanation for why, through surveillance footage investigation, no one other than the landlady entered Attorney Lee's room 208, yet he was found suffocated to death inside. Using a device, they enclosed Attorney Lee, who had ingested a large quantity of sleeping pills, within the room. Water was then sprinkled around the perimeter. After opening the windows, the air conditioner would abruptly cease functioning due to the sudden drop in temperature. Once the unit stopped, the water around him instantly froze into ice, creating a completely sealed environment. The killer then escaped room 208 through the window and hid in the kitchen. After Attorney Lee was completely dead, the killer would retrieve the entire setup using ropes and remain hidden in the kitchen. When the time came, specifically at 2 p.m. the following afternoon, the cleaning staff delivering fresh linens would drive a box truck into the inn. The truck would block the surveillance camera, allowing the killer to slip away. However, for reasons unknown, the killer was ultimately murdered and frozen inside the cesspool. Trainee Officer Xiao Wang listened to the case summary and nodded. Then, another question arose. So, Zhao Yuanshan must have disguised himself as a cleaner the night before Li Du's death. He appeared to be changing linens in room 208, but actually used that opportunity to enter room 208 and hide inside? Officer Zhang nodded. Yes. Current surveillance footage confirms exactly that. We only saw a cleaner enter room 208 at 2:05 p.m. yesterday afternoon, and he never came out again. And that person must be Zhao Yuanshan. Alright, immediately combine the two cases for joint investigation and handling. Now, the DNA evidence matches. This conclusively proves both cases can now be merged for joint investigation. The killer responsible for the first victim is already dead. Now, the investigation now focuses on the killer who killed the killer. The officer beside him nodded upon hearing this. Operation commences. And now, Zhao Yuanshan's case seemed to grow even more perplexing. Although his body bore obvious wounds, and the coroner had confirmed the fatal injury was a penetrating wound to the throat. However, the investigation proved far more challenging than it initially appeared. During their investigation into the previous case, the police had already searched every room in the inn. They had not received any useful information, especially regarding the murder weapon. Therefore, given the current situation, the hotel guests trapped in the lobby seemingly have no direct connection to Zhao Yuanshan's case, because the body was discovered at 10 a.m. and, based on the degree of rigor mortis and the presence of frostbite marks, Zhao Yuanshan's time of death was less than 2 hours prior. That would be around 8 a.m. The police received the report and arrived at the hotel precisely around 7:30 a.m. Therefore, based on the available police evidence, the earliest possible time of death for Zhao Yuanshan must have been at least half an hour after the police arrived at the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, the police immediately cordoned off the entire establishment. They then proceeded to gather evidence from room 208. They also began questioning guests. At this point, virtually every guest from every room had been gathered in the hotel lobby. After reviewing surveillance footage, it was confirmed that no one had left the monitored area during this time frame. Therefore, this case became particularly baffling. Another perpetrator vanished without a trace. There was absolutely no lead to go on. Based solely on the estimated time of death, all guests staying at the hotel can be definitively ruled out as suspects. In the hotel lobby, Captain Wang Hao received orders to lift movement restrictions on hotel guests. Thank you all for your cooperation. The police have apprehended the killer of attorney Li Du. You've all worked hard. With that, he ordered the perimeter cordon surrounding the central area to be lifted. Several other officers assisted. The restrictions on the guests were completely lifted. They could now return to their rooms to rest. Chapter 39, Baffling Twist: The Killer Who Killed the Killer. But, at this point, how could these travelers possibly have the heart to continue staying in this hotel? After all, they had come to this hotel seeking relaxation, to gaze upon the snow-capped mountains nearby, to enjoy the winter hot springs. But, not long after checking in, 2 people died. What kind of nerves of steel would it take to continue staying in this inn? Finally found the killer. Well, in my opinion, this murderer was just doing the world a favor. That dog Li Du deserved to die. Yeah, he was an exceptionally talented lawyer. When defending his clients, his skills were top-notch. He could leave opposing counsel speechless. But, taking dirty money and then deliberately losing the case? Sigh. I heard Li Du had some unspeakable secrets. Listening to the murmurs of discussion, Captain Wang Hao spoke up directly. Thank you all for your patience, travelers. Please return to your rooms and get some rest. Since the innkeeper is suspected of attempted murder in this case, she has been taken into custody. Therefore, the police will directly request the innkeeper to refund your lodging fees from yesterday. Additionally, we have already arranged lunch for everyone. We kindly ask for your continued cooperation. You may now return to your rooms to rest. This statement immediately infuriated the man in the suit. Officer, people have died here 2 deaths in a row. The case is already solved. As citizens, we've fulfilled our duty to cooperate with the investigation. Now, it's time to exercise our rights, isn't it? Who wants to stay in this cursed place? Deaths have occurred, it's unlucky. I'm leaving. With that, the man in the suit rose from the sofa, impatiently kicking aside a police tape before turning to head toward his room. At that moment, other guests couldn't help but voice their complaints. Yeah, officer, who wants to stay in this hotel anymore? Even if I have to stay in town, I'm switching hotels. It's bad luck. Staying here is terrifying. I don't want to stay in a hotel where 2 people have died. Yeah. Just then, Captain Wang Hao reached out a hand and stopped the man in the suit who was about to leave. No, you can't leave yet. Now, although our police have solved the case of lawyer Li Du and found the killer who murdered him. However, we discovered another body in the septic tank as second victim. To date, the police have yet to apprehend the killer responsible for this second murder. Of course. At this point, he deliberately paused for a moment. Then, he spread his hands wide. Of course, I'm not implying any of you are suspects. Based on our surveillance investigation, all of you were gathered in the lobby before the victim's death. You've naturally been ruled out as suspects. However, if we release you now, the real killer who murdered Zhao Yuanshan could very well slip away by blending into your group and leaving under cover of darkness. Therefore, we kindly request your cooperation. As he spoke these words, Officer Wang Hao withdrew his hand from the man in the suit. He then stepped back, clearing a path. All were instructed to return to their rooms to rest. The travelers heard this and their faces showed utter helplessness. Ugh, I'm going to file a complaint. I'm going to file a complaint against you all. We've already been cleared as suspects and have nothing to do with this case, yet you still won't let us leave. Officer, we're registered guests. Since we have nothing to do with this case, please let us leave. We have identification. Can you verify our details one by one and then escort us out? That's right, officer. No. Officer Wang Hao's expression remained stern. I hope everyone will cooperate. As the squad leader, Wang Hao always employed a mix of firmness and flexibility. Seeing the group's reluctance, his expression instantly turned stern. After all, this was no minor case. This was a homicide case. Moreover, the 2 cases had already been merged for investigation. Most crucially, Zhao Yuanshan's death has now become a baffling mystery. Police information is public. Now, all officers want to know, after Zhao Yuanshan killed Li Du and hid in the kitchen, then escaped through the kitchen window, what happened next? How could he have been killed after a struggle, only to be dumped directly into the septic tank? The hotel guests, especially the man in the suit, had been ready to make a scene. But seeing Captain Wang Hao's stern expression, they knew there was no room for negotiation. They could only grumble under their breath as they left the hotel lobby. Each headed toward their respective rooms. At that very moment, room 208 of the hotel had already been completely cordoned off with police tape. Li Du's body had long been transported by the police and subjected to an autopsy. Inside room 106. When Lín Yì heard the commotion outside, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. All guests in the lobby had been permitted by the police to disperse and return to their respective rooms. This meant the police had found crucial evidence and could now conclusively prove that the killer of Attorney Li in room 208 was Zhao Yuanshan, the man who died in the septic tank. Excellent. A dead man had taken the fall for him. According to the system's prompt, Lín Yì now fully understood how he had entered room 208 and caused Attorney Li Du to suffocate to death inside. At that time, Zhao Yuanshan had been hiding inside room 208 the entire time. Moreover, Zhao Yuanshan never noticed Lín Yi's assault on Li Du from start to finish. When Zhao Yuanshan attacked Li Du was already dead. All his actions were nothing but futile gestures. He had staged a meticulously planned locked room murder all against a corpse. Ding! Congratulations, host, for evading police pursuit in the first case. System reward acquired. Chapter 40, 2-star criminal. This is a reward? A pleasant sound rang out. Lín Yì instantly perked up. Damn! His first successful escape from pursuit. The moment the alert sounded, Lín Yì knew the police had identified the culprit. Zhao Yuanshan's DNA evidence matched perfectly with the DNA found inside the kitchen fireplace, combined with the clear evidence and murder weapon. Therefore, the suspect could be definitively identified. Most crucially, the window in room 208 was open. In the freezing cold, this made it extremely difficult for the forensic pathologist to determine the exact time of death based on rigor mortis during the autopsy. This significantly complicates the police investigation. However, now Lín Yì found himself wondering, what kind of generous reward would be offered for completing a police manhunt? The newbie starter pack was quite decent, instantly granting an unassuming, bookish scholar remarkable physical and athletic abilities. Otherwise, relying solely on a simple hint system to evade police pursuit wouldn't be easy at all. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to a 2-star criminal. 2-star criminal? Hearing the reward from the system, Lín Yi's face instantly darkened. Is this even a reward? This was the first time the system had ever given a reward after all. He'd never experienced time travel before. But he had played Vice City before. As an ordinary law-abiding citizen, the police wouldn't issue warrants for you. But the moment you get even 1 star, the cops come after you. And don't even get me started on jumping straight to 2 stars. This means, as the wanted level increases, the intensity of the police pursuit also escalates. Is this supposed to be a reward? It's nothing but punishment. But before Lín Yì could vent further, another system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has completed first pursuit mission. Reward, level 2 dialectical ability. Rewarding level 2 athlete stamina. Level 2 dialectical ability? This is interesting. Though I still don't know how powerful level 2 dialectical ability is, upgrading on top of the original newbie starter pack. It's bound to deliver a terrifying upgrade. Remember, before obtaining the system rewarded beginner's package in dialectical skills. Even with a hint system, clearing your name when police have solid evidence against you is no easy feat. However, armed with the dialectical reasoning skills from the newbie gift pack, he effortlessly cleared himself of suspicion, evaded police pursuit, and even manipulated the investigation to pin the murder on Zhao Yuanshan. He evaded capture. One can only imagine how much his logic and dialectical reasoning would strengthen after advancing to level 2. Knock knock knock. At that moment, a familiar knock sounded at the door. Lín Yì looked up. There he was. Officer Zhang stood at the doorway, a smile on his face. Before Lín Yì could respond, he walked straight in. He took a seat across from him. "Ha, young man. You're truly promising, so promising. Your line of thinking has provided us police with the correct investigative direction. The killer has been caught, it's Zhao Yuanshan. Unfortunately, he's already dead." As he spoke these words, a hint of regret flashed across his face. It was indeed a pity. If the captured killer were still alive, we could have extracted more information from him. The entire sequence of events could have been uncovered through interrogation. It would have made closing the case much easier. But now, the murderer is already dead. And his body is covered in wounds, with clear signs of a struggle. At this point, although the police have successfully solved the mystery surrounding Attorney Li, they still hadn't found the person who killed Zhao Yuanshan. Lín Yì nodded, feigning surprise. I was just mentioning it offhand. After all, Officer Zhang gave him a knowing look. Young man, no need to be modest. An engineering student's mind really is sharp, huh? Even we cops never imagined the killer was actually a corpse. This, basically solved the case for us. All the DNA evidence matches up, including the pre-planned murder weapon. It's just a bit of a shame. Lín Yì knew exactly what Officer Zhang meant by pity. Yeah, the killer who murdered Attorney Lee has now become a corpse, frozen solid in a cesspool. A dead person can't speak for themselves. Even with the murder weapon and DNA evidence pinpointing him as the killer, we're still missing a confession. Officer Zhang nodded. He enjoyed conversing with intelligent individuals. Lín Yì merely glanced at him and knew exactly what was on his mind. That's fine enough. But as one case closes, another one opens up. The police have already merged the two homicide cases. Alright, young man, get some rest. We've contacted a restaurant outside, they'll be delivering food shortly. Lín Yì gave a low hum. He then stood up and escorted Officer Zhang out. Likewise, he didn't close the door. There were no longer any suspicious clues left in the room. Even the murder diary had long since been restored using vitamin C, erasing all the original entries. Moreover, even the diary itself had been shredded into pulp and flushed down the toilet. Beyond that, there were no other clues left to catch the police's attention. Therefore, leaving the door unlocked actually served as proof of his honesty. Lín Yì now understood that the original owner of this body had already killed Li Du and Zhao Yuanshan before he had crossed over. Otherwise, if the struggle with Zhao Yuanshan had occurred after his transmigration, then he should have been able to sense it. But the strange part was, since Zhao Yuanshan was killed by this very body of mine, why then did I bear not a single wound? Not even the slightest abrasion, hardly consistent with having engaged in combat? Keep in mind, the deceased Zhao Yuanshan was only 55 years old and not particularly tall. But years of labor at the boiler factory had forged him into a mass of sinewy muscle. A couple of young men wouldn't stand a chance against him. Now look at this body of mine, it has the appearance of a frail scholar. How could it be possible? Could he possibly kill the other party so easily? Therefore, this was precisely what puzzled him most. But for now, the system hadn't provided any clear clues. His death seemed like a mystery even to himself. Let alone the police, who currently had no clues whatsoever. As for, how exactly did Li Du die? When Lín Yì pieced together the entire sequence of events through the clues, he couldn't help but be startled himself. Chapter 41, How could he have killed without ever entering room 208? In truth, from the very beginning, Lín Yì had never entered Li Du's room. Not even through the window. This explains why, during the police investigation, when they collected footprints, fingerprints, and every trace of DNA possible from room 208, not a single piece of evidence ever linked back to Lín Yì. But if he never entered the victim's room, then how exactly did he manage to kill the victim inside the room? All of this sounded utterly terrifying. It's utterly unbelievable. It turns out, last night during dinner, the landlady had slipped an overdose of sleeping pills into Li Du's food. Lín Yì had deliberately observed this scene while serving himself food. He had originally planned to act later. But since he witnessed the owner adding the sleeping pills, he decided to turn the tables on her. So, as a chemical engineering student, he mixed his previous lab supplies into Attorney Lee's meal. It was a hormone-based expanding agent. This substance is colorless and odorless. Therefore, when directly mixed into the food, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Once ingested, it would adhere directly to the mucous membranes lining the mouth and nasal passages. After about 20 minutes, it rapidly expands, though not to an exaggerated degree. It is just sufficient to block a person's esophagus and nasal airways. This would cause. After finishing his meal, Li Du returned to room 208 in a daze and soon fell into a deep sleep. Due to the excessive sleeping pills, even as the substance began expanding in his throat and nasal mucosa, it failed to rouse Li Du. The expanding substance instantly blocked all his airways. In such a state, death by suffocation would follow within a short time. These inflated substances would react for no more than half an hour before being completely digested. Enter the stomach. During component analysis, police would not be able to detect any residual substances. At most, they could detect excessive levels of sleeping pills. Therefore, he could accomplish it silently and without a trace, killing the victim right there in room 208. Crucially, he left no trace behind. Surveillance footage does indeed show Lín Yì carrying a tray for Attorney Lee. But this drug was a colorless, odorless, transparent granule. The moment he lifted the soup bowl, it could slip through his cuff and fall. It was impossible to detect. Therefore, even with this incident occurring, the police would never suspect Lín Yì when reviewing the surveillance footage, especially without any concrete evidence. Even Lín Yì himself was stunned. But this was hardly surprising. After all, this body had already been implicated in over 100 murder cases before Lín Yi's arrival. And the fact that he'd managed to evade capture for so long proved just how formidable his criminal skills and counter-surveillance abilities were. Therefore,
Even though Zhao Yuanshan's corpse appearing in a frozen cesspool defied conventional logic, he didn't find it overly strange. He knew some method must have been employed to create such a scene. However, the system offered no clues regarding this aspect, leaving him to piece it together through conjecture alone. Meanwhile, Officer Zhang had already arrived at the septic tank with his team. At this very moment, the septic tank had long been cordoned off by police tape. No one was permitted to approach. The surface of the septic tank appeared filthy and chaotic after the initial ice-breaking operation to retrieve the body. After several hours of settling, the septic tank was now frozen over once more. During the initial body recovery, a dagger approximately 20 centimeters long had been retrieved from the septic tank. After comparing the wound, this dagger was not the murder weapon that caused the fatal injury to the victim's throat. The dagger was only 5 millimeters wide, whereas the wound on the victim, Zhao Yuanshan's throat, was nearly a full centimeter wide. Such a wound could not possibly have been inflicted by a dagger only 5 millimeters wide. Therefore, this weapon could at most prove that during the physical struggle with Zhao Yuanshan, it had caused injuries to his body. Therefore, the police planned to research the latrine to see if any other murder weapons might have been overlooked there. After all, after conducting a thorough investigation of every area in the hotel, including reviewing surveillance footage, no new murder weapons were discovered. Since no new weapons have surfaced elsewhere in the hotel, it's highly probable that the traumatic weapon directly responsible for Zhao Yuanshan's death was left behind in the septic tank. Quickly, clean out the entire septic tank's contents. See if we can find any new clues. Officer Zhang stared intently at the septic tank, ordering the officers beside him to begin immediately. He wore 2 layers of masks over his mouth. Even so, waves of foul stench assaulted their senses. Originally, the hotel's septic tank shouldn't have emitted such an overwhelming stench. The concrete slab at the top of the septic tank was sealed shut. Moreover, due to the cold weather, it had also been frozen over. Therefore, no odor could escape. However, later, during the police investigation, they pushed aside the surface concrete blocks. They discovered a body inside, frozen solid within the ice. Subsequently, they began the process of recovering the body. They broke through the surface ice layer. Then, a foul stench instantly filled the air. Now, a faint stench permeated the entire backyard. As officers accustomed to handling corpses year-round, they immediately donned gas masks while carrying out their duties. Only then did they begin their work. The police immediately brought in a large pumping machine to begin emptying the sewage from the septic tank. Roar! As the machine roared to life, the contents were sucked up and pumped directly into several large plastic vats that had been prepared in advance. Given the septic tank's size, over 20 large plastic vats were arranged in the backyard. Trainee Officer Xiao Wang stood beside Officer Zhang, one hand covering his nose while the other shook involuntarily. This really isn't a simple job, is it? If we can find the murder weapon, we might be able to track down the killer through it. Officer Zhang shook his head slightly upon hearing this. I'm afraid it's not that straightforward. After all, someone capable of being this meticulous freezing a body in a septic tank is unlikely to leave many clues behind. Even if we find the weapon, it's probable. Chapter 42, Chemistry. It must be chemistry. You must understand. No surveillance footage has been found so far. No bloodstains were found inside the hotel. And now, the victim, Zhao Yuanshan, bore multiple signs of struggle, with 3 stab wounds in total. The fatal wound, particularly the one to the throat, was a clean, straight-through kill. Under these circumstances, the real killer would never casually discard the murder weapon in a septic tank. Even if the weapon was eventually found in the septic tank, pinpointing the killer based solely on that evidence would be no simple task. Alright, drain all the septic tanks immediately. Time is running out. As he spoke, he couldn't help but raise his right arm. He glanced at his watch. 4 hours left. Solving a complex murder mystery within 4 hours. It was absolutely no easy task. And what's more, at present, there was not a single clue. All they had found was a dagger with a blade width of 5 millimeters. This dagger could only prove that it had injured Zhao Yuanshan, but it couldn't prove that it was the actual murder weapon that caused his death. The wound patterns don't match. Officer Zhang, look. 20 minutes had passed, and the sewage inside the septic tank had been nearly completely pumped out. At that moment, it became visible that the interior of the septic tank was connected to numerous pipes. The largest diameter of these pipe openings was only 20 centimeters. There was absolutely no way an adult could fit through them. Moreover, the deceased, Zhao Yuanshan, was slightly overweight. It was even more impossible to force him through the pipes and directly into the septic tank. Originally, Officer Zhang had clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps after draining the entire septic tank, even if the murder weapon wasn't found, it wouldn't matter, at least they could clearly see the entire structure of the septic tank. The septic tank's internal structure should have a passageway large enough for an adult to pass through. This would also explain why the victim, having died less than 2 hours prior, was already in the septic tank despite ice forming on its surface. However, so what happened? Officer Zhang stared at the septic tank's internal structure in disbelief, his brow furrowing slightly. He then took a few steps forward, trying to get a clearer view of the entire layout. 6 pipes, all leading from different rooms, plus a main collection pipe, but there doesn't seem to be an opening large enough for an adult to fit through. So, how did the killer get him into the septic tank? A series of huge question marks instantly appeared on his forehead. This was indeed a baffling case. Keep pumping. Clear out all the sewage. The roar of the pump continued. The 20 plastic barrels placed in the backyard were quickly filled to capacity. As the waste was pumped out, waves of foul stench filled the entire backyard. Only when the last bucket was nearly overflowing, the septic tank was finally mostly emptied. Search it. Officer Zhang barked the order, and immediately 2 officers clad in rain boots and full body protective suits jumped into the septic tank. Wearing gloves, they began their search. Clang! Almost immediately, one officer pulled a hammer straight from the bottom of the septic tank. The hammer's surface was covered in rust, clearly having been discarded in the cesspool for a long time, not recently thrown in. Officer Zhang, a hammer. Put it in the evidence bag. Officer Zhang shook his head slightly, then pointed with his hand. Immediately, another officer produced an evidence bag, opened it, and placed the hammer directly inside. There was no way this could be the murder weapon. Never mind that. This hammer was already covered in rust, clearly having been discarded in the cesspool for a long time. It couldn't possibly have been thrown in recently. Even if the killer used this very hammer to commit the crime, wielding it rust-covered and all. But the victim, Zhao Yuanshan, bore only signs of a struggle and knife wounds. There were no hammer strike marks. Therefore, this hammer could hardly be the murder weapon. But currently, the police have extremely few leads, pitifully few. One might even say they have absolutely no clues whatsoever. Therefore, any object retrieved from the septic tank must undergo technical analysis and forensic examination. Then a decision must be made. Fortunately, the 2 officers who entered the cesspool were equipped with gas masks and chemical-resistant suits, so they encountered no resistance. Time passed. After about 10 minutes, the entire septic tank had been largely cleared out. Apart from a rusty hammer and a roughly 20-centimeter long dagger retrieved earlier during the body recovery, nothing else was found. Of course, there were also several stones from the cesspool. The recovery operation concluded. The officers couldn't help but shake their heads, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Originally, they had calculated that if they could recover the murder weapon from the cesspool, they could more swiftly approach the truth and find the killer as quickly as possible. The perpetrator of this case had vanished without a trace, leaving no clues to pinpoint their whereabouts. With not a single clue, solving this case within the final 4 hours was no easy feat. But after searching the entire cesspool, they only found a hammer. Judging by the hammer's characteristics and the wounds on the victim Zhao Yuanshan's body, it seemed unlikely to be the murder weapon. After hours of fruitless work, the team felt somewhat discouraged. In room 106, Lín Yì lay on the sofa, deep in thought about Zhao Yuanshan's death. This really did seem quite puzzling. How could a stiffened corpse be thrown directly through the ice and completely into the septic tank, without even breaking the ice surface? The whole thing seemed utterly baffling, even impossible. Truly a master, he thought. The person keeping the diary, the original owner of this body. Unless one possessed the ability to pass through solid objects, how could such seemingly magical maneuvers be accomplished so effortlessly? Watching the police outside clear the entire backyard, even emptying the septic tank completely, they still found no murder weapon. They only found a hammer. Yet the hammer's wound pattern didn't match Zhao Yuanshan's injuries or the struggle marks on his body. All of this made nerves snap taut in an instant. Wait, chemical engineering major? In the very next second, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. You see, before his transmigration, this body's original identity was that of a chemical engineering student. A chemist. Could it be? For a chemical engineering student, research into certain chemical substances might grant abilities beyond the ordinary. Chapter 43, That Little Brother? Not likely. Normally, water freezes into ice only at temperatures below 0 degrees Celsius. But sometimes, through the intervention of chemical substances, water can crystallize directly on the surface. Could it be? After disposing of the body, I first shattered the ice layer, then tossed the corpse into the septic tank. Immediately afterward, I introduced some chemical agent that caused the surface of the septic tank to refreeze. And it happened very quickly. The internal fermentation of the septic tank generates significant heat. Even after the body was thrown in and the surface refroze, the heat would cause it to dissolve within a short time. The surface of the septic tank had to freeze before rigor mortis set in, and the freezing had to occur so rapidly that when the police discovered it, the killer's body would still be stiff. All of this could only be achieved either through the art of penetration or by using some kind of chemical substance. Just as when he killed Li Du. He never entered Li Du's room. Instead, during dinner, he slipped a colorless, odorless chemical substance he had developed into the soup bowl Li Du was about to eat from.
After Li Du had consumed the sleeping agent and entered his room to fall into a deep sleep, the chemical rapidly expanded, blocking his throat and windpipe, leaving him utterly unable to breathe. In the end, he died without a trace. Even worse, the unfortunate Zhao Yuanshan was even framed by the police as the real murderer. Therefore, it's highly likely that it really was some kind of chemical substance. Meanwhile, inside the police department's makeshift meeting room, Detective Zhang's expression was grave, while the other officers sat on either side. Their expressions were equally serious. Everyone, share your thoughts. What do you make of this case? The moment those words were spoken, the other officers instantly fell silent. The conference room was already cramped, and the crowd had made it somewhat noisy, but now, everything felt eerily quiet. Nothing. For this case, we currently have no leads whatsoever. All we have is a dagger over 20 centimeters long, and that dagger has been completely ruled out as a murder weapon. So, as of now, we haven't found the murder weapon. Now, everyone, speak freely. Officer Zhang reminded them again. Upon hearing these words, Captain Wang Hao lifted his water cup, took a small sip, and then screwed the cap back on. Officer Zhang, I believe the puzzle isn't just here. The crucial point is, according to the autopsy report, when we dug up the body, rigor mortis had already set in, and there were even traces of frost. This indicates that the body was dumped into the septic tank relatively recently. Based on the time of death, we can roughly estimate it to be within the last hour or two. Even with the current cold temperatures, disposing of a body in a septic tank without breaking the ice layer doesn't seem like something that could be done by normal means. Indeed, such an act would be utterly impossible through conventional means. Everything seems shrouded in mystery. Like an unsolved mystery, just one glance at it fills your mind with countless questions. The other officers seemed to resonate with this sentiment in that instant. Yeah, Officer Zhang, the puzzle before us is huge. Unless the perpetrator isn't human, some kind of immortal or something, it's impossible to pull off something like this. But, how could immortals possibly exist in this world? Exactly. That's why this case, in my view, is probably even more baffling than the one we just discussed. A cascade of questions erupted throughout the conference room. Officer Zhang nodded. Yes, it is indeed perplexing, leaving one utterly baffled. But we must remember that the killer is human too. To carry out such actions after committing murder, he must have employed some method, and that method must fall within the realm of science. So, everyone, there's no need to overthink this. Consider the normal circumstances. Captain Wang Hao interrupted with a sharp tap. Under normal circumstances? For water to freeze, it must be below 0 degrees Celsius. After all, that's a septic tank. The waste inside undergoes fermentation, which generates significant heat. The surface would naturally have formed a layer of ice, but it was destroyed by the killer. However, consider this, the current temperature is around -19 degrees Celsius. For ice to form within just a few dozen minutes is completely impossible. Moreover, the substantial heat generated by the fermentation of feces would further delay the freezing process. Therefore, under these circumstances, dumping a body into it and having the surface completely frozen by the time we police discovered it, this isn't something achievable by normal means. Unless. At this point, Captain Wang Hao deliberately paused for several seconds. He didn't continue, instead shifting his gaze toward Officer Zhang. Officer Zhang nodded, signaling him to continue. Chemistry? Wang Hao even hesitated slightly as he uttered those two words. After all, the registration information for every guest in the entire hotel was clear except for the guest staying in room 106, Lín Yì, who had the closest connection to chemistry. A chemical engineering major. However, throughout the investigation of the previous case, it was evident that Officer Zhang had developed a natural sense of trust toward Lín Yì. So when the word chemistry was mentioned, even Captain Wang Hao himself hesitated to fully confirm it. After all, if not for Lín Yì, Li Du's death would likely still be an unsolved case to this day. You mean, that young man? Officer Zhang composed himself, instantly shifting his gaze to fix it on Captain Wang Hao. The expression on his face grew intensely serious. Yes. No. Officer Zhang shook his head quickly. Impossible. That young man couldn't possibly be connected to any of the murder cases. If it weren't for that young man, we'd never have been able to close Li Du's case so easily. Including the fireplace in the kitchen. Chapter 44, Chemical Methods? Turning water to ice. Without Lín Yì, the police would still be completely baffled. In such a short time, it would be impossible to suspect that someone had been hiding in the kitchen all along. Much less that the actual killer of Li Du had already met their end. It wasn't that the police's investigative methods were inadequate. Rather, this case has reached a level of bewildering complexity. Clues were pitifully scarce. Therefore, when Captain Wang suggested that the culprit behind all this might be motivated by chemistry, Officer Zhang's expression visibly shifted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Captain Wang Hao could tell that Officer Zhang's trust in Lín Yì had grown stronger than even some of his fellow officers at the station. Officer Zhang, even if you no longer trust him, he remains a suspect. After all, this is completely inexplicable. The ice on the surface of the cesspool freezes much slower than ordinary water. And with the fermentation of the feces, it slows down even further. Yet it froze solid in such a short time. Does that make sense? Clearly, no matter how you look at it, this seems highly improbable. Therefore, it must have been achieved through some means. We've investigated the records of every guest in the entire hotel. None of the other guests' professions involve chemistry. So it can only be him. The more Captain Wang spoke, the more suspicious Lín Yì seemed. Officer Zhang furrowed his brow, pondering for a few seconds before shaking his head. But causing the water on the surface of a cesspool to solidify rapidly if chemical methods were used, that doesn't mean only a chemical engineering student could accomplish this. This isn't some secret. Whether online or on major search platforms, you can find information about such chemical methods and they're not particularly complicated. Take me, for example. All you need is sodium acetate. Dissolve it in the water on the surface of the feces. After a short while, add a large amount of sodium acetate crystals to create a supersaturated solution. The water on the surface of the cesspool will freeze instantly. Is that so difficult? Officer Zhang stared intently at Wang Hao across from him, his expression revealing extreme seriousness. But Captain Wang Hao hesitated. But who would prepare all this in advance? Sodium acetate. If large quantities of sodium acetate solution were indeed detectable in the cesspool, wouldn't an enormous amount be required to achieve this effect? For now, we can only follow this lead. After all, no one in the entire lodge showed signs of a struggle. We've checked everyone thoroughly and found no other murder weapon besides a 20-centimeter dagger. Plus, there was a rusty hammer. The forensic lab confirmed it contained no DNA evidence. So, right now. At this point, Captain Wang spread his hands wide, his expression one of helpless resignation. Only 4 hours remained. Solving this case within that time frame seemed, by any measure, an impossible task. In fact, it felt downright complex. Alright, we'll adjourn the meeting here for now. Time is tight, get moving immediately. Since no one except Zhao Yuanshan showed signs of struggle, why not shift our perspective? Could it be that Zhao Yuanshan inflicted these wounds on himself? As for the final fatal stab wound, it was likely delivered while he was injured and vulnerable, sealing his fate with that one lethal strike. Based on my years of investigative experience. At present, the absence of struggle marks on the other bodies strongly suggests that no one ever fought Zhao Yuanshan from the start. It was simply that someone struck him with a single blow when his body was extremely weakened, and that blow was the one to Zhao Yuanshan's neck. The single blow instantly killed him, his already weakened body offering no resistance whatsoever. Immediately afterward, the killer tossed Zhao Yuanshan directly into the cesspool and froze the surface layer. Regardless, what we need now is a lead to crack this case. Focus on inspecting the kitchen utensils, see if any knives match the penetrating wound on Zhao Yuanshan's neck. And of course, check the fire safety cabinet to see if anything's missing, like a fire axe. We must solve this case swiftly. Mobilize all available police resources to conduct another thorough search of the entire hotel. Including every cabinet and wardrobe in every room, not a single corner should be overlooked. Yes, sir. Several officers, including Captain Wang, received the orders. Without a moment's hesitation, they rose from their seats. They swiftly sprang into action. Boom! Meanwhile, police personnel had packed large quantities of food from the town's restaurants to supply the travelers staying at the inn. Originally, they had hired restaurants for direct delivery, but considering the unique nature of this case, to prevent the killer from escaping. Therefore, in the end, police vehicles personally arrived at the restaurants, promptly transporting all the prepared meals back. The police had been busy all day, but now there was simply no time to eat. They had no choice but to prioritize the hotel guests first. Each guest received one portion. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Officer Zhang wasn't idle. The other officers had already begun a thorough search of the entire hotel. Meanwhile, Officer Zhang took a portion of food and headed toward room 106. Lín Yì reminded him of his younger self, bold, quick-witted, and undeniably a genius. Plus, Captain Wang Hao might actually have a point. If certain chemicals were indeed applied to the ice surface, it could cause the ice to freeze rapidly. Perfect timing. Lín Yì was a chemical engineering major. Regardless of whether this case has any direct connection to him. But then again, this was the perfect opportunity to test him. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar knock sounded at the door. At that moment, Officer Zhang stood at the door of room 106. Lín Yì lay bored on the sofa. Seeing Officer Zhang holding a meal, his stomach already growling with hunger, he immediately stood up and walked over to the officer. Thanks. Before Officer Zhang could speak, he snatched the meal from his outstretched hand. Officer Zhang shrugged. Dig in. Want to chat for a bit? Chapter 45, Unconventional Methods, Extraordinary Action. Lín Yì didn't refuse, he simply nodded, unwrapped the food, and found a spot to sit down. When it comes to chemistry, you're practically an expert, right? This sudden question nearly left Lín Yì speechless. I guess. It seems. The police had already begun considering this angle. But then again, under normal circumstances, the heat generated by fermenting feces is quite significant. Under these conditions, rapidly freezing the surface of a manure pit without additional substances is practically impossible. Therefore, the police investigation is now also exploring the possibility of chemical agents. What Lín Yì hadn't anticipated was how swiftly the police had moved. Officer Zhang offered a faint smile, his earlier stern interrogation demeanor now completely gone. As you know, we're currently investigating a new case. The murder of Li Dua's body was dumped into a cesspool, still in rigor mortis, with the surface ice not yet fully melted. Clearly, after death, his body was exposed to the air for a considerable time. Combined with the freezing weather, it likely took only about an hour for his entire body to freeze solid. But when we excavated the cesspool and found his body, it was completely rigid. The manure inside ferments. It should only take about 30 minutes to soften a stiff body. Yet when we retrieved his body, it remained rigid. The surface of the latrine had already frozen over. The killer must have broken through the initial ice layer after murdering him, then immediately dumped the body inside. The ice formed rapidly afterward. But you should know that even temperatures below -10 degrees Celsius aren't enough to freeze the surface of a latrine within 30 minutes. Based on the timeline, the surface ice likely formed within 10 minutes. That's clearly unreasonable. I'm no match for you in chemistry, so I'd like to seek your guidance, young man. How could one make the surface of a cesspool freeze so quickly? Lín Yì froze instantly upon hearing this, the added chunks of meat suspended mid-air. Sure enough, the police's line of reasoning and the direction of their investigation were steadily closing in on this angle. Even now, the system had yet to offer any hints. He didn't know whether he had used chemical means to freeze the water on the surface of the cesspool after killing Zhao Yuanshan. And as things stood, it seemed highly implausible that he hadn't used chemicals. Therefore, if it really was connected to him, then telling Officer Zhang how to make the water on the surface of the cesspool freeze rapidly would be like confessing without being asked, wouldn't it? In truth, there are numerous ways to cause water to freeze rapidly. Even without his background as a chemical engineering major, Lín Yì knew this. It's essentially vinegar and baking soda creating a supersaturated solution. Combined with the heat generated by the fermentation of the excrement in the pit, this causes the surface water to freeze rapidly. Beyond that, liquid nitrogen with temperatures hundreds of degrees below zero could also freeze water instantly. Anyone with even a basic understanding of physics and chemistry should be able to figure this out. Therefore, even if he explained all this to Officer Zhang, the police would certainly not pin the clues on him. It's simple. Having committed over 100 murders without being caught thus far, at least before I took over this body, it possessed sufficient means. Therefore, even if he could indeed freeze ice rapidly, he absolutely wouldn't use conventional methods to accomplish this. It's simple. One method involves sodium acetate creating a supersaturated solution to rapidly freeze the surface of the cesspool. The other method uses liquid nitrogen at temperatures several hundred degrees below zero. Pouring large quantities into the pit would freeze it solid. When he heard this explanation, Officer Zhang had already anticipated it. As a police officer, he possessed this basic knowledge. Though he hadn't delved deeply into it before, he could still grasp the concept. Yes, that method could indeed freeze the surface of the cesspool instantly. However, I suspect the killer's method wouldn't be that straightforward. Because whether it's sodium acetate or liquid nitrogen, our forensic team can detect it instantly by testing the liquid in the cesspool. The killer. Clearly, to kill Zhao Yuanshan and remain completely undetected. It was evident that this killer, who had yet to slip up in the slightest, must be far more formidable than imagined. Even somewhat terrifying. In his over 20 years on the force, Officer Zhang had seen every kind of criminal imaginable. He'd dealt with some highly intelligent killers. Yet this time, confronting these two cases, he found himself hesitating. It was clear the killer's intelligence and methods far exceeded expectations. Therefore, logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible to use such conventional methods. Lín Yì nodded, then offered a calm smile before continuing. I imagine you've already begun testing the fecal matter's composition. Yes, Officer Zhang. No matter how skilled or intelligent the killer is, they'll inevitably leave some trace. I'm still just an amateur, and, to be honest, in the eyes of the police, I'm still considered a suspect myself. After all, isn't everyone in the hotel a suspect? Officer Zhang smiled faintly and shook his head. Young man, that's true. But if it weren't for you, the police wouldn't have been able to crack the Li Du case so quickly. You're a major contributor to this success. Besides, if I still considered you a suspect, how could I be discussing all this with you face to face? Including our current investigative progress. That's true. But at this moment, Officer Zhang hadn't let down his guard in the slightest. He could trust Lín Yì, but that trust wasn't unconditional. Certain conventional methods could cause feces to freeze rapidly on the surface, creating an illogical frozen corpse beneath. But
If the forensic lab stool analysis came back negative for sodium carbonate and liquid nitrogen, it would mean the killer's method was anything but ordinary.
Chapter 46, Little Brother, Don't Hide the Clues. Officer Zhang. Just then, Captain Wang's voice sounded outside the door,
accompanied by a series of knocks.
Officer Zhang rose and walked toward the door.
Captain Wang then leaned close and whispered something into Zhang's ear.
Officer Zhang nodded. Captain Wang then departed.
After hearing all this, a distinct unease crossed Officer Zhang's face and his brow furrowed slightly. He returned to his previous seat and sat down.
It was clear. Those few brief sentences revealed everything.
Clearly, either no evidence had been found during the search or the police had already arranged for the Forensic Science Division to conduct technical analysis on the liquid in the latrine pit. Ultimately, no traces of sodium carbonate supersaturated solution or liquid nitrogen were detected, shattering all previous speculations.
Therefore, that's why the expression on Officer Zhang's face shifted noticeably. Lín Yì set down his chopsticks and tapped the tabletop twice. No.
At this moment, he could discern some information from Officer Zhang's expression.
He had to take the initiative.
Otherwise, once the police latched onto a lead, he would become a suspect in this case once again.
Officer Zhang, I suppose, you haven't found any leads again? Officer Zhang gave a slight nod before shaking his head. He didn't seem surprised by Lín Yi's sudden question. After all,
Lín Yì was indeed sharp. As a chemical engineering major, though he had no direct connection to the police, he was the first to suspect that the deceased Zhao Yuanshan was likely the murderer of Li Du. And indeed, the police investigation had concluded, pinpointing Zhao Yuanshan as the killer. Therefore, he didn't find it surprising at all that Lín Yì had asked those questions.
Officer Zhang nodded. Not entirely. Our officers are still conducting a thorough search of the entire inn, inside and out.
I'm sure it won't be long before we find what we're looking for.
However, the forensic lab just released their findings.
So far, we haven't detected any sodium carbonate or liquid nitrogen components in the cesspool solution. Another lead for the police has been cut off. Hearing this, Lín Yì knew the police had realized the conventional freezing method couldn't have been the killer's method. Therefore, the killer must have employed an exceptionally ingenious method at that moment, one capable of rapidly freezing the surface of the cesspool without leaving any trace. Even after forensic analysis, no chemical residues would remain detectable.
However, only someone with a background in chemical engineering could have pulled this off. Ah, it's a pity I'm just a student. I can't help you much.
Currently, in terms of chemical methods, only a supersaturated sodium carbonate solution or liquid nitrogen could achieve instant freezing. Other methods, even if they exist, aren't something an ordinary murderer could pull off. Besides, I haven't really delved into that area of knowledge much. At this point, he turned his gaze toward Officer Zhang. He stared intently at Officer Zhang.
The next second, Officer Zhang instantly locked his gaze onto Lín Yì,
his expression revealing a deeply meaningful look. Young man, I've told you before, you're the expert in this field.
Is there truly no other way? Like, say, a method that leaves no residue and instantly turns water to ice?
When Lín Yì saw that look, he probably figured it out too. This guy was now focusing his attention on him again. Looking around the entire inn, the most suspicious person was undoubtedly him, a chemical engineering major.
But it wasn't surprising.
That's just how it is with certain professions. Lín Yì spread his hands wide, adopting an utterly innocent expression. Any chemical substance reacting with water, freezing, or interacting with chemicals in feces would inevitably leave residue.
Police forensic techniques are advanced enough to detect it easily.
Yet now, there's no sodium carbonate or liquid nitrogen in the feces.
This suggests the killer likely employed a different method?
As for whether anything truly exists that could instantly freeze water without leaving any chemical traces,
I haven't explored that field yet. After all, I'm just a chemical engineering student, not a chemistry professor.
Lín Yi's expression remained remarkably calm, showing not the slightest hint of agitation. That innocent look alone, even from a distance, instantly ruled him out as a suspect.
After all,
the prompt system had granted him the ability to perform, and this expression on his face contained not a single trace of acting.
It was Oscar-worthy, no less.
Officer Zhang's piercing gaze locked onto him, then he shook his head.
True. If any chemicals were used, traces would remain. We should be able to detect them.
All right, young man. The police are especially grateful for your cooperation thus far.
If you have any thoughts moving forward, please don't hold back. Provide us with any leads as soon as possible.
That way, we might be able to solve this case quickly, and everyone can leave this hotel sooner. The other guests in the rooms had long since grown restless. For these guests, 2 people had died in the hotel.
Both bodies had met extremely bizarre deaths.
Up to this point, the killer who murdered Zhao Yuanshan remained shrouded in mystery, like a swirling fog that sparked endless speculation whenever anyone looked at it, yet ultimately offered no way to unravel it.
Everything felt like an enigma. It made one's heart skip a beat. Who would want to stay in this hotel? Besides, the killer remains at large, leaving everyone on edge. We're all ordinary people. A death has occurred in the inn, yet the police won't let us leave. Every single one of us could be a suspect. They're being watched like hawks. Though things have eased up a bit now, allowing them to return to their rooms to rest. But who could possibly sleep? In room 108. Officer, look at this. Is this even fit for human consumption? A middle-aged woman stared at the fast food on the table, shaking her head slightly with an air of superiority. Officer, we came to this hot spring town to have fun. We finally checked into a hotel feeling happy, but now, people are dead. 2 of them, at the same time. Chapter 47, is this case truly solvable? So far, you haven't been able to identify the killer who murdered that old man. The case remains unsolved, and now all of us are stuck in this hotel eating this fast food. Who can stomach this stuff? Either speed up the investigation or let us leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll file a complaint against you. The middle-aged woman ranted, not forgetting to throw in a few choice curses. The officer delivering the meal looked utterly helpless, with absolutely no solution in sight. He could only try to calm the woman down. Ma'am, please cooperate with the police. You have an obligation to assist. At present, the best the police can offer each passenger is a decent little restaurant in town. The food there is absolutely safe. You'll have to make do for now. Once we solve the case, you'll be free to leave. Your lodging fees have already been waived. At this, the woman instantly flew into a rage. Get lost. As if I can't afford it. I came here to have a good time, and now you're ruining it for me. Forget it, forget it. You're just a lowly cop whose word doesn't count. Get lost. He muttered a few more curses before reluctantly opening the takeout box. Muttering under his breath, he picked up a piece of pork belly and shoved it into his mouth. The officer nodded. Then, he turned and walked away. Just like the occupant of room 108. All the other rooms were searched by the police over and over. Fast food was then delivered to them. Everyone didn't want to stay in this hotel any longer. It was too terrifying. Can't you solve this case faster? The killer is still among us. This terrifying murderer, are you even capable of catching them? Yeah, I'm not staying here another night. It's too terrifying. What if this killer loses all restraint? Killing one person isn't enough. What if they strike again among us? Can the police really protect us? I refuse to eat this crap. I refuse to eat it. A chorus of curses erupted simultaneously from every room. The police, too, began to grow increasingly anxious. On one side, the guests in the hotel were erupting in fury. And on top of that, after reviewing surveillance footage, it was confirmed that during the time frame when the murder likely occurred, all guests had remained in the lobby under police supervision. Therefore, these individuals were naturally unlikely suspects. However, that doesn't mean they're necessarily innocent. Until the real killer is apprehended, they could still be involved in the crime. Yet there's no evidence to prove it. Faced with the passengers' fury, and with no leads to follow, the courtyard had been searched inside and out multiple times. Every room from the first to the second floor had been combed through repeatedly, yet still, no useful clues had been found. It felt like being trapped inside a sealed bottle, utterly unable to find any breakthrough. Damn it, this killer is quite skilled. They haven't left a single murder weapon behind. We've searched the entire inn over and over, yet we still haven't found any murder weapon. Yes, this case probably won't be solved easily. We've hit another dead end, lost in confusion. Damn it, this is utterly infuriating. Cases like this seem unsolvable. Even Officer Zhang, our shining star in the police force, is now lost. It feels like we're completely out of options. The officer's spirits plummeted to rock bottom. Less than 3 hours remained until the deadline set by the Municipal Bureau. Solving this case completely within 3 hours and finding the killer seemed utterly impossible. Everyone's emotions began to unravel. How could they possibly solve this? Every possible location had been thoroughly searched, yet not a single clue remained. There was simply no opening to crack the case. For a moment, the look of agony was etched on everyone's faces. After leaving room 106, Officer Zhang sought out Captain Wang and later arranged a private meeting with him in the conference room. No traces of drugs were found, meaning no supersaturated solution was used in the cesspool. And so far, there are no eyewitnesses who saw how Zhao Yuanshan got into the cesspool. There are no signs of a struggle, and none of the other passengers show any injuries. This case is looking pretty hopeless. Captain Wang shook his head slightly, a look of helplessness on his face. This case was growing increasingly difficult to solve. After solving Li Du's death case, the police's morale and enthusiasm had been instantly boosted. For a moment, it seemed solving Zhao Yuanshan's death wouldn't be too difficult. It could be cracked swiftly and easily. Yet unexpectedly, they were now mired in a quagmire, utterly unable to make progress. The harder they pushed, the deeper they seemed to sink. Officer Zhang nodded, signaling him not to fret. Though his own emotions were far from stable, he too felt this case growing increasingly baffling. Still, he was a veteran detective with over 20 years of experience. What kind of case hadn't he encountered? Even the most difficult cases had been solved by him before.
Though this particular case appeared to leave no clues behind, essentially becoming an unsolved mystery, pinpointing the ultimate culprit had become an exceptionally difficult task. But, as that young man said, in any case, once the perpetrator commits the crime, unless they possess the ability to become invisible, they will inevitably leave behind some clues or evidence. It's simply impossible to erase every single trace. The killer can't vanish into thin air, and neither can the murder weapon. There must be a way to find them. Perhaps, we need to shift our perspective. Could it be that after killing Zhao Yuanshan, the killer broke the ice on the cesspool, dumped the body inside, and then quickly refroze the ice? Could it be that Zhao Yuanshan's body had been exposed to the freezing snow for too long, becoming solidly frozen? So even after being thrown into the cesspool, his stiff corpse wouldn't quickly soften? That's what led us down the wrong investigative path. Chapter 48, the time of death was even earlier than imagined. Hearing this, Captain Wang's brow furrowed. His expression grew slightly uneasy, followed by a faint frown. Indeed. If a corpse had been exposed long enough at -19 degrees Celsius, its rigor mortis would inevitably be more pronounced than anticipated. Therefore, even if thrown into a cesspool, where the fermentation of excrement generates some heat, this thermal energy would still be insufficient to instantly melt ice within a short period. However, it would still soften the body considerably. Consequently, when the police excavate this corpse, although it still exhibits some rigidity, forensic examination will ultimately yield discrepancies in the determined time of death. It's like chicken nuggets in the freezer after being frozen for a long time, it's hard to guess how long they've been frozen. The coroner estimated that the body had been in the latrine for about 2 hours when it was exhumed. If the freezing had been sufficiently intense, the time of death would have to be pushed earlier. This means it's highly probable the victim's time of death cannot be narrowed down to a window between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. today. If we push the time further back, it's possible the precise time of death occurred within just half an hour after Li Du's death. Based on this reasoning, the pool of suspects in this case would expand infinitely. In other words, just like our earlier deduction regarding Li Du's case, anyone staying at the inn could potentially be a suspect, could potentially be the real killer. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Captain Wang's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He sprang to his feet. Officer Zhang, if this is indeed the case, then all our previous deductions must be completely overturned. The theory that anyone appearing on surveillance footage within this timeframe could be ruled out as a suspect is now utterly invalid. Every single guest in the inn, including the staff, could potentially be the murderer in this case. Officer Zhang nodded, his expression grave. Yes, that's exactly right. Therefore, whether it involved chemical means or not is now largely irrelevant to our investigation. To date, we haven't found any murder weapon except for that dagger over 20 centimeters long. There are no other weapons. Moreover, none of the hotel guests had any bloodstains on them, nor were there any signs of a struggle. Moreover, during our investigation into Li Du's case, we haven't uncovered any suspicious activity either. Indeed. Suppose the victim, Zhao Yuanshan, died after 9 p.m., then by that time, the police had already cordoned off the entire inn and commenced their investigation into Li Du's case. If the killer had directly murdered Zhao Yuanshan during this period and frozen him in the cesspool, how could they have dared to carry out this entire operation right under the police's noses? Moreover, even if the killer managed to commit the murder without a sound, it would be utterly impossible to erase all traces within such a short time frame. Remember, the entire inn, inside and out, had been thoroughly searched. Not a single trace of a murder weapon was found, nor any bloodstains or signs of a struggle. All of this. Everything appears extremely confusing. There was simply no way to erase all the clues left behind in such a short time. Therefore, based on this reasoning, it can be reasonably concluded that Zhao Yuanshan's time of death was significantly earlier than the forensic examination indicated. This also means the killer had ample time to thoroughly erase all traces of the crime. Captain Wang immediately nodded in strong agreement. So what we need to do now is gather all the passengers again? Focus on finding clues on each passenger, or rather, conduct interviews? No matter how cautious or meticulous the killer was after committing the crime, they must have left some clues. After interrogation, we should uncover something. Officer Zhang shook his head slightly. No interrogations. Hearing those 3 words, Captain Wang immediately frowned in confusion. Why? We have less than 3 hours left, and catching this killer within that time frame is no easy feat. If we keep dragging this out, I fear. Captain Wang's concern was not without merit. After all, the Municipal Bureau had ordered the case to be solved within 12 hours. Although Attorney Li's case had been solved 2 hours ago. However, this was a serial murder case. The 2 cases had been merged for investigation. Therefore, overall, it was equivalent to a single systemic case. This meant both cases must be solved together within 12 hours. Only by doing so could the police department maintain its reputation within the small town. After all, the town police station has been in operation for over 20 years now. Over these 2 decades, it has solved countless cases and apprehended criminals, ensuring the townspeople could live in peace and security. Currently, less than 3 hours remain.
If this case cannot be solved within 3 hours, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, in that very instant, Captain Wang knew the situation had reached a critical juncture. Yet Officer Zhang appeared calm and composed. He truly had no idea what Zhang had up his sleeve. Interrogating him now will only make the killer, who has already let his guard down, instantly become tense. By now, the suspect has likely already prepared a story, one that could easily fool us police. Therefore, we'll skip questioning and proceed directly to offering a reward. Reward? Hearing those 2 words left Captain Wang even more baffled. What kind of tactic is this? It's simple. 2 people have died in this hotel, and everyone wants to leave. But now, they have no choice but to stay and cooperate with our investigation. The killer is also growing increasingly impatient. The longer they stay here, the more likely they are to expose themselves. Chapter 49, Psychology, Applied to the Extreme. On the contrary, suppose we offered a reward directly to the guests in the hotel, telling them that whoever provides useful clues to the police can leave. Think about what would happen next. At this point, Officer Zhang flashed a meaningful smile. Upon hearing this, Captain Wang finally understood. Indeed, using conventional investigative methods, solving this case in a short time frame was no easy feat. After all, the killer had hidden themselves too thoroughly. They hadn't left a single clue. Compared to interrogation, the only effective approach might be offering a reward. On the surface, the killer now appears calm and composed, showing not a hint of panic. But deep down, fear was beginning to take root. The police investigation was closing in. Before long, his trail would be exposed. If, at this moment, a reward were offered allowing anyone willing to provide clues to the police to leave this inn, then the real killer would be desperate to find a way to provide some clues to the police. However, these clues would never point to himself. He would fabricate evidence, framing others as the killer. To escape. As for the other guests, perhaps they had indeed witnessed something earlier, but had consistently refused to speak up. After all, the killer was still among them. If they casually handed over what they'd seen to the police, they'd fear the killer might target them next. After all, staying in this inn offered no guarantee of absolute safety. But if sharing clues meant the police would let them leave, then those who had seen something would surely tell the authorities everything they knew and get out quickly. Only by leaving the inn, leaving this hot spring town, could they be truly safe. Brilliant! This way, the guests who ultimately provide us with no clues, or rather, no evidence, can be completely cleared of suspicion. The killer won't be able to sit still, they'll definitely make a move. But those who didn't give us any clues, they genuinely know nothing. So we can rule them out and narrow our search. Officer Zhang nodded. Exactly. Move out. At the command, Captain Wang wasted no time, immediately putting the plan into motion. Once again, all guests within the entire inn were gathered in the lobby. At that moment, the guests gathered in the lobby were visibly displeased. Hey, officer, what exactly are you guys doing? Instead of catching the killer, why are you always dragging us out of our rooms? Exactly. The killer's still out there. As long as he's free, we can't leave this damn hotel. I want out of this place. I refuse to stay here any longer. The fast food is disgusting. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay here. The guests inside the hotel were visibly agitated. At that moment, Lín Yì followed the guests into the hotel lobby. He found a corner of the sofa in the lobby and sat down directly. His expression was utterly calm. He wasn't the least bit worried. Because just moments ago, he had received a notification from the system. The murder weapon had been completely disposed of. The police would never find it. So it was simple. As long as the police could never find the murder weapon, then no matter how clear their clues became, or even if they suspected him as the murder suspect through speculation, ultimately, without the murder weapon, without evidence, and without even a confession, the police would be utterly unable to apprehend him as a suspect. But he must admit he was quite impressed with the original owner of this body. Truly formidable. To kill someone and then conceal the murder weapon completely without a trace. Moreover, there was absolutely no way the police could find it. Lín Yì was still pondering how exactly one could conceal a murder weapon so completely without a trace. Even after the police had thoroughly searched both the interior and exterior of the entire hotel, they still hadn't found the murder weapon. How on earth was this accomplished? Could it be that the methods of a chemical engineering student are really that outrageous? Using aqua regia? Did they dissolve the murder weapon directly with aqua regia, leaving no trace after decomposition? Or did they employ some other chemical method? After considering every possibility, none seemed plausible. After all, preparing aqua regia requires a large quantity of chemicals. If he had purchased these substances before arriving at the hotel, why were there no purchase records? Moreover, the police hadn't uncovered any such evidence. Therefore, the possibility of preparing chemical substances was, frankly speaking, very low. Therefore, what method was actually used? But now, this isn't something I should be speculating about. At least, the police currently have no leads to pinpoint me as a suspect. There were no signs of struggle on my body, yet the wounds on Zhao Yuanshan clearly indicated he had fought someone. The other 2 knife wounds on his body were most likely inflicted by someone else. Therefore, as long as I find this person, I can set a trap for him while simultaneously providing clues to the police, making him their target of investigation. Ultimately, the police would pin him as a suspect, allowing me to evade pursuit once more and complete the system's mission reward. Thinking of this, Lín Yi's expression grew considerably calmer. Just then, Captain Wang had already made his way through the crowd, pulling out his police megaphone. Then, he addressed all the passengers in the hall directly. Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely apologize for keeping you here. After all, our case remains unsolved. We deeply appreciate your support for the police and your cooperation with the investigation. At present, our leads are becoming increasingly clear, though there are still some areas that require further investigation. We now require your continued cooperation. Some of you staying at the hotel may have overheard movements or sounds of some sort. Or perhaps, witnessed something. You may fear retaliation from the perpetrator, but rest assured anyone willing to provide leads or serve as a witness for the police will be granted safe passage out of the hotel. Providing information guarantees safe passage out of the hotel. Chapter 50, Crucial Clues Surface. Captain Wang held the police microphone in his hand, his expression intensely serious as he surveyed the guests gathered in the lobby. At this very moment, when the guests witnessed this scene, their spirits instantly lifted. They had been desperate to leave this godforsaken place. What kind of hellhole is this? 2 people had died in succession, and still no killer had been found. Zhao Yuanshan's death seemed exceptionally bizarre. Who knew if the killer was a complete psychopath? They genuinely feared staying here. What if the killer, driven mad, accidentally harmed them? But the police are insisting all guests stay at the hotel to assist with the investigation. It's unbearable. And now, the police actually said that anyone providing useful clues could leave this damn place. For them, this was an opportunity that could only be hoped for, never expected. But, after a wave of hot dust settled in just a few seconds, the group of travelers deflated like punctured balloons. The police made it crystal clear, only those who provide useful clues can leave this place. But, from the moment the 2 bodies were discovered until now, they hadn't seen a thing. All they knew was that the police had arrived and confined everyone to the lobby. They hadn't seen anything, so there couldn't possibly be any clues. So, what difference does it make to them? At that moment, the man in the black suit suddenly pushed through the crowd, took a few steps forward, and approached Captain Wang. He immediately declared, "Officer, I have crucial information to provide." Hearing this, Captain Wang's eyes flashed with alertness. He fixed his gaze on the man before him, gave a slight nod, and then smiled. "Good. Very good. Come with us." 2 officers stepped forward, escorting the man toward room 102 of the hotel. Room 102 was located directly to the right of the kitchen, exceptionally close by. Moreover, this room was rarely available for sale. It was reserved for the owner's wife, Sanguine, for her personal use. Now, this room could serve as a safe and confidential location for the guest providing the lead. Moreover, facing the guests in the lobby, the interrogation process also allowed those guests to keep a close watch on the doorway. This creates a sense of anticipation within them. It also encourages those who possess information but were hesitant to come forward to become eager to share. Soon, the man in the suit followed the 2 officers, including Captain Wang, into the room. Captain Wang nodded. The 2 officers immediately exited the room, pulled the door shut, and then stood on either side of the doorway. Captain Wang gestured toward a chair nearby, signaling for him to sit down. The man in the suit made himself comfortable without hesitation. At that moment, Captain Wang lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "All right, let's hear it. What clues do you have?" Captain Wang paid little attention to the first eager informant. After all, the killer wouldn't be that foolish. He would wait for the right moment and never be the first to jump out and immediately provide clues to the police. He would observe meticulously, waiting until the moment was right when he saw that the others posed no threat and knew that providing clues would guarantee his release. Only then would the killer likely step forward to offer information to the police. After all, this was a carefully laid trap. If you're going to put on a show, you have to play the part to the end. There can be no flaws whatsoever. That's why Captain Wang appeared more relaxed and at ease at this moment. The man in the suit immediately nodded and stated directly, "Officer, I do indeed have information to provide. Around 3 o'clock this morning, I got up during the night and heard a heated argument coming from the room next door. I was still half asleep at the time and hadn't fully woken up yet, so I didn't pay much attention. But the argument didn't last long, only about 10 minutes before it died down." "An argument?" Captain Wang furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the man with a skeptical look. "No, to be precise, it was fighting and arguing. It sounded like 2 men. Hearing this, Captain Wang instantly grew serious. This clue, if true, would be incredibly significant for them. Because the police's current theory was straightforward, the body had likely died not long after Li Du's death. Therefore, 3 o'clock in the morning was entirely plausible. After the argument between the two parties, the murder occurred. Immediately afterward, the body was exposed to the air for an extended period until it froze stiff. Under these circumstances, even after being broken out of the ice and thrown into the cesspool, the body would remain stiff for a long time inside. Even several hours wouldn't be surprising. If Zhao Yuanshan truly met his end this way, then the sounds of struggle heard at 3 a.m. from the room next to the man in the suit could very well be the origin of the marks on Zhao Yuanshan's body. Who would have thought the first clue would prove so crucial? Then, why wasn't this information provided to the police earlier? The man in the suit shook his head immediately upon hearing this. I didn't think it was important at the time. Not to mention, the killer is utterly ruthless. I live right next door. If that place really is the scene of the first murder, what if this killer suddenly decides to take revenge? Then wouldn't I be next in line for murder? I couldn't possibly. At this point, the man in the suit immediately adopted an expression of extreme fear. Captain Wang remembered this guy always stirring up trouble. Back in the lobby, he was the one who had annoyed me the most. And now? He's suddenly afraid. Ha, you're afraid? But that doesn't matter now. Which room are you staying in? And which room is the noise coming from next door? Captain Wang's expression turned stern. The man in the suit was Wang Liu, a white-collar worker. He had come to the hot spring town for a vacation, seeking some leisure time alone. Without hesitation, he replied, "Officer, I'm staying in room 107. As for the room where the fighting sounds came from next door, I'm not entirely sure. It could very well be room 106, or perhaps room 108. Of course, it might also be room 207. After all, this hotel's soundproofing isn't great. If there's a disturbance, it could be coming from above me or either side." Chapter 51, Room 106, the primary focus? And, like I said, I'd just woken up then. I was still groggy and not fully awake. There's no way I could pinpoint exactly which room it was. I was actually planning to go check it out, but it ended in less than 10 minutes. I figured it didn't really affect anything, so I just went back to sleep. As Wang Liu spoke, his expression remained utterly sincere throughout. Captain Wang listened, gave a slight nod, then stated directly, "All right. As for which room the fighting sounds came from, we'll investigate thoroughly. You may leave now." With that, he opened the door. The moment the door swung open, every passenger in the lobby instantly turned their gaze toward it. They all turned their heads in unison toward this direction. Officer Zhang now stood outside. After exchanging a glance with Captain Wang, Officer Zhang offered a slight smile, his stern expression softening. He promptly extended his hand to shake the man in the suit. "Ha, thank you so much for cooperating with us and providing such valuable clues. I doubt the killer would voluntarily give us clues, so you're free to go. You may now return to your hotel room to pack your belongings. Once you're ready, our officers will escort you out of this hotel." Officer Zhang's voice was loud enough for nearly everyone to hear. At that very moment, the man in the suit heard those words, he became visibly agitated. Damn it! Finally, he could leave this hellhole. He couldn't bear to stay here another moment. 2 people had already died, 2 bodies, plain and simple. The killer was most likely, no, to be precise, definitely among these people. It was like playing werewolf, one wrong move and you could get stabbed. He had no intention of staying in this hellhole. Getting out of here as soon as possible was the only sensible move. "Thanks, officer." With that, Wang Liu couldn't wait to dash back to his room. This scene finally made everyone envious. But at that moment, some passengers grew displeased. "Officer, how can we be sure your investigation is lawful? Why does he get to leave? Why does anyone who provides you with a lead get to walk free? I don't care, I want out of this damn place too. I refuse to stay here any longer. Yeah, let us leave. Let us get out of here." A chorus of voices rose and fell, erupting into chaos throughout the hotel lobby. Officer Zhang, his expression unreadable, immediately grabbed the police microphone in his hand and addressed all the passengers swiftly, because until the killer is caught, everyone here remains a potential suspect. "You can't leave." "Then why is he allowed to leave?" Officer Zhang gave a calm smile, then glanced toward the crowd. "Because he provided us with crucial leads. Let me be clear, the killer would never offer any clues to the police. The murderer is likely among you. And the information he just provided is extremely valuable. We can absolutely confirm he has no connection to this case whatsoever. Since he has no connection, he cannot be a suspect. Therefore, he is free to leave this place safely." With that statement, he lowered his police microphone slightly. The entire hall fell instantly silent upon hearing these words. In that moment, not a single voice stirred. It seemed he had a point. The police were currently investigating the case, and until the killer was found, everyone present could indeed be considered a suspect. At least from the police's perspective, that was the case. A killer, after committing murder, is highly likely to return to the scene of the crime to admire their handiwork. Beyond mere satisfaction, there was another purpose. That is to blend into the crowd and completely eliminate suspicion of their involvement. After all, the police can't search for the killer in a crowd, can they? Of course. Regardless of the killer's nature, one thing is certain. The killer will never provide the police with any clues pointing back to themselves. Unless they're insane. After all, this is a homicide case. Intentional homicide almost always carries the death penalty. Unless he wants his head chopped off, he wouldn't be that stupid. So the police letting that guy go seems perfectly reasonable. He provided useful leads to the police and is now off the suspect list. So what reason would he have to stay in this hotel? In an instant, the expressions of the guests brightened considerably. Instead of pursuing the next lead, Officer Zhang simply nodded to Captain Wang. Then, he opened the door and followed Captain Wang inside, closing it behind them. Officer Zhang looked at Captain Wang. So, is his lead actually useful? Captain Wang nodded. Yes. The information he provided is indeed very helpful to us. But there are still some uncertainties. Tell me more. Officer Zhang was already growing impatient. The case had gradually reached a deadlock, leaving the police with little time remaining, yet there seemed to be no breakthrough in sight. Therefore, for the police, any potentially useful lead could help them crack the case quickly. At 3 in the morning, he heard sounds of a struggle coming from a neighboring room, but he couldn't confirm which one. The rooms currently under suspicion are 106, 108, and 207 upstairs. Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang froze momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly in disbelief. Fighting noises at 3 a.m.? Room 106? The other two rooms didn't immediately register when Officer Zhang heard them. Room 106, however, was different. He had visited this room quite a few times. Lín Yì resided in that very room. And this young man had provided crucial leads to the police during the previous case. Without him, the police might still be in the midst of solving that case. Officer Zhang had already scrutinized this guy earlier and paid close attention during their conversation. But, if the sounds of the struggle were coming from room 106, it seemed somewhat implausible. After all, the young man was only in his 20s, appearing frail and scholarly. It seemed unlikely he could overpower a robust 55-year-old man, let alone kill him. Moreover, room 106 had been searched multiple times, yet no murder weapon, bloodstains, or signs of a struggle had ever been found inside. Chapter 52, Little Brother, Don't Hold Anything Back. Officer Zhang looked at Captain Wang. What's your take? Captain Wang pondered carefully, paused for a few seconds, then said with interest, not sure. I think if there really were arguing sounds, or rather, sounds of a fight, then guests in other rooms should have noticed something too. Unless, likely due in room 108, they'd taken an overdose of sleeping pills and were completely unconscious. Only then, in that state of unconsciousness, would they be unable to hear any sounds coming from nearby. So, while this clue is crucial, without confirmation from other guests, it's likely false. How about I go round up that kid? Captain Wang's expression turned serious as he spoke, his gaze growing unusually intense. Officer Zhang shook his head slightly. Whether his lead is accurate or not isn't the most important thing. The crucial goal is to show the other guests that if they provide us with clues, they can leave the hotel safely. Of course, there's also the killer in this case. He's been watching us all along. If we bring that guy back now, the real murderer will never surface again. He'll hide himself away for good. Captain Wang nodded immediately. That makes sense. Then, should we interrogate the guests in these 3 rooms separately? Officer Zhang gave a slight nod. Yes, interrogation is necessary. While we can't confirm the kid's tip is accurate, what if it is? Separate interrogations might actually yield something. Also, if any guests continue to offer clues, we must pay close attention to them. The killer might very well be hiding among them. After Officer Zhang finished speaking, the two exchanged a knowing glance. Then, they opened the door to the room. At that moment, a middle-aged woman stood up on her own and slowly made her way toward Officer Zhang. Officer, I have information to share. Officer Zhang nodded, then glanced at Captain Wang. Captain Wang silently led the middle-aged woman back into the room. At that very moment, Lín Yì sat in the corner of the sofa, his expression utterly calm. He watched their performance with keen interest. At this moment, what difference was there between voluntarily providing clues to the police and going to get yourself killed? You must understand. The police had explicitly stated that anyone providing clues could leave the hotel. Wasn't that just entrapment? It's simple. The police have no way to verify whether the clues provided by guests are genuine or fabricated. Take that man in the suit earlier. He was only in the room for a mere 10 minutes before being permitted to leave the hotel. The police simply didn't have time to verify whether what he said was true or false. They just let him walk away that easily. Didn't they consider the possibility? At this very moment, the killer could have stepped forward to offer clues, but those clues might not be genuine, and could very well point to other guests. When the police couldn't determine whether his claims were true or false, they simply let him go. Wasn't this just for show? They wanted everyone to see and come forward with clues. The police must realize that by now, the killer is already itching to escape. The longer they stay here, the greater the chance of being caught. Therefore, the killer would be desperate to leave this place. Thus, he will proactively come forward to provide clues to the police.
The police don't care whether the clues are genuine or fabricated as long as they provide any information, they'll be immediately placed under surveillance. As for why the first person to offer clues was released immediately, the police understood better than anyone that the killer must be highly intelligent. It was impossible for such a person to voluntarily step forward first under these circumstances. Therefore, although the man in the suit had also provided a lead, he could no longer be the murderer. They could let him go without a second thought. It was that simple. Lín Yì watched the other man's performance in silence, not moving to stand up, much less offering any clues. His mind was elsewhere, pondering where the real murder weapon could possibly be hidden. The police investigation methods were indeed formidable, and they even had police dogs. They had already combed through every inch of the inn, inside and out, including the back corners. Every single room. They hadn't even spared the flush toilets. And that septic tank. The entire septic tank was emptied and thoroughly searched. Aside from a rusty axe and a dagger over 20 centimeters long, no other murder weapons were found. Moreover, after forensic examination, the axe showed no traces of blood or other evidence. The axe was completely ruled out as the murder weapon. So, taking all these details together, no murder weapon has been found to this day. Consider this. The wound on the throat of the deceased, Zhao Yuanshan, even if it had been forcibly stretched later, could not possibly have been inflicted by a dagger only 5 millimeters thick. Therefore, where exactly is this murder weapon hidden? To this day, the system has yet to provide any clues. It's impossible that chemical means could have directly dissolved this murder weapon. And it's highly unlikely that it was simply tossed over the wall, right? There are surveillance cameras outside, and the police have reviewed all the footage. They've also combed through every bush along the outer walls time and again, yet still found no trace of the weapon. It seemed eerie, even unbelievable. It was as if it had vanished into thin air, leaving not a single trace behind. As Lín Yì pondered these questions, Officer Zhang approached him and stood before Lín Yì. Then, he spoke up, "We still need your cooperation with the investigation. Young man, Wang Liu has provided us with a crucial lead. We genuinely need your cooperation at this point." As he spoke, his gaze fixed on Lín Yì. At the same time, two officers approached the guests in rooms 108 and 207 respectively. Their requests were essentially the same. They needed their cooperation with the police investigation. Witnessing this scene, Lín Yì shook his head helplessly, spreading his hands in resignation. Chapter 53, Sorry, I've always been a light sleeper. He understood now. The man in the suit earlier probably provided clues related to these 3 rooms, right? Interesting. But there was nothing in his own room, not a single clue. The murder diary he'd found earlier had been completely dissolved and flushed down the toilet. Once it was sucked into the septic tank, there was absolutely no trace left to be found. Therefore, for the police, if they wanted to extract anything from him, it was utterly impossible. After all, even he himself didn't know what he'd done. Let's go. After tossing out that single sentence, Lín Yì stood up on his own and followed behind, and soon they entered the temporary interrogation room together. Officer Zhang personally questioned him. His expression remained calm as he motioned to an officer to pour him another cup of tea. Then he simply handed it over. Next, he motioned for him to sit in that seat and said, "Young man, don't worry. We're just conducting a brief inquiry because the lead that fellow just gave us is indeed crucial." Lín Yì remained utterly composed, showing no sign of agitation. He spread his hands, then grasped the teacup on the table and took a gentle sip. "No problem. Officer Zhang, whatever you need to ask, I'll cooperate fully. As a law-abiding citizen, I'll speak freely and fully disclose everything. If I truly saw something, heard something, or possess any leads, I'll provide them to the police without holding anything back." Satisfied with this response, Officer Zhang nodded. "Good. When someone is in deep sleep, if they're fully asleep, generally speaking, unless there's a loud noise or movement in their own room, they probably wouldn't hear it. Right?" Lín Yì nodded. He had already guessed what the clue the man in the suit had provided to the police was. It was nothing more than hearing sounds of a fight, or perhaps an argument, coming from the adjacent room in the middle of the night, or maybe just hearing something. The guests from the other 2 rooms were also brought in for questioning. This meant the man's tip wasn't very precise. Even he himself wasn't sure which room the sounds had come from. Therefore, the police took all the guests from the 3 rooms for questioning. "Yes, officer, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't hear anything. But sometimes, if someone is a light sleeper, they might hear things. Even the slightest noise nearby could wake them up. I'm one of those people." Hearing this, Officer Zhang was completely dumbfounded, his face showing utter disbelief. What? The situation was unfolding completely contrary to his expectations. He had expected that when he uttered those words, Lín Yì would surely echo them, confirming that he had indeed been in a deep sleep and hadn't heard a single sound during the night. But what happened instead? He told himself that his sleep was actually very light. "Oh. In that case, did you hear any sounds around dawn today?" Lín Yì shook his head slightly, appearing calm and composed. Not at all. The night was completely quiet.
Even when guest 108 died and the killer carried out the entire sequence of actions and the murder, I didn't hear a thing. It just goes to show the killer was incredibly quiet, didn't make a sound. As for other sounds, none either. And this morning, I didn't feel sleepy until around 4 o'clock. Only then did I finally drift off. You didn't sleep until 4 in the morning? Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang's expression instantly turned grave. That shouldn't be possible. The man in the suit had stated clearly that at 3 a.m. this morning, he heard sounds of a struggle coming from the adjacent room, along with loud arguing. But at that time, he was half asleep and couldn't tell whether the sounds were coming from the 2 adjacent rooms or from the roof above him. Therefore, he provided the police with that lead. But now, this young man claims he didn't go to sleep until 4 a.m. and heard nothing before that time. If there really had been sounds of a struggle, how could he possibly not have heard them? Could it be? Was the clue provided by the man in the suit from the very beginning a lie? Or could it be? Lín Yì had been deceiving him all along? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Officer Zhang swiftly moved closer, furrowing his brow slightly before saying, "You're a smart man. You should know what I'm asking." That guest staying in room 107 mentioned earlier, he specifically said he heard loud arguing and fighting coming from the adjacent room around 3 in the morning. He wouldn't have given us a false lead from the start, would he? So, you didn't go to sleep until 4 a.m. If any fighting sounds occurred during that time, you would have been aware of them and definitely heard them. So, if you really did hear something, don't be afraid. We will protect you. Lín Yì adopted an utterly harmless expression, spreading his hands wide in a gesture of innocence. Only then did he speak up, "Officer Zhang, why won't you believe me? I told you, I'm a law-abiding citizen. If I had heard anything this morning, given our relationship, I would have been the first to report it to the police. But I genuinely didn't hear a thing this morning. I'm a night owl by nature, so I didn't sleep until 4 a.m. If there had been a fight or commotion at 3 a.m., I would have heard it. Officer Zhang, have you been tricked? That kid must have given you false leads just to get himself out of this hotel sooner. After all, 2 people died in this hotel. While the killer of Li Du has been found, the murderer of Zhao Yuanshan remains at large. It's highly likely he's one of the guests here. He must be terrified, so he quickly fabricated a lead, told you, and then fled. Chapter 54, Aqua Regia. Melting the murder weapon? Officer Zhang's hand holding the teacup. He instantly lowered his hand. He fixed Lín Yì with a look of utter suspicion. Are you saying that kid gave us fake leads? Lín Yì nodded. Of course. It's nothing but his empty words. I imagine the police need corroborating evidence when gathering proof, right? If other guests in neighboring rooms also heard the struggle, then you can call me a liar. But now, the police have already brought in the guests from the other 2 rooms for questioning. I doubt they've found anything yet, right? Otherwise, they would have acted by now. Lín Yì was right. The lead provided by the man in the suit, if genuine, would be an invaluable clue for the police, potentially decisive in solving the case. But the crucial point was that after interrogation, the guests from the other 2 rooms also claimed they hadn't heard any other sounds. The guest in room 207 claimed to have slept soundly and heard nothing. As for room 108, a solo travel blogger who frequently edited videos late into the night. That night, around dawn, he was still awake. Naturally, he hadn't heard any sounds either. Officer Zhang's phone buzzed with a message, the statements from the other 2 rooms. As he read through it all, he shook his head slightly before tapping the hammer on the table in frustration. Damn it, that kid actually played me. For Officer Zhang, whether the clues that guy provided were real or fake didn't really matter much. But if the clues were genuine, that would be ideal. If it was fake, it didn't matter either. The main point was to set an example for the real killer, to show the true culprit that anyone who provided clues to the police could leave the hotel. Yet at this moment, the killer was growing restless, stirring to action and surfacing of their own accord. That's luring the snake out of its hole. But now, facing Lín Yì, he still had to put on a show when necessary. Lín Yì smiled calmly, then couldn't help but say, Officer Zhang, since the clues that guy provided were fake, and you still let him go, why not bring him back? As far as I know, perjury is also a crime. Officer Zhang couldn't help but freeze. It was obvious. He hadn't expected Lín Yì to suddenly say that. A fleeting look of surprise flashed in his eyes before he gave an awkward chuckle. Even though the lead he provided was fake, our top priority right now is catching the killer who murdered Zhao Yuanshan. As for his perjury, we can deal with that later. Right, let's talk about something else. Officer Zhang quickly changed the subject. Tell me, why? How could the killer so easily conceal the murder weapon completely after the crime? To this day, we still haven't found the so-called murder weapon. With our forensic techniques, we've practically turned the entire hotel upside down. We've left no detail or corner unexamined, yet we still haven't found a weapon matching the wound pattern. We've cross-referenced every knife in the kitchen and conducted blood trace tests throughout the kitchen area. No blood traces found at all. That means the kitchen couldn't possibly be the primary crime scene. We've also conducted corresponding blood trace tests in all the other rooms, and still nothing. This is beyond belief. Hey, you studied chemistry. You're way more knowledgeable than us in some areas, kid. Is there any chemical method that could quickly dissolve the murder weapon or destroy it completely? So that no matter what methods we police use, we can't find the murder weapon? Officer Zhang looked dead serious. Of course. He asked this with a clear purpose in mind. You see, if someone used some kind of chemical method to make the surface of the cesspool freeze quickly, then indeed, an ordinary person could have done it. With a basic understanding of chemistry, one could use a supersaturated solution, even if no traces of sodium carbonate were detected in the excrement afterward. But, to make a murder weapon used to kill someone vanish into thin air? Even a magician couldn't pull that off easily, and the other guests at the big-size hotel certainly couldn't either. This was essentially a warning shot across the bow. He was eager to hear from Lín Yì what method could possibly make a murder weapon vanish into thin air. Originally, he hadn't wanted to doubt this kid, but now the police investigation was growing increasingly urgent. Plus, the bait-and-switch tactic hadn't made the killer surface instantly. That middle-aged woman? Impossible. She was petite, appearing to weigh no more than 100 pounds. With such a petite frame, it would be incredibly difficult if not impossible to stab a grown, strong man to death and then toss his body into a septic tank. After death, the body stiffens. A man weighing 150 to 160 pounds? A woman barely over 100 pounds couldn't possibly move him. Unless she had an accomplice. However, this is not what the police should be focusing on at present. Therefore, attention must be refocused on this chemical engineering student. Though he wasn't particularly muscular compared to a woman weighing less than 100 pounds, killing a grown, strong man by chance and dumping him into a cesspool is not an impossible feat. Add to that the fact that he's a chemical engineering student. The murder weapon remains unfound, completely vanished. Could anyone else have such means? Lín Yì listened to Officer Zhang's questioning, outwardly calm, but inwardly his heart skipped a beat. The system still offered no clues. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and draw upon the chemical knowledge stored in the original host's mind to answer Officer Zhang's questions. This was the only option. If he remained completely silent, deliberately concealing something, it would only make the other party more suspicious of him. Lín Yì offered a calm smile before stating plainly, yes. Aqua Regia. By mixing concentrated hydrochloric acid and concentrated nitric acid in a 3-to-1 ratio, you can dissolve certain metals. Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang nodded. He knew this well. Lín Yì would say that. Though not a chemistry major, he had learned about aqua regia back in middle school. Even after all these years, the knowledge instantly surfaced in his mind. Chapter 55, Through the Window, One Deadly Blow. But, setting aside how troublesome it was to prepare aqua regia, requiring concentrated hydrochloric acid and concentrated nitric acid. After checking the purchase records of every guest in the entire hotel, no recent purchases of concentrated hydrochloric acid or concentrated nitric acid had been found. Moreover, concentrated nitric acid isn't something you can just buy at a regular store. It requires specific channels and methods to obtain. Of course. Except for Lín Yì. For a chemical engineering student, such substances are commonplace in university laboratories. While using these materials requires proper documentation. But, if these items were to go missing by accident, no one would notice right away. Officer Zhang spread his hands. These things probably aren't easy to come by, right? Whether it's concentrated hydrochloric acid or concentrated nitric acid, purchasing them offline involves significant hurdles. It's not that simple to acquire them. You're a chemical engineering major, you should know that. Lín Yì nodded. Yeah. He had already picked up on the implication in Officer Zhang's words. It was obvious. The moment he uttered those words, Officer Zhang had instantly zeroed in on him. In fact, regarded him as a suspect once more. However, Lín Yì remained unconcerned. Instead, he calmly stated, of course, the aqua regia we prepared can only dissolve certain inert metals. Like gold, like platinum. Gold is already highly valuable. Judging by the victim's wounds, crafting a knife capable of delivering a fatal blow with gold would likely cost at least several 100,000 yuan, wouldn't it? And platinum? Platinum is far more valuable than gold. A knife like that would cost millions. It's unlikely. Well, it's unlikely any killer would use a knife costing hundreds of thousands just to kill someone, then completely dissolve that knife afterward. That would be far too costly? By this point, even Lín Yì couldn't help but chuckle. Of course. A murderer has to consider costs when committing a crime. Using a knife made of gold or platinum to kill a victim. Then preparing aqua regia to completely dissolve the murder weapon. Wouldn't that be a waste? Lín Yì knew full well this couldn't possibly be the original owner's method. After all, no matter how brutal or covert his murder methods might be, he was still just a student. A chemistry engineering student, not a chemical expert. Where would he get that kind of money? Moreover, the system had previously indicated that the original host's family background wasn't particularly affluent. So it was even less likely he could have crafted a gold or platinum knife to kill the victim. Thus, the evidence he provided to the police could never possibly lead the investigation back to himself. Of course, the murder weapon used to kill the victim absolutely could not have been a knife made of gold or platinum. Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but nod in agreement. That's right. What kind of murderer would use a knife worth hundreds of thousands, even millions, to kill someone, only to dissolve the evidence in aqua regia afterward? Officer Zhang shook his head helplessly. It seemed he had overthought it. The clothes and accessories Lín Yì wore before him weren't exactly high-end brands. Moreover, the police had also investigated his family background. His original family circumstances weren't particularly affluent. He even worked part-time jobs while attending university. He managed to secure a decent amount of scholarships each year, along with some financial aid. But neither the scholarships nor the subsidies could possibly fund him to make such a knife, kill someone, and then dissolve the weapon. What was the point? Unless there were other means. Seeing Officer Zhang remain silent, Lín Yì chuckled wryly. Given the struggle marks on Zhao Yuanshan's body, along with the other knife wounds, the injuries have likely been matched. The 2 knife wounds on his body were likely caused by the dagger you retrieved from the septic tank. He had a conflict with the victim and engaged in a struggle. Could it be that before your officers arrived at the hotel, Zhao Yuanshan was already dead? Officer Zhang nodded in agreement upon hearing Lín Yi's words. We police had already considered all these possibilities. He must have died before we arrived at the hotel. Only then would the killer have had enough time to cover up the crime scene and hide the murder weapon. The state of the septic tank also confirms everything. But we examined everyone's bodies. Not a single person showed signs of a struggle, not a single wound. It's impossible that only Zhao Yuanshan was injured in a struggle with the assailant, right? Alright, young man, thank you for cooperating with our investigation. You may leave now. Officer Zhang didn't continue speaking but ended the conversation. After all, they'd tested him multiple times already, and so far, nothing more useful had been found on him. Moreover, the police had little time left, just over 2 hours. Solving this case within that time frame seemed anything but easy. A vanished murder weapon, a vanished murderer. As if they'd evaporated into thin air. Anyone would find themselves frowning in frustration. Lín Yì nodded and rose to leave. But in the very next second, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a new hint. Hearing this pleasant sound, Lín Yì instantly halted his steps. Great. Perfect. Just when he needed it most, the system had finally provided a clue. He was eager to hear what kind of clue the system would offer him now. Ding! The wounds on the deceased, Zhao Yuanshan, were inflicted by Sangwon. The victim jumped out the kitchen window and was ambushed, sustaining cuts that were not fatal. As he passed by your window, you delivered the fatal blow. Ha! Upon hearing this clue, his eyes widened instantly, his expression betraying utter disbelief. He was utterly stunned. Holy! The method of death was so brutally simple. So, the person who had struggled with the victim was the hotel owner's wife. But when the victim jumped out the kitchen window, he was ambushed by the landlady. So he didn't have time to react and was stabbed twice. Bleeding profusely, he ran past his own window only to be fatally stabbed by himself? Damn! That's way too reckless. Chapter 56, Blood Traces, Forensic Testing. Lín Yì froze instantly. He then turned his gaze toward Officer Zhang. He smiled calmly. No signs of homicide were found, not even blood traces. Yet the victim had wounds. That means someone must have fought him, right? And the result? We've checked every single person in the entire hotel. No one else has any wounds. So isn't it possible that the victim was actually ambushed? When the victim leaped out of the kitchen, someone was already hiding outside. The moment he jumped out, he was attacked? That makes perfect sense. It explains why no one showed any injuries after being investigated. Because he was the ambusher himself, he wouldn't have injured himself. Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up, his expression betraying utter astonishment. It was as if that single sentence had utterly stunned him in that instant. Holy! How did I not think of that? No wonder they investigated everyone in the entire hotel thoroughly and found no signs of struggle on anyone. If it was just an ambush, the victim wouldn't have had time to react. Once injured, they could have been finished off with a single blow? Lín Yì nodded. So finding this killer isn't actually that difficult. Officer Zhang's mind was already racing with possibilities. Though he said that, it was still just speculation. After all, none of the victims showed any signs of injury on their bodies, not even traces of a struggle. The murder weapon itself remained unfound. Finding the killer under these circumstances was no easy task. Alright, thank you, young man. We will certainly investigate. Your idea has indeed broken through our current investigative progress. We'll conduct bloodstain analysis at the scene. Lín Yì nodded, then stretched lazily before heading outside. As he reached the doorway, he paused and turned back. One more thing, if there were no signs of homicide at the scene, and no one showed any signs of struggle, then isn't there one person you might have overlooked? Officer Zhang instantly shot Lin Yì an intrigued look upon hearing this. He then asked, "You mean, the cleaning company staff?" Lin Yì shook his head slightly. The cleaning company staff are certainly possible suspects, but their timing doesn't seem to match up. I'm talking about someone else, the one who put enough sleeping pills in Li Du's herbal soup earlier. The hotel owner's wife. Perhaps we can get some information from her. Upon hearing this, a mysterious smile instantly spread across Officer Zhang's face. Just as expected. Young minds work wonders. So young. Though not trained in criminal investigation, as a chemical engineering major, he possesses this level of insight. To grasp these concepts so quickly, he's truly a sharp mind. He reminds me of myself when I was young. Right. Actually, we police had already considered this. We've already dispatched officers to the station and assigned female officers to immediately conduct a body search on the owner's wife and check for any signs of a struggle. But no matter what, I still have to thank you, kid. The police would never have thought of that. It just so happened that Lin Yì brought it up at this moment, and the police found it particularly plausible. Otherwise, they would have already taken action. Lin Yì gave an awkward smile, waved his hand, and left the area, heading toward the hotel lobby. He was now intensely curious. Under what circumstances would the victim be instantly killed with a single stab as they passed by his window? Even more astonishing was that after being killed with a single blow, the victim would inevitably spurt a large amount of blood. The blood would spray in all directions, leaving extensive traces. The police had already conducted a bloodstain analysis, yet they found absolutely no traces of blood? If blood had fallen to the ground, it would have gradually disappeared after being covered by the accumulated snow. It's highly possible they couldn't be detected. But what about the bloodstains around the window? How could they not be detectable? Could it be? Could chemical methods truly erase all these bloodstains completely? When conducting bloodstain analysis, police typically use ultraviolet light and may also employ phenolphthalein tests for detection. Especially phenolphthalein solution, once sprayed, it quickly reacts with blood. The traces become crystal clear. How could it be possible under these circumstances to completely erase all traces of blood like that? Although Lin Yì now possesses none of the original host's memories, but his mind could effortlessly recall any and all chemical experiments, including chemical reactions. His mind instantly began searching. After a moment, an expression of disbelief spread across his face. Wait, is it possible? Using hydrogen peroxide in toilet cleaner? If a large amount of blood had been splattered, then, by cleaning the entire floor with hydrogen peroxide and toilet cleaner, followed by a rinse with water, those bloodstains could be completely removed. Bloodstains cleaned in this manner, even with luminol reagent, they wouldn't be detectable at all. Moreover, both hydrogen peroxide and toilet cleaner are readily available. In a hotel, isn't toilet cleaner readily available? As for hydrogen peroxide, hotels typically keep a first aid kit stocked with common medications, including gauze, medical cotton swabs, and iodine solutions. These items are always present. If you find hydrogen peroxide in the hotel's standard first aid kit and use it to clean the blood, it would be easy to completely remove any splattered bloodstains. Until finally, there's no trace left. Even police dogs or forensic techniques, including luminol tests, would be completely unable to detect these residues. This explains it perfectly. Damn impressive. If it truly matched my suspicions, then it could only mean the original owner had written this murder diary, systematically eliminating over 100 people. His methods were indeed jaw-droppingly astonishing. He killed people completely, leaving no trace behind whatsoever. Then he simply vanished. You must understand. Even serial killers have to keep running. Authorities quickly find clues and launch manhunts. They'd be listed as fugitives on the wanted list. Chapter 57. Oh no, suspected again? But now? He can only stay safely within this hotel without anyone noticing. Even the police have only suspected him, they haven't pinned him as the killer. This could only mean one thing: the original owner's methods were truly beyond extraordinary. Ordinary people could never achieve such capabilities. Indeed, the capabilities of a chemical engineering student were truly astonishing. Meanwhile, the police had already sprung into action, rearranging officers. Starting from the windows, they proceeded along the perimeter of each window until all windows adjacent to the latrine area were covered. All undergo ultraviolet light inspection and luminol reagent testing. Search for blood traces. Quickly. Immediately search and test the surrounding areas. Leave no corner untouched, no detail overlooked. Officer Zhang, his expression focused, commanded the surrounding officers, including the technicians, to swiftly begin the examination. Ultraviolet light was shown. We've got something. A technician immediately detected a bloodstain near the kitchen window. The blood appeared to have been sprayed. It had spattered all the way toward the cesspool, reaching the corner of the wall. Seeing this, Officer Zhang smiled faintly. There it is. Just as I suspected, the ambush happened right here.
The victim jumped out the window completely unaware, completely defenseless after exiting.
The attack followed immediately, inflicting multiple wounds, especially a fatal blow to the throat. However, the killer used two weapons. One was a dagger, about 20 centimeters long and only 5 millimeters thick. The other was the fatal blow to the throat. After killing him, the killer took one weapon away. The other weapon, the one over 20 centimeters long, was thrown directly into the cesspool. Therefore, the police only recovered the weapon that inflicted the wound, not the one that delivered the fatal blow. That weapon vanished as if it had never existed. Our primary objective now is to locate the other murder weapon.
The technician nodded immediately. Officer Zhang, look. There. After the ultraviolet light was shown, the blood spatter pattern only extended to the doorway of room 108 before abruptly ending. Even the adjacent blood spatter marks appeared to have been wiped clean in an instant. At that moment, Officer Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. It's clear that by this point, everything had been thoroughly cleaned up. The perpetrator had sufficient means to eliminate the blood. Or perhaps, after the victim arrived here, they were suddenly abducted? Otherwise, why would the blood vanish so abruptly afterward? Officer Zhang stated this with utmost seriousness. Of course. All this was based on his years of experience, which had gradually shaped him into what he was now. So with just a glance, he could roughly discern the situation. At that moment, trainee officer Wang Lu couldn't help but ask, but why must it have been deliberately cleaned up? Officer Zhang immediately shone an ultraviolet light on the bloodstains. Normal spray patterns always splatter in all directions. But in this case, the blood splatter would be exceptionally scattered. Yet here. He took a few steps forward, then pointed his baton in that direction. It was clearly visible. The blood trail here abruptly ended. Moreover, the droplet-shaped bloodstain here was reduced to just half a drop. So as long as you examine it closely enough, you can clearly see that this area must have been completely cleaned up by someone under certain circumstances. Once something has been cleared away, you'll notice the blood trail breaks off in the middle. Do you understand? Upon seeing this, Wang Lu's eyes immediately betrayed a look of profound astonishment. Following his master truly allowed him to learn a great deal. What he'd learned at the police academy was still too limited. Without actually being present at a crime scene, textbooks only provided a general overview of these concepts. But now, upon clearly seeing these bloodstains, he could grasp certain things. Yeah, master, it's obviously been cleaned up. Officer Zhang nodded. Just then, Captain Wang emerged. He immediately approached Officer Zhang and whispered something to him. Officer Zhang perked up instantly upon hearing this. Really? Captain Wang nodded immediately. Yes. Sui Yue just said that early this morning, she was suddenly awakened by a sound, and then she heard someone screaming. It only lasted a few seconds before going silent. The sound came from the first floor. Then, the statements match perfectly. That young man, no, Lín Yì, if he was awake the whole time, he couldn't possibly have missed hearing anything. Whether it's Wang Liu or that middle-aged woman, Sui Yue, their statements perfectly align. Combining all the clues, it clearly proves that kid was lying. Captain Wang nodded mysteriously, his expression sincere and earnest. Indeed. So what should we do next? Officer Zhang inquired carefully. Is the timeline sufficiently confirmed? Was it around 3 o'clock? Captain Wang nodded. It was definitely at 3 o'clock. Although she was startled awake then, Sui Yue has the habit of immediately checking her phone. She remembers it clearly. It was exactly 3 o'clock in the morning. Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang instantly felt extremely certain. Then there's no problem. Both the man in the suit and this middle-aged woman gave identical statements. At 3 o'clock this morning, they heard distinct sounds of arguing and fighting. Yet that kid claimed he'd been awake all night and hadn't heard a single sound the entire time. That's clearly a lie, isn't it? Hurry! Go to room 106. No, he might be in the lobby. Subdue him. Chapter 58, The landlady's statement. The killer emerges? The police moved swiftly. The moment the order was given, Captain Wang immediately nodded. He swiftly led 2 officers toward the inn's lobby. He lied. He was giving false testimony. At 3 in the morning, Sui Yue had clearly heard a growling sound as if someone had been injured or a struggle had taken place. Wang Liu had corroborated this account. Their statements perfectly matched. Lín Yì, however, claimed he hadn't slept at all at 3 a.m. and had been awake the entire time. However, in the end, he claimed to have heard nothing. Unless these 3 individuals were clearly not in the same spacetime continuum, how could it be possible that he heard nothing at all? Since Lín Yì lied, it was highly probable he was connected to the murderer. And most crucially, based on the current light traces, after ultraviolet illumination, it was clearly evident that the bloodstains showed signs of having been cleaned up. Moreover, after spilling from the kitchen, these bloodstains only passed through room 108 before leading directly to rooms 107 and 106. Exactly. The blood trail sprays all the way to the location of room 107 and then abruptly stops? The blood was clearly removed. If the person who cleaned it up was the guest in room 107, then all of this seems a bit too obvious.
Therefore, based on the clues the police currently have, Lín Yì is highly likely to have participated in cleaning up the blood traces. Although the killer may not be him, he must have been an accomplice. Soon, Captain Wang arrived in the lobby. At that moment, Lín Yì sat in the corner of the lobby sofa, hands resting on his thighs, eyes slightly closed, seemingly lost in thought. Captain Wang approached without hesitation, two officers following closely behind. Lín Yì, we've uncovered new leads. Please come with us. Lín Yì glanced at Captain Wang before him, his brow furrowing slightly as a look of suspicion crossed his face. Then, he shrugged. It could only be said that the police were relentless. None of the previous leads had yielded any breakthroughs so far. And now, the police had less than an hour left. Their urgency was understandable. But what the hell? What are they up to now? Why are they constantly dragging me into the interrogation room for questioning? Other customers witnessing the scene quickly began chattering among themselves. I told you this guy didn't look right. Wearing those black round glasses trying to pass himself off as some bookish intellectual? I can read people's faces, he's definitely no good. Yeah, he was hanging so close to Officer Zheng earlier, I thought they might be connected. Ha, turns out he was just being played by the police. Now they've found new leads, could he be the murderer? I doubt it. If he's the killer, he's way too young. Remember, the victim was a 55-year-old burly guy. Sure, he was getting on in years, but he looked physically tough, working in a boiler factory all his life. How could such a young kid take down a guy like that? Who knows? I couldn't care less about any of this. I just want to get the hell out of this place. Lín Yì stood up abruptly and immediately followed Captain Wang toward the interrogation room. Similarly, even though he was identified as a suspect, he wouldn't be handcuffed until confirmed as the actual killer. After all, the entire inn was now surrounded by layers upon layers of police. Escaping right under the police's noses? Unless he possessed the ability to burrow through the earth, how could that possibly be? Moreover, with such a convoluted case, he was merely suspected of being the killer. Handcuffing him before confirmation would likely spark suspicion among other hotel guests. Moreover, Lín Yì cooperated fully. He simply followed the police to the temporary interrogation room. At that moment, Officer Zhang had already been waiting inside for quite some time. Likewise, 2 cups of tea sat on the table in the makeshift interrogation room. We meet again, young man. A faint, ambiguous smile flickered in Officer Zhang's eyes. From a distance, it was difficult to read. Lín Yì nodded in response. Officer Zhang, what's the situation? Did you manage to get anything out of Sangwon? Officer Zhang smiled faintly and replied calmly, of course we did. In fact, we've uncovered quite a few leads. You'll find out soon enough. Have a seat. As he spoke, an officer promptly pulled over a chair and placed it before Lín Yì. Then, a small table was placed nearby. A cup of tea was handed over. Now, tell me, what exactly is your relationship with the hotel owner? If I'm not mistaken, this is the second time I've asked you that. I trust you won't deceive us again this time? Lín Yì remained expressionless, showing no sign of agitation. He merely smiled faintly before speaking directly, the owner? Sorry, officer, I think you've got the wrong idea. I wonder who gave you that lead. How could I possibly be connected to the hotel owner? I'm just an ordinary traveler visiting this hot spring town. I happened to stay at this hotel, a coincidence, really. How could? If you insist on saying I know the hotel owner, then does that mean every guest staying here has some connection to her? Lín Yì had already received the system's prompt. The original owner of this body had never had any connection whatsoever with the innkeeper of this establishment. This was their first meeting within the inn. Therefore, he could answer Officer Zhang's questions with complete ease. But he might have already guessed why Officer Zhang was asking these questions? And this was already the second time he'd been asked this. It was simple. It was likely that, during the interrogation of Sangwon, the police did indeed extract some information from him. It's highly likely that the person lying in wait by the kitchen window exit was the landlady. After all, the entire hotel's layout was known only to the landlady herself. Where were the surveillance cameras? Where were the blind spots? Only the landlady herself would know. And the location of the kitchen backyard absolutely had no surveillance cameras whatsoever. Therefore, hiding in that spot was absolutely safe. Moreover, I feared the owner herself might know that Zhao Yuanshan was hiding inside the fireplace. That's precisely why she orchestrated this entire sequence of events. Originally, the landlady intended to kill him with a single blow. But by chance, she only managed 2 stabs. The final, fatal stab to his throat that was done by herself. If the police question the murderer and suspect the landlady, they will inevitably investigate the blood traces next. Chapter 59, how do you explain all this? Earlier, perhaps this body had indeed used toilet cleaner and hydrogen peroxide to remove blood traces, and the room's location was conveniently close. Therefore, the police would likely pinpoint me as the culprit very quickly. They'd suspect I was the landlady's accomplice. Because
The landlady was petite, and a woman's strength alone likely wouldn't have been enough to carry out the entire murder.
Therefore, the entire murder process would have required an accomplice.
The police brought me back to the temporary interrogation room and questioned me about my relationship with the boss's wife.
It couldn't be more obvious.
They suspected I was the shop owner's accomplice, having carried out the entire murder.
Officer Zhang observed Lín Yì's unflappable expression before stating bluntly, "If that's how you want to play it, then this is getting boring. Just wait and see."
You're a smart man, and we police won't deceive you. We conducted a physical examination on Sang-won and discovered distinct lacerations from a blunt object on the web of his right hand.
Moreover, the wound had healed very recently.
Here's the photo. He produced a photograph and instructed an officer to show it to Lín Yì. After repeated interrogation, Sang-won confessed that at 3 o'clock this morning, she hid near the kitchen window, on the edge of the outer wall. When Zhao Yuanshan jumped out of the kitchen, she immediately stabbed him with a knife that very dagger over 20 centimeters long.
We recovered the murder weapon from the cesspool.
The 2 stab wounds, one in the abdomen and the other on the right side of the chest, were examined by our forensic team. As you saw earlier, the depth and nature of these wounds were not fatal.
As for the additional murder weapon, the one that ultimately killed the victim,
we interrogated her countless times about the throat wound, but she never confessed. She is the killer, but there must be an accomplice. I can only tell you that the landlady is stubborn and hasn't revealed any useful information to us police. However, I'm sure you know deep down that as Mrs. Sang-won's accomplice, your actions were the fundamental cause of the victim's death. The two of you worked together to kill her. Finally, you dumped the body in the snow, where it froze solid. Then you chipped away the ice covering the cesspool and tossed the corpse inside. Finally, you covered up some of the bloodstains. This particular blood trail only passed through window 108 before being completely wiped clean.
It must have been deliberately erased to make yourself look innocent?
You must understand, even if you refuse to confess, our police will ultimately uncover sufficient evidence.
Premeditated murder carries the death penalty.
As for Sang-won, harboring a criminal and attempted murder, even if it was only attempted, is still sufficient grounds for sentencing.
Don't you realize, if you keep hiding, we'll eventually uncover every last clue. By then, it'll be too late for regrets.
At this point, Officer Zhang paused briefly before continuing. You know the saying, truth brings leniency.
As a police officer, I understand you must have your reasons.
And you're so young, a chemical engineering student with a future full of possibilities.
I'll fight for you.
As he uttered those final words, his eyes suddenly brightened, fixing intently on Lín Yì. Lín Yì could see that he had managed to extract information from the landlady, even pinpointing her as one of the murderers. But he never imagined the police would be so certain that he was the one who delivered the fatal blow. According to the system's prompt,
it was indeed true.
After the victim, Zhao Yuanshan, jumped out the window and was stabbed, he ran frantically. Just as he passed by Lín Yì's window, Lín Yì stabbed him directly. The blade struck his throat, ending his life with a single, fatal blow. The police still hadn't found the murder weapon, but through deduction, they had ultimately pinned the murder on him.
Seeing Officer Zhang's determined demeanor, it seemed he was absolutely certain of his case.
Although the police haven't found the murder weapon yet, Lín Yì couldn't fathom how he managed to make it vanish so completely.
How could a murder weapon vanish so completely, leaving not a single trace? Even after searching the entire hotel, the police still hadn't found it. This was utterly bizarre. Currently, the system still hadn't provided any clues about the murder weapon.
Lín Yì, however, remained unconcerned. Although the police now strongly suspect him, and he is ultimately the killer.
But until they find the murder weapon, it's all just speculation and suspicion. Innocent until proven guilty. Without evidence, how could they possibly pin the murder on him? Officer Zhang, the story you've spun is truly compelling. I almost bought it. I've said it before, I had no connection whatsoever with the landlady. Naturally, I couldn't have been her accomplice.
As for that Zhao Yuanshan, just a boiler factory worker, a man in his 50s.
I've never had any dealings with him either. Why would I kill him?
At this point, Lín Yì spread his hands wide, then picked up the teacup on the table, took a small sip, and remained perfectly calm.
Seeing Lín Yì in this state, Officer Zhang couldn't help but smile calmly.
Very well, very well. Indeed, the young man has kept his cool. But I must ask you this, 2 guests both reported hearing sounds of a fight, even shouting around 3 o'clock this morning. And it sounded like someone was injured. You also told us you weren't asleep at 3 a.m. today, you were fully awake. If a fight did occur at 3 a.m., and given the hotel's poor soundproofing, how could you possibly not have heard even the slightest sound?
Therefore, you are deceiving us. You are giving false testimony. In fact, everything you've said is deliberately steering us police to suspect Wang Liu, to suspect him and provide us with false leads. How do you explain all this?
As he spoke,
Officer Zhang abruptly stood up.
He swiftly closed the distance to Lín Yì. His expression was stern.
Chapter 60, You're lying. There's audio on the surveillance footage. Officer Zhang's gaze.
Like a tiger, he fixed his gaze on him. At this moment, Lín Yì displayed an exceptionally calm demeanor, showing not the slightest hint of agitation.
The next second, he couldn't help but smile faintly before calmly stating, if I recall correctly, these two should be colleagues, right? Wang Liu, the supervisor at Miracle Tech, and that middle-aged woman, she's also an employee of Miracle Tech. These two knew each other beforehand. Why didn't you police think of this? Two people who already knew each other when they heard the police say that providing useful clues would allow them to leave this hotel. Why did they follow one after the other, only to provide identical clues? Almost simultaneously, both claimed to have heard the same sound at 3 o'clock in the morning. At 3 a.m. a man startled awake from sleep and a woman who got up to use the restroom. How credible are their statements? I absolutely confirmed that at exactly 3 a.m. this morning, I was awake. When I came to, I swear I heard no sound whatsoever. So you can't possibly pin me as a suspect just because their statements match up, can you? This just doesn't make much sense, does it? Officer Zhang listened to Lín Yi's words and merely chuckled. Smooth talker. But unfortunately, we've reviewed the surveillance footage. At exactly 3 a.m. today, although the cameras didn't capture any images, we did hear sounds specifically, what sounded like a man's shouts. So if we didn't have solid evidence, how could we possibly bring you back to the interrogation room for a temporary questioning? Hearing this, Lín Yi's expression remained calm. But inside, he was starting to feel a bit panicked. There were sounds on the surveillance footage. And it was clearly at 3 o'clock. Under these circumstances, he was essentially already identified as the culprit. With the two suspects' statements and the audio from the surveillance footage, once all the pieces aligned, it would essentially be game over. Damn it! Yet the system still showed no prompts whatsoever. Lín Yì? I always considered you a friend. I thought you were a smart person. At the very least, without you, Li Du's case wouldn't have been solved so easily by us. You provided us with some very strong clues. But why did you lie? It's as if you lacked confidence, or worse, you're one of the perpetrators involved in this case. Only then would you do such things. Everything you've said is completely unbelievable. How could you possibly not have heard the sounds at 3 in the morning, including the information from the surveillance footage? As he spoke, Officer Zhang placed his teacup steadily on Lín Yi's desk. It was as if he was already certain beyond a shadow of a doubt that the young man before him was the killer. The officers beside him had long since prepared the handcuffs, their expressions stern and confident, their demeanor radiating certainty. Got him. When Officer Zhang solved a case, he never left his suspects any room to maneuver. Now, all the clues lay before them, and the confession was secured. The only missing piece was the murder weapon. But, after repeated interrogations, the murder weapon would inevitably be found. And now, if he voluntarily confesses to carrying out the entire murder, then this case can be considered closed. The Municipal Bureau's requirement to solve the case within 6 hours would also be met. Was Lín Yì panicking? Of course he was. The clues were right in front of him. The police had already identified him as a suspect and even linked him to the hotel owner. They believed there must have been some kind of deal between him and the hotel owner, or that they had committed the murder together. So, he wants to run? That's not going to be easy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a new hint. Lín Yi's heart had already sunk to the depths, and the expression on his face was nothing more than a forced smile. Unexpectedly. At such a critical moment, the system actually provided a new hint. Ding. The surveillance footage didn't capture the incident, and the victim didn't have time to react before being killed. With a single fatal blow, the victim didn't even have time to utter a sound before their throat was slit, utterly unable to scream. Therefore, the surveillance footage couldn't possibly have captured any sound. Indeed. The system didn't deceive me. This solves it outright, doesn't it? I had thought otherwise. Once the police presented the surveillance evidence, no matter what I said, I'd have absolutely no chance. All my words had become empty talk. With the evidence laid bare, every word was nothing but a feeble excuse. But now, the system had just cracked this evidence. Indeed. Before the person could even react, their throat was completely slit. And it was done with a weapon sharp enough to swiftly sever the entire windpipe. Under such circumstances, blood would spurt out instantly, leaving no time for any reaction before collapse. That faint sound, muffled by doors and windows, how could surveillance possibly capture it so easily? A sound that couldn't be captured, yet the police now explicitly claim to have evidence of it? Are they joking? Clearly. The police are bluffing. Just as expected. Old hands are still the sharpest. When there's absolutely no way forward, and the entire case has gradually reached a dead end, the police had no other options left. They resorted to this tactic, attempting to trick him into revealing all his information. Initially, the police merely suspected he might be the killer and involved in the entire murder case. If this single lead had led him to confess outright, then this case would truly have been solved by sheer luck on his part. But it was true. Under such intense pressure, an ordinary criminal would have had no chance. They would have confessed long ago. As the saying goes, leniency for those who confess. Resistance leads to harsher punishment. It's only natural. Except, Lín Yì possesses a system. So even though I felt a bit flustered, thankfully the system provided me with useful information at the critical moment. Therefore, these fake clues weren't enough to throw me off my game. Chapter 61, damn it, they're all real. Officer Zhang. What you're saying makes perfect sense, it's almost unbelievable. But what I'm saying is true at 3 in the morning, I genuinely didn't hear a single sound. As for your surveillance claims? If there really were sounds, they wouldn't be interrogating me here right now, they'd have already presented the surveillance evidence. Isn't that right? Officer Zhang froze upon hearing Lín Yi's words, his face betraying utter disbelief, even a hint of shock. This kid. He's sharp as a tack. Most suspects would have panicked upon hearing such a favorable lead from the police, perhaps even confessing the next moment. But not him. He actually figured out that the so-called surveillance clues the police mentioned were just a bluff. He's got some skills, alright. Oomph. He's certainly clever enough. But as for what you mentioned, the relationship between those two, we've already thoroughly investigated it. They are indeed from the same company. But that doesn't prove their story is necessarily false, nor does it prove yours is necessarily false. So now, the killer is among you. Whoever is lying is the murderer. Of course, it's possible they're merely Sangwon's accomplice. But it must be. So you have only one chance now, prove you were never involved in the murder itself, that you were merely a passenger. If you can't prove it, then you're a suspect too. Lín Yì nearly burst out laughing in anger at those words. Are we playing werewolf here? Werewolves confessing their identities? Lín Yì spread his hands wide, adopting an utterly innocent expression. Then he couldn't help but retort, catching murderers is your job, the police. I'm just a student. I told you, I haven't participated in any crimes, I just haven't. I don't think I need to prove my innocence. I can tell you for certain I didn't hear a single sound or see anything at all. Just like you said yourselves, those two can't prove their own claims either. All I can tell you is they're giving false testimony. If you don't believe me even now, then I have nothing more to say. Alright, if there's no evidence, I suppose I can leave now? After saying this, Lín Yì stood up. Officer Zhang made no move to stop him. Alright kid, but if you really were involved in this case and you don't come clean now, once we police actually find the clues, you're done for. Let's go. Lín Yì spread his hands wide, his face once again wearing an expression of utter innocence. Then he walked straight out. His expression was utterly calm and detached. After Lín Yì left, trainee officer Wang Lu immediately asked, Sir, his behavior really seems suspicious. Why not keep questioning him? I think if we keep questioning him, we'll definitely get something out of him. Officer Zhang shook his head slightly. He's a smart man. If he truly wasn't involved in the case, he wouldn't know anything. Pressing him further won't yield any leads. Of course, if he is involved in this case, then similarly, no matter how we question him, he absolutely won't provide any useful information. He'll still say nothing, and we'll just be wasting our time. Upon hearing these words, trainee officer Wang Lu couldn't help but nod, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Exactly. If they kept him detained like this, it would only delay the police investigation without yielding any decisive results. In that instant, both men nodded. Then, the investigation resumed. In the hotel lobby, Captain Wang held the megaphone in his hand and addressed all the passengers present once more. As you just witnessed, we have already released the individuals who provided us with leads. We did not detain them. For now, we won't be verifying whether the clues are genuine or fabricated. However, we firmly believe that anyone who voluntarily provides us with information cannot possibly be involved in this murder case. Right? The suspect wouldn't be that foolish, right? As he spoke these words, his expression grew exceptionally serious. At that moment, the entire hall fell into an absolute silence, with virtually no one uttering a word. Meanwhile, Lín Yì had returned to the sofa and sat there. His expression was remarkably calm, showing not the slightest hint of emotion. When those nearby saw Lín Yì return unscathed, they all glanced sideways. They found it hard to believe. A middle-aged man nearby whispered, "Young man, what did the police ask you? I suppose the first two who provided clues both thought there was something wrong with your room, right? That's why they took you in. But now you're out safely. Clearly, you have nothing to do with the murder. I know you're not the killer. That puts my mind at ease. Did the police tell you when we can finally leave this hotel?" Lín Yì wore an expression of remarkable calm as he shook his head slightly. Who knows? If they can't solve this case, I'm afraid none of us will be able to leave this hotel, right? It's simple. They won't let us leave so easily. They absolutely won't. As he spoke, his expression grew even more serious. The middle-aged man beside him deflated instantly, like a punctured balloon. He murmured softly, "Then why hasn't this case been solved yet? Could it be, this case is truly that difficult to crack?" Lín Yì replied calmly, "There's no evidence and no leads. Moreover, the police still haven't found the murder weapon. To classify this as a homicide, they absolutely must locate the weapon. Without it, how could they possibly solve the case so easily? No murder weapon?" The middle-aged man couldn't help but stare in disbelief, his expression betraying a deep sense of uncertainty. This is strange. Could it be that the perpetrator is some kind of supernatural being? Capable of effortlessly making the murder weapon vanish? Chapter 62. This killer is no ordinary criminal. Lín Yì merely gave an awkward smile. Where had the murder weapon gone? He didn't even know himself. What's more, regarding clues about the murder weapon, the system hadn't provided any hints whatsoever up to this point. The main reason the police couldn't crack the case was precisely because of this murder weapon. Seeing the silence, Captain Wang immediately added, "Of course, if there are indeed people who saw something they shouldn't have and still refuse to cooperate with us or even provide any information to this day. No problem. We've already identified the suspect and interrogated them. The suspect has confessed to everything. He killed Zhao Yuanshan. For us, this case is closed." However, such a complex murder couldn't have been committed by one person alone. We're searching for her accomplice. Everyone can rest assured. The killer is in our custody and poses no threat to you. There's no need to continue hiding evidence when you clearly have it. Withholding information now only harms us all. I imagine everyone here would like to leave this hotel as soon as possible, right? Silence. Still, a deathly silence. Alright, since none of you are willing to provide any leads, I'm afraid I must apologize. Everyone, the police are currently conducting an all-out search. I'm confident we'll have this case completely resolved within 3 hours. Anyone providing information after that point won't receive the same treatment as those who come forward now. After delivering this statement, his expression radiated an air of calm composure. As if he truly believed the police would solve this case completely within 3 hours. Lín Yì merely smiled. Thus far, the police had yet to uncover any substantial leads. Without clues, no matter how hard they worked, they would likely never crack this case. It all came down to that murder weapon. Without the murder weapon, solving this case completely was absolutely impossible, utterly impossible. Officer. Me. I have a lead. Amidst the deafening silence, a man in his 30s wearing a black jacket. He stood up. His expression betrayed a hint of nervousness. Captain Wang nodded, as if he had anticipated someone would come forward with information for the police at this very moment. Then, he said directly, "Alright, follow me." With that, he led the way, guiding the man in the black jacket into the temporary interrogation room. When the man in the black jacket suddenly stood up, everyone present found it utterly unbelievable. Could he really provide clues to the police? Unbelievable. What gives him the right? The police have been waiting for ages, and he's never offered a single clue before. Yet now he suddenly stands up claiming he has information? This just didn't seem credible at all. At that moment, Lín Yì couldn't help but smile faintly. Interesting. The fish has finally taken the bait. Indeed. No matter how powerful Sangwon was, to kill someone, he hid behind the windowsill. After Zhao Yuanshan leaped out the window, he immediately stabbed him twice in quick succession. Though the force of those 2 blows wasn't fatal. That was only because they avoided vital areas. There was no way to directly kill Zhao Yuanshan. Moreover, the force behind those 2 stabs was not something a frail woman could easily muster. Moreover, judging by the dagger the police had retrieved earlier, this particular dagger didn't appear particularly sharp, and the material it was forged from couldn't possibly inflict such deep wounds with such light force. The wounds were over 5 centimeters deep. All of this is information provided by the system? Therefore, it's simply impossible for a frail woman to deliver 2 consecutive stabs in such a short time, each causing wounds over 5 centimeters deep. Therefore, the person truly hiding beneath the windowsill was likely not that woman. It was someone else entirely. However, the relationship between these 2 individuals might be more than meets the eye. Therefore, Sangwon likely knew she had administered a large dose of sleeping pills to Li Du. The dosage was sufficient to keep a person unconscious for 2 or 3 days, rendering them incapable of waking up no matter what occurred during that period. While it didn't technically kill Li Du, it effectively constituted attempted murder. That's no small charge. A single conviction like that was enough to land someone behind bars. At this point, her accomplices could only go into hiding, leaving Sangwon to shoulder all the blame alone. It would merely add a few more years to her sentence, still attempted murder. The other accomplices, however, could walk free entirely. But what Sangwon hadn't anticipated was the relentless pressure from the police, who were closing in relentlessly, leaving them no breathing room whatsoever. With the police just over an hour away from solving the case, they were frantic, having exhausted every investigative tactic in their arsenal all to find the murder weapon. And now, the police haven't even released the victim's actual death photos. Nor had they released the coroner's findings. Lín Yì knew a little about it. Weren't his companions afraid? Of course they were. Because in the pitch-black darkness, with no surveillance cameras, after plunging the knife twice, even the killer himself probably didn't know exactly where those 2 stabs had pierced Zhao Yuanshan's body. It wasn't until the victim frantically stumbled toward Lín Yi's window that he was finished off with a single fatal blow. He collapsed onto the snowy ground. After the killer ran over, he saw the victim already lying dead in the snow. At that moment, He must have believed he had killed him. Then, he promptly and decisively began removing the concrete slabs covering the septic tank. The concrete slabs were extremely heavy, requiring considerable time to move. Moreover, the surface of the septic tank had long since frozen solid due to the cold. Under these circumstances, he had to chip away at the ice on the septic tank's surface without making too much noise. If he caused a loud disturbance, other guests in the hotel might notice and alert the authorities. Therefore, they must have spent a considerable amount of time working on the surface of the septic tank, at least 2 or 3 hours. Once they had chiseled a hole large enough for someone to climb through in the ice covering the septic tank. Then, Chapter 63, I saw the killer, still in the lobby. By this point, the victim had been exposed on the frozen ground for an extended period, their body long since stiff as ice. Therefore, after tossing the body directly into the septic tank at this point, even though the fermentation of waste inside the septic tank generates some heat, it was absolutely insufficient to begin softening the body. This is why, when the police discovered Zhao Yuanshan's body, they found it still rigid, yet the feces had generated a noticeable amount of heat. This discrepancy led the police to misjudge the time of death. And the investigation took a wrong turn. And at this very moment, it was getting late, and the cleaning crew would soon arrive to replace the tableware. At this moment, they had no time to properly handle the bloodstains, only briefly addressing fingerprints and similar evidence. Subsequently, they proceeded to call the police. And at that very moment, Lín Yì had successfully disposed of the body using someone else's hands. Drawing on his extensive knowledge of chemistry, he located hydrogen peroxide and toilet cleaner within the inn. He then used these substances to clean away portions of the bloodstains. He deliberately left some clues for the police. This was a perfect murder case. However, to this day, the actual murder weapon that killed Zhao Yuanshan remains completely vanished, nowhere to be found anywhere in the entire hotel. Yet for Sang Wen and her accomplices, the question remained, did this murder weapon ever truly exist? In the makeshift interrogation room, Captain Wang looked at the man in the jacket before him and stated directly, I know you, Zhao Qiao. If I recall correctly, your file indicates you're a geological surveyor, right? And your purpose for coming here is to conduct surveys due to the unique geology of this hot spring town, sampling soil from the entire surrounding area. And ultimately chose to stay at this particular inn. Zhao Qiao nodded, offering no denial. Of course. His tone lacked confidence as he spoke. Captain Wang gave a slight nod, but when we police asked you to provide clues earlier, why haven't we heard a peep from you all this time? It seems you weren't very eager to provide clues to us. What were you hesitating about? Zhao Qiao shook his head slightly. No, that's not it, officer. I didn't have any leads to begin with. It was only just now that something suddenly occurred to me. I thought it might be useful for your investigation, so I offered it up. As he spoke, Zhao Qiao's gaze seemed to shift nervously. Captain Wang furrowed his brow slightly. All right, tell us about it. Can I have a cigarette first? Captain Wang's eyes widened. He then pulled a pack of cigarettes from his shirt pocket and handed one to Zhao Qiao. Go ahead. Zhao Qiao took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Then he said, Captain Wang, as a geologist, my sense of smell is pretty sharp. Maybe it's from habits I picked up as a kid. Ever since I was very young, I've always been sensitive to certain distinct odors. Early this morning, around 5 o'clock, I caught a particularly foul smell, yes, the stench of feces. And it was the kind that had been sitting there for a very, very long time. I doubt such a strong odor would linger in this freezing weather. It wasn't until the police discovered the body in the septic tank that it dawned on me. Perhaps, around 5 this morning, the killer dug up the septic tank and dumped the body inside. As he spoke these words, his expression grew intensely serious. Yet there was also a hint of panic. Upon hearing this, Captain Wang nodded. This clue doesn't help our current investigation at all, because we've already determined the victim's time of death was earlier than we'd anticipated. Anything else? Keep going. Seeing that his lead held little value for the police, the man in the jacket perked up instantly. There's one more. I have one more lead to offer. Go ahead. When I smelled the sewage odor, something felt terribly wrong because I was staying in room 205. It was right near the septic tank. I quietly opened the window and saw a figure moving below. It looked like a thin young man, probably in his 20s. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I just assumed it might be a hotel janitor cleaning the septic tank in the middle of the night. Looking back now, it really gives me the creeps. As he said this, Zhao Qiao visibly grew more alarmed. Upon hearing this clue, Captain Wang's brow furrowed slightly. Ha? A man in his 20s? Could you really see him clearly in pitch darkness? Zhao Qiao didn't seem flustered by the question. Instead, the look of terror on his face only grew more intense. No, the moon this morning wasn't very bright, but it still provided enough light to see clearly. And this man seemed... like who? He looked a bit like the customer from room 106. As he uttered these words, his expression grew more certain. Hearing this, Captain Wang couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. What? Another eyewitness. And He directly stated that he saw a figure near the septic tank early this morning, and this person bore a striking resemblance to a guest from room 106. Lín Yì. This? How could that be? Hearing this, the look on his face gradually shifted to one of uncertainty. The next second, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Are you serious?" Zhao Chao didn't deny it. Yes. That's precisely why I'd been hesitant to provide any clues. You claim you've caught the killer and that he's confessed everything, but the person I saw in the hotel lobby this morning was clearly the one. Putting all these pieces together, he's the killer. The murderer was sitting right there in the hotel lobby. How could I possibly give you a tip so easily? I'm afraid he'll retaliate. I'm afraid he'll kill me. I'm scared. I'm so scared. As Zhao Qiao spoke these words, his emotions visibly began to surge, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 64, Officer, I'm telling the truth. The moment the word murderer was mentioned, Zhao Qiao's eyes lit up noticeably. It was as if he had truly seen such a person in the night, someone whose appearance was almost identical to Lín Yi's, if not exactly the same. His entire body trembled. Captain Wang, upon seeing this, instantly grew serious. This kid didn't seem to be acting. Because most people, if they were putting on a strong act at this moment, would be acting overly dramatic. But Zhao Qiao before him, though his gaze was somewhat vacant and unfocused, seemed genuinely overcome with fear. It appeared to be a natural reaction. Looking at him like this, it really didn't seem like he was putting on an act. You guarantee the information you're providing is genuine? You must understand, if the information you give us police is false testimony, or fabricated in any way, then in the end, once it's verified, you'll be the one going to jail. Captain Wang was genuinely feeling the chill of that thought. Because the clues provided by the guests in room 207 and room 107. So far, there was no way to determine their authenticity. Under these circumstances, the case would only grow more tense. The time left for them was running out. It's already been less than an hour. If they still cannot crack this case within this hour, then the small-town police department's reputation will be utterly ruined. Therefore, although the clues provided by Zhao Qiao before us seemed exceptionally genuine, with no apparent signs of fabrication. But what if it's fake? If this lead turned out to be false too, then in the end, the entire chain of clues would instantly become blurred, causing the police to lose their investigative direction once again. As for Lín Yì, Officer Zhang had crossed paths with him dozens of times. This kid was experienced and highly skilled at evading detection. If he truly is the killer, it won't be easy to force a confession out of him in the short term using these clues, statements, and witness testimony. Zhao Qiao listened to Captain Wang's words, his expression growing unusually serious yet tinged with fear. Officer, everything I said is true. I'm just an ordinary citizen. How could I dare to give false testimony? I swear, I really saw someone who looked exactly like the guest from room 106. But please, officer, keep this confidential. He's the killer. If he finds out I identified him, then I'm truly afraid he'll come after me. I'm scared, really scared. Witnessing this scene, Captain Wang no longer doubted the boy's sincerity. The look on this kid's face was absolutely genuine. Alright, since that's the case, I'll believe you this once. But you must stay in the interrogation room now. Don't worry. And if he really is the killer, we'll definitely protect you. Every corner inside and outside the hotel has been completely surrounded by us. So even if he is the killer, he absolutely won't be able to harm you. You can rest assured. After saying this, Captain Wang gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Then he led the two officers directly out of the temporary interrogation room. They arrived at the hotel lobby. This time, with a witness present, Captain Wang appeared much more composed and calm. After all, the target had personally witnessed someone fiddling around near the septic tank at 5 o'clock this morning. And Lín Yì had never once admitted to this incident. Therefore, once Captain Wang verified the authenticity of this lead, he immediately headed to the hotel lobby. He looked in Lín Yi's direction. At that moment, Lín Yì remained seated in a corner of the sofa, his expression calm and composed. Captain Wang approached Officer Zhang and whispered something to him. Officer Zhang's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing the words, as if he had discovered a whole new world. Indeed, his intuition had been correct. Although Lín Yì had set traps for the police with every step he took, even layering them thickly, there was simply no way to break through it. But now, even without the murder weapon, a single eyewitness was enough to prove everything. If it's true that the person Zhao Qiao saw at 5 o'clock this morning was indeed Lín Yì, then he has lied. He was awake at 3 a.m., then headed toward the septic tank at 5 a.m., and has been active near the septic tank ever since. That proves he is absolutely inextricably linked to this murder case. It's highly probable. After Sanguine committed the murder, he assisted Sanguine in disposing of the body directly into the septic tank. He completed a series of actions and maneuvers. Ultimately, he attempted to cover his tracks. However, they still left certain clues behind, which were spotted during the night. Officer Zhang walked toward Lín Yì and sat down beside him. In an exceptionally steady and solemn voice, he stated, "You know, we police have less than an hour left to solve this case. Our investigation has now reached over 95% completion. And you still have a chance. If you truly choose to cooperate with us, I will ensure no past actions are held against you. Even if that's not possible, I will do everything in my power to help you. After all, if you confess now, I can still count it as a voluntary surrender." Hearing these words, Lín Yì shuddered involuntarily. What? What game are they playing now? The other party appeared utterly confident. Especially that stern voice and expression. Just one glance was enough to spark endless speculation and contemplation. At that moment, deep within, one felt endless wavering and turmoil. If this were an ordinary criminal, confronted with such a steady and solemn tone, they would likely have already lost their composure. Lín Yì, however, remained remarkably composed. It was simple. Unless the police had found the murder weapon. And unless they found fingerprint evidence on it. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to convict someone outright. Of course. Seeing the other party's confident expression and steady tone. Unless they had an eyewitness. Witnessed him stabbing Zhao Yuanshan to death with his own hands. Only under such circumstances could Officer Zhang remain so composed, showing little sign of disturbance. But, was that even possible? The original owner of this body possessed abilities utterly beyond the ordinary. Chapter 65, Eyewitness, I saw everything. Throughout the entire course of the case, one would be cautious to the utmost degree, making it absolutely impossible to reveal even the slightest slip-up. They would have concealed themselves deeply, deeply. For if even the slightest slip had occurred, they would never have survived to this day. After all, over 100 lives were taken. Having committed so many murders, yet never once caught by the police. Therefore, there's absolutely no way an extra witness could have appeared during the crime. It's also impossible. After committing a murder, he couldn't possibly be noticed by others. Lín Yì shook his head slightly, then furrowed his brow, adopting an expression of harmless innocence. What? Officer Zhang, how many times do I have to say it? I told you, I'm just an ordinary chemical engineering student, just a student. And look at me, do I look like I could take down a 55-year-old burly man? As he spoke, he couldn't resist flexing his arms to show off his physique. He pushed up his black-rimmed round glasses on his nose. He looked every bit the bookish intellectual. He certainly didn't look like he could take on a 55-year-old burly man. He certainly didn't look like he could take on a 55-year-old burly man. Officer Zhang smiled faintly. All right, I gave you a chance. Since that's the case, come with me. To meet someone. Lín Yì showed no fear, rising immediately and following Officer Zhang into the makeshift interrogation room. At that moment, inside the interrogation room, a man in a black leather jacket sat on a chair in the corner. This man was none other than Zhao Qiao. Zhao Qiao's expression betrayed a hint of unease. The moment he saw Lín Yì, it was as if he'd encountered a plague god. He instinctively took a step back, retreating further into the corner by the wall. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Fear. That profound terror was laid bare before another person. Even a single glance revealed he seemed to have suffered some profound shock and expression and state born of extreme tension and panic. Lín Yì understood the moment he saw this guy. It seemed. This kid deliberately fabricated false testimony. Probably just saying things like seeing himself in the middle of the night, which made the police believe once again that he was likely the murderer in a case. Interesting. Lín Yì remained unflustered. Guided by Officer Zhang, he walked to a designated spot and sat down. His expression appeared slightly composed, then he couldn't help but smile. Officer Zhang asked, "Where were you at 5 o'clock this morning?" Lín Yì, 5 in the morning? If I recall correctly, I was already asleep at 5 in the morning. Hearing this, Officer Zhang seemed momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lín Yì responding so directly. No, didn't you tell us you're a light sleeper? You were still awake at 3 a.m. today and have a habit of staying up late. How could you be asleep by 5 a.m.? Lín Yì spread his hands helplessly. Look, Officer Zhang, I do have a habit of staying up late, but I don't pull all-nighters. I was awake around 3 a.m. and just habitually played with my phone for a bit. But in the end, I only lasted about half an hour before falling asleep. What? Am I not even allowed to sleep at night? Officer Zhang turned to look at Lín Yì again. You two know each other? As he spoke, he gestured toward Zhao Qiao sitting in the corner. Of course. We've met a few times. When Zhao Qiao heard this, he froze in shock. He stared at Lín Yì in utter disbelief. His expression grew tense, as if he hadn't anticipated that this guy before him had actually seen him several times. Including Officer Zhang. The same. These two actually knew each other? But if they knew each other, then why would Zhao Qiao suddenly report Lín Yì? Tell me, what's our relationship? How did we meet? Lín Yi's expression turned slightly peculiar. No, you misunderstood. I never said we knew each other. I only said I'd seen him a few times. Just today in the lobby, by the stairwell, I saw him several times. I really did see him several times. Smooth talking. Upon hearing this response, Zhao Chao finally let out a long sigh of relief. But by this point, Officer Zhang seemed to be losing patience. His brow furrowed slightly. Lín Yì, stop playing games. I asked if you two know each other. No. All right. Since you don't know each other, Zhao Chao, repeat everything you saw at 5 o'clock this morning. Though flustered and frightened, Zhao Chao meekly replied, yes, Officer Zhang. At exactly 5 o'clock this morning, I heard some noises and smelled a very strong stench. So I opened the window to look out and saw a figure near the septic tank. At that moment, the figure it seemed like they were over by the septic tank, fiddling with something. The movements were very slight, like they were digging in the cesspool. And that person's back looked just like yours. Lín Yì. Just as I suspected. Hearing Zhao Chao's account, it matched my suspicions perfectly. This kid. Sure enough, he fabricated a false testimony, claiming he saw my back, then performed a series of actions by the septic tank. It seems this kid came prepared. Officer Zhang cut straight to the point. Did you hear that? This is my eyewitness. He stated that at 5 o'clock this morning, you were clearly awake and made your way to the septic tank. There, you were fiddling with something, burying a body? As he spoke these words, Officer Zhang's entire demeanor instantly intensified. He then stood up abruptly, his expression turning intensely serious. His steady, confident tone alone was enough to unsettle anyone, even sending them into a panic. This is bad. Now there was a confirmed eyewitness. If all my previous assumptions were wrong, it wasn't Sangwen and his henchmen who buried the body, but rather that I had carried out the entire burial myself. Then this eyewitness would be more than enough to convict me. Even the wisest person makes mistakes. But even the wisest make mistakes. It seems the original owner of this body, after committing this crime, still left some mistakes for others to see. Damn it! Chapter 66, Damned. No escape. Who wouldn't panic? A witness had clearly seen everything that happened at 5 o'clock this morning. If it's true that Zhao Yuanshan's body was indeed buried in the septic tank at 5 o'clock this morning by me, then the person standing before him must be the prime witness. This explains why Officer Zhang now carries himself with such solemnity and remarkable composure, his mind brimming with absolute certainty. Even without the murder weapon. But as long as he accuses me, what difference does it make if the murder weapon is missing? As long as there's one eyewitness who saw me assist in the murder and then bury the body, then the verdict would inevitably be murder. At this very moment, Lín Yì fell instantly silent. For several full seconds, not a single word escaped his lips. Seeing him utterly speechless, Zhao Chao instantly perked up. It was as if he'd found the opening to defeat him in one decisive blow. He immediately stood up. The expression on his face grew intensely serious. The panic and fear in his eyes began to fade noticeably with this single movement. Officer. Look, he's gone silent. His silence proves what I saw must be true. He's the killer. After murdering the victim, he buried the body in the cesspit. As for the woman you mentioned, I believe it's highly likely the landlady was merely manipulated by him. That's why she voluntarily took responsibility for him. Or perhaps the landlady, Sangwen, was threatened. He held something over her, leaving her no choice. You must investigate thoroughly. You absolutely cannot wrong any innocent person, nor let any criminal go free. Zhao Chao's expression was visibly agitated. In that moment, his entire body seemed to tremble uncontrollably. The color on his face, in particular, bore no resemblance to the feigned emotional breakdown of a performer. It was genuine, erupting in an instant. Murderer! Murderer! The police officer beside him also appeared visibly shaken. Nearly 12 hours had passed since the crime occurred, and at last, a breakthrough had been found. An eyewitness had been located. The witness had now begun to accuse him. They explicitly stated that they saw him arrive at the septic tank in the early hours of the morning. Moreover, there had been activity at the septic tank. The body found inside the septic tank was that of a perfectly healthy individual, someone who could not possibly have been at the septic tank at 5 in the morning. Therefore, he became the sole suspect. Moreover, according to everything this man had said, there was indeed some logic to it. It was highly possible that the boss's wife had some kind of leverage over this young man. That's why, when the police interrogated the landlady, she confessed to her involvement in the murder. And in the end, no matter how the police interrogated her, the landlady never provided a single clue about Lín Yì. There had to be some connection between them. Whether he assisted the landlady in the crime or acted entirely alone, with her taking the fall, they shared a deep, long-standing connection. There was definitely a connection. It's just that this connection remains beyond the police's current investigative capabilities. But thankfully, now, the killer stands before us, appearing merely as a young man in his 20s, a chemical engineering student. Yet beneath this scholarly, bookish exterior lies the perpetrator of such a brutal murder. The entire case remains shrouded in mystery. Even now, the murder weapon remains unfound. It seems he truly is a ruthless master. His inner nature was completely at odds with his outward appearance. Spill it. Where did you hide that murder weapon? It's been our biggest puzzle. We examined the victim's wounds and confirmed 3 knife injuries on his body. 2 were non-fatal. The only fatal wound was the one to his throat. We only found a 20-centimeter dagger, just 5 millimeters wide. Oh, right. I forgot to mention, when we say 5 millimeters wide, we're referring to the back of the blade. But the back of that dagger is incredibly blunt. It simply couldn't have caused such deep wounds. Furthermore, the sharp blade itself is only 0.5 millimeters thick at its edge. It's utterly impossible for such a blade to create wounds this wide. Therefore, so far, we haven't found the actual murder weapon. Tell us the truth, after you killed the victim, where exactly did you hide the murder weapon? If you continue to deceive or conceal information, playing games with the police, you won't get off scot-free in the end. Let me repeat, truth leads to leniency, resistance leads to severity. As these words were spoken, the expressions on the faces of the officers standing nearby grew noticeably more stern. They fixed their gaze intently on Lín Yì. Like a fierce tiger, the sharpness in their eyes was extremely piercing. Officer Zhang nodded, stepped forward a few paces, then pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered it. Want one? Lín Yì had no smoking habit whatsoever. He merely shook his head slightly, declining outright. Good. It's a good thing young people don't smoke. But I suspect there's still a barrier in your mind preventing you from cooperating fully with us police. If you refuse to cooperate, I won't be able to help you in the end. You must have loved chemistry, right? I recall we discussed this before. No matter what profession one pursues, or what field one studies, true excellence comes only when driven by genuine passion. Take me, for instance. Influenced by my father from childhood, I became a police officer, a detective, no less determined to catch every criminal. It's the same for you. You're not studying chemical engineering because you were forced into it. We've investigated your family background. You chose this major because you genuinely love chemistry. A person's interests can shape their entire life, but murder isn't exactly a wholesome interest. So, I find it rather unfortunate. Intentional homicide carries the death penalty. However, if you're willing to cooperate with us now to solve this case, confess honestly, and hand over the murder weapon, I can indeed advocate for you. You might receive a death sentence with a 2-year reprieve. Decades later, you could still continue studying chemistry. What do you say? Decades later? Still be able to study chemistry. This offer certainly sounds tempting. But ultimately, it's not the police who determine a person's sentence, but the court. The court will determine a sentence based on the perpetrator's methods, circumstances, and level of brutality, including the motive for the crime and a range of other factors. Chapter 67, A Dog's Nose? So sensitive. Of course. Intentional homicide essentially carries the death penalty. Lín Yì wouldn't confess honestly, because all he knew was that the victim had passed by his window before he stabbed them to death. He likely cleaned up the blood afterward. As for whether he personally tossed the body into the cesspit and completed the burial, or whether all the burial actions were carried out by this man before him in Sangwen, he had no idea. Even regarding the murder weapon itself, he remained ignorant of how it had delivered the fatal blow. It had instantly slit the throat. Even in the end, he couldn't locate the murder weapon. He himself didn't know how could he possibly confess honestly. And besides, as a time traveler, having only arrived in this world a single day prior, if he were immediately sentenced to death by the other party, wouldn't that make his entire journey here a complete waste? He had no intention of dying. Although there was currently an eyewitness, he himself didn't even know if he had actually thrown the body into the septic tank. Therefore, the man before him was very likely lying. At this moment, Lín Yì remained silent. Officer Zhang shook his head slightly. It seemed the suspect had no intention of cooperating with the investigation. He intended to bury all this within himself, perhaps even hoping to muddle through by remaining silent. How could that be possible? All right, it's clear you're unwilling to cooperate. Since that's the case, there's nothing more I can do to help you. Take care of yourself. Record the statement. As he spoke, he glanced at the junior officer beside him, who nodded in acknowledgement. The notebook was already densely filled with notes, most of the text consisting of exchanges between the man in the jacket and Officer Zhang. Lín Yì, however, had offered virtually no response. Zhao Chao saw that the other party had chosen silence. It only fueled his anger further. He's already fallen silent. That means he admits he's the killer. Silence is consent, isn't it? If he weren't the killer, he'd be defending himself. But now he's not saying a word. That proves it was him I saw in the septic tank at 5 o'clock this morning. He completed the entire process of burying the body. He participated in the murder. No, to be precise, he is the murderer. Officer, you absolutely must not let him go. You must not let this villain escape justice. At this point, Zhao Chao visibly grew agitated once more. The fear that had clouded his face vanished completely once more. Officer Zhang nodded. Rest assured, we won't let any criminals slip through our fingers. Likewise, you needn't worry about him harming you, he's already under our control. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a new hint. At that very moment, a familiar mechanical voice rang in Lín Yi's ears. The moment he heard it, his entire body jolted. It's here! The system's prompt had finally arrived. He hadn't expected this system alert to arrive at such a critical moment. He had thought he was now likely trapped in a desperate situation, with no way left to defend himself. An eyewitness had already pinned me down. Moreover, the police were already preparing to close the case, pinning everything on me, pinpointing him as the mastermind, the true murderer. There's no escape. At this critical moment, the system finally provided a prompt. But I just don't know. This hint. Will it truly help me escape this desperate situation? Ding! At 5 o'clock this morning, Zhao Chao completed the entire process of burying the body. He carefully chipped away the ice covering the latrine pit, using a large amount of salt. Salt can rapidly dissolve ice. Once the ice on the pit's surface melted, the body was simply tossed into the pit. Subsequently, the surface of the pit slowly refroze until it was finally discovered by the police. Upon hearing this clue, an expression of utter disbelief spread across his face. Indeed, he had not participated in the entire process of burying the body. Just as he had suspected, Zhao Yuanshan was being hunted down. As he passed by his window, he was killed by a single blow from his blade. Yet the man was already dead, and the killer never knew what had truly happened. There was likely no time for further thought at the moment. He then proceeded to bury the body, tossing it into the cesspit. After the body was dumped into the cesspool, the very same dagger over 20 centimeters long used to wound Zhao Yuanshan was also tossed into the pit. The entire murder was completed. The Zhao Chao before them must have had a very close relationship with Sangwon. The two of them jointly carried out this murder. But they had no idea that someone had suddenly appeared in the middle of it all. Therefore, Zhao Chao proactively provided a lead to the police. He stated that at 5 o'clock this morning, he had smelled a strong odor of feces. He then opened the window. Immediately afterward, he saw a figure. And that figure was Lín Yì? Using this method to frame himself for all the crimes. It was indeed a highly sophisticated tactic. Since no fingerprints were left at the scene, and he voluntarily stepped forward as an eyewitness, it would be difficult for the police to connect the murderer to him. Lín Yì gave a faint smile, then shook his head. At that moment, Zhao Chao caught that expression and immediately exclaimed, "Look! He's smiling! He's smiling! The murderer is smiling! This guy is terrifying!" Watching his clumsy performance, Lín Yì nearly burst out laughing. Officer Zhang witnessed the scene and glanced at his watch again. Less than half an hour remained before the entire case was solved. Within half an hour, they had to classify this case. Time was running out. Anything else you want to say? Lín Yì, officer, I don't know how sensitive a person's nose has to be to smell the scent outside the window directly through it. Chapter 68, the window was closed, your dog knows? After uttering these words, Lín Yì flashed a mysterious smile. He stared intently at the man in the jacket before him. You said the window was closed. With the window shut tight, I honestly can't fathom how you managed to sniff the stench outside through it. A frozen cesspool, even if you dug a hole big enough for a body to fall in. But even if I were the murderer, I would have buried the body with utmost care. There's no way the pit could have been disturbed. And if it hadn't been disturbed, how could it possibly emit such an overpowering stench? Strong enough for you to smell it through the window. Therefore, everything you've described is absolutely impossible. This must be perjury. As he spoke these words, his entire demeanor shifted into one of confidence. It's simple. Just because someone provided a statement doesn't mean it's necessarily true. After all, without any tangible evidence to back it up, not even a video recording, how could it possibly stand as evidence in court? Moreover, the murder weapon itself remains unfound to this day. Without the weapon as evidence, it's even less possible to convict him based solely on this. Hearing this, the man in the jacket visibly flinched. His eyes betrayed an expression of utter disbelief. His body trembled slightly. The next second, his gaze grew vacant. It seemed even he hadn't anticipated Lín Yì pulling such a move out of nowhere. This truly struck a nerve. This was a line he wouldn't cross. After all, it was true, just as he had said with the window closed, it was impossible to smell the stench from outside. He couldn't very well claim he'd left the window open all night yesterday, could he? Impossible. At 5 in the morning, the temperature had already dropped below -20 degrees Celsius. Under such conditions, how could he possibly have left the windows open? Therefore, the evidence I left behind, and even the confession I just gave to the officer, all crumbled to dust in an instant. Upon hearing this statement, Officer Zhang couldn't help but frown. The next second, his face betrayed an expression of utter disbelief. As a seasoned detective, he possessed more than enough judgment and investigative experience. This was something he should have considered, yet today he had suddenly overlooked it.
This wasn't due to any personal bias, but rather because he was too overwhelmed. After all, there was less than an hour left before the entire case was solved. Time was running out. So the moment he heard the man in the black jacket had witnessed everything, he completely lost his composure. In that split second when it all happened, that look of utter disbelief in his eyes was written all over his face. In that instant, Officer Zhang froze. Yes. He's right. With temperatures below -20 degrees Celsius, it's impossible to open a window. How did you smell the foul stench from outside through the window? At this point, although Zhao Qiao's confession seemed increasingly implausible, but he still wanted to give it a shot. What if this guy really has a nose like a dog? Is he that sensitive? Could he really detect that strong scent with just a casual sniff? At this moment, panic began to creep into Zhao Qiao's expression. He never imagined his carefully devised plan to defeat the enemy would be so easily exposed. I really did smell it. I really did catch that scent. That's why I opened the window, and then I saw what looked like your silhouette. That's why I'm convinced you're the killer. You must be the killer. What? Lín Yì pushed his round-framed glasses up his nose, his eyes taking on a mysterious look. He continued, you only saw a silhouette? You didn't see my face, yet you deduced it must be me? That it was me burying the body? I'm rather thin. Staying in this hotel, there are at least 3 others who look similar to me now and have the same hairstyle. I observed carefully, it shouldn't be fewer than 3. Their backs looked similar to mine. Sure, the moonlight was decent enough for you to make out some details, but how could you be absolutely certain it was me? Now, even if we take a step back and assume you really have a dog's nose that can smell stench through a window, how can you be certain this person is me? Is it based on your intuition or your senses? Ha! At this point, Lín Yì couldn't help but laugh himself. The system prompt was simply too powerful. Even when he was practically cornered, it still managed to pull him back from the brink. From start to finish, he hadn't participated in burying the corpse at all. He hadn't tossed the deceased's body into the cesspit only to wait for ice to cover it again. All of this had been the actions of the man before him. He had completed every step and maneuver. Yet, he now attempted to implicate me through this testimony. He even had the other person define me as a murderer. How ridiculous. I only saw a silhouette, but I could tell it was you. Given that I'm certain it was you, you must be the murderer. You can't possibly be anything else. Right? Officer Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. He felt increasingly that the man before him, the man in the black jacket, was saying things that were particularly unreliable. It seemed like every single sentence missed the point entirely. Hearing it felt incredibly strange. Be honest with me, is any of this true? He's right. You couldn't possibly smell anything outside through the window. Plus, if you really only saw a silhouette, even with light present, it's highly unlikely you could have clearly identified him as the killer. So everything you're saying sounds incredibly untrustworthy to me. You need to understand, if all this is just you stirring trouble, deliberately trying to frame someone, framing someone as a murderer is a serious crime. And most crucially, if all the clues you've provided are fabricated, if they're all lies, then everything you've said will become evidence in court. Plus, what's your motive? What possible motive could you have for perjury? Chapter 69, Officer, his arm is injured. Officer Zhang's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Extremely stern. He fixed his gaze firmly on the man before him. Within his gaze, that stern aura was clearly visible on his face. I'll ask you one more time. Tell me the truth, or else I won't be able to protect you either. Faced with such a heavy interrogation, Zhao Qiao instantly began to panic. Both the expression on his face and the vacant look in his eyes were laid bare for all to see. In that instant, he appeared slightly flustered. A powerful aura, like a swirling force, seized his ears with a sharp tug. I. After stammering out those 2 words, it was as if his mouth had been completely sealed shut with tape. After that, not a single word could escape his lips. Lín Yi's expression remained calm as he immediately demanded sternly, so this is it? You dare frame me, an upstanding citizen? What exactly are your intentions? I'm just an ordinary person, as ordinary as they come, a student. Why drag me into this danger? Why try to frame me as the murderer? What on earth is your motive for doing all this? What on earth is your motive? As he spoke these words, he rose to his feet. A stern interrogation. He glared fiercely at the man before him. In that instant, the power erupting from his body was enough to swallow mountains and rivers. Even a single glance from anyone would feel an uncontrollable sense of dread. At that moment, Zhao Qiao was utterly speechless. No, I'm not lying. I truly haven't lied. Alright, without concrete evidence, your statement alone cannot serve as grounds for police action. However, the moment you made these claims, we already dispatched officers to conduct tests. With the windows completely sealed shut, it's utterly impossible to smell any outside odors. After all, this is the northern region, bitterly cold.
To block wind and snow, the windows are designed for excellent sealing, strong insulation, and superior soundproofing. So with the windows fully closed, you couldn't possibly hear any outside noise from the slightest disturbance. Moreover, it's absolutely impossible to smell any foul stench from outside through the windows. Everything you're saying is a lie. It's all lies. Why did you do this? Speak. Bang. Officer Zhang paused here. He slammed his fist down on the table. The water cup on the table shuddered violently at the force of the blow. He was truly furious. The case had already reached its final stages. It seemed on the verge of being solved. Soon, the entire case would be fully cracked. Bring closure to this case. But if the clues provided by this man before him were all false, then in the end, it would have wasted the majority of the police's time. With all this time wasted, they would be unable to pursue any further cases. Time was growing ever tighter. A murderous intent flickered in Lín Yi's eyes. Officer Zhang, I've been framed. Why would this kid frame me? There can only be one reason: he's the killer himself. He wants to use providing evidence to the police as a cover to quickly escape the hotel. At this moment, he desperately needs to pin the blame on someone, a scapegoat. He wants to make that person the killer, the one the police lock onto, so that in the end, he can slip away. That's why he fabricated all those lies to frame me. It has to be the pure light in Lín Yi's eyes and the immense power within them. Merely spoken offhand. Yet it was utterly sufficient to make this man sense that palpable threat. I'm not lying. As he spoke these words, the man's entire body trembled uncontrollably. That innate terror radiated from him in full force. Enough, Officer Zhang. No matter how much you press him, he won't confess. This guy is nothing but lies. Lock him up immediately. Under these circumstances, he deliberately provided false evidence to the police, trying to frame me as the killer. He must be the murderer. You should take a good look at his left arm. Upon hearing these words, the man in the black jacket couldn't help but show a look of alarm. He immediately covered the area of his left arm with his right hand, as if overcome by an innate fear. Just now, he had received another notification from the system. While burying the body, Zhao Qiao was in a hurry and feeling tense. He accidentally cut his arm on the ice while chiseling through the frozen ground around the latrine. His arm was accidentally cut by a piece of ice. A scratch remained. Previous police investigations had also failed to notice this scratch. The main reason was that the police had arrived shortly after the injury occurred. They then examined everyone's bodies. This particular scratch appeared quite small, and due to the cold weather, it hadn't split open into a large wound. Since he was wearing a scarf, the police didn't examine it too closely during their investigation. It was dismissed so easily. But now things were different. When Officer Zhang heard this, his brow furrowed slightly before he immediately turned his gaze toward Zhao Qiao. "What are you panicking about?" he said. He slowly drew his gaze closer. He stared intently at the man before him. Then he said, "Come on, roll up the sleeve on your left arm. Let me take a look." Upon hearing this questioning remark, Zhao Qiao grew even more flustered. His eyes revealed an innate terror, especially when he heard the request to roll up his left sleeve to examine the wound marks. He was genuinely afraid. His right hand involuntarily clasped his left arm. Then, he shook his head slightly. A sense of dread erupted within him, seeing that he was unwilling to lift his left arm. At that moment, Officer Zhang approached, fixing him with a piercing stare. The very next second, he barked angrily, "Let me see." With that, he began to search without further ado. One hand reached out. Then, he grabbed hold of his left arm. With a sharp tug, a flicker of pain crossed Zhao Qiao's terrified face. The pain was so intense. Tears streamed down his face. Chapter 70, The Massive Wound, Medical Assessment. This intense agony shot straight up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head in an instant. Officer Zhang frowned. Then, with a swift motion, he yanked the sleeve off his left arm. Clearly visible on his left arm, a strip of white cloth wrapped around his arm, now stained with a deep crimson hue. It was clearly a deep wound. Upon witnessing this scene, Officer Zhang instantly grew stern. He stared intently at the man before him, like a wolf eyeing its prey. "Talk. How did you get that wound?" At those words, the man had already lost his composure. Both his facial expression and body language betrayed his true feelings. His face was contorted with terror, his entire body shaking violently. His speech became slurred. I accidentally bumped into something. Who would believe that? Could an accidental bump really leave such a deep wound? Based on Officer Zhang's over 2 decades of criminal investigation experience, this wound was no small matter. Half of the white cloth was stained bright red. How could this possibly be from an accidental bump? There's definitely more to this story. Spill it. If you don't come clean, then I'm afraid we'll have to perform a forensic examination on your wound. Understand this, our conclusion will be unequivocal.
This wound could not possibly have been caused by an accident. So tell us, how did you get it? If you confess now, I can still count it as a voluntary surrender.
Be honest and get leniency, resist and face harsher consequences.
But once we conduct the injury assessment, the outcome won't be so straightforward.
Got it?
As he spoke these words, his expression hardened once more. When it came to interrogating suspects,
Officer Zhang's skill was undeniable. Most suspects, after undergoing one of his interrogations, would usually confess truthfully. Unless they were the stubborn type, attempting to evade the truth. Of course, that tactic simply doesn't work with Officer Zhang. Officer, why won't you believe me? I truly stumbled upon this by accident. Just this morning, I was groggy after waking up. Then, I accidentally cut my foot in the bathroom. I bumped into the corner of the wall and got injured. Oomph. Hearing this, Lín Yì nearly burst out laughing.
Seems this guy can't lie to save his life. You see, most guests who slip in the bathroom would first call the front desk to handle it, then grab the medical kit for emergency bandaging.
Who else would act like him?
He'd found some white cloth from who knows where and just tied it around his arm to stop the bleeding.
Would an ordinary customer do that? Absolutely not. Even Lín Yì didn't believe it. How could Officer Zhang possibly take it at face value? Alright, Zhao Chao, no one will believe what you're saying.
This white cloth in your hand, it doesn't look like medical bandage to me.
More like it was torn from some piece of clothing, right?
If you really had an accident, the hotel would be the first to know.
You would have notified them. But I checked with the hotel. Did anyone report an injury today? No one did.
So, your own words prove everything. You're lying.
Alright, whether you admit it or not,
everything you've said has been recorded in detail.
It's all been documented. Our technicians will conduct an analysis. I'm confident their findings will align with my assessment, ultimately proving your statements to be perjury. Alright, I'll ask you one last time, why are you giving false testimony?
You two had no prior contact, no grudges or conflicts.
You did all this, it can't be related to that person, can it?
Officer Zhang had made it perfectly clear.
This guy. He definitely wasn't someone to be underestimated. First off, the evidence he presented earlier has now been thoroughly debunked point by point.
Given the hotel's winter insulation, it was absolutely impossible to smell the stench from outside through the window. And as Lín Yì pointed out, a murderer who disposes of a body in a cesspool would be extremely cautious throughout the entire process, moving the body, lowering it into the pit to avoid making excessive noise. This is precisely to prevent other hotel guests from witnessing the act and becoming potential eyewitnesses. Therefore, the cesspool wouldn't be disturbed either. Since excessive noise was avoided, it wouldn't emit a strong stench.
Then, how could such a situation possibly occur? How could it be possible for someone to smell such an overpowering stench through the window?
Therefore, all of this can only mean Zhao Qiao is lying.
And what's more,
the wound on his hand now absolutely couldn't have been caused by a mere bump.
Something must have happened in between, combining all the evidence gathered so far. Therefore, everything he said and did sounded utterly implausible. In fact, it's so obviously flawed that anyone could point out its flaws just by listening. It's fake. Zhao Qiao was utterly flustered. I don't know. I really didn't do anything.
Whether you believe me or not, I genuinely smelled a foul odor, and I genuinely saw a figure.
That figure looked so much like him. No. Not just like him, but I felt certain it was him.
After uttering these words, Zhao Qiao's head instantly dropped. It seemed as though he dared not lift it at all.
In that instant, he appeared utterly panicked. At that moment,
Officer Zhang shook his head slightly.
Alright, let's proceed directly with the injury assessment. Go get the technical department colleagues over here.
The nearby officer, upon hearing this, nodded without hesitation and immediately pushed open the door to leave.
Hearing these words, Zhao Qiao instantly grew even more frantic. The terror on his face deepened visibly by the second.
His entire face
looked utterly unnatural. Yet, he still tried his best to control his emotions, preventing any slip-ups. Soon, colleagues from the technical department arrived. After glancing at Officer Zhang, they inquired, "Are we conducting the analysis right here at the scene?" Officer Zhang nodded. "We don't have much time left. Let's start the analysis immediately."
Xiao Wang immediately nodded and approached Zhao Qiao. He promptly instructed, "Roll up your sleeves.
Let's see what we're dealing with."
Zhao Qiao was extremely reluctant.
Chapter 71, Spill the Beans. Where's the murder weapon? But the next second, Xiao Wang had already taken action.
With one hand, he gently grabbed Zhao Qiao's left arm. With the other, he pulled up the sleeve. Once again, the wound covered by a white bandage was exposed.
As a member of the technical department, he knew at a glance that something was off. He immediately asked, "It looks not like our medical bandage cloth.
More like white cloth torn from a piece of clothing.
Judging by the material, it should be a t-shirt. What kind of situation would call for using white cloth torn from a t-shirt to stop bleeding? Alright, relax. As he spoke, Xiao Wang deftly retrieved a packet of alcohol swabs from his portable kit. He also pulled out a pair of medical scissors. As he gripped Zhao Xiao's hand, he could distinctly feel it trying to pull away. The very next second. Snip! The white bandage that had been tied around his hand was severed with a single, light snip. In the blink of an eye. He swiftly used the tweezers in his hand to gently pull the white cloth apart. The moment the white strips parted, the wound beneath was clearly visible, already beginning to fester. Even from several meters away, a foul odor was noticeable. Xiao Wang frowned. He immediately took out a bottle of hydrogen peroxide and poured it directly onto the wound. Since the wound had passed the stage of acute pain, he didn't scream in agony when the entire bottle was poured over it. Once the hydrogen peroxide had washed away all the grime from the wound's surface, it became clear that the gash on his arm was a full centimeter deep. Over a centimeter deep looks like it was made by a sharp object. But, judging by the width of the wound, it doesn't look like it was made by a very sharp blade. If I'm not mistaken, this was probably caused by an ice cube, right? As he finished speaking, Xiao Wang looked at Zhao Qiao with a calm expression. Zhao Qiao was already flustered, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. For a moment, he seemed at a loss. No, it's not from ice. It's not. I slipped in the bathroom, hit my head on the corner of the wall, and that's how I got the wound. Slipped in the bathroom? Are you sure? You should know that just as we can easily determine the cause of your wound, I can also test for blood in the bathroom. If no blood traces from your arm are found there, then you're lying again. Alright, this isn't my concern anymore, Officer Zhang. The forensic results are in. It was definitely caused by an ice cube. The rest is up to you. After saying this, he quickly pulled out a piece of white gauze from the box. He proceeded to wrap it around immediately. Simple and straightforward, the procedure was completed within a minute. He stood up. He approached Officer Zhang, exchanged another greeting, and departed. Thank you for your hard work. Officer Zhang exchanged a few casual pleasantries. Then he fixed his gaze on Zhao Qiao, scrutinizing him intently. The aura emanating from his gaze carried an overwhelming sense of menace. Even a fleeting glance could stir an uncontrollable sense of dread. In that instant, every fiber of your being trembled uncontrollably. Alright, I told you our forensics department colleagues are exceptionally skilled. They can identify any wound with just a glance. Honestly, even if I weren't from forensics, I could tell. If this were a bathroom slip where someone fell into a corner, it absolutely couldn't have caused this kind of wound. Only a sharp piece of ice could have made such an injury. So, are you still not going to come clean? His gaze was unusually sharp, fixed intently on Zhao Qiao before him, like staring at a helpless lamb. There was no way Zhao Qiao could avoid that piercing stare. Even a simple glance would make me want to look away. There was simply no way to meet her gaze. It was terrifying. Lín Yi's expression remained calm. For him, this was nothing short of a spectacular show. Who could have imagined the other party had come to accuse him, armed with eyewitness evidence, attempting to condemn him to death with no chance of redemption? The slightest misstep could brand him a murderer, condemning him to spend the rest of his life here. Yet what no one could have anticipated was this. In the very next moment, all his evidence would crumble without even being challenged. Now, every piece of evidence he had presented to others had proven utterly unreliable under scrutiny. Instead, it had pulled him back from the brink of disaster. What exactly was the relationship between this man and Sanguine? But the two of them managed to coordinate a murder and bury a body. It was merely a minor hiccup along the way. Their connection is definitely not simple. Seeing Zhao Qiao remain silent, his expression instantly grew even more stern. He stared intently at him. Alright, I can guess what happened. During the killing of Zhao Yuanshan, something unexpected occurred, perhaps a slip, or maybe while burying the body, the ice on the latrine pierced him through. As for your wound emitting that distinct foul odor earlier, mark my words, a typical wound, even without medical treatment, wouldn't start stinking within a single day. It's simple. This wound was likely caused by ice shards in the latrine. The bacteria in that filthy pit invaded your cut at lightning speed. Within seconds, they began mutating the wound, and in no time at all, it started emitting that foul stench. I wonder, what else you have to say now? Confess honestly. Leniency for the truthful, severity for the obstinate. And where exactly is that murder weapon? Chapter 72, The Eternally Vanished Weapon. If the murder weapon cannot be found, then this case simply cannot be closed. After all, the murder weapon plays a crucial role in the entire case. Especially when it comes to collecting fingerprint evidence or DNA from the weapon. That's absolutely paramount. A fierce, murderous intent flickered in Officer Zhang's eyes. Just like that. In that instant, it seemed he had already determined that the man before him was no ordinary individual. At the very least, he wasn't as straightforward as imagined. All these confessions were fake, so obviously fabricated that anyone could tell just by hearing them. When Zhao Qiao heard these questions, he was already panicking beyond control. Both his facial expressions and physical movements betrayed his state of mind. His entire body trembled uncontrollably.
A fear emanating from the depths of his soul enveloped his entire being.
The very next moment, Lín Yì flashed a mysterious smile, then shook his head uncontrollably before stating bluntly, "Got nothing to say now, huh?
This wound on your body has been examined by the forensic pathologist. There's absolutely no way it could have been caused by bumping into the corner of the bath. It was caused by ice.
And the reason your wound is rotting so quickly, with no chance of healing, it must be because a massive amount of virus invaded your body in a short period of time, causing all this. So, everything you've claimed simply doesn't align with reality. Confess everything. Just like Officer Zhang said, confess and get leniency, resist and face harsher consequences." Ha 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 ha. That mocking laugh carried a hint of scorn. It was utterly devastating.
When Zhao Qiao heard these words, he was completely stunned.
His eyes betrayed utter disbelief, even shock.
"You bastard.
You did all this. Why did you make him pin it on me? You're the murderer. You're the one who did it."
For a murderer, you always habitually shift all blame onto others.
"I'm certain I saw you.
I'm certain it was you by the septic tank at 5 o'clock this morning. Therefore, you are the murderer."
Zhao Qiao was so flustered he could barely speak.
Lín Yì furrowed his brow slightly, feeling increasingly certain this man had no real connection to the murder case.
It was as if, when someone's weak spot is exposed, they become incredibly flustered.
It shows in every facial expression, every gesture, every movement.
Just one glance was enough to see his cowardice. It was laid bare completely. He simply couldn't fathom it. How could someone with such a burden clearly written all over their face possibly intend to kill a 55-year-old burly man? Was it love?
He and the landlady truly shared an inseparable bond.
And this connection seemed particularly terrifying, willing to kill for a woman?
Yet it sounded unreal, as if shrouded in a thick fog that couldn't be instantly dispelled.
In that instant,
an expression of utter disbelief spread across his face and pupils.
Lín Yì spoke calmly, "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it.
The police have already narrowed their focus on you.
Do you really think you can escape? You can't escape at all. All your confessions are false. How could you possibly claim to have no connection whatsoever to this murder case? At 5 o'clock this morning, I never went near the septic tank. I was asleep. Yet you claim I went there and completed the entire burial. When you presented these so-called clues, you were clearly perjuring yourself. Every single detail of your testimony, every last bit of it, was nothing but a series of feints and distractions. You won't admit it?"
As the words left his mouth, a fierce, murderous intent flared in his eyes.
It seemed,
in that instant, he had seized the very core of his vulnerability.
He couldn't breathe. "Well, you're already a failure. As a murderer about to be apprehended by the police, I can't imagine how you could possibly escape justice. Impossible."
Zhao Qiao watched Lín Yi's relentless pressure, his chair beneath him involuntarily sliding backward. That overwhelming sense of dread struck him like an electric shock, instantly paralyzing his entire body.
He couldn't muster even the slightest flicker of defiance. This terror, born from the depths of his soul, surged upward in an instant, etching itself onto his brow. It even shattered his entire forehead into shards.
Officer Zhang witnessed this scene, and the case was essentially nearing its conclusion. The man before him would never admit to committing this murder.
However,
if he truly had no involvement in this murder, then how could he possibly produce so much evidence at this moment?
And all this evidence was fake. Even a casual listener could tell the evidence was fabricated and utterly shambolic. In an instant, everyone was stunned.
"All right, our forensic expert has completed the examination. Now, this wound on your arm could never have been inflicted so easily. Therefore, everything you've done is absolutely impossible.
It's simple. Just tell me where you hid the murder weapon. Then, this case can be closed."
"I said I'd do my best to help you. It's not that I've lost patience as a cop, but time is running out.
You have 20 minutes left.
If you still refuse to cooperate after that, then I'm sorry, there's nothing more I can do for you."
Zhao Qiao heard these stern words one after another, and his entire expression began to look somewhat dazed.
In that instant, his pupils began to tremble, and an overwhelming sense of terror enveloped his entire being. It felt like an invisible black hand had suddenly shot out from behind him, clamping down on his throat so tightly he couldn't move an inch. That overwhelming force felt innate, capable of ending his life in an instant, plunging him into an endless abyss of terror, with no chance of rebirth.
Lín Yì frowned. Up until now, he still had no clue where the deadly weapon could possibly be hidden. Chapter 73, I admitted I was involved in the case.
Even now, he couldn't fathom why the murder weapon had vanished so abruptly. Ordinary methods could never make a murder weapon vanish so effortlessly.
It was unfathomable. And it was absolutely impossible to find it so easily.
He furrowed his brow slightly, then blurted out the next moment, "Officer, you really need to press him hard.
Where exactly is that murder weapon hidden? Honestly, I'm incredibly curious too. Under what circumstances could someone kill another person and then make the murder weapon vanish so effortlessly, as if it had simply evaporated into thin air? It's impossible to find. It's like it vanished into thin air, utterly untraceable.
If I'm not mistaken, you've already deployed a massive police force and manpower, even combing through the entire courtyard thoroughly, searching every single spot.
Yet in the end, you still haven't found that murder weapon, right? It's not that simple. Absolutely not that simple. Officer Zhang didn't want to hide anything from Lín Yì either, and nodded. Yes. That's precisely why we police have found absolutely no leads so far. The murder weapon has vanished completely, as if it never existed, simply vanished into thin air? I suspect everyone here shares my curiosity. Where on earth did that murder weapon go? It's nowhere to be found. Absolutely nowhere.
After finishing his sentence, Officer Zhang once again fixed his eagle-like gaze on the man before him.
His gaze radiated an overwhelming aura. That intense killing intent now coiled tightly around him. The murder weapon, the one I can't find anywhere. You're quite the stash artist, aren't you? To hide a murder weapon so thoroughly that even our police dogs and every other resource at our disposal can't locate it, it's truly absurd. This is interesting.
Hearing these words, the man before him was now utterly panicked.
It seemed as though he might wet himself in the next second.
His entire body shook violently, tremors visible to the naked eye.
That overwhelming terror erupted in an instant. I really didn't. I admit I did attack him, but I couldn't possibly be the killer.
Officer, I clearly remember when he jumped out the window, I only stabbed him twice.
I didn't kill him outright.
Both blows landed on his body, not his throat.
How could he possibly have died?
So there must be a new killer who finished him off during our chase.
I didn't. I truly didn't kill him.
As he spoke these words, Zhao Chao's entire body shook violently. His extreme terror had completely erupted. And even speaking another word seemed to fill him with dread. Lín Yì heard this and couldn't help but smile, revealing a mysterious grin.
This intense smile was utterly unapproachable.
Ha, if I recall correctly, the police haven't released the autopsy results.
How do you know there was an extra cut in his throat?
So, you must have disposed of the body yourself, right? The moment this question was posed, a sudden, profound silence descended upon the interrogation room. An eerie, profound stillness. So quiet it felt impossible to breathe.
Officer Zhang was stunned.
The angle of this question was utterly ruthless. Even a single sentence was enough to shatter his resolve completely.
Exactly. We never disclosed any autopsy results to you.
Under these circumstances, how could you possibly have seen that fatal cut in the victim's throat?
So, in the end, the one who actually went to the cesspool to bury the body must have been you, right?
This barrage of questions came crashing down like towering mountains. They crushed down on his body, leaving him utterly unable to breathe.
Zhao Chao began to panic.
Yes. I did bury the body, but I absolutely did not kill him. We only discovered he was already dead during the chase. We just dug a hole in the latrine, then tossed his body in.
Just tossed it in. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying.
We didn't kill him, but as the ones who handled the body, we feared the police would trace the clues back to me. That's why we buried the corpse.
Truly. I only stabbed him twice.
And those 2 wounds absolutely could not have been on his throat. That fatal wound on his throat, I saw it. I saw it happen right then and there.
True, the wound on my left arm was indeed an accidental injury. That cut.
I definitely got it near the septic tank.
I admit I perjured myself.
I did perjure myself.
But I wasn't the one who actually did all this.
Officer Zhang smiled slightly upon hearing his willingness to confess and receive leniency.
The other person you mentioned? Or rather, you two, are you referring to Sangwon?
This time,
Zhao Chao offered no denial. He merely nodded, as if confirming. Yes. What is the nature of your relationship?
At this question, Zhao Chao's expression sharpened into intense focus as he stared intently at everything before him.
We both detest evil. They aren't human, they don't even deserve to be called human. That's why I wanted to kill them. Don't you agree, he's a villain?
Evil people deserve to die, to be frozen beneath the ice forever, never to be reborn. Like a vile fly, forever trapped beneath a dung heap where even a single breath carries a stench so thick it could kill him outright. I'll make sure he never rises again, not in this life, not in the next, not for all eternity. He'll be buried beneath forever. As he spoke these words, he appeared intensely agitated. The trembling that ran through his entire body was plain for all to see. His family members could clearly see it. When he spoke of him being a villain, the murderous intent in his eyes grew even more intense.
Chapter 74, The Chilling Atmosphere, Cause and Effect.
The fear etched upon his face
vanished in an instant. A chilling aura permeated the air.
Lín Yì knew full well that the 2 who had been killed were certainly no saints.
Take Li Du, for instance.
As a lawyer, he presented a polished, glamorous facade, a name known throughout the small town.
But then? What was the end result?
He secretly took bribes, deliberately lost cases, and sent his clients to jail. Everything he built crumbled in an instant like a bubble, leaving people seething with hatred toward him. This is precisely why it became the primary reason for his eventual murder.
As for Li Yuanshan, a boiler operator in the small town. The reason he also played a sinister role in the Li Du case, even going so far as to rig a device to trap the victim in a deadly situation. It was entirely because Li Yuanshan's son, Li Wen, was suspected of theft and intentional homicide. His son, Li Wen, had merely entered the victim's home during a burglary and left footprints behind. Many details simply didn't add up. For instance, although footprints were left inside, there were no traces of his fingerprints on the murder weapon. If we assume he was the killer, then upon entering the room, he must have already planned to wipe the weapon clean of fingerprints. In that case, he would have simultaneously and thoroughly cleaned up any footprints or hair he left behind in the room. However, he was merely a petty thief. When he entered the victim's home, he left footprints. The real killer was never caught, and the police found no other clues, only his footprints remained as evidence. Originally, as a lawyer, Li Du, he was fully capable of overturning the conviction. As a boiler operator, how much savings could he possibly have? To save his son, Li Yuanshan emptied his life savings and even sold the only house in the small town. In the end, he scraped together hundreds of thousands of yuan and hired the town's renowned lawyer, Li Du. He poured every last penny into this fight, all for the sole purpose of freeing his son. He believed, though his son had acted improperly, it was at worst mere theft. But there was absolutely no way he could be involved in a murder case. Didn't he know his own son? He absolutely didn't have the guts. Murder for gain. It was only robbery. Yet in the end, on the very night before the trial began, Li Du received a package of black money along with a letter. The contents inside was simple. It amounted to this: as long as Li Wen was locked up, whether the case was finalized, he spent the rest of his life in prison, or even received the death penalty, it didn't matter. In the end, Li Du took the bribe, abandoned the search for evidence, and when the prosecution filed charges, he did not assist in uncovering suspicious leads. Instead, at the most critical moment, he coasted through. This led to Li Wen being sentenced to death immediately. This was Li Yuanshan's only son. His sole heir was sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately. He even lost his property. Heartbroken beyond words. Ultimately, he chose this path to kill Li Du and avenge his son. Agreed. This time, Li Yuanshan would die outright. Even Sang Wen and Zhao Qiao sought ways to eliminate him, resorting to lethal force, delivering 2 consecutive stabs. This was entirely because Li Yuanshan himself was no saint. Sang Wen had a son who had just turned 18. The school organized a field trip to the boiler factory for a real-life experience. However, during the tour of the boiler factory, Zhao Yuanshan, as a veteran employee, was assigned to lead the group. Due to an operational error, he accidentally caused Sang Wen's son, Zhao Xiaohua, to suffer a direct perforation of his right eye. He was left with a permanent disability. An 18-year-old youth, in the prime of his life, had been admitted to Qingshan University as a recommended student. He didn't even need to take the college entrance exam to enter a top-tier national university. His future was limitless. Yet, what was the outcome? During a visit to a boiler factory, he suffered a permanent disability. Although he eventually enrolled at Aoyama University without issue, his campus life was fraught with obstacles at every turn. The days ahead, it seemed destined to remain this way. There was absolutely no way out. This left Sang Wen harboring deep resentment. Moreover, Sang Wen must have known Zhao Yuanshan came to the hotel. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to ambush outside the window beforehand and team up with Zhao Qiao to assassinate Zhao Yuanshan. Detective Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Sang Wen? Why, did you want to join forces to kill him? And where exactly is that murder weapon hidden? Zhao Qiao's pupils suddenly dilated, radiating a powerful aura of murderous intent. His entire body trembled with rage. He's a criminal. If not for him, Zhao Xiaohua's life would have been perfect. He was only 18, a guaranteed admission student at Qingshan University. How happy his life could have been. All destroyed by that man. He deserves to die. He should be locked away in that cesspool forever, locked away forever. By this point, his pupils dilated, his eyes already bloodshot. The tears she'd been holding back instantly streamed down her face. Me and Sang Wen know, he's my son. When those words came out, even Officer Zhang couldn't help but widen his eyes. They had already investigated Zhao Yuanshan's background and knew that he had once accidentally injured a child during a school visit ceremony. That child's name was Zhao Xiaohua. They never imagined this child was Sang Wen's and that Sang Wen's child was also Zhao Qiao's. No wonder the child bore the Zhao surname. But they had never registered any marriage. Their investigation records also show they were both unmarried. Which means they never married, yet they conceived a child together. No wonder. The two would join forces to kill Zhao Yuanshan. Once they made their move, the target likely had no chance of survival. Alright, time is short. We understand the other relationships involved. Now tell us about the murder weapon. Where did it go? To this day, no one has seen it. Since you've admitted your involvement in this murder, where is the fatal blow that severed his throat? That single cut was undoubtedly the lethal strike. Yet the weapon itself seems to have vanished. I'm deeply curious, how exactly did that murder weapon disappear? Zhao Qiao was on the verge of losing his mind. No. I don't know where the murder weapon is. We really didn't cut his throat, we didn't. At least I can confirm only 2 cuts were made. The one to the throat, I don't know. Bang! By this point, his rage had reached its peak. He slammed his fist down on the table in front of him with a thunderous crash. Lín Yì was also intensely curious, where exactly had he hidden the murder weapon? At least, he couldn't figure it out now. The system offered no clues. Ordinary chemical methods probably couldn't make a murder weapon vanish without a trace, let alone remain unfindable even now. So, where on earth was this murder weapon hidden? Zhao Qiao certainly didn't know. Because that knife wound on his throat? He inflicted it upon himself. Chapter 75, What a Deadly Weapon, Simple and Brutal. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new hint. Upon hearing that pleasant notification sound, a relatively calm expression appeared on his face. Another hint. I wonder what this new clue might be. If it proves crucial to solving this case, then it could also bring this case to a swift and complete conclusion. At the same time, I'll receive the system's reward. And level up. Ding! The weapon that caused the wound on the throat was specifically an ice blade. Hearing this notification, even Lín Yì found it hard to believe. His pupils dilated instantly. Awesome! It was simply incredible. No wonder that single strike could be instantly fatal. And after killing the victim, the murder weapon could vanish effortlessly. The completely frozen ice, in such bitter cold, became exceptionally sharp. In fact, if sharpened by rubbing against a surface before use, it would undoubtedly make the blade even more razor sharp. In that case, it could pierce the throat cleanly when the target was caught off guard. Moreover, after killing the target, the ice blade can be melted. A large amount of warm water is all it takes to melt the ice blade. Dive into the sewer. Apart from possible blood traces, the sewer system leaves absolutely no detectable clues behind. Therefore, a single ice blade pierced Zhao Yuanshan through and killed him. Up to this point, the murder weapon remains elusive, utterly impossible to find. Interesting. Indeed. The original owner of this body did possess considerable skill. At the very least, their actions yielded unexpected results. No wonder. Despite causing over 100 deaths and keeping a murder diary, under these circumstances, he still managed to evade capture in sentencing. He slipped through the cracks so easily. He was truly formidable. If this were an ordinary suspect, they probably wouldn't have thought to use an ice pick for murder, right? After all, ice picks carry significant uncertainty. If the victim was wearing thick clothing during winter, only the face and throat areas might be pierced. If my hand slips even slightly, the single strike won't be enough to kill the target. Therefore, the only way to kill someone instantly would be a direct, penetrating wound to the throat. That would leave them unable to cry out for help, and then they'd collapse in a pool of blood without even the capacity to react. And at that very moment, Officer Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, though he felt deeply for Zhao Qiao. After all, his son was 18, a guaranteed admission student at Qingshan University, with a future as bright as the stars. In the years ahead, in his future career, he would undoubtedly be among the elite. Yet due to a single accident, his eye had been pierced, leaving him with a lifelong disability. This was something no father could bear. But a murderer is a murderer. No matter how much he grieved for the boy before him, ultimately, as a police officer, if he had taken a life, he must be brought to justice. Yes. I truly cared deeply for you. It's a pity. But whatever crime he committed, the punishment he deserves must come from the law, not your vigilante justice. So, you want to kill him. It's no use denying it now. All the evidence points to you. You're the only one who could have carried out this entire murder. That's the truth. So if you think you can escape punishment now, or even escape all of this, it's absolutely impossible. The murder weapon. We're running out of time. We need that weapon. Zhao Qiao remained silent, only denying everything. The murder weapon? The only weapon he'd ever used was a 20-centimeter dagger. He had never used any other weapon. The police had already found that 20-centimeter dagger because he had thrown it into the cesspool when burying the body. Of course. Before tossing the dagger into the cesspool, he had taken precautions to thoroughly wipe away any DNA traces or fingerprints from the weapon. Only then did he proceed. Under these circumstances, it was absolutely impossible for another murder weapon to appear, right? Unless Sangwon had indeed used a new weapon to pierce the victim's throat during the joint attack. But then again, when Zhao Yuanshan fled, it was he who gave chase. And Sangwon never gave chase. How could he possibly have? It just doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it. At this point, Zhao Qiao naturally denied anything he hadn't done. He admitted to participating in the murder, but there must have been another person involved in this case as well. They were alike. Both wanted to kill Zhao Yuanshan. How could he possibly know where the murder weapon was hidden?
Officer Zhang, I, Zhao Chao, take responsibility for my own actions.
I will never deny what I have done.
I only admit to participating in the stabbing and directly burying the body. When I chased after him, he was fleeing, but in the end, he didn't get very far before collapsing.
I don't know if someone else suddenly intervened and participated in this assassination. I don't know. But if you insist on asking where a new weapon came from, I can only tell you, I don't know. I didn't use it.
The only thing I used was that 20-centimeter dagger.
Besides that dagger, there was absolutely nothing else. So, I refuse to admit it.
Officer Zhang listened to the string of denials, utterly helpless.
If that murder weapon couldn't be found, frankly speaking, if we were to truly close this case, then this case wouldn't be considered a perfect one.
As a detective one with over 20 years of experience,
how could I possibly allow a case to be wrapped up so hastily? Alright, let me explain. At that very moment, Lín Yì suddenly spoke up. Chapter 76, Officer, could it be an ice skating blade? Officer Zhang looked at the young man before him. He didn't interrupt immediately.
Instead, he adopted a serious expression and turned his gaze toward him.
Then he nodded, signaling him to continue. Lín Yì hummed in acknowledgement. He then stated directly,
a missing murder weapon, how could it simply vanish into thin air? You must understand, whether it's made of inert metals or other materials, for a murder weapon to truly vanish completely, it requires specific methods, and even then, it might not be entirely eradicated. Anything that ever existed must leave some trace behind.
How could it simply vanish completely? How could it disappear without a trace, leaving no way to find it? That's absolutely impossible. So, could this vanished weapon perhaps just need a tiny bit of something added, or could it have disappeared naturally?
As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the window.
At that very moment,
outside the window, heavy snow was falling like goose feathers. Layer upon layer of pristine white snow piled up together. Clearly visible. On the fruit trees, icicles stood upright, connecting branch to branch. Upon hearing these words, Officer Zhang clearly found it hard to believe. An expression of utter disbelief flashed in his eyes as he stared silently at the young man.
The next second, his pupils suddenly dilated. His reaction was utterly exaggerated. As if, in that instant, he couldn't fathom a single word he'd heard. What do you mean? The look on his face was utterly exaggerated. Clearly, he understood what Lín Yì meant.
Typically, for any weapon, metal or otherwise, to vanish in an instant, it would either need to be hidden or buried underground. But the police conducted an exhaustive search with police dogs and manpower. They practically turned the entire courtyard and every corner of the hotel upside down. Yet in the end, they found absolutely no clues, not even a glimpse of the murder weapon. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. This left the police utterly perplexed.
Now, the case had reached a stalemate. They still couldn't locate the murder weapon and the man in the black jacket standing before them.
The prime suspect in this case had even confessed to committing the crime himself. But the knife wound on the throat wasn't inflicted by him.
But what difference does that make? He refuses to believe another person could have been involved in this crime.
And this case had nothing to do with them.
Therefore, finding that murder weapon alone would solve the entire case.
But even now, the murder weapon remains as if it vanished into thin air, utterly untraceable.
Ordinary metal would inevitably leave some trace.
They had invested massive manpower and resources into the search, making it entirely possible to locate the murder weapon in the shortest time.
Yet in the end, it was never found. Therefore, this murder weapon is highly likely to be ice. Ice. More precisely, an ice blade.
If the killer used an ice blade in such bitter cold, it could freeze solid and become exceptionally hard. With advanced preparation, it could even be sharpened to a deadly edge.
It could deliver a fatal blow before the victim even reacts, perhaps even piercing the throat. But that's too far-fetched. If the killer used an ice pick, then there would be a certain degree of uncertainty.
A single misstep during the attack could easily fail to kill the victim, allowing them to regain consciousness in an instant.
All of this is entirely possible. Ice pick? Was it an ice pick?
Officer Zhang turned his gaze toward the man in the black jacket, staring at him with a stern expression.
Whether it is or not. Right now. The key was to observe his reaction.
Upon hearing those two words, Zhao Qiao couldn't help but freeze in place. His expression froze instantly, as if he couldn't quite believe what he'd just heard.
What the hell? What the hell?
The police implied that the reason the murder weapon, the blade that pierced the throat, hadn't been found until now was because the killer used an ice pick.
Ice picks are incredibly easy to dispose of cleanly.
In fact, minimal effort was required. Simply tossing it into warm water would cause the ice pick to gradually dissolve, after which the water could be flushed down the drain. Or perhaps it was dumped into a cesspool along with the body.
But he swore he'd only used a 120-centimeter dagger. Throughout the entire incident, he clearly remembered stabbing the victim only twice. Neither strike had reached the throat, both wounds were located elsewhere on the body. Yet when he gave chase, he soon found the victim collapsed in the snow, stiff and lifeless. At that moment, while burying the body, he also discovered the single, clean-through wound at the victim's throat. But pressed for time, he had no chance to dwell on it. It was only because his death was indeed caused by his own frenzied stabbing, which finally pierced the throat. The situation was far too urgent. He immediately buried the body in the latrine. But now that he thought about it, that wound absolutely wasn't his doing. His eyes betrayed an expression of utter innocence, a look that seemed impossible to feign. Ice dagger. Where on earth would I have used an ice blade to kill him? It was pure fantasy. No, never. I've never used an ice pick. Besides, can ice even kill someone? I know ice can crush someone to death, but how could it possibly pierce through a person's body, especially the throat? You police need evidence to investigate a case. Without evidence, what you're saying here can't be substantiated. There's no way you can prove I'm the real killer. At most, I'm guilty of attempted murder. Or maybe I'm not guilty at all. That bastard deserved to die. I'm innocent. I absolutely am innocent. As he spoke these words, he erupted into fury once more. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. His entire body shook violently. The very next moment, he sprang to his feet. His fists clenched tightly, as if he were ready to take on the entire world. Yet the very next moment. Chapter 77, The Ice Blade Experiment So Sharp. Two officers immediately rushed over and pinned him back into his chair. Don't be reckless. Sit down right now. As they spoke, one officer pulled a pair of handcuffs straight from his pocket. Clank. He was locked to the nearby iron railing. Clank, clank, clank. The clanging of metal echoed as the handcuffs scraped against the iron bars. He struggled. But no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't break free. At this moment, Officer Zhang began to believe. Then, he turned his gaze toward Lín Yì once more. If the killer truly used an ice pick, then this case forces us to close it quickly. After all, the murder weapon is gone. We have absolutely no chance of ever finding it. Ice knife. Someone grind an ice knife immediately. And get a piece of pork from the kitchen. Upon hearing this, the nearby officer hesitated not a moment, immediately pushing open the door and stepping out. Another officer was promptly dispatched to the kitchen to retrieve a piece of frozen pork. Hot water was then brought in to thaw the pork as quickly as possible. Within minutes, they returned to the room carrying the ice pick and pork. When the scene unfolded in the hotel lobby, everyone instantly wore expressions of utter bewilderment, staring fixedly at the objects in the officers' hands. They've been in there for so long. Still no word so far, but every now and then you can hear arguing coming from inside. Could it be? There's been progress on this case. It's possible, but why would they go for a knife sharpened with pork fat and ice? Wait. Oh my god, I heard the victim had a penetrating wound in the throat, and the weapon causing that wound hasn't been found yet. Could it be they used an ice knife? Did the killer just melt the ice knife afterward, which is why the police haven't found the murder weapon at all? My goodness, if that's the case, then the killer is a genius, absolutely a genius. But is that even possible? I can't imagine a killer using an ice pick to completely pierce someone's throat. How much force would that require? Don't underestimate the power of an ice pick. From my experience, in such cold weather, ice picks can be sharpened to an extreme edge. A single strike could pierce a person's throat without requiring much force at all. It's entirely possible. Whoa, if that's the case, it's terrifying. Inside the interrogation room, Officer Zhang had already ordered someone to suspend the pork chop on a rack. The piece of pork was enormous. The pig was as big as a wash basin. Officer Zhang gripped the ice pick prepared by the officers tightly. Everyone take a look. Can an ice pick really pierce a person's throat with ease? And kill them instantly? Why not conduct an experiment to find out? Roar! The moment the words fell, the ice pick in his hand shot forward in an instant. Its speed was blinding. Like a gust of wind through the air, it shot out with lightning speed, striking with blinding speed. A clatter echoed through the air. The next second, the ice blade pierced the pork without a hitch, passing clean through it. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Qiao was utterly stunned. What? It actually pierced right through. What else do you have to say, Zhao Qiao? Smack! The next second, Officer Zhang slammed the ice pick in his hand onto the table, producing a loud clatter. The entire room instantly fell into a tense silence. At that very moment, when Lín Yì witnessed this scene, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Naturally, human skin differs significantly from pork in texture. Compared to pork, human skin lacks such a thick layer of fat. Moreover, pork skin is thicker than one might imagine. And this was frozen pork. Even after rapid thawing, the texture of pork remains significantly tougher than human skin. Even pork can be easily pierced by an ice pick without much force. Then consider a human throat. If suddenly sliced by an ice blade in an instant, it could pierce straight through the throat. This very scene unfolding perfectly confirmed everything. Hiding by the window, ice blade in hand, the backyard lacked surveillance entirely. This operation could not possibly be captured on any camera. At most, it might have been captured by sound. But, with the ice pick razor sharp, the victim didn't even have time to react before it pierced their throat. Without even a chance to cry out, death came instantly. The next second, they collapsed onto the snow-covered ground. But, as he was about to hit the snow, he clutched his throat and struggled forward frantically for a few steps. At that moment, he finally understood why Zhao Qiao had insisted on framing him, claiming he'd seen his silhouette near the cesspool and that he resembled the murderer. Because, as one of the participants in this crime, after burying the body, he would naturally recall the penetrating wound at the victim's throat. Yet he himself had clearly not made a single cut to the throat. Therefore, the body had fallen just a few steps in front of Lín Yi's window. He became highly suspicious. This young man was the killer who had suddenly inflicted that penetrating wound on his throat. Therefore, he decided to pin all these crimes squarely on the young man. He finally understood. But, all the bloodstains by the window had been meticulously cleaned away with a mixture of hydrogen peroxide and toilet cleaner. So thoroughly, in fact, that even chemical testing couldn't detect any traces of blood. Likewise, the police dogs couldn't detect it either. Under these circumstances, it was utterly impossible for the police to convict him. Now, the suspect has already confessed to chasing down Zhao Yuanshan and stabbing him twice. Those 2 stabs, to be honest, while they weren't immediately fatal, but, without prompt medical attention, the victim would rapidly lose blood and ultimately die from excessive blood loss. But, the killer at this point absolutely wouldn't have left that much time. His goal was to kill him outright. Therefore, all the confessions this Zhao Qiao is making right now in the eyes of the police, it's absolutely impossible that it was as simple as just stabbing him twice. They would definitely pursue him to prevent the victim from escaping and calling for help. But during the pursuit, Chapter 78, no, she's pregnant. So you ended up chasing after him? You killed him. You saw he'd only taken 2 cuts, not fatal wounds. So you picked up the ice blade nearby, or more accurately, the ice spike, and stabbed him directly. 1 strike pierced Zhao Yuanshan's throat. That single blow killed him instantly. He didn't even have time to cry out. Though this man wasn't entirely evil. He was only doing it for his child. But, Lín Yì was utterly helpless. If he didn't dispose of this guy here, there was absolutely no way he could escape the police pursuit. After all, the concept of the ice blade was something he himself had revealed to the police. If the police department tracked down this rookie, they wouldn't let it go. Because for the police, the time to solve the case was already running out. If I were to apprehend this killer, they would never let it go. Only by completely apprehending this killer can the case truly be solved. Now, Lín Yì has provided them with an exceptionally valuable lead. That is, the murder weapon that has remained elusive all along. It's very likely ice skates. Once this line of reasoning opened up, the police's clues became much clearer. He stared intently at the man before him. His expression radiated unwavering resolve. Still not going to confess? Hasn't this young man made himself perfectly clear? That's exactly what I was about to ask you. Under normal circumstances, you stabbed him twice. He was merely bleeding. Under such circumstances, death wouldn't come instantly. If you intended to kill someone, you must have been utterly resolved. There's no way you'd let him live. You would have pursued him to finish him off immediately. You wouldn't let that man live so easily. You wouldn't give him any chance to escape. That's how it is. Now, though the ice blade has melted, or more accurately, been disposed of by you, the evidence we have is sufficient to convict you. You've already confessed. Officer Zhang had lost all patience. For him, the priority was to close this case immediately. He wasn't going to give his opponents any breathing room. After all, the municipal bureau wasn't giving them any more time either. Zhao Qiao was utterly helpless at this moment. Only anger and resentment remained. He glared intently at the man before him. Lín Yì. He had actually come up with the wild idea of ice blades. To be honest, the police hadn't actually found the murder weapon. Without it, the investigation had gradually reached a dead end. They couldn't even solve the case at all. But now things were different. Although no murder weapon has been found to this day. But the theory of an ice pick alone was sufficient proof. Nothing can make a metal object vanish without a trace. So, in the dead of winter, an ice pick could kill someone, and after the murder, it could disappear completely, leaving no trace for anyone to find. Even if the police racked their brains, they'd never be able to locate that ice pick. Therefore, this case could actually be closed right now. Zhao Qiao was utterly helpless, his rage clouding his judgment. The other man was dead. Zhao Yuanshan was dead. That was the reality. Zhao Xiao's eye had been pierced, leaving her permanently disabled, while the other party had met a fatal end. Whether he killed him or not, did it even matter now? All he needed to do was exact revenge, kill his enemy outright. If only. If it truly was this young man before him, a mere 20-something student who helped him kill Zhao Yuanshan, then he'd have to thank this guy. That would count as helping him exact his revenge. He'd be a benefactor. Alright, I admit my guilt. At this moment, Zhao Qiao. His eyes were already bloodshot. Every ounce of strength in his body had been drained. He clutched the chair beside him tightly. His wrists were already raw and red. Yes, I admit everything. I killed that damn bastard. How could I possibly let him live? I struck with a single blow, plunging it straight into his throat. Yes, I used the ice spike lying nearby. He didn't stand a chance. One thrust pierced his throat clean through. He collapsed onto the snow like a stinking fly. But, did he deserve it? The snow is so pure and spotless. He was nothing but a demon. When a demon falls, what right does he have? What right did he have to fall upon this pristine snow? He belongs in hell, in that damned place. Ha ha ha, probably only a cesspool. After all, that foul stench is his true home. A foul-smelling fly forever trapped in the sewer. Forever and ever, buried in that cesspool, doomed to eternal damnation. Ha 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 ha. Clang, clang, clang. As he uttered these words, his eyes had turned an intense crimson. For that instant, he seemed utterly possessed by a demon. The crimson hue within his pupils was now unmistakably revealed. Get him. At Officer Zhang's command, 2 officers immediately moved forward. They pinned him down firmly. Not a single word more escaped his lips. The expressions on these officers' faces radiated absolute confidence. Finally. They had finally captured this demon. This bastard had wasted far too much of their time. Far too much, enough to make a man suffer unbearably. He had them by the throat, leaving the police with no chance whatsoever. Now the case is finally solved. The key is that with this case completely solved, the reputation of the small-town police station can be solidified. Otherwise? Ultimately, if the small-town police department's reputation couldn't be stabilized, it would end up becoming a rat despised by everyone. Never before had such a bizarre case been encountered until now. The police began investigating the case at 7 o'clock this morning, and now, with only 10 minutes left until 12 hours have passed. Finally. This guy finally confessed. Lín Yì felt no surprise at the man before him confessing to being the murderer. After all, this guy had no choice but to admit he was the murderer. Because his ultimate goal had been revenge to kill Zhao Yuanshan. Now, Zhao Yuanshan lay utterly dead, reduced to a cold corpse. Just as he had envisioned. Forever trapped in that cesspool. And now, even his corpse had been dissected. Chapter 79. Yes. I am the murderer. At this very moment. He should be satisfied. In his eyes, when he suggested the killer used an ice pick, Zhao Qiao must have known he was likely involved in this murder. And that single slash across his throat? That was inflicted by my ice pick. That single slash was instantaneous and decisive, more than enough to end his life completely. He wasn't that stupid. But dragging things out any longer held no meaning for him. And most crucially, this case was finally settled. Given the relationship between him and Sangwen, there was no way he could let that woman bear all the consequences. She was already in her 30s. If she spent another 20-odd years behind bars, she'd be an old woman in her 50s by the time she got out. A couple who never married yet remained deeply in love, even raising an exceptionally talented son together. They just never made it public. So when all this came to light, Zhao Qiao voluntarily took responsibility for everything. Of course. He could already foresee that it wouldn't be long. When the police interrogated him again, he would undoubtedly confess that he alone was responsible, with Sangwon having absolutely no connection whatsoever. All traces of blood outside had been thoroughly cleaned away. Once all the bloodstains were completely gone, they'd have no way to prove anything. The police would only have one person's confession. At this point, even if they wanted to suspect others, including Sangwon, as long as that woman refused to confess, the police were utterly powerless. In the end, Zhao Qiao alone would bear the entire burden. He would serve time in prison in Sawon's place. Of course. That woman faces attempted murder charges and will also serve time. But she won't serve 20 years. As long as she avoids that sentence, she can live on, surviving like this. At least she won't be over 50 when she gets out. At this point. Alright, take her away. A complex expression flashed in Officer Zhang's eyes. In that instant. He didn't even know what would happen next, but he sensed that this wasn't going to be straightforward. But the case timeline had already pushed things to this critical juncture. Moreover, the suspect had already confessed to the murder. Under these circumstances, for now, the police could wrap up the case hastily. As for what came next, that would require a retrial. That would be a matter for the future. However, at this moment, Officer Zhang also knew exactly what was going through the mind of the man before him. That woman was locked up in the police station and later confessed to her involvement in the murder. But when this man confessed everything, Sangwon could have received a lighter sentence. Moreover,
During the female officer's full body search of Sanguine, it had been discovered that the woman was already pregnant, and her pregnancy had reached 3 months. For a pregnant woman, this further warranted a lighter sentence. So for just that moment, everyone's faces betrayed an exceptionally complex expression.
Soon, Zhao Qiao was immediately taken away. As he was led away, he came before Lín Yì. A glance at him. The complex look on his face grew even more pronounced in an instant. The very next second, it transformed into gratitude. With a hint of reluctance, he was led away.
Officer Zhang stood up, took a few steps toward him, then came to stand before him.
Immediately after, he said to Lín Yì, "Well now, young man, you really have a brilliant mind. To think of using an ice pick as a murder weapon. It was indeed clever.
If we hadn't found this murder weapon, the police would have been completely unable to close this case quickly. It would have completely stifled us, leaving us utterly unable to resolve it.
You know our investigations have strict deadlines.
If we can't completely resolve a case within that time frame, every single one of us could face disciplinary action from higher-ups.
But now it's all good."
At this point, Officer Zhang wore a deeply meaningful expression.
He fixed his gaze intently on Lín Yì. Clearly, this expression was far from simple. He knew full well that this case would never be closed so easily. After all, the police hadn't considered ice skating blades as murder weapons for so long.
The most crucial point was that, in the eyes of the police, it initially seemed unrealistic.
Although some officers had suggested it. Could it be that the ice blade was made of ice, allowing it to be digested and completely vanish from the police's sight, even leaving no trace detectable by police dogs? Vanishing completely.
All of this was entirely possible.
But then, in the end, the police ran through a series of theories but ultimately found them implausible.
Using an ice blade for murder introduced too many variables. One misstep could have allowed the victim to escape.
If the victim escaped, their murder plan would be utterly ruined. Therefore, they absolutely could not let it go. It was simple.
Once this logic emerged, the police ultimately ruled out this method of murder and continued searching for the murder weapon.
Yet even after turning the entire hotel upside down. But in the end, they still couldn't locate the murder weapon? Even now,
when this young man before him once again raised the theory of an ice pick murder.
After a long silence and a series of confessions,
he finally confessed to the murder.
He admitted using that very ice pick to chase after the victim as he fled.
The ice pick was razor sharp, piercing straight through Zhao Yuanshan's throat.
The single blow left him unable to breathe, unable even to cry out.
He collapsed into the snow, his instinct to breathe extinguished forever. Only then did he dump the body into the cesspool, burying it in that foul ditch, leaving the corpse utterly helpless.
This is the truth. So when all this happened, it probably wasn't that simple.
At this moment, Officer Zhang was telling Lín Yì these things on the surface.
But deep down, he wasn't letting it go at all.
He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this young man standing before him. Especially when this young man exchanged glances and locked eyes with Zhao Qiao. That intensely complex expression was something he simply couldn't shake.
Chapter 80, definitely not simple case successfully solved. In the lobby, Officer Zhang entered the lobby, surveying the passengers before him. He then stated directly, "Thank you to all passengers for your cooperation.
This case has been solved, and the perpetrator has been apprehended.
Everyone, the police have reached an agreement with the hotel. All accommodation fees for this incident will be waived. Alright, everyone may now depart on their own."
Hearing this, the passengers felt as though they had been given a new lease on life.
You see,
they'd been stuck in this damn hotel for far too long.
They had no choice.
They had to stay at the police station to assist with the investigation. Until the case was solved, everyone remained a potential suspect.
But now,
the police finally announced the case was closed and they could leave this damn hotel.
They'd come here in high spirits for a vacation.
They checked into this hotel, but never imagined that after settling in, 2 bodies would be discovered in quick succession. They had been stuck here for a full 12 hours.
And the killer was still among them.
If the killer harbored a desire for revenge, the tourists who came here for vacation could very well become the killer's next targets. Just like the corpse in the cesspool and the guest in room 208, one careless mistake could make them the next victim.
Who would dare stay in this place any longer? That overwhelming sense of dread.
Like a black nightmare, it tightly enveloped every inch of their bodies, deeply unsettling their very souls.
There was simply no way. Not even the slightest wavering. Not at all. Now they could finally leave this damn hotel. Everyone was overjoyed. Thank God, we're finally out of this damn place. Damn it, it's so damn frustrating. Who the hell is the murderer? Who's the killer?
I just don't understand why someone so young would kill.
To ruin their whole life like that? But it really is a shame. He seemed like a decent young man, only in his 30s. Why would he kill him?
Officer, this murderer is utterly despicable.
You absolutely must bring him to justice and sentence him to death. It's terrifying. Demons walk among us, demons walk among us. If we don't execute these murderers completely, they'll get out of prison and kill again. The inn was already buzzing with voices. At that moment, Officer Zhang remained silent. Truth be told, he felt no certainty within himself. Though the suspect had admitted to using an ice pick to murder Zhao Yuansha. But what had transpired in between? What did the exchange of glances between him and that young man signify? He couldn't shake the feeling that there was still an unfathomable secret lurking in between. It felt like there was absolutely more to it than met the eye. At this very moment, Officer Zhang merely waved his hand and said in an unusually calm tone, "All right, everyone. As for the specifics of the situation, the police cannot disclose any further details at this time. All we can tell you is that this case has been solved. You may all leave now. Additionally, we ask that you maintain confidentiality." After uttering these words, he immediately instructed the officers to remove the police tape. Subsequently, the guests were instructed to return to their rooms to pack their belongings and prepare to leave the hotel. After all, the proprietress was now behind bars, and once she faced trial, she was looking at a minimum of 10 to 15 years. Therefore, the hotel's operating license might not be revoked immediately, but it was utterly impossible for it to continue operating. Therefore, under these circumstances, even if the hotel were sealed off, it would be a long time before it could resume operations. Even if guests wish to stay here, it's completely impossible. Moreover, this hotel likely harbors many secrets, including clues that the police haven't fully unraveled yet. It's likely that, when the case re-enters the investigative phase, the hotel's contents will likely undergo another thorough search. It's quite possible that further evidence will be uncovered during that subsequent search. That's the reality. The guests immediately retreated from the perimeter back to their rooms, where they began packing their belongings in preparation to leave. For them, leaving this cursed place sooner rather than later might be a chance at rebirth. And at that very moment, in room 106, Lín Yì sat on the sofa, carefully piecing together the entire sequence of events. The next second, a voice he recognized all too well rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully evaded pursuit and earned a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully been upgraded to a 2-star good citizen. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have earned 10 million survival coins as a reward. Upon hearing this reward, Lín Yì's eyes lit up. He had assumed the system's rewards would merely enhance his physical abilities, logical reasoning, and debating skills. But he never imagined, after evading the police pursuit once more and successfully upgrading to a 2-star good citizen, he was rewarded with 10 million survival coins. This world, 10 million survival coins are equivalent in value to the currency of the original world. Which meant, at this moment, I now possessed assets worth 10 million. Impressive. But wait. The rewards don't stop there, they keep coming. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your personal strength has increased by 1%, logical reasoning ability by 20%, and debating skills by 15%. What a massive boost! This system. Absolutely fantastic. I never imagined it could boost my strength so dramatically in such a short time. You must understand. Even a mere fraction of a percent increase is enough to significantly amplify my abilities. This sensation is palpable throughout my entire being. I never imagined. A new reward system instantly appeared once more. It directly boosted his stats by over 20%. At this very moment, he could distinctly feel his mind growing even sharper. Sensory perception. Both his personal reasoning abilities and logical debate skills had significantly improved. That single notebook contained detailed records of over 100 cases. Each one a bloody murder case. Moreover, most crucially, every single one of these cases had some connection to the original owner of this body. To be precise, those deaths were all caused by the body's original owner. However, the original owner possessed formidable strength and mental fortitude, enabling them to evade police pursuit under certain circumstances. Even now, having claimed over 100 lives, they remain at large. Even when clues directly pointed to them, they could effortlessly evade detection. Truly extraordinary. Lín Yì quickly gathered his belongings, glanced around the room, and then stood up to leave. It was time to go. Alright, time to go. He didn't even know where the next crime scene would be. Yet somehow, it was destined that he would always encounter it at such moments. Chapter 81, What? They all know each other. Everything. It all seemed to burst forth in an instant. Those over 100 murder cases would likely unfold one by one after he arrived in this world. Lín Yì walked along the town streets, gazing at this hot spring town where everything seemed to have returned to its former state. The townspeople lived peaceful lives. Children played and laughed in the distance. At that very moment, a black Buick sped past at breakneck speed, sending snow flying from the roadside. The window rolled down. Inside sat a man wearing dark glasses and a suit. His entire being exuded an air of enigmatic mystery. Pulling up beside Lín Yì, he rolled down his window, glanced at the young man before him, then curled his lips and said, "Don't you want to know why he confessed to the murder? Don't you wonder if you might feel a twinge of guilt right now?" The words echoed in his ears, sending a sudden chill through Lín Yì. He quickly turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. When he saw the man before him, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Yes. No mistake. It was the man in the suit who had been shouting in the hotel. Originally. From the very beginning, he had sensed something off about this man. But at the time, he didn't think much of it. But now, seeing the man's face clearly and hearing his words, Lín Yì suddenly realized something. He seemed far from ordinary. To be precise, he, Zhao Qiao, and the hotel owner, Sangwon, seemed to share some connection. Lín Yì knew he had come prepared. He also knew Zhao Qiao would be locked up tight, and soon he would confess to everything. He was willing to take all the blame upon himself, admitting he was the one who killed, that he buried the body in the cesspool, condemning it to rot and stink forever. However, Zhao Qiao must have realized that the final knife to the throat was his doing. He could see it clearly, yet he was willing to bear all the blame alone, even if it meant facing the death penalty. Then, why? To say, was it merely because he avenged his son, thus earning boundless gratitude? If that's the case. But then again, since he already regarded him as his benefactor and knew it was Lín Yì who avenged his son, why would he deliberately fabricate false testimony under these circumstances? Why would he cause the police to instantly focus their investigation on Lín Yì, even attempting to list him as a suspect? Clearly, this explanation is a bit far-fetched. But Lín Yì truly couldn't fathom why, even if it meant his own death, he ultimately chose to shoulder all the blame alone. In that moment, everything became blurred, indistinct. Summarizing it all felt sudden and utterly baffling. He couldn't grasp what had truly transpired. He decided to get to the bottom of it. Lín Yì looked at the man in the suit who had rolled down his window. "I've seen you before. I'm curious. So, can I ask?" "Of course." The man spread his hands wide, then gestured invitingly, signaling that he could ride with him. Upon hearing this, Lín Yì nodded slightly before walking to the back and pulling open the passenger door of the Buick. Immediately afterward, the man in the suit slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the Buick shot forward at breakneck speed. It took a sharp right turn, then an S-curve. Soon, they arrived at an abandoned factory building. From a distance, the factory building appeared dilapidated, as if it had been neglected for a long time. Clearly visible, rust had completely covered its surface. An eerie feeling washed over them. The man in the suit got out of the car and headed toward the second floor of the factory building. Lín Yì, however, showed no fear. After all, with the system's enhanced rewards, his personal combat skills had now reached professional-level proficiency. Therefore, even if he entered the room and was ambushed by others, he felt no fear. He followed directly. The factory staircase was rusty. Walking on it, one could clearly feel the steps swaying beneath their feet. Soon, he followed him to the second floor. Though the second floor looked exceptionally old and worn, when the door opened, a rusty iron door swung open. Clang! Once the rusted door swung open, the interior was clearly well arranged. It appeared, though not luxurious, it was utterly mismatched with the factory itself. Besides a living room, there were 2 additional rooms beside it. "Here we come," the man in the suit said in a deep voice. The next second, the doors to the 2 rooms adjacent to the living room swung open, revealing a man and a woman stepping out. These 2 individuals were none other than Wang Liu, who had provided clues to the police earlier, and the middle-aged woman. The moment he saw them, it seemed to click into place. These people. It turned out they had known each other all along. Inside the hotel, they had been fabricating false evidence for one another. Each was concealing something. Lín Yì frowned, glanced at the people before him, and then spoke up. "So you all know each other?" After he finished speaking, the man in the suit spread his hands, then deliberately extended one hand to shake his. Immediately after, he said, "Welcome to our factory. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Wang Kuan. These 2 are my partners, Wang Liu and Sister Chen. From now on, just call us Brother Wang and Sister Chen. Oh, and call me Brother Kuan." Watching them introduce themselves, Lín Yì felt even more bewildered. Chapter 82, What the hell are these guys? He had absolutely no clue. What the hell were these people? The only thing we know for certain is that there must be a close relationship between them, one that could even be described as a cooperative one. After all, Wang Liu and this middle-aged woman both provided false testimony, claiming that at 3 o'clock this morning they heard the sound of an argument. Yet such noises never existed. 2 people simultaneously providing false testimony, coupled with both of them appearing together today in this abandoned factory. How could there possibly be no connection between them? Lín Yì furrowed his brow slightly before extending his hand to shake hers. His expression turned distinctly awkward. Lín Yì. You can call me Xiaoyi." The man in the suit noticed the tension in the air. Then, he couldn't help but smile, then cut straight to the point. "I know you must be wondering what exactly happened during that time. And why did Zhao Chao confess to the murder? You're probably pretty confused about all this. Let me put it this way, we're a gang. Gang? The moment he heard those two words, confusion instantly clouded his expression, his eyes betraying utter bewilderment. Unbelievable. No wonder their coordination was so seamless. So, there really was a hidden connection between them. These people were exceptionally close. It was now crystal clear. They were a gang. A gang? A murder gang? The man in the suit, Wang Kuan, shook his head slightly. Murder? Not exactly. Are they even human? Not really.
A lawyer with zero professional ethics just takes dirty money and sends innocent people to prison, doesn't he even care if they live or die?
You know murder can get you the death penalty, right? Intentional murder. He pinned the charge on the kid, got him sentenced to death, ruined his whole life. And that old man, his son, was ruined by that lawyer. But it was his own mistake that left a promising young man crippled for life. His whole future destroyed. Why? Why on earth should such despicable things happen? So, just like Zhao Chao said, these wicked people don't deserve to live in this world. All that awaits them is a cold, stinking sewer. They deserve nothing more than to rot in that filthy sewer for the rest of their lives. They don't even deserve the pure white snow. They don't deserve to live. Why should they get to live normal lives? All that awaits them is death, buried forever in that cesspool. So we aren't a murderous gang in the true sense, we are a righteous group. When we appear, every sinner deserves to die. They don't deserve to live in this world. As he spoke these words, Wang Kuan gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed menacingly out the window. It was as if this abandoned factory perfectly mirrored his own state of mind. Lín Yì wore an expression of utter calm, showing little surprise. Indeed. When he finally emerged from the interrogation room, Zhao Chao's gaze had revealed far more than words could express. This criminal syndicate's ultimate goal was to punish all evildoers. Those bastards. They certainly weren't saints. Alright, but why did you bring me here? Lín Yì wore an oddly puzzled expression, his brow slightly furrowed as he stared intently at Wang Kuan and the other two men, his curiosity palpable. Wang Li took a step forward and immediately launched into his speech. Young man, we know you're a smart one at least, you managed to escape the police pursuit and escape successfully. Though we don't know the nature of your feud with Zhao Yuanshan, you're undeniably sharp. If we're not mistaken, you're the one who actually committed the murder. And in the end, Zhao Chao took the fall for everything. He took the fall not just because you avenged his son. He was willing to shoulder all the blame, even if it meant dying in prison unjustly or worse, facing immediate execution. Therefore, we wish to invite you to join us. You are a talent, and you are also a champion of justice. If you choose to join us, I believe that in the future, no criminal, no matter how wicked, and no matter how vile, will be able to escape. They will all face the punishment of justice. As he spoke these words, the expression on Wang Liu's face grew exceptionally earnest. For that instant, his resolve seemed frozen solid. Join their gang? Lín Yì smiled calmly. Interesting. Fighting for justice? A fine name for it. But what about the reality? No matter how righteous this group claims to be, no matter how grave the crimes committed by an individual, the only authority with the power to punish them is the law. What authority does such a group have to enforce the law when it's the law that punishes? They are more about venting all the hatred they carry within themselves. After venting that hatred, they decide to kill someone, to completely eliminate someone. Forever and ever. Like burying someone in a cesspool, condemning them to remain there forever. There's no way to dig them out of that cesspool in this lifetime forever and ever. What on earth are they thinking? Everything. In that instant, it seems impossible to escape at all. At that very moment, they themselves had already become criminals utterly unworthy of being called champions of justice. And most crucially, from the very instant he crossed over into this world, clutching that yellowed diary in his hands, a diary documenting over 100 murder cases. In every single one of these cases, countless methods were employed, methods so horrifying they made one's blood run cold. Over 100 lives were taken. And now, I must do everything in my power, use every ounce of strength to escape all of this. Escape from the police manhunt. It felt like, as if there were no escape ever and ever. His sole purpose was escape. How could he possibly join such a criminal organization? He couldn't help but shake his head. Lín Yi's expression betrayed more resignation than anything else. He waved his hand dismissively. Sorry, I'm not one who loves crime. You've got the wrong guy. Chapter 83, he claims he didn't commit a crime? Who would believe that? That look on his face, though he'd been hiding it, still couldn't be completely concealed. Hearing this, Wang Kuan seemed taken aback. He appeared utterly flustered, as if he hadn't fully processed the revelation. Facing the man before him, he shook his head slightly. Then, with an expression of profound regret, he looked at the man and said, "Well, what a pity. What a pity. We thought you were a talent, truly a brilliant individual. Your joining us would make us even stronger. Are you really willing to just stand by and watch those scoundrels run rampant? They're like hideous faces of evil, vile jackals spreading all this guilt across the land. Shouldn't this world be pure? Spotless?
But the mere presence of these evils, even if only passing through, spews endless loathsome stench. They pollute the very air, filling it with foul stench.
A single whiff is enough to make one sick.
We're sorry, young friend.
We shouldn't have brought you here. Since you refuse to join us, we won't force you. Even as he said this, yet Wan Kuan's face remained perpetually expectant. He was thinking, when he uttered those words, the other might change his mind. Or even agree outright, willing to join their gang. To join them in pursuing justice. And all of this is nothing but crime.
On this path of crime, all they could do was commit crimes.
Lín Yì nodded, his expression growing eerily calm as he stated matter-of-factly, "Alright, it's time for me to leave this place. I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. Besides, I didn't kill anyone. Didn't Zhao Qiao already confess?"
He stabbed the victim through the throat with an ice spike and buried him in the cesspool. He did it all.
Lín Yì naturally refused to agree. At the same time, he absolutely refused to admit any connection whatsoever to that person's death. After all, the lies these people were spinning were getting more absurd and exaggerated by the minute. Their actions were enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Therefore,
he remained thoroughly wary.
What if everything these guys were saying was a lie? What if they were in cahoots with the police, trying to lure him into a trap?
If he admitted that Zhao Yuanshan's death was directly connected to him. When he passed by his window, he slit his throat with a single fatal blow, spilling blood everywhere.
That? Absolutely impossible to admit. What if they really were connected? Wouldn't that just make me a wanted target all over again? Think about it. After finally escaping the police pursuit and making it out of the inn, who in their right mind would foolishly confess to being a murderer? Absolutely not. Absolutely impossible. At this very moment, Lín Yì couldn't help but smile faintly.
Finally, he waved his hand. Then he walked straight out of the room, heading toward the factory gates.
At that moment,
the three of them stood frozen in place, making no move to stop him.
They knew, no matter what they did to stop him, this young man wouldn't stay. A proud air radiated from his face. His eyes always concealed an expression utterly beyond comprehension. It was precisely this look, not only utterly inscrutable, but even at a glance, that sense of complete and utter focus felt like a cold needle piercing one's heart. It left one feeling an icy chill. After Lín Yì left, Wang Kuan glanced toward his partner. "Do you think our guesses were wrong?" Wang Liu shook his head slightly. "Honestly, even now I doubt Zhao Yuanshan had the capability to kill Li Du outright. A preset device, a plastic bag large enough to completely envelop a person, suffocating them alive inside, then simply pulling the bag open with a rope afterward. Could he really have evaded police pursuit that easily? That seems highly improbable.
Moreover, the police had no way to find the killer from the start. They exhausted every possible method, pulled out all the stops, yet still couldn't locate the culprit. It was only after that young officer mentioned the killer might already be dead that the police finally focused all their attention on Zhao Yuanshan. Then, through a series of assumptions and speculations, they did indeed pin the murder on him.
"Do you think that's possible?" Sister Chen nodded. "Exactly.
He was just a boiler factory worker. Even if he wanted to kill someone, he'd use the simplest, most brutal method. His own child was sentenced to death because of a lawyer just like that, dead. Why would he go to such lengths?
And that method might not have killed the victim outright. He didn't know Miss Sang had secretly placed sleeping pills in the room and administered a massive dose. So, someone that clever, capable of executing a flawless murder in room 208?
I strongly suspect this guy orchestrated the entire thing. But in the end, the police had no choice. Under pressure, and with all the evidence and fingerprints matching, they could only convict Zhao Yuanshan as Li Du's killer.
Yet ultimately, Zhao Yuanshan was already dead, dumped in a cesspool. Under these circumstances, with no living witness to contradict it, the case had to be closed that way. This case was sealed in an instant. So when he claims he didn't kill Zhao Yuanshan, do you believe him?
Police bloodstain analysis showed traces leading from room 007 to room 006. Then, all traces vanished completely. Clearly, the blood had been deliberately removed.
When ordinary people try to remove bloodstains, they usually just wash them away. But bloodstains washed away can still be detected by police tests.
Yet in the end, the police found no trace of them.
Where did those broken blood trails go?
They must have been removed by someone with the means to do so, and when they did it, the police couldn't detect it no matter what methods they used.
So how could that guy not have done it? Chapter 84, Qingshan University Laboratory Dismemberment Case. Several months later,
a pungent acidic odor permeated the third floor of Aoyama University's chemistry lab building.
Lín Yì, wearing a protective mask, slowly poured dark purple potassium permanganate solution into a conical flask.
Deep brown vitamin C powder stirred by the magnetic stirrer released fine bubbles as the solution's color faded from deep purple to light brown. Outside the window, locust trees rustled in the autumn breeze as the centrifuge hummed rhythmically.
Murder! Murder!
A piercing scream shattered the laboratory's silence. Lín Yì tore off her rubber gloves and flung open the window. Below, beside the drainage ditch, a cleaner in an orange reflective vest sat slumped on the ground, her broom lying across the leaf-filled channel. Her calloused hands clutched the concrete floor, her white knuckles forming an eerie rhythm with her violently heaving shoulders. Following her trembling gaze, a black waterproof canvas bag split open a palm-wide crack. Strands of wine-red hair tangled in the zipper teeth, while half a pale finger dangled from the opening, its scarlet nail polish glistening like enamel in the sunlight. Amidst waves of shrieks, students poured out of the lab building. A girl in a school uniform covered her mouth and stumbled backward, crashing into the bicycle rack. The clatter of metal mingled with her sobs. Murder! A bespectacled boy held his phone to record, but the lens shook so violently it couldn't focus. Make way! Make way! The vice principal pushed through the crowd, his glasses askew, his navy suit dusted with chalk. He fumbled for his phone, entering the lock screen password incorrectly 3 times. His voice cracked as he called, 110? A dismembered body found at Qingshan University. Lín Yi's fingertips unconsciously traced the scratches on the window frame as memories churned like boiling solution in a test tube. Inside the leather notebook he found that night, page 28 bore purple ink scrawled across it, traitors deserve to be pierced by 10,000 needles. Only dismemberment and exposure of their corpses can condemn their souls to eternal wandering. The canvas bag downstairs was barely microwave-sized, barely enough for 4-5 kilograms of dismembered remains. Leaning against the ventilation hood, he lit a menthol cigarette, recalling Zhao Yuanshan and the cesspit of the hot spring town days ago, the ice sculpture documented in case 73 of the diary. 10 minutes later. Beep beep beep. Sirens grew louder as 3 police cars screeched to a halt, tires crunching over scattered ginkgo nuts. Before the first black Audi S6 had even come to a complete stop, Officer Zhang leapt out, his dark blue uniform epaulets gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The white forensic vehicle behind screeched to a halt. 4 technical officers leaped out, retrieving foldable waterproof barriers from the trunk. Yellow caution tape unfurled with a swish, its metal buckles clinking as it cordoned off the crowd 5 meters away. Secure the scene! Officer Zhang barked sharply. 2 officers immediately brought folding screens to completely conceal the canvas bag. The forensic technician hurried over carrying a silver toolbox, his rubber-soled shoes squeaking on the puddles. The forensic light was set up, its blinding white beam illuminating every detail of the drainage ditch. The clicks of forensic cameras echoed in rapid succession, their flashes casting flickering shadows on the caution tape. Officer Zhang slipped on latex gloves and lifted the bag flap, sending a wave of putrid stench scattering sparrows from the treetops. The severed forearm showed a clean cut. The forensic pathologist picked up a mud-stained fingernail fragment with tweezers, female victim, age 25-30. The manicure was done within 48 hours of death. He suddenly turned to ask the intern officer, Xiao Wang, Lín Yì, you're from the chemistry department of this university, right? Yes. Xiao Wang replied. At the 3rd floor window, Lín Yì stubbed out his cigarette and sneered at Inspector Zhang's shoulder insignia. This detective, who had once listed him as a suspect in the hot spring town, was now the deputy chief of the municipal bureau. Beyond the crime scene tape, a janitor gestured while recounting the discovery. Officer Zhang glanced at his watch, retrieve all surveillance footage from 4:50 to 5 o'clock. The body disposal likely occurred around. Autumn winds swept fallen leaves against the laboratory windowpane, obscuring the arc of Lín Yi's white coat as he turned away. I was about to clean the gutters at exactly 5 o'clock. The janitor's voice trembled through the crowd. She clutched her faded cuffs, wiping her eyes repeatedly. That bag was stuck in the drain. I thought it was someone's discarded clothes. Detective Zhang signaled the note-taker to highlight the key time points, then turned to the 2 officers and said in a low voice, back up all campus surveillance footage, especially around the lab building, remember, everything after 3 p.m. The timeline was clear. Before 3 p.m., the janitor had made a full circuit here. Did she notice this black bag? However, by 5 o'clock, fragments of a corpse were discovered inside. Therefore, the killer must have discarded the body fragments between 3 o'clock and 5 p.m. Dark red bloodstains had spread across the canvas bag lining in spiderweb-like patterns. When Detective Zhang sealed the severed finger in an evidence bag, minute metallic particles lodged beneath the fingernail caught his attention. This reminded him of a case closed days earlier, where rare alloy components had similarly been detected beneath the victim's fingernails. He looked up at the flickering windows of the lab building, where a figure in a white lab coat vanished around the corridor corner. Reporting to Officer Zhang, surveillance footage shows a suspicious individual entering the lab building at 4:45 p.m. Trainee Officer Wang rushed over, tablet in hand. Approximately 5 feet 9 inches, dark trench coat, wearing a mask. The footage froze on the moment the man swiped his card sideways. Though his face was obscured, the unnatural curve of his right pinky finger stood out sharply. Officer Zhang's pupils contracted slightly. Based on the surveillance clues, only his approximate height was discernible. No face. And people of similar stature, in this world, are far too numerous. The barking of police dogs echoed from below as an officer directed his team to expand the search perimeter. The forensic pathologist's preliminary assessment indicated the victim had been dead for no more than 24 hours. The body had been frozen before being dismembered, with incision marks bearing the traces of professional surgical instruments. This reminded him of the stack of unsolved cases in the medical examiner's office filing cabinet, each victim meticulously processed, like pieces of art awaiting display. Officer Zhang, the surveillance in the chemistry lab on the third floor of the lab building has been deliberately tampered with. A technician rushed over. It happened precisely between 4:50 and 5 o'clock. Officer Zhang looked up at the half-open window on the third floor, where a faint white figure could be discerned. Upstairs. He strode toward the lab building, his leather shoes crunching softly on the carpet of ginkgo leaves. His police badge glinted coldly in the setting sun. Lín Yì stood before the fume hood, listening to footsteps echoing down the corridor, growing louder as they approached. He methodically organized the lab records, tucking one notebook deep into the drawer. Chapter 85, Old Friend, Nice to see you again. Detective Zhang pushed open the laboratory's glass door, his leather shoes making a faint click as they crossed the threshold. The pungent smell of disinfectant hit him, mingled with the sharp odor of some chemical reagent. Lín Yì stood before the fume hood, his latex-gloved hands suspended mid-air as deep blue liquid dripped slowly from a test tube. Hearing the footsteps, he calmly set down the test tube. As he turned, the hem of his white lab coat traced an elegant arc. Detective Zhang, Lín Yì removed his safety goggles, their lenses reflecting the gleam of the other man's shoulder insignia. I never imagined 2 cases in this small town would land you a promotion to deputy chief of the municipal bureau. His voice was gentle and polite, as if discussing the weather. Congratulations. Officer Zhang's gaze swept across the lab bench, where glassware stood in neat rows on the rack, gleaming coldly under the fluorescent lights. Long time no see, he nodded slightly, his right hand unconsciously rubbing the holster of his service weapon. Did you hear about the murder at your school? Lín Yì slowly removed his gloves and tossed them into the hazardous waste bin. Just found out, he replied, turning to organize his lab records. The rustling of papers echoed distinctly in the quiet laboratory. Pretty lively downstairs. Officer Zhang didn't notice anything unusual about his expression and casually asked, "Aren't you curious?" He took a step forward, his leather shoes making a faint scraping sound on the tile floor. Lín Yì looked up, the fluorescent lights casting 2 cold streaks of light across his glasses. "I'm used to it," his voice was eerily calm. "These days, murders happen every day, don't they?" As he spoke, he picked up the mint tin from the lab bench, popped one into his mouth, and let the wrapper rustle softly between his fingers. The laboratory exhaust fan hummed, carrying the scent of some chemical substance into the ventilation ducts. Officer Zhang's gaze fell on the fume hood behind Lín Yì, where a row of labeled reagent bottles stood. One label bore the hastily scrawled inscription KMN04. Right in front of him was the little brother. It was indeed calm. The 2 murders that had occurred in the hot spring town earlier had already confirmed this. Faced with accusations of perjury, he could easily defuse the situation and prove he wasn't the killer. In the end, he even helped the police find the real killer. Although Zhao Chao eventually confessed to the murder, but in Officer Zhang's mind, this case would never become a watertight case. Had it not been for higher-ups demanding a swift resolution, he would have tried again. Perhaps he might have uncovered new clues and information. Standing at the entrance to Lín Yi's laboratory, Officer Zhang's brow furrowed slightly as he observed the young man before him, utterly absorbed in his work, seemingly untroubled. His gaze swept over Lín Yì, lingering briefly on the row of precision laboratory equipment. The air was thick with the distinct scent of chemicals. The room was eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional faint bubble rising from the liquid in a glass beaker. Detective Zhang cleared his throat and stepped into the lab. "Lín Yì." His voice was calm yet carried an undeniable gravity. "It's quite a coincidence, isn't it? You've been at the scene of every homicide case recently?" He paused briefly before shifting the subject. "Lín Yì, between 3 and 5 o'clock, specifically at 4:45, did you see a man wearing a trench coat and a baseball cap, about 5 feet 9 inches, pass by downstairs?" Officer Zhang's voice carried an oppressive weight as he walked to the window and looked down. The area below remained crowded with onlookers. The laboratory windows were spotless, offering a clear view of every detail below, including the man potentially linked to the murder. Lín Yi's expression remained utterly unruffled, maintaining his usual composure. His eyes remained fixed on the experimental data before him, his fingertips lightly tracing across his notebook. His expression was serene, as if this were merely part of his daily routine. "My apologies, Officer Zhang," Lín Yì replied casually, his tone tinged with mild regret. "As you can see, I'm quite busy conducting a set of chemistry experiments, part of this semester's lab assignments. I'd been occupied recording data and results until someone screamed down below, which is when I noticed. You know how it is, the area's already swarming with people." He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. "You know I'm a law-abiding citizen. If I had seen anything, I would have cooperated fully with the police." Officer Zhang's expression remained unchanged, his face showing little emotion. He had been observing from the window for a while. Lín Yì was indeed focused on his experiments, with the equipment neatly arranged on his desk. It didn't look like he was just going through the motions.
Officer Zhang didn't suspect anything. He understood that chemical experiments involved complex and intricate procedures. Occasionally overlooking details was normal. He nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation, though his guard remained fully up.
The surveillance footage had captured the man, who stood at 5 feet 9 inches. The Lín Yì before him, however, was clearly over 180 centimeters tall, a mismatch with the figure in the footage. Alright, our surveillance captured a man matching the description I just gave. If you recall anything, you must contact me immediately. Lín Yì looked up at him, expressionless, his eyes showing no trace of panic.
I never said I saw him. Lín Yì stated calmly. If I had actually seen him, I would definitely cooperate. Officer Zhang nodded slightly, seemingly forming new thoughts.
He continued, the victim is a woman whose identity hasn't been confirmed yet. However, preliminary investigations suggest she's likely a student at the school. The school is currently conducting a sweep to see if any female students have gone missing recently. He paused briefly, his gaze locking onto Lín Yi's face once more. By the way, do you know of any female friends who have gone missing recently? Lín Yì shook his head slightly, his expression still impassive, his tone as cool as ever. No, you know, I just returned from the hot spring town recently. I've always been a solitary person, with few friends around me, let alone female friends. After hearing this, Officer Zhang said nothing more, merely nodding silently, seemingly satisfied with Lín Yi's response. He took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts, and turned toward the door.
Alright, we're busy working on the case right now. We'll talk later. If you remember anything, contact me anytime. We have each other's numbers. Lín Yì offered a faint smile, his response as unreadable as ever. Alright, Officer Zhang.
You're doing a great job. As Officer Zhang stepped out of the lab, Lín Yì stood by the window, his gaze calmly fixed outside.
His eyes passed through the glass, settling on the crowd below. Another tough battle ahead.
Chapter 86, The Strange Man in the Trench Coat, The Vanished Suspect. The path east of the library was carpeted in golden ginkgo leaves. Officer Zhang stepped on the rustling fallen leaves. He stopped 3 architecture students carrying building material models. He deliberately draped his police jacket over his arm, the silver collar insignia pinned to his dark blue shirt collar glinting faintly in the autumn sun.
Students, can I take 2 minutes of your time?
He unfolded the laminated surveillance screenshot, tapping the cuff of the camel-colored trench coat with his index finger.
Around 4 this afternoon, did you see someone dressed like this?
The tall boy in the baseball cap leaned closer to the photo, and suddenly, a steel nail from the model slipped from his hand, leaving a small dent in the upper right corner of the surveillance printout. We were doing structural load tests in the basement on Wednesday afternoon, he said, picking up the nail as the miniature cranes boom and the model hovered directly above the person in the photo.
Speaking of trench coats.
He suddenly turned to his companion.
Didn't Old Four wear a khaki trench coat when he went to deliver the samples that day? That's a beige stand-up collar. The curly-haired boy nicknamed Fourth unzipped his jacket to reveal a t-shirt emblazoned with Qingshan University Architecture Department. Plus, I spent all Wednesday helping Professor Lee move cement test blocks.
He lifted his shirt hem, revealing grayish-white cement stains on his waist. Officer Zhang's ballpoint pen scratched across his notebook before suddenly pointing to the photo's edge.
Look closely at this man's right wrist. Isn't there a metal chain?
3 heads leaned in simultaneously. The baseball cap boy suddenly pointed at the library's glass curtain wall. Hey!
That guy.
Everyone turned to look, but saw only a janitor pushing a vacuum cleaner past, the metal handle gleaming coldly in the sunlight.
Lao Si shook his head. Officer, that kind of metal chain is commonplace. You see it everywhere.
I'd say plenty of people wear that sort of thing.
You'd better ask someone else. We really haven't seen anything.
Officer Zhang nodded.
Indeed. Just as they said. There were many students dressed like that. Pinpointing one person immediately wasn't that simple.
At the same time, the smell of cooking oil mixed with disinfectant wafted over from the second cafeteria. Captain Wang raised his police badge at the food counter. The cook's wrist jerked, sending a splash of red oil from the mapo tofu onto the edge of the photo. How am I supposed to recognize someone dressed like that? She shouted over the roar of the exhaust fan. Kitchen helpers all wear white caps and blue aprons. She suddenly fell silent, her gaze drifting toward the cold storage room.
Captain Wang caught the glance instantly. Around 4 this afternoon, was there anything unusual near the cold storage?
The stainless steel ladle clattered against the pot rim. The refrigeration system malfunctioned that day.
The repairman came and went several times.
She suddenly lowered her voice. There was a man wearing a baseball cap, carrying a silver box out the back door.
Her words were cut off by the head chef's sharp reprimand. Auntie, we're busy over here. Come help immediately.
Captain Wang shook his head slightly. He immediately headed toward the alley behind the cafeteria. In the alley, Captain Wang discovered a ginkgo leaf stuck in the drain, its veins coated with a suspicious blue powder. As he carefully collected it in an evidence bag, he noticed the surveillance camera positioned directly opposite the spot, its lens covered in a layer of grease.
A long line formed at the parcel pickup point on the west side of the lab building.
Officer Zhang stood in the shade, observing the crowd. A girl in a camel-colored trench coat was scanning a QR code to retrieve her package.
He quickened his pace, flashing his badge. "Excuse me, have you seen this person?" The girl pulled down her mask, revealing a small mole at the tip of her nose. As she took the photo, the electronic shipping label on the parcel showed the sender, Professor Zhou Mingzhi, Bioengineering Laboratory. "Today, huh?" She suddenly pointed to the parcel rack. That afternoon, someone dressed similarly came to send a cold chain package. The insulated box had a biological sample label on it. Officer Zhang pressed immediately. "Do you remember his face?" He was wearing a mask, but... The girl suddenly stood on tiptoe to look at the lab building. His watch looked just like the one Senior Lin had yesterday, the one with the blue balloon pattern on the face. Her phone buzzed with a notification. "Oh no, my cell culture dishes." She grabbed the delivery box and dashed toward the lab building. Captain Wang was currently on the 4th floor of the old lab building, his fingertips brushing the dust-covered casing of the corridor surveillance camera. The security guard pointed to the maintenance log. All 6 cameras on this floor were undergoing system upgrades from 2 to 5 p.m. today. He suddenly lowered his voice, but strangely. Beep beep beep. Zheng Cheng's fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of the logbook as Security Chief Wang Difu recounted the surveillance system malfunction that afternoon. Beads of sweat trickled down the back of his neck, slipping through the collar of his uniform. The sudden wail of the alarm pierced the stagnant air like a dagger. 4th floor. The old lab. Wang Difu leapt to his feet, his chair scraping the floor with a shrill screech. 2 young security guards had already grabbed the dry powder fire extinguishers from the corner, their rubber soles slipping on the tile floor. Officer Zhang watched their retreating figures as a faint whiff of gasoline drifted into his nostrils. "Zhang, go to the tech department and push for the DNA report." He gripped the gun at his waist as 2 decades of criminal investigation experience sounded an alarm in his veins. A sharp crack of shattering glass echoed from the end of the corridor as thick smoke billowed up from the west stairwell. The metal canister of the fire extinguisher burned hot in his palm. As Officer Zhang kicked open the laboratory's iron door, flames were already licking at the yellowed chemical formulas on the curtains. Wang Difu shouted through the choking smoke, "Old wiring. It must be a short circuit." But Officer Zhang clearly saw liquid streaks flowing along the burning curtain's edge. "Back up," he yelled, pulling the pin. As the dry powder erupted. Thankfully, the smoke was thick, but the fire itself wasn't too large. Only some labware that hadn't been moved yet got scorched and shattered. And some old lab reports. As for the main section of the 4th floor lab, it remained completely unaffected. Officer Zhang brushed off the dust. He walked a few steps forward, arriving at the charred remains of the old lab reports, now reduced to fragments. He casually pulled out a stack and tapped it. Were these old lab reports left behind because they weren't moved in time? He glanced toward the security guards. The security guard nodded. "Yes, officer. After the new lab building was completed, the old one was abandoned. They plan to demolish it with explosives next spring. But these are mostly lab reports from students who've already graduated. They're useless now, so they were left behind in the old lab." Officer Zhang nodded. "So, how's the wiring inspection going?" The security guard shook his head slightly. After a quick look, it definitely wasn't caused by aging wiring. Since the old lab building's power has been cut off, it couldn't have been caused by aging wiring. Chapter 87, Lab Fire Confirmed, Victim Identified. As for, just as Officer Zhang had suspected. How could a long-abandoned lab building still have power? Therefore, it was highly unlikely that aging wiring caused the fire. As for the faint gasoline smell he caught upon rushing into the lab building earlier. His nose was highly sensitive. Such scents simply couldn't escape his nose. He pulled an evidence bag from his pocket, scooped up some charred fragments, and sealed them inside. Immediately afterward, he summoned the nearby police officers. The evidence bag was sent to the technical department for analysis. To determine whether it was caused by gasoline combustion. Even so, one could probably guess. This was absolutely deliberate. Now, a bag containing human tissue was discovered in the drainage system of the new lab building. And at that very moment, the old lab building suddenly flooded. What? What does this mean? It proves someone is deliberately steering the investigation. Either to disrupt the police investigation or to hint at something. But it seems the killer is cunning enough. But the killer must still be at Green Mountain University. Let's go. At Officer Zhang's command, the 2 officers behind him immediately followed. Where are we going, Chief? Detective Zhang, seal off every entrance and exit to the campus immediately. The killer is still inside the school, at least for now. They haven't left. Someone set fire to the old lab. That person must be connected to the killer. The 2 officers nodded sharply upon hearing this and swiftly began making arrangements. Instantly, a tense atmosphere spread throughout the campus. Several police cars pulled up outside the campus, their flashing lights cutting through the silence with piercing streaks of light. All 3 school gates were simultaneously sealed off. Officers jumped out of the vehicles, ready for action. "Seal off all exits," an officer commanded over the radio, his voice steady and decisive.
Following the order, officers swiftly positioned themselves in front of each gate, gripping their radios and equipment tightly, their eyes darting warily around. Other officers began patrolling the perimeter, ensuring no one could slip in or out unnoticed. Officers began checking each student's ID card, verifying their information. Confusion and unease were written on every student's face. They whispered among themselves, glanced around nervously, and occasionally huddled in small groups for quiet discussions. Meanwhile, officers posted wanted posters bearing clear photographs on every entrance gate. In the photograph, the man, approximately 175 centimeters tall, wore a baseball cap and stood in a dimly lit corner. The blurred lighting barely revealed his silhouette. He wears a dark coat and stands with an upright posture, his facial features indistinguishable. Clearly written at the bottom of the photo, wanted by police. Major crime suspect. Report any information immediately. Officers repeatedly urged the students to remain calm, though some grew visibly paler, clearly startled by the sudden operation. Lín Yì had already completed all the experiments. After briefly documenting the experiment report, then he organized them into a stack and placed them inside the lab cabinet. Wang Yutong. That name kept echoing in his mind. Just now, the system had issued a notification. The bodily tissue from the deceased in that bag of remains downstairs belonged to a female student from the school, Wang Yutong. He had killed her with his own hands. And I dismembered her entire body, tore it into pieces, stuffed them into separate bags, dividing her into over a dozen parts, scattered throughout every corner of the school. Of course, there was absolutely no way any DNA evidence could be left behind, neither fingerprints nor hair, only Wang Yutong's own. Sigh. Lín Yì let out a soft sigh. The method was indeed cruel enough, dismembering a girl like that. But what remained unknown was what grudge or enmity existed between the original owner of this body and this girl named Wang Yutong. To the point of dismembering her completely, scattering every part of her body to different locations. The whole thing was truly unsettling. At the same time, he also knew. This time, after the police arrived at the school, they immediately began questioning every single student on campus. They kept asking about the man in the surveillance footage, the one who was about 5 feet 9 inches tall. Even Lín Yì didn't know. How did that guy suddenly appear in the surveillance footage? Moreover, the footage clearly showed him dumping the bag containing the dismembered body parts into the drainage ditch. Unbelievable. It was completely beyond comprehension. At 4:45. What happened? Could it be the original perpetrator had accomplices assisting them in carrying out this entire crime? Otherwise, how could someone suddenly appear to help him dispose of the body parts? As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but shake his head. It was indeed baffling. Meanwhile, Officer Zhang questioned everyone in the entire school but ultimately found no solid leads. While several students had mentioned the man in the baseball cap, after locating him and conducting precise detail comparisons, they were all ruled out one by one. This eerie, mysterious figure had appeared before everyone, only to vanish like a wisp of mist in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Detective Zhang frowned. This was his first major case since taking office as deputy director of the municipal bureau. Things were not peaceful. No sooner had he joined the municipal bureau than a brutal dismemberment case erupted. At this very moment, the victim's body had been completely dismembered. It appeared to be a student from the school, though her identity remained unconfirmed. After all, they were all college students. Students frequently take leave or suddenly become unreachable. These students numbered in the hundreds. Therefore, pinpointing the identity of this particular student within a short time frame was absolutely impossible. Captain Wang rushed over. Commissioner, the DNA evidence has been verified. We've now confirmed the victim's identity. Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang perked up instantly and immediately jogged toward Captain Wang. He then took the DNA evidence report from Captain Wang's hands. Get to the point. Captain Wang replied without hesitation, Wang Yutong from the laboratory division. It matches the DNA sample left at the school perfectly. Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang immediately composed himself. Just as expected. The victim was a student at the school. Chapter 88, Room 302, The Reclusive Girl. Let's go to the girls' dormitory building. Officer Zhang's command. The two officers behind him immediately followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory building. As Officer Zhang pushed open the iron gate of Building 21, the jingle of his keys activated the motion sensor lights in the hallway. Two young officers followed behind, carrying their recorders, their black leather shoes crushing dried milk stains on the floor tiles. Here to check for illegal appliances, a girl in a Pikachu pajama set peered through the crack of door 401. A crisp clatter of plastic basin hitting the floor echoed from the next room. I bet they're here for that pervert who's been taking secret photos. The damp murmur crept along the clothesline, spreading through the entire corridor. White sheets hung out to dry fluttered in the draft like a row of spirits summoning banners. The key to room 302 dangled from the dorm supervisor's neck, brushing her collarbone. The moment the brass lock clicked open, three girls rose simultaneously from their desks.
Wang Yutong's bed resembled an upright coffin, its blue striped sheets so perfectly flat they reflected the harsh white glow of the overhead light. When was the last time Wang Yutong returned to the dorm? Officer Zhang's fingertips traced the empty bed rail, rust clinging to the ridges of his fingerprints. The dorm leader's ballpoint pen punched a black hole in the book. 3 days ago, she said she was going back to Kangwu County. The girl by the window suddenly coughed, spilling lemon tea that spread sticky sugar stains across the desk corner. It had been Wang Yutong's unfinished drink before she left campus. Detective Zhang pulled his badge from his breast pocket, the metal insignia grazing the dreamcatcher hanging above Wang Yutong's bed. She's dead. The thermos exploded on the tile floor, its shards of silver reflecting 3 distorted faces. The balcony door slammed against the wall in the wind. The leg of a pair of jeans hanging to dry suddenly wrapped around the short-haired girl's ankle. Her scream shattered the frost patterns on the window pane. Body parts found in the lab building's drainage ditch this morning, Officer Zhang said, nudging aside the hot water bottle shards at his feet with his toe. Officer Zhang stood before the desk, staring intently at the notebook before him. The notebook lay open on the desk, its pages clearly detailing the dismemberment of Wang Yutong. The room was oppressively quiet, broken only by the occasional whistling wind outside the window. Officer Zhang calmly flipped through the notebook, his gaze occasionally drifting to the 3 girls seated before him. Did Wang Yutong have any enemies? Officer Zhang asked in a low, steady voice, lifting his gaze from the densely written page to meet the dormitory leader's eyes. Standing opposite him, the dormitory leader lowered her eyelids slightly, took a deep breath, and seemed to be recalling moments spent with Wang Yutong. A complex mix of emotions flickered in her eyes, but she shook her head gently and replied softly, Wang Yutong was quite solitary. She did everything alone and had almost no friends. If you ask if she had enemies, I suppose there were 1 or 2. She paused before continuing, at school, she didn't get along well with her classmate Zhang Yusin. Officer Zhang raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the name. Zhang Yusin? Officer Zhang repeated. The dormitory monitor nodded, her eyes shifting nervously. Zhang Yusin comes from a wealthy family, basically a rich kid in our class. She's always been arrogant, looking down on Wang Yutong. She'd constantly call Wang Yutong a country bumpkin, refusing to acknowledge her. Sometimes she'd even deliberately provoke her with insults. The dorm leader's tone grew slightly heavy, revealing her disapproval of Zhang Yusin's attitude. But Wang Yutong never argued back, she just quietly avoided her. She never had any direct conflicts with Zhang Yusin. I guess you could call it a personal grudge? Officer Zhang listened quietly, not interrupting. When the dorm leader finished speaking, he nodded, his expression still calm, though clearly already formulating his next move in his mind. He turned to face the other 2 girls, who had clearly heard the dorm leader's response. Both kept their heads bowed, their expressions tense. Officer Zhang spoke again, so what was your relationship with Wang Yutong like? The dorm leader spoke again, Officer, I already said Wang Yutong was very reclusive. She had practically no friends. Though we were roommates, we weren't close. After living together for over 2 years, the total number of sentences I've exchanged with her probably doesn't even reach a few hundred. Her tone was flat, showing no sign of guilt over this answer. So when she said she was going back to her hometown and hasn't returned to this day, we didn't pay it much mind. Officer Zhang nodded slightly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He stood up and signaled to the 2 officers behind him, all right, thank you for your cooperation. The dormitory leader watched Officer Zhang turn and walk away, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes, as if she felt somewhat at a loss. Without pausing, Officer Zhang exited the dormitory with his 2 officers. Stepping outside the dormitory building, Officer Zhang took a deep breath and murmured to the officers behind him, go find Zhang Yusin. A few minutes later, Officer Zhang and his officers arrived at the academic building where Zhang Yusin was located. It was a secluded corner of the campus. Zhang Yusin's class had just ended, and several students emerged from the hallway. Spotting the police officers, they all lowered their heads and cautiously avoided eye contact. Officer Zhang didn't rush inside. He stood at the hallway entrance observing for a moment, his gaze sweeping over every person in the corridor. Soon, a student hurried past. Officer Zhang's keen eyes recognized her as Zhang Yusin. Just moments earlier, the dorm supervisor had provided Zhang Yusin's photo. She wore an elegant coat, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her face and makeup meticulously done, making her stand out distinctly from the other students. Officer Zhang stepped forward and blocked her path. Zhang Yusin. Zhang Yusin visibly froze when Officer Zhang suddenly called out to her. Her brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Then, her heartbeat quickened as if she sensed something was amiss. Officer, what's wrong? Her voice carried a hint of unease before she pressed urgently, has something happened at home? Officer Zhang noticed the panic and anxiety in her eyes, a reaction clearly unrelated to the case. At least for now, she hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. His gaze lingered involuntarily on her delicate features. Zhang Yusin's refined, well-bred demeanor made it difficult to associate her with extreme violence. Her demeanor and expression seemed utterly incompatible with the word murderer. But Officer Zhang knew this reaction was merely a facade. The truth behind the case was far more complex than her outward appearance suggested. He shook his head slightly, his tone remaining level. No. We're here about something else. Zhang Yusin exhaled a slight sigh of relief, though the lingering confusion in her eyes remained as she waited for the officer to continue. Wang Yutong is missing. Did you know? Officer Zhang cut straight to the point. At the mention of Wang Yutong's name, Zhang Yusin's eyes sharpened noticeably. Chapter 89, sorry, wrong person. She paused in slight surprise, then raised an eyebrow, a hint of scorn appearing on her face. A faint, ambiguous smile curved her lips. Wang Yutong? That unlucky girl? How should I know? Everyone at school knows we didn't get along. Where she went? How would I know? Sorry, officer, you've got the wrong person. Officer Zhang watched her reaction, his brow furrowing slightly as a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. It seemed their relationship was indeed unusual. Especially given her knowledge of Wang Yutong's disappearance, her reaction wasn't one of shock like most people would show. Instead, her tone carried a hint of contempt. He decided to probe further, speaking casually, she's dead. Her body was dismembered. One bag of remains was dumped into the drainage ditch beneath the lab building. Zhang Yusin's expression instantly changed. Fear flashed in her eyes, her previously composed face turning pale, her mouth slightly agape. Her voice trembled. Officer Zhang, when did this happen? You don't suspect me, do you? No, even though we didn't get along, that was just me. We never had any physical contact. I have nothing to do with this. Officer Zhang observed her reaction. He instinctively sensed that this panic and fear seemed like a physical reflex. Though her tone was heated, the underlying dread didn't seem feigned. He nodded gently, his tone softening slightly. All right, we just want to understand the situation. We don't suspect you. At those words, Zhang Yusin's face instantly relaxed with relief. She lowered her eyelids, took a quiet breath, and seemed to regain some composure. That's good, officer. I truly have no idea where Wang Yutong went. The two officers beside them exchanged glances, their doubts far from resolved. Standing at the police station entrance, one of the officers murmured after hearing Officer Zhang's words, Officer Zhang, what does this mean? She's the only one at school who didn't get along with Wang Yutong. How can she not be a suspect? Officer Zhang replied softly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Judging by her reaction, she doesn't seem like someone who knows the truth. He paused before continuing, if she knew about Wang Yutong's death, she should have reacted more strongly. Especially her emotional state, it doesn't match how most people would react upon learning they were connected to the victim. The two officers nodded, clearly harboring doubts themselves. Yet under Officer Zhang's lead, they refrained from pressing further, silently acknowledging his reasoning. Officer Zhang turned to Zhang Yusin and continued, so, did Wang Yutong have any conflicts with others? For example, did she have any particular disputes with other students? Zhang Yusin appeared somewhat distracted, seemingly unfazed by the question. She lifted her head, a hint of impatience flitting across her face. She was very reclusive, hardly had any friends. Who would have a conflict with her? Though she did have a boyfriend, Sui Hao from the chemistry department. They seemed pretty close. I don't know if you guys know him. Officer Zhang narrowed his eyes. Sui Hao, a chemistry major, Wang Yutong's boyfriend? This might be a new lead. Sui Hao? Officer Zhang repeated, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yusin. Has he been in contact with Wang Yutong recently? Zhang Yusin shook her head, seemingly unaware of any specifics. I'm not really sure. Anyway, Wang Yutong kept to herself and wasn't very involved with me. Sui Hao didn't interact much with us either. Maybe you should ask around in the chemistry department. Detective Zhang nodded, gathering his notebook. Alright, thank you for your information. If you recall anything else, please be sure to inform us. Zhang Yusin glanced at Officer Zhang, then at the two officers behind him, and finally let out a sigh of relief. She nodded involuntarily. Meanwhile, school cafeteria. The fluorescent lights hummed and flickered from the cafeteria ceiling, casting a sickly orange-red sheen across the surface of the tomato soup. As Linny stirred the soup for the third time with his stainless steel spoon, a faint crack sounded from the spoon's base. A crescent-shaped object surfaced from the soup. Shattered rhinestones were embedded in its pale red enamel, while the broken edges were coated in sticky, pale yellow fatty tissue resembling melted wax. This ing is. Zhao Zihong from the chemistry department next door clapped his hand over his mouth, a choking gurgle rising from his throat. Stumbling backward, he knocked over a row of chairs, their aluminum legs scraping the tile floor with a shrill screech. Spilled seaweed and egg drop soup dripped down the table edge, painting an eerie pattern on a girl's canvas sneakers. Move! Get out of the way! The cafeteria auntie in her floral apron charged forward, soup ladle raised only to freeze mid-air. That fingernail stood erect in the swaying soup bowl, its blood-stained nail bed like a rotting rose. Window 3 erupted into chaos. The girl in the school uniform screamed, flinging her tray away. The curry rice traced a parabolic arc through the air, grains sticking to the Save Food poster on the wall. As the bespectacled boy pulled out his phone to film, more retching students suddenly filled his lens. The waves of dry heaves echoed and layered within the cafeteria's reverberating walls. "It's the dismemberment case from the lab building," the short-haired girl from the newspaper club suddenly yelled. The skull charm on her backpack clattered against the table corner. This morning the group chat said the left leg found in the drain had red nail polish. The words exploded like a depth charge. A girl sipping soy milk suddenly stared down at her freshly done French manicure, the pink polish trembling slightly at her fingertips. At the next table, a boy in a sports jersey abruptly pushed his tray away. Fried dough sticks spilled from the torn wrapper, leaving sticky trails through the scattered sugar on the floor. Lín Yì retreated into the shadow of a pillar, his silver-rimmed glasses reflecting the spinning surveillance camera on the ceiling. "Everyone back up. Secure the scene." Two officers burst through the glass doors as the front row student poked at the nail art with a straw. The moment the evidence bag swished over the soup bowl, the rubber-gloved officer froze. Floating among the egg curds in the soup bucket were more tiny bone fragments, bobbing up and down. The head chef in his dark blue uniform slumped against a pile of rice sacks, still clutching that morning's delivery slip. This batch of frozen meat was clearly from a legitimate supplier, with quarantine stamps. The sudden wail of sirens pierced through the kitchen exhaust fan. A young kitchen assistant suddenly pointed at the cold storage and screamed, half a pack of cigarettes spilling from her apron pocket onto the floor. Lín Yì moved silently along the wall, the smell of disinfectant mixed with rotting meat growing stronger. The system's red arrow pierced through the cold storage door, pointing directly at a black plastic bag seeping blood. Chapter 90. How was such a meticulous operation pulled off? Sure enough, just as the system had indicated. After killing the victim, Wang Yutong's body had been dismembered into dozens of body parts, each sealed in separate bags. As the rookie detective picked up a fragment with tweezers, formalin solution dripped from the creases of the evidence bag. The cross-section of that severed finger bore an uncanny resemblance to specimens he'd seen in medical school dissection labs. Ugh, the young detective newly assigned to the homicide squad suddenly bent over, vomiting his entire breakfast of glutinous rice balls onto the pile of frozen pig trotters. His retching triggered a chain reaction. Two cafeteria ladies leaned against the wall, gagging, while dishes in the sanitizing basin clattered against each other with violent tremors. "Record everything." The lead officer kicked open a tilted shelf, sending boxes of frozen chicken wings crashing down. Between the overturned cardboard boxes, more black plastic bags oozed dark red ice shards, each tied with a standard surgical knot. New body parts discovered in the cafeteria kitchen. The crackle of static ripped through the thick air as Officer Zhang led his team to search for Sui Hao. The trainee's trembling report mingled with the sound effects of vomiting from the cafeteria background. "Deputy Chief, a fingernail was found in the sour and spicy soup at Cafeteria 3. There are also 3 bags in the cold storage." The sharp clang of a stainless steel ladle smashing against the counter pierced the radio static. Officer Zhang's footsteps toward the stairs faltered imperceptibly upon hearing the sound. The moment he slammed open the cafeteria glass door, a thick stench of decay mixed with the odor of 20 people's vomit hit him. Outside the police tape, a girl had collapsed into a pile of overturned fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Sampling team, prioritize the cold storage. Officer Zhang covered his nose and mouth with a tissue, his shoe tip carefully avoiding the winding trail of bile on the floor. Lín Yì stood in the shadow cast by the sterilization cabinet, watching the forensic doctor pick up a half-finger bone from the bottom of a soup bucket with tweezers. Officer Zhang's epaulette brushed against Lín Yi's shoulder. "Not scared, are you? I've seen 2 bodies in the hot spring dismemberment case. Not scared." Lín Yì pushed his glasses up, the lens glint hiding the curve of his mouth. The formaldehyde-soaked body parts were currently whining in the cold storage. He remembered the precise feel of each incision, carefully avoiding major blood vessels, as elegant as dissecting a frog in the lab. "No Sui Hao?" Officer Zhang suddenly pulled out a notebook, its corner holding a screenshot from the basketball court surveillance. In the photo, a boy wearing jersey number 23 knelt sobbing, while behind him, a sunny day doll hung from the window of room 302 in the girls' dormitory building. Lín Yi's pupils contracted slightly as the system's database instantly unfolded across his retinas. Sui Hao, chemistry class 3, starting small forward for the varsity team. During his romantic relationship with the deceased, he heard himself say in a perfectly measured tone of surprise, "Our department heartthrob?" He once knelt for 3 hours under the girls' dorm to win Wang Yutong over. Officer Zhang's pen tip suddenly pierced the paper. Ink seeped through the back of the surveillance printout, gradually spreading into the shape of the red circles on Wang Yutong's duty roster. A dull thud echoed from the cold storage. A piece of evidence box had fallen, spilling out half a calf. The AJ tattoo sticker on it was precisely the souvenir from Sui Hao's fan club. True love never lasts long. Lín Yì crushed the rhinestones embedded in the tile grout with the tip of his shoe, watching as the officers piled black plastic bags into a small mountain. Who could have imagined that such a handsome, basketball-playing guy could harbor such deep feelings for a newborn baby girl? After hearing the report, Officer Zhang didn't even have time to say goodbye to Lín Yì. He swiftly commanded an officer, "Go to the basketball court immediately and find Sui Hao. No delays." His tone was concise and decisive. The officer acknowledged the order and hurried away. Officer Zhang watched him head outside, his mind replaying the information Lín Yì had just provided Suihao, Wang Yutong's boyfriend, that prominent figure. Though lacking direct evidence, his actions seemed to complicate the case further. Minutes later, the officer returned, shouting, "Deputy Chief, found him. Suihao is at the basketball court. Take me there." Officer Zhang quickened his pace, a thread of suspicion instantly tightening in his mind. Upon arriving at the basketball court, Officer Zhang saw Suihao engaged in a fierce game with several classmates. Standing about 5 feet 9 inches, he wasn't particularly tall, but his basketball skills were impressive. A precise three-pointer swished through the net, sparking a wave of cheers. Watching from a distance, Officer Zhang thought Suihao appeared to be a bright, cheerful young man. Yet, there was something distinctly off about his demeanor at that moment. He seemed utterly indifferent to everything around him, completely absorbed in the game. A bad feeling settled in Officer Zhang's stomach. His eyes narrowed as he quickened his pace toward the court. "You're Suihao, right?" Officer Zhang cut straight to the point, his tone devoid of any gentleness. Suihao paused with the basketball in his hands, looked up at Officer Zhang, paused for a moment, then nodded. "That's me." Without further ado, Officer Zhang spoke in a calm yet commanding tone, "Wang Yutong is dead. Are you aware of this?" Suihao's expression shattered instantly. Agony welled up in his eyes, spilling over almost immediately. He instinctively crouched down, hands braced on his knees. His entire body began to lose balance until finally, he clutched his head with both hands, trembling violently. "She's dead. The person I loved most is dead." His voice choked with unbearable agony and despair. Tears poured like a burst dam, streaming down his face uncontrollably. Officer Zhang sucked in a sharp breath, shock washing over him. How could he know? He actually knew Wang Yutong was dead? "You know? How do you know she's dead? Why are you still here playing basketball?" Officer Zhang's expression turned suspicious and wary. Suihao covered his face and sobbed, "I loved her. The red nails, we did them together. We promised to do them together. She was always the one I loved most. But I haven't been able to reach her for 3 days. If those body fragments really are hers, then I know she's dead." He suddenly lifted his head, eyes bloodshot, his voice laced with near madness. "I have no choice. She's already dead. I can only turn this grief into strength and keep playing basketball. At least this way, I can temporarily forget her, forget everything." Officer Zhang stared at the seemingly resilient young man before him, suddenly overcome by an utterly illogical sense of disorientation. His girlfriend was dead, yet here he stood, sweating and playing, seemingly untouched by the blow. That emotional transformation felt both unreal and utterly jarring. "Are you sure it was her? Are you absolutely certain?" Officer Zhang pressed again, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Suihao's eyes darkened with anguish. He bowed his head and wiped away tears forcefully. I can't do anything else, Officer Zhang. If it really is her, I have to face it. I can't run away. She was my everything." His voice cracked slightly, each word seeming to tear at his heart. Chapter 91, Losing His Beloved, Tough Guy Softens. Officer Zhang stared into his eyes, silent for several seconds. The image of a young man who had lost his beloved yet still ran and shot with such power and vitality on the basketball court was truly complex to witness. This stark contrast made one question whether the grief he displayed came from the heart or was merely an emotional release. However, Officer Zhang did not dwell on these emotional complexities. Instead, he commanded, "You'll come with us to the station for questioning. We need further clarification regarding your relationship with Wang Yutong and your knowledge of her death." Suihao nodded, wiped away his tears, and stood up. He still looked somewhat weak, but his eyes finally revealed a calm acceptance of reality. In the dormitory, Lín Yi's thoughts began to spiral, navigating several intricate turns before finally coming to a halt at a certain moment. The doubts he had harbored before gradually became clear. He understood, it wasn't Suihao who had dismembered the body, but the original owner of the body he had inhabited before his arrival. In other words, the deceased's body had been meticulously disassembled and disposed of before he entered this world, with all traces thoroughly erased by the passage of time. That person, the original owner of his body, clearly possessed the knowledge and skill to execute this chilling task with scientific precision and cold-blooded efficiency. Lín Yi's heart nearly stopped beating at that moment. As this realization dawned, the past mysteries began to form a clear chain. Every detail pointed to the original owner of this body before his arrival. What kind of person was the original owner of this body? How had he managed to achieve all this with such perfect secrecy, using his knowledge and composure? He couldn't help but start speculating again. Dismemberment was not merely a physical task, but a psychological challenge. How could a person become so ruthless and cold-blooded that they could treat the remains of a life as nothing, showing not a shred of mercy? Lín Yì even began to suspect that the original owner had long grown accustomed to this cold-blooded method, perhaps having carried out countless cleanups in this manner. And all of this had somehow been fully transmitted to him during the soul transfer. Fragments of memory and traces lingering in his mind surfaced bit by bit, becoming the key to unlocking the mystery. A complex emotion surged from the depths of his being. Shocked and unwilling to accept it. Suihao, the deceased's boyfriend, might truly be an innocent victim. What stood before him now was not a simple case, but an ultimate confrontation involving memory, identity, and the darkest depths of human nature. Lín Yì couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He never imagined that after crossing over, he would face such a profound psychological shock. Every thought, every recollection, seemed to tear at his sanity. This body he had inhabited belonged to a ruthless, merciless cleaner. He had eliminated countless innocent lives until his deadly hand finally fell upon Wang Yutong. It all felt like a gamble of fate, and only after suddenly being transported here did he begin to slowly grasp the layers of it all. Lín Yì suddenly recalled the various equipment and tools in the chemistry lab. He couldn't help but speculate how the original owner had used chemical knowledge and equipment to perfectly decompose the body. First, corpse decomposition wasn't merely about cutting flesh. The crux lay in swiftly and efficiently processing the body without leaving any blood traces. Chemical knowledge surfaced in Lín Yi's mind, specifically hydrofluoric acid. Hydrofluoric acid itself possessed intense corrosive properties, capable of rapidly dissolving bones and tissues, even eliminating proteins and cellular debris from blood. After treating a body with this potent acid, it would be nearly impossible to leave any traceable evidence. The chemistry department's laboratory itself contained abundant acid and alkali solutions, whose corrosive power was sufficient to decompose most of the body, leaving only the more resistant parts, such as bones or metal objects. Lín Yì recalled the autoclave and cooling equipment specifically designed for studying dissolution reactions in the laboratory. Under the combined effects of high pressure and low temperature, these devices could thoroughly pulverize and dissolve the remaining parts of a corpse. The liquid components would also solidify rapidly at extremely low temperatures, preventing any leakage of blood or bodily fluids. Even more ingeniously, these devices operated in a completely sealed environment, leaving no visible traces detectable from the outside. Even more terrifying was that after being processed this way, the body emitted no detectable odor whatsoever. The body fragments either fully dissolve into the solvent or are reduced to powder. Even if some remains resist complete dissolution and are roughly dismembered and dispersed across multiple locations, they leave virtually no discernible traces. Even if police conducted an investigation, only highly advanced equipment could detect faint traces from residual chemical components. Yet in most cases, these traces could be easily erased through repeated testing. Yet Lín Yì couldn't help but recall the deeper conundrum. Clearly, this was not the case. Nor had any chemical means been used to completely eliminate the bodies. Instead, over a dozen bags containing cut-up human tissue had been discarded in various locations. The police have now discovered several of these bags. So since he didn't use chemical means to accomplish this series of operations, then what exactly was the reason? Soon, he figured it out. It was simple. Because if the body had been dissolved using chemical means, there are only a handful of individuals in the chemistry department capable of such extraordinary achievements. Once the police traced it, they could quickly pinpoint the killer. Yet he didn't do it. His goal was to widen the police's search perimeter, forcing them to investigate aimlessly. By the end, it became impossible to pinpoint who had committed this entire series of murders. Meanwhile, Wang Yutong's boyfriend, Sui Hao, quickly came under police scrutiny. Interesting. But going forward, if he wanted to completely evade the police pursuit, the best way was to sacrifice Sui Hao completely. This guy wasn't particularly tall, roughly matching the height of the figure seen from behind in the surveillance footage. His build is also similar. The police would inevitably follow this line of reasoning. The difficulty lies in what method could possibly to definitively pinpoint him as the killer and take him away. There's no other way. Beyond that, other methods would likely prove insufficient. Chapter 92, Suspect Sui Hao, closing in. Soon, Sui Hao was brought to the interrogation room at the municipal police headquarters. Water dripped from the air conditioning vent in the interrogation room. Sui Hao stared at the puddle forming on the table. His Adam's apple bobbed 3 times before he managed to speak. "Officer, are you certain it was really Yutong?" His basketball wrist guard was still wrapped around his left wrist, its edges turning black. Officer Zhang slammed a folder onto the metal table. The sharp thud made Sui Hao's shoulders jerk violently. 2 surveillance screenshots slid toward him. The first showed a man in a baseball cap dumping a body into the drainage ditch of the lab building. The second, enlarged image, revealed half of a sports watch on the wrist of the trench coat-clad man. This afternoon at 4:45, this man was dumping the body bag. Officer Zhang tapped the printout with his pen tip. "Same watch as yours. Height and build match perfectly." Sui Hao suddenly gripped the edge of the table, his fingernails scraping a sharp sound against the metal. "I was at the basketball court this afternoon, playing from 3:30 to 5 o'clock. He hastily rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sports watch glowing blue. A holographic projection displayed his real-time heart rate data at 4:45 p.m. It showed his heart rate spiking to 145. In the observation room behind the one-way glass, young Officer Xiao Wan leaned closer to the microphone. "Chief Zhang, can this heart rate data be faked?" The varsity player said he was practicing his 3-step layup. Veteran Detective Zhang stroked his stubble. "But around 4:40, I checked the surveillance. There's a 5-minute blind spot. Inside the interrogation room, Officer Zhang suddenly leaned forward menacingly, still lurking outside her dorm every day after the breakup? Pretty devoted, huh? He flung 3 photos onto the table, all covert shots of Sui Hao lurking beneath window 302 on different dates. Last Wednesday when Wang Yutan left campus, you followed her out too, didn't you? Sui Hao's pupils contracted sharply. His right hand unconsciously tugged at the scab scratch on his left arm. That day, I went to the station to see her off. Beads of sweat slid down his temple to his chin, glistening painfully under the harsh lights. Seeing her off to the underworld? Officer Zhang suddenly raised his voice, causing the officers in the adjacent observation room to sit up straight in unison. Sui Hao sprang up as if electrocuted, the interrogation chair scraping the floor with a shrill screech. I didn't. She clearly said she was going back to her hometown that day. Wang scribbled furiously in the observation room, emotionally agitated, repeatedly touching right nose, classic signs of lying. Old Zhang, however, frowned as he stared at the surveillance replay. The body disposer walks with a slight pigeon-toed gait, but Sui Hao has the standard stride of an athlete. Inside the interrogation room, Officer Zhang tossed a sealed bag onto the table. Inside was the black canvas bag found in the drainage ditch. This canvas material is identical to the bags your basketball team uses for training uniforms. Sui Hao suddenly began retching, his Adam's apple throbbing violently as he bent over. Stomach acid mixed with leftover instant noodles from lunch splattered onto the metal table, filling the room with a sour, putrid stench. His wristwatch, caked in vomit, stubbornly continued displaying its recorded workout trajectory. At 4:45 p.m., I was fighting for a rebound. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, staining his cuff with a yellowish-brown smear. Li Chang and the others were all there. Coach Wang even blew the whistle. Detective Zhang abruptly slammed the autopsy report beside the vomit. Your skin tissue was found under Wang Yutan's fingernails. The scratch marks from the night you broke up still haven't healed, have they? In the close-up photo, bloody skin flakes clung to the crevice between Wang Yutan's right ring finger and palm. A gasp erupted in the observation room. Xiaochen pointed at the microscope report. The DNA match is in. It's definitely Sui Hao's. Sui Hao shook his head frantically, his basketball wristband slipping off onto the table. She scratched me when she struggled that night, but I was just holding her, begging us to get back together. His voice suddenly choked off. His left hand pressed tightly against his chest and a pill bottle fell out of his basketball shorts side pocket. Paroxetine, an anti-anxiety medication. Need a craft knife to beg for reconciliation? Officer Zhang revealed the final photo, a fruit knife engraved with the character Su lying in Wang Yutong's dorm drawer. Sui Hao fell silent, his fingers nervously picking at rust stains on the table edge. That knife was my birthday gift to her. His gaze suddenly went unfocused. She said she wanted it to sharpen charcoal pencils for sketching. The interrogation room fell deathly silent, broken only by the dripping sound of the air conditioner. In the observation room, old Zhang suddenly pointed at the surveillance timeline. The body was dumped at 4:45, but Sui Hao made a 3-pointer on the court at 4:42. Running there would take at least 7 minutes. Enough! Officer Zhang abruptly kicked his chair back, the rattling of the metal bed frame making Sui Hao flinch. The bloodstains on your jersey match Wang Yutan's DNA. Still trying to wriggle out of this? Sui Hao looked up blankly, following Officer Zhang's finger to his right shoulder. A dark brown stain marred the deep blue jersey. As if suddenly remembering something, he trembled as he pulled open his collar. This is blood from my nose during last week's City League game. The team doctor even. Take him away. Officer Zhang abruptly cut him off. 2 officers rushed in and seized Sui Hao. His basketball shoes scraped long marks across the floor as Sui Hao suddenly roared. Yutong did argue with me that day. She scratched my hand. Check it out. If I really killed someone, why would I rush to wash my clothes? To let you test the DNA? Wang in the observation room froze. That does make sense. The interrogation room's iron door screeched as it slid open. 2 officers forced Sui Hao back into the metal chair. Detective Zhang stood before the one-way glass, his index finger absent-mindedly rubbing the faded police badge sticker on his thermos. Through the glass, he could clearly see the dark stain on the right shoulder of Sui Hao's jersey, an irregular patch the size of a fingernail, reflecting an eerie brown glow under the cold fluorescent lights. If it was him. Officer Zhang traced circles around the rim of the cup with his thumb, his 20 years of criminal investigation experience automatically replaying past cases in his mind. Meticulously planned killers always treated bloodstained clothing like artworks, soaking them in hydrogen peroxide, scrubbing them with bleach, or even wearing the stained shirt as an inner layer beneath 7 layers of clothing to mask the scent. Yet this number 23 jersey was not only worn openly, but bore stains resembling blood as if someone deliberately turned it into a target. The sports watch on the interrogation table suddenly glowed blue, its holographic display automatically projecting today's workout data. At 4:45 p.m., the heart rate curve shot up like a roller coaster to 145, labeled Intense Activity Rebounding. Officer Zhang pulled out his tablet to access the court surveillance. At 4:42 p.m., footage showed Sui Hao leaping for a shot beyond the 3-point line, his sweat-soaked jersey glistening in the camera's glare. Wang Chang. What were you doing at 4:45? He suddenly shouted toward the observation room. The young officer frantically tapped open the witness statements. Report. 3 players confirmed Suihao was on the court at the time. The coach's whistle log shows. Chapter 93, Officer, I'm innocent. On the other side of the glass, Suihao abruptly wiped his face hard with his basketball wristband, the fabric's friction producing a sharp crackling sound through the microphone. Officer Zhang noticed the scratch on the inner side of his right forearm. The scabbed edge was so neatly defined it looked like it had been scratched with a ruler. Too perfect. The thermos cup creaked under his tight grip. The body-dumping suspect in the surveillance footage wore the same watch, matched Suihao's height and build, and even the faintly visible XYH embroidery inside the trench coat pointed to Suihao. But like a rookie screenwriter's mystery plot, all the clues were too neatly arranged to be believable. Xiao Wang burst through the door clutching the freshly printed test report. The DNA from the cafeteria body parts all matches. He fell silent abruptly as Officer Zhang jabbed a pen tip at the body distribution diagram. The missing head and left leg marked with blood-red question marks on the schematic. Check his shopping records for the past 3 months, Officer Zhang ordered abruptly. Focus on buyers of the same model sports watch. The pen tip pierced the paper, ink smudging the height, 175 centimeters notation. This data covered 38% of the male students on campus, and Qingshan District's digital mall had just received 20 watches of the same model last week. Suihao suddenly slammed his fist on the interrogation table, shaking the camera lens. I want a lawyer. This is illegal detention. Rubber granules from the basketball court still stuck to the soles of his sneakers, scattering with a rustling sound onto the tile floor as he stomped his feet. Officer Zhang pushed open the door, letting in a blast of cold air that made Suihao's hairs visibly stand on end. You better not be. He deliberately let the evidence bag brush past the man's ear, containing the canvas sack retrieved from the drain. But now a sudden ringtone cut him off. The forensic pathologist's urgent report exploded through the silence, skin tissue from the assailant found in the masseter muscle of the skull. Suihao's expression froze instantly, like a basketball game paused mid-action. Officer Zhang caught the faint tremor in his pupils, not the fear of a killer, but the panic of prey discovering a trap. Stay put. As Officer Zhang turned away, the hem of his trench coat swept across the metal table, knocking over Suihao's half-empty bottle of mineral water. Water flowed over the unopened boxed meal on the table, dampening a corner of the detention notice. As the police car screeched through neon-lit streets, Officer Wang couldn't resist stealing a glance at his superior through the rearview mirror. Captain Zhang, are we really holding him for the full 24 hours? Forensics confirmed that blood on the jersey was nasal. Wait for the skull scan results. Officer Zhang lowered his seat half an inch. The bridge lights carved a sharp line of shadow across his face. If this was a setup, the killer was likely watching the police's every move right now like a pawn waiting to be captured in a chess game. The searchlights at Qingshan University's back river cast a bluish-gray glow across the night sky. Beyond the police tape, students crowded the perimeter, phones raised. The moment the black plastic bag surfaced, Officer Zhang caught the familiar scent of formaldehyde, exactly the same odor as the weather doll in room 302. Report. There's an old scar on the left ankle. The forensic examiner's tweezers lifted a curled flap of skin. Looks like a burn. He abruptly fell silent as Officer Zhang compared it to Wang Yutong's admission medical form on his phone, 3 centimeters burn scar on outer left calf, 2018. The skull and facial features inside the evidence bag were severely damaged. Send it for analysis. He tore off his gloves and tossed them into the recycling bin. In the distance, the exhaust fan in the autopsy lab whirred frantically. As the police van carrying the body parts drove away, no one noticed the fleeting red light on the library's top floor like the glint of a telescope or the flickering of a cigarette butt. Lín Yì stood on the library rooftop, binoculars clenched in his hand, his gaze piercing the distance with icy calm. Through the glass, he could clearly see the cordoned-off area along Hoa Creek, where police had already recovered Wang Yutong's head and left leg. Once the police pieced together the complete body, they would likely conduct an autopsy as soon as possible. The pungent formaldehyde odor emanating from the body parts would undoubtedly make their work more difficult. This must be the back door I left for this body before I crossed over. Lín Yì silently thought to himself, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He understood that formaldehyde served to preserve the body as much as possible, preventing discoloration from decay that could compromise the accuracy of the autopsy. Even if the police eventually reassembled the body, it would be difficult to pinpoint the exact time of death based on discoloration in the fragments. More crucially, formalin was virtually inexhaustible in the medical school laboratories of Qingshan University. If specimens went missing, no one would notice, a fact that greatly facilitated his plans. However, a question lingered in Lín Yi's mind. Why weren't the body parts directly preserved in the medical school lab? Had they done so, the police would have swiftly zeroed in on the medical school, thereby ruling out other suspects. In that case, the police would conclude that it couldn't possibly be the work of a medical school student. They would then shift their search to other colleges. Because no killer would do that, deliberately making their crime so blatantly obvious. Indeed, this was all meticulously planned. Lín Yì couldn't help but silently admire the brilliance of this operation. Such a clever setup preserved the body while simultaneously steering the police away from the true clues.
His composure and rationality reached their peak in that moment. Withdrawing his gaze, he turned and left the library rooftop, heading back to the dormitory. The blurred figure from the surveillance footage still echoed in his mind. Who was that person? It wasn't Sui Hao. He thought with certainty. Sui Hao had neither motive nor opportunity to commit murder. So who was the person in the surveillance footage? Lín Yì was confident that at 1.8 meters tall, he could never have appeared in that surveillance photo. The figure in the footage stood about 1.75 meters tall, roughly 5 centimeters shorter than him. The question arose, how could someone 1.8 meters tall disguise themselves as someone 1.75 meters tall? As he sank into deep thought, his gaze suddenly caught a pair of pants in the wardrobe. The pants looked unusually baggy, especially around the legs, far looser than ordinary trousers. Lín Yi's eyes lit up as a sudden realization dawned on him. Could it be these pants? A thought struck him, and he felt he could see the truth behind the entire situation. He quickly walked over, pulled the pants out, and examined them closely. Sure enough, these weren't ordinary loose-fitting pants. The leg design was quite unique, so wide they could almost conceal the entire calf. If you use these pants with some tricks, you could actually appear 5 centimeters shorter. A clear conclusion instantly formed in Lín Yi's mind. Chapter 94, Lock him up for 24 hours first, then we'll talk. But how could anyone possibly make Sui Hao wear these pants to impersonate him? He couldn't help but feel puzzled. This question halted him once more, but then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. New system prompt acquired. While disguising 1.8 meters as 1.75 meters is indeed challenging, it can be achieved with specialized tools. Baggy pants effectively conceal the legs. Slightly bend the calves, maintain proper posture while walking, and with consistent practice, your height will appear nearly indistinguishable from average. Lín Yì froze for a moment, then seemed to grasp the meaning. He looked down at the pants in his hands, his heart jolting violently. At that moment, he understood, this predicament he found himself in had been anticipated all along, though he hadn't fully realized it until now. He hurriedly shed his original pants and slipped into the baggy pair. The legs were so loose they nearly covered his entire calves. He bent his knees slightly and took a few steps, trying to walk with a natural-looking posture. To his astonishment, his stride appeared entirely unremarkable, as if he were a man of 5 feet 9 inches. His reflection in the mirror still showed his 180 centimeters height, but his walking posture and bent legs made it nearly impossible to detect. This disguise was so ingeniously crafted it bordered on perfection. Brilliant! Lín Yì murmured to himself, inwardly marveling at the ingenuity of this detail. These trousers and the walking technique were precisely the keys to that figure's successful disguise. Municipal Bureau Autopsy Room. The fluorescent lights in the forensic lab hummed, their harsh glow reflecting off droplets of condensation on the stainless steel autopsy table. Officer Zhang's knuckles turned white as he gripped his notebook. The pungent mix of disinfectant and formaldehyde made his temples throb. Under the shadowless lamp, the long shadow cast by Dr. Li's rubber gloves stretched across the room as the tip of his forceps lifted a piece of skin tissue with a waxy sheen. 81 pieces. Dr. Li's glasses fogged over as his scalpel clattered against the tray's edge. From the occipital protuberance to the tips of the toes, the incision followed the anatomical atlas perfectly, even matching the curvature of the trochlear groove of the patella. Chief Zhang, look at this diaphragm section. He held up the membrane clamped between the forceps. The killer even preserved the entire pleural cavity intact. Detective Zhang stared at the specimen jar containing the kidney preserved in fixative, where flocculent matter floated in the pale yellow liquid, so the internal organs weren't decomposed? They were never there to begin with. Forensic pathologist Li prodded the fourth thoracic vertebra with his probe. From cranial cavity to pelvic cavity, it's like a vacuum cleaner swept through. Not even the pituitary gland remains. But the strangest part is this. He lifted the waterproof sheet covering the body fragments. Formalin liquid gurgled down the grooves. All incision sites show secondary immersion marks. The killer soaked the dismembered parts separately for at least 3 hours before reassembling and dumping the body. The sudden hum of the refrigeration unit sent a chill through Officer Zhang. He noticed dark sweat stains soaking through the collar of Dr. Li's white coat. Outside, torrential rain pounded the exhaust fan, and a cold wind carrying the scent of blood lifted the crime scene tape near the autopsy table. Time of death? The formaldehyde has completely rigidified the cells. Dr. Li pulled off his gloves, revealing fingertips wrinkled from chemical exposure. Look at this costal cartilage. The decaying venous network that should be present now resembles a plastic mannequin. The fatal wound, however, is clear. He swiveled the lamp to illuminate the neat diamond-shaped incision in the chest cavity. A single-edged dagger entered through the fourth intercostal space, pierced the heart, and lodged against the spinous process of the seventh thoracic vertebra. Blade width, 2.8 centimeters. Matches the teaching knife stolen from the medical school 10 years ago. Detective Zhang's pen tip snapped through the paper, ink smearing a dark blot over the words surgical knife. Amid the downpour, Dr. Li suddenly lifted a chunk of tissue with forceps toward the light. Look at this muscle cross-section, over 200 cuts per square centimeter. Ordinary blades can't achieve this high-frequency vibration.
The killer either used an electric bone saw, or the refrigeration unit's light abruptly extinguished. In the darkness, the formaldehyde fumes grew thick and suffocating. As Officer Zhang fumbled for the switch, he saw Dr. Li dipping a cotton swab into crystalline deposits on the sternum's fracture surface. Under the ultraviolet light, the dark red particles emitted an eerie, ghostly glow. What is this? Salt crystals from evaporated seawater. Forensic pathologist Li's voice mingled with the roar of the exhaust fan. But the water at Green Hill Pier has sulfur levels 20 times above standard. While this sodium chloride is medical-grade purity, our body fragments were likely soaked in seawater within some sterile environment. The autopsy room fell into sudden, deathly silence, broken only by the dying hum of the freezer's compressor. Under the ultraviolet light, Officer Zhang's pupils contracted to pinpricks as the fluorescent crystals of medical-grade salt glowed like countless eyes blinking across the surface of the body fragments. The cargo ship's cold storage at Green Hill Dock. He suddenly grabbed the walkie-talkie, his knuckles knocking over the enamel tray holding the ribs. Check all medical-grade sodium chloride shipment records from the past 3 months. Focus on those with medical school affiliations. Forensic pathologist Li tapped the edge of the sink with his dissecting forceps, sending dark red salt grains skittering across the metal surface. No need to check. This crystal structure is the result of laboratory-grade vacuum drying. He activated the electron microscope, revealing a crystal structure of perfect cubic form on the screen. This purity level can only be achieved using molecular sieves from the chemistry department. Officer Zhang's temples throbbed. Amid the downpour, he seemed to hear the sirens from that rainy night years ago, the scene of the theft at Qingshan University Medical School specimen room, where footprints soaked in formalin stretched from the dissection table all the way to the chemistry lab building. The trainee officer from back then now felt the familiar pressure of his service weapon against his lower back. Its cool touch reminded him of Lín Yì wiping his silver-rimmed glasses. What's missing from the body puzzle? He suddenly asked. Forensic pathologist Li lifted the final waterproof sheet. A uterus, amber-colored from formalin, floated in a glass jar. Under the shadowless lamp, the dense pinholes on its inner lining resembled constellations. A complete digestive system, and the tip of the forceps lifted a transparent membrane the size of a fingernail. Amniotic tissue. The freezer emitted a shrill alarm, its temperature display flickering wildly. Detective Zhang watched as forensic Dr. Li retrieved a sealed bag from the 20C compartment. The frozen ovarian tissue was covered in ice crystals, like a layer of diamond dust. This was found in the pelvic cavity of the left leg recovered from the back river this morning. Dr. Li pointed his laser pen at the laceration at the end of the fallopian tube. A fertilized egg implanted 6 weeks ago, completely excised by some instrument. The killer didn't take an organ, but an embryo. The downpour suddenly turned to hail, its impact on the exhaust fan sounding like rapid drumbeats. Chapter 95, Lín Yì, designated key suspect. Inspector Zhang's pen bled ink across his notebook, and the words embryo culture dish from a theft report years ago suddenly came into sharp focus. He pulled out his vibrating phone. The photo from forensics showed the surgical knot on the body bag in the lab building perfectly matching the tying technique demonstrated in the medical school instructional video. I need access logs for every lab in the chemistry department. The moment he slammed open the dissection room door, the corridor's emergency lights flared on. A gale swept rain into the corridor, pooling on the non-slip mat and forming a trickle that wound into the shape of a DNA double helix. Not long after, a report arrived. The ultraviolet disinfection lamp outside the dissection room cast a purple-blue afterimage in Officer Zhang's eyes as he stared at the laboratory logbook just delivered by the evidence department. Turning to the page recording the night before the incident, the pen tip indented a recurring name, Lín Yì, Chemistry Department Building B, Lab 203, 2315-247. This is his 7th all-nighter this month. Forensic pathologist Li picked up a formaldehyde-softened access card with tweezers. And coincidentally, the medical school specimen room's preservative supply, last week. He swiped through the inventory list on his tablet. Is exactly 30 liters short. Torrential rain pounded the police car's roof lights, splitting Officer Zhang's reflection into double images on the window. His phone gallery held photos from last year's university anniversary. Lín Yì stood before the dissection table in silver-rimmed glasses, the tip of his scalpel prying open a frog's sciatic nerve. The taut curve of his wrist perfectly matched the gesture captured in the dumping surveillance footage. That year, Lín Yì had won first place in the chemistry department's anatomy competition. Although his major was chemistry, he had chosen medical courses as electives. His mastery of medical knowledge surpassed that of ordinary medical students. Indeed, even when his individual abilities were applied to the specialized field of medicine, they were outstanding. Therefore, when he saw this photo again, a troubling thought surfaced in Officer Zhang's mind. This guy is also connected to this case. And most crucially, Lín Yì. Could it be that he really has a direct connection to this case? Sui Hao seems to be the one being framed. But the surveillance footage shows a man wearing a baseball cap. The height analysis only shows 175 centimeters. Lín Yì, however, stands at a full 180 centimeters. The height difference between the two was a full 5 centimeters. Therefore, the person who discarded the body parts beneath the lab building simply couldn't be Lín Yì. Captain Zhang, the chemistry department's surveillance footage has been restored. Xiao Wang suddenly shoved his tablet up against the windshield. In the footage, the hem of Lín Yi's lab coat bulged abnormally, and his right pant leg formed unnatural creases at the knee as he walked. The technical appraisal report lay on the dashboard, dampened by raindrops. Abnormal pressure distribution in the forefoot of the killer's footprints, suspected to be caused by prolonged walking with bent knees. Officer Zhang suddenly jerked the steering wheel, the tires skidding in a semicircle across the puddled road. He recalled Lín Yi's interrogation days earlier during the Hot Springs Town double homicide investigation. Lín Yì, the discoverer, had been questioned with an expression of utter calm. And, when walking, his knees would always bend forward slightly without conscious effort. Could it be? The chemistry lab building loomed like a colossal coffin in the rain curtain. As Officer Zhang slammed the car door shut, the evidence lab sent the latest comparison results. Polyethylene fibers found in the stitching of the body bag matched the composition of the sealing ring from Lín Yi's laboratory centrifuge. Really? Could it be that coincidental? Officer Zhang? Lín Yi's voice echoed from the staircase corner. His right hand held a pipette, while his left cradled a petri dish containing pale pink crystals. Officer Zhang, why are you suddenly back at the school so late? The case isn't solved yet. Just came to take a look. Officer Zhang's shoe heel scraped across a wet spot on the floor. And you? Lín Yì gave a bored chuckle. Ah, chemistry students have it rough. No choice this late at night, I still have to prepare tomorrow's lab report. So I came to collect some water samples to test the water composition. Lín Yì tapped the pipette twice against the edge of the petri dish, sending crystalline powder cascading down. See? This water suddenly has so many crystals. Probably because of seawater intrusion, right? That's why the water in the back river has so much salt now. Hearing this, Officer Zhang suddenly chuckled, saltwater intrusion? But it must be said, the source of the back river on the Qingshan University campus is precisely Qingshan Pier. It's definitely possible that seawater has intruded. But, interestingly, we also discovered large amounts of crystals on the body fragments. These crystals were identified as salt. Lín Yì spread his hands. Then that should clear things up. After all, as far as I know, some of the bodies were excavated from the back river. Those body parts being discarded in the back river could indeed cause crystallization. Officer Zhang found it hard to believe. But, it was clear that Lín Yì was deliberately steering the police's line of thinking elsewhere. And his claim about salt in the river water was indeed plausible. But, the final autopsy results revealed that the salt in question wasn't the kind found in water. The salt coating the body was professional-grade sodium chloride, a specialized laboratory chemical. Therefore, this individual before us may indeed have a direct connection to the case. In fact, the real murderer in this case. The cold storage room's alarm suddenly blared, and Officer Zhang's handcuffs clanged against the doorframe. The hem of Lín Yi's lab coat brushed against the reagent rack, sending spilled silver nitrate solution winding across the floor like a river. The scalpel inside the evidence bag glowed a sinister blue. The engraved serial number on its handle matched the batch of teaching tools stolen years ago. You deliberately left medical salt crystals behind. Officer Zhang's safety catch clicking open sounded distinctly clear amid the rain. Just like you deliberately let us police see that one photo in the surveillance footage, the one showing a height of 175? Lín Yì heard this. His expression flickered with suspicion. What do you mean? Officer Zhang waved the evidence bag in his hand. This scalpel, we retrieved it from the back river too. The salt residue on the body parts wasn't seawater, it was professional-grade sodium chloride used for experiments. And nearly 30 liters of formalin solution went missing from the medical school. To completely prevent the police from determining the victim's exact time of death, every possible method was employed using medical-grade sodium chloride and formalin to treat the body. All to mislead our police investigation, is that correct? Hearing this, Lín Yì couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. His expression, however, remained calm. He hadn't expected. The police investigation had progressed so swiftly. Chapter 96, High IQ Self-Evidence, Experimental Data. Lín Yì stared at the evidence bag in Officer Zhang's hand, a sharp surgical scalpel. Under the moonlight, it appeared even more pristine. It emitted a faint, icy glint. Indeed. Just now, Lín Yì had just received a notification from the system. The murder weapon used to dismember the body was none other than the surgical tools that had gone missing several years ago. These surgical instruments had been stored in the medical school, only to vanish overnight. Now, the police found one of the scalpels. Certain areas of this scalpel appeared as if they had been soaked in salt, with blue crystals that hadn't been wiped clean. Sure enough, if my guess is correct, this scalpel was retrieved from the Ho River. It seems the police had even found the murder weapon. But, unfortunately, after Wang Yutong was dismembered, all fingerprints on this scalpel had been thoroughly wiped clean. The removed fingerprints. Officer Zhang, what does this mean? Yes, I was indeed the top surgical student in medical school. But heroes don't boast about past achievements. That's all ancient history. Besides, it's been years since that generation passed. Do they still talk about me at the medical school? Besides, it's not only the top student who can dissect a body accurately. Other medical students also know how to avoid vital organs and identify each critical area. They can dissect a body without damaging the bones. So, Officer Zhang, do I look like a bad guy? Hearing this barrage of questions, Officer Zhang smiled faintly, his expression deeply meaningful. Well, you're definitely a chemistry major. Your eloquence is truly remarkable. So where were you at 4:45 p.m. today? This afternoon at 4:45. That was precisely when the police had just arrived at the scene. The moment the surveillance footage revealed the back view of a man wearing a baseball cap, standing 175 centimeters tall. Evidently, the police had already begun to focus their investigation on Lín Yì. Had already begun to pinpoint Lín Yì, although he stands at 180 centimeters. However, through subsequent detail adjustments, it was possible to achieve a 175 centimeters height. So now Officer Zhang's meaning was quite clear. There is now strong suspicion. The figure captured on surveillance at 4:45 p.m. this afternoon is Lín Yì. Upon hearing this information, Lín Yì couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. But the next second, his frown relaxed involuntarily. All of this was merely the police's speculation. If there was no way to prove it, it was utterly useless. The most crucial principle in presumption of innocence is evidence. As long as he could prove he wasn't at the scene at 4:45 p.m. today, he could completely clear himself of suspicion. It's not difficult at all. But how to prove it? To be honest, at 4:45 p.m., he was already at the crime scene. Proving his alibi was no easy task. Detective Zheng pressed closer. If there are no eyewitnesses or evidence proving your alibi, then I'm afraid, young man, you'll have to cooperate with our investigation. Officer Zhang seemed utterly certain of this case. Because it all seemed too coincidental. Take the two incidents at the Hot Spring Hotel. Lín Yì was present at both scenes. And now, in this new case, he appeared at the scene again. At this moment, Officer Zhang's instincts told him that Lín Yì was absolutely inextricably linked to this case. Add to that his background as the top student in medical school anatomy class, his skill with a scalpel was borderline inhuman. Moreover, when the forensic pathologist examined the body, all the internal organs had vanished. Yet, the bones showed no signs of any cuts or damage whatsoever. What did this indicate? It was like a butcher dissecting an ox. With intimate knowledge of every detail of the ox's anatomy, it was impossible to damage the bones during dissection. Therefore, for someone of Lín Yi's caliber, a chemical engineering student who could effortlessly top the medical school's anatomy class, you can imagine. If he were to dissect a corpse, he could completely avoid all the bones, separating the flesh, without cutting into the bones. That's what true skill looks like. Add to that the pair of black pants in his dorm room, they'd be perfect for disguising someone of 5 feet 7 inches height. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a new hint. The moment he heard that pleasant chime, he suddenly jolted awake. Perfect. The system always provided clues at such crucial moments. There was no need to guess, he knew exactly what it meant. This clue alone was enough to give him the power to overturn the verdict. Ding! The original work has been tampered with. The alibi and lab surveillance footage can prove everything. The lab surveillance? The surveillance from the third-floor lab. Upon hearing this information, a calm yet eerie expression immediately spread across his face. He glanced at Officer Zhang before him. Then he said, Officer Zhang, I have a solid alibi. If you don't believe me, you can review the lab's surveillance footage. The data there will prove I definitely wasn't at the scene. The surveillance footage from the lab? Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang's expression instantly turned stern. He had forgotten about that. Alright, in that case, let's go to the lab and take a look. At that moment, Officer Zhang's alarm bells went off immediately. The two officers nodded. The four of them headed toward the third floor of the experimental building. At that moment, Lín Yì was leading the way. Their current location wasn't far from the lab building. Moreover, Lín Yì was an engineering student in the chemistry department, so he had keys to the laboratory. Soon, they arrived at the lab building. They unlocked the door. Several people entered the laboratory. Lín Yì turned on the computer nearby. Within moments, surveillance footage appeared on the screen. A surveillance feed was pulled up directly. Officer Zhang looked at Lín Yì. His expression radiated extreme confidence, which struck Chief Officer Zhang as rather unbelievable. Could it be he really had an alibi? Alright, play it back. Without hesitation, Lín Yì initiated the surveillance footage playback. On the screen, the quartz clock in the lab building read 4:40 p.m. Sunlight streamed diagonally through the laboratory's blinds, casting alternating light and shadow stripes across Lín Yi's white lab coat. He was adjusting the thermometer in the incubator, the faint blue reagent on his gloves gleaming with a metallic sheen under the light. Lin, there's an issue with these readings. The lab door burst open as the teaching assistant rushed in, clutching a stack of logbooks. The phenylalanine concentration recorded at 4:30 suddenly spiked. Linny glanced at the surveillance camera on the wall, its infrared indicator blinking rhythmically. Chapter 97, The Scapegoat, Suihao. He took the notebook and circled the abnormal value on page 47 with a red pen, must be column contamination. I'll rerun the sample now. He pressed the start button on the gas chromatograph. The LCD screen displayed estimated completion time, 16:48. The teaching assistant pulled out his phone and aimed it at the equipment screen. Professor Wang said to keep a record. The camera shutter clicked, the timestamp reading 16 hours 41 minutes and 23 seconds. Suddenly, urgent sirens pierced the air outside. 3 police cars were racing toward the lab building. When Officer Zhang pushed open the lab door, Linny was in the midst of writing the experiment report. The time in the bottom right corner of the computer screen read 16:44, while the last modified time on the document was frozen at 16:38. Upon seeing this scene, Officer Zhang couldn't help but freeze. At this exact time, you should have been in the autopsy room. Officer Zhang presented a surveillance screenshot showing Suihao bending over to dump a body into a drainage ditch, with the digital clock reading 16 hours 45 minutes and 7 seconds. Linny swiveled his computer screen to open the lab's real-time surveillance system. Multi-angle feeds showed he hadn't left the workbench since 1500 hours. This gas chromatograph requires constant monitoring, with data recorded every 10 minutes. He pulled up the automatically generated log file, its timestamps precise to the millisecond. The entry for 16 hours 45 minutes and 7 seconds displayed the P-curve for phenylalanine. Detective Zhang's fingers glided swiftly across the mouse. At that very moment, his phone rang. Officer Zhang pulled out his phone. The screen displayed the latest report from the evidence lab. Asbestos fibers commonly found in laboratories were detected in the fibers of the perpetrator's trench coat. But surveillance footage from Lin Yi's lab bench showed his lab coat cuff's asbestos detector consistently reading 0. Perhaps you should take a look at this. At that very moment, Lin Yi suddenly pulled up campus weather station data. Southeast winds persisted from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. today at 5 meters per second. He clicked open the ventilation system schematic for the lab building. If someone disposed of a body on the west side, the screen instantly simulated the dispersion path of the asbestos fibers, converging precisely at the exhaust vent of the chemistry department lab. At the same time, Officer Zhang's phone vibrated as the technical division sent a revised gait analysis report. The body disposer's knee bend angle showed a 0.7 degree deviation, consistent with wearing height-increasing shoes. Meanwhile, the rain-soaked insoles from the sneakers in Lin Yi's shoe cabinet could precisely accommodate a 5 mm thick height-increasing insole. Upon witnessing this, Detective Zhang looked at Lin Yi again. So how do you explain this? Looks like someone even calculated my shoe size. Lin Yi pulled open the storage cabinet, revealing 12 pairs of identical sneakers neatly arranged. Need me to provide last week's purchase records from the sneaker store? An electronic invoice popped up on his phone screen, dated 3 days prior to the incident. Officer Zhang nodded. Let's take another look. On the surveillance feed, sudden cheers erupted outside the window as Suihao sank a three-pointer on the basketball court. Detective Zhang noticed the sunlight reflecting off Suihao's sneakers as he jumped. Its frequency perfectly matched the glint from the wristwatch worn by the Suihao in the dumping surveillance footage. That smartwatch tracked athletic performance and currently displayed a peak heart rate reading of 1645. Experimental data doesn't lie. Lin Yi removed his rubber gloves, revealing fingertips wrinkled with sweat. Just like this mass spectrometer. He abruptly pressed the print button. The thermal paper spat out a molecular diagram of marine diatoms. The deep-sea sodium chloride you sought was detected in the Hoha River sample just 3 hours ago. Officer Zhang's pupils contracted sharply as the salt crystal patterns from the forensic report on the body fragments flashed across his phone screen. The lattice orientation angles under the polarized light microscope differed by exactly 7 degrees, the fundamental distinction between seawater evaporation and laboratory purification. Sudden, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor as a trainee officer burst in, holding an evidence bag, the heel lifts found in the drain. Where patterns on the silicone pads revealed the wearer habitually drove off with their right heel, a striking match to Suihao's footwork during shots. Upon hearing this information, Lin Yi knew. His chance had come again. Lin Yi's pipette froze mid-air above the petri dish. A droplet of reagent refracted sunlight into a prism-like spot. Speaking of time, he opened the lab's backup power log. At exactly 4:40 p.m. today, the entire building experienced a 0.3 second voltage fluctuation. All network devices automatically synchronize their clocks. Should I retrieve the synchronization log from the National Time Service Center? No need. Looks like it's time for us to go meet up with Suihao. A few simple sentences. He led his team straight out of the lab. Officer Zhang's leather shoes tapped out a hurried rhythm down the lab building corridor. He pulled out his vibrating phone. The tech department had sent the latest photo.
The footprint pattern extracted from the dump site matched the wear characteristics of the size 43 sneakers in Sui Hao's locker room perfectly.
Back to headquarters, he barked, yanking open the police car door.
As he did, he caught a glimpse of Lín Yì adjusting the microscope by the window. Sunlight pierced the salt crystals in the petri dish, casting prismatic spots on the wall. The lattice pattern differed by 7.2 degrees from the autopsy report.
Inside the police station,
under the harsh interrogation room lights, sweat stains glistened on the collar of Sui Hao's basketball jersey.
Officer Zhang flung a pair of height-increasing insoles onto the metal table, their silicone surfaces still sticky with rubber granules from the court. Explain these?
These are ankle pads the team doctor gave me last week.
Sui Hao pulled up his right pant leg, revealing a bandage at his ankle stained with pale yellow ointment. I usually tuck them into my shoe heel.
His voice trailed off abruptly as Officer Zhang pinched up a half-piece of artificial nail from the edge of the pad with tweezers, the star and moon design glowing under the ultraviolet light. The forensic pathologist abruptly pushed open the door, 2 X-rays displayed side by side on his tablet. The body disposer has an old tibial fracture. He tapped the screen, matching Sue's injury report from 3 years ago, perfectly. Sui Hao's pupils contracted sharply. He recalled the torrential rain last week when someone had arranged to meet him at the lab building under Wang Yutong's name. The perfume sent from that memory suddenly became pungent, identical to the formaldehyde-laced air filling the interrogation room now.
A parting gift before we close the case.
Officer Zhang tossed a sealed envelope containing surveillance screenshots from Lín Yì's lab. In the corner of the frame, the pattern on the hem of a half-exposed trench coat matched the spare jersey in Sui Hao's locker perfectly. Lín Yì now stood on the chemistry department rooftop, watching police cars roar out of the campus gates. He opened his phone's photo album, hovering the delete button over last night's snapshot. Sui Hao kneeling by the back door of the lab building, stuffing those size 11 sneakers into a black plastic bag.
Chapter 98, I'm innocent. It's all her fault.
The ventilation fan in the interrogation room emitted a sickly hum as Sui Hao stared at the red nail polish fragments on the silicone shoe insole. Suddenly, he recalled the white lab coat flitting past in the hallway that night. As that figure turned away, a crescent-shaped scar was visible on the back of their neck. That scar was identical to the burn mark beneath Wang Yutong's collarbone.
This is a frame-up.
He yanked open his collar, fresh scratch marks on his collarbone oozing beads of blood. 3 days ago, someone used Yutong's WeChat to contact me.
His trembling fingers tapped open the chat history.
The last voice message suddenly blasted out. Hao, the secret behind the lab building. Wang Yutong's voice abruptly ended here, the background echoing with the sound of liquid dripping.
Officer Zhang's pen suddenly stabbed ink dots onto his notebook.
The frequency matched the condensation dripping from the morgue's refrigeration unit. He pulled up the acoustic spectrum from Lín Yì's lab and discovered that the 0.3-second electromagnetic interference in the voice clip's background perfectly overlapped with the noise waveform emitted when the mass spectrometer started up.
Continue.
Officer Zhang grabbed the evidence bag as Sui Hao's sports watch suddenly sounded an alarm. His heart rate spiked to 180.
Surveillance footage showed this reading perfectly matched the heartbeat curve of Sui Hao during the body disposal.
Yet no one noticed the half-frame silver glasses glinting in the watch face's reflection.
These clues
were practically driving Sui Hao to his grave. Whether it was the footprints left at the scene or the heart rate curve captured on surveillance footage, everything matched the readings on Sui Hao's watch now, including the size 43 sneakers on his feet.
Sure enough, people can be deceiving.
From the very beginning, when he saw Sui Hao playing basketball on the court, he already knew Wang Yutong was dead. Yet he managed to display that utterly horrified expression. Officer Zhang misjudged everything about him.
Believing he was genuinely overcome with grief.
Having lost the woman he loved most, he could only vent his inner emotions through playing ball.
But now it was clear.
All the clues were pointing squarely at him.
The police's leads. There's absolutely no way they'll drop the case. Therefore,
Sui Hao, if my guess is correct, must be the most crucial figure in this case. The body dumpster, based on clues from the surveillance footage, it has to be him.
As for his current excuses and justifications, the police aren't particularly concerned. But he claims he's been framed, saying someone deliberately used Wang Yutong's phone to set him up 3 nights ago? But how could he possibly know that person wasn't Wang Yutong herself? There's only one possibility.
That is, when Sui Hao arrived at the scene, he didn't find Wang Yutong at all.
Instead, he was deliberately lured to this location and then discovered the other person's body? Officer Zhang's expression turned stern. Then tell us, who arranged the meeting with you? Sui Hao suddenly erupted in anger. I can say for certain it wasn't Wang Yutong. Because after she last contacted me that night, I couldn't reach her again.
I asked all her friends, but no one had any news of her.
Of course, Yutong didn't have many friends to begin with.
As for that night, when I arrived at the location, I didn't see Wang Yutong herself. Then I frantically sent her messages, but when I got no response, I went back. Hearing all this, Officer Zhang silently watched the man's performance unfold before him. None of what he was saying now could serve as definitive evidence. Because there were no eyewitnesses.
At best, there were only the so-called chat records. But Wang Yutong's phone had yet to be found by the police. The only thing that could prove he might have actually done it would be his own phone. But even if the final clues align and his phone does indeed contain numerous messages sent to Wang Yutong, what good would that do? Would discovering matching timestamps prove that everything he said was true? Absolutely not. Therefore, he remains the prime suspect at this moment. Chemistry Department Lab. Lín Yì was currently taking inventory of the formalin supply in the chemistry department storage room. The reagent on his gloves conveniently masked the gunpowder residue on his fingertips. When he opened the innermost specimen cabinet, embryo culture dishes soaked in preservative solution bobbed in the pale blue liquid. On the glass wall, the letters XYH were carved with a scalpel, barely visible. Just one last step left. He adjusted his collar against the metal surface of the refrigerated cabinet, his lab coat ID badge tilting slightly in the reflection. To completely evade the police manhunt, he had to finish off Sui Hao completely, ensuring the police would pin the murder of Wang Yutong squarely on him. The fluorescent tubes in the medical school's experimental warehouse hummed and flickered. Lín Yi's fingers, encased in double-layered latex gloves, traced the metal frame of the specimen cabinet. Organs preserved in formalin solution swirled slowly within glass jars, blood clots on heart valves unfurling like sea anemones on coral reefs. He glanced at the countdown on his phone: 17 minutes until the warehouse manager's daily inspection. The electronic lock on the refrigerated cabinet glowed blue. As Lín Yì pressed the duplicate card against the sensor, he noticed a faint scratch on its surface. These were the key patterns scanned by a nanoscale camera 3 days prior while helping Professor Wang move teaching materials. The moment the door opened, the pungent smell of preservative flooded out. He placed the glass jar labeled "for teaching use digestive system" on the third shelf, where it stood side by side with embryo specimens from 20 years ago. Interrogation room. Sui Hao's forehead pressed against the cold tabletop. Officer Zhang's leather shoes tapped out a drumbeat rhythm on the floor before he abruptly slammed the chemistry department yearbook onto the table. The page he flipped to showed a photo of Lín Yì wearing a protective mask. The centrifuge model in the background matched the machine code on the fiber analysis report from the body bag. "I hear your department has a genius who can freely access the medical school." Officer Zhang's pen tip carved a groove beneath the title "Anatomy Competition Champion." Sui Hao's basketball wristband wiped sweat from his lashes. "You mean Lín Yì? He did sports injury analysis for our team last year." He abruptly halted, recalling the inexplicably appearing pain relief spray in the locker room. The molecular formula on its label shared 70% similarity with the corpse preservation agent's composition. The walkie-talkie crackled with static as an officer's urgent report exploded through the confined space. "Chief Zhang. Suspected organ specimens matching Wang Yutong found in the medical school warehouse." As Officer Zhang grabbed his coat and rushed out, Sui Hao's furious shout collided with the bulletproof glass. "This is illegal detention." The interrogation chair dragged across the floor, leaving long scratches. Officer Zhang left only his voice behind. "Lock him up for 24 hours. Chapter 99, no need for words, just lock him up for 24 hours. An officer nearby interjected, "It hasn't even been 12 hours yet. It's fine. That's plenty of time." With that, he departed. The emergency lights in the medical school warehouse stretched everyone's shadows into grotesque giants. Officer Zhang crouched before the specimen cabinet, the visor of his gas mask fogged over. The kidney in the glass jar bore pinhole-like incisions across its surface, while fluorescent powder floated in the formalin solution. Retrieved the access logs for the past 3 days. His rubber gloves left greasy smudges on the tablet screen. The surveillance footage showed the warehouse door flashing a momentary snowy screen only at 2:12 a.m. today, as if an invisible hand had gently wiped the lens. Old Zhang, the warehouse manager, jangled his keyring. "Professor Wang's spare key has been locked in the administration building." His eyes suddenly widened. In the 2 a.m. surveillance replay, his own figure was dozing in the guardhouse, yet the access log showed no one had swiped a card to enter at that time. The hem of Professor Wang's lab coat still bore traces of chalk dust. His trembling fingers entered the wrong code 3 times in a row on the keypad. "I clearly put the key in." His words were cut off by a sudden ringtone. The caller ID showed the medical school academic affairs office. "Hello, Professor Wang. Your keys, you left them in the dean's office. Come pick them up." Student affairs office? Upon hearing this news, Professor Wang was completely dumbfounded. He immediately exclaimed, "Left at the office of student affairs? The keys!" A veteran professor who had taught at the medical school for decades. Only he and the warehouse custodian possessed the keys. And now, he actually told everyone he'd left his keys at the office of student affairs? Shouldn't he have kept it on him? Officer Zhang didn't seem to mind. It was simple. If Professor Wang had placed the jar there, it would be far too obvious. Besides, there's no way he deliberately left the keys at the student affairs office. He would have kept it on his person. Therefore, it couldn't be him. This jar. Officer Zhang lifted the label's edge with his tweezers. The adhesive hadn't fully cured yet. It uses this year's newly procured anti-counterfeit label paper. He suddenly shone an ultraviolet flashlight on the cabinet door. Several overlapping fingerprints appeared under the cold light. The topmost pattern matched the right index fingerprint on Lín Yi's lab coat registration file perfectly. Lín Yì. For some reason, those two words suddenly flashed through his mind. In that instant, he felt as if he'd been electrocuted. The shadow of this young man clung to him like a constant nightmare, ever present and relentless. He was also particularly sensitive to his name. Therefore, when the ultraviolet light revealed his own fingerprintless hand, his 20-plus years as a detective allowed him to recognize instantly that the top fingerprint perfectly matched the right handprint in his lab coat registration file. Him? But if it was him, why would he leave behind so many fingerprint clues? In Officer Zhang's mind, this guy was exceptionally clever and meticulous in everything he did. He'd never carelessly leave his fingerprints behind. Then, who else could it be? Who would deliberately frame someone? A dull thud echoed from deep within the cold storage room as a heavy object hit the floor. Trainee Officer Xiaolu's scream pierced the silence. This is Wang Yutong's. On the surface of the organ submerged in the pale green solution, two intersecting incisions formed the letter X, an exact replica of the markings found on the stolen embryo culture dish years ago. Quick! Take it for immediate analysis. Have the technical department issue a report fast. Without hesitation, Xiaolu scooped up the jar and sprinted toward the police vehicle. The container was wrapped layer upon layer in police uniforms to prevent any accidental breakage during transport. Half an hour later, torrential rain pounded the warehouse skylight as Officer Zhang's phone vibrated frantically. The comparison report from the evidence division showed. It clearly stated, all DNA found inside the glass container holding the internal organs has been confirmed as belonging to Wang Yutong. And on the inner surface of this glass container, though somewhat blurred, 3 English letters were still clearly visible. XYH. The meaning of these 3 letters could not be clearer. Aren't they the initials of Sui Hao's name? Request a search warrant. Search Sui Hao's dorm immediately. The order was given. The officers nearby rushed toward Sui Hao's dormitory at breakneck speed. Soon, an officer discovered a phone inside Sui Hao's wardrobe, still connected to a power bank. The back of the phone was covered with a sticker featuring a woman's image. There was no passcode lock. Upon unlocking the phone, the first wallpaper displayed was a photo of Sui Hao. Opening the photo album revealed it was filled almost entirely with pictures of Wang Yutong. Confirmed. The phone belongs to Wang Yutong. Let's go. It's time to meet this kid, he said. Officer Zhang led his team back to the police station. At that moment, inside the interrogation room, the fluorescent tube flickered twice, and Sui Hao's handcuffs clinked sharply against the metal table. Officer Zhang flung the evidence bag containing Wang Yutong's phone onto the table. Under the ultraviolet light, the star and moon sticker on the back of the phone case glowed faintly. Care to explain this? Officer Zhang's finger traced the evidence bag. Found in the hidden compartment of your wardrobe, still attached to the power bank. Sui Hao's Adam's apple bobbed 3 times. His basketball wristband was soaked with cold sweat. Yutong said she lost her phone. His fingernails suddenly dug into the cracks of the table. At that moment, the expression on his face seemed strangely unsettling. For that instant, even a casual glance would have struck it as exaggerated. You're lying. You just said someone texted you using Wang Yutong's phone. To meet you at the lab building? Hearing this, the panic in his expression grew palpable. It was plain to see. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. No, I didn't. You can check the dorm's surveillance. I was practicing on the court all night that day. Behind the one-way glass, trainee officer Xiaolu quickly retrieved the footage. Captain Zhang, from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. last Wednesday, Sui Hao was indeed at the court. His voice suddenly caught. In the surveillance footage, every time Sui Hao took a shot, he glanced toward the locker room. Though he had an alibi, he had clearly lied. Officer Zhang shook his head. Stubborn as a dead duck. How do you explain this? Officer Zhang abruptly pulled out his tablet, zooming in on a close-up photo of the lab jar. The engraved letters XYH on the floating organ specimen in the formalin solution twisted and distorted with the flowing liquid. I don't know. Someone must have framed me. Someone must have framed me. Sui Hao suddenly ripped open his collar, revealing blood beads seeping from scratch marks on his collarbone. This is from Yutong struggling. His pupils suddenly dilated as the DNA match results from the forensic report flashed across the screen. The skin tissue under Wang Yutong's fingernails matched his with 98% certainty. Chapter 100. So, you were the one who arranged to meet her at the back river? May 17, 8 p.m. You arranged to meet her at the back river. Officer Zhang pulled up the WeChat chat history. The final voice message played. Wang Yutong sobs, "It's really over between us." Faint metallic clangs echoed in the background. Forensic analysis confirmed they were surgical instruments. Sui Hao's basketball shoes scraped the floor with a sharp screech. That day, I just wanted to make things right. She suddenly pulled out a utility knife.
He raised his bandaged right hand, the wound shape perfectly matching the knife found in Wang Yutong's dorm room.
The refrigerator hummed as the medical examiner entered carrying a tray.
On the surface of the heart specimen soaking in saline solution, 2 intersecting knife marks formed the letter X. Detective Zhang's pen tip nearly pierced the autopsy report. The blade width matches the commemorative dagger in your locker exactly. Sui Hao suddenly lunged forward, his interrogation chair scraping sparks across the floor. This is frame up.
My dagger was stolen last week.
His sports watch slammed against the bulletproof glass, his heart rate monitor spiking wildly between 135 and 180.
Then what about this? Officer Zhang flung a lab surveillance screenshot onto the table.
In the 2 a.m. footage, a figure wearing the same jersey as Sui Hao was etching characters onto a can. The AJ tattoo on his left wrist was faintly visible through the mist.
Sui Hao's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks.
He recalled the spare jersey missing from the locker room on the night of the incident, the wax residue left in the locker lock. He must have been framed. But there was absolutely no mistake, he killed Wang Yutong. Faced with the pressure from the police officer before him, including all this evidence pointing to him, he seemed somewhat helpless.
Suddenly, his expression turned grim. I admit I attacked her that night.
He slammed his head onto the table, blood trickling down his nose.
But I only cut her arm. Yutong was still alive when she ran toward the back river.
His fingers traced the riverbank's contours in the pool of blood.
I chased her to the reeds but couldn't find her. Officer Zhang's recorder suddenly crackled with static as Wang Yutong's final scream exploded through the interrogation room. Voiceprint analysis revealed the audio had been edited. The sound of falling snow in the background didn't match the temperature records for the night of the incident. That night, it poured rain.
There was no snowfall.
Why dismember the body? Officer Zhang fanned out the dump site photos.
Because you discovered she was carrying another man's child? He produced the fetal DNA test report, showing only a 32% match with Sui Hao.
Sui Hao's roar abruptly turned into a sob.
Curled up in the interrogation chair, he resembled a wounded beast.
The officers outside the surveillance feed didn't notice his blood-stained fingertips repeatedly tracing an X on his knees. The interrogation room hung with the oppressive stillness before a storm. The single bulb on the ceiling cast a faint glow over Officer Zhang's stern face. At the center of the table, a transparent glass jar refracted an eerie glow under the light. Inside, Wang Yutong's internal organs were preserved in formaldehyde solution, perfectly intact. The organs had undergone pathological changes, their colors shifting in an eerie way.
Detective Zhang took a deep breath, his gaze heavy as he stared at the jar. Slowly, he lifted his head and met Sui Hao's eyes directly across the table. Sui Hao's wrists were cuffed to one end of the table. He kept his head bowed, his eyes vacant, his entire being appearing haggard and utterly hopeless.
Confess honestly.
Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Officer Zhang's voice was low and stern, carrying an authority that brooked no argument.
Why?
Why did you kill her?
Sui Hao's body trembled slightly, his gaze growing increasingly restless and agitated.
He lifted his head, his eyes flashing with a madness that pierced Officer Zhang's heart like a dagger.
Why?
Sui Hao's mouth twitched, his voice hoarse and filled with hatred.
Do you really want to know why? Crash. He suddenly leapt to his feet, violently overturning the table. Chairs and furniture clattered noisily, and glass jars nearly shattered as the table collapsed. Sui Hao, like a madman, pounded the table with his handcuffs. The clanging of metal against wood echoed relentlessly in the small interrogation room. That woman deserves to die.
Sui Hao roared, his face flushed crimson with rage, his eyes burning with hatred and madness.
Doesn't she deserve it? My partner. How dare she cheat on me?
Officer Zhang remained composed, knowing he had to maintain control of the situation. He said nothing, merely watching Sui Hao silently, waiting for him to vent his fury. Sui Hao's emotions gradually subsided, his breathing becoming ragged and heavy. He slumped back into the chair, the handcuffs binding his wrists with a faint clinking sound. His eyes grew hollow and despairing. You chose her, but she betrayed you, Officer Zhang said slowly, attempting to untangle Sui Hao's thoughts. That shattered the last shred of dignity within you, which is why you decided to kill her. A bitter smile touched Sui Hao's lips, a flash of pain crossing his eyes. He murmured softly, she took everything from me.
I couldn't tolerate her betrayal. Detective Zhang took a deep breath, knowing he had finally grasped the truth.
He looked at the man before him, once a brilliant student, now a murderer consumed by love turned to hatred. A wave of helplessness and sorrow washed over him.
Sui Hao, a 5 feet 9 inches male, was a top student in the chemistry department.
Handsome and charismatic, he had many admirers.
Yet he ultimately chose Wang Yutong, a girl from the countryside.
He pursued her for a long time before finally winning her affection. Yet she treated him as nothing more than a plaything, even betraying him.
It was an ordinary afternoon when Sui Hao was busy in the laboratory.
As an outstanding chemistry student at the university, he conducted experiments with meticulous precision. His advisor held high hopes for him. Yet that day, he received a phone call. On the other end was Wang Yutong's voice, saying she needed to talk to him.
Sui Hao put down his experiment and hurried to the agreed-upon location. It was a cafe near the university. He walked in and saw Wang Yutong sitting in a corner seat, looking somewhat flustered. Spotting him, she immediately stood up and pulled him into a nearby alleyway. "What's wrong?" Sui Hao asked anxiously. Wang Yutong didn't answer. She just kept her head down as tears streamed down her cheeks. Sui Hao's heart tightened. He reached out to comfort her, but she pushed him away abruptly. "I'm sorry, Sui Hao," Wang Yutong choked out. I cheated." The words struck him like a thunderbolt. Sui Hao froze in place, his mind going completely blank. Chapter 101, The Unfaithful Should Swallow 10,000 Needles. He couldn't believe the woman he loved would betray him. "You're joking, right?" Sui Hao forced a faint smile, his eyes filled with both hope and despair. Wang Yutong shook her head, tears streaming down her face. She pulled out her phone, opened a video, and handed it to Sui Hao. In the footage, she was intimately entangled with another man. Sui Hao felt as though his heart had been stabbed through. "Why?" Sui Hao's voice trembled. "Why would you do this to me?" Wang Yutong sobbed softly, unable to answer. Sui Hao's heart was filled with rage and agony, his last shred of dignity utterly shattered. From that day onward, Sui Hao's mindset underwent a profound transformation. He became irritable and short-tempered, often staying alone in the lab late into the night. His classmates and advisor noticed his unusual behavior, but no one understood the pain within him. Finally, on a rainy night, Sui Hao made a reckless decision. He meticulously planned everything. He knew this would be his only chance for revenge. That night, Sui Hao arranged to meet Wang Yutong beneath the laboratory building. Though uneasy, Wang Yutong went anyway. They sat down on a park bench, and Sui Hao handed her a cup of coffee, one he had secretly laced with poison. "I'm sorry, but I truly can't forgive you," Sui Hao murmured, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Unaware of anything amiss, Wang Yutong took the coffee and took a sip. Moments later, her face contorted in agony. Clutching her stomach, she collapsed to the ground. Sui Hao watched her struggle coldly, without a shred of pity. He knew his dignity had finally been avenged. After Wang Yutong's death, Sui Hao removed her internal organs and submerged them in a formalin solution. He intended to preserve this evidence as a testament to his vengeance. After hearing all this, Officer Zhang finally understood why the body they eventually found was in pieces scattered here and there. Only after painstaking reconstruction could a complete body be assembled. Yet the internal organs were missing. It turned out to be poisoning. The internal organs had already begun to deteriorate. Ultimately, she submerged them in a formalin-filled container, preventing the virus from spreading. "Do you regret making this choice?" Officer Zhang asked. Sui Hao's eyes suddenly gleamed with madness, his face contorted into a maniacal grin. "I don't regret it. She deserved to die. Cheaters should swallow 10,000 needles. She deserved it." Officer Zhang's brow furrowed deeply. He took a sharp breath, his heart filled with complex emotions. He had never witnessed such extreme emotion and behavior. This intense hatred toward infidelity shocked him. As a police officer, he had handled countless cases and witnessed every kind of emotion and reaction, but Sui Hao's madness sent a chill down his spine. "So in the end, you were the one who dismembered the body?" Officer Zhang suppressed his inner turmoil and continued his questioning calmly. Sui Hao's eyes narrowed sharply, and he shook his head firmly. "No. Absolutely not. I just removed her internal organs and tossed the body straight into the back river. As for why was she dismembered? I have no idea." Detective Zhang stared intently at Sui Hao, trying to detect any hint of deception in his eyes. But Sui Hao's expression remained resolute, showing no sign of lying. More questions began to surface in his mind. This case was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. On the third floor of the lab building, Lín Yì was conducting a complex chemical experiment. White lab gloves covered his hands as his gaze fixed intently on the gradually changing liquid inside the test tube. Suddenly, a soft alert sounded in the lab. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a new hint." Lín Yì maintained a composed expression, though a flicker of excitement crossed his mind. He quickly glanced at the system interface. The system prompted, "Ding." Sui Hao laced Wang Yutong's coffee with poison. After she drank it, she died instantly, and her internal organs were removed. Upon hearing this, Lín Yì froze instantly. He knew every case had been meticulously planned and executed by himself. Although Sui Hao had been involved in the cases, his participation had been purely coincidental and insufficient to kill Wang Yutong. Had something gone wrong? Just then, the system alert sounded again. "Ding." The poison Sui Hao purchased was fake. Wang Yutong knew he intended to kill her, so after drinking the coffee, she feigned death. Then Sui Hao carried Wang Yutong's corpse into the lab building, rushed to the medical school to grab a scalpel, and prepared to remove her internal organs. That's when Lín Yì made his move, stabbing Wang Yutong to death with a single blow before placing her back in her original position. Sui Hao returned to the scene, extracted the organs, and dumped Wang Yutong's body into the back river. As Lín Yì listened to this account, the pieces gradually fell into place in his mind. It turned out Sui Hao had purchased fake poison.
Wang Yutong, having foreknowledge of Sui Hao's murderous intent, had feigned death to deceive him.
He entered the third-floor laboratory. He prepared to remove Wang Yutong's internal organs within the laboratory. His primary motive was to prevent the police from discovering evidence linking him to the poisoning.
After completing all this, he went to retrieve the scalpel.
At that moment, Lín Yì appeared. Kill him. Lín Yi's thoughts were interrupted by a series of urgent knocks on the door. He quickly composed himself, walked to the door, and opened the laboratory door. Outside stood his assistant, Li Ming, holding the latest experimental report. "Senior, here's the report you requested." Li Ming respectfully handed over the document. Lín Yì took the report and nodded. "Thank you. You may go back to your work now."
After Li Ming left, Lín Yì returned to his lab bench and resumed his chemical experiments. He knew this report was crucial to his current plans. He quickly scanned the contents, confirming the experimental data was accurate.
Meanwhile, Officer Zhang remained in the interrogation room, facing off against Sui Hao. He sensed something missing in Sui Hao's account, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Officer Zhang decided to temporarily conclude the interrogation and place Sui Hao in custody. "Sui Hao, will continue investigating.
If you have any new insights or evidence, please let us know immediately." Officer Zhang stood up and signaled for his colleague to escort Sui Hao back to the holding cell. After Sui Hao was led away, Officer Zhang sat down in his chair, his brow furrowed. He picked up the notebook on the desk and carefully reviewed every detail of the case. Something about Sui Hao's confession still felt off. Sui Hao claims he only removed the organs before dumping the body into the back river. But why would the body be dismembered? Officer Zhang muttered to himself.
Chapter 102, from start to finish, he was lying. This wasn't merely Officer Zhang's current doubt.
It was the most critical point of the entire case.
Unless Sui Hao had been lying from the very beginning. Otherwise, let's go. Detective Zhang took a deep breath and said to the two officers standing beside him, "Let's go. We need to revisit the scene." A bitter cold wind blew as the three quickly climbed into the police car, started the engine, and drove toward Green Mountain University. Outside the windows, the winter sky hung gray and heavy, as if shrouded in a thick haze. The trees lining the streets had long shed their lush foliage, leaving only bare branches swaying in the wind, rustling softly. The police car sped past, its wheels kicking up piles of dead leaves like a sudden storm, shattering the winter stillness. The car soon pulled up beside the back river of Green Mountain University. As the three officers stepped out, the biting wind lashed mercilessly against their faces, sending shivers down their spines. Officer Zhang pulled his coat tighter around himself and led the two officers along the riverbank, searching cautiously. The soil beneath their feet felt unusually stiff in the cold, crunching with each step. Officer Zhang led the way, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. His face wore a solemn expression, his brow furrowed as he clearly pondered some crucial matter. The two officers followed closely behind, tense expressions on their faces as their eyes darted around, afraid to miss even the slightest clue. Suddenly, Officer Zhang halted, crouched down, and pointed toward a patch of grass ahead, whispering, "Look here." The two officers hurried over. Along the riverbank, a patch of grass lay distinctly flattened, blades all lying in the same direction. Officer Zhang gently parted the flattened blades with his finger, scrutinizing the marks on the ground. "The marks on this grass are unmistakable." "Something was dragged up from the river," Officer Zhang stated in a low voice. Officer Shaoli crouched down to examine it closely. His expression shifted from puzzlement to astonishment. He nodded and said, "The direction points toward the shore, not the river. This indicates someone dragged something up from the river here." Officer Zhang nodded slightly, his brow furrowed as if deep in thought. His gaze slowly shifted from the marks on the grass to the river's surface, where ripples spread across the water, seeming to conceal countless secrets. "Fish?" Officer Zhang murmured to himself, then shook his head. "That's clearly impossible. The back river undergoes regular dredging operations. It's unlikely such large fish would be present." "Then it must be a person," Officer Zhang interjected, his voice tinged with tension and unease. His face had gone pale, clearly shaken by the discovery. "To be precise, a body," Officer Zhang declared in a low, authoritative voice. The words barely left his lips before a chill crept over all three men. Officer Zhang swiftly pulled out his phone, dialed headquarters, and briefly reported the discovery. The stern voice of the chief came through the line, instructing them to immediately cordon off the area and await backup. Soon, sirens blared as more officers, forensic experts, and technicians arrived at the scene. In an instant, the riverbank became bustling with activity. Officers busily set up perimeter lines while forensic and technical personnel meticulously examined the scene, leaving no potential clue unexamined. Officer Zhang stood at the scene, his brow furrowed. His mind raced through every detail of the case, trying to piece the fragments together into a complete picture. Clearly, this was no simple case. After Sui Hao's body was dumped, someone had retrieved it from the river and dismembered it. Taking a deep breath, Officer Zhang issued orders to the surrounding officers, secure the scene. Search every corner thoroughly. See if we can find more clues. This case we absolutely cannot let the killer get away with it.
The officers nodded in unison and sprang into action, their expressions solemn and focused, clearly aware of the case's gravity. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the temperature along the riverbank dropped steadily. The officers' busy figures appeared blurred under the dim streetlights, yet they continued their search without faltering. Officer Zhang stood by the riverbank, gazing at the calm surface, lost in thought. Suddenly, an officer ran over, his face a mix of excitement and tension. He reported to Officer Zhang, we found some bloodstains along the riverbank. They might have been left when dragging the body. A glint of hope flashed in Officer Zhang's eyes as he immediately followed the officer to the spot. Sure enough, several drops of dark red blood were visible on a rock by the riverbank. Though partially dried, the stains remained distinct. After a moment of careful observation, Officer Zhang nodded. Correct. These bloodstains were most likely left while dragging the body. Take samples immediately and send them for analysis. See if we can find more clues. The forensic technician swiftly approached and began collecting samples from the bloodstains. Just then, another officer ran over, holding a plastic bag containing some broken items. His expression serious, he addressed Officer Zhang, we found these items in the bushes by the riverbank. They might be related to the case. Officer Zhang took the plastic bag and examined its contents carefully. Inside were fragments of torn clothing and a broken pocket knife, its blade still stained with dark red blood. And this knife? It was a surgical scalpel. These items were most likely left behind by the killer, Officer Zhang said in a low voice. Send them for forensic analysis immediately. Forensic Lab 9:15 a.m. The fluorescent tubes cast a harsh, pallid glow over the dissection table. Under the shadowless lamp, the shadows of Dr. Li's rubber gloves stretched long and thin. The tip of his forceps held a blood-stained utility knife, its blade coated in dark brown dried blood. Fingerprint comparison complete. The technician projected the magnified image onto a large screen. The right thumbprint matches Suihao's fingerprint database perfectly. Under the microscope, the spiral-shaped ridges were clearly visible, with even the finest bifurcation points matching the archived records. Detective Zhang's pen dug deep into his notebook. What about the bloodstains on the knife handle? The freshness matches Wang Yutong's time of death. Forensic Dr. Li dripped the liquid from the test tube onto the reagent strip. The pale yellow quickly turned deep red. DNA testing confirms the blood belongs to Wang Yutong, blood type O negative matching the body. Chapter 103, Evidence Chain Confirmed, Case Ready for Conclusion. Rear Riverside 10:03 a.m. The police dog barked frantically among the reeds, its leash taut as a bowstring. Drag marks on the muddy ground glowed an eerie dark red in the sunlight. The forensic doctor crouched down, swabbing soil samples with cotton swabs. The drag marks point toward the riverbank, Inspector Zhang remarked, his leather shoe crushing a broken reed. The blood distribution indicates the victim still had vital signs at the time. He glanced toward the water where the salvage team's rubber boat was dropping anchor. The evidence lab report arrived at that moment, large quantities of O-negative blood detected in the soil, matching Wang Yutong's DNA. Officer Zhang's phone suddenly vibrated. A comparison of the tread pattern on Suihao's sneakers revealed a perfect match with the dragging marks. Interrogation Room 11:20 a.m. Suihao's right hand was secured to the forensic table as the medical examiner swabbed between his fingernails with cotton swabs. Under the microscope, skin tissue and fiber fragments were dissolving in the reagent. The skin tissue under his fingernails matches Wang Yutong's DNA. Forensic Dr. Li slammed the test report on the table. And these fibers, he held up the evidence bag, are identical to the material of Wang Yutong's nightgown. Detective Zhang slid the photo of the scalpel towards Suihao. Care to explain this? Suihao's pupils contracted violently as sweat trickled down his temples. I killed her. Didn't she deserve to die? His voice suddenly choked off as Wang Yutong's screams echoed from the recording the forensic pathologist was playing. You poisoned her. Officer Zhang flipped open the autopsy report. Then dragged her toward the riverbank. He pointed to the bloodstain distribution diagram. Dead, then you fished her out and dismembered her again. Suihao suddenly lunged forward, the interrogation chair scraping the floor with a shrill screech. I didn't. I just. His voice cut off abruptly. Criminal Investigation Unit Office 1:45 p.m. Detective Zhang handed the case report to the chief. Suihao murdered Wang Yutong over a romantic dispute and dismembered her body out of vengeance. He gestured toward the evidence display cabinet. The murder weapon, fingerprints, DNA, surveillance footage, the chain of evidence is complete. Sunlight streamed through the window, reflecting a cold gleam off the scalpel. Suihao's fingerprints formed a perfect spiral on the blade. Lín Yì stood on the chemistry department rooftop, watching police cars depart the campus. In the test tube he held, a pale blue liquid rippled as nanorobots moved within it. When Officer Zhang pushed open the interrogation room door, Suihao was banging his head against the wall, blood trailing long streaks along the carved letters XYH. His pupils were fully dilated as he repeated over and over, I did it. I did it all. Xingshan University. Laboratory building. After a full day of work at the police station, Officer Zhang finally found time to seek out Lín Yì.
He walked down a long corridor and pushed open a door labeled laboratory. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant. Microscopes, test tubes, and various chemical reagents were neatly arranged on the workbench. Soft light spilled across the table, illuminating Lín Yi's focused profile. Lín Yì was intently studying a sample under the microscope, his brow slightly furrowed in deep concentration. Hearing the door open, he looked up and saw Officer Zhang standing in the doorway, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossing his eyes. Officer Zhang offered a friendly smile as he stepped into the lab and closed the door behind him. His stride was steady and purposeful, carrying the authority honed through years of police work. He approached Lín Yì and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. "Lín Yì," Officer Zhang's voice was deep and gentle, "you truly are a genius. At the very least, you've achieved extraordinary mastery in both chemistry and medicine." He paused, his eyes filled with admiration. For a chemistry student to earn top honors in a medical school anatomy class is astonishing, more professional than the professionals themselves. A faint, bashful smile touched Lín Yi's face as he bowed his head slightly, replying modestly, "Thank you for your praise, Officer Zhang." Officer Zhang nodded, his tone growing more serious. "Of course, we must also thank you for the clues you provided to the police in this case. The information you shared played a crucial role in solving it." Lín Yì smiled faintly. "It was my duty. I'm glad I could be of assistance." Officer Zhang's expression turned serious. He looked Lín Yì straight in the eye and said earnestly, "But someone as intelligent as you must never stray down the wrong path. You must understand, if someone as sharp as you were to go astray, the consequences would be unimaginable." Lín Yi's smile faded as he nodded solemnly. Officer Zhang continued, "I'd much rather have someone like you as a teammate than as an adversary." His tone carried sincerity and hope. "Would you be interested in joining the police force someday, perhaps as a consultant or something?" Lín Yì pondered for a moment, his expression turning resolute as he shook his head. "Thank you for the offer, Officer Zhang, but I'm pursuing a career in chemistry and would prefer to continue developing in that field." Officer Zhang nodded in understanding. Of course. Though he also felt a pang of regret. A genius like him, if he truly joined the police force, would be immensely valuable to law enforcement. In future investigations, he could swiftly help police integrate case details and solve them in record time. It's just a pity he simply wasn't inclined toward a career in law enforcement. "Whatever path you choose, I hope you'll always uphold integrity and kindness," Officer Zhang said earnestly. Lín Yì nodded in response. Integrity. To be honest, even he wasn't sure if what he was doing now was truly just. Because the notebook contained records of over 100 corpses, over 100 different ways of dying. All left behind by the original owner. He hadn't participated in any of them. His primary task was evading the police pursuit. Of course, those who died truly deserved it. Detective Zhang turned and left the lab, his stride as steady and powerful as ever. Silence returned to the lab, broken only by the hum of instruments echoing through the air. Lín Yì lowered his head once more, returning to his examination of the sample under the microscope. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully evaded police pursuit. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned a reward. Chapter 104, Congratulations, host. 3-star good citizen. Another new reward? With a hint of anticipation. Lín Yì, what kind of reward? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully been upgraded to a 3-star good citizen. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your criminal investigation and deduction skills have increased by 20%. Upon hearing this series of rewards, an involuntary smile spread across his face. This is interesting. The system had once again delivered a solid reward. So effortlessly, his abilities had increased by another 20%. At that moment, he could distinctly feel his entire brain as if it had been expanded anew. A powerful torrent surged forward, suddenly flowing downward and colliding deep within his mind, carving out a profound void. A faint thrill of excitement stirred within him. In the previous cases, the police had been trying to pinpoint the culprit. They tried to pin him as a suspect through various clues. But in the end, all their efforts proved futile. They simply couldn't pin him as a suspect. All of this was thanks to the system. Plus, now, the system's capabilities have grown stronger. He had elevated his personal criminal investigation and reasoning skills to a whole new level. It would be even more impossible for the police to pinpoint me through other cases. Inside the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Office, the phone rang urgently, shattering the office's quietude. Captain Li Chang, buried in case files, swiftly picked up the receiver upon hearing the ring. His voice remained steady as he answered, "Criminal Investigation Office, Municipal Bureau." Li Chang speaking. A frantic voice came from the other end. "This is Chun Mo, Deputy Director of the Blue Moon Bay Art Museum in Qingshan. Our director, Lin Manchu, has gone missing." Li Chang's brow furrowed slightly. Setting down his pen, he asked calmly, "Don't panic. How long has Lin Manchu been missing?" Chen Mo's voice trembled slightly. "Over 48 hours. We've been unable to contact her since the night before last." Li Chang swiftly jotted down the details, stood up, and signaled to the two officers in the office, Wang, Zhao, come with me. We're heading to Blue Moon Bay Art Gallery. The trio quickly gathered their gear and set off for the scene. Upon arriving at the gallery, Chen Mo was already waiting at the entrance. His face was pale, his hands clenched into fists, radiating intense anxiety. Li Chang approached, patted his shoulder reassuringly, and said, Deputy Director Chen, we'll do everything we can to find Lin Manchu. Now, please describe the situation in detail. Chen Mo took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Today is the gallery's exhibition day. Director Lin was supposed to be here presiding over it. But since this morning, we haven't been able to reach her. I asked the other staff and found out she hasn't come to work for 2 days, and there's no record of her taking leave. Li Chang nodded. His seasoned experience told him this wasn't a simple disappearance case. After a moment of silent consideration, he instructed the two officers beside him, Officer Wang, conduct a thorough inspection inside the gallery for any anomalies. Officer Zhao, retrieve the surveillance footage. The two officers quickly split up to carry out their tasks. Li Chang continued talking with Chen Mo, trying to gather more useful information. Suddenly, Officer Wang discovered a newly added plaster statue in one of the exhibition halls. It was a kneeling figure with an odd posture, as if pleading for something. Xiao Wang reported this discovery to Li Chang. Li Chang walked over to the statue and examined it closely. The surface of the plaster statue was smooth, but there appeared to be irregular cutting marks along the edges. He turned to ask Chen Mo, when was this plaster statue delivered? I heard it was donated to the museum by Su Lijuan, a student from the Fine Arts College of Qingshan University? Chen Mo nodded, replying hesitantly, yes, this plaster statue was delivered recently. At the time, it was perfectly seamless, showing no signs of cutting. Li Chang's instincts told him something was amiss with this plaster statue. He immediately ordered, open this plaster statue. Several officers quickly fetched tools and began carefully cutting into the statue's outer shell. As the cutting progressed, the tension in the room grew palpable. Chen Mo stood nearby, his face growing paler by the second, his hands trembling uncontrollably. When the statue was finally opened, the scene inside made everyone gasp in horror. Inside the statue lay the body of Lin Manchu. She had been fixed in a kneeling position, perfectly matching the statue's form. Her eyes were half open, as if still conveying the terror and despair she had felt in life. Xiao Wang took a step back, staring at the scene in disbelief. My God, this is just... Xiao Zhao froze, his voice trembling, she's dead. Li Chang's face turned ashen, his eyes flashing with anger and sorrow. He swiftly grabbed his pager and dialed the municipal bureau. Deputy Director Zhang, we've made a major discovery in the case of Lin Manchu, the missing director of the Blue Moon Bay Art Museum in Qingshan. She was murdered and fixed inside a kneeling plaster statue. Officer Zhang's voice was heavy on the other end. Seal off the scene immediately and secure the evidence. I'll send backup right away. Li Chang hung up, took a deep breath, and immediately issued orders to the officers present. Seal off the scene. No one is to enter or leave. Wang and Zhao, you are responsible for securing the scene and awaiting backup. Chen Mo had collapsed to the ground, hands covering his face, muttering, how could this happen? Director Lin. Li Chang stepped forward and helped Chen Mo to his feet. Deputy Director Chen, we will uncover the truth. Please calm down and cooperate with our investigation. As Officer Zhang arrived with 3 police cars blaring their sirens, the museum's glass curtain wall reflected the blood-red sunset. The flashing lights cut through the twilight, startling pigeons nesting beneath the eaves into flight. Seal off all exits and entrances, including staff passages and the loading dock, Deputy Chief Zhang bellowed the moment he stepped from his vehicle, the hem of his black trenchcoat flapping with each stride. 6 SWAT officers immediately fanned out in a formation, their perimeter tape snapping like spider webs of silver across the copper-plated door handles. As Deputy Chief Zhang strode through the lobby, a faint, metallic sweetness suddenly invaded his nostrils. Turning the corner of the Greek-columned corridor, the kneeling plaster statue came into view. The cracked plaster's surface resembled a ghastly white flower. A forensic technician was swabbing tissue fluid from behind the statue's ear with a cotton swab. Captain Li, surveillance captured crucial footage. Xiao Zhao rushed over clutching a laptop. The van transporting the plaster statue is registered to Qingshan University's logistics department. Chief Zhang crouched down, his fingertips tracing the dark brown stains between the floor tiles. The young forensic technician immediately raised his ultraviolet lamp, instantly illuminating scattered points of fluorescent light. The luminescent traces, a reaction between luminol reagent and hemoglobin, stretched from the statue's base all the way to the east emergency exit. Chief Zhang. Old Joe from forensics suddenly shouted, there are textile fibers inside the statue. Chapter 105, kneeling, gazing at the stars. He held a nail-sized fragment of deep blue debris between his tweezers. Looks like workwear fabric. Chen Mo, slumped in the corner, had an inconspicuous tear at the cuff of his dark blue deputy curator's uniform. Deputy Director Chen, Chief Zhang paced toward him, you said the plaster statue was delivered recently? But surveillance shows it arrived at midnight 3 days ago. As he spoke, Officer Zhang deliberately rattled the shipping slip inside the evidence bag. And you personally signed for this exhibit at the time.
Chen Mo's Adam's apple bobbed violently as cold sweat trickled down his temple and into his collar. A commotion erupted from the east wing as two officers escorted a woman in a camel-colored trench coat toward them. Her university badge gleamed coldly under the lights. A faculty ID from Changshan University's School of Fine Arts. Deputy Director Zhang traced the ink characters on the shipping slip with his thumb, then lifted his gaze to the woman surrounded by officers. Her camel-colored trench coat was dusted with plaster powder. On her left ring finger sat an oddly shaped silver ring, its face depicting a butterfly poised to take flight. Ms. Su Lijuan? Deputy Director Zhang folded the delivery slip into a sharp right angle. Explain this plaster statue. The Art Academy instructor lifted her chin, the butterfly ring flashing coldly under the lights. This is my graduation project. Director Lin personally selected it for exhibition 3 months ago. Her voice carried the crisp sound of a plaster knife scraping clay. A modernist piece cast using the lost wax method. Xiao Zhao suddenly raised his tablet. The shipping records show it was received late at night 3 days ago, but the victim's time of death. He glanced at the report handed over by the forensic pathologist, exceeds 72 hours. Impossible. Su Lijuan's butterfly ring clattered against the Greek column. I finished the final polishing just 2 days ago. She suddenly pointed at the slumped Chen Mo. Deputy Director Chen even came to the studio for inspection then. Bureau Chief Zhang narrowed his eyes, noticing the faint red rash on the woman's neck. A classic symptom of epoxy resin allergy. He paced to the cracked plaster statue, his fingertips tracing the jagged protrusions on its inner wall. The lost wax casting method requires a single pour. The positioning of these reinforcing ribs. He abruptly turned. It's large enough to conceal a body. The light cast flickering shadows across Su Lijuan's face. She grabbed a carving knife from the workbench. You suspect me? The blade sparked against the plaster fragments. This penitent was originally standing. It needed wooden supports for transport. Her voice suddenly caught, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on her throat. Chief Cheng pulled a photograph from the evidence bag. The yellowed image showed a young Lin Manchu standing before a bronze statue, with a girl kneeling at her feet, wearing a butterfly hairclip. The Qingcheng Academy plagiarism case, 20 years ago. His knuckles tapped the photo's edge. The student whose work was stolen was Su Qiuping. She died of depression. Your mother. Su Lijuan's silver ring suddenly snapped in two, the butterfly wings clattering to the floor. The gallery lights flickered violently. The shattered plaster statue cast a distorted shadow on the floor, as if the kneeling figure were bowing in reverence. As the forensic examiner's UV light swept across the corpse's neck, dark purple bruises emerged like poison ivy. The assistant physician gently swabbed the deceased's nasal cavity with a cotton swab. The reagent instantly turned a cloudy peach pink. Mechanical asphyxiation combined with cyanide poisoning. The coroner removed his gloves. Chief Zhang leaned over to examine the corpse's stiff right hand. The clean, blue-gray fracture at the base of the index finger was stark. On the cracked plaster base, half a threaded metal connector gleamed coldly, a common joint used in sculpting turntables. The time of death must be pushed back 3 days, forensic Dr. Wang pointed to the liver mortis on the calf. It solidified in the cold plaster solution, interfering with the initial assessment. Su Lijuan suddenly staggered, grabbing the display stand for support. Her camel-colored trench coat swept up scattered plaster fragments. Her gaze fixed on the severed finger stump, the shards of a butterfly silver ring digging bloody marks into her palm, the rite of spring. Mother's final sculpture. Chief Zhang keenly caught the keywords, the case files from 20 years ago rustling through his mind. The unfinished competition piece Su Qiuping had left behind was precisely a bronze sculpture titled The Rite of Spring. On the sketch Lin Manchu plagiarized, he pressed closer to the pale-faced teacher. Didn't the main character also lack her right index finger? The gallery's overhead lights suddenly sparked with electricity. In the shifting light and shadow, Chen Mo's wail tore through the air like a rusty saw. She said she wanted to restore true art. That night in Warehouse 3, Director Lin insisted on personally adjusting the plaster mixture. Xiao Zhao abruptly raised the evidence bag, extracting a small piece of blood-stained skin tissue from the turntable's joint. The forensic pathologist quickly compared it and nodded, matches the DNA residue from the severed finger. Bureau Chief Zhang stood in the center of the office, his brow furrowed. A flicker of doubt and unease crossed his deep, piercing eyes. His hands were clasped behind his back, fingers tapping nervously against the chair's backrest. The victim's DNA? This bloodstain indicates that Director Lin wasn't poured into the plaster statue from the start. He was first sealed inside, then the plaster was broken open, and finally forced into the statue in a kneeling position. At this revelation, the other officers in the office felt a chill run through them, the air thickening with a cold, ominous atmosphere. Their faces instantly turned pale, and some even rubbed their arms involuntarily, trying to dispel the chill. The medical examiner continued, additionally, we discovered the right thumb of the corpse is missing, seemingly severed by a sharp instrument. Beyond that, no other part of the body shows signs of injury. He paused, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and sorrow. What exactly happened will require bringing the body back to the bureau for further autopsy. Chief Zhang nodded and addressed Dr. Li. This case is entirely in your hands, Dr. Li.
Then, turning to old Zhao, his tone urgent and serious, he added, "Old Zhao, go speak with Director Lin's family. Get them to sign the autopsy consent form. Help the police solve this case as quickly as possible." Old Zhao gave a firm nod and immediately headed for Director Lin's residence. Director Lin's residence was tucked away in a quiet alley in the city center. Old Zhao approached the door, took a deep breath to steady himself, then pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the door opened. Director Lin's wife appeared at the entrance, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried for a long time. Seeing old Zhao, a flicker of helplessness passed through her eyes, but she forced a faint smile and invited him inside. The atmosphere inside was heavy and oppressive. Director Lin's family members were gathered in the living room. Director Lin's father, a man in his 60s, bore deep wrinkles across his face. His fists were clenched so tightly that veins bulged, his voice trembling as he declared, "We must catch the killer no matter what. Such a brutal act cannot go unpunished. My daughter, Wah." Old Zhao took a deep breath. "Rest assured, we will catch the killer. Director Zhang is a renowned criminal investigator who has solved countless cases. We will definitely apprehend the murderer." Hearing these words, the family members of Director Lin could not stop their tears, but a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. Old Zhao silently squeezed Director Lin's father's hand, feeling its icy coldness and trembling. Soon after, Director Lin's father signed the autopsy consent form. For a father, it was a cruel thing to do, watching his daughter about to undergo a forensic autopsy. But old Zhao and the detailed circumstances he described. At present, it's impossible to pinpoint the exact cause of death. Only a preliminary assessment. It appears to be mechanical asphyxiation combined with cyanide poisoning. Chapter 106, Autopsy revealing the true cause. Therefore, a swift autopsy is required to determine the true cause of death. Only then can the killer be apprehended with utmost speed. Blue Moon Bay Art Gallery. Chief Zheng led his team in meticulously searching the crime scene for every possible clue. Every exhibit in every corner of the gallery had been meticulously examined, lest any detail be overlooked. The plaster statue still stood in the center of the exhibition hall. Under the gloomy lighting, the massive sculpture appeared unusually cold and eerie. Qingshan University Laboratory Building. The solution in the beaker suddenly began to boil violently, causing Lín Yi's fingers gripping the pipette to tremble slightly. Amid the hum of the fume hood, he could hear his own heart pounding against his eardrums. "Senior?" Teaching assistant Xiao Chen took another half step back, the hem of his white lab coat brushing against the lab bench and knocking over a test tube filled with scarlet reagent. The shattering blast snapped Lín Yì back to reality. He instinctively braced himself against the ultraviolet spectrophotometer behind him, the cold metal shell piercing his spine through his shirt. Fine rain drifted outside the window. The spire of the distant art museum flickered in and out of view through the curtain of rain, resembling an inverted scalpel. "Director Lin is dead," he heard his own hoarse voice ask. The pipette tip drew jagged lines across his notebook, the 0.2 milliliters mark distorting and warping. Xiao Chen swallowed hard. "After closing last night, they said the body looked like a wax figure poured in place, the kneecaps completely embedded in the plaster base, the head tilted back at a 45-degree angle. It was incredibly eerie." His junior suddenly lowered his voice. "The strangest part is, surveillance footage captured an electric bike leaving through the side gate of the art academy the night before last. In the basket was calcium hydroxide." Lín Yì abruptly interrupted him. The fluorescent light from the fume hood cast a cold glow on his lenses. He removed his rubber gloves, the tips of his fingers still tingling from the burn of quicklime. The delivery slip with that batch of chemical reagents signed for 3 days ago suddenly flashed through his mind. The ink in the delivery address field had smudged, obscuring the art museum's postal code. His junior's phone suddenly buzzed with a crime news alert. Lín Yì turned to stare at the water bath heater. The 91C indicator burned a crimson spot onto his retina. He recalled the scene from last week in the sculpture studio. Su Lijuan was sealing wax onto a plaster bust, the hot air gun stream swirling with diatomaceous earth powder. "Ding. Apologies, host. Your judgment was flawed," he silently repeated, cold sweat beading on the back of his neck. But the mechanical voice pierced his mind like a poisoned ice spike. "Gallery director Lin Manchu, you killed her." The centrifuge suddenly emitted a shrill alarm. The unhardened agarose gel inside the rotor chamber was writhing eerily. Lín Yì pressed his throbbing temples. Again? He hadn't expected this. She had just escaped pursuit in one case. Now, it's happening again. His primary goal was to evade the police pursuit. After all, after arriving here, the contents of the notebook were utterly horrifying. Over 100 corpses, more than 100 different ways to die, any one of them would be enough to warrant a death sentence. One case followed another. Now, the museum director had died inside a sculpture, and once again, it was all my doing. This masterpiece? Holy! I can't even imagine what the original owner of this body was thinking. To seal a person's body inside a plaster statue. It's downright terrifying. Lín Yì realized the gravity of the situation and immediately halted his experiment.
He carefully packed away the experimental equipment, moving swiftly yet methodically. Changing into casual clothes, he selected a dark gray trench coat layered over a black turtleneck sweater, paired with slim-fit black trousers and understated leather shoes. The ensemble lent him an air of mature composure. The art museum was nearby, and Lín Yì arrived at his destination shortly. Despite the bustling traffic, he maintained his composure and focus. At the museum entrance, police tape formed an invisible barrier, separating the bustling city from the tense atmosphere here. Police formed layers upon layers, tightly encircling the museum, preventing anyone from entering or exiting easily. Amidst the sea of police officers, Lín Yì immediately recognized Chief Zhang. The veteran detective stood inside the cordon, his brow furrowed, his expression stern and focused. Commissioner Zhang appeared more weathered than before, yet he still radiated that unwavering resolve. Their eyes met. Recognizing Lín Yì, a long mist smile flickered in Zhang's eyes before he stepped forward. "Lín Yì, what brings you to the art gallery all of a sudden?" Chief Zhang's voice was as powerful as ever, tinged with the warmth of a long-awaited reunion. Lín Yì smiled faintly, his gaze calm as he replied, "I heard about the murder at the gallery. With so many incidents happening around me lately, I was curious and came to see for myself." Commissioner Zhang nodded, a hint of worry crossing his face. Yes. Director Lin was only 38 this year, a woman in the prime of her life. To be taken like that, it's truly tragic. Lín Yì feigned deep sorrow, sighing as he remarked, "Life is unpredictable. Who knows whether tomorrow or misfortune will come first?" As they spoke, an officer hurried over and handed the preliminary forensic report to Chief Zhang. Commissioner Zhang took the report, skimmed it quickly, and his brow furrowed even deeper. He looked up at Lín Yì with a complex expression and said, "The forensic team detected dimethyl sulfoxide solvent on the victim's collar." Lín Yi's heart tightened at the words. Instantly comprehending, he replied in a low voice, "That substance has extremely potent permeation properties." Commissioner Zhang nodded, his expression grave. "Indeed. To be frank, the victim died from cyanide poisoning. Using this solvent accelerates the cyanide's penetration through the skin. Once it seeps in, the body undergoes rapid pathological changes, leading to death within a short time frame." Commissioner Zhang's brow furrowed deeply as he abruptly stood, gripping the edge of the desk tightly. Taking a deep breath, he ordered in a low voice, "Lu, take a team to investigate Su Lijuan and Chen Mo immediately. Find out if they've purchased dimethyl sulfoxide recently. Simultaneously, go to the art museum and question the staff, see if Director Lin has offended anyone lately." Xiao Lu acknowledged the order, his expression grim. He gave a slight bow and hurried toward the door. The roar of police engines soon pierced the night sky. Flashing lights blazed as the patrol car sped away from the art gallery. Chapter 107, 3D Printers, Printing Weapons? Meanwhile, Chief Zhang turned to another officer, Officer Wang, and said, "Officer Wang, take your team to thoroughly search Director Lin's office. Pay particular attention to any potential clues and locate any suspicious items." Xiao Wang nodded and quickly led several officers toward the art museum. The gallery was dimly lit, its atmosphere feeling somewhat oppressive. Xiao Wang and his colleagues switched on their flashlights, sweeping beams of light through the darkness. Every slight sound caught their attention. Inside the gallery, Director Lin's assistant cautiously approached Director Zhang and whispered, "Director Lin has been in a terrible mood lately. The pressure of preparing for the exhibition has made her irritable. She's been scolding the staff frequently. Could this have caused someone to harbor resentment toward her?" Director Zhang pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly as he shook his head. Unless it was a deep-seated grudge or a crime of passion, it's unlikely someone would kill over a few harsh words and then encase the victim in a plaster statue. The perpetrator is definitely trying to send a message. Based on the scene, they used the plaster statue gifted by Su Lijuan to cut her and then force her inside. His gaze shifted, fixing sharply on Xiao Wang as he ordered in a deep voice, "Continue the investigation. See if there are any other clues." Xiao Wang searched Director Lin's office meticulously. The room was quiet, filled with the faint scent of books and paint. Soon, he discovered a 3D printer tucked away in a hidden corner. This printer had been modified to print liquid metal, which rapidly solidified into shape. Xiao Wang immediately reported to Director Zhang, "Director, this printer can produce high-hardness, low-melting point metals." Director Zhang instructed Xiao Wang to print an object, which was then sent for analysis. The test results confirmed that the printed metal was indeed extremely hard but had a very low melting point. Director Zhang mused thoughtfully, "One possibility is that the killer used a 3D printer to create a dagger, severed Curator Lin's thumb, then melted the dagger down to reuse the material." Shortly after, Xiao Wang discovered a metal artifact on Director Lin's display shelf. A frog figurine symbolizing wealth and good fortune. The assistant immediately pointed out, Director Lin had OCD. She was meticulous about everything. If she printed this frog, she would have smoothed out the edges to ensure it was perfectly smooth. Director Zhang sensed something was amiss and immediately ordered an analysis of the metal object. Test results confirmed the frog was indeed made from 3D printer material, and blood DNA was extracted. The final DNA analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Lín Yì, a student in the chemistry department at Green Mountain University. At that moment, Lín Yì
was casually wandering around the art museum. He wanted to see what exactly had transpired while he was completing this sculpture. He didn't even know what kind of relationship existed between himself and this director Lin. A 38-year-old woman had successfully become the director of an art museum. And after becoming director, she drove a chemistry student to commit murder. He was willing to seal her completely within a plaster statue. Sealed away forever. Never to see the light of day again. What a pity. Of course. He was just a chemical engineering student in his 20s. There was absolutely no way he could be involved in any kind of love-related murder with this woman. So, the only possibility is that it was something else entirely. Take Wang Yutong, who just died at Qingshan University. In the end, he was the one who dismembered her body completely. An affair deserves to be punished by swallowing 10,000 needles, condemned to eternal damnation. In the end, her entire body dissolved completely, transformed into nutrients. At that very moment, an officer immediately stepped forward and located Lín Yì. This man had been dispatched by Chief Zhang. Outside the art gallery, the night was still and silent. A cold wind swept across his face, bringing a hint of biting chill. Lín Yì stood beneath an ancient locust tree, its leaves rustling in the wind. He looked down at his phone, idly scrolling through the news, when suddenly he heard steady footsteps approaching from afar. He looked up to see a middle-aged police officer in uniform approaching him, the beam of his flashlight piercing the darkness with an almost blinding glare. Lín Yì, right? The officer stopped before him, his voice low and commanding. Please come with us. Lín Yì frowned slightly, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. A faint, helpless smile touched his lips, though inside, his mind churned like a stormy sea. It seemed the police had found something inside the art gallery, and it clearly pointed to him. He took a deep breath, nodded, and silently followed the officer into the gallery. Inside the gallery, dim lights cast a somber glow, and a palpable tension hung in the air. The oil paintings on the walls appeared particularly gloomy and shadowy under the dim lighting. Commissioner Zhang stood before a massive painting, his brow furrowed as his gaze lingered on the artwork. Hearing footsteps, he turned to Lín Yì, his gaze conveying complex emotions. Young man, where did you go just now? Director Zhang's tone seemed casual, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Lín Yì shrugged, maintaining a faint smile on his face as he attempted to appear relaxed. Just wandering around the art gallery. Director Zhang's eyes flickered, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a meaningful smile. Oh? Just wandering around. His tone shifted abruptly, growing serious and heavy. Then might you explain why, after extraction, your blood DNA was found inside that small frog statue symbolizing wealth and prosperity in Director Lin's office? Lín Yi's heartbeat surged, but he fought to maintain his composure. Just as he suspected. The original owner of this body had entered Director Lin's office while committing the entire crime. And after entering the office, there were even traces of his own blood? A statue of a money-drawing frog. Between his brows, a thread of conjecture emerged. What exactly happened during that time? You must understand. If there's no reasonable explanation and it can't be verified, then he in this case would likely be inextricably linked. The police would pin me down for good. After barely escaping prosecution for the previous case and securing a substantial reward, he certainly didn't want to be so easily caught by the police in this case. As someone who had traveled through time, he didn't want to live such a stifling existence. So, what explanation should he give to avoid arousing police suspicion? Just then, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a hint. Chapter 108, Congratulations, host, on successfully joining a new case. Hearing this sound, a look of keen interest spread across his face. Ding! The statue left in Director Lin's office was created by you, host, using the office's 3D metal printer to print a dagger. This dagger was originally intended to sever Director Lin's thumb joint, but ultimately, it wasn't used directly. Instead, during preparations, you accidentally cut your own finger. Subsequently, the dagger was dissolved and reprocessed. By adding new metallic materials through the 3D printer, it was transformed into a wealth-attracting golden toad sculpture. Upon hearing this series of clues, the expression on his face finally relaxed slightly. Thank goodness. The police had only found a piece of suspected evidence that hadn't been used during the entire course of the crime. Otherwise, it would likely have been enough to convict him based solely on this single murder weapon. After all, a chemistry student who had previously visited the art museum yet suddenly had his blood DNA appear in Director Lin's office would seem rather incongruous. Finding a plausible explanation would be no easy task. Fortunately, however, the knife printed with a 3D printer was not directly used during the entire murder. This was a silver lining in this misfortune. He cleared his throat awkwardly, his smile turning slightly strained. Oh, that. Well, actually, when I went to Director Lin's office to help move those statues, I accidentally cut my hand. It wasn't bleeding much at the time, so I didn't think much of it. Maybe some blood got on the statue. Director Zhang stared at Lín Yì, his eyes brimming with suspicion. Is that so? If that were truly the case, it would be an incredibly coincidental turn of events. Frankly, it didn't sound very credible. Helping director Lin move statues, and then, by accident, a statue cuts your finger. Blood splattered onto it. A tiny statue, a money drawing frog. Did it really need a chemistry student to move it? Explain in detail. Lin Yì now had the system prompt, facing director Zhang's stern expression. He didn't appear particularly afraid. Instead, he was surprisingly calm. Well, a few days ago, Su Lijuan from the Academy of Fine Arts presented a sculpture to director Lin. As her senior, we've always had a decent relationship. She invited me to accompany her to the museum. Director Lin had heard of me, so she invited me to her office. She wanted to incorporate some of my chemical materials into an exceptionally artistic painting for today's exhibition. I hadn't planned on it, but director Lin felt it was a pity. In the end, she used a 3D printer to create this statue and asked me to place it in the most prominent spot. I took the statue from her hands and tried to put it on the display shelf. It was then, because the printed frog wasn't perfectly smooth, it had some rough edges. I accidentally cut my finger. Then the blood just started flowing. So, you can't blame me for that. As he said this, his expression looked incredibly aggrieved. It seemed as though this whole incident had truly been an accident, something he'd stumbled into by pure chance. Commissioner Zhang listened. His face remained skeptical. Oh? That's what you're saying? But, how can I prove it? Lin Yì spread his hands helplessly. Well, how should I prove it? Su Lijuan can testify. When director Lin invited me to his office back then, Su Lijuan saw it happen. So, she can absolutely confirm that director Lin invited me inside. And when I left, director Lin personally saw us off. You can't possibly claim that. I killed him at that very moment. Hearing this, he glanced again at the man's utterly composed expression. A veteran detective with over 20 years of experience. Even he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. What he said did seem to hold some logic. After all, according to the surveillance footage, such a scene had indeed occurred that afternoon 3 days prior. And when Lin Yì left director Lin's office at that time, Lin Manchu personally escorted him out. She escorted him out of the office. Later, she and Su Lijuan left the art museum together. It was absolutely impossible to act at that moment. Besides, if it were true, as the police initially speculated, a dagger crafted using a 3D printer was used to complete the entire murder. Afterward, the dagger was dissolved and remolded into a money-attracting toad. Then why did only Lin Yi's blood traces show up inside this frog? Why was there no trace of director Lin's blood? Therefore, all of this sounds incredibly improbable. Therefore, when all these pieces are jumbled together, director Zhang's lead seems to have hit a dead end again. As for Su Lijuan, it was clear she'd been used as a pawn. Her mother had died of depression. And the reason for her depression? She'd been impersonated. The artistic creations she had poured her soul into were stolen by someone else. Ultimately, she succumbed to depression. Even if Su Lijuan had a motive for murder, as the police had previously speculated, having a motive alone without any evidence could not prove she was the killer. And most crucially, this sculpture had been cut open later and a human body was stuffed inside. It was contorted into a kneeling position. This woman. If the goal was truly to complete a full-fledged murder by killing the victim, it would be utterly implausible to simply stuff the body into one's own artistic creation like this, wouldn't it? All of this. Frankly, it all seems a bit too abrupt. It's practically a confession. But at this moment, Officer Zhang still felt Lin Yì couldn't be completely detached from this case. Because it all seemed too coincidental. He was present at the scene of every previous crime. Although the perpetrators in those earlier cases had ultimately been apprehended, and while they might have initially denied their crimes, the overwhelming evidence eventually forced their confessions. Therefore, the emergence of all these events, including what appeared to be mere coincidences, always seemed to occur in some subtle, unnoticed way. When one witnessed them, it inevitably sparked deep speculation and suspicion. Lin Yì, I'm afraid, you'll have to stay and cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 109, I'm afraid you'll have to stay for questioning. After all, your blood DNA was found here. Until there is 100% evidence proving you have no connection to this case, you must cooperate with our investigation. Lin Yì rushed from school to the art museum. He arrived at the scene of the incident. He never imagined he could completely distance himself from this case. He knew the police would inevitably target him. Given that, he hadn't worried about being interrogated by the police once he arrived at the scene. So, he merely nodded slightly, his expression remarkably calm. Rest assured, as a law-abiding citizen, I will fully cooperate with the police. But let me make one thing clear up front, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I have absolutely no connection whatsoever to this murder case, okay? Looking at Lin Yì before him, Chief Zhang felt a complex mix of emotions. There were some things too difficult to put into words, things he simply couldn't express. He could only nod. Then, he instructed an officer to arrange for him to find a seat. After all, he wasn't considered a suspect at this point, so the police treated him with courtesy. Hot water was available at any time. Inside the art gallery, technicians discovered tampered temperature control system code in a concealed control room. The code revealed that at 2200 hours on November 17, the system had artificially created a temperature spike during a specific time window. This inevitably raised suspicions that it might have been done to conceal some method of committing the crime. This abnormal temperature fluctuation must have been deliberately caused, the technician remarked thoughtfully, studying the data on the screen. Indeed, the temperature spike had been directly modified during that time frame. All of this seemed particularly unusual. It seems it's completely inseparable from the entire case. Director Zhang stood nearby, his brow furrowed. Continue investigating. Any other anomalies? Just then, another team of officers discovered a small device inside the ventilation duct. The device had a delayed release mechanism and contained pollen inside. Pollen? Director Zhang stared at the existing clues and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What was the pollen for? Typically, pollen carries a scent. For the killer, creating a small, preset device could release pollen at a specific time. Unless the victim had pollen allergies, releasing the pollen could trigger an instant allergic reaction, followed by symptoms of discomfort, or even shock and respiratory arrest. But the autopsy report made no mention of this. So the killer clearly wouldn't have gone to such lengths for no reason. What was the real purpose? As this thought crossed his mind, he appeared completely lost in thought. After a moment, as if something had occurred to him. This is a clever technique. It seems the killer made thorough preparations in advance, Director Zhang said, frowning. It appears the killer had already prepared to use pollen to interfere. When our police dogs conducted the scene search, the pollen could mask a series of scents, thereby misleading our dogs during the investigation. Looks like we've met our match again. Soon, police discovered the closed surveillance recordings in the West Wing monitoring room. Analysis of the footage revealed that at 8:30 p.m. on November 18, the Western Wing's surveillance had been deliberately shut down. The security guard responsible for monitoring stated he had only received instructions from the exhibition department to turn off the cameras for equipment maintenance. Who gave the order? Chief Zhang pressed. After reviewing the records, the guard pointed to the name Chen Mo. Chen Mo was the deputy director of the art museum, responsible for numerous administrative tasks. At this point, he had already been brought back to the museum by police for questioning. Inside the interrogation room, Chen Mo sat at the table, appearing somewhat nervous. Commissioner Zhang and another officer sat across from him, with a printout of Chen Mo's curatorial access log laid out on the table. Chen Mo, Director Zhang stated bluntly, our surveillance footage shows you ordered the cameras in the West Wing to be shut down. Chen Mo's eyes darted nervously, his mouth slightly agape as he seemed to consider his response. I did give that order that day, but it was because the equipment needed maintenance. I was just following procedure. Commissioner Zhang nodded and pressed on, then were you aware of why Director Lin entered the installation area during that specific time frame? Chen Mo's face paled slightly as he shook his head. No, I don't know. I'm only responsible for handling curatorial affairs. I'm not aware of Director Lin's schedule. The police pressed further, presenting Chen Mo with the test results showing digitalis glycosides detected in the tea. This drug causes slowed movement, clearly used by the killer to control the victim. We found this drug in Director Lin's office. Can you explain it? Director Zhang's voice carried a hint of coldness. Chen Mo's hands began to tremble slightly. He clenched his jaw, appearing helpless. I really don't know. I didn't drug her. The investigation continued, and police also discovered a pair of sheepskin gloves saturated with sodium cyanide solution. These gloves release toxins when exposed to high temperatures. Placing them on the victim's hands constituted an exceptionally cruel method of murder. Even more shocking was the discovery of Chen Mo's fingerprints on the gloves. This provided a logical explanation. Why, under specific peak conditions, the temperature would suddenly spike. Chen Mo, explain how these fingerprints ended up on the gloves. Director Zhang presented the evidence before him. Chen Mo's face drained of color. He forced himself to remain calm as he stammered, this. Yes, I did intend to kill her. If not for Lin Manchu, my father wouldn't have been unjustly tarnished by academic scandal, ultimately succumbing to depression and dying in disgrace. I intended to kill her and expose everything to the world. She's no saint at all. Seeing Chen Mo before him, had so swiftly confessed to his crimes. Officer Zhang was taken aback. It felt utterly unexpected. Chapter 110, The Wrongful Conviction from 20 Years Ago, Academic Disgrace. Spill it. The interrogation room's air conditioner hummed like a dying beast as Officer Zhang wiped his glasses with a tissue for the third time. Sweat beaded on the metal desk, forming dark patterns. Across from him, Chen Mo sat with his hands folded, motionless, his nails trimmed as neatly as surgical blades. When exactly did Director Lin lose his right thumb? The pen tip pierced the interrogation paper, ink smudging across the words, voluntary surrender. Officer Zhang suddenly noticed Chen Mo's Adam's apple rolling in the shadows, as if he'd swallowed a truth with thorns.
Chen Mo lifted his eyelids, the overhead light exploding into a pale constellation within his pupils, when she knelt and begged me not to take that finger bone. He undid the third button of his shirt. The old scar winding beneath his collarbone resembled a faded ribbon. The electron microscope image in the lower right corner of page 221, issue 7, 1983 edition of Cell Biology Bulletin that should have been my father's name.
Yellowed newspaper clipping slid from the file folder, ink bearing the headline, Professor Chen Yanqiu commits suicide due to depression. Officer Zhang's fingertips brushed against a microscopic photograph tucked in the lining, its back smudged with brown ink stains.
The experimental data had been deliberately tampered with, and the nerve cells in the petri dish were warping at bizarre angles. The final report stated that Director Lin plagiarized your father's research. Detective Zhang slid a newspaper across the desk like a crime scene photograph.
Another image followed.
In the frame, Lin Manchu's body lay curled into a fetal position of penance. Plaster fragments clung to her parted teeth, as if she held a lie she never fully spat out. Chen Mo's fingertips traced the photo's edge, repeatedly rubbing the spot where the deceased's missing thumb should have been. That day, she held the scalpel to destroy evidence. When the blade jammed against the second metacarpal bone, blood spattered the centrifuge like spilled bayberry juice. He suddenly laughed, fine lines crinkling at his nostrils.
The music box you found?
Her fingernail was still lodged in the gears.
The forensic report curled into a paper tube in Officer Zhang's palm.
Surveillance footage showed Chen Mo entering and exiting the sculpture studio 7 times around the time of the incident, the last time carrying a mold of unhardened plaster. Yet under the shadowless lamp of the autopsy table, the strangulation marks on Lin Manchu's neck revealed an eerie symmetry. The imprint of her left thumb was conspicuously absent.
Why did you report it yourself? Officer Zhang's pen tip pressed against the crescent-shaped scab on the inner side of Chen Mo's left wrist.
Twilight spilled over the padded walls outside the window, slicing crimson streaks across the interrogation room walls. Chen Mo's eyelashes cast crow-feather shadows across his cheekbones. The day you pried open the plaster statue, I saw my father standing before the morgue freezer.
His index finger suddenly twitched spasmodically.
His rotting right hand was clutching the missing thumb of Director Lin. The rustle of evidence bags echoed down the corridor as an officer stumbled in, cradling a sandalwood box. As the lid opened, fragments of fingernails tangled in the music box's gears reflected a cold gleam. A severed finger stub protruding from the keyhole oozed pale yellow tissue fluid.
Officer Zhang's pupils abruptly contracted. Engraved on the inner band of that platinum ring were the initials of Chen Yanqiu. Officer Zhang's eyebrows twitched slightly at the sight. His brow furrowed. The pieces didn't fit together. Somehow.
Everything he said was shrouded in mystery.
Take this.
When everyone discovered the plaster cast, the body of Curator Lin inside was in a kneeling position, kneeling on the ground and gazing upward at a 45-degree angle toward the ceiling.
At that moment,
it was already evident that the thumb of Lin's right hand had been severed. The cut surface where the thumb had been appeared unusually smooth.
If it had been caused by some music box, how could it have been so perfectly smooth? And now,
this music box contained fragments that looked like bone shards, as if a piece of finger had truly been severed inside.
Has it been analyzed?
Commissioner Zhang glanced at the officer beside him, his brow furrowing slightly as a look of suspicion crossed his face. The officer shook his head slightly. Not yet. We found this in his office and brought it straight over.
Oh? Get it tested immediately.
Upon hearing this, the officer nodded immediately, then turned and headed toward the testing lab. Deputy Chief Zhang fixed his gaze on the man before him. His eyes grew deep and intense as he stared intently, his expression conveying an indescribable emotion.
You admit to the fact that you killed him?
Therefore, we can treat this as a voluntary surrender. Legally, we can consider leniency in your sentencing. The so-called leniency was merely to stabilize the suspect's current mental state. Truthfully, once intentional homicide was confirmed, this guy was as good as finished. Therefore,
it's mostly just to keep his emotions in check.
Alright, now describe the entire sequence of events leading up to the murder. We need to compile your confession report. When Chen Mo heard these words, his expression seemed to turn wildly maniacal.
The next second, his entire face flushed crimson. Then, he erupted like a madman. Ha 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 ha. Do you remember the specific temperature spike at 10 o'clock at night? Officer Zhang nodded. He could already imagine it. Whoever set that specific temperature spike in the art gallery must have had access rights. If it were an outsider, it would be highly unlikely. Unless they had obtained the access key. Therefore,
the only ones capable of accomplishing all this, besides Director Lin himself, would be the deputy director standing before us.
Alright, continue.
You should know that when temperatures reach certain peaks, it's considered abnormal.
Director Lin would definitely take action to investigate what happened.
So, after I manipulated the temperature peak, she went straight to the museum's backroom monitoring center.
That's where I did it.
Heh, no one knew I was here until I killed her completely.
Yes.
My father's academic disgrace has weighed on him for over 20 years. Though he's gone now, what remains is the world's contempt for him. I won't let him rest in peace unjustly. I will make sure she dies.
Oh, and there's another person, the one you all know as Su Lijuan. Just the other day, a statue arrived. It's hollow inside. Since that loves using art to steal from others, always claiming other people's artworks as her own, it's perfect. I'll turn that into a brand new work of art herself. Soon, the museum exhibition will begin. Everyone will see this person's most artistic form. Everyone will witness all of this. Ha ha ha. This is all my masterpiece. This is all my masterpiece. Listening to the ramblings of the man before him, Chief Zhang immediately grew serious. Then tell me, our forensic team has completed the examination. The final results indicate dual causes of death. Chapter 111, Surrender? Something just doesn't feel right. Specifically, mechanical asphyxiation, and of course, the other cause, sodium cyanide poisoning. We also detected digitalis glycosides in the teacup. This substance instantly reduces a person's mobility and facilitates cyanide absorption. Spill it. How did you pull this off? Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh aloud once more. Ha! It was simple enough. While these substances are exceptionally rare, I certainly had access to them. Originally, I planned to mix the sodium cyanide directly into the tea and make her drink it, so she'd suffer agonizing pain until her bowels were torn apart. Even if she went to hell, she wouldn't be a pleasant ghost. But then I thought, why not make her suffer slowly? The torment before death brings far more pleasure than the torment after death. So that cup of tea nearly crippled the S mobility. But the real cyanide seeped into her skin bit by bit, unbearably bitter, her whole body crawling like ants, twisting and writhing until finally, she died like a maggot, turning into a stiff corpse. Until the very end, there was absolutely no chance of waking up. Officer Zhang nodded. If that's the case, then all the evidence chains could be connected. However, there are still some unexpected gaps. It feels like these pieces just don't quite connect. Go on. How did you get her inside the sculpture? The sculpture? Oh, the sculpture Su Lijuan delivered. Li Wan's mother, an artist, also had her work plagiarized. But that woman wouldn't have the nerve. For her, it was just about creating a sculpture, the penitent. She deliberately donated it to the museum, to our Blue Moon Bay Art Gallery. Wasn't that meant for Lin Manchu to see? So after the sculpture arrived, I fixated on it. Once I killed her, I sprayed liquid nitrogen all over her body. In just a moment, she became like a toy to be manipulated. I could contort her body completely, forcing it into a kneeling position. And there she stayed, kneeling like that. Even in death, she had to kneel. And that severed finger? No problem. That severed finger is the one inside the music box. Inside the music box. At this point, he burst into maniacal laughter once more. Seeing this, Chief Zhang finally exonerated Su Lijuan completely. After all, although this female student did have a motive for murder, her mother's work had been plagiarized years ago. From that moment on, the girl had harbored thoughts of revenge. But she ultimately lacked the courage. Having completely lost that courage, she instead sculpted a statue named the Penitent. She then donated this sculpture to the art museum as a gift. The reason for this action. The primary purpose was that after Su Lijuan donated the sculpture to the art museum, she hoped that woman would see it and understand its true meaning, the penitent. But unexpectedly, ultimately, after the sculpture was fully delivered to the museum, it caught Chen Mo's attention. He then used liquid nitrogen to completely freeze and stiffen the figure's limbs. He then stuffed the body into the sculpture, transforming him into a work of art. The case could be closed. The entire chain of evidence lay before them, and the suspect had confessed to all the murders. The entire murder process and every detail of the actions had been clearly confessed. Prosecution could then proceed against him. This case can be closed immediately. Detective Zhang let out a deep sigh of relief. From the moment the report was filed to this very moment, a mere 10 hours had passed before the case was closed. Just the beginning. He was still pondering this sudden appearance of Lín Yi's blood DNA in the office. He couldn't shake the feeling that this case wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. The entire situation was shrouded in mystery. Could that young man also be drawn into it? But now, Chen Mo had fully confessed to the murder, down to every detail. Except for one thing. The severed fingertip hadn't been found yet. The music box discovered in his office contained only a piece of plastic. And some yellow pus-like fluid. Furthermore, the victim also suffered mechanical asphyxiation. Therefore, once we locate that severed fingertip and determine how the killer mechanically suffocated the victim to death, then this case will be completely closed. Tell me, how did you strangle her? Strangled her? Yes. While sodium hydride slowly seeped into her skin, the wires in the monitoring room were perfect for strangling her. Didn't she want to die? Didn't she crave torment? So I tortured her slowly, forever, until she died completely, right here. Ha 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 ha. Soon, the technical inspection department delivered the test results. Inside the music box, the DNA evidence detected was indeed Lin Manchu's. Alright, we can close the case. As for that severed finger segment, I trust you've already chopped it into pieces by now, haven't you? Detective Zhang glanced at the music box, confirming his suspicion. It was simple. This guy would vent all his hatred on that half finger. Chopped it to pieces. It was completely understandable. Yeah. Charging into the sewer would be too wasteful, too lenient on this bastard. So there's no way it'd go down the drain. Instead, this music box would grind that severed finger to bits over and over. Then, wasn't there a stray dog nearby? We fed it to the dogs. Ha ha ha. As he spoke these words, his entire face contorted, and a murderous aura seeped from his bloodshot pupils. Enough. Take him away. The moment the order was given, they moved to take him away. 2 officers stepped forward, seizing his body. Then, they were about to leave, heading toward the temporary detention cell. Chapter 112, God Tier Speed, the secret behind it. The case concluded swiftly. At that moment, Lín Yì remained inside the art museum. Officer Zhang drove to the museum at breakneck speed. He lifted the cordon around the museum. Soon, everyone inside emerged. Lín Yì remained seated in his chair, gazing intently at a distant point, his brow slightly furrowed in deep thought. The moment he saw Officer Zhang, he knew the case was essentially over. Because the look in his eyes revealed it. This time, the sternness that had previously dominated his face was gone. Instead, he stepped out of the passenger seat with an extraordinary calmness and walked toward the center of the gallery. Before long, he arrived beside Lín Yì. Then, unable to resist, he smiled faintly. Alright, no need for further words. Young man, this time it was truly a mistake on our part, the police. The suspect has confessed. Shen Mo has fully admitted to it. He carried out all these crimes alone and has voluntarily disclosed the entire process and all the facts of the crimes. Alright, young man, you can go now. At that moment, Lín Yì observed the unfolding scene before him, offering a faint smile. He then rose from his seat, his expression relatively composed. Immediately after, he stated directly, Alright, Officer Zhang, thank you for your hard work. With that, he turned and walked straight out of the art gallery. At that moment, a look of profound confusion still lingered on his face. It was a look of utter bewilderment and doubt. What just happened? During this time, why did the other party confess to everything? Why admit to every single fact of the entire case, including the entire murder process and the motive behind it? It seemed utterly unbelievable, even baffling to the core. What exactly happened? Because, according to the diary entries in my memory, this case was also committed by myself. The suspect had absolutely no reason, yet under these circumstances, he directly confessed to committing every single crime. At that very moment, in my mind, a familiar mechanical sound suddenly echoed. This sound made him feel utterly soothed. Ding! The host participated in the entire case. From the drugs in the tea to the sodium hydride ingestion, and finally encasing the entire corpse in plaster, all accomplished by you personally. Hearing this notification tone, the expression on his face grew even more bewildered. For that instant, he seemed utterly perplexed. He hadn't processed it at all. What? What the hell just happened? His mind raced furiously. Unless he could fathom that this case, in its unfolding, involved Shen Mo having some connection to him. And this connection was exceptionally close enough for him to take the fall for all the crimes and become the real culprit in this case. Beyond that, he couldn't fathom any other reason why someone would take the fall for all his crimes under any other circumstances. It all sounded utterly unbelievable, almost surreal. What the hell happened? He muttered to himself, his brow furrowing slightly as confusion washed over his face. In that instant, his mind felt like it was experiencing a faint spasm. That instant made him feel a bit unsure of himself. Just then, that eerily familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Shen Mo suffers from dual disorder psychosis. Understood. Hearing those words, his entire brain felt as if struck by lightning, instantly convulsing. In that instant, he seemed almost afraid to contemplate the meaning behind the voice he was now hearing. No wonder. The other party would take full responsibility for all the crimes, willingly serve time in prison, and even face the death penalty in the end. They had accepted it all without hesitation. So that's why the original owner of this body had known all along, even before carrying out the entire scheme, that Shen Mo suffered from bipolar disorder. But, as the deputy director of the art museum, he had deliberately concealed his psychiatric history all along. And when episodes occurred, they weren't particularly noticeable. Only occasionally would he suddenly perceive everything happening before his eyes as his own doing. This provided a plausible explanation for why, when he entered the museum to carry out the entire operation, even severing the target's thumb at the end. All of this should have been witnessed by Shen Mo. When he saw himself carrying out the entire operation and killing Director Lin. This guy, due to his emotional disorder and history of bipolar disorder, he ended up projecting everything he saw onto himself. He believed the entire operation from its inception to its conclusion was carried out directly by his own hands. In the end, Under police interrogation, he insisted every single detail was his own doing. Compounded by the fact that his father had indeed suffered academic disgrace over 20 years prior, ultimately succumbing to depression and passing away. When all this happened to one man at once, it completely shattered him. When such utter collapse erupted within a person, his mind felt as though it had been instantly ripped away. In that instant, it was destroyed. Therefore, when all this happened, he had completely lost control of his emotions. In fact, he directed all his hatred and vengeance solely at director Lin. So when he witnessed Lin Yì complete the entire act of violence, he merely believed that the entire process of the crime had been carried out by himself. He took all of it upon himself. He completed the entire act of murder. Interesting, though this kind of bipolar disorder, when he's fully plunged into madness, even a psychiatrist probably couldn't detect it, right? Chapter 113, A Mentally Ill Man's Delusion. He was right. Because in this state, Chen Mo had completely convinced himself that everything he witnessed was his own doing. Thus, no matter how delirious he became or what state he fell into, the police and those psychological experts would all conclude he had avenged his father before ultimately descending into madness. He had become a mental patient. All of this was neatly resolved. Come to think of it, this case wrapped up rather quickly. From the moment police first discovered the body encased in plaster until now, it had only been a little over 10 hours. The police cracked the entire case outright. Suddenly, a mechanical, icy voice echoed in his mind once more. It felt like an invisible pressure, causing him to tense up involuntarily. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to a 4-star good citizen. The message from the system transmitted clearly into Lin Yi's mind, causing him to freeze for a moment. 4-star good citizen? He had believed he had weathered countless storms in this world, navigating intricate cases and unraveling hidden conspiracies with ease. But the 4-star status meant the challenges ahead would only grow more intricate. The entire case would become increasingly convoluted. Even the complexity of the case included the evidence pointing to his suspect becoming increasingly explicit. Looks like after becoming a 4-star good citizen, the cases ahead are bound to get increasingly absurd, Lin Yì murmured to himself, his tone tinged with a wry, resigned smile. The system always thrust him into situations he could never have predicted, and each case was inevitably tied to his involvement before his journey through time. If the police started investigating him again, it wouldn't be a simple manhunt. Just then, the system alert sounded again. Ding, congratulations, host. Personal dialectical reasoning ability increased by 20%, personal physical stamina increased by 15%, reward, 50 million gold coins. Lin Yì raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, especially by the gold coin reward. 50 million gold coins? That was an astronomical sum. More importantly, these gold coins were equivalent to limited time currency, meaning he could use them for critical operations during critical moments. After all, the elevation of status wasn't merely a title, it was a capability to approach the truth. And that also meant danger would draw ever closer. Beep beep beep. As he pondered all this, a black Buick suddenly sped past, its tires grinding against the pavement with a low rumble. Its speed was so immense it seemed to make the air itself vibrate. Lin Yì snapped his head up. A window rolled down abruptly, revealing a man in a black suit leaning out. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, piercing through every layer of Lin Yi's defenses. The man's mocking laughter drifted on the wind, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible chill. Ha ha ha. Never thought you'd slip through the police net again, huh? The words fell, and Lin Yi's heartbeat quickened. Lin Yì narrowed his eyes, staring at the blurring image inside the window. Only when that familiar face fully materialized in his mind did he abruptly recall this was one of the Righteous Quartet from the Hot Spring Hotel incident, the man in the suit. During the case, he had been unusually composed, his words sharp and incisive, as if he always stood on some elevated vantage point, surveying the entire situation. A chill crept through Lin Yi's heart. The Justice Quartet, a name that should evoke positive connotations, yet everything they did was steeped in absurdity and violence. Every time they appeared, a trail of death, injury, and crime followed in their wake, as if they committed violence specifically in the name of justice. Their peculiarity lay in their uncanny ability to uncover subtle clues within police investigations, then meticulously reconstruct their own version of the crime evidence. Take the Hot Spring Hotel case. Even after their teammate confessed to being the sole killer and turned himself in, the Justice Quartet still managed to meticulously recreate the entire crime scene. It was as if they had traveled through time, returning to that perilous night. These four seemed to always uncover the truth behind the cases, yet each time they appeared, the cases became even more perplexing. Now, with the Blue Moon Bay Art Museum case just concluded, the man in the suit before him was likely here for more than just a simple reunion. That single glance carried unmistakable meaning, as if they already knew the truth. Every piece of evidence from the Blue Moon Bay Art Gallery case pointed directly to him. Even though Chen had confessed to everything, he still couldn't shake off his connection to the case. A warning bell rang in Lin Yi's mind once more. Clearly, this case was no longer solely a matter for the police, it was deeply intertwined with the Justice Quartet. He understood all too well that these individuals weren't merely perpetrators, they were masterminds, manipulators, and the very architects orchestrating the case from the shadows.
No matter how the police investigated, they always managed to tear open a new crack behind the scenes, overturning all conclusions. He smiled faintly, his tone calm yet tinged with a hint of challenge.
Let's go. Seems you all want to see me again?
The man in the suit narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly unperturbed by Lín Yi's composure, even appearing to hold a hint of admiration.
He nodded indifferently before opening the car door. Lín Yì got in without hesitation.
The door closed softly, the engine started, and the car moved forward. An unusual silence filled the car, as if the two men had entered a tacit understanding beyond words. Streets and alleys whizzed past the windows, the city's clamor seeming to fade away from them in that moment.
After half an hour of driving, the scenery outside grew increasingly desolate. A damp air permeated the atmosphere, and the streets became more and more empty.
Lín Yì glanced sideways at the man in the suit, only to find him still silent, driving quietly as if accustomed to this stillness. The car finally came to a halt in front of an abandoned boiler factory. A flicker of deep thought crossed Lín Yi's eyes. Something about this place felt off. He recalled being brought to another abandoned factory before, where he had met the other three members of the Justice Quartet. Now, they had brought him to this derelict boiler plant.
Chapter 114, The Mysterious Quartet, New Office Location.
The difference was that this location bore no resemblance to a factory. Instead, it resembled a heavily guarded, non-public facility. They've changed locations, Lín Yì silently concluded. This boiler plant was clearly not their permanent hideout, but rather a location they switched to prevent exposure. The Justice Quartet was clearly extremely cautious, aware that every move they made could draw police attention. Thus, they constantly shifted locations, maintaining sufficient concealment at all times. Each operation was meticulously planned. The man in the suit stopped the car, turned around, and glanced at Lín Yì. A fleeting, inscrutable gleam flashed in his eyes.
Lín Yì said nothing, pushed open the car door, and walked straight toward the abandoned boiler factory. He knew deep down that today's meeting wouldn't be just a simple reunion.
As his footsteps echoed through the factory grounds, the surrounding shadows seemed to close in. The sight of the abandoned factory remained as oppressive as ever. What had once been a bustling industrial complex now lay in such desolate ruin it sent a chill through the soul. Heavy rust stains on the corrugated iron walls seemed like the marks of time, as if no one had paid attention to this land for decades. The mottled colors on the walls appeared scorched by countless suns, then shattered by relentless winds and sand. The factory windows lay shattered, their sharp shards reflecting faint glints of light in the sun, like cold, lifeless eyes in the stillness. Discarded machinery lies scattered haphazardly, surfaces thick with dust and oil stains, as if whispering of the roaring machinery that once filled this desolate land, now long silenced. Footsteps echoed through the desolate factory, the air thick with the scent of rust and decay. The passage ahead lay hidden, almost overlooked, its entrance concealed by two ancient trees whose dense foliage intertwined like a natural barrier, shrouding the dimly lit entrance. It resembled a vestibule leading to an unknown world, silent, yet compelling one to draw near. Upon entering the passage, the surrounding light abruptly dimmed, with only a faint glow ahead guiding the way. Soon, an ancient iron door appeared at the passage's end. Behind the closed door lay the underground office. The contrast with the decay outside was stark. While the factory's exterior lay crumbling and seemingly neglected, the subterranean office felt hidden away in a corner of this world, radiating an elegance and modernity born of meticulous design. The marble floor gleamed like a mirror, while the white walls were clean and uncluttered, exuding a sense of cool efficiency. The steps were meticulously crafted with fluid lines, showing almost no imperfections. A large desk stood at the center, its surface neatly arranged with documents and computers, creating a stark contrast to the chaotic disorder outside. Wang Kuan stood in the office, his gaze sweeping over his two partners before he spoke slowly. "Where's Su Hao?" Sister Chen and Wang Liu exchanged a glance. After a moment of silence, they replied in unison, "He's out." Just as Wang Kuan fell into thought, Sister Chen's gaze suddenly locked onto Lín Yì. She rose, her excitement palpable, and approached him with quick steps, her eyes sparkling with uncontrollable enthusiasm. "You've come around? You're willing to join us? To uphold justice?" Wang Liu's eyes also lit up as he swiftly recalled Lín Yi's memorable battle. That meticulously planned operation at the hot spring in Lín Yì had skillfully concealed his tracks throughout, leaving the police unable to pin the blame on him until the very end. That time, Lín Yì had successfully evaded the police investigation. Now, if he chose to join the quartet, this group acting in the name of justice, they would become even more formidable, capable of punishing all evils in the world. An indescribable expression surfaced on Wang Liu's face, one of unmistakable excitement and anticipation. He swiftly stepped before Lín Yì, extending his hand with sincerity and fervor in his voice. "You've finally come. Will you join our quartet? From now on, the five of us will champion justice together, punishing all evil." Lín Yì stood there, observing the passionate individuals before him. He didn't respond immediately, instead falling into silent contemplation. He knew full well he wasn't joining them for some abstract notion of justice. Rather than joining this group, he was more driven to uncover the story behind them. Why did this quartet know everything he had ever done? What secrets did these people hide? He understood that even though he had traveled to this world and possessed a system, that didn't mean he would pay for others' mistakes. He was merely an upstanding citizen who had never directly participated in any murder case. The brutal murders documented in that diary were all the original host's doing. He had merely borrowed this body. In this unfamiliar world, his goal was to escape the police pursuit, not to get drawn deeper into the dark vortex. Sorry, Lín Yì finally spoke, his voice calm yet resolute, I have no intention of joining you. This single sentence, though simple, was enough to freeze the air for a moment. Rusted ventilation ducts rattled overhead, and the silver snake pendant dangling from Sister Chen's earlobe clinked softly. She pressed her hand against the wrinkled leather sofa, crimson nail polish seeping from her cuticles like congealed blood scabs. What do you mean? The trailing echo reverberated beneath the dome of the abandoned chemical plant, startling bats roosting deep within the iron framework. Lín Yì leaned against a leaking support column, tracing circles on a valve covered in verdigris. Moonlight seeped through the shattered glass dome, bathing half his face in a cold, bluish-gray hue. These hands. He suddenly flipped his wrist, revealing a pale pink scar at his wrist crease, like a shed snakeskin. They've only touched scalpels and piano keys. Justice? Wang Li kicked over a rusted iron barrel, moldy chemical solution gushing over his combat boots. The bulging veins on his neck writhed like maggots in the moonlight. When that bastard at the hot spring hotel had an ice pick through his throat, the piano strings mixed in with the minced flesh in the lab building, his grease-stained fingertips nearly jabbed Lín Yì's nose. Do you think cops are all blind? A damp draft lifted Lín Yì's beige trench coat, revealing a silver piano key pendant dangling at his lower back. He suddenly chuckled low, his Adam's apple vibrating and pulling at the dark red mole beneath his collarbone. Has Mr. Wang seen the score for Paganini's Variations? Lín Yì's index finger traced an eerie arc through the air. At the sharp rise in the 10th measure, his fingertip halted inches from Wang Liu's Adam's apple. You must bend the bow into the curve of a murder weapon. Sister Chen's crocodile skin gloves gripped the trembling shotgun barrel. She finally saw the cold light flickering in Lín Yì's pupils. It wasn't the gaze of a human being, but rather the corneal reflection of a corpse awaiting dissection under a surgical light. The plaster-busted Blue Moon Bay Art Gallery, Wang Liu's spittle splattered onto the rusted feed pipe. The coroner said the plaster dust in the victim's nasal cavity was mixed with your formaldehyde scent. He suddenly ripped open his shirt, the centipede-like scar on his chest writhing in the moonlight. Last month. Lín Yì's leather shoe tip crushed the moon's reflection in a puddle. As he turned, the hem of his trench coat brushed against a rat carcass in the corner. A dark red tie clip suddenly reflected a cold gleam, illuminating the dense cluster of surveillance camera debris on the ceiling. Everyone, it's time to leave. Chapter 115, New Case: The Boiler Plant Corpse. Just then, a shrill siren sliced through the night like a scalpel. The rusted conveyor belt roared to life, shaking loose strings of glass reagent bottles from deep within the iron racks. Wang Liu's pupils contracted to pinpricks in the exploding red light of the police sirens. Bang! Sister Chen's gun barrel still smoked, yet the bullet embedded itself into the pillar Lín Yì had just leaned against. Cracks spread like spider webs across the concrete surface, faintly revealing the stark white finger bones pierced by rebar. The shrill wail of sirens pierced the night's silence like a cold silver blade. The entire factory, bathed in the flickering blue light, took on an eerie, ghostly aura. The blurred outlines of police officers surrounding them left nowhere to hide. Wang Liu's face paled instantly, veins bulging on his temples. You brought the police here? Wang Liu's eyes widened in fury, his voice trembling slightly with rage. His fingers clenched tightly around Sister Chen's shotgun, the muzzle quivering slightly, as if it might go off at any moment. Lín Yì, however, wore an expression of utter bewilderment and confusion, his brow deeply furrowed. How could this be? After leaving the Blue Moon Bay Art Museum, he had come directly to this abandoned factory with Wang Liu. There was no way anyone could have followed them. Unless the police had already detected their movements and been tailing them all along, there was no way they could have coincidentally surrounded this place at this critical moment. I didn't. Lín Yì's voice was calm and resolute, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, scanning his surroundings as the red glow of police lights cast shadows across his stern face. All right, kids, the cops are here. Time to go. With that, he spun on his heel and sprinted toward the staircase, the hem of his trench coat cutting through the air in a sweeping arc. Sister Chen, Wang Liu, and Wang Kuan exchanged glances, instantly understanding his intent, and followed closely behind. Like ghosts, the trio glided silently toward the basement exit. Their footsteps echoed in the narrow stairwell, the reverberations sounding like some ominous forewarning. Minutes later, they emerged at the basement exit behind the factory. Lín Yì pushed open the rusty iron door, and a damp, chilling wind swept over them. The night outside remained as deep and impenetrable as a vast black curtain enveloping them. Yet, as they emerged from the basement, they discovered the situation was not as they had anticipated. The police had not surrounded the entire factory basement. Instead, they discovered a female corpse in the abandoned boiler room. The body lay still, its decaying clothes fluttering slightly in the night breeze. Lín Yì, Wang Liu, and Sister Chen quickly retreated into the shadows, holding their breath and hiding behind a pile of discarded metal sheets as they watched the commotion outside. In the darkness, Chief Sheng hurried to the scene with several officers and a medical examiner. The flashing police lights illuminated the abandoned boiler room as the forensic team carefully lifted the female body from the boiler. The sight of the body was horrifying. Her clothes were torn to shreds, her face covered in bruises, clearly the result of brutal violence. Deep ligature marks encircled her wrists and ankles, suggesting she had been bound. The forensic pathologist examined the body meticulously, his expression grave. Lín Yì frowned deeply and whispered, "Did you do this?" Wang Liu, seething with anger, retorted in a hushed voice, "Why would you think it was us? How could we possibly kill someone inside our own base?" Police swiftly cordoned off the perimeter and began searching for clues. Chief Zhang's expression was unusually grim. Standing beside the body, he massaged his temples, clearly overwhelmed by the relentless string of murders. "Why are these murders happening so often lately?" Chief Zhang muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. "It's only been a few hours since the plaster corpse at the art museum, and now another body's been found. The public safety in Qingshan City is getting worse and worse." In the darkness, Lín Yì addressed the trio before him coldly, "I hope you didn't do this. But I don't have time to waste with you lot. I'm outta here." Wang Liu tentatively pressed again, "You truly refuse to join us? Don't you realize we hold substantial evidence against you? Aren't you afraid we'll turn it all over to the police?" Lín Yì gave a bitter smile, shook his head slightly, and adopted an innocent expression. "I'm not afraid. These cases have nothing to do with me, it's all just your speculation. Alright, you damn kids, it's time for me to leave. Go pursue your so-called justice." With that, Lín Yi's figure seemed to dissolve into the night, vanishing silently into the shadows. He swiftly navigated the abandoned factory district, evading all police sightings, and finally returned to the campus of Qingshan University. Back at the university, Lín Yì stood at his dorm window, gazing out at the nightscape. His mind kept replaying the image of the body the police had discovered in the boiler plant. Chaos swirled within him. Could these cases truly be connected to him? Lín Yì sighed softly, knowing that staying calm and organizing his thoughts was paramount right now. He sat back down at his desk, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and began to organize the series of recent events, hoping to uncover some clues. His thoughts drifted back to the plaster corpse at Blue Moon Bay Art Museum, then to the female corpse discovered at the boiler plant. Everything seemed connected by an invisible thread. Just then, a system notification suddenly echoed in Lín Yi's mind, "The boiler plant case was also completed by you." The sound startled him, his heart clenched as if by an invisible hand. He knew he was deep in the lion's den. Each case before him grew more perplexing than the last, and this one had arrived far too abruptly. According to the diary's account, the original host had committed over 100 crimes in this world, yet he had only just experienced 3 cases himself. This 4th case had descended without warning. Lín Yì took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew this was no time for panic. He revisited the mysterious diary, scrutinizing every word and sentence within. The original owner's handwriting was messy yet neat, each character concealing some profound secret. "The boiler factory case was also completed by me," he murmured, his brow furrowed. But he didn't know. This time. What horrifying means. To kill the other person. Chapter 116, The Suspect, possessing exceptional counter-surveillance awareness. Torrential rain lashed against the rusted iron gates of the boiler factory, while the crime scene tape flapped like a trembling spiderweb in the wind. Chief Zhang stepped through muddy puddles, his waterproof boots caked with dark red residue, rust or blood, impossible to tell. "Fourth sweep," Deputy Captain Zhou said, slipping under the tape. Water dripped from the hem of his transparent raincoat. 3 teams of K9s dug through the raw material warehouse and found only this. He unfolded the sealed plastic bag. A half-broken lady's wristwatch glinted coldly in the rain, its broken bracelet leaving jagged edges. The forensic pathologist crouched beneath the rain shelter, the operating light casting a stark, pallid glow over the dissection table. A faint white indentation marked the second knuckle of the victim's left ring finger. He dipped a cotton swab into the pale pink paste lodged between her fingers and tapped it lightly against the mouth of a test tube. "The time of death needs to be revised." He looked up, his glasses fogged over. The body was stored in a temperature-controlled environment for over 12 hours. The actual time of death should be pushed back further. His words trailed off abruptly. As the scalpel sliced open the chest cavity, dark red blood clots mixed with bone fragments spilled out. The coroner picked up a curved bone fragment with forceps. Under the light, fine radial cracks were visible. Depressed fracture of the 4th right rib, but the fatal wound is on the left side. He flipped the bone fragment. The metallic clink of instruments mingled with the rain, sounding unusually sharp. Comminuted fracture penetrating the left lung lobe. The weapon was a cylindrical object approximately 7 centimeters in diameter. The angle of the blow was highly professional. Chief Zhang stared at the hands crossed over the abdomen. The nails were neatly trimmed and rounded, painted in this spring's trendiest hazy blue. "Check this quarter's nail salon membership records." He suddenly added, "Someone who turns their nails into works of art wouldn't die in a boiler factory wearing a silk shirt straight off the runway." Old Zhao's walkie-talkie crackled violently, the police dog's frantic bark piercing the rain. In the coal slag heaped in the factory's rear alley, 3 German shepherds dug frantically with their front paws, rust-scented mist rising from their soaked fur. As the third concrete slab was lifted, a dark red trail of blood smeared across the pooled water, spreading like a winding snake of blood into the depths of the factory grounds. Shenshin crouched down, his fingertips brushing against the half-dried blood in the brick crevices. The dragging direction forms a 135-degree angle with the body's discovery location. He raised the UV light, and large fluorescent patches suddenly appeared on the wall. The luminol reaction indicates a violent struggle occurred here, but rain washed away most of the evidence. A metallic clang echoed from the autopsy table. As the female corpse was lifted, a purplish-blue finger mark appeared on the back of her neck, its edges bearing a peculiar crescent-shaped indentation. The coroner's pupils contracted sharply. It was unmistakably the texture left by medical rubber gloves. It was obvious. This time, the suspect possessed an exceptionally high level of counter-surveillance awareness. During the crime, they had directly used medical rubber gloves. In that case, it would quickly mislead the police investigation. When forensic experts identified this single fingerprint, they would inevitably focus their investigation on medical students or professionals in healthcare-related fields. However, if someone with medical expertise had actually committed all these crimes, then they would have avoided using their professional tools and absolutely never worn medical gloves. Therefore, the suspect possesses a high level of counter-surveillance awareness. All these actions are merely a smokescreen. The goal is to completely mislead the police investigation, making it utterly impossible to uncover the true direction of the case. If that happens, the case is likely to be delayed. In the worst-case scenario, the entire investigation could culminate in a sudden, catastrophic error. The forensic pathologist glanced at Deputy Chief Zhang beside him and stated directly, "Deputy Chief Zhang, this individual clearly possesses counter-investigation awareness. He's deliberately steering our investigation completely off course." The deputy chief nodded. "Indeed. Another cunning adversary. We must confirm the victim's identity immediately. I've already dispatched personnel to investigate local nail salons, check if anyone recently got the same nail design. Nail salons have surveillance. If we can identify someone who recently got the same design, we can review the footage, cross-reference the information, and ultimately confirm the victim's identity." The medical examiner nodded. The penetrating wound to the chest was the direct cause of death. It seems the victim didn't suffer much before dying, but he shook his head slightly. The coroner sensed that things weren't as straightforward as they appeared. After committing the crime, the killer tossed the victim's body directly into an abandoned boiler. Clearly, the boiler wasn't the primary crime scene. Old Zhao just located the primary crime scene. A fierce struggle occurred there, leaving extensive bloodstains. Unfortunately, heavy rainfall has washed away most of the evidence, destroying crucial clues. So catching this killer won't be easy. The deputy chief nodded. "You mentioned the victim's body earlier. It had been kept in a temperature-controlled environment for over 12 hours. The exact time of death remains uncertain and requires re-evaluation. This killer certainly possesses considerable skill." The medical examiner nodded. He glanced at his watch one last time. Based on normal decomposition rates, the victim's time of death should not exceed 3 hours. It's now 7:30 p.m., so the actual time of death was likely around 4:30 p.m. However, when the boiler was turned on, it was clear the internal temperature wasn't particularly low. Therefore, the rate of bodily decomposition would be significantly faster than under normal conditions. Therefore, based on standard projections, the time of death should be around 12 hours ago. That means this female victim has been deceased for at least 15 hours. Which means, around 1 a.m. this morning. At this point, a look of deep suspicion crossed the coroner's face. "So, your workload is about to get considerably heavier this time." Upon hearing this, the deputy director visibly hesitated for a second, as if finding it hard to believe. A truly top-tier killer. A formidable adversary. This alone was evident. After killing a person, maintaining the body in an environment exceeding human body temperature for over 12 hours. This accelerated the decomposition process significantly compared to normal temperatures. This, in turn, it interferes with the forensic pathologist's assessment, leading to certain errors in their assessments. In such a scenario, the perpetrator could easily establish a solid alibi. To establish a solid alibi. Chapter 117, The Saleswoman. Who did she offend? Damn it. Another formidable opponent. Which of the killers in the previous cases was straightforward? Take the 2 bodies at the hot spring inn. In the lawyer's death case, the killer employed an exceptionally sophisticated method, crafting a preset device. After the victim died, the killer retrieved the entire setup. Then the killer was murdered by someone else and promptly dumped into a cesspool. These cases, the perpetrator's methods grew increasingly brutal, and the manipulability of their cases far more intricate than anyone could have imagined. Even more outrageous. When a killer exhausted every trick in their arsenal, they were indeed eventually apprehended by the police. However, After employing these methods to commit their crimes, they leave the police utterly stumped. Every time they faced them head-on, they could feel the overwhelming threat radiating from these individuals. The hot spring in case had a city bureau deadline of 12 hours to solve it. Had the crucial clue not surfaced at the very last moment, this case would not have been solved so easily. As a detective with over 20 years of experience in criminal investigation, the deputy chief possessed unparalleled expertise. He had dealt with countless killers, and not a single case had ever slipped through his fingers. Yet the recent string of cases combined had left him feeling a bit troubled. What exactly was the killer's motive? He even sensed a faint connection between these recent cases. Though the killers themselves were different, he felt there was an unspoken bond between them. It was as if one case had barely concluded. No sooner had one concluded than another murder emerged. What the hell are these people up to? What exactly are they trying to accomplish? Alright, pack it up. Officer Zhang ordered all officers at the scene to pack up the evidence before completely sealing off the area. After completing these procedures, he led everyone to evacuate. Meanwhile, the rain seemed to be intensifying. The traces at the scene had been largely washed away by the heavy downpour. If a second investigation were to be conducted later, only the clues inside the boiler might be worth investigating. As for the evidence exposed in the wilderness, it was essentially gone without a trace. Inside the police station, old Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. Recent cases had grown increasingly baffling. When he saw the deputy chief, old Zhao still sounded uneasy. Looks like we're dealing with another tough opponent this time. So far, we haven't been able to confirm the victim's identity. Our officers have already checked nearby nail salons. An hour has passed and no one has come forward with the same nail design. The deputy chief shook his head slightly, spreading his hands in resignation. I should have anticipated this possibility. After all, what normal woman would get that kind of manicure? True. Most normal women get manicures that extend forward. But this woman's. The style of her artificial nails was entirely unconventional, though several had been damaged. However, the deceased's nails were styled to extend entirely backward, reminiscent of Wolverine's claws. Therefore, it's highly unlikely a typical woman would choose this particular nail design, meaning the investigation must be broadened. This significantly increases the police's workload. Although if we can find a family member who had this style done, the victim's identity could be quickly identified. However, there remains a slight complication. Beep beep beep. Just then, old Zhao's pager started beeping. Old Zhao snatched up the pager. He was in a bit of a hurry. He answered it immediately. A hurried voice came through the other end of the pager. Captain Zhao, we found it. We found it. We finally confirmed the victim's identity. The deceased is Hua Yu, a salesperson at Kung Fu Jewelry Park. Old Zhao slammed his hand on the table. We finally identified the victim. Alright, Deputy Director, it's time to move out. Deputy Director Zhang nodded. Let's go. Swift and decisive. Time was of the essence, there was no room for delay. The victim's identity had been confirmed. A salesperson at the jewelry garden. Now that the victim's identity was confirmed, solving the entire case would become considerably simpler. We only need to go to the jewelry garden to conduct witness interviews. We need to determine who the victim had been in frequent contact with recently and whether there were any enemies involved. After all, for one person to kill another, there must be a motive. Therefore, identifying recent conflicts she had with others should make pinpointing the killer seem less daunting. Although the forensic report indicates the killer possessed strong counter-surveillance awareness. But cops aren't slackers. Catching these guys and leaving them nowhere to hide isn't that hard either. The police car blared its siren. They sped through streets and alleys at breakneck speed, navigating a sharp right turn, then an S-curve, before emerging onto Zhonghua Avenue. Vehicles on the road made way for the sirened police car. So, within just 10 minutes, they arrived at the jewelry store 6 kilometers away from the scenic area. The entire jewelry park was exceptionally large, housing nearly 100 specialty jewelry stores. The police car came to a steady stop outside the jewelry park. Those inside the complex, seeing the police car suddenly arrive with its siren blaring, they knew immediately what must have happened. What's going on? Why are the police here? Must be another theft. You know what? I heard last night that gold was stolen again from the shop at 4th Street and 2nd Avenue. Yeah, thieves have been active lately. With the new year approaching, they're getting busy again. I just wonder, which shop got hit this time? Don't spread rumors. I heard the police found a woman's body in that abandoned factory in the southeast. Apparently, they've confirmed it's the sales assistant from shop 36, something like you. Why you? I think I've heard of her. I heard she hadn't shown up for work in the last 3 days, and the boss thought she'd quit voluntarily. Who would have thought something like this would happen in just a few short days? What kind of person could be so ruthless? Shop 36, Kung Fu Jewelry Park. Officer Zhang led old Zhao inside. The store manager, seeing the police enter, dared not show the slightest negligence and immediately stepped forward.
Officers, what can I do for you? Chapter 118, something's very off about this woman. The moment Officer Zhang entered, he noticed something off about this woman's expression.
It seemed as though she was deliberately concealing something. Especially when the officers entered the jewelry store, though her expression showed a hint of confusion, which seemed like a normal reaction, it also carried an underlying air of mystery. It was as if she had anticipated the police arriving here all along.
Has Hua Yu been coming to work lately?
Upon hearing this question, the manager shook her head slightly. She said she went back to her hometown to visit relatives a few days ago and took a week off. As the manager, I shouldn't have approved such leave, but Hua Yu said her elderly father had a rare illness requiring a long hospital stay, and she wanted to return to fulfill her filial duties.
Who doesn't have one or two parents?
So as the manager, I had no choice but to grant her the leave.
Then, he immediately adopted a look of heightened vigilance. Officer, what's wrong with her? Did she get into trouble? It's strange. This kid always seemed pretty well behaved. How? Did she steal something?
As the supervisor spoke, her face remained frozen in utter bewilderment, as if she couldn't believe any of this was happening. The deputy chief studied the woman before him.
Though her demeanor and expressions suggested she was unaware of Hua Yu's death. But something felt off. You really don't know?
The manager shook her head firmly.
Oh, officer, we're just ordinary people. How could we possibly know what really happened? She's dead.
The moment those words left his lips, the air grew suddenly still. A profound silence hung heavy in the room, its weight echoing through the space.
Every face wore an expression of utter terror. They couldn't believe what they'd just heard. It was too much.
So shocking it felt impossible to breathe. Upon hearing those words, the foreman's body involuntarily stumbled backward several steps, his entire being convulsing violently.
In that instant,
he couldn't believe what his mind was processing. How could a perfectly healthy girl just die?
Wasn't she supposed to be visiting her hometown because her father was hospitalized? How could she be dead? Officer, what happened to Xiaoyu? How could she have died so suddenly?
The deputy chief didn't intend to reveal much. Before our police complete the investigation, we can't disclose too much information.
Alright, come with me. We need to ask you some questions. The foreman nodded slightly upon hearing this. So,
he followed the deputy director a few steps forward, quickly reaching the other side of the cash register. This side was deserted. The other cashiers had been about to sneak over to eavesdrop.
But old Zhao quickly stopped them. Our deputy director is conducting an inquiry.
You stay right here.
After being stopped by old Zhao, they reluctantly stepped back.
Officer Zhang's expression was stern as he fixed his gaze on the woman before him.
Then, in a particularly steady tone, he asked, How has Hua Yu offended anyone recently? Offended anyone? I honestly don't know.
Hua Yu may be from the countryside, but she handled relationships quite well. She was a cheerful young girl. Even though the deceased was in her 30s. In the presence of the supervisor, she still seemed like a little girl.
After all,
she was over 20 years older.
Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang's expression remained composed. Right. A quiet woman murdered and dumped in an abandoned boiler factory. An abandoned boiler factory.
And we found no signs of sexual assault on the victim's body, which rules out a crime of passion.
If you're suggesting robbery, that doesn't seem likely either.
We just checked her pay stubs. Her monthly salary was only around 7,000 yuan. Most of her money went home to pay for her father's medical treatment. She had no savings either. If she was targeted for her money, that doesn't add up either. Therefore, our preliminary conclusion is premeditated murder.
All right. If you recall anything else, please let us know.
The police are actively investigating this case, and we appreciate your cooperation as a citizen.
The manager nodded. Officer, rest assured. If I remember anything, I'll contact you immediately.
I'll tell you everything I know, absolutely everything.
Officer Zhang nodded and glanced out the window. On the sidewalk, a few people walked by in a bustling crowd. It was obvious.
Jewelry store business had been sluggish lately. Perhaps it was related to the recent spate of thefts at jewelry stores. The jewelry district wasn't exactly safe.
Therefore, naturally, fewer people are coming to buy jewelry. Officer Zhang didn't find many useful clues here. After that, he turned and left,
following old Zhao, who glanced at the manager before greeting the others. They then departed the jewelry garden together. The police car started up. The siren was immediately turned off.
Once inside the vehicle,
old Zhao tentatively asked, Deputy Director, that woman earlier seemed rather unusual. I can't shake the feeling that she already knew about Hua Yu's death before we even mentioned it.
As a police officer, old Zhao possessed innate professional intuition. That woman's expression and demeanor were indeed unusual. She didn't seem entirely unaware. And all her subsequent expressions seemed rehearsed, as if she'd prepared a performance for the police. You noticed too? Old Zhao nodded, looking somewhat surprised. I hadn't expected that. The deputy chief shared his thoughts. But he quickly regained his serious composure. After all, as a veteran detective with over 2 decades of experience, the deputy director possessed innate professional intuition. What he could discern, how could the deputy director fail to notice? Commissioner Zhang nodded. Old Zhao cautiously asked, Deputy Director, if you suspected that woman was involved, why didn't you take her into custody on the spot? Deputy Director looked at Old Zhao. He shook his head slightly. It's not that simple. If that woman had prepared in advance, even if we detained her, we wouldn't get anything out of her. We'd have to release her within 24 hours. So, there's nothing we can do. Let's wait and see. Haste makes waste. As a veteran detective with over 2 decades of criminal investigation experience, he always maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Qingshan University Laboratory. Lín Yì stood in the spacious, well-lit laboratory, wearing safety goggles and holding a bottle of clear liquid steadily in his hand. He slowly poured the liquid into a beaker, carefully observing its reaction with another chemical substance inside. Chapter 119, Entering the police station, risking his life. The chemical experiment before him was an extremely complex test, designed to simulate the rate of pathological changes in various organs after human death, particularly the alterations in lung tissue under different conditions. Tiny bubbles began rising from the beaker's liquid as its color gradually shifted from clear to pale yellow. Lín Yì carefully picked up a small tissue sample with tweezers and placed it into the prepared chemical solution. Instantly, the solution's color shifted again, deepening to a rich yellow before gradually turning brown. Lín Yì observed the color changes in the solution and the rate of sample decomposition while meticulously recording detailed data. An outstanding student in the School of Chemical Engineering at Green Mountain University, Lín Yì frequently made breakthrough discoveries in the laboratory thanks to his exceptional talent and diligent work ethic. Today, he was conducting an experiment on the decomposition process, simulating the rate at which a corpse breaks down in different environments to infer the time and location of death. This research held significant potential applications in forensic science. As Lín Yì recorded the data, he fell into deep contemplation. The penetrating wound in the lung lobe of the female corpse found in the abandoned boiler plant was the true cause of death. He was absolutely certain of this. What troubled him more was the knowledge that this corpse was connected to the original owner of this body before his own transmigration. Since inhabiting this body, Lín Yì had gradually uncovered many secrets of the original owner. The original owner had been an extremely cautious person, always meticulous in their actions, leaving no clues that could lead the police to them. Yet this body had been exposed in the boiler of the abandoned factory, as if deliberately left to be found. In such an environment, the corpse would quickly decompose and emit a foul odor, making it impossible to avoid detection by passers-by. Why would the original owner make such a glaring mistake? And what could have forced him to do this? The diary meticulously documented the original owner's actions and plans. The original owner had always been meticulous, leaving no trace behind. Yet this time, the body was exposed in an abandoned boiler factory, effectively equivalent to leaving it out in the open. Lín Yi's mind was filled with questions as he meticulously recalled every detail from the diary. The original owner mentioned a significant figure in the diary, a woman with whom he had a history of grievances. This woman was referred to as X in the diary, and she seemed to possess evidence detrimental to the original owner. Could it be? To protect himself, the original owner decided to eliminate her. Yet the original owner was always cautious. Why choose such an exposed location to dispose of the body? As Lín Yì pondered these questions in waves, a soft knock sounded at the door. Lín Yì looked up to see his junior standing at the doorway, holding some lab supplies. Senior Lin, the professor requests your presence in his office, the junior said, his tone tinged with nervousness. Lín Yì nodded thoughtfully, removed his goggles and gloves, and followed the junior toward the professor's office. Professor Wang was a highly respected scholar in their department who had always held Lín Yì in high regard. Pushing open the office door, Lín Yì found Professor Wang seated behind his desk, his expression stern. Xiao Lin, Professor Wang began, you're a chemical engineering student in our college with exceptional abilities across the board. Recently, public safety in Qingshan City has been unstable, with a series of bizarre deaths occurring, each more outrageous than the last. The police have requested student assistance from various universities, and as one of the nation's top institutions, Qingshan University is among them. Our chemistry department has only one spot available. I believe it's time for you to gain some experience. Would you consider joining the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau? Professor Wang's tone carried a hint of testing, and Lín Yì knew the professor wasn't forcing him. In the past, he might have declined such a request. After all, the body he inhabited before his transmigration had committed over 100 murders. Staying within the police force would be rather dangerous. But now, he had new plans. The system hadn't provided many clues so far, and he was quite curious to know what had happened in between. Perhaps he could uncover more clues by approaching the police. With that thought, he nodded his agreement. All right, Professor. I'm willing to undergo training at the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau, Lín Yì stated firmly. Professor Wang smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. I'll arrange the necessary contacts with the police. Prepare yourself, you can report for duty tomorrow. Lín Yì left the office. The truth of the case seemed to be drawing nearer, yet the mystery only grew more intricate. The next day, Lín Yì arrived early at the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau. At the entrance, he met Captain Li, the detective assigned to receive him. Captain Li was a tall, middle-aged man with a stern face. He welcomed Lín Yì warmly. Mr. Lin, welcome to our team. We've been in need of a professional like you, Captain Li said, his tone tinged with appreciation. Captain Li, it's a pleasure. I'll do my utmost to assist your work, Lín Yì replied politely. Captain Li led Lín Yì inside the station and briefed him on the current case. The recent string of deaths had been highly unusual, with the time and location of the victims' deaths difficult to determine, posing significant challenges for the police. Lín Yì listened intently to every detail, his mind constantly analyzing and speculating. One case stands out as particularly tricky, Captain Li remarked. It involves the female corpse found in the abandoned boiler factory. The body had a penetrating wound in the lung area, but we've yet to locate the murder weapon. Moreover, the time and location of the discovery were highly unusual. Lín Yì's heart skipped a beat. This was precisely the problem he'd been pondering. Captain Li, may I review the detailed autopsy report and crime scene photographs? Lín Yì inquired. Certainly, Captain Li nodded. We've prepared the files. You may review them any time. Lín Yì went to the records room and began reviewing the case files and crime scene photographs. The photos depicted the abandoned boiler factory as a gloomy, dilapidated environment. The female body lay beside a boiler, her face pale, the penetrating wound in her lung clearly visible. He noticed a detail in one photograph. On the ground beside the boiler, there were peculiar marks, resembling drag marks. May I visit the crime scene? Captain Li pondered for a moment before nodding. But it's been raining heavily lately. Any clues would have been washed away by now. Lín Yì knew that, of course. He just wanted to take a look. Let's go take a look anyway. Alright. Upon learning of Lín Yì's intention, Captain Li immediately arranged a police car and drove him to the abandoned boiler factory. Chapter 120, the scene was thoroughly cleaned up, leaving no clues. Beep beep. Lín Yì and Captain Li drove through the city's outskirts and soon arrived at the abandoned boiler factory on the outskirts. The place resembled an abandoned world, its eerie silence unsettling. The factory gates were rusted beyond recognition, iron fences overgrown with vines, thick mud caked the ground, and a stench of decay hung heavy in the air. As they entered the factory grounds, Lín Yì couldn't help but look around. Dilapidated factory buildings stood under a gray sky, most windows shattered. Through the broken panes, the desolation inside was visible. A few stray cats darted between the abandoned machinery, darting into the shadows the moment they sensed intruders. Puddles pooled on the floor, surrounded by scattered rusted metal scraps and unidentifiable debris. Looks like it just rained here. Finding any clues will be tough. Captain Li nodded. As a veteran detective, he had anticipated all this. Not only had the killer likely cleaned the scene after the murder, but the only blood traces left behind were from dragging Huayue's body. As for DNA evidence from the killer, none seemed to have been found at the scene. Everything appeared so bizarre. Compounding matters. After days of continuous rain, the scene had been thoroughly washed away by wind and rain. If there were any other clues, the police would have found them days ago when they first arrived. It was absolutely impossible. Allow these clues to continue fading away. So even though they had returned to the crime scene once more and entered this abandoned factory, finding any clues, in fact, it's absolutely not as simple as imagined. Yet at this moment, Lín Yì seemed utterly unconcerned by any of this. Let's give it a shot. Lín Yì slipped on his gloves and began meticulously examining the scene. He crouched down, scrutinizing the mud and water stains on the ground, searching for any possible clues. Though muddy after the downpour, the ground was surprisingly clean, leaving almost no valuable traces. This environment is terrible. The rain washed away all the traces, Lín Yì said, frowning. Captain Li nodded. You can say that again. We've already examined the scene multiple times. We've found nearly all the clues we could, and there's been little new discovery. So, the traces at the scene have basically been washed away by the heavy rain. 1,000 thoughts raced through Lín Yì's mind. Why would the previous owner of this body kill someone and then so casually abandon the corpse here? Such behavior was tantamount to abandoning a corpse in the wilderness, with no regard for the consequences whatsoever. But thankfully, according to Captain Li's assessment, the police hadn't uncovered any useful leads yet. Since the police haven't uncovered any leads yet, then he could return to the crime scene. All he needed to do was erase every trace left by the killer, that is, everything this body had done here before his own time travel. Then, even if the police wanted to make something of this, it would be no easy task. Lín Yì approached a deep puddle, crouching down to examine it closely. He gently pushed aside several leaves floating on the surface, searching for any clues obscured by the rainwater. Yet, aside from mud and decaying plant debris, there was nothing. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the abandoned boiler not far away. Massive and cumbersome, its surface was thickly coated with rust and grime, giving it an ancient appearance. A thought struck Lín Yì. Since the body had been found inside the boiler, it was likely within this abandoned boiler lay what he sought. He drew his flashlight and hurried over. Standing beside the boiler, Lín Yì scrutinized its exterior. The surface was mottled, thick rust made even more vivid by the rain's relentless wash. Lín Yì switched on his flashlight, its beam piercing through the rust layer and illuminating the interior. Inside, it was pitch black, filled with the musty smell of old rust and damp mold. Lín Yì reached out and touched the edge of the boiler, feeling it chill. He moved the beam of his flashlight, carefully inspecting every corner inside the boiler. Nothing but rust and stagnant water. Impressive. Just as expected. After the original owner killed the victim, although it was as simple as casually dumping the body into the boiler of an abandoned boiler factory. Yet now, not a single useful clue could be found here. Great. No wonder. Over 100 murders weigh on his shoulders. Yet, even now, he hasn't been caught by the police. This alone proves just how terrifyingly powerful the original owner truly was. After a downpour like this, finding any clues is probably wishful thinking, Lín Yì muttered helplessly to himself. He stood up and exhaled a long breath. Captain Lee, there's nothing new here. Let's head back, Lín Yì said to the captain. Captain Lee nodded, and the two left the boiler factory together, driving back to the police station. No sooner had they arrived than a young intern officer rushed over, panting heavily. Captain, the deputy commissioner demands your immediate presence in the conference room. Captain Lee frowned, looking puzzled, but still said to Lín Yì, Student Lin, you go rest for a bit. I'll attend the meeting and be back soon. Lín Yì nodded and watched Captain Lee depart, his mind still racing over the case's intricate details. This case was shrouded in mystery. The original victim's motives and actions left him utterly perplexed. In the archives room, Lín Yì leafed through various reports and transcripts. Of course, all of this was just an act. In his mind, he was recalling the contents of the diary. He noticed that the important figure X mentioned in the original owner's diary seemed to be the key to the case. But so far, he hadn't found any solid evidence regarding X. Half an hour later, as he prepared to leave the archives room, Captain Lee had already returned from the conference room. Mr. Lin, there's been some new developments at the meeting, Captain Lee said, his expression grave. What new developments? Lín Yì asked immediately. The deputy commissioner just shared crucial information. Through technical means, the police discovered a suspicious phone number that frequently contacted the victim on the day of the incident. While we can't yet identify the owner, this might be a breakthrough, Captain Lee explained. Chapter 121, The Mysterious Suspect. What's their connection to Lín Yì? Lín Yi's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. But it soon smoothed out. Evidently, the police had uncovered this single lead, but it was insufficient to pinpoint him as the culprit. After all, before the original owner completed this murder, even if they had lured the victim into the boiler factory, then the phone number used would certainly not have been his own. How presumptuous that would be. It seems a scapegoat was about to be born. Police technicians swiftly traced the origin of that suspicious phone number. Through a series of technical measures, they finally identified the owner of the number. A man named Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao had a complex background and a criminal record. And according to the investigation, Zhang Tao seemed to have deep connections with this woman. Lín Yì and Captain Lee decided to personally question Zhang Tao, hoping to extract more information from him. They drove to Zhang Tao's residence and knocked on his door. Zhang Tao appeared to be a middle-aged man, looking haggard, with a hint of wariness in his eyes. Seeing the police at his door, he appeared flustered but quickly regained his composure. What do you want with me? Zhang Tao asked coldly. We're from the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau. We need to ask you some questions, Captain Lee stated directly, presenting his credentials. Zhang Tao's eyes flickered, but he still let them inside. Lín Yì noticed the room was in disarray, littered with cigarette butts and empty liquor bottles, exuding an air of decay. Zhang Tao, we'd like to ask you a few questions, Captain Lee began, his tone deliberately calm. Zhang Tao didn't respond, merely nodding for them to continue. Did you know the woman who was murdered on the day of the incident? Captain Lee asked directly. The one from Huaiyue in the jewelry park. Zhang Tao's expression shifted slightly but quickly returned to calm. I don't know her. I have no idea what you're talking about. Captain Lee stared intently into Zhang Tao's eyes, trying to read something in them. But the disguise on this guy's face was incredibly detailed. Particularly that fleeting hint of tension in his expression, so swift and subtle that only the most attentive observer could have caught it. Captain Lee spread his hands wide, his gaze fixed intently on the man before him. Mr. Zhang, Captain Lee pressed, his tone turning stern, we have evidence showing you were in frequent contact with the victim on the day of the incident. Are you certain you didn't know her? Zhang Tao's face turned pale. He seemed unprepared for this. The police's investigative methods were so formidable. Soon, They had closed in on him. He still wanted to try to wriggle out of it. But he knew he couldn't hide it any longer. "Alright, I admit it. I knew her, but I didn't kill her," he said helplessly. Lín Yì and Captain Lee exchanged a glance, recognizing this as a breakthrough. They pressed Zhang Tao further and finally extracted crucial information from him. It turned out that the victim, X, had obtained evidence of Zhang Tao's illegal activities. To protect himself, Zhang Tao had attempted to negotiate with her. But after the negotiations failed, the situation spiraled out of control. Lín Yi's emotions grew increasingly complex. He still couldn't fathom why the original owner had gotten involved in this matter, nor why they'd casually dumped the body in an abandoned boiler factory. One thing was certain, though: deeper secrets lay hidden behind this case. As the investigation deepened, Lín Yì gradually discovered that the original owner and Zhang Tao seemed to share some kind of connection. The original owner's motives and actions gradually became clearer, yet they still felt like a fog shrouding the core of the case, elusive and hard to grasp. "Come with us." Soon, Captain Lee escorted Zhang Tao back to the municipal police headquarters. Lín Yì was also eager to know what had transpired in between. Back at the station, they retrieved additional files and records. After meticulous review, the police soon uncovered some startling details. It turned out that years ago, Zhang Tao and Huayu had been colleagues at a small private company. At that time, Zhang Tao was just an ordinary employee, while Huayu was already a well-known key figure within the company. Their relationship was strained. Driven by jealousy and conflicts over interests, Zhang Tao had clashed with Huayu on multiple occasions. Later, Zhang Tao was fired from the company on suspicion of embezzlement. Day after day, he was gloomy. He began engaging in illegal activities, gradually accumulating illicit wealth. Meanwhile, Huayu continued to advance within the company until one day, she unexpectedly resigned and unexpectedly began selling jewelry at the jewelry garden. Meanwhile, new information came from the police technical department. Through further technical analysis of Zhang Tao's phone records, they uncovered an unusual connection point. A mysterious underground trafficking network. This network was involved in extensive illegal activities, including money laundering and human trafficking, with Zhang Tao serving as a key member. Captain Lee realized they were confronting not just a simple murder case, but a vast and intricate criminal network. The deputy chief immediately coordinated with other departments to launch a larger-scale investigation. Days later, police successfully apprehended Zhang Tao and his accomplices, dismantling part of this underground trafficking network. During interrogation, Zhang Tao finally confessed to his crimes and provided further leads. However, the truth behind the case remained elusive. Lín Yì gradually realized that Huayu's resignation was likely because she had uncovered Zhang Tao's criminal activities and attempted to expose him. And the motive for Zhang Tao's murder of this woman was likely that she had uncovered everything and he had no choice but to silence her. But what does this have to do with the original host? Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a new clue. Hearing this sound, he couldn't help but shiver. The next second, a photograph suddenly appeared in his mind. The photograph looked quite old. It had seen better days. In the photo, the original owner stood alongside Zhang Tao, with a dense forest as their backdrop. Lín Yì scrutinized the forest's background and realized it looked strangely familiar. He immediately pulled up a map to locate the forest's position. After comparing the details, he finally confirmed that the forest was near the boiler plant. Lín Yì drove alone to the forest. The nighttime forest felt eerily foreboding. Moonlight filtered through the branches, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow on the ground. Lín Yì held a flashlight and cautiously ventured deeper into the woods. His heartbeat quickened, the only sound the rustling of leaves in the wind. After walking for a short while, he discovered a hidden path. The path was overgrown with weeds, clearly seldom used by anyone. Lín Yì continued along the path. Before long, he reached the end. At the end of the path stood an abandoned wooden cabin. The cabin looked long uninhabited, its doors and windows dilapidated. Lín Yì approached the cabin and gently pushed open the creaking door. The sight inside made him gasp in shock. Inside the cabin stood some simple furniture, while the walls were plastered with various photographs and documents. The photos included Lín Yì, Zhang Tao, and several unidentified individuals. The documents contained extensive records of transactions and evidence. Chapter 122, Before the Crossing, What had this body actually done? Lín Yì furrowed his brow slightly, his expression betraying profound astonishment. He hadn't expected that before his transmigration, this body seemed to have some inexplicable connection to the man in the photo, Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was a true criminal, utterly depraved. In his memory, every crime recorded in the murder diary, no matter what he had done, felt like an act of justice being served. Those victims seemed to have truly deserved their deaths. But how could he have ever associated with such a heinous criminal? The traces in the photograph suggested a partnership between them. The expressions and gestures captured were strikingly clear. They certainly did not appear to be enemies. A knock sounded at the police station door. Entering was none other than Deputy Chief Zhang of the Qingshan City Police Bureau. He wore a crisp police uniform, his chest adorned with gleaming badges and medals. Their eyes locked.
The moment Deputy Chief Zhang saw Lín Yì, his expression shifted, becoming visibly agitated. His eyes flickered, his brow relaxed, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing an excitement he couldn't quite hide. After all, Qingshan University was one of the top universities in the country. Those who gain admission to this institution can essentially be considered top-tier talent. Moreover, in the previous cases, Lín Yì was always present at the crime scenes. On multiple occasions, the police suspected this individual of being connected to the crimes. However, after repeated investigations, he was quickly ruled out as a suspect. Ultimately, he could not be the murderer. Yet, whenever the police found themselves at a dead end, plunged into quiet despair, he would invariably provide them with fresh perspectives and clues, ensuring the police apprehended suspects in the shortest possible time. Unexpectedly, this time, he actually arrived at the police station as a special guest representing Aoyama University. Perfect timing. The female corpse found in the abandoned boiler factory still held no breakthroughs. Solving this case looked anything but easy. In fact, it seemed utterly impossible. I never expected it. He actually showed up this time. Interesting. He came running in, his leather shoes tapping urgently against the floor. He grabbed Lín Yì's hand in one swift motion. You actually came. Director Zheng's voice trembled slightly, betraying his palpable excitement. A while back, our police department issued invitations to various universities. The top 3 schools in Qingshan City each received one spot. I was wondering if you'd accept the invitation and come directly to our police station after we announce the openings. This is fantastic. Lín Yì smiled calmly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his gaze steady and resolute. He knew that as a specially invited guest, coming from the university to assist the police with the case, he would inevitably meet Deputy Chief Zhang. Therefore, he didn't appear overly surprised upon seeing the deputy chief. He remarked softly, I imagine the lab sessions at school are wrapping up. Professor Wang suggested I come for some hands-on experience, so here I am. Not bad, though this recent case of yours seems rather complicated. Officer Zhang nodded, his expression turning serious. He picked up a file from the desk and handed it to Lín Yì, sighing as he said, It's certainly complicated. You've likely reviewed the files. The victim, Hua Yu, was a saleswoman at a jewelry mall. Preliminary examination confirms it's a homicide, not suicide. However, the killer targeted her not for financial gain, suggesting some personal grudge. Our current lead points to Zhang Tao, a repeat offender who's been a fugitive on the run. We thought he'd long fled Qingqing City, but we ended up catching him at his home. According to his confession, though he harbored deep hatred for Hua Yu, it seems he hadn't yet acted when she died. Unfortunately, our leads have stalled again. Lín Yì took the file, carefully flipping through each page with intense focus, his brow slightly furrowed. His gaze lingered on a photograph of Hua Yu, revealing a faint red mark on her wrist. This mark didn't appear to be caused by violence, but rather resembled some kind of allergic reaction. Lín Yì looked up, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes before he asked firmly, Officer Zhang, did Hua Yu have any history of allergies? Officer Zhang paused, then flipped through the documents in his hands. After a moment of searching, he looked up, surprise in his eyes. Yes, he said. She has severe allergic reactions to certain plant pollens and specific chemicals. Lín Yì knew. If he wanted to completely evade the police investigation and suspicion, then he absolutely had to be completely ruled out from the police's line of investigation. He had to be absolutely certain. The original owner of this body would never have used pollen allergies as a means to kill her during the entire course of this case. Such a clue would be easily detected by the police. The forensic team would likely suspect the same. However, no plausible evidence has surfaced thus far. Therefore, if I were to bring this up, it would instantly alter the direction of the police investigation. At that point, he could easily evade police pursuit. He has now been upgraded to a 4-star good citizen. The difficulty of the entire case has grown increasingly challenging. Although the clues appear exceptionally clear, the coroner's preliminary determination points to a penetrating wound in the lung lobe as the primary cause of death, leading to death by excessive blood loss. However, this was merely the coroner's examination of a corpse. Though what I'm about to say sounds like a fairy tale. But, if the police develop reasonable suspicion and speculation in this regard, they will inevitably invest time in investigation. This will inevitably consume a significant amount of time. After all, the system hasn't provided any hints so far. If I could buy some time until the system provided a reasonable hint, then alter my escape route at that point, that would be entirely feasible. Lín Yì didn't give Officer Zhang any time to react. Instead, he stated directly, I suspect Hua Yu's death may not have been direct violent murder, but rather indirectly caused by some substance she was allergic to. Such a method is both covert and difficult to trace. This might explain why Zhang Tao confessed to not having directly carried out the act. Chapter 123, Death by Allergy? How could that be? A look of disbelief flashed in Officer Zhang's eyes as he hurriedly asked, Are you saying she might have been killed by someone exploiting her allergic symptoms? How could that be possible?
It just doesn't sound plausible. Because the coroner's office had already determined the cause of death, a penetrating wound to the lungs. Death by excessive blood loss. There were no signs of mechanical trauma. No signs of allergies were found on her body either. Although her medical records were reviewed, there was indeed a history of allergies. She was allergic to plant pollen and certain chemicals, while allergies could potentially be fatal. However, this is entirely inconsistent with the coroner's preliminary findings. How could that be possible? Unlikely. Our forensic team has confirmed the cause of death was a penetrating wound to the lungs. So far, we haven't located the murder weapon. Presumably, the killer removed it and disposed of it elsewhere. All we can confirm at this point is that the abandoned factory is the primary crime scene. So, your theory about an allergic reaction causing death seems rather unrealistic. As he spoke these words, Commissioner Zhang wore an expression of deep skepticism. As a veteran detective with over 2 decades of criminal investigation experience, he had developed a certain preliminary judgment for these types of cases. Though sometimes the coroner's findings weren't entirely reliable, since the deceased had been stored in a relatively warm environment for over 12 hours. Under such circumstances, establishing the precise time of death inevitably introduced some margin of error. However, the cause of death should not be significantly in question. The deceased's lungs showed clear signs of penetrating injuries. Although no other DNA evidence was found at the scene, this cause of death can essentially be considered absolutely correct. Therefore, Lín Yì's claim that the cause of death was likely an allergic reaction triggered by an allergen seems rather unrealistic. The deputy chief shook his head slightly. No. That's absolutely implausible. Lín Yì smiled calmly and then stated steadily, I just reviewed the forensic pathologist's report. There was a red mark on the deceased's arm. It didn't appear to be caused by an object or a thin rope, but rather resembled a mark left behind after an allergic reaction. Didn't the forensic pathologist identify any signs of an allergic reaction? When he asked this question, Officer Zhang couldn't help but freeze. An expression of utter disbelief flashed across his face, as if for a moment he couldn't believe what he just heard. Yes, there was a red mark on the victim's arm. At first, the forensic pathologist had ruled out strangulation marks. But this mark was extremely faint. Without careful observation, it could easily have been overlooked. When the coroner first saw it, they suspected it might have been caused when the killer tossed the body into the boiler and accidentally scraped it. That's why it left a red mark. But now, the deceased clearly had allergens. It's entirely possible that pollen or certain chemicals triggered an allergic reaction, leading to the onset of an allergic condition. Although this allergic condition may not have directly caused the victim's death. But if Lín Yì's account holds true, it means the deceased must have been exposed to pollen or specific chemicals before death. This triggered an allergic reaction, rendering them unable to move. Immediately afterward, the killer carried out their method, then killed the victim? At this thought, Detective Zhang seemed unusually agitated. His brow furrowed slightly. He immediately stated, investigation. This does indeed warrant further investigation. Lín Yì nodded solemnly. Exactly. You need to re-examine her surroundings, especially all the items she came into contact with, to see if any allergens were present. I think we should return to the crime scene to see if anything else might have been left behind. Officer Zhang frowned slightly upon hearing this, then shook his head. We already conducted multiple thorough searches of the abandoned factory over a dozen hours ago. At least near the victim, we didn't find much, only signs of dragging. Moreover, after the rain washed over the scene, virtually all traces have been erased. Even if we brought in police dogs, it's unlikely they'd uncover anything now. Lín Yì, did you search inside the factory? At those words, Chief Zhang visibly stiffened. That part hadn't been searched at all. Indeed not. Because when we arrived at the scene, we immediately cordoned off the entire area with police tape. With the recent surge in cases in Qingshan City, our manpower is severely stretched thin. So after receiving the report, we located the victim's body. Then, we searched all the surrounding grassy areas and several nearby buildings, but ultimately found nothing. As for the factory itself, this abandoned facility is simply too vast. We considered the possibility that the killer disposed of the body directly inside an abandoned boiler rather than moving it elsewhere within the factory. We also found no significant signs of dragging, therefore, we reasonably suspect the killer murdered the victim within a few dozen meters of the boiler plant. It's highly unlikely they killed the victim far away, dragged the body here, and then dumped it into the boiler. That completely defies criminal psychology. I doubt any killer would murder someone hundreds of meters away, then drag the body all that distance just to dump it in an abandoned boiler, right? As he spoke, his expression turned exceptionally serious. As a veteran detective, he had a thorough grasp of such psychological principles. Unless the killer was truly beyond the pale, would resort to such actions. Because the farther the body was dragged, the more traces and clues would be left behind. In that case, it would leave the police with a wealth of useful clues, making it seem like catching this killer wouldn't be all that difficult. What kind of killer would be that stupid? Chapter 124, Entering the Abandoned Factory, Searching Again. This time, the deputy director showed no hesitation whatsoever. He knew things weren't as straightforward as imagined. Therefore, he immediately gave the order, proceed to the factory immediately. Also, request assistance from the SWAT team. Yes, sir. A few minutes later, Officer Zheng promptly led his team back to the abandoned factory. The biting winter wind whipped up dust from the ground, shrouding the entire world in a gray haze. The abandoned factory stood silently beneath the gloomy sky, appearing eerily foreboding. The sound of police car engines drew nearer, then abruptly halted. Doors swung open as a dozen officers leaped out, moving with sharp precision. They expertly pulled out the caution tape, the yellow strands flapping in the wind as they sealed off the entire factory. The barriers separated the factory from the outside world. Police dogs sniffed around, noses pressed to the ground, ears perked straight up, expressions focused. Officers swept their flashlights warily around the perimeter, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Meanwhile, the Qingshan City SWAT team swiftly arrived at the scene. Clad in black tactical gear and armed with advanced weapons, they entered the factory premises in precise formation, their movements sharp and decisive. The entire abandoned factory complex covered an area of over 3,000 square meters, with intertwined factory buildings, warehouses, and office structures forming a vast maze. Thoroughly searching it in a short time was no easy task. With limited police resources, they had no choice but to request support from the SWAT team. Equipped with professional search gear, the SWAT officers systematically entered every dark, damp corner, meticulously checking every potential hiding spot. Lín Yì stood outside the perimeter, his gaze cool and piercing. His objective was clear, to draw the police's attention toward the Justice Quartet. These four troublemakers kept coming after him. Their so-called righteous killings were nothing more than satisfying their own twisted desires in his eyes. They were exceptionally clever, eluding police detection while moving freely in the shadows. The most outrageous part was, whenever the police launched a manhunt for him, he'd usually manage to sift through their leads halfway through. But these guys were different. They seemed to possess absolute leads on him. No matter what they do, they always seemed to be tracked down. If we could just get these guys behind bars, then their future would be a little safer. On the other side, the deputy chief frowned slightly, watching the SWAT team operating in the distance and the dozen or so detectives inside the police station. Half an hour has passed, and it seems there's still no breakthrough. He shook his head as he spoke. Lín Yì nodded in agreement. Officer Zhang, after committing a crime, a criminal will always conceal all traces. They won't let us uncover anything so easily. Moreover, the case itself appears incredibly convoluted. Solving it completely in such a short time is no easy feat, therefore, we need to be more patient. Officer Zhang nodded slightly upon hearing this. My apologies, I was indeed getting a bit impatient. Who could blame him? He had just cracked 2 murder cases in the hot spring town. After finally leaving the hot spring town police station, he'd been promoted to deputy chief at the city bureau. But he never imagined. Lately, cases in Qingshan City have become increasingly frequent. This has left him feeling rather anxious. He had only been deputy chief for a short time when these cases began occurring with alarming regularity. These criminal accomplices were indeed giving him a headache. And now, another body had been discovered, murdered inside an abandoned boiler outside the factory. His immediate task was to crack this case as quickly as possible, so he could report back to the chief and the higher-ups. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. After half an hour of searching, the factory remained eerily silent, as if no one had ever set foot here. Only the beam of a searchlight flickered through the darkness across the entire scene. A group of officers, including the SWAT team members, all looked bored. After all this time, they still hadn't uncovered any useful clues. They speculated. Perhaps because the murder weapon had yet to be found, the deputy chief believed it highly likely the killer had discarded it somewhere within the abandoned factory. Therefore, they contacted the SWAT team again to surround the entire factory and conduct another search, likely hoping to find that murder weapon inside. But even after all this time, there was still no sign of the murder weapon. Everyone was starting to feel bored. Just then, Chief Zhang's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. He glanced at Lín Yì beside him, then immediately grabbed the device, his voice low and commanding. What's going on? An officer's voice came through the radio, tinged with excitement. The police dog discovered a secret passage in the factory basement. Inside the passage is a room that's been meticulously renovated. Commissioner Zhang immediately asked, Did you apprehend anyone? The voice on the radio sounded slightly disappointed. No one. It seems they've already fled, but they left behind quite a few things. Lín Yi's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. This was the secret base of the 4-person group, finally uncovered by the police. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. Once their base was located, it wouldn't be long before the scope of the investigation narrowed significantly, allowing the police to swiftly pinpoint the quartet's whereabouts.
Chief Zhang responded over the radio, "Secure the scene immediately."
"I'll be there right away."
Turning to Lín Yì, he added, "Let's go take a look." The two men swiftly navigated the complex factory layout, their footsteps echoing urgently and heavily through the empty halls.
Soon, they reached the basement entrance. Officers had already sealed off the passageway entrance, several SWAT members standing guard with guns drawn, their expressions grave. Lín Yì and Director Zhang entered the passageway.
The air was thick with a damp, musty odor, and moss covered the walls, creating a cold and oppressive atmosphere. At the passageway's end stood a heavy iron door, its lock already pried open. Beyond it lay a lavishly decorated room. Dim lights illuminated the space, revealing walls hung with an array of weapons. Arrows that had been fired from crossbows and bullet-gouged marks were clearly visible. Several spent cartridges lay scattered on the floor, along with a few sharp knives. In the center of the room, a table held several thick notebooks. Their covers had yellowed, clearly from being flipped through countless times. Director Zhang scanned the room, his expression grave. Looks like this was their secret base. The deputy director approached the table and opened one of the notebooks. Its pages were densely filled with meticulous records. His gaze settled on a few lines, his brow furrowing slightly. These records seemed to be their operational plans. Chapter 125, Reopening the Hot Springs Case, Shocking Discovery. Director Zhang nodded. "We must examine these notebooks carefully. They might hold more clues. Notify the technical team to bring their equipment for detailed trace analysis." 4 ordinary people. Would they have that many weapons? Absolutely impossible. Therefore, this place must have been occupied by someone before. And they seem to belong to a mysterious organization. These individuals and weapons are highly likely to have been involved in several homicide cases. With the recent spate of cases in Qingshan City, it's also possible these crimes were committed by the previous occupants of this secret base. At this thought, Officer Zhang seemed to grow even more agitated. If they truly apprehended a criminal syndicate, his career trajectory would be nothing short of meteoric. After over 2 decades as a detective, he had finally been promoted to deputy chief recently. If he could dismantle such a massive operation and apprehend an entire criminal syndicate this time, then this achievement would likely warrant its own entry in the family genealogy. Several minutes later, forensic technicians arrived promptly, clad in white protective suits and carrying various detection instruments, resembling a precision medical team. The basement of the abandoned factory was instantly illuminated by lights. Technicians moved cautiously, meticulously examining every corner. One technician picked up a portable ultraviolet lamp, sweeping it slowly across the floor and walls. The lamp emitted a ghostly blue glow, as if determined to expose every hidden clue lurking in the shadows. Their movements were precise and methodical, like performing a high-stakes surgical procedure. Another technician carefully extracted a vial of reagent and applied a drop to a suspected bloodstain. The reagent reacted instantly with the surface material, but soon, he shook his head, signaling no traces of blood were found. They continued examining every item in the room, from the weapons on the wall to the shell casings on the floor, leaving nothing untouched. Yet ultimately, they found no fingerprints or blood traces on any of these items, not even a trace of DNA. This made Director Zhang's frown deepen. Lín Yì didn't feel particularly surprised. The so-called Justice Quartet's methods were indeed formidable. At the very least, they had completed the entire operation without leaving any possible clues behind. The 4 had already fled. Before leaving this place, they had undoubtedly taken everything they could carry. What remains here for the police to discover are indeed contraband items. However, there should be very few clues left behind. There might not even be any traces for the police to find at this point. As long as the police find no traces, then, the 4 of them should still be safe for now. But Lín Yì absolutely won't let them get away with it so easily. Just as everyone was about to give up hope, a technician discovered a knife in the corner of the room. The blade had a substantial cross-sectional area, its edge razor-sharp and glinting coldly. The technician carefully placed the knife into an evidence bag and handed it to Chief Zhang. Director Zhang took the bag, scrutinizing the knife closely. A vague sense of familiarity stirred within him. His thoughts drifted back to an unsolved case from months prior to the hot spring and murder. At that time, when the body of the deceased, Zhao Yuanshan, was discovered, it bore 2 distinct types of knife wounds. One was a dagger wound, 5 mm wide and over 20 centimeters long. Police found the dagger in the septic tank where the body had been dumped. However, the weapon responsible for the second wound to cut across the victim's throat remained undiscovered. Police had speculated it was inflicted with an ice pick, a theory the suspect had admitted to. But now, the appearance of this blade has once again clouded Director Zhang's mind with doubt. He handed the blade to the technicians beside him, instructing them to meticulously compare it with the cut marks on Zhao Yuanshan's throat. He seemed, without the slightest hesitation. Understand this. If this case were to be overturned, it would mean they had likely arrested the wrong person all along. The man who was sentenced might very well have taken the fall for someone else. The only reason he's now deputy director of Qingshan City is entirely due to this case.
If the case is reopened, he could very well lose his deputy director position. But, as a law enforcement officer, he seemed to hold the most sincere conviction in his heart. He was determined to pursue the truth to the very end. Technicians immediately transported the knife to the temporary lab at the scene, where they conducted comparisons using high-powered microscopes and precision measuring tools. Time ticked by as Chief Zhang waited nearby for the results. A palpable tension hung in the air as everyone held their breath. Finally, the technician looked up, removed his protective goggles, and approached with a grave expression. Chief Zhang, based on our comparison, the cross-sectional area of this knife highly matches the cut marks on Zhao Yuanshan's throat. Hearing this, Director Zhang's brow furrowed even deeper. Lín Yì, however, appeared deep in thought, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. What did this mean? How could this knife's cross-sectional area be so similar to the wound on Zhao Yuanshan's throat? Director Zhang murmured under his breath, his voice tinged with disbelief. An officer nearby spoke up. Chief Zhang, perhaps we need to re-examine that case. Could the killer have concealed crucial details in their confession, or could our previous assumptions have been flawed? Lín Yì nearly laughed out loud at the suggestion. This guy. Seems like he has absolutely no desire to improve. However, Commissioner Zhang's reaction struck him as even more surprising. Director Zhang nodded, his gaze unwavering. Regardless of the truth, we must uncover it. Notify the task force handling the Hot Spring Hotel case to retrieve all evidence and records for a comprehensive re-examination. The officers sprang into action, immediately preparing to re-examine the Hot Spring Hotel homicide case. The case from months ago had continued to trouble him. Although the killer had been apprehended, many details of the case still weighed heavily on his mind. When Zhao Yuanshan's body was discovered, the killer had confessed without hesitation, admitting he had used an ice pick to kill Zhao Yuanshan. However, this newly discovered weapon cast doubt on the established truth. As time passed, the task force reassigned to the Hot Spring Hotel case retrieved all evidence and records, initiating a comprehensive re-examination of the case. Forensic technicians meticulously reanalyzed Zhao Yuanshan's autopsy report and uncovered previously overlooked details. First, they determined that the cut marks on Zhao Yuanshan's throat did not match those typically caused by an ice pick. Ice picks typically have thin blades, whereas the newly discovered knife had a broad blade that better matched the shape of the wound. Most crucially, the ice pick was never found. Second, there were inconsistencies between the murderer's confession and the evidence left at the scene. It appears the true killer of Zhao Yuanshan might be someone else entirely, and the suspect who was apprehended earlier was likely just a scapegoat. Chapter 126, Interrogating Zhao Chao Ice Skates Can Kill. The night was as dark as ink. The neon lights of police cars flickered in the distance, contrasting sharply with the furrowed brow of Officer Zhang. The Hot Spring Inn case from months ago felt like a nightmare. The bizarre death of Attorney Li and the gruesome image of Zhao Yuanshan's body in the cesspool remained vividly etched in his mind. Solving those cases had earned him a promotion, but it had also planted a seed of unease in his heart. Now, standing in the office of an abandoned factory, the scattered bullet casings and firearms around him were stark reminders of the bloody violence that had once unfolded here. A cleaver lay quietly in the corner, its blade faintly showing cutting marks strikingly similar to the wound on Zhao Yuanshan's throat. Officer Zhang's heart sank suddenly, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat. If this case were overturned, his seat as deputy chief would likely become precarious. Officer Zhang, we found something suspicious here. Take a look. His subordinate, Xiao Li, nervously handed him a forensic report. Zhang took it, his gaze piercing as he scanned every word. The cutting marks from that blade matched the fatal wounds in the Zhao Yuanshan case from months ago almost perfectly. This can't be. Officer Zhang murmured, but the alarm bells inside him were already ringing loudly. As a police officer, pursuing the truth was his duty. But this truth might push him into the abyss. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Images flooded Officer Zhang's mind, the dim corridor of the Hot Spring Inn, and Zhao Yuanshan's clouded eyes after death. Investigate. Investigate. He had no choice. Though he desperately wanted to disbelieve what he was seeing before him. But he had to know. As a police officer, a public servant, he must pursue the case to its conclusion. Although that particular case had indeed been solved, a lingering shadow remained in his heart. He always felt the case wasn't as straightforward as it appeared. There were always elements hidden within that defied explanation. If he couldn't fully resolve this case, even if he rose to a higher position in the future, it would feel like a swarm of ants gnawing at his heart, causing him constant discomfort. The scene shifted to the police station, brightly lit, with files piled high. Detective Zhang stood before the files, his fingers lightly brushing the covers as if touching long-buried secrets. The cause of Attorney Li's death, the bizarre demise of Zhao Yuanshan, the details of these cases were once again meticulously reviewed, like a soul-searching interrogation. Reopen Zhao Yuanshan's case. Dig up every last detail. Officer Zhang's voice carried unwavering resolve. His subordinate sprang into action, swiftly flipping through files under the harsh lights. Lín Yì, what's your take? Officer Zhang turned to Lín Yì, seated nearby. The young chemical engineering graduate's eyes held a trace of cool composure.
Based on the original evidence, Zhao Yuanshan did indeed die from an ice blade wound, Lín Yì replied unhurriedly. But this new blade that surfaced while the cut marks are similar, it might just be a coincidence.
Coincidence?
Officer Zhang scoffed coldly. If it were truly a coincidence, it would be far too convenient.
We never found that ice pick back then. Officer Zhang's gaze hardened. Re-interrogate Zhao Chao first.
Of course. The reason we initially concluded an ice pick was used for the murder. Besides the suspect Zhao Chao adamantly insisting he used an ice blade to kill, the most crucial factor was, despite the police searching every possible location, combing through every corner of the entire hot spring hotel, they never found the murder weapon. If the murder weapon could never be found, the case could never be definitively closed. Thus, a bold hypothesis emerged. It was highly probable that the suspect had used an ice pick to kill the victim, then disposed of it by either melting it in water or burning it, easily eliminating the murder weapon. Thus, even if the entire hot spring hotel were searched inside and out, the murder weapon would remain impossible to find.
Therefore, combined with the suspect's confession, the police ultimately concluded that the victim had indeed been killed by the suspect using an ice pick.
In the interrogation room, Zhao Qiao was brought in. He was the prime suspect in the Zhao Yuanshan case and, of course, the convicted murderer. Detective Zhang sat across from him, his gaze fixed on Zhao Qiao.
Zhao Qiao, how did you confirm back then that Zhao Yuanshan died from an ice pick? Officer Zhang cut straight to the point.
Zhao Qiao sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with contempt. I killed him myself.
How could it be anything but true? Then what about this ice pick that's surfaced now?
The cut marks are nearly identical. Officer Zhang slid a photograph of the ice pick toward Zhao Qiao. Zhao Qiao glanced at it and replied calmly, that's just a coincidence.
I used an ice pick back then.
As for this knife, it has nothing to do with me. Officer Zhang stared intently into Zhao Qiao's eyes, searching for any hint of deception, but Zhao Qiao's gaze remained unwavering. Regardless, Officer Zhang said gravely, we'll get to the bottom of this. Although, for now, this case was highly likely to be overturned. The primary focus, however, remained the female corpse found inside the abandoned boiler factory. To this day, not a single trace of the killer had been found.
And what's more, meanwhile,
they discovered an office within the abandoned factory. Following the trail from there, they uncovered numerous firearms and various knives used for murder. Yet the criminal gang had vanished without a trace.
At this moment,
the entire police department was already swamped with work. The female corpse had been discovered inside a boiler at an abandoned boiler factory. The case was shrouded in mystery, threatening the entire city's sense of security. Detective Zhang knew this case had to be solved quickly. The consequences of delay were too dire to contemplate. Inside Captain Li's office, the desk was piled high with files on the boiler plant murder case. He meticulously combed through every detail, every clue.
The victim's identity, time of death, and evidence at the scene all seemed to point toward a far more complex truth.
Let's go check out her hometown.
Captain Li led several officers as they drove toward Huayue's hometown.
Along the way, the scenery gradually shifted from bustling city streets to remote countryside. The clamor gave way to quiet, and the landscape outside the car windows grew desolate. Fields lay fallow, village roads were muddy, and dilapidated houses dotted the sides of the road sparsely, exuding an air of decay. The police car slowed to a stop before a small courtyard overgrown with weeds. Chapter 127, The Pain of Losing a Daughter, Unable to Truly Empathize. This small courtyard had clearly been neglected for a long time. The paint on the gate had long since peeled away, revealing the mottled wood grain beneath. In the center stood an ancient locust tree, its trunk thick and gnarled, its bark cracked and fissured, as if bearing witness to the passage of time. Captain Li pushed open the car door and led several officers into the yard. Rainwater dripped through holes in the eaves, forming trickles that pooled into small puddles on the ground. Inside, the furniture looked worn and neglected from years of abandonment. A thick layer of dust covered the wooden tables and chairs, while cobwebs in the corners swayed gently in the breeze. Before the old locust tree stood a white-haired old woman. Her back slightly hunched, she clutched a walking stick, her gaze fixed on the distant end of the mountain path. She murmured to herself, Xiaoyu, when will you come back? Your father's health is failing day by day. I'm so afraid I won't see you again. Her voice was low and hoarse, filled with deep sorrow and longing. Her eyes brimmed with endless longing, as if trying to pierce through the mountain ranges to see the figure she yearned for. A red ribbon tied to the old locust tree fluttered gently in the breeze. Suddenly, the roar of an engine outside the courtyard shattered the silence. The old woman's body trembled slightly as she turned her head toward the gate. Several police cars pulled in one after another, coming to a smooth stop within the courtyard. The sudden arrival of the police startled the old woman, and her face paled. She gripped her walking stick tightly, her mind filled with confusion and unease. What? Why would the police suddenly come to the village? Could it be that Xiaoyu has gotten into trouble? That shouldn't be possible. Xiaoyu is such a good girl. Her anticipation turned to apprehension. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her fingers trembled slightly with nervousness. Captain Li stepped out first, approaching the old woman with a gentle yet serious gaze. Are you Huayu's family member?
The old woman nodded, her voice trembling slightly. I'm her mother. Her expression was filled with unease, her eyes reflecting deep worry, as if awaiting an ominous premonition. Captain Lee took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. He spoke solemnly, you need to prepare yourself mentally. At those words, the old woman stumbled backward, her heels catching on the ground as she stumbled a step back. Captain Lee immediately stepped forward to steady her. Her eyes held a pitiful yet strange expression, as if she had already sensed something terrible. Captain Lee looked into her eyes, filled with both hope and sorrow, and felt a pang of reluctance. But with the case pressing on, he finally said, Huayu is dead. Those 3 words struck like a thunderbolt. The old woman's face drained of color, her body went limp, and she collapsed slowly to the ground. Grandma! Captain Lee rushed to catch her, pinching her nose to revive her while calling for nearby officers to assist. Her breathing became rapid, her face drained of color. After several minutes, she slowly opened her eyes. Supported into a chair, she took a cup of water offered by an officer with trembling hands, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes held endless grief and despair as she whispered hoarsely, what happened? How could Xiao Yu be dead? Captain Lee's eyes flickered with sympathy and helplessness as he spoke softly, she was murdered. After killing her, the suspect abandoned her body in an abandoned boiler factory. Hearing this, the old woman's heart shattered completely. Covering her face, her piercing wails echoed through the dilapidated courtyard, as if she were trying to vent all the pain and despair within her. Wah! Her body shook uncontrollably, tears blurring her vision, her entire form appearing utterly helpless. My little you! My God! The old woman's voice was heart-wrenching, her cries filled with endless pain and sorrow. Her hands clutched helplessly at her lapels, as if searching for a shred of comfort, yet finding nothing to hold on to. Suddenly, the old woman knelt before Captain Lee, tears mingling with dirt on her face. Choking back sobs, she pleaded, Officer, you must catch the killer who took Xiaoyu's life, no matter what. Captain Lee immediately held her up, flustered, rest assured, we will spare no effort to catch the killer and bring justice for Huaiyue. His words carried resolve and reassurance, yet the weight on his heart remained unbearable. The old woman slowly rose to her feet, her eyes still brimming with grief and helplessness. Tears streamed down her face, never ceasing to flow, as if they could never wash away the sorrow in her heart. Her eyes fixed on Captain Lee, filled with hope and trust, begging him to seek justice for her lost daughter. Captain Lee silently clenched his fist, vowing to himself that no matter what, he would uncover the truth behind this case, apprehend the killer, and deliver justice to this grieving mother. He glanced around the dilapidated courtyard, which seemed to bear the weight of countless stories and sorrows, its walls weathered by time and the elements. The suffering endured by this family was plain to see. It was more than most people could bear. Grandma, please rest for a moment. We'll take a look around, Captain Lee said gently, signaling his officers to begin surveying the area in hopes of finding useful clues. The old woman sat down in a chair, her hands trembling uncontrollably, her eyes still filled with endless sorrow. Her gaze fell once more upon the red ribbon tied to the old locust tree. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling to the ground and splashing into tiny droplets. Captain Lee and the officers meticulously examined the courtyard, searching for any trace of clues. Though dilapidated, every corner of the yard was meticulously examined, no detail overlooked. Grandma, could you tell us if there was anything unusual about Huaiyue lately? Did she mention anything or anyone that troubled her? Captain Lee approached the elderly woman, trying to keep his tone gentle. The old woman lifted her head, her eyes filled with deep pain and memory. Xiaoyu hasn't been coming home much lately. She said she was busy with work. Every time she called, she was in a hurry. She never mentioned anything that troubled her. She was such a good girl, never causing any trouble. This is what my daughter left. She suddenly began frantically digging at the loose soil near the tree roots, pulling out a rusty cookie tin. A faded red hair tie held her college entrance exam admission ticket, with a passbook tucked underneath a monthly deposit on the 15th, the latest being 5,000 yuan that still carried the scent of coal dust from the boiler factory. An envelope at the bottom held a yellow diagnosis slip. The words late-stage lung cancer were blurred with tear stains. The age spot on the back of her neck glowed purple in the lightning flash, while the silver bracelet on her wrist clinked against the jujube tree roots. Huayu had bought it with her first month's salary, its inner edge engraved with long life and good health. Rainwater washed over the carvings on the tree trunk. Beneath the newest scratch, the tree rings quietly oozed rust-colored sap. Chapter 128, no mistake, it was definitely an allergic reaction. On the campus of Qingshan University, Lín Yì stood beneath a towering ginkgo tree, the surrounding scenery blurring in his deep contemplation. His gaze pierced through layers of leaves, settling on the ancient academic building not far away, his mind swirling with countless unanswered questions. He re-examined every detail of the case. When the body was discovered, it lay curled in the corner of an abandoned boiler room, covered in dust and oil stains, like a discarded doll. The coroner's report stated unequivocally, death by lung perforation. Yet Lín Yì couldn't shake the feeling that the truth was far more complex. As a time traveler, Lín Yì had inherited this body, and its former owner was clearly a highly skilled killer. The previous owner's modus operandi had always been meticulous and cautious. It was inconceivable that they would leave such obvious clues after committing murder.
Lín Yì recalled the contents of the notebook. The previous owner was handling a homicide case. His movements flowed like clouds drifting across the sky, each step meticulously calculated, leaving no trace of error. Lín Yì took a deep breath as a murder scene from the notebook flashed through his mind. The previous owner had lured the victim to an abandoned boiler room under the pretext of inspecting equipment. The walls were peeling and mottled, rust-stained pipes crisscrossed the ceiling, and the air was thick with the smell of oil and old metal. The previous owner carefully closed the door, ensuring no one noticed the scene. The victim seemed oblivious to the approaching danger, standing casually beside the boiler with hands in his pockets, a hint of impatience in his eyes. The killer, however, wore a smile, holding a syringe filled with a colorless, odorless liquid. Lín Yì recalled that the liquid must have been some kind of allergen. He knew the victim was allergic to specific chemicals and exploited this knowledge to orchestrate a perfect murder. The syringe pierced the victim's arm gently, the liquid slowly entering his bloodstream. At first, the victim showed no reaction. But within minutes, his breathing grew labored, his face turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Anaphylactic shock struck swiftly and fatally. The victim's consciousness began to blur, his body slumping limply to the ground. The former owner watched it all calmly, waiting until the victim was completely unconscious before leaving. As for whether, it was only after death that he retrieved a sharp dagger from the victim's pocket and plunged it without hesitation into the chest. That was entirely possible. In that case, the true cause of death would be anaphylactic shock, concealed beneath the illusion of a pierced lung lobe. The police investigation would inevitably be misdirected. The details he left behind served not only to confuse the police but more importantly to create suspense around the case. Could it really be possible? Ding! Congratulations, host! At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Lín Yi's mind. His heartbeat quickened. It was the system's notification tone. He quickly focused his attention, holding his breath as he waited for the system's instructions. Congratulations, host! You have acquired a new hint. The system's voice remained calm and steady. Lín Yì held his breath, waiting silently for further guidance from the system. The specific cause of death for the deceased was indeed anaphylactic shock. The system's prompt sent a jolt through Lín Yi's heart. It was exactly as he had anticipated. The victim had already succumbed to shock-induced death before the murder weapon was thrust into their chest, the system continued. A faint smile touched Lín Yi's lips, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Brilliant indeed, exploiting the victim's allergic reaction to craft a meticulously staged murder. After death, allergic symptoms would be broken down and disappear from the body. This would inevitably misdirect the police investigation, while the true cause of death remained concealed beneath the illusion. Brilliant! Lín Yì murmured to himself. However, the police didn't seem particularly interested in the allergic death theory he'd presented. They only discovered the secret office left behind by the quartet in the abandoned factory. The last rays of the setting sun filtered through shattered windows, casting blood-red patches of light across rust-encrusted pipes. This chemical factory, abandoned for 30 years, resembled a dying beast, swallowed whole by rampant ivy and wild roses. Behind the shrubbery in the southeast corner, a rusted iron gate oozed dark red rust water. A fist-sized rust tumor had solidified around the lock, and several crooked bullet marks scarred the doorframe. Those marks were left 3 months ago when they breached the door with shotguns. Bang! Wang Cohen slammed his Glock 17 down on the steel workbench covered in white crystalline deposits. The metallic clang echoed through the empty factory floor. Dark brown stains stained the elbows of his black leather jacket. The knees of his work pants were frayed, and sparks flew from the steel toe caps of his combat boots as he kicked a metal cabinet. That traitorous bastard Lín Yì. His Adam's apple rolled violently against his vein-ridden neck. The scorpion tattoo on his right palm twisted and distorted as he gripped the gun. I pulled him into the gang multiple times, deliberately hiding clues for him to avoid the cops. And what does he do? He brings the fuzz to raid the south suburb base. Sister Chen leaned against the ventilation duct in the corner, her cigarette flickering in the dim light. Her maroon leather pants split open at the crotch, revealing the stitched-in bulletproof fiber beneath. I told you that kid had it in for us, she said, exhaling smoke rings that collided with droplets frozen on the ductwork. Every time we took him to our new base, he'd stare at your gold watch, Cohen, like a starving hyena. Wang Liu, wiping down the test tube rack on the workbench, paused at her words. Half a bandage peeked from the cuff of his dusty jacket. The wound from last week's nitric acid splash was still oozing blood. Good thing we got out in time. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, the reflective lenses hiding the flicker in his eyes. Only a few machetes and modified Type 54s were left at the scene. The cops will trace them back to black market dealers at most. A metallic scrape suddenly pierced the damp air. Sister Chen stubbed out her cigarette but on a rusted pipe, sparks struggling to die among the green copper patina. That shot in the boiler room. Her fingernails dug deep into her palm. The bullet I fired at Lín Yi's leg didn't hit him. It ricocheted off the pillar inside. The shell casing. Wang Cohen's pupils contracted sharply. He grabbed the hydraulic pliers from the workbench and smashed them into the wall. Amidst the flying brick fragments, Sister Chen was pinned against the mold-stained wall, her throat clamped in his grip. The collar of her maroon leather jacket pulled taut, wrinkling the fabric, while the silver chain around her collarbone dug deep into her skin.
Do you know 9mm casings have rifling marks?
Wang Kuan's temples throbbed violently, blood seeping from the stump of his right pinky finger. That's a souvenir from being surrounded by cops in Vietnam 3 years ago.
The City Bureau's ballistics lab only needs to run a comparison. This Glock's records will pop up in every illegal firearm database in the city. Chapter 129, It's over, the cops are coming. Sister Chen's boot heel kicked the wall frantically, sending cement dust cascading down.
A gurgling sound rose from her throat as her fingers, painted with dark purple nail polish, dug bloody marks into Wang Kuan's arm. As Wang Liu lunged to embrace Wang Kuan from behind, a miniature signal jammer fell from Sister Chen's leather jacket pocket, its metal casing skimming ripples across the puddle.
Kuan.
When the cops raided us.
Wang Liu's glasses slid to the tip of his nose, revealing bloodshot eyes.
They just barged in like that.
We had zero warning.
We thought they were after us, never expecting they'd find a female corpse in the boiler room.
The instant Wang Kuan released his grip, Sister Chen slid down the wall and collapsed onto the floor.
Purple finger marks appeared on her neck, like a twisted venomous snake.
The damaged ventilation duct suddenly whined, and a draft carrying the pungent smell of sulfuric acid swept over everyone's heads.
3 days.
Wang Kuan pulled open the collar of his leather jacket, revealing the bullet scar beneath his collarbone.
I took that little bastard's life. He pulled a chrome-plated Zippo lighter from the hidden pocket of his work pants. The flame illuminated the dense array of chemical formulas covering the wall. Among those marker-scribbled equations lay the formula for their custom-made stain-removing solvent. As Sister Chen stood up, rubbing her neck, she kicked a plastic barrel in the corner. A pale yellow liquid seeped through the lid's cracks, corroding the cement floor into a honeycomb of pits. This was their newly developed fingerprint solvent from last month, now quietly awaiting its next crime scene to erase. The municipal police headquarters building glowed like amber in the twilight.
Wang Kuan parked his Santana in the shadows of the sycamore trees across the street.
This modified black sedan from the 1990s had its engine number polished into a smooth metal surface, its license plate adorned with a magnetic sanitation work sticker. He wore an orange reflective vest, its brim pulled down over his brow, his right index finger unconsciously tracing the scratches on the steering wheel. At 7:03 p.m., a figure in a gray jacket emerged from behind the revolving door. Wang Kuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Lín Yi's unnatural gait on his left leg confirmed that Sister Chen's bullet had indeed struck the lateral gluteal muscle. He pulled a potent anesthetic wipe from his pocket, the pungent scent of ketamine mingling with the lemon fragrance of the car air freshener in his nostrils. As Lín Yi turned into Jianxi Alley, Wang Kuan's combat boots already stamped on the damp blue bricks. The red indicator light on the alley entrance surveillance camera suddenly went dark.
Sister Chen remotely activated the electromagnetic pulse device.
He pounced from behind like a cheetah, pressing the anesthetic-soaked cloth firmly over the man's mouth and nose. Lín Yi's elbow instinctively struck backward, only to collide with the carbon fiber plate lining Wang Kuan's leather jacket. Your heart's beating twice as fast as usual, Wang Kuan sneered coldly at the gradually limp body. As he pulled the sack over Lín Yi's head, his fingers brushed against a fresh burn scar on the back of his neck. As the trunk slammed shut, Wang Kuan ripped open Lín Yi's shirt buttons. A miniature transmitter hidden in his chest was flashing. Wang Kuan drew his dagger and severed the wires, discovering the serial number CJ7 etched onto the circuit board. A police tracking device of this model. Damn it! Is this kid with the police? As the Santana drove into the chemical plant, its tires crushed shards of glass along the edge of a water reservoir. Wang Kuan dragged the sack through the maze of reactors, where rusted steel frames hung the infrared blocking canvas they had previously deployed. Lín Yi's cough echoed through the empty factory hall, blood-tinged foam dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the rusted grating. Wang Kuan noticed his left hand remained curled into a tight fist. You think the cops can crack this?
Wang Kuan's Zippo flame licked the formula-covered skin, the acrid smell mingling with the scent of turpentine.
Know why it's called Ghost Solution? It doesn't just dissolve fingerprints. The flame suddenly shifted toward Lín Yi's pupils. It dissolves blood too. Sister Chen's footsteps echoed from the second-floor steel framework. Nice work, Kuan. Got this kid so fast. Kill him. It's this kid who passed all the clues to the police, leading to our hideout being busted. He deserves to die. As she spoke, Sister Chen's pupils turned blood red. Lín Yi's consciousness slowly returned from unconsciousness. His head throbbed violently, and the wounds on his body throbbed with pain. Opening his eyes, he saw Wang Kuan's face contorted with rage. The surroundings remained the same abandoned chemical factory, the air thick with a pungent stench, dim lights casting an oppressive gloom. Ha, Lín Yi sneered. Who'd have thought you bastards would still dare stay in Qingshan City? Your old hideout's been busted by the cops. I bet it won't be long before they come knocking on your door. You've got some nerve. Wang Kuan's face instantly turned ashen, rage burning in his eyes. You bastard. You deserve to be torn to pieces. He drew a cold, gleaming dagger from his waist and waved it menacingly before Lín Yi.
With your skinny arms and legs, one stab is all it'll take to end your worthless life. A flicker of mockery crossed Lín Yi's eyes. You can't touch me. Wang Kuan sneered coldly, brandishing the dagger. Then let's see. Just as he was about to strike, Lín Yi's eyes suddenly sharpened. His body jerked backward, evading the dagger's blade. Immediately, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, propelling himself upward with a powerful leap. His body traced a graceful arc through the air. With a swift roll, Lín Yi's right hand seized Wang Kuan's knife-wielding wrist. He twisted it hard, sending the dagger flying from his grasp. It skimmed the air with a cold gleam before landing on the ground. Simultaneously, Lín Yi's left fist slammed into Wang Kuan's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Seizing the moment, Lín Yì delivered an elbow strike, striking Wang Kuan squarely in the face. Ah! Wang Kuan cried out in agony, staggering backward. Lín Yì gave him no chance to recover, swiftly advancing and kicking Wang Kuan's knee. Wang Kuan lost his balance and crashed to the ground. Lín Yì immediately pinned him down, locking both hands around Wang Kuan's neck. You think I'd be so easily subdued? Lín Yì growled, his voice laced with icy coldness. I saw through your tricks long ago. Wang Kuan struggled and roared, trying to fight back, but Lín Yi's strength and speed left him immobilized. In that moment, Lín Yì transformed into a predator precise and lethal, completely overwhelming Wang Kuan. You're finished, Wang Kuan, Lín Yì said coldly, a hint of scorn flashing in his eyes. The police will find this place soon. When they do, none of you will escape. Just then, Sister Chen and Wang Liu charged in from the side, attempting to rescue Wang Kuan. Lín Yì sprang to his feet. Facing two enemies, he showed no sign of retreat, instead flashing a cold smile. Come on, you two. Sister Chen swung an iron bar, while Wang Liu drew a small knife. They attacked from front and back, attempting to pin Lín Yì down. Whoosh! However, Lín Yì deftly dodged. The iron rod and knife sliced past his body, yet failed to land a single blow. Seizing the moment, Lín Yì delivered a sweeping kick to Sister Chen's abdomen. The pain made her double over, dropping the iron rod. Without pause, Lín Yì spun around and delivered a double punch to Wang Liu's chest. Wang Liu staggered back several steps, his face drained of color. You scum aren't worthy of living in this world, Lín Yì said coldly. At that moment, the sound of police sirens grew louder outside the factory. Chapter 130, Schemes? Who could outmaneuver him? He already had the system's advantage. Therefore, by the time Wang Kuan arrived at the police station entrance, preparing to slip a sack over Lín Yi's head in the narrow alleyway, he had already received the system's notification. The sedative Wang Kuan used caused no physical harm whatsoever. It merely rendered a person temporarily unconscious. He was curious to see what these guys were up to. So what if he went along with them? After all, these four were already fuming with rage, determined to kill him within moments. But their combined strength simply wasn't enough. The crucial point was that these four must be handed over to the police personally. Otherwise, every day they lingered posed a grave threat to him. The damp air thick with the stench of rust and oil, Wang Kuan stumbled and crashed into a rusted oil drum. The metallic clang echoed harshly in the empty warehouse. He wiped the blood foam spilling from the corner of his mouth, the sticky crimson stretching into thin threads between his fingers. Guh, you bastard. He gasped like a broken bellows, the metallic sweetness rising in his throat forcing him to double over. Chen Jie lay sprawled against a metal rack 2 meters away, her carefully permed hair caked in dust, her left hand twisted at an unnatural angle. Wang Liu fared worse, his entire face buried in a puddle of filthy water, only his twitching fingertips proving he was still alive. Lín Yì stood atop the haphazardly scattered cargo boxes, his white shirt spotless. Wang Kuan erupted in fury, clutching his chest with one hand as blood spurted from his mouth. The vivid crimson glowed jarringly in the dim light. He roughly wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes burning with hatred and fury as he glared at Lín Yì. Did you bring the cops again? He roared. Sister Chen's face twisted with pain, while Wang Liu gasped for breath, his expression betraying unprecedented terror. They never imagined this seemingly frail young man could so easily subdue 2 burly men and a woman. The fourth member of their group, Su Hao, hadn't returned yet. But even if all 4 of them attacked together, they probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. Lín Yì spread his hands, his expression unusually calm. He chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement in his voice. You made one fatal mistake damaging the police tracking device JC7. Once this device is compromised, the police system receives an immediate alert and pinpoints its location precisely 1 second before the damage occurred. His voice was as clear and smooth as if he were discussing the weather. Ignoring the 3 moaning on the ground, the scene almost resembled a university professor delivering a lecture. Wang Kuan exploded with rage at those words, slamming his fist into the ground with a thunderous crash like an enraged tiger. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Damn it! How did we not think of this?" JC7. Wang Kuan suddenly lunged forward, swinging a wrench at the metal box in the corner. As sparks flew, he caught the young man's lips curling into a sinister smile. Ding! A crisp electronic tone shattered the dead silence, and the shattered device suddenly flashed red. Lín Yì pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, the blue light from the watch face reflecting in his pupils. 3rd-generation police locator. Built-in pressure-sensitive membrane. Know why it's designed silver? He jumped down, landing on Wang Liu's back. Because it's meant to remind idiots like you it's as dangerous as mercury. Suddenly, the warehouse ceiling echoed with the sound of heavy rain. Sister Chen let out a whimper. She finally noticed the calluses on the young man's right palm, traces only years of gripping a gun could form. Distant sirens wailed faintly, mingling with the rain, their sound drifting closer and farther away. Su Hao. Su Hao is still out there. Wang Kuan suddenly laughed, his bloodstained teeth gleaming eerily in the dim light. Wait until he comes back with his gear. Lin Yì had already reached the doorway. The wind whipped in with the downpour, ruffling the strands of hair across his forehead. As he turned back, lightning split the sky, casting a pallid glow that carved him into two distinct halves, light and shadow. 24 hours ago, a shipment of ammonium nitrate was stolen from the chemical plant in the south of the city. He waved his phone, its screen displaying a moving red dot. Guess who's heading this way with the local specialty right now? What? Wang Kuan's face twisted into a savage grimace at those words. Like a rabid ape, he suddenly understood something. Meanwhile, at the chemical plant on the outskirts of town, Su Hao jerked the steering wheel, sending the modified pickup truck skidding in an S-shaped trail through the mud. In the rearview mirror, plastic drums filled with ammonium nitrate clanged together, producing a teeth-grinding screech. Rain pelted the windshield, turning it into frosted glass. He could only rely on memory to race toward Pier 3. Damn it! He slammed on the brakes, the seatbelt digging painfully into his collarbone. Where the exit should have been, a 3-meter-high blast-proof shield wall now stood. Cold blue warning lights pierced the rain curtain, reflecting the reflective characters Special Police on the shields. The walkie-talkie crackled with static. Su Hao, your daughter is in the hematology ward at Second People's Hospital. The deep, mechanical voice continued, pull over now, and you can still make it to buy her birthday cake. His hand gripping the steering wheel suddenly spasmed, and a yellowed photograph fell from beneath the passenger seat. A little girl with pigtails was eating strawberry cake, cream smudged on her nose. The image made his temples throb violently. The attending physician's words from 3 days ago echoed like an explosion in his ears. We've found a bone marrow match for Duo, but the surgery costs. The riot shield formation abruptly parted to the sides as SWAT officers in black combat gear fanned out in a pincer movement. Su Hao noticed their guns were all pointed downward, a detail that made his throat tighten. When the lead officer lifted his visor to reveal Captain Li's face, Su Hao finally let out a feral growl. You set me up. Damn cop. Su Hao grabbed the valve of the ammonium nitrate drum. Damn, Lin Yì, was it that bastard? You chose this path yourself. Captain Li's gun barrel remained steady, aimed at the tanker's fuel tank. By the way, the JC-13 sensor film has been upgraded. Now even violent jolts will trigger the alarm. He kicked aside a plastic drum that had rolled to his feet. Transparent liquid seeped into the soil. And this one's filled with sodium bicarbonate. Damn it! Su Hao slammed the gas pedal, charging straight toward the landslide path. Abandoned chemical plant. Whoosh! Wang Kuan heard the increasingly clear wail of sirens. Suddenly, he grabbed Sister Chen's twisted arm and wrenched it violently. Accompanied by the bone-chilling sound of grinding bones, the woman let out a piercing scream. Chapter 131, Are you crazy? That's a teammate. Ah! Are you crazy? Wang Liu raised his head from the sewage pit. Wasting your strength waiting to die? Wang Kuan tore the hem of his shirt to bind his bleeding palm. That bookworm deliberately left us alive, he needs witnesses. Wang Liu's gaze swept over the hole in the roof. Wait, remember the ventilation window on the north side of the warehouse? Let's go. We'll deal with that kid later. As the three limped toward the rusted iron ladder, Lin Yi's voice suddenly echoed from above. Friendly reminder, JC-7's positioning error is 0.5 meters. The youth sat on a beam, swinging his legs. The blue glow from his phone made him look like a ghost. Guess what the police see now? 3 stationary red dots, or 30 moving signals. Sister Chen froze. She finally noticed the young man's left hand remained tucked in his pocket. A faint electronic buzzing emanated from within. You're replicating our biological signals, the woman who'd once worked at a telecom company screamed. Those red dots are fake. You're fabricating the location data. Lin Yì smiled as he tossed her a silver USB drive. Impressive for a former base station engineer. Too bad you reacted 22 minutes too late. He pointed at the vibrating phone. By the way, the bomb you planted in Su Hao's car. A deafening explosion erupted from the southeast, tearing a gap in the rain curtain. Wang Kuan saw the young man bare his teeth, revealing a stark white smile. It's timed. Technician Xiao Lu stared at the waveform suddenly jumping on the screen. Captain Li. The biological signal from Su Hao's transport vehicle has disappeared. But 3 identical frequency bands have appeared in the warehouse area. Team leader Li tore open his 7th coffee bar. Is that what Lin Yì meant by the signal replicator activating? Not just that. Xiao Lu frantically pounded the keyboard. The ammonium nitrate transport route is being rewritten. Satellite imagery shows. God. Thermal signatures in the chemical park's drainage channels.
Amid the downpour, the real ammonium nitrate flowed through the underground pipeline network straight to the port. And all of this was being transmitted in real time by a miniature camera embedded in the drainage pipe outlet. Lín Yì wiped rainwater from his lenses as the image of Su Hao pinned to the ground flickered in his pupils. He whispered into his earpiece, "The snake's out of its hole. Close the net." As the police helicopter's searchlight locked onto the yacht in the harbor, the middle-aged man in traditional Chinese attire at the bow was burning ledgers. Suddenly, the silver box at his feet automatically popped open. The red light from the JC-13 device illuminated his stunned face. There's no escape. Once targeted by police locators, even wings won't save you. Qingshan Police Station. Grand Hall. Deputy Chief Zhang's hand trembled slightly as he held his champagne glass. In the halo of the crystal chandelier, he noticed speckles of brown staining the hem of Lín Yi's lab coat. It was from Wang Kuan knocking over the ammonium nitrate solution, but in the warm glow, it now resembled dried bloodstains. "Little Lin, this toast is for our chemical detective. Officer Zhang deliberately knocked over the glass, the crimson liquid spreading across Lín Yi's cuff. He stared at the rapidly oxidizing stain, his pupils suddenly contracting. The chemical fiber changed color 0.3 seconds faster than normal. Lín Yì smiled as he removed his gold-rimmed glasses to wipe them. The miniature pH test strip inside the temple had turned deep blue. He turned toward the buffet table, where the platter of French-baked snails emitted suspicious steam. "Chief Zhang, I hear you adore the walnut cookies from Old Li's in Changnan?" He suddenly pulled a sealed bag from his pocket. "Just had someone buy these double the maltos." Cold sweat instantly broke out on the back of Officer Zhang's neck. The packaging from the walnut cookies he'd sent his wife to buy 3 days ago was now sealed in the evidence room. "Young people are so observant," he murmured, his fingernails digging into his palm as he accepted the pastry. The cloying sweetness carried a faint, bitter almond undertone. This discovery made his temples throb. Cyanide testing required at least 5 minutes, yet the celebration banquet schedule showed he was due to take the stage for his speech in 3 minutes. Lín Yì had already reached the chromatograph display booth, demonstrating a new developer to the technician. As the pale purple liquid separated into layers in the test tube, the large screen suddenly played footage of the arrest. The flames from Su Hao's transport vehicle explosion now reflected eerie golden patterns in the solution. "Everyone, observe how this nanoscale barium compound reacts with sebum." He abruptly raised his voice, his shadow elongated by the lab lamp onto the projection screen. "It transforms into a perfect fingerprint impression." Clatter! Instantly, the auditorium erupted in enthusiastic applause. The next second, the auditorium plunged into darkness. As emergency lights flickered on, Officer Zhang caught a flash of red light from Lín Yi's lab coat pocket. It was the standby light of a police body camera 2 generations more advanced than the standard issue from the municipal bureau. This kid. Who knows where he got all this gear? He certainly didn't look like an ordinary student. "You paid for Su Hao's daughter's surgery." Zhang Mingshan blocked the fire exit, clutching a shattered USB drive. 3 hours ago, the hospital account received an overseas transfer. After 17 IP hops? He raised his tablet. It was traced to the chemical lab at Qingshan University. Lín Yì was removing his latex gloves when he heard this. He tapped the air filter lightly. "How was the coffee in the vice president's office?" "That cup of Blue Mountain you drank last Wednesday had 2.7 times the caffeine of regular coffee." He pulled out his phone and swiped to display an electrocardiogram. "It just so happens to resonate with the operating frequency of your pacemaker." Officer Zhang suddenly pressed his left chest, the metal casing visible beneath his shirt. "Don't change the subject. Tell me, why are you paying for his daughter's medical bills?" Lín Yì spread his hands. "Look, I have ample rewards. I could easily afford to give her. After all, Su Hao probably won't be able to get out of there for the rest of his life. Take a look at this." Copies of the ledger from Wang Kuan's safe. Lín Yì slipped the sealed envelope into his pocket. And, before Su Hao's transport truck exploded, the memory card from the dashcam was swapped out. A black Audi A8 pulled up slowly. As the window rolled down, the face of the mayor's secretary appeared. "Let us once again thank Comrade Lín Yì." Zhang Mingshan raised his glass, the clink of ice cubes sounding particularly crisp. He stared at the swirling amber liquid in his glass. As night fell, the celebratory banquet concluded amidst laughter and cheer. Deputy Director Zhang, however, felt no sense of relief. Hua Yu's case weighed on his mind like a heavy stone. Despite the unexpected capture of the 4-member gang during the investigation, his anxiety remained unrelieved. Hua Yu's case showed no progress, the murder weapon remained unfound, and there were no leads on any suspects. It felt like an impenetrable fog. In his office at headquarters, Deputy Director Zhang stared at the case analysis chart on the wall, utterly at a loss. Captain Li had led a team back to Huayua's hometown, yet they returned empty-handed. Just then, Lín Yì spoke up from the side. "Since we can't find any leads ourselves, why not ask the quartet?" Chapter 132, Overnight Interrogation. The gang of 4 refused to confess. Deputy Director Zhang paused, then his eyes lit up. "Right. The quartet has sufficient motive for murder. In the office they abandoned earlier, we found numerous items including used firearms, crossbows, and knives. Interrogating them might yield something.
He immediately ordered overnight interrogations.
The interrogation room was bathed in cold, harsh light.
The 4 suspects were separated and questioned individually.
Each wore a different expression: anger, fear, and above all, profound helplessness.
Wang Cohen was brought into the interrogation room and seated on a cold metal chair, his wrists cuffed.
His face still bore traces of unresolved anger.
Deputy Director Zhang sat across from him, a desk lamp illuminating the space between them.
Wang Cohen, Deputy Director Zhang began, his voice calm yet commanding, "We found a significant cache of weapons at your hideout: guns, crossbows, knives.
Now, you'd better come clean. Were you involved in the Huayu case?" Wang Cohen scoffed coldly. "Us? Involved in that case? Are you guys out of your minds? We don't even know who Huayu is. Is that so?"
Deputy Director Zhang narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced.
"Then explain these weapons."
"And your group of 4 was active in Qingshan City during the exact timeframe of Huayu's disappearance."
Wang Cohen's eyes flickered briefly before regaining composure. "Those weapons were for self-defense. We have many enemies in Qingshan City.
As for Huayu's case, we had absolutely nothing to do with it. You'd better tell the truth." Deputy Director Zhang's voice dropped, tinged with menace.
"Otherwise, you know the consequences." Wang Cohen remained unmoved.
For him, he had never been involved in this case, so naturally, he couldn't admit to it.
Besides, given the crimes they'd already committed, weren't they all facing life sentences or death? What need was there for leniency through confession? Over there.
Sister Chen was led into another interrogation room. Her face bore traces of exhaustion, yet her eyes still burned with defiance. She sat in the chair, her hands clenched tightly, appearing somewhat tense.
Captain Li stood before her, his tone gentle yet unwaveringly firm. "Chen,
we know about your group's activities in Qingshan City.
Now, you'd better come clean. Regarding the Huayu case, confess and get leniency, right?"
Sister Chen glanced up at Captain Li and sneered coldly. "Our group has indeed done many things, but the Huayu case has nothing to do with us."
"If you're trying to force a confession, you won't get anything you want."
"We don't intend to coerce a confession." Captain Li pressed forward step by step, "but we hope you'll cooperate with the investigation.
The last known location of Huayu before her disappearance is very close to your usual area of operation. Is that just a coincidence?" "No. To be precise, it was right outside your former office building, that abandoned boiler factory."
Sister Chen's face grew even paler, yet she stubbornly held her ground.
"You have no evidence.
You can't convict us based on mere speculation."
"Chen."
Captain Li's voice carried a hint of anger.
"I don't know."
When Wang Liu was brought into the interrogation room, his face bore an expression of exhaustion and pain. Wounded in the previous fight, he now appeared exceptionally weak. An officer sat across from him, his gaze sharp.
"Wang Liu, we've uncovered numerous criminal records involving your group of 4, the officer cut straight to the point. "Now, I want you to tell me the truth. Were you involved in Huayu's case?"
Wang Liu lifted his head, his eyes flickering with resignation and anger.
"Huayu? Who is Huayu?"
The officer hadn't expected this kid to be such a good actor.
"The female corpse found in the abandoned boiler room." Wang Liu took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "We didn't do it.
If you have evidence, bring charges against us.
If you don't waste our time."
In another interrogation room, Su Hao remained unusually composed. As the most cunning and cold-blooded member of the quartet, his face betrayed not a hint of panic. Old Zhao sat across from him, his eyes revealing deep scrutiny.
"Su Hao," Old Zhao began in a low voice, "did you kill the woman found in the boiler plant?"
Su Hao sneered coldly.
"Suspect? All you know how to do is suspect. You want to beat a confession out of me? I suggest you save your breath."
Old Zhao refused to stoop to his level, replying in an unnaturally steady voice, "If you don't come clean, you'll spend the rest of your life behind bars."
Su Hao sneered again. "The Huayu case?
We had nothing to do with it.
While we were involved in the Hot Spring Hotel case, this woman's death has absolutely nothing to do with us."
Old Zhao frowned, clearly skeptical.
"Are you sure?"
"Absolutely," Su Hao's eyes flashed with resolve. "I can guarantee Huayu's case has nothing to do with us."
"If you're looking for the killer, you've got the wrong people." "Is that so?"
Old Zhao pressed.
"Then explain why your movements align so perfectly with the time frame of Huayu's disappearance."
"You've been watching us too closely," Su Hao replied coldly.
"You've spared no effort investigating our activities."
"But Huayu's case truly has nothing to do with us." Suddenly, Su Hao shifted his tone. "Actually," he said coldly, "the one you should be investigating is Lín Yì."
Old Zhao froze, a wave of shock washing over him. "Lín Yì? How could it be him?"
If not for the new chemical techniques Lín Yì provided to the team, this quartet would have been impossible to apprehend.
Moreover, Lín Yì was the most outstanding chemical engineering student at Green Mountain University.
As an exemplary student representative, he had been assigned to the police force for training and to assist officers in case investigations. He couldn't possibly be involved in a case like this.
He's a good guy. The sight of this man slandering Lín Yì instantly hardened old Zhao's expression. Do you realize you're slandering your benefactor? Old Zhao asked coldly. Benefactor? Su Hao sneered. If it weren't for that bastard Lín, how would we have been caught by the cops? Damn it! If I ever get out of prison alive, I'll skin that kid alive. His words ended with a furious slam on the table, his eyes blazing with rage. Old Zhao watched Su Hao's furious expression, his own feelings complex. He paused for a second, then before Su Hao could react, blurted out, "The money for your daughter's surgery came from Lín Yì." A flash of shock crossed Su Hao's eyes before he roared angrily, "Bull! How could that be?" Old Zhao raised both hands in solemn oath. "I swear on my profession it's absolutely true." Chapter 133, You reported your own benefactor. Hearing this, Su Hao froze. Staring into old Zhao's unwavering gaze, his tough exterior shattered instantly. He buried his face in his hands and wept, pounding the table repeatedly. What the hell was he thinking? Arresting us, then covering my daughter's surgery costs? Damn him. After Su Hao's emotions had somewhat subsided, old Zhao spoke softly, "Alright, tell me the truth. How did Hua Yu die?" Su Hao lifted his head, his eyes filled with helplessness and anguish. "I really don't know. I didn't kill her. I had nothing to do with this case. He covered my daughter's medical expenses. I'm grateful to him, but I swear I didn't do it." Old Zhao stared into Su Hao's eyes, searching for any trace of deception, but saw only profound despair and anguish. The fluorescent lights in the office hummed. Deputy Chief Zhang undid the third button of his shirt, sweat stains spreading into dark blue rings around the edges of his police badge. He fixed his gaze on Wang Kuan behind the one-way glass. The man was picking at the dried grime on the desk corner with his fingernails, as if that black smudge held more fascination than the string of murders. 12 hours, Captain Lee slammed the interrogation transcript onto the filing cabinet, sending dust swirling. We haven't even gotten the name Hua Yu out of him. The old clock in the file room struck 3 in the morning. Deputy Director Zhang felt the leather buckle of his holster at his lower back, now sticky with sweat. Outside, torrential rain pounded against the bulletproof glass. In a daze, he thought he heard the sound of the chief's leather shoes echoing down the marble corridor. At last week's bureau meeting, those Italian handmade leather shoes had stopped just a foot away from his toes. 48 hours remain until the case deadline. The chief tapped his pen lightly on the Huawei case supervision order, ink smudging across the red stamped words, "Major Public Opinion Case." Deputy Director Zhang paced anxiously outside the interrogation room. The entire police station buzzed like ants on a hot pan, every nerve taut. The 4 suspects flatly denied any involvement in the stabbing or connection to the Huawei case, plunging the investigation into an unprecedented deadlock. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, the sound of Lín Yì pushing open the evidence room's iron door echoed like a coin dropped into stagnant water. His forensic gloves still clung to tissue fluid from Hua Yu's autopsy, yet he fished a packet of dry tangerine peel candy from his lab coat pocket. "Maybe we should look into the boiler factory," Lín Yì mumbled with a piece of candy in his mouth, his tongue pushing against his right cheek to form a small mound. Even though it's been offline for 20 years, abandoned projects always hide Easter eggs in their fixed assets. Deputy Director Zhang's thermos lid suddenly popped off, spilling goji berry and jujube tea onto the 1998 factory layout. In the lower right corner of the yellowed blueprint, a tea-stained number stood out, Surveillance Tower Number 7. That rusted-out tower's cameras are long gone. Captain Lee snapped as he yanked his tie, the metal clip scraping the desk with a shrill screech. "But the client's server room climate control is still operational," Lín Yì remarked, using tweezers to pick up a blood-stained metal fragment and rotate it under the overhead light. After all, with 30 million yuan worth of special steel ingots stored there, they have to guard against scavengers. The shadow cast by the fragment landed precisely on Hua Yu's coordinates on the blueprint. "Go! Quickly, find their supervisor." Captain Lee sprang into action. Within minutes, they located the company owning the abandoned boiler plant Huafei Heavy Industries. The head of Huifei Heavy Industries security department stamped his crocodile skin shoes into the dust cover, leaving indentations. The moment he twisted open the 1993 model safe, a musty odor mingled with the distinctive chemical scent of magnetic discs wafted out. The original tapes required the chief's signature too. Before he could finish, Captain Lee had already drawn his service weapon and slammed it on the table. Then he produced his police badge. "No need, this will suffice." Amid the clatter of brass casings, the dust-covered Sony Betacam tape, sealed for 2 decades, began to spin. After 7 seconds of static, the screen abruptly cut to a blizzard-filled night. Hua Yu's beige trench coat clung to the surveillance tower's spotlight like a withered leaf. The red numerals of the midnight clock cast a crimson glow upon her back. As she staggered and braced herself against the coking plant's iron gate, a dark red, viscous fluid seeped through the gaps between her fingers. The moment a shadow flashed behind the pressure relief valve, Captain Lee pressed pause. In the 16 times magnified frame, the scorpion tattoo on Zhang Tao's left wrist was devouring the glare from the surveillance lens. "Zhang Tao. That kid. Right. Is this the sharpening your tech department did?" Deputy Director Zhang's finger tapped the knife clutched in Zhang Tao's hand. The weapon's angle perfectly matched the penetrating wound in Hua Yu's right lung. No. The technician swallowed hard. The original footage was in native 4K resolution imported industrial surveillance equipment from Sakura in the 90s. He pointed to the Sony logo in the screen's corner. Back then, this system could make out every bubble inside a steel furnace. The municipal bureau bustled with activity in the early hours. Light streamed through the windows, illuminating every corner of the floor. Captain Lee strode into the building, clutching a videotape in his hand, his excitement palpable. He traversed the long corridor, each step echoing through the empty hallway. In the offices lining both sides, officers bustled about their tasks. Time was running out for Hua Yu's case. Captain Lee pushed open the door to a conference room. Deputy Director Zhang sat at the table, his gaze sharp and intense. Stacks of documents covered the table, all investigation reports and evidence related to Hua Yu's case. Noticing Captain Lee's entrance, Deputy Director Zhang gave a slight nod. Captain Lee, any new developments? Deputy Director Zhang asked, his gaze still fixed on the report in his hands. Captain Lee said little, simply handing over the videotape he held. Deputy Director Zhang took the tape, his brow furrowing slightly as if he already sensed this would be a crucial lead. He signaled to the trainee officer beside him, transfer it to the tablet. Quickly! Interrogate Zhang Tao tonight. The trainee moved swiftly, expertly connecting the tape to the tablet and deftly manipulating the screen with his fingertips. Soon, clear footage appeared on the tablet screen. Captain Lee and Deputy Director Zhang leaned in close, their eyes fixed intently on every detail within the images. In the footage, Zhang Tao's figure was clearly visible. A sly smile played on his face. The footage showed him chasing Hua Yu as they fled from inside the abandoned boiler factory to the outside. Hua Yu appeared panicked and helpless, stumbling and falling several times, yet he desperately scrambled back up each time to keep running. Outside the factory, the light was dim. Moss covered the walls, and a damp smell hung in the air. Hua Yu's heavy breathing sounded particularly jarring in the empty factory yard, with Zhang Tao's footsteps close behind. Finally, Hua Yu collapsed from exhaustion. Zhang Tao approached without hesitation, the blade in his hand glinting coldly in the dim light. Right here. Captain Lee pointed excitedly at the screen. This is the crucial evidence. In the footage, Zhang Tao plunged the blade into Hua Yu's lung, blood spurting instantly. Chapter 134, Irrefutable Evidence. How will you respond? Deputy Director Zhang's expression turned grave. He knew this footage was irrefutable proof of Zhang Tao's crimes. He ordered in a low voice, prepare all materials. Take Zhang Tao to the interrogation room immediately. The interrogation room door swung open as Zhang Tao was escorted in by two officers, his handcuffs clanking dully against the metal table. Captain Lee and Deputy Director Zhang were already waiting inside, their piercing gazes fixed on Zhang Tao. The bright interrogation room lights illuminated Zhang Tao's pale face, leaving him utterly exposed. Zhang Tao, do you know why we're questioning you today? Captain Lee's voice was low and commanding. Zhang Tao's gaze darted nervously. He tried to stay calm, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. He knew there was no escape. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't done anything illegal, Zhang Tao replied, forcing himself to sound composed. Captain Lee sneered coldly, placing a tablet on the table. The screen began playing the recording from earlier. Zhang Tao's face instantly drained of color, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. Look at this, Zhang Tao. Look at what you've done, Captain Lee said, enunciating each word deliberately. The footage replayed, every detail of Zhang Tao chasing Hua Yu and stabbing her to death crystal clear. Zhang Tao's expression began to waver. He knew he could no longer deny it. It was just a coincidence. I didn't mean to. Zhang Tao's voice trembled, his defense sounding utterly feeble. Captain Lee pressed relentlessly, not intentional? The footage shows it plainly. You deliberately hunted Hua Yu down and brutally stabbed through his lung, causing him to bleed to death. Is that your not intentional? Zhang Tao lowered his head, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His hands gripped the chair's edges tightly, as if clinging to them offered some semblance of support. Deputy Director Zhang calmly observed Zhang Tao's every movement, knowing the man was on the brink of collapse. Zhang Tao, admit it. All the evidence points to you. Continuing to evade responsibility will only make your crimes more severe. Deputy Director Zhang's voice was calm yet forceful, carrying an undeniable authority. Zhang Tao's mental defenses finally crumbled. He slumped helplessly in his chair, his voice trembling. It was me. I killed Hua Yu. In that moment, the interrogation room fell silent. There was no escape. It was true. He had chased Hua Yu all the way from inside the abandoned factory to the outside, then plunged a knife into her lung. Then, he dragged the body directly and tossed it into the boiler. He wore gloves on his hands and even blue booties on his feet. He avoided leaving any DNA evidence behind. He thought this would be flawless. But what he never expected was, everything he'd done had been captured on camera by the surveillance system at the abandoned boiler factory. Damn it! Who could have imagined? A factory abandoned for decades still had functioning surveillance. Meanwhile, Lín Yì had already returned alone to Green Mountain University. His excuse was that he needed to conduct an experiment.
The ventilation system hummed lowly in the lab as Lín Yi's fingertips, encased in latex gloves, hovered over the electronic balance. Moonlight slanted through the blast-proof glass, tracing a cold silver edge along the centrifuge's metal casing. 37.2 grams of dichloromethane, nitrobenzoic acid. He murmured to the air as the pipette precisely drew up the pale yellow liquid. The red warning light from the fume hood cast blood-red spots on his lenses. Suddenly, the mixture in the beaker boiled over, purple smoke billowing up and condensing into eerie patterns on his safety visor. The incubator's LCD displayed 2147. Neurons in the specialized culture medium accelerated their apoptosis. Lín Yi's pen abruptly halted on the lab notebook, ink smudging into a small black dot atop the words amphetamine derivatives. He turned and opened the ADC ultra-low temperature freezer. As a cloud of white mist billowed out, the brown ampoule hidden deep within glowed faintly. Ding! The mental alert made his temples throb. A translucent system interface projected onto his retina, decomposing and reassembling the 3D model of the abandoned factory. A blinking red dot settled on the load-bearing beam in the northwest corner, a hemispherical surveillance camera installed a decade ago, its lens cover caked in dust yet still operational. Lín Yi's Adam's apple bobbed as a faint crackling sound erupted from the liquid in the beaker. He removed his goggles, his pupils reflecting the surveillance footage automatically played by the system. January 17, 2013. A girl in a beige trench coat stumbled through the rusted iron gate, faint bruises visible on her neck where an injection had been administered. Miss Hua should have received the sample of the special medicine by now. He typed the line on his phone keyboard, deleted it, and rewrote it. The lab's automatic door suddenly swung open. A gust of draft fluttered the periodic table hanging on the wall, its clatter drowning out the incubator's alarm. Rust-stained water dripped from the exhaust pipes of the abandoned boiler plant. Hua Yu's high heels caught in a crack, her phone screen still displaying the invitation to the Phase 3 clinical trial for new anti-cancer drug. She touched the needle mark beneath her collarbone, feeling as if thousands of ants were nesting in her veins beneath the skin. Something's wrong. She leaned against the damp brick wall, gasping for breath as if an invisible hand gripped her windpipe. Her custom handbag tumbled to the floor, the silver asthma inhaler rolling out and bouncing off broken bricks into the shadows. Moonlight vanished as dark clouds swallowed it, while the green emergency exit sign flickered eerily 20 meters away. Lín Yì pressed the stopwatch in the darkness. 3 minutes, 28 seconds. Hua Yu's fingernails dug bloody gouges into the plaster, the signal that a histamine storm was sweeping through her body. Listening to her increasingly ragged breaths, he recalled the allergy-ridden corpse he'd seen 3 days prior in the medical school specimen room. The same cyanotic face, the same arched spine. As the iron door creaked open, Zhang Tao's switchblade spun silver sparks in the moonlight. This gambler, driven to bankruptcy by Hua Yu's father, now tasted the sweet, metallic scent of revenge. He stepped through puddles, spotting the figure huddled beside the boiler, unaware that its chest had long ceased to rise and fall. As the blade pierced the third intercostal space, Lín Yì smiled from the shade of a tree 300 meters away. He adjusted his wireless earpiece as the forensic simulation software calculated the corpse's temperature. At an ambient temperature of 23 C, the time of death could be pinpointed to within 15 minutes. Zhang Tao's phone location data showed he had been lingering around the factory premises 2 hours prior. Chapter 135, Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up. Ding. The mechanical tone, sharp as crushed ice, pierced his eardrums. Snowflakes gathered on the eaves drifted down onto the teenager's shoulders. His frost-tinged lashes fluttered violently as 3 blood-stained school badges clattered from his palm to the ground. Congratulations, host, you have successfully evaded pursuit. A virtual light screen bloomed on the frozen ventilation duct. Lín Yì pressed his back against the rusted metal, panting heavily. The white mist from his breath spread across the screen, rippling with blood-red waves. His pupils contracted to pinpricks when he saw the 5 gilded seal script characters, for Star Model Citizen. The memory of that rainy night days ago, when he had still been collecting his reward in the laboratory, suddenly stabbed his temples. Outside the window, a bare branch cracked violently as ice shattered. The youth's knuckles turned white as his fingers dug into the ventilation duct's crevices. Good. The horse-trailing syllable ground between his teeth. Lín Yì tore the scarf frozen to his lips and stared at the scrolling reward list on the screen, laughing so hard his shoulders shook. As 50 million gold coins transformed into a molten stream of crimson data flowing into his wristwatch, he suddenly arched his back. The protruding vertebrae in his neck popped like roasting beans, muscles beneath his school uniform fabric swelling like rampant ivy. As dawn's light pierced the clouds, the youth stood at the edge of the rooftop water tank, his fingertips tracing the frozen iron railing. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your personal debatability has increased by 20%. Ding! Personal stamina increased by 16%. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your personal combat ability has increased by 20%. Holy crap! Remember, when he became a 3-star model citizen, evading police pursuit led him into an exceptionally bizarre case. One slip-up could expose his cover and land him in custody. He'd been worried that advancing to a 4-star good citizen would mean encountering even more complex cases.
With each new scene, clues pointing back to him would multiply, making evading police pursuit increasingly difficult. But this? This fast? The reward granted by the system this time had once again boosted his personal abilities. For now, his current strength should easily handle the challenges ahead as a 4-star good citizen. This. He stared blankly at his palm. The wounds inflicted by the quartet days ago were healing at a visible pace. The biting wind swept across the rooftop, carrying the sounds of morning study sessions. The campus, familiar for years, suddenly appeared in stark detail. The surveillance blind spot at the corner of the lab building 300 meters away, the freshly renovated brick joints on the southeast wall, even the key marks on the guard's belt downstairs. A shriek like shattering porcelain erupted from the direction of the mechanical room. As Deputy Director Zhang's black leather boots crushed the ice, the forensic pathologist extracted ice crystals from the purple-tinged crevices between the victim's fingers. Time of death is at least 2 weeks, Captain Lee's report abruptly faltered. In the shirt pocket of the frozen corpse before them lay a copy of the Qingshan Morning News, published just that morning. Deputy Director Zhang's brow furrowed as his gaze swept like a hawk's over the snow-covered clearing outside the machinery room. His black overcoat billowed slightly in the biting wind, the silver stars on his epaulets gleaming coldly in the morning light. Captain Lee stood beside him, notebook in hand, his fingertips reddened by the cold, yet his expression was even more icy than the winter itself. "You say you discovered the body while running your morning jog?" Deputy Director Zhang turned, his gaze piercing like a knife toward the student who had reported it. The student, clearly still shaken, was as pale as paper, his lips trembling slightly, his eyes darting nervously behind his glasses. His fingers clenched tightly around his scarf, as if it were his only anchor. At Deputy Director Zhang's question, he nodded violently, his voice hoarse and urgent. Yes. I passed by the cabin this morning when a sudden blizzard hit. I thought I'd take shelter inside, but then I saw the body." His voice grew fainter with each word, dwindling to a near whisper. Deep terror flickered in his eyes, as if the frozen corpse still lurked before him. Deputy Director Zhang and Captain Lee exchanged glances, each seeing solemnity in the other's eyes. The recent cases were simply too bizarre. The victims were always found exhibiting an eerie sense of time displacement. Though the bodies had clearly been stiff for hours, they bore fresh marks, as if the time between death and discovery had been warped by some unseen force. "Take me to the scene," Deputy Director Zhang said in a low voice, his tone carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Captain Lee nodded and strode ahead. The crime scene perimeter stretched far out, dozens of police cars surrounding the machinery room so tightly that not a single vehicle could squeeze through. Officers bustled through the snow, photographing, collecting evidence, and documenting. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy, almost suffocating. The small cabin stood not far behind the machinery room. Its roof bore a thick layer of snow, and the wooden walls showed signs of decay, emitting a damp, musty odor. Deputy Chief Zhang pushed open the half-closed wooden door, and a bone-chilling blast of cold air hit him. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few rays of morning light filtering through cracks and falling upon the stiffened corpse. The body sat slumped against the corner, covered in a thin layer of frost. Its face was contorted, as if it had endured immense suffering before death. His hands were clenched tightly over his chest, knuckles white and nails dug deep into his palms, as if grasping for something. Most unsettling of all, his eyes were slightly open, pupils dilated, yet they seemed to be staring at something. Deputy Director Zhang crouched down, examining the corpse's details closely. His fingers lightly brushed the collar of the deceased's shirt, causing his brow to furrow even deeper. The deceased's clothes bore not a single wrinkle, as if he had been deliberately placed there. "Captain Lee," Deputy Director Zhang rose, his voice low, "what do you make of this?" Team Leader Lee paused for a moment before speaking slowly, like a meticulously staged ritual. Deputy Director Zhang offered no reply, but his gaze spoke volumes. He turned and walked out of the wooden hut. The cold wind caught the hem of his coat, and snowflakes landed on his shoulders, only to scatter violently under the force of his imposing aura. "Investigate," he barked at the surrounding officers. "Retrieve all missing persons reports from the past month. And identify this body. I need to know who he is and why he ended up here." The officers sprang into action, their footsteps crunching loudly on the snow-covered ground. Deputy Chief Zhang stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed intently on the distant Qingshan University teaching building. His instincts told him a greater secret lay hidden behind this case, a secret that might be concealed somewhere within the campus grounds. Meanwhile, Lín Yì stood atop the academic building, gazing through the window at the commotion near the mechanical room. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, a fleeting, elusive gleam flashing in his eyes. The data stream on his wristwatch continued to flow steadily, as if reminding him that this game had only just begun. "Four-star model citizen," he murmured softly, his voice tinged with amusement. "Things are about to get more interesting." Chapter 136, The School's Mechanical Room, a Frozen Corpse. The cold wind swept past his ears, carrying the lingering echo of distant sirens. Lín Yì turned away from the window, his figure quickly disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. Lín Yi's footsteps echoed through the empty corridor, his shadow stretched long by the morning light, like a winding snake. Outside the machinery room, Deputy Director Zhang's gloves were frosted over. He crouched down, his fingertips gently tracing the stiff neck of the deceased. There was an almost invisible mark there, as if made by an extremely thin steel wire, yet blurred and indistinct beneath the frost. Report, a young officer panted as he ran up. The victim's identity is confirmed. He's Zhang Mingyuan, an associate professor in the mechanical engineering department at Qingshan University. He's been missing for 2 weeks. Deputy Director Zhang's pupils contracted sharply. 2 weeks? But this body was still clutching this morning's newspaper. His gaze fell on the victim's tightly clenched right hand, which seemed to be gripping something. Captain Lee, he ordered in a low voice, pry open the victim's hand. The forensic doctor slipped on rubber gloves and carefully pried open the stiff fingers. A blood-stained school badge slid from the palm, landing with a crisp clink on the snow. Deputy Chief Zhang picked up the badge and flipped it over. Engraved on the back were small characters, Qingshan University, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Lín Yì. Lín Yì? Captain Lee frowned. Isn't that the student sent by Qingshan University to our police station? The most outstanding student? How could this happen? Deputy Chief Zhang remained silent, his gaze drifting past the crime scene tape toward the distant academic buildings. In the morning light, a figure stood at the top floor window, seemingly observing everything below. As he squinted to get a clearer look, the figure vanished abruptly. Inside the building, Lín Yì leaned against the wall as the data stream on his wristwatch flashed wildly. Ding! Host identified as suspect. Triggering emergency mission, clear suspicion. Reward, 30% boost to logical reasoning ability. A cold smile curved the corners of Lín Yi's mouth. He looked down at the school badge in his palm. It had been deliberately left in the deceased's hand by the body's original owner. 3 months ago, Zhang Mingyuan had discovered evidence in the lab of him tampering with data using the system's capabilities and threatened to report him. Now, the associate professor had been silenced forever. The game has begun, he murmured softly, turning toward the stairwell. His footsteps echoed through the empty corridor like an eerie overture. Downstairs, sirens wailed again as more police cars pulled into the campus. Inside the small cabin beside the mechanical room at Qingshan University, a frozen corpse lay motionless on the floor, the air thick with a faint, musty stench. The body had been dead for at least 4 weeks, but due to the cabin's seclusion, it remained undiscovered until today. To the right of the body, a blood-stained university emblem caught everyone's attention. The badge gleamed with a metallic sheen, engraved with the words Qingshan University. At its center stood an oak tree, symbolizing wisdom and strength. The surface was coated in a layer of dark red bloodstains. Though dried, the sight remained unsettling. Beneath the emblem, a name was engraved, Lín Yì. Captain Lee picked up the badge, his brow furrowed. Turning to Deputy Director Zhang, he said, "Should I go find Lín Yì?" Deputy Director Zhang's expression darkened, his eyes betraying a hint of struggle and reluctance. He knew full well how crucial Lín Yì was. This young man had played a pivotal role in every case. It was precisely because of Lín Yì that the police had been able to apprehend the notorious criminal gang known as the Four. Without Lín Yi's intelligence and courage, the case of the body outside the boiler plant would never have been solved. But now? A school badge bearing Lín Yi's name appeared beside the frozen corpse, forcing him to confront an unbearable possibility. Go! Bring him here, Deputy Chief Zhang finally resolved, his voice heavy with resignation and gravity. Minutes later, Lín Yì was brought to the scene. His figure appeared at the door of the small cabin, as steady and composed as ever. Dressed in a neat jacket, his face showed no trace of panic, his eyes radiating calmness and confidence. Deputy Director Zhang approached Lín Yì, who held the bloodstained school badge in a bag, evidence in hand. His gaze locked onto Lín Yì, searching his eyes for any hint of a slip. "Lín Yì, what's going on here?" Deputy Director Zhang's voice was low and stern. "How did your school badge end up in this place?" Lín Yì offered a faint smile, spreading his hands in an expression of unusual calm. His demeanor showed no trace of agitation or panic. "It definitely has nothing to do with me. I don't even know this student." Lín Yi's voice was calm and firm, without a hint of hesitation. Several students nearby murmured in hushed whispers, their voices thick with shock and fear. Who would have thought Lín Yì from chemistry would be involved in a case like this? It's terrifying. You bet. He's the most brilliant student in our college. Captain Lee stood nearby, recalling how just days ago, Lín Yì, Qingshan University's most outstanding student, had come to the municipal bureau to assist with the investigation. Back then, Lín Yì radiated integrity, consistently offering insights beyond ordinary thinking that propelled investigations forward. Yet now, the university badge bearing his name appeared beside a frozen corpse, filling Captain Lee with confusion and unease. What a waste. Such a promising young man, Captain Lee murmured to himself, unwilling to accept this reality. Lín Yì remained calm. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Perhaps I stood out too much at school. That's how the killer found my school badge somewhere and deliberately left it at the crime scene after the murder. There's blood on it, right? Just test it." Deputy Director Zhang's expression grew complex. As he met Lín Yi's clear, resolute gaze, doubt began to stir within him. Lín Yi's words sounded plausible. Indeed. What kind of murderer would be that stupid? Deliberately kill someone, then leave something that could prove their identity at the scene? Moreover, Having dealt with Lín Yì so many times, this young guy stands out remarkably, both in his way of thinking and his personal abilities. A chemical engineering student actually won first place in a medical school dissection competition. Such a top-tier student. If he truly committed murder and abandoned a body in that small cabin next to the machinery room, he would have meticulously erased every trace: fingerprints, blood, DNA. Not even a single footprint would be left behind. How could he possibly casually abandon his school ID badge, proof of his identity, at the murder scene? What's more, it was a blood-stained school badge. Chapter 137, Lín Yi's school badge? Impossible. Alright, we'll test the bloodstains. Deputy Director Zhang nodded, signaling his team to begin. The tension in the room remained palpable, each person feeling as if a heavy weight pressed down on their chest. Lín Yi's calm and confidence offered an inexplicable sense of reassurance, yet a cloud of doubt still hung over everyone's hearts. Time slowly ticked away, and the truth would gradually come to light. As the test results arrived, the blood did not belong to Lín Yì, but to the deceased victim. This finding made the atmosphere even more complex. Lín Yi's composure undoubtedly made people feel both more suspicious and more impressed by him. Captain Lee looked at Lín Yì, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. He hoped this young man was truly as innocent as he appeared, for society needed people like Lín Yì, smart, brave, and upright. Lín Yì, you cannot leave for now. We need your cooperation with the investigation, Deputy Director Zhang finally decided. He couldn't overlook any potential leads. Lín Yì nodded, his voice still steady. I understand. I will cooperate with your investigation. With that promise, Lín Yì left the small cabin under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, bathing him in a golden glow. The cold wind howled, and the snow outside the machinery room glowed with a blinding white light under the sun. Deputy Director Zhang stood at the machine room window, his gloves frosted over. His gaze swept like a hawk's over the fine icicles clinging to the window frame. The ice displayed unnatural fractures, as if someone had broken through it. Captain Lee, he said in a low voice, look here. Captain Lee hurried over, following Deputy Director Zhang's gaze. Distinct pressure marks were visible in the snow along the window frame's edge. Though mostly covered by fresh snowflakes, the traces of someone having moved here were still discernible. He pushed the window, and to his surprise, the seemingly locked pane slid open effortlessly. This doesn't add up, Captain Lee frowned, turning to the officers behind him. Get the person in charge of the mechanical room here. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a dark blue work uniform hurried over, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Officer, I'm Wang Ming, the head of the mechanical room. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice trembling slightly. What's going on here? Captain Lee pointed at the half-open window, his gaze sharp. Director Wang, it's winter now. It snows every day. Shouldn't your mechanical room keep the windows tightly shut? This equipment is valuable school property. Wang Ming's face instantly drained of color. Yes. We inspect the windows weekly. We just checked them last Sunday. Every window was securely shut. If anything happened to this equipment, we couldn't bear the responsibility. He hurried to the window and scrutinized the latch on the frame. This latch has clearly been tampered with. Deputy Director Zhang and Captain Lee exchanged glances, each seeing gravity in the other's eyes. It seems, Deputy Director Zhang said slowly, our forensic team may have miscalculated the time of death. Captain Lee nodded in agreement, indeed. A body left exposed in an open wooden hut for so long would have frozen stiff long ago. It's understandable that the coroner's estimation could be off. Deputy Director Zhang turned his gaze toward the machinery room, his eyes sweeping over the dust covers draped over the precision instruments. If the window was deliberately opened, then this is likely the primary crime scene. After committing the murder here, the killer transferred the body through the window into the cabin. His voice echoed through the cavernous machinery room, carrying a bone-chilling chill. Captain Lee immediately ordered the officers beside him, seal off the machinery room immediately. Retrieve the surveillance footage from the past week. And find out who has been here since the window inspection last Sunday. The officers sprang into action, their footsteps crunching loudly on the snow-covered ground. Deputy Chief Zhang stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed intently on the cabin beyond the window. His intuition told him this case was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Not far away, Lín Yì stood in the shadows of the teaching building, silently observing everything. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, a fleeting, elusive gleam flashing in his eyes. Deputy Chief Zhang stood outside the machinery room, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's, scanning the surroundings. The air was thick with tension and oppression. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke in a low, commanding voice to the person in charge of the machinery room, open the door to the machinery room. We need to inspect it. The man's face instantly drained of color. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and a fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Yet he forced himself to remain composed, swiftly retrieving the key. His hand trembled slightly as he fumbled several times before finally inserting the key into the lock. With a click, the door slowly swung open. The moment it swung open, a pungent mix of machine oil and the heat from running machinery hit them like a wave. Inside, various machines operated tirelessly, emitting a rhythmic hum. Deputy Director Zhang, Captain Li, and the others furrowed their brows slightly as they stepped inside. Their eyes scanned every corner of the room like searchlights, hunting for valuable clues. Captain Li led the way at the front of the group. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a corner of the room. There, lying quietly, was a piece of iron wire. One end was jagged, showing signs of having been forcibly snapped off, its burr still trembling slightly. The wire lay discarded on the floor, its surroundings clean and tidy, creating a stark contrast to the jarring presence of the metal. Captain Li's mind instantly flashed back to the victim's now faded neck lacerations. Though time had blurred their outline, the deep indentations clearly revealed the agony the victim had endured before death. His instincts screamed that this wire was inextricably linked to the cause of death. With that thought, Captain Li immediately raised his voice, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. Quickly, summon the forensic pathologist and the technical analysis team. Have them examine this wire and see if they can uncover anything. The surrounding officers sprang into action, and within moments, the forensic pathologist and technical investigators hurried to the scene. Dressed in protective gear, masks, and gloves, they looked focused and serious. The technicians carefully picked up the wire with tweezers, placed it into a special evidence bag, and then took it to the temporary testing equipment nearby to begin meticulous analysis. Time ticked by, each second feeling unbearably long. Captain Li, Deputy Director Zhang, and others stood quietly nearby, their eyes betraying both anxiety and anticipation. Chapter 138, Officer, this is a frame-up. Finally, excitement flashed across the technician's face. He exclaimed, "We've extracted DNA and blood proteins from the deceased Professor Wang on this wire." Captain Li's eyes instantly lit up like stars. He immediately turned to the forensic pathologist, his gaze filled with inquiry. Did the victim die from mechanical asphyxiation? Was the cause of death the ligature marks from this wire? The forensic doctor gave a slight nod, his expression solemn and grave. That gentle nod carried a weighty significance, essentially confirming Captain Li's hypothesis. He pushed his glasses up his nose, cleared his throat, and stated, "No other wounds were found anywhere on the body. An autopsy is currently unnecessary." The throat, including the tongue coating, exhibits healthy coloration with no signs of poison ingestion. Only a faint, barely discernible ligature mark is present on the throat. Based on its shape and depth, we can conclusively determine mechanical asphyxiation as the cause of death, with this wire serving as the murder weapon. Captain Li furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. Although the murder weapon and cause of death had been confirmed, it was unfortunate that the technical department had not found any DNA evidence from a second person during their DNA testing of the wire. Inside the machinery room, the blue glow from the surveillance screens illuminated Captain Li's face, or a confident smile played at the corners of his mouth. "This case is too straightforward," Captain Li said, turning to Deputy Director Zhang as his fingers tapped lightly on the desk. "I can hardly believe it's this simple, but the facts are right before us." He walked to the whiteboard and sketched a route from the machinery room to the small wooden hut with a marker pen. The victim was strangled with wire, with a time of death at least 1 week prior. After committing the crime in the machinery room, the killer opened the window and transported the body to the abandoned hut nearby. That place is never visited by anyone. By the time the body was discovered, the killer had long since vanished. Deputy Chief Zhang stood by the window, his gaze fixed intently on the distant classroom building. His fingers unconsciously traced the icicles forming on the window frame. "Who do you think the killer is?" he suddenly asked, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of doubt. Captain Li answered decisively, "First off, it absolutely couldn't be a student from the school. If a student did it, once the body was discovered, they'd only need to check recent absences or missing students to quickly pinpoint a suspect. Students don't have that kind of nerve. This case was most likely committed by someone outside the school." Deputy Director Zhang nodded slightly, though his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the classroom building. "We've already dispatched personnel to retrieve surveillance footage from the past week," Captain Li continued. "Focus on nighttime recordings from last Sunday through this Sunday. The killer likely chose to strike when visibility was poor." "Go ahead," Deputy Director Zhang waved his hand. "Examine the footage meticulously. Don't overlook any detail." After Captain Li left, Deputy Director Zhang stood alone by the window. His fingers traced the unnatural fracture in the ice formation along the window frame. "Too deliberate," he murmured, leaving Lín Yi's chemistry department badge beside the body like that clearly a frame-up. "This case is far from straightforward." His gaze fell upon a precision instrument tucked in the corner of the mechanical room. The dust cover draped over it appeared to have been disturbed. Deputy Director Zhang walked over and lifted the cloth. The surface bore several fine scratches, as if made by a sharp object. His pupils suddenly contracted. "It's not just wire," he murmured, his fingers lightly tracing the scratches. "These marks look like they were etched by some kind of chemical reagent." Just then, his phone vibrated. It was the latest report from the forensic team. Trace amounts of cyanide residue had been detected under the victim's fingernails. Deputy Director Zhang's expression instantly turned grave. He strode toward the door and ordered the officers waiting outside, "Seal off the chemistry lab immediately." Retrieve all records of chemical reagent inventory movements. And bring Lín Yì here. Not far away, Lín Yì stood in the shadows of the academic building, silently observing everything. A faint smile touched his lips, a fleeting, inscrutable gleam flashing in his eyes. Outside the school's mechanical room, the atmosphere was thick enough to cut with a knife. The perimeter tape fluttered slightly in the cold wind as officers maintained order with solemn expressions. Deputy Director Zhang and Captain Li stood nearby, their eyes fixed intently on Lín Yì not far away, their gazes filled with scrutiny and testing. Lín Yì stood there seemingly calm, head slightly bowed, hands tucked into his pockets. Yet inside, his emotions churned like a raging storm. His peripheral vision caught Deputy Director Zhang and Captain Li approaching him, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly regained his composure, however, and wore a perfectly measured look of puzzlement on his face. Deputy Director Zhang approached Lín Yì, narrowing his eyes slightly as he tried to keep his tone casual and calm. Mr. Lín Yì, we'd like to ask, has any chemical equipment been missing from the school's chemistry lab recently? Lín Yi's heart skipped a beat at the question, though outwardly he remained impassive. He knew exactly what Deputy Director Zhang was referring to: cyanide, that deadly, highly toxic chemical. His mind raced. The chemistry lab maintained extremely strict protocols for managing such hazardous materials under normal circumstances. Loss was virtually impossible. Moreover, he had acquired the cyanide through black market channels, leaving no trace whatsoever. The police had no way of tracing it back to him. Lín Yì lifted his head slightly, meeting Deputy Director Zhang's gaze with a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he shook his head. Officer Zhang, to my knowledge, the chemistry lab's inventory is meticulously organized. Every item used is logged in detail. I've never heard of anything going missing. Moreover, the school enforces strict protocols for hazardous chemicals. All entries and exits are recorded. Captain Li watched Lín Yi's expression intently from the side. He stepped forward, wearing a seemingly amiable smile, but his tone held a hidden edge. Student Lín Yì, think carefully. Is there anything unusual? Cyanide is no trivial matter. A small detail you might overlook could be crucial to solving this case. Alarm bells rang in Lín Yi's mind, but he maintained his composure. Furrowing his brow slightly, he feigned deep thought before shaking his head again. Captain Li, I regularly conduct experiments in the chemistry lab and am quite familiar with its layout. I genuinely didn't notice anything unusual. If any items were missing, the lab instructor would have discovered and reported it immediately. Chapter 139, his instincts told him he was right. Deputy Director Zhang and Captain Li exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of doubt in the other's eyes. Their years of investigative experience told them that Lín Yì seemed to know something. Yet, judging by his answers and demeanor, he appeared flawless. Deputy Director Zhang refused to give up so easily. He pressed further, Mr. Lín Yì, did you have regular contact with the deceased Professor Wang? How much do you know about his research projects? Lín Yi's heart tightened, yet his expression remained composed. He nodded lightly. I attended Professor Wang's lectures. He was a very kind man. However, his research projects were quite specialized. I only had a superficial understanding and didn't delve deeply into them. Captain Li was about to say more when an officer rushed over and whispered something in his ear. Captain Li frowned slightly, glanced at Lín Yì, then exchanged a look with Deputy Director Zhang. Finally, Deputy Chief Zhang sighed softly and addressed Lín Yì. All right, Lín Yì. If you recall anything later, contact us immediately. Thank you for your cooperation. Lín Yì nodded slightly, a look of relief washing over his face. Sure, Officer Zhang. I'll let you know immediately if anything comes to mind. Watching Deputy Director Zhang and Captain Li turn and walk away, Lín Yì breathed a silent sigh of relief, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. His game of cat and mouse with the police had only just begun. Following the bizarre murder at Green Mountain University, the police swiftly launched a thorough and meticulous investigation. Outside the machinery room, the police tape stretched like a cold barrier, separating the scene from the outside world. A bitter wind howled through the area, whipping fallen leaves across the ground with a rustling sound. Officer Zhang had already retrieved all surveillance footage from around the school and commenced the long, tedious process of reviewing it. Minute by minute, the investigators' eyes remained fixed on the screens, scrutinizing every frame for detail. They watched the constant flow of people on the surveillance feed, saw students jogging past the machinery room window. Everything seemed utterly ordinary. However, when the time marker reached the period of last Sunday night, the investigators' nerves instantly tightened. The footage revealed an eerie stillness around the machinery room between midnight and 1 a.m. Occasionally, a cold wind blew, causing the branches along the roadside to sway gently. And at precisely 12:35 a.m., an eerie scene unfolded on the screen. Without warning, the window of the machinery room slowly began to open. The window opened with extreme slowness, as if guided by an invisible hand. The wooden frame emitted a faint creak, piercing the stillness of the night with startling clarity. The investigators' eyes widened in disbelief at what they were witnessing. Suddenly, the footage went silent, the entire screen falling into complete stillness. During this muted interval, no one knew what transpired inside the machinery room, nor what secrets lay hidden behind that opened window. When the silence ended, an even more spine-chilling event unfolded. The window that had been open slowly began to close again, the entire process unfolding with the precision of a carefully choreographed play. Witnessing this scene, the officer monitoring the surveillance feed instantly turned pale. He scrambled to notify Captain Lee and Deputy Director Zhang. Upon receiving the report, Captain Lee and Deputy Director Zhang immediately rushed to the surveillance monitoring station. Captain Lee stared at the frozen frame on the screen, his expression one of utter disbelief. His eyes widened like copper bells, his mouth slightly agape as he blurted out, "What? Is this some kind of paranormal activity?" His voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the eerie scene before him. Deputy Director Zhang, however, furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of steadiness and composure. He stared intently at the screen, scrutinizing every detail in the footage, searching for a rational explanation for this bizarre phenomenon. After a moment, he gave an awkward chuckle, shook his head, and said, "What supernatural phenomenon? There aren't that many mysterious or supernatural events in this world. It's nothing more than someone preparing fishing line in advance and using it to pull open the window." Captain Lee paused upon hearing Deputy Director Zhang's words, then his face clouded with confusion. He asked, "But how could fishing line achieve such precise control over the window's opening and closing? And how could it make the window open and close so slowly?" Deputy Director Zhang patiently explained, "It's not difficult, simply tamper with the window hinges beforehand, for instance, by applying lubricant to make the window pivot more smoothly. Then, using the tension of the fishing line and a cleverly designed anchoring and pulling mechanism, you can control the window's opening and closing." While this method isn't common in typical cases, some meticulous criminals do devise such methods to conceal their tracks. After hearing Deputy Director Zhang's analysis, Captain Lee nodded slightly. Yet a new question arose in his mind, but this criminal deliberately tampered with the surveillance system, allowing us to see only what he wanted us to see. How did he manage that? Could he have gained access to the monitoring room? Deputy Director Zhang's expression turned grave as he nodded. It's highly probable. Based on the current evidence, this criminal is intimately familiar with the surveillance room's layout. In fact, it's likely he possesses the key to the surveillance room door, allowing him to enter and exit freely. Captain Lee was startled by Deputy Director Zhang's words. He asked, "Then why not enter through the surveillance room window? Or simply pick the lock? Wouldn't that also achieve the goal of sabotaging the surveillance?" Deputy Director Zhang shook his head slightly, a look of resignation crossing his face. He explained, "We've already inspected the surveillance room. It has no windows, making entry through a window impossible. Furthermore, the door is specially designed with a high-grade security lock that ordinary tools couldn't possibly open so easily. Most crucially, we conducted detailed measurements of the lock's traces and found no signs of forced entry. It was clearly opened normally with a key." Upon hearing Deputy Director Zhang's explanation, Captain Lee nodded thoughtfully, as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. Chapter 140, What a Horrifying Method, Absolutely Complex. Following that perplexing homicide, the police investigation had reached an impasse. The bizarre footage captured on surveillance cameras and the absence of crucial segments only deepened the case's mystery. Now, the surveillance room became the key to breaking the deadlock. Deputy Director Zhang and Captain Lee decided to start here, searching for a breakthrough in the case. Deputy Chief Zhang's sharp gaze swept over the bustling officers before he ordered in a deep voice, "Bring the person in charge of the surveillance room here." Soon, a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a hint of nervousness in his eyes hurried over. His name was Lu Ping, the supervisor of the school's surveillance room, responsible for its daily management and maintenance. Lu Ping approached Deputy Director Zhang and Captain Lee, standing slightly bowed with a slightly ingratiating smile on his face. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Officers, what can I do for you?" Deputy Director Zhang fixed him with a piercing stare and demanded, "Lu Ping, tell me how many people have keys to the surveillance room?" At this question, Lu Ping stiffened slightly, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes before he regained his composure. Clearing his throat, he replied earnestly, "Officer, the surveillance room is the school's most critical facility, vital to its safety and stability. To date, only I possess the key. The security team operates on a 2-shift rotation for monitoring room patrols. Each shift change requires the incoming guard to physically arrive on site before the outgoing guard departs, ensuring round-the-clock coverage in the security office." Deputy Director Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He silently weighed Lu Ping's words. If it was truly as he said only one key existed for the surveillance room, and the security team's shift handover procedures were so strict, then the possibility of the key being stolen and used was extremely low. It seemed the problem didn't lie with the key. After all, the 2 shift guards knew each other's identities and appearances well. Impersonation was impossible. This line of reasoning led Deputy Director Zhang to a bold hypothesis. Someone had entered the security room and directly deleted that critical footage. It was highly probable that the culprit was an insider, and the suspect was among these 2 security guards. Deputy Director Zhang turned to Captain Lee. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Captain Lee immediately understood, beckoning several officers over and instructing them in a low voice, "Go. Bring those 2 security guards here." Shortly after, the 2 security guards were brought to the scene. One was Wang Chang, a burly man with an honest look in his eyes.
The other was Zhao Gang, slightly shorter, with a shifty gaze. Deputy Director Zhang stepped before them, his gaze sweeping over their figures. He asked sternly, while you were in the monitoring room, did either of you tamper with the surveillance system? Also, can you confirm that the person who came for the shift change was the other one? Wang Chang and Zhao Gang exchanged a glance and spoke almost simultaneously. We can confirm it was the other party. We never tampered with anything. Deputy Director Zhang nodded slightly before asking, then let me ask you this, is there surveillance inside the security office? The two answered in unison once more, there has never been surveillance installed in the security office. The school trusts us completely, so it was never installed. Just then, Lu Ping beside them suddenly brightened, as if recalling something crucial. He hurriedly pulled a videotape from his pocket, a hint of smugness on his face. He said, officers, it's true there was no surveillance in the security room originally. But just in case, I installed a particularly hidden camera in the southwest corner of the room. No one has ever discovered it. This is the recording from 12:30 last Sunday. You can watch it. It details everything that happened inside the security room. Deputy Chief Zhang's eyes flashed with delight at this, and a rare smile spread across his face. He quickly took the tape and said, excellent. This could be crucial evidence. However, at that very moment, Zhao Gang's face suddenly turned deathly pale. His body began to tremble slightly, his eyes filled with terror and panic. Captain Li keenly noticed this detail. He immediately stepped forward, fixed his gaze on Zhao Gang, and demanded sharply, Zhao Gang, what's wrong? Are you hiding something? Zhao Gang flinched, his eyes darting away. He forced himself to sound calm. And no. What could I possibly be hiding? Deputy Director Zhang snorted coldly, signaling an officer to retrieve the tablet and extract the footage from the tape. As the footage played, everyone witnessed Zhao Gang sneaking up to the surveillance equipment at 12:30 a.m. He glanced around nervously before swiftly manipulating the controls to delete a segment of the surveillance recording. At this sight, Deputy Director Zhang's face turned ashen. Slamming his fist on the table, he roared, Zhao Gang, you dare lie to me? Confess honestly, why did you delete the surveillance footage? Zhao Gang's body instantly went limp, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His lips trembled as he stammered, unable to speak coherently. Under the relentless interrogation of Deputy Director Zhang and Captain Li, Zhao Gang's psychological defenses finally collapsed. Holding his head in his hands, he wept bitterly. Officer, I made a mistake. I truly made a mistake. A man in black suddenly approached me, promising 100,000 yuan to delete a recording. I had no choice. My wife is about to give birth, and our family is dirt poor. We have no money. The amount he offered was simply too much. I was momentarily blinded by greed and agreed to I haven't touched a single cent of that 100,000 yuan. I hid it in the refrigerator at home. I truly know I was wrong. Deputy Chief Zhang looked at Zhao Gang's pitiful yet infuriating expression, and his anger subsided slightly. He said in a deep voice, I'm glad you're being honest. Now describe that man's appearance. If he stood before you again, could you recognize him? Zhao Gang lifted his head, his face etched with regret and helplessness. He shook his head. No, officer. He wore a mask and a hooded jacket, covering his entire face completely. I never got a clear look at what he looked like. Deputy Chief Zhang frowned, a hint of disappointment in his expression, but he pressed on, do you remember the content of the footage you deleted? Zhao Gang shook his head again, a look of pain crossing his face. He wouldn't let me watch that segment. He just told me to delete it. So I deleted the footage from 12:30 to 12:35. I really don't know what was on it. Chapter 141, Moving a body is more complicated than imagined. Deputy Director Zhang felt a pang of frustration upon hearing Zhao Gang's words. He pressed his hand to his forehead and sighed softly. The hard-won lead had snapped like a thread, and the case seemed to have returned to square one. Seeing Deputy Director Zhang's weary expression, Captain Li patted his shoulder and said, don't lose heart, Zhang. Let's look for clues elsewhere. If this man in black could find Zhao Gang, he must have left some traces behind. Just then, an officer hurried into the surveillance room, his expression grave. He stood at attention before the deputy director, urgency in his voice. Deputy Director, we've discovered some suspicious points in the room next to the machinery room. The deputy director, who had been deep in thought, instantly perked up at the news. Exchanging a glance with Captain Li, both men's eyes flashed with alertness and anticipation. They quickly strode toward the location the officer had mentioned. Within minutes, they arrived directly at the machinery room door. The room adjacent to the machinery room was a control room. Its exterior appeared ordinary, with gray walls bearing traces of age. The control room door featured a peculiar design. It could only be opened from the outside, not from within. While this might have gone unnoticed under normal circumstances, at this moment, it seemed to conceal some unknown secret. Pushing the door open, the group entered the control room. The room was filled with a musty odor, mingled with a faint scent of machine oil. The deputy director's gaze swept the room with the sharpness of a hawk. Suddenly, his footsteps halted as his eyes fixed on the windowsill. There were distinct friction marks on the windowsill.
Though not particularly deep, they stood out to the deputy director like a beacon in the darkness. He bent slightly, examining them closely, his expression deep in thought. Captain Lee also noticed the anomaly. He leaned closer, furrowing his brow slightly as he murmured, "These marks bear a striking resemblance to those found on the machinery room window." The deputy director nodded slowly, his mind racing. These two matching marks seemed like an invisible thread connecting the machinery room to the control room. But what could this possibly mean? Just then, a sudden flash of insight struck the deputy director. He recalled their earlier investigation of the surveillance footage. The security guard had only deleted 5 minutes of footage. Yet within that brief span, it was clearly insufficient time to drag a body directly out through the machinery room window and transport it to the cabin. "Something's off," the deputy director muttered, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with deep confusion. 5 minutes isn't nearly enough to move a body to the cabin. So what exactly happened during that time? Captain Lee also fell into deep thought. Moments later, both men simultaneously grasped a possibility. The deputy director's eyes lit up as he blurted out, "Could it be that the body was transported through the machinery room window, but not directly to the cabin? What if it was first brought here, to this control room?" Captain Lee clapped his hands. The theory made sense. That's plausible. There are no cameras outside the control room. And if they took a long detour around here, moving the body through the low-lying terrain behind the cabin, the surveillance wouldn't have captured it. With this realization, the two immediately launched a meticulous search of the scene, seeking further clues to validate their hypothesis. The deputy chief bent down, his gaze scanning every corner of the room. He noticed that both the surveillance room and the control room contained two small raised platforms designed for mounting equipment. Beside each platform were two clips that appeared precisely sized to hold a panel in place. Simultaneously, in both the control room and machinery room, they discovered several three-tiered steel boxes. One side of each box showed clear signs of tampering loose screws and slightly warped metal panels. The deputy director narrowed his eyes slightly, a bold hypothesis forming in his mind. He directed the officers to remove the hollow iron panels from one side of the boxes. Following his instructions, they placed these panels in a crisscross pattern over the windows of both rooms. Next, they snapped the hollow metal pieces into place on the elevated platforms in both rooms. As the two panels interlocked outside the window, a look of sudden realization spread across the deputy director's face. "I see," the deputy director exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. "The killer murdered the victim in the machinery room, then used these two panels to build a passageway. They transported the body from the machinery room window into the control room, and later carried it out from there." Captain Lee stared at the constructed passageway before him, filled with admiration for the deputy director's deductive skills. It seems there's no other way it could have happened. Using this makeshift passageway, it would be entirely possible to haul a body into the control room within just 5 minutes simply by pulling it in with a rope. Then, transporting the body directly out through the control room with no surveillance outside the control room door to capture footage means the perpetrator must have known there were no cameras outside. This indicates they possessed exceptionally detailed knowledge of the school's surveillance system. A killer like this, pulling off a crime that looks simple yet is so complex it's truly baffling. Professor Wang, his death was truly tragic. It took at least a week before anyone discovered him. His body had frozen solid, abandoned inside that small cabin. And recently, the school doesn't seem to have noticed Professor Wang's disappearance at all. Hearing this, Officer Zhang felt a pang of curiosity. But that wasn't the most pressing concern at the moment. The very next moment, Officer Zhang's brows furrowed slightly. His thick eyebrows seemed pulled together by an invisible force, converging into a deep, horizontal crease. A solemn expression clouded his eyes, as if a shadow had settled over them. His normally sharp gaze now held a hint of confusion and deep contemplation. His lips pressed together slightly, the corners of his mouth turned down, and the muscles in his face tensed. Then, as if recalling something, Officer Zhang lifted his head slightly. His gaze drifted toward the distance, yet it seemed unfocused, lost instead in a scene playing out within his mind. He replayed the scene that had just surfaced in his mind. That specially constructed passageway had slowly transported a body from the machinery room to the control room. However, his thoughts were soon pulled back to a crucial question. He clearly remembered the supervisor mentioning that the control room door featured a unique design. It could only be opened from the outside, not from within. Chapter 142, a two-way door isn't so easy to break. Moreover, buttons were installed both outside and inside the control room. Only when both buttons were pressed simultaneously could the door open. This ingenious design primarily served to prevent unauthorized entry into the control room and damage to its critical machinery. After all, the control room governed every aspect of the school from lighting to network systems, making it a pivotal point where a single disruption could affect everything. Hence, such meticulous precautions were necessary. Thinking about it this way, after the killer transported the body from the adjacent room into the control room, how exactly did they open the control room door to move the body out? This question knotted itself like an unsolvable knot in Officer Zhang's mind, deepening the already grave expression on his face. Captain Lee, standing nearby, also fell silent. His eyes, equally filled with confusion and deep thought, fixed intently on the mysterious control room door.
Everything before them felt like an invisible shackle, binding their thoughts and teaching them yet another lesson, a stark reminder of the killer's extraordinary skill and meticulous planning. In the silent control room, time seemed frozen, broken only by the heavy echoes of their breaths in the air. Wave after wave of speculation surged through their minds. How exactly had the killer managed to open the control room door while orchestrating all this? Could it be that someone else had collaborated with the killer? Which meant, this murder wasn't the work of a lone killer, but someone had assisted in committing this crime. One person outside the control room and the killer inside. When both pressed the button simultaneously, the door would open automatically. The mere thought of this possibility sent a chill down the spines of both Officer Zhang and Captain Li, causing the hairs on their bodies to stand on end. They knew that if such a collaborative crime existed, the complexity of this case would far exceed their imagination. A second killer? In the control room, thick with tension and uncertainty, Detective Zhang furrowed his brow. The puzzle in his mind tangled like a knot, impossible to untangle. He repeatedly sifted through the known clues in his mind, yet could not find the key to unlock the door to the truth. Just then, Lín Yi's figure suddenly flashed into his mind. This student, renowned at Qingshan University for his outstanding grades and sharp intellect, might just bring a glimmer of hope to this bewildering case. Shortly after, Lín Yì entered the control room, guided by an officer. His stride was steady, his expression calm, yet his slightly clenched fists betrayed the tension within. Detective Zhang's piercing gaze fixed on Lín Yì as he scrutinized the young man, searching for clues in his demeanor and mannerisms. Deputy Chief Zhang leaned forward slightly and spoke. Lín Yì, as one of Qingshan University's most outstanding students, you must be thoroughly familiar with every corner and facility on campus. Our investigation has confirmed that the control room door has a unique opening mechanism. It requires someone inside and outside to simultaneously press buttons to unlock it from the outside. Given the current evidence, this strongly suggests a coordinated crime involving two individuals. Therefore, I'd like to ask, regarding this incident, can you think of any useful clues? Lín Yi's heart jolted at these words, like a giant boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples spreading outward. But he quickly regained his composure, his expression remaining as calm as ever. This was a moment of critical tension. The system had yet to provide much valuable information. He had no way of knowing whether the clues the police currently held overlapped with the criminal process carried out by the original owner of this body before his transmigration. If the clues and the murder weapon matched perfectly, it wouldn't be long before the police followed the trail and pinned all suspicion squarely on him. At that point, even his status as a 4-star model citizen would likely prove insufficient to evade the police's relentless pursuit. Captain Li, standing nearby, fixed his gaze intently on Lín Yì, his eyes betraying a hint of suspicion and scrutiny. He sensed an elusive aura emanating from Lín Yì, as if the man were deliberately concealing something significant. Captain Li's intuition told him that this Lín Yì was far from as simple as he appeared on the surface. Even though he had assisted the police in solving numerous cases. Just as Lín Yi's mind churned with anxiety and conflicting thoughts, a familiar, pleasant mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a new hint. Lín Yi's pupils contracted slightly. Outwardly, he maintained his calm composure, but inwardly, a storm had already erupted. Waves of excitement surged through him like a tidal flood. He silently marveled at how this system always delivered hope like a timely gift in the darkest moments. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he urgently inquired about the specifics of this new hint. Soon, the system's prompt sounded clearly once more. Congratulations, host, on receiving a new reward notification. Currently, there is no overlap whatsoever between the clues obtained by the police and the process you used to solve the entire case. At those words, Lín Yi's eyes lit up instantly, and his taut nerves instantly relaxed. A barely perceptible smirk touched his lips. He lifted his head, his gaze fixed firmly on Officer Zhang and Captain Li. He spoke up. Officer, I have a thought. When you were conducting a thorough examination of the scene, did you notice any objects that could be used to block this button from the inside? If such an object existed, then there would be no need for someone inside. All it would take is one person outside pressing the button to smoothly open this door and transport the body out. Officer Zhang paused slightly upon hearing Lín Yi's words, a hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes. He slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the interior layout of the control room. The switch was positioned precisely at head height. A taller individual could reach it simply by craning their neck. However, he had already conducted a thorough and meticulous search of the control room and found no objects whose height perfectly aligned with this position. In other words, there was simply no object that could block the switch, allowing someone outside to operate it. Deputy Director Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of resignation crossing his face. He shook his head slowly and said, "We didn't find any such object at the scene. While your theory has some merit, there's currently no item that could have enabled the killer to carry out this series of actions. So, it remains nothing more than conjecture." Chapter 143, A Bizarre Case, A Contemptuous Mockery. The control room was thick with tension and confusion, the atmosphere so oppressive it felt suffocating. The surrounding walls glowed with a faded grayish-black hue, dust gathering in the corners, faintly visible under the dim lighting. Several outdated machines stood silently nearby, emitting a faint hum, as if sighing over this bizarre case. After Lín Yì voiced his thoughts, several students gathered around him, their faces brimming with disdain and mockery. Among them, a slightly overweight boy wearing glasses crossed his arms, curled his lips, and let a sneer curve his mouth, his eyes brimming with contempt. Him, trying to solve this case? Sure, he's a top engineering student from the chemistry department, pampered by the school, but this case is way beyond his league. He's just overstepping his bounds. Beside him, a girl with shoulder-length hair and meticulously applied makeup rolled her eyes and chimed in shrilly, exactly. Even the police, with all their experience, are stumped by this case. What could this greenhorn possibly know? Probably just trying to show off in front of the officers, flaunting his measly skills. Another guy, dressed fashionably with flashy earrings, crossed his arms and sneered sarcastically, maybe he's got something to hide. Could be he's connected to this case somehow. Why else would he be so eager to give the police advice? These sharp taunts pierced Lín Yì's ears like needles. He merely pursed his lips slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes before he regained his composure. He lifted his head slightly, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, instantly casting aside the taunts. At that moment, Chief Zhang approached Lín Yì with measured, deliberate steps. A gentle smile graced his face, his eyes conveying the concern of an elder. He gently placed a hand on Lín Yì's shoulder, his tone soothing and reassuring. Young Lin, your theory is quite creative. Theoretically, it's possible for one person to carry out the crime. But look to execute the method you described, the key would be having something that could precisely press the switch inside the control room. Moreover, that person would have to climb out the window, press the external button to open the door, and then carry the body away. Yet we've searched the entire scene and found no such tool. And look at the equipment in this control room, each piece is incredibly heavy. An ordinary person couldn't possibly move them. We meticulously examined the floor and found no signs of friction. This proves none of the equipment was moved. So, for now, your theories remain just that, theories. Proving them will be no easy task. Lín Yì listened quietly to Director Zhang's words, nodding slightly, her expression remaining calm throughout. Yet a subtle flicker of light danced in her eyes, as if brewing something. Suddenly, Lín Yì's gaze locked onto the frozen corpse. His eyes instantly brightened. A confident smile touched his lips, his eyes radiating a piercing intelligence. He extended a finger, pointing at the corpse, his voice steady and authoritative as he declared, Director Zhang, officers, please observe. In such bitter cold, with no heating in the control room or adjacent machinery room, the body would inevitably freeze solid. Once completely frozen, it becomes rigid and immobile. Now, this corpse's height just happens to reach the switch inside the control room. Simply place the frozen body over the switch. Wouldn't that allow easy access to press the button inside the control room door? As he spoke, Lín Yì's face radiated confidence, his eyes reflecting a certainty of having the entire situation under control. To help everyone visualize the scenario, he stepped decisively toward the button, leaned back slightly, tensed his entire body, and forcefully pressed his head against the switch, demonstrating the exact sequence he had described. This sudden action stunned both the police officers and the onlookers present. Eyes widened, mouths fell open involuntarily, faces frozen in shock and disbelief. All eyes fixed on Lín Yì as they mentally weighed the possibility he had described. For a moment, the control room fell deathly silent, broken only by Lín Yì's heavy breathing echoing through the air. How could that be possible? Officer Zhang's voice seemed to be forced through gritted teeth, betraying his unmistakable shock. The muscles in his face instantly tensed, his usually composed expression now etched with utter disbelief. His sharp eyes narrowed abruptly, pupils contracting as if stung by a bright light. His gaze sharpened into needles, fixed intently on Lín Yì's simulated posture. His breathing grew ragged and heavy, his chest heaving violently. Then, he couldn't help but draw in a deep, chilling breath. The cold air slid down his throat, carrying a hint of frost, yet it did nothing to cool the shock within him. In the control room, thick with tension and uncertainty, the light was dim and yellow, casting flickering shadows across the faces of those present. The surrounding walls bore a worn, grayish-black hue, with a thin layer of dust accumulating in the corners, standing out starkly in the oppressive atmosphere. Several outdated machines stood silently in the corner, emitting a faint, muffled hum. In Officer Zhang's mind, it was like watching a thriller movie play out. Images of the killer committing the crime kept flashing through his thoughts. If Lín Yì's theory held true, the entire case would begin to fall into place. After brutally killing the victim, the killer swiftly and cautiously transported the body from the machinery room to the control room. This was done piece by piece, using a makeshift bridge constructed outside from hollow iron pipes and wooden planks. The body lay motionless on the control room's cold floor. As time passed in that unheated, bone-chilling chamber, it gradually stiffened like stone. Then, the killer bent down, using both hands to carefully lean the stiff body against a button in the room. Each movement was deliberate, as if performing a sacred yet sinister ritual. The moment a specific part of the body precisely activated the button, a faint, almost imperceptible cold smile might have flitted across the killer's face. Immediately afterward, the killer deftly climbed out the window. The howling cold wind outside whipped at the hem of his clothes. He likely bypassed the machinery room entrance and hurried once more to the control room door.
As the killer reached out and pressed the button on the outside, both inner and outer buttons triggered simultaneously. With a faint mechanical whir, the door slowly slid open. Chapter 144, Exploiting Blind Spots, Transporting the Body. The killer entered the room, casting a cold glance at the corpse on the floor. He bent down, hoisted the body onto his shoulders, and carried it steadily out of the control room. Skillfully exploiting the surveillance blind spots, he moved like a ghost in the night, carrying the body all the way to the small cabin. Inside the cabin, he casually discarded the body, leaving it lying motionless on the cold floor. Finally, the killer methodically returned to the control room, dismantling every meticulously prepared device one by one. Each movement was clean and precise, leaving not a single trace behind. He slipped away from the scene, his figure swallowed by the night, leaving the entire case shrouded in mystery. If this was indeed the case, then the killer's meticulousness and mastery of technique were utterly extraordinary, reaching a level beyond human comprehension or imagination. Detective Zhang stared intently at Lín Yì before him. For a chemical engineering student to conceive of so many details that even seasoned police officers had completely overlooked was truly remarkable. With that thought, Officer Zhang turned abruptly, leaning forward slightly. His gaze fixed firmly on Captain Li, his eyes conveying an unquestionable command. His voice was low and powerful, carrying an air of authority. "Old Li, immediately compile all clues from the scene and simulate the feasibility of the scenario Lín Yì described." Captain Li nodded slightly, his eyes equally filled with confusion and anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he strode into the control room with steady, determined steps. Alone inside, he mimicked the leaning posture, tilting his body back slightly as he slowly leaned against the button. His gaze fixed intently on it, as if he himself were the corpse used to trigger the switch. His hands hung naturally at his sides as his body weight gradually pressed down on the button, each movement striving to recreate the truth. At that very moment, an officer hurried to the control room door, his hand pausing mid-air. Then, he reached out and pressed the control room switch. The next second, a miracle occurred. Under everyone's gaze, the door creaked open slowly and effortlessly. Witnessing this, everyone present was utterly stunned, their eyes widening like copper bells, mouths gaping involuntarily. Whispers began among the officers, their voices rising and falling in the quiet control room, sounding unusually clear. Just a young student, yet he thought of so much more thoroughly than us cops. He's definitely no ordinary student. Yeah, no wonder he's an engineering student in the chemistry department. His thinking is just different. So smart. I heard he even took first place in the anatomy class at the medical school before. He's the most famous student at Green Mountain University. If he joins the police force after graduation, we'd be lucky to have him. He might just become another legendary detective. It's definitely feasible. Officer Zhang's voice echoed through the slightly cramped control room, carrying an indescribable mix of emotions: awe at the astonishing criminal technique, yet also a heavy sense of the case growing increasingly complex. He gave a slight nod, his brow furrowing into a deep character, a sharp gleam in his eyes as he tried to pierce through the layers of mystery. The faces of those present displayed a range of expressions. Some were utterly shocked, mouths agape, eyes filled with disbelief. Others furrowed their brows slightly, deep in thought. The dim, yellowish lights cast feeble beams, draping shadows across their faces and accentuating the oppressive, tense atmosphere. On the walls of the control room, mottled marks told tales of time's passage. A faint hum emanated from the machinery in the corner. The killer had indeed transported the body out using the method Lín Yì had deduced. Yet a new question hung over them like a dark cloud. How exactly had the killer opened this window in the control room? Detective Zhang's gaze slowly shifted toward the window, his eyes filled with doubt and inquiry. His footsteps unconsciously moved toward the window, his leather shoes making a dull thud against the floor. The control room door had a special opening mechanism requiring simultaneous button presses from both inside and outside. This meant only someone already inside the control room could have had the opportunity to open the window. Moreover, the window was recessed into the wall. A small latch, like a loyal sentinel, guarded its closure. Unless pulled from the inside, no one could open it from the outside. He reached out, lightly touching the window's edge, feeling its cold surface. His fingers traced the position of the latch as he silently pondered the killer's method. Everything about this situation seemed utterly illogical, baffling to the mind. The surveillance footage was missing precisely those critical 5 minutes. Within that brief span, the killer had to execute such an intricate crime the difficulty was unimaginable. Detective Zhang spun around abruptly, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, fixing it directly on the control room supervisor. His tone carried an authority that brooked no argument. "Speak. Who entered the control room during that time?" The supervisor's body jerked violently. His already pallid complexion instantly turned ashen. His hands trembled slightly beyond his control, his fingers unconsciously twisting together until the knuckles turned white from the pressure, as if this could somehow ease the tension and fear within him. His gaze darted around restlessly, his eyes shifting constantly, yet he never dared meet Officer Zhang's stare. His lips parted slightly, but the sound that emerged was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "During this period, I was the only one who entered the control room. No one else was there.
His voice trembled, the last syllables fading into a hollow whisper, while a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. At these words, Officer Zhang's gaze instantly sharpened. He narrowed his eyes slightly, leaning forward as he scrutinized the supervisor before him. His gaze swept over the man's face, noting his uneasy expression and shifting eyes, deepening his suspicion. Only you entered the control room? At that very moment, the familiar mechanical alert sounded once more in Lín Yi's mind. His body stiffened slightly, then his eyes instantly brightened. His heart began to pound violently, his hands clenching into fists unconsciously. His fingernails dug deeply into his palms, leaving clear marks, and the palms themselves turned slightly red from the force. His breathing quickened, his chest heaving violently, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 145, the poor case manager almost became the victim. Immediately after, the system provided a clue, ding. Host. The manager was not involved in this case. Lín Yì furrowed his brow slightly. He lowered his head slightly, propping his chin with one hand as his fingers tapped lightly against his cheek. He pondered silently. Based on the information currently available, it seemed unlikely the supervisor was involved in the case. Yet why had he appeared so panicked when questioned by the police? Such panic was clearly unreasonable. He must have done something unspeakable. Just as he was deep in thought, the system notification sounded again. Ding, host. The school requires the control room to be inspected every 3 days, and 2 people must be present during the inspection. The primary purpose is to ensure the control room door can be successfully opened and closed. Additionally, the inspection must be documented afterward. His panic stems from the window latch being tampered with. Furthermore, no inspections have been conducted in the control room for the past week. He had no choice but to lie, claiming he was the only one who entered the room. His goal is to prevent the school from uncovering the truth and firing him. He needs this job. Hearing this clue, Lín Yi's lips curved slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Interesting. But soon enough, this guy would become the scapegoat. Because he couldn't possibly defend himself. If he was the only one who had entered the control room, and considering the police had already deduced the entire possible sequence of events, only someone with access to the control room could have carried out the entire crime. Because only with the window latch removed could the body be transported through the machinery room into the control room. Just as expected. The original owner of this body, during the execution of the entire crime, had indeed plotted meticulously. Even when the truth came out, they had already planned exactly who to frame. What a ruthless move. Inside the interrogation room, the dim, oppressive lighting hung like an invisible net, tightly enveloping everyone present. Wang Lei, the person in charge, was escorted in by 2 stern-faced officers flanking him on either side, his steps unsteady. His body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with terror and panic, like a frightened fawn. Detective Zhang sat behind the interrogation desk, his posture rigid and his gaze sharp as a falcon's, fixed intently on Wang Lei. His gaze seemed to pierce through Wang Lei's soul, penetrating every secret within him. Wang Lei, why did you do this? Stop beating around the bush. Speak up. Officer Zhang's voice was deep and commanding, echoing through the cramped interrogation room with an authority that brooked no argument. Wang Lei's lips trembled slightly as his hands rubbed nervously on his knees, knuckles turning white from the pressure. His eyes darted nervously, unable to meet Officer Zhang's gaze. He stammered, unable to form coherent words. Mumbling indistinct syllables, he seemed to struggle to form words, his throat constricted by fear. Seeing this, Officer Zhang's brow furrowed, his expression growing even more stern. He slammed his hand down on the table. The sharp crack echoed through the interrogation room, causing Wang Lei's body to jerk back in fright. Confess and receive leniency, resist and face harsher punishment. You must understand that intentional homicide carries the death penalty. Did you never consider, before committing these acts, that you might ultimately lose your own life? Wang Lei's eyes widened, filled with tension and confusion. His small eyes conveyed utter bewilderment. He waved his hands frantically, his voice breaking as he pleaded, Officer Zhang, I really didn't. I never said I killed anyone. Fine, I'll confess. He knew there was no turning back now. He had to tell the truth. I'm scared to even kill a chicken. How could I possibly kill a person? He truly hadn't killed anyone. He simply hadn't set foot in the control room during this entire period, solely to avoid the school holding him accountable. That's why he lost his job. That's why he claimed he'd been checking the control room every 3 days. He thought that would save his job. But now? If he kept insisting that he checked the control room every 3 days, then next he might become the murderer in the eyes of the police. This was a matter of life and death. He dared not take that risk. His eyes betrayed a flustered look. Officer Zhang looked at him, his tone softening slightly, though his gaze remained sharp. Then tell me. What exactly did you do? Wang Lei licked his dry lips, his throat making a gulp sound as if swallowing a mouthful of fear. His voice trembled slightly, tinged with a hint of pleading. Officer Zhang, could I have a cup of hot water? Officer Zhang nodded slightly, signaling an officer nearby to prepare it. Moments later, an officer entered carrying a steaming cup of water and placed it before Wang Lei. Wang Lei took it with both hands, his fingers trembling slightly from nervousness, nearly spilling the water.
He slowly raised the cup to his lips and took a small sip. The scalding water slid down his throat, seeming to steady him slightly. Then, Wang Lei cautiously lifted his head, glanced at Officer Zhang, and stammered, "Officer Zhang, could I have a cigarette?" Officer Zhang frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but he silently acquiesced. An officer handed Wang Lei a cigarette and a lighter. Wang Lei took the cigarette, his fingers trembling as he placed it between his lips. It took several tries before he managed to light it. He took a deep drag, exhaling smoke through his nose and mouth that formed twisted rings. He took several more deep drags. As the smoke filled his lungs, his emotions seemed to settle slightly. He lifted his head, a hint of resignation in his eyes, and spoke slowly, "I haven't been to the control room in a week." Officer Zhang's brow instantly furrowed into a deep character, his eyes flashing with intense displeasure. Leaning forward, he fixed Wang Lei with a piercing stare and demanded, "Didn't you say you'd been entering the control room every few days for the past week to conduct inspections? Why are you now claiming you haven't set foot in there at all?" Wang Lei waved his hands frantically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as tension made his facial muscles twitch slightly. His eyes were filled with panic as he stammered, "I was lying earlier." Chapter 146, Officer, I really didn't do anything wrong. The control room is crucial, it's the heart of the school. Every light and piece of machinery relies on it for operation. School policy mandates inspections every 3 days, but this past week I neglected my duties. I never went in once. I was terrified of losing my job, so I lied about entering the room. But I didn't kill anyone. I've never killed anyone. His voice grew increasingly agitated, almost breaking as terror washed over him. His hands flailed in the air as if grasping for something to prove his innocence. His body leaned forward slightly, straining to get closer to Officer Zhang, desperate for him to believe his words. Officer Zhang listened to Wang Lei's words, his face showing disbelief, even shock. He had believed he'd found the real killer, but Wang Lei's story made it seem plausible. If Wang Lei had never entered the control room, then he couldn't possibly be the killer. A flicker of confusion crossed Officer Zhang's eyes. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms over his chest, and fell deep in thought. Moments later, he sat up straight and immediately dispatched an officer to investigate Wang Lei's entire whereabouts over the past week. The officer acknowledged the order and swiftly turned to leave the interrogation room, footsteps echoing down the hallway. Inside the interrogation room, the atmosphere remained tense and oppressive. Wang Lei kept his head bowed, daring not to make a loud sound, only occasionally sniffing softly as he struggled to suppress his emotions. Soon, the investigating officer hurried back into the interrogation room, his footsteps urgent. He approached Officer Zhang, leaned close, and whispered a few sentences into his ear. Officer Zhang's expression shifted with each piece of information, sometimes frowning, sometimes showing surprise. It turned out that Wang Lei had been at home all week. His wife had contracted a rare illness requiring constant care. Wang Lei hadn't taken leave from school because he knew that doing so at this time would affect his year-end bonus. His wife's illness required substantial funds for treatment. Although he had saved some money during his 3 years as a supervisor at the school, it had all been spent on his wife. Losing his year-end bonus would only worsen their already dire financial situation. Therefore, he could only sneak home to care for his wife, failing to fulfill the school's requirement to conduct mechanical inspections in the control room every 3 days. After hearing the report, Officer Zhang pressed a hand to his forehead, shook his head slightly, and wore an expression of helplessness and sympathy. Pitiful souls. It seemed the leads in this case had once again gone cold. So what kind of person could possibly enter the control room and carry out this entire sequence of actions? According to Chief Wang's explanation, the door and window bolts in the control room had always been sealed shut. If no one had entered the control room, the windows could not have been opened from the outside. What exactly had happened? Officer Zhang immediately dispatched personnel to investigate the control room, beginning with a thorough examination of the surrounding environment. Inside the control room, Captain Li led several officers, each holding a flashlight, as they meticulously examined every corner. Captain Li's gaze was focused and sharp, missing no detail. His pace was slow and deliberate as he paced back and forth across the room. Suddenly, Captain Li's gaze fixed on the window. He crouched down, shining his flashlight on the window's rubber seal, his eyes narrowing slightly. The window seals in the control room were not permanently affixed, meaning they could be removed directly from the outside. Captain Li's eyes lit up, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Realizing this was a crucial clue, he immediately turned to the officers behind him and ordered, "Quickly, photograph this for evidence." Several officers sprang into action, snapping photos of the window seal from multiple angles with their cameras. Flashbulbs flickered in the control room as they swiftly completed the evidence collection. After taking the photos, Captain Li hurried back to the police station with the evidence. He entered the deputy chief's office to find him seated behind his desk, brows furrowed as if deep in thought. Captain Li approached the desk, placed the photos before the deputy director, and stated, "Deputy Director, this is what we discovered in the control room. The window seal can be removed from the outside." The deputy took the photos and examined them closely, his eyes fixed intently on the rubber seals in the images. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had remembered something. He looked up at Captain Lee and said, "The surveillance footage from earlier showed that when the window in the machinery room was opened, there was no one there at all. It was as if the window had opened out of thin air. At the time, we speculated that someone pulled the window open using fishing line, causing the surveillance footage to be erased for 5 minutes. During those 5 minutes, no one knows what happened. So, if the window could be opened with fishing line, could it be that someone slipped a line through the control room window during that time? Then, by pulling the latch through the line, they could easily open the window from the outside?" After hearing the deputy director's analysis, Captain Lee's mind instantly shifted into high gear. Various clues and possibilities tangled like a knot in his thoughts. He furrowed his brow slightly, his deep eyes flashing with contemplation, faint lines of concentration appearing on his forehead. But there simply wasn't enough time to execute this entire sequence of actions. Captain Lee spoke slowly, his tone tinged with a hint of determined doubt. He lifted his head slightly, his gaze meeting Officer Zhang's, his eyes searching. Within those 5 minutes when the surveillance feed went dark, it's unlikely enough time to execute all those actions. Therefore, even if one were to use fishing line to pry open that window, it still wouldn't be feasible. Officer Zhang listened quietly, nodding slightly, his expression solemn and focused. His lips pressed into a straight line, his eyes reflecting agreement with Captain Lee's assessment. Indeed, it's impossible within 5 minutes. This complex sequence requires removing the window's rubber seal or threading the fishing line through its gap, then hooking it precisely onto the latch before pulling it out entirely. It's no simple feat. Officer Zhang's voice was low and authoritative. A brief silence fell between them, the air thick with tension. The office lights cast a dim, oppressive glow, and shadows on the walls flickered slightly with their breaths. Suddenly, Officer Zhang's eyes brightened, as if he'd caught a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Chapter 147, Deliberate Damage, just 5 minutes. He leaned forward slightly, his hands instinctively braced on the desk, excitement flickering in his eyes. If it couldn't have been done within 5 minutes, and yet no other surveillance footage was damaged during nearly a week of monitoring investigations? The undamaged footage shows no one performing any actions on the window. He furrowed his brow slightly, sinking deeper into thought. If that's the case, could it be that someone entered the adjacent mechanical room much earlier? Then, through that room's window, they removed the tape covering the control room window and attached the fishing line, though only the line itself was secured then. It wasn't until the day of the incident that they used the line to pull the bolt out? Listening to Officer Zhang's analysis, Captain Lee nodded vigorously, like a bobblehead. Why hadn't he thought of that? That makes sense. That possibility definitely exists. As these thoughts formed, Officer Zhang seemed to gain new insight into the entire case. He immediately stood up, his body straight as an arrow, his gaze sharp and determined, like a blade drawn from its sheath. Drive to Green Mountain University immediately. Demand the surveillance room retrieve all footage from the past month. See if anyone approached the window to tamper with it. His voice was unwavering. Stepping out of the police station, Officer Zhang strode purposefully toward his vehicle. He pulled open the door, slid into the driver's seat, and gripped the steering wheel with both hands, though his gaze betrayed a hint of hesitation. His fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, producing a rhythmic sound. After a moment, he sighed softly, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. The cigarette's flame flickered in the dim interior. Officer Zhang took a deep drag, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. The smoke spread through the cabin, blurring his vision. He leaned back in his seat, his gaze fixed through the window toward the distance, his thoughts drifting far away. After a long while, Officer Zhang stubbed out the cigarette and started the engine. The roar of the engine shattered the silence inside. He pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow toward Green Mountain University. Inside the surveillance room at Green Mountain University, police personnel sat clustered around computer screens, eyes fixed intently on the monitors. Watch carefully. Don't miss a single detail. Officer Zhang stood nearby, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, his voice low and commanding. The officers nodded in unison, their focus intensifying on the screens. Minute after minute passed. The lights in the surveillance room remained on, while outside, the sky gradually darkened. The officers had been working for hours straight. Their eyes were bloodshot from staring at the screens, and their bodies ached with exhaustion. But not a single one slackened. The deadline for the case was fast approaching. If they couldn't crack this case within 48 hours, then, after 8 hours of meticulous investigation and deliberation, they finally made a breakthrough. On the 16th of this month, 2 weeks prior, a figure wearing a black hat appeared in the surveillance footage. His entire face was concealed, making his features impossible to discern. He was seen sneaking up to the window, looking around furtively. After confirming no one was nearby, he swiftly removed the adhesive tape and tied a fishing line to the inner latch. The entire process unfolded with fluid precision, appearing utterly convincing. When this surveillance footage was retrieved, Officer Zhang stood nearby. His eyes widened, his face etched with utter disbelief. His mouth hung slightly open, revealing astonishment, while his eyes flashed with both shock and excitement. So this killer had already prepared everything meticulously a week before the murder, even mapping out the entire route for moving the body. Officer Zhang's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over the assembled officers as he barked orders. Listen up. Immediately investigate the identity of this man in black. Assign 16 officers, split into 8 teams of 2. Get every detail on him. His commanding voice echoed through the station hallway, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. 16 officers instantly formed a line, their expressions solemn and gazes determined as they awaited further instructions. Officer Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly, appraising each of them in turn before methodically assigning tasks. Team 1, investigate the school's faculty and staff records, focusing on individuals around 5 feet 7 inches. Team 2, review surveillance footage around the school perimeter for any suspicious comings and goings. Team 3. He detailed each assignment, every word clear and forceful. After assigning duties, the 16 officers sprang into action, hurrying toward their respective objectives. Some climbed into patrol cars, revved engines, and sped toward the school like the wind. Others strode purposefully toward the surveillance room, ready to comb through every second of footage. At the outset of the investigation, the officers all shared a preliminary assumption. They immediately dismissed the possibility of students being involved. They knew the body had been abandoned in the cabin for at least a week. If a student were the culprit, they would likely be noticed the moment they left campus. Logically, it seemed unlikely a student was responsible. Moreover, the school enforced a strict clock-in system. Both students and staff were required to clock in on time. If someone disappeared during this period, they would be noticed immediately and inevitably become a suspect after the murder. It was illogical for a killer to remain on campus after committing the crime. Consequently, they speculated that the perpetrator was likely someone from outside the school. Based on this theory, some officers went to the school entrance to review surveillance footage, trying to identify any outsiders who might have entered the campus recently. Seated in the surveillance room, they stared intently at the screens, reviewing footage frame by frame, scrutinizing every detail. Yet after a full day of investigation, they found nothing, not a single useful clue. Upon returning to the police station, the atmosphere became oppressively heavy. A young officer slumped dejectedly in his chair, chin resting on his hands, muttering to himself, "This case is getting more and more confusing. We still haven't found the killer, and headquarters demands we solve it within 48 hours. It seems impossible now. We have less than 12 hours left. Looks like the station is going to take the fall this time." Chapter 148, The Mysterious Man in Black. Who is he? Another officer leaned wearily against the wall, shaking his head helplessly. Yeah, not a single clue. Who the hell is that black-clad figure? They're hiding pretty deep. Just as everyone was at a loss, the police decided to simulate the figure's physique and movements once more. They summoned the police department's sketch artist, meticulously describing every movement and posture of the black-clad figure captured on surveillance. The artist listened intently, his brush swiftly sketching on the paper. Before long, a portrait materialized before their eyes. The figure stood about 5 feet 7 inches, and though the facial features weren't entirely clear yet, a rough likeness had taken shape. The officers stared at the sketch, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity with the face, yet unable to place it immediately. So the officers immediately took the sketch drawn by the artist and began comparing it throughout the entire school. They went from room to room in the dormitory building, questioning and investigating. When a medical student saw the sketch, his eyes widened in shock. "Isn't that our classmate, Wang Rui?" he exclaimed. The officers instantly grew alert, their eyes sharpening. One of them urgently asked, "Are you sure? Where is he now? Take us there immediately." The student led the officers to Wang Rui. The officers carefully compared the sketch with the student before them. They were identical. An officer said sternly, "Come with us." The surrounding students witnessed the scene and immediately began whispering among themselves. How could this guy be taken away by the police? Could it be related to that body found in the school cabin recently? That seems unlikely. He's always been an excellent student and such a cheerful person. How could he possibly commit murder? In the interrogation room at the city police headquarters, dim lights cast a tense, oppressive atmosphere. The deputy chief sat behind the desk, his piercing gaze fixed on the student before him. Clearing his throat, he spoke slowly. 2 weeks ago, on the 17th, where were you? What were you doing?" The student lifted his head slightly, a flicker of panic in his eyes before he regained his composure. I was running laps on the school track the whole time." Officer Zhang snorted coldly, then displayed the surveillance footage they had uncovered directly in front of the student. The student watched the footage, his face instantly turning pale as cold sweat broke out. He hadn't expected that his actions that day, appearing outside the control room door dressed entirely in black, had been captured on surveillance footage retrieved by the police. But thankfully, his face was obscured in the footage. He clung to the hope that the police couldn't possibly identify him based solely on that. Though his height then matched his current one, he figured the police couldn't just make assumptions out of thin air. He relaxed slightly, lifting his head to look at the deputy chief. Feigning composure, he asked, "What's the matter, officer? Surely you don't suspect this person is me? He's dressed entirely in black, his face completely obscured. There's no way to see his face clearly. Can you really frame me like this?" The deputy chief merely smiled faintly, his expression carrying a hint of confidence and certainty. He slowly pulled out the sketch and placed it before the student. This is drawn by our police department's top artist. It can depict a person's face based on their posture and movements. While it may not be 100% accurate, the accuracy rate is at least 60%. Now, comparing you to this sketch, the accuracy exceeds 90%. You still claim this isn't you? Hearing this, the student's face instantly turned as pale as paper, his body trembling slightly. His eyes brimmed with terror and despair, as if all strength had been drained from him in an instant. Suddenly, he slammed both fists hard onto the floor, then pounded the desk with equal force, his face contorted with rage. He roared, "It's all his fault. All his fault. That old man was always too harsh on us. Especially that day I just failed a minor experiment, and he made me stand as punishment, humiliating me in front of my classmates. Do you know I'm one of the top 3 students in our academy? How could I bear such shame? That old bastard deserves to die." As he spoke, his emotions escalated. Tears streamed down his face as he wept uncontrollably, as if venting every ounce of grievance and fury pent up inside. In the spacious, well-lit laboratory at Qingshan University, faintly permeated with the scent of chemical reagents, Lín Yì stood in a pristine white lab coat, the fabric shimmering softly under the lights. Goggles shielded his eyes, behind which focused, sharp gaze was entirely absorbed in a complex chemical experiment. The lab bench before him was arranged with glassware of various shapes and sizes. His right hand picked up a slender pipette with gentle yet precise movements. He tilted the reagent bottle containing a pale yellow liquid slightly, allowing it to flow slowly into the pipette. His eyes fixed intently on the graduation marks. When the desired volume was reached, he stopped the flow swiftly and steadily. He then carefully dripped the liquid from the pipette into a transparent conical flask. The originally colorless liquid inside rippled slightly upon contact with the newly added pale yellow liquid. Lín Yì's left hand picked up a glass rod, gently stirring the mixture in the flask. His wrist moved with nimble precision, the rod tracing elegant arcs through the liquid. As the stirring continued, the liquid's color gradually changed, shifting from colorless to a pale green while emitting a faint, pungent odor. Lín Yì wrinkled his nose slightly but did not pause his movements. He set down the glass rod, picked up the pH test paper beside him, and carefully dipped it into the liquid in the conical flask. The paper instantly turned deep green. Lín Yì compared it to the color chart, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "Looks like the alkalinity has increased again. I'll need to adjust the reagent ratio." Just as he prepared to pick up the reagent bottle again for adjustment, suddenly, in the next second, that familiar alert tone sounded without warning in his mind. The crisp ding sounded particularly jarring in the quiet laboratory. Immediately followed by the system prompt, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a new hint." Lín Yì's movements froze abruptly. The reagent bottle hung suspended mid-air as a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Chapter 149, Clinging to Life, One Fatal Move. He slowly lowered the reagent bottle, leaning forward slightly. A calm expression spread across his face, though beneath that composure lay a barely perceptible tension. Just moments ago, he had been intensely focused on deciphering how this body had killed Professor Wang before his own transmigration. He knew it couldn't possibly be as the police had speculated. There had to be far more complex circumstances at play. Then, the system prompt sounded clearly once more a ding. When the murderer transported the body into the cabin, Professor Wang was not yet dead. You happened to pass by the cabin and discovered the barely clinging to life Professor Wang struggling to crawl out. At that moment, you kicked him back inside the cabin. Following the previous strangulation marks, you retrieved a piece of wire and strangled Professor Wang to death once more. Lín Yì's eyes instantly sharpened like an eagle's. His heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and his hand gripping the reagent bottle trembled slightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. His mind played back the scene like a projector, rapidly replaying that bloody and brutal moment. In the dimly lit cabin, the dying Professor Wang struggled to extend his hands, desperately trying to crawl out of the cabin in search of a glimmer of life. Yet he himself had coldly kicked him back inside, then taken out the wire and, following the horrifying strangulation marks, once again tightened it viciously around his neck. At this thought, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on Lín Yì's forehead. In the interrogation room at the Municipal Police Bureau, Officer Zhang stared intently at Wang Rui before him, his gaze radiating an air of authority and unquestionable command. Leaning forward slightly with his hands crossed on the table, he spoke in a low, commanding voice, "Spill it. What exactly did you do? Tell us everything. Confess and get leniency, resist and face harsher punishment." Wang Rui lifted his head, his eyes filled with despair and exhaustion, like a trapped beast. His hair was disheveled, his face covered in stubble, making him look utterly haggard. He opened his mouth slightly, his parched lips moving to produce a hoarse, dry sound. "Officer Zhang, give me a glass of water." His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed with difficulty, as if his throat were stuffed with dry cotton. His hands lay limply on his knees, fingers trembling slightly as his body leaned forward, radiating utter weakness and helplessness. Officer Zhang's thick eyebrows knitted together like twin swords, his brow furrowing slightly. He shot a glance at the officer beside him, his gaze conveying an unquestionable command. The officer immediately understood, hurrying out of the interrogation room and returning moments later with a cup of water. The water inside the cup swayed slightly under the light, emitting a crisp sound. The officer gently placed the cup on the table before Wang Rui. Wang Rui reached out with trembling hands, veins bulging on his rough, cracked skin. He slowly grasped the cup, his fingers turning slightly white from the effort. He raised the cup to his lips, tilted his head back, and drank in large gulps. Water trickled down the corners of his mouth, dampening his color. After finishing, Wang Rui set the cup down, his entire body slumping even further, his head drooping limply. Suddenly, he snapped his head up. A flash of madness and fury shot through his eyes, a gaze like burning flames, filled with hatred and resentment. He roared, "Yes, I killed that old bastard. I'd been planning to kill him in the machinery room for ages. When he summoned me there that day, I'd already set it up. I tied fishing line to the control room's locking pin and ran it all the way to the machinery room. Then I grabbed the wire from the corner and strangled him. After he was dead, I just tossed his whole body into the machinery room." His emotions grew increasingly frenzied as his hands flailed wildly through the air, as if he were reliving that bloody scene. His body trembled slightly, his facial muscles contorted with agitation. "After leaving, I felt something was amiss. I returned to the machinery room, removed the panels, wedged them onto the raised platform, then opened the window. Using the fishing line, I simultaneously unlocked the door to the adjacent room and climbed inside. I dismantled the cabinet on the other side too, then joined the two panels together. Immediately after, I swiftly transported the corpse from the machinery room into the adjacent chamber. After completing this sequence, I propped his body against the control room buttons. Then I retrieved all the tools through the window, immediately closed the window, climbed out, and pressed the button outside the control room door. I completed these operations at lightning speed, moving his body out and then coldly and ruthlessly leaving Professor Wang inside the cabin. He was dead. He deserved to die. He deserved it." Hearing this entire account of the crime, Officer Zheng's expression remained utterly unchanged, his gaze as deep and composed as ever. Beside him, Captain Li was utterly stunned. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, his face frozen in disbelief. His eyes locked onto Wang Rui. He never imagined that Officer Zheng's earlier deductions about the case would match the suspect's confession word for word. Initially, Captain Li had assumed the suspect had killed Professor Wang and then fled directly through the window. But the surveillance footage showed no such scene. To his astonishment, Officer Zheng had grasped the entire case with just a glance, matching the suspect's account word for word. Admiration filled Captain Li's eyes. He opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, yet unsure what to say. Officer Zheng waved his hand dismissively. He motioned for the officers nearby to take Wang Rui away. The officers immediately stepped forward, took hold of Wang Rui's arms, and escorted him out of the interrogation room. Wang Rui stumbled out of the interrogation room, his steps unsteady, his expression dazed and defeated. His retreating figure appeared so frail and lonely. Chapter 150, Congratulations, Host. Rewarded with 5-star good citizen status? Ding! Congratulations, Host. You have successfully evaded pursuit and earned a new reward. The crisp, pleasant notification tone abruptly rang out in Lín Yi's mind, sounding like heavenly music. Lín Yi's taut nerves instantly relaxed. His body jerked violently, his face first flashing with disbelief and shock, then rapidly flooding with delight like a rising tide. His lips curved upward into a wide grin, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. He stood in the laboratory, surrounded by an array of sophisticated experimental instruments and jars. Transparent glass vessels held multicolored liquids that shimmered with an enigmatic glow under the lab lights. Lín Yi's hands trembled slightly as he instinctively clenched his fists, his fingernails digging into his palms, leaving distinct indentations. Perfect. Escaped the police once again. I'm sure another generous reward awaits. What could it be this time? Lín Yi murmured to himself. His gaze fixed intently on the laboratory ceiling, as if he could peer through it and glimpse the generous reward the system was about to bestow upon him. Ding! Congratulations, Host. You have obtained 25 million gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, Host. Your combat ability has increased by 15%. Ding! Congratulations, Host. Your reasoning ability has increased by 15%. Ding! Congratulations, Host. Your stamina has increased by 15%. As this series of melodious sounds echoed in his mind, Lín Yi felt as though his body was enveloped by a powerful force. Deep within his mind, his senses sharpened instantly, his thoughts racing with lightning-like speed and clarity. A faint halo seemed to appear before his eyes, making everything around him clearer and brighter. Lín Yi instinctively raised his arm and casually clenched his fist. A surge of immense power instantly coursed through his arm, and he distinctly felt his muscles grow tighter and more powerful. He bent his arm slightly, and the muscles bulged prominently, hard as rock. Holy crap! Lín Yi couldn't help but mutter in admiration, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He raised his other hand and lightly tapped his arm, feeling the immense power coursing through it. Just then, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, Host, you have successfully advanced to a 5-star good citizen. Hearing the notification, Lín Yi froze in place. His smile froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief as his mouth hung slightly open. His mind went blank, as if struck by a powerful electric current. Before he had traveled to this parallel world, he had frequently played a game called Vice City. In that game, as your star rating increased, the intensity of the police pursuit became increasingly terrifying. A 1-star good citizen might only face pursuit by a few police officers, but once you reach 2 or 3 stars, large numbers of SWAT teams would be deployed. By the time you hit 4 stars, helicopters would be sent in. This was already 5 stars. In the original Vice City, they'd probably have deployed tanks and heavy bombers by now. This, a 5-star good citizen? The challenges ahead won't be small. Lín Yì murmured to himself, a hint of worry creeping onto his face. He knew the trials ahead would be far more severe, with police pursuit reaching terrifying new levels. Fortunately, he had the system. The superpowered hint system allowed him to handle every case with ease. Although the cases seemed to be piling up one after another, growing increasingly bizarre, he knew that broadly speaking, each one could be solved step by step using the system's prompts, allowing him to evade the police's pursuit. This thought brought a slight sense of relief to Lín Yi's heart. Just as he savored the rewards from the system, he recalled that 3 days prior, the dean's daughter, Ms. Wang Tian, was to hold a grand wedding in her hometown. As the most outstanding engineering student in the chemistry department and a well-known figure at Qingshan University, Lín Yì had naturally received an invitation. Given how unsettled Qingshan City has been lately, staying here risks stumbling upon more corpses at any moment and inevitably linking them back to me. Might as well take this chance to clear my head? Lín Yì mused inwardly, a faint, resigned smile touching his lips. Too many cases had occurred in Qingshan City recently, and he always seemed to get caught up in them. It all stemmed from that diary. Though the system helped him evade the police time and again, he felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. He needed time to relax and reset his state of mind. With that thought, Lín Yì nodded slightly, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. He turned and walked out of the lab, heading toward his junior colleague. "Junior, I'm handing the next experiment over to you. I have something I need to attend to outside," Lín Yì said with a smile, patting the junior's shoulder. "Got it, senior. Don't worry, I'll make sure the experiment goes smoothly," the junior nodded, replying earnestly. Lín Yì turned and left the lab, heading toward the dormitory. Along the way, his mood gradually relaxed. He looked forward to this trip to Qingdao City, hoping to spend a relaxing and enjoyable time there. Returning to the dorm, Lín Yì opened the door to find the room in disarray. Books and clothes were scattered haphazardly everywhere, with snack wrappers littering the floor. Lín Yì shook his head helplessly. He knew he'd been too absorbed in experiments and casework to ever tidy up the room. He couldn't be bothered to tidy up. He simply gathered his luggage, stuffing a few changes of clothes and essential items into his backpack. He made sure to bring his laptop so he could continue his research and analysis while in Qingdao City. He then walked out of the campus gate, hailed a taxi, and headed toward the airport. At the airport, Lín Yì queued to check in, passed through security, and entered the departure lounge. The lounge was bustling with people. Some waited for their flights, others shopped, and still others ate. Lín Yì found an empty seat and sat down, quietly waiting for boarding. Finally, it was time to board. Lín Yì stood up, picked up his backpack, and walked toward the boarding gate. He passed through the gate and boarded the aircraft. The seats on the plane were comfortable. After sitting down, Lín Yì fastened his seatbelt and waited for takeoff. As the plane slowly lifted off, Lín Yì gazed out the window at the scenery below. Chapter 151, Sudden Incident Death on the Plane. The skyscrapers and streets of Qingshan City gradually blurred and vanished from his sight. Against the hum of the aircraft's steady flight, Lín Yì leaned back in his seat. His gaze drifted toward the cotton-like layers of clouds piled like a sea outside the window. His thoughts had already drifted to the upcoming arrival in Qingqing City, imagining the relaxed scene of attending the wedding there. Casually glancing forward, his entire body froze instantly. A flash of surprise and tension flickered in his eyes. Seated not far away was a figure he recognized all too well, none other than Deputy Chief Zhang of the Qingdao City Police Bureau. Almost the moment Lín Yì spotted Deputy Chief Zhang, the latter also keenly sensed the gaze fixed upon him. He turned his head slightly, his eyes meeting Lín Yi's in mid-air. Lín Yi's heart clenched. He silently cursed his luck. How could this be? I'm actually on the same flight as Deputy Chief Zhang. He quickly composed his expression, striving to appear calm and collected. He knew that as the Deputy Chief of Police, Officer Zhang had a demanding schedule, and his travel arrangements were undoubtedly carefully planned. Clearly, this flight was bound for Qingdao City. Though it involved a layover, law enforcement personnel like Officer Zhang would likely choose a direct flight to save time when traveling to specific destinations. Could it be that the deputy chief was headed to the same place as him? After a brief exchange of glances, Lín Yì rose and nonchalantly headed toward the restroom. As he passed by Officer Zhang, he tilted his head slightly, offering a polite smile as he murmured, "Is the deputy chief also heading to Qingdao City?" Officer Zhang regarded the young man before him, nodding slightly with a steady smile that held a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. His voice was deep and authoritative. "Yes. The dean's daughter, Ms. Wang Tian, is getting married. As one of the invited guests, it's only natural to attend. I presume you also received an invitation from the dean?" Lín Yì nodded, his face breaking into a polite smile. He thought to himself that it seemed there was this layer of old acquaintance between them, and they had actually met in such a setting. He then whispered, "Yes, Officer Zhang, I'm going to attend the wedding. It's convenient that we can travel together." They exchanged a few casual pleasantries, the atmosphere seemingly cordial, yet Lín Yì felt a lingering tension. After all, his past dealings with the police had been somewhat delicate. Just then, a shrill, piercing scream erupted from the other side of the cabin, where the flight attendants were stationed. The sound cut through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering the cabin's previous calm and tranquility. In an instant, it pierced everyone's eardrums, causing everybody to involuntarily flinch. Upon hearing the sound, Officer Zhang and Lín Yì both frowned almost simultaneously. A flash of alertness crossed their eyes as their bodies tensed involuntarily, like two cheetahs poised to pounce, sensing impending danger. Panic surged through Lín Yi's mind as a terrifying thought flashed through his head. Could someone else have died? Could it be my doing again? His heart clenched violently, cold sweat beaded on his palms, and his breathing quickened. As a veteran detective with over 2 decades of experience, Officer Zhang possessed an exceptionally keen intuition. Almost simultaneously, he too sensed something was terribly wrong. His gaze instantly sharpened like an eagle's, revealing the seasoned composure and coolness of a veteran. Without hesitation, he rose to his feet, leaning forward with knees slightly bent, ready to spring into action at any moment. The flight attendant on the other side, whose fair complexion had now turned as pale as paper, wore a look of sheer terror that spread across her face. Her body trembled slightly as she clenched her hands together so tightly her knuckles turned white. She hastily pulled the bathroom door shut again, her movements somewhat frantic, as if desperate to flee the dreadful place. Then, stumbling, she reached the pager, picked it up with trembling hands, and immediately called the cockpit. Her voice carried obvious tremors and fear. "Captain, something's wrong. A passenger is dead in the lavatory." Though her voice wasn't loud, in the quiet, enclosed cabin, other passengers on the plane heard it. Instantly, the atmosphere in the cabin seemed to freeze, the air becoming unbearably heavy. Panic spread like a virus, unstoppable as wildfire. Extreme terror etched itself onto some passengers' faces. Eyes widened to the point of bulging from their sockets, filled with sheer dread and unease. Their bodies trembled slightly. Some clutched the armrests of their seats so tightly that their knuckles turned white, veins clearly visible on the backs of their hands. Others curled into tight balls, as if this posture could shield them from impending danger. Several passengers huddled together, clinging tightly to one another. "Oh my God, how could this happen? How could someone die on this plane? Is it dangerous? Yeah, this is terrifying. Could there be a killer on board?" Others kept making the sign of the cross over their chests, murmuring prayers for safety. Parents clutched their children tightly, shielding them from the sudden terror with their own bodies. Though the children didn't understand what was happening, they sensed the tension around them. Some began to cry, their sobs echoing through the cabin and making the already tense atmosphere even more oppressive. At that moment, Officer Zhang swiftly drew his police badge, held it high, and declared in a commanding voice, "I'm a police officer. Everyone, stay calm." His voice was steady and powerful, resonating through the cabin like a great bell. A dead body in the lavatory. And this was on an airplane, no less. How could someone suddenly die? It was unlikely to be murder. After all, everyone goes through security before boarding the plane, and the strictness of that security is well known. Any hard objects would be impossible to bring aboard. Therefore, perpetrating a murder on a flight with such stealth and discretion would hardly be a routine occurrence. Unless one carries a sharp instrument capable of stabbing someone to death directly in the lavatory. Therefore, the victim in the restroom, while we haven't yet seen the state of the body or whether there are any wounds on it. However, it's reasonable to speculate that the cause of death was likely a sudden heart attack or similar medical condition. Chapter 152, A Strange Death, No Wounds on the Body. Inside the stifling, cramped cabin, the air seemed to have solidified, thick with an unsettling atmosphere. In the aisle, people hurried along, the wheels of luggage rolling over the floor with a sharp squeak. "Everyone stay put." Officer Zhang sprang to his feet from his seat. His movements were swift and agile. Years of criminal investigation had honed his senses to detect danger and anomalies with extraordinary acuity. Tall and broad-shouldered, his bronze-toned face bore the marks of time, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve and sharpness. He swiftly pushed through the crowd, striding toward the airplane restroom. The crowd parted automatically, like Moses parting the Red Sea, each face a mix of terror and curiosity. "Make way." Officer Zhang's deep, commanding voice boomed through the cabin like a resonating bell. Lín Yì stood at his seat, idly flipping through a chemistry journal. Slim and delicate-featured, he wore black-rimmed glasses, his eyes sparkling with intelligence and wit. Curiosity drew him to his feet as well, and he followed the crowd. Just as he was about to tiptoe for a better view, a strong hand suddenly gripped his shoulder. "Lín Yì, come with me." Officer Zhang's voice rang in his ear. Before Lín Yì could react, Officer Zhang pulled him along, jogging all the way to the bathroom door. The bathroom door stood ajar, emitting an eerie chill. Officer Zhang took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. A pungent odor hit them like a wave, the mingled scent of death and fear. A male corpse leaned against the toilet, his head tilted back at a 45-degree angle toward the ceiling, staring fixedly into the corner. His eyes were wide open, the vacant gaze still frozen with the terror he had felt before dying. His mouth hung open, as if he had been trying to say something but had been cut off abruptly. His entire body hung in an unnatural slackness, clearly devoid of all life signs. Several passengers instantly gathered at the doorway. They gasped at the sight before them, then fear rippled through the crowd like waves as whispers began to circulate. A woman in a white coat, her nurse's badge hanging from her chest, covered her mouth nervously, her voice trembling slightly. "I've seen many dead bodies in the hospital, but this looks like sudden cardiac death." Her name was Wang Li, an experienced nurse who usually carried herself with calm composure. Yet now, her eyes betrayed profound terror. A middle-aged man beside her frowned, replying with confusion, "Heart attack?" But there wasn't a sound coming from the bathroom just now. If it was a heart attack, there would have been sounds of struggle, right? Could it be sudden death? I've heard of people who seem perfectly fine one moment and then just dropped dead. Officer Zhang's brow furrowed slightly, the lines on his forehead deepening instantly. Over 2 decades of criminal investigation had honed his sharp intuition, telling him this was far from straightforward. Before seeing the body, he too had considered the possibility of a heart attack, but the eerie silence in the bathroom had just made that theory seem implausible. He swiftly pulled a pair of police gloves from his pocket and deftly slipped them on, the fabric rustling softly against his wrists. Then, he cautiously took a few steps forward. Reaching the body, Officer Zhang bent down and began a meticulous examination. His hands moved like precision instruments, starting from the head and feeling every inch, not overlooking a single detail. He gently lifted the eyelids to examine the pupils, pressed his ear close to the mouth, straining to detect any faint breath, then meticulously checked the limbs, applying light pressure to gauge the condition of bones and muscles. After examining the upper body, Officer Zhang slowly crouched down to inspect the legs and feet, not even overlooking the soles of the shoes. Finally, he gently lifted the jaw and placed his hand on the throat, searching for any signs of strangulation. Yet after this thorough examination, the body showed no wounds whatsoever. The throat was smooth and unblemished, without a single trace of strangulation. Officer Zhang stood up, his brow furrowing deeper, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. This clearly wasn't a simple case of sudden cardiac arrest or natural death. But without any wounds, how could this bizarre death be explained? The surrounding passengers were all dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Could this be some rare disease? Something that strikes suddenly and leaves no chance for survival? Officer Zhang instinctively glanced at Lín Yì beside him. This young man was usually quirky and eccentric, always approaching problems from unconventional angles. He furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "What do you think?" Lín Yi's heart skipped a beat. Subconsciously, he suspected this case might be connected to the body he had inhabited before his journey through time. If it were sudden death or acute cardiac arrest, there would be warning signs like prolonged sleep deprivation, work-related exhaustion, or cardiac causes. Alternatively, it could be pre-existing heart conditions triggering fatal episodes under stress. But the victim appeared exceptionally healthy on the surface. Moreover, when Officer Zhang had just examined his body, no heart medications had been found. Typically, individuals with heart conditions carry their medication with them. Moreover, whether it's a heart attack victim or someone experiencing sudden cardiac arrest, they would have thrashed about on the floor, inevitably making some noise. Yet the entire cabin remained quiet. If there had been any noise from the lavatory, it would have been audible outside, but none was heard. This indicates the deceased's death must be a criminal case. But Lín Yì was reluctant to say anything, as this involved him personally and could potentially implicate him in the case. The body he had inhabited before his transmigration had committed numerous murders and kept a diary. Although he had destroyed the diary, its contents were etched into his memory. Which entry in the diary corresponded to this case? Lín Yì shook his head with a wry smile, saying helplessly, "Officer, I'm just a chemical engineering student. The body looks normal on the surface, and I can't see anything unusual. But if this person had a history of heart disease, they'd usually carry medication. I didn't see any earlier, so it probably wasn't a heart attack." Officer Zhang nodded slowly upon hearing this, having considered the same point. Yet the body showed no wounds. To classify this as a criminal case, compelling evidence was indeed lacking. Chapter 153, Spinal Cord Compression, Suffocation Death. Outside the bathroom door, Officer Zhang's brow furrowed deeply. His gaze darted back and forth between the body and the surrounding environment, his mind churning with questions like a raging tide. He knew deep down that this case was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. If the deceased had indeed died from some rare disease or bizarre circumstance, perhaps only a specialist physician could unravel the mystery. Officer Zhang beckoned the flight attendant over. Though she maintained her professional smile, her eyes betrayed unmistakable tension and unease. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her uniform, her inner panic palpable. Officer Zhang spoke rapidly, his tone urgent and commanding, "Please make an immediate announcement over the PA system. We need to know if there are any doctors on board." We urgently require professional medical assistance to investigate this case. The flight attendant nodded vigorously, took a deep breath to steady herself, then hurried toward the PA system at the front of the cabin. A crisp announcement echoed through the cabin, "Attention all passengers, an emergency has occurred on board. Police require a doctor's assistance. Is there a medical professional on this flight? Please contact us immediately." The moment the announcement ended, the cabin erupted into commotion. Passengers whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with equal parts curiosity and concern. After a moment, a faint stir arose from the middle of the cabin. A man in a crisp black suit rose to his feet. Tall and slender, he stood with impeccable posture, his movements elegant and composed. His face was lean, with slightly prominent cheekbones. Perched on his high, straight nose were black-rimmed glasses. Behind the lenses, his eyes were deep and sharp, radiating calm professionalism. Every gesture exuded confidence. As he strode forward, he drew his medical ID from his inner pocket, his voice clear and resonant, "I'm a doctor. I can assist with the investigation." The flight attendant, seeing this, hurried forward, forcing a smile as she said, "Please follow me." The two hurried through the narrow aisle, drawing glances from surrounding passengers. Soon, they arrived at the restroom door. The moment the doctor entered, Officer Zhang stepped forward. His tall, imposing frame loomed over the doctor like a mountain. His gaze fixed on the doctor, his eyes sharp with scrutiny and expectation. "You're a doctor?" The doctor met his gaze without flinching, standing ramrod straight as he nodded firmly. "Yes, I'm Dr. Li Ming, a neurosurgeon. I have extensive clinical experience. Please tell me how I can help." Officer Zhang pointed toward the body, his expression grave, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. "Then take a look. What exactly is wrong with this person?" The doctor nodded slightly, scanning the body carefully. His gaze seemed to pierce through the surface, reaching straight to the truth. Then he spoke, "Officer, would you mind lending me a pair of white gloves?" Without hesitation, Officer Zhang swiftly pulled a pair from his pocket and handed them over, his movements sharp and decisive. The doctor took the gloves and slipped them on with practiced ease, each movement smooth and natural. As he did so, he asked, "Have you examined the entire body? Are you certain there are no visible wounds?" Officer Zhang replied earnestly, "That's correct. I examined him thoroughly. There are no wounds on the body surface, no strangulation marks on the throat, and the nasal mucosa appears normal with no signs of drug congestion." The doctor paced slowly around the body, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he stopped and spoke up, "These symptoms don't look like sudden death. It's more like murder, most likely suffocation. When someone suddenly suffocates, the body instinctively struggles. Unable to breathe normally, they open their mouth wide and gasp desperately for air. That's why the body ended up like this." Officer Zhang listened, his face clouded with confusion. He couldn't help but press further, "But if it was asphyxiation, why are there no ligature marks on the throat? I examined it very carefully just now. The nasal mucosa is also normal. It doesn't seem like non-mechanical asphyxiation. Moreover, the deceased didn't make a sound at the time of death. This is too strange." The doctor nodded thoughtfully, adjusting his glasses. "Let me take another look." He gently cradled the deceased's head in his hands, long, strong fingers deftly probing around the skull. He turned to Officer Zhang, "Officer, could you help me turn the body over?" Officer Zhang immediately stepped forward to assist. Together, they carefully turned the body over, moving with gentle precision, fearful of disturbing any potential evidence. The doctor leaned down, his face nearly touching the back of the deceased's head. With practiced hands, he gently parted the hair, his movements soft yet intensely focused. His eyes scanned every inch of the scalp. Time seemed to freeze. The bathroom fell so silent that only the doctor's breathing and the faint rustling of hair could be heard. Suddenly, the doctor's eyes lit up. In the thickest part of the hair, he discovered an extremely tiny circular hole. The hole was so small it was nearly imperceptible, about the thickness of a thin nail, perhaps even slightly finer. Moreover, this area appeared to have been meticulously tampered with after death. The back of the head was dry, lacking any trace of the dampness left by blood. Combined with the dense hair covering it, it was no wonder Inspector Zhang had overlooked this crucial detail during his earlier examination. Detective Zhang's brow furrowed sharply. His face wore an expression of utter disbelief, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly agape. "What on earth is this?" The doctor straightened up, his expression grave and his tone firm. Based on the current evidence, the killer likely used a sharp object, similar to a spinal probe, to pierce the back of the victim's head directly. The entry point was precisely the spinal cord, causing compression and subsequent suffocation. This technique is highly specialized, requiring deep knowledge of human anatomy. The strike must have been both swift and precise, otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve instant lethality. A flash of realization crossed Officer Zhang's eyes. No wonder he hadn't detected any wounds on the body during his initial examination. So that's why. The victim's wound was at the back of the head, just a single nail, leaving a round hole the size of a nailhead. It had been driven directly into the victim's skull, precisely piercing the spinal cord. In an instant, it compressed the nerves, causing him to suffocate to death. That explained the manner of death.
His brow furrowed slightly, his face betraying an expression of utter disbelief. Detective Zhang immediately glanced at Lín Yì beside him, then turned to look at Dr. Li Ming.
You two, it seems I need your assistance now.
Our top priority is to find the murder weapon immediately.
Chapter 154, Solving the case isn't easy. The weapon is nowhere to be found. Li Ming nodded upon hearing this. As a doctor, encountering such a case on a flight was quite a coincidence.
Now, assisting the police in solving the case, if they truly managed to crack it, word would eventually reach the hospital, and he would likely receive some commendation from his superiors. This was a favorable assignment.
Moreover,
as for the cause of death, though I'm no forensic pathologist, I could tell just by looking at that nail-sized hole in the back of the victim's skull. The cause of death must have been puncturing the spinal cord, compressing the nerves, and leading to suffocation.
Finding the murder weapon shouldn't be too difficult to find.
A thorough search of the aircraft would quickly turn up a spike-like object of comparable thickness.
Once found,
the case could be swiftly solved. Pushing his glasses up his nose, he said calmly, "All right, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word." Lín Yì stood up sharply, brushing imaginary dust off his clothes, and agreed readily, "No problem, Officer Zhang." Truth be told,
the current Lín Yì
could already guess that after committing the entire murder, the weapon was definitely not an ordinary one.
It probably couldn't even be found anywhere on the plane. Moreover, the most crucial point was, airport security is so strict that even ordinary nail clippers aren't easily permitted on board. And what's more, it was a spike capable of piercing through a human skull. Officer Zhang breathed a silent sigh of relief at their decisive response, then turned to the flight attendant beside him. "Please notify the crew to assist in searching the entire aircraft for a murder weapon, a conical object resembling a nail. This is crucial to apprehending the killer." The flight attendant turned ashen at the request.
Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but fear choked her throat.
Yet her professional instincts kicked in, and she nodded quickly before hurrying toward the front of the cabin to contact the cockpit via phone.
Inside the cockpit, the captain was fully focused on piloting the aircraft, eyes fixed on the instrument panel, hands steady on the control yoke. Maintaining stable flight was his paramount task at that moment. Suddenly, the trembling voice of the flight attendant crackled over the intercom. The captain's brow furrowed slightly, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the control column. After hearing her report, an expression of disbelief spread across his face. He slowly turned his head and whispered to the first officer, "A dead body was found in the lavatory.
A police officer has confirmed it as a criminal case.
A nail-sized hole was discovered in the back of the victim's head.
Someone brought the murder weapon onto the plane. This is a major aviation incident. How did the killer get this thing on board? Looks like security is going to be in big trouble." The first officer's face instantly turned as white as paper.
His hand involuntarily touched his forehead, wiping away a layer of fine, cold sweat. He nodded forcefully, his voice trembling slightly.
"We're done for.
But we must immediately have the flight attendants outside assist the police in finding the murder weapon. After all, a homicide on board is too big an incident, neither of us could possibly handle the fallout." Despite their inner turmoil, both men quickly regained their composure and continued piloting the aircraft, maintaining the scheduled flight path toward Qingdao City. "Please assist the police with their investigation immediately."
"Roger that."
Soon, 6 flight attendants assembled swiftly. Dressed in crisp uniforms, their name tags glinted faintly under the lights.
Yet their expressions were grave, eyes betraying unease and tension.
Under Officer Zhang's direction, they began a thorough search of every corner of the aircraft. First came the passengers' luggage.
The flight attendants politely asked passengers to open their suitcases, their eyes filled with apology. Most passengers showed understanding.
Though filled with curiosity and unease, they cooperated and opened their luggage. With each suitcase opened, the flight attendants conducted thorough inspections, leaving no corner unexamined for potential weapons. Clothing was shaken out piece by piece to check for hidden items. Books were opened one by one to examine the pages for anything tucked between them. Electronic devices were scrutinized meticulously, leaving no crevice unexamined.
Yet, the crucial nail remained elusive.
Next, they began inspecting the boxes passengers carried with them. One businessman, whose briefcase contained various documents and important materials, flinched slightly and hesitated when the flight attendant requested to inspect it. His hand unconsciously tightened around the briefcase, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. But under the stern gaze of Officer Zhang, he slowly opened his briefcase.
The flight attendants searched meticulously, lifting and replacing each document one by one. The rustling of paper echoed distinctly in the quiet cabin.
Only after confirming no weapons were present did the businessman breathe a sigh of relief, carefully reorganizing his papers as beads of sweat formed on his forehead.
After all, who could say whether the killer, after committing the murder, might casually stash the weapon inside someone else's bag?
If I really found it in my own bag, I'd be in big trouble.
At that point, I'd be completely unable to clear my name.
A woman sat in her seat, her baby bag filled with bottles, diapers, formula, and other essentials. As the flight attendant inspected the bag, the baby suddenly began crying. The mother gently soothed her child while cooperating with the check. Seeing the mother's anxious and helpless expression, the flight attendant moved even more gently, careful not to disturb the baby bag or startle the infant. She gently lifted the bottle, inspecting the nipple and body, then carefully rummaged through the diapers and formula. Only after confirming no suspicious items were present did she offer the mother an apologetic smile. As time passed, the search continued intensely, yet the weapon remained as elusive as a stone sunk in the sea, leaving no trace. The cabin atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive as passengers began whispering and murmuring among themselves. Could the killer be that stupid? After committing murder, they'd hide the weapon in their own bag? Probably, the killer must have already thrown it away or worse, tossed it out the airplane window. Good heavens, what kind of brain do you have? The entire flight is pressurized during takeoff and landing. Seriously, opening a window? Don't you fear being sucked right out? Half an hour passed. However, all passengers' backpacks and personal belongings had been searched, yet nothing resembling the blunt object found behind the victim's forehead was ever discovered. Everything seemed utterly inexplicable. Chapter 155, That strange blonde guy doesn't look like a good guy. Just then, the plane suddenly lurched violently, causing the passengers to gasp in alarm. What's happening? Officer Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, his face betraying an expression of utter bewilderment. How could this happen? The aircraft was completely sealed. If such a blunt weapon had truly been used to kill the victim, it would have been found quickly and easily aboard the plane. There was no way such a murder weapon could vanish inside the aircraft, whether in the toilet or anywhere else. Officer Zhang steadied himself, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He knew this case might be spiraling far beyond his control. In the narrow aisle of the plane, Dr. Li Ming hurried toward Officer Zhang, his steps urgent, the soles of his shoes scraping lightly against the floor. Upon reaching him, Dr. Li paused to catch his breath, composing himself before shaking his head solemnly. His face was etched with confusion and resignation. Officer Zhang, Dr. Li Ming began, his voice tinged with weariness and bewilderment, I've turned the cabin upside down. I searched the hidden compartments of luggage, the crevices between seats, even the deepest corners of the overhead bins, places forgotten by passengers. I've combed through every inch, but found nothing. Not a weapon, not even a single piece of wire. Li Ming spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness as he spoke. You know how strict airport security is, layers of advanced screening with metal detectors and X-ray scanners. Sharp objects rarely slip through. Logically, a nail-like weapon like this couldn't possibly have been brought aboard. Li Ming pushed his glasses up his nose. Moreover, the aircraft maintained a completely sealed cabin throughout the flight. There were no openings to the outside. The entire journey took place at 30,000 feet. After committing the murder, it's utterly implausible that the killer could have casually tossed the weapon out. Logically speaking, this entire scenario is highly improbable. So, Li Ming paused. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Officer Zhang's brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. He pressed, so you're saying your initial assessment was wrong? The victim didn't die from this type of weapon? Li Ming shook his head emphatically, his tone unwavering and his conviction absolute. That's not what I meant. While we haven't found the weapon yet, I've been practicing medicine for over a decade and performed autopsies on hundreds of bodies. I'm confident in my assessment of wounds. The distinct circular orifice at the back of the victim's skull with its clean, smooth edges and penetration depth consistent with a sharp, slender object definitely indicates a sharp weapon caused it. Ordinary plastic items simply lack the necessary hardness. Even high-strength plastic would deform under such force and could never pierce solid skull bone directly. So the murder weapon definitely exists, we just haven't found it yet. This killer is too clever. Officer Zhang nodded in agreement, letting out a long sigh. Who could disagree? Only a meticulously clever killer could devise such a concealed method. To commit murder in this confined aircraft and hide the weapon so thoroughly, leaving not a single trace. Lín Yì, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly, arms crossed over his chest, his face filled with confusion. Indeed, we've searched the entire plane and still have no leads. Where on earth could the murder weapon have gone? It reminded him of what happened at the Hot Spring Inn when he first arrived in this world. After Zhao Yuanshan's death, his body was dumped into a cesspool. The police mobilized everyone, turning the entire inn upside down from guest rooms to kitchens, basements to attics. Every floorboard and piece of furniture was inspected, yet nothing was found. In the end, it was only through a system prompt that they discovered the original owner of this body had committed the crime using an ice pick. Once the ice melted, the murder weapon vanished. But now we're on a plain constant temperature, dry environment. Using an ice pick is clearly unrealistic. Detective Zheng pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping the cabin as he tried to find a clue in this seemingly ordinary environment. Looks like we need to change our approach. If the killer could bring the weapon onto the plane and hide it so cleverly, there must be something we've overlooked. Everyone, think carefully again. From the moment passengers boarded, was there anything unusual? Even the smallest detail could be crucial, like a passenger's expression, movements, or the style of their luggage. Don't overlook anything out of the ordinary. Dr. Li Ming stroked his chin, lost in recollection. When passengers boarded, I didn't notice anything peculiar either. Everyone proceeded through security and boarded with their luggage as usual.
If someone truly brought a weapon aboard, their disguise must have been incredibly sophisticated, fooling both the security personnel and our initial observations. Officer Zhang nodded and turned toward a flight attendant. Miss, could you recall if any passenger exhibited unusual behavior during boarding? Though the flight attendant's face still bore traces of worry and fear upon hearing this, she quickly regained her composure. She paused to think for a moment. Then, as if something had suddenly come to mind. I recall one passenger who seemed to linger slightly during security screening. The staff repeatedly checked his backpack and his expression appeared unnatural. His eyes darted around. But it was crowded, so I didn't think much of it at the time. Looking back now, could it be related to him? Officer Zhang's eyes lit up. Retrieve that individual's information. We'll investigate thoroughly. Simultaneously, expand the search scope. This time, we must not overlook areas like the aircraft's equipment bay and storage compartments, places usually overlooked. The equipment compartment has complex wiring, and the storage room is cluttered with miscellaneous items. Both are prime hiding spots for a weapon. The killer is still on the plane, and the weapon is definitely here. We must find it quickly. Soon. A flight attendant hurried over, escorting a visibly panicked man. The man halted abruptly. The moment his eyes met Officer Zhang's, his already pale complexion drained further. His gaze darted nervously around the room as his hands clasped unconsciously before him, fingers twisting restlessly in an attempt to mask his inner tension. With years of professional instinct honed, Officer Zhang instantly detected the man's unease. He scrutinized the man dressed in flashy casual clothes, his striking yellow hair sticking out wildly. The entire person exuded a carefree, reckless aura, looking anything but law-abiding. Officer Zhang stepped forward, fixing his gaze directly on the man's eyes. Did you know the victim? The few words struck the man like a sledgehammer. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. His eyes darted nervously. He quickly lowered his head, unable to meet Officer Zhang's gaze, then stole a glance around the room, as if searching for an escape route. His lips trembled slightly. After a long pause, he stammered, I don't know him. I really don't know him, officer. I'm just an ordinary passenger. Someone died on this plane. I'm scared too. He waved his hands as he spoke. Chapter 156, You think you're clean? Officer Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on the blonde-haired man before him. The young man's face was pale, his eyes darting nervously. Beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead, and his fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of his shirt. His breathing was labored, as if a boulder pressed against his chest, causing his shoulders to tremble slightly. Officer Zhang's gaze missed no detail, registering the youth's Adam's apple bob. You claim you have nothing to hide. Officer Zhang's voice was low and steady, carrying an undeniable authority. Then why were you so frantic before boarding the plane? If you truly have nothing to fear, why the fear? His tone grew heavier, each word like a hammer striking the young man's heart. The blonde-haired man's lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to protest, but the words died on his lips. His eyes darted around, avoiding Zhang's gaze, as if those eyes could pierce through to the deepest, darkest secrets hidden within him. His fingers twisted the hem of his shirt even tighter, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Spill it, Officer Zhang's voice suddenly rose, carrying an oppressive weight. What exactly did you do to that guy in the bathroom? His gaze pierced the young man like a blade. Huang Mao's face grew even paler. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto his collar. His breathing grew ragged, his chest heaving violently. He seemed on the verge of suffocation. His eyes were filled with terror and unease. Officer Zhang gave him no chance to catch his breath. Confess and you'll get leniency. Otherwise, if I uncover the truth, you'll suffer greatly once we're off this plane. The blonde-haired man's body trembled slightly. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Dr. Li Ming, standing nearby, though a neurosurgeon, now fixed his gaze intently on the blonde-haired man. Dr. Li's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of caution in his eyes. Though lacking Officer Zhang's investigative experience, his years of medical observation allowed him to instantly recognize something was amiss with the blonde-haired man. His eyes betrayed an instinctive certainty something was seriously wrong with the blonde-haired man, and it wasn't simple. Dr. Li gently pushed his glasses up his nose, his gaze sweeping over the man in yellow hair as he tried to find more clues in his body language. The young man's tension and panic went beyond ordinary fear. It felt like a deep-seated dread. A massive secret lurked within his soul, threatening to consume him at any moment. Lin Yì stood nearby, hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze cool and penetrating. He suspected Huang Mao might have been involved in something, but he was equally certain the murder weapon wasn't hidden by him. Possibilities flashed rapidly through Lin Yi's mind as he searched Huang Mao's behavior for a breakthrough. How exactly did that legendary weapon kill the victim? The question lingered persistently in his mind. Lin Yi's gaze swept across every corner of the cabin, as if searching for something. They had searched the entire plane, yet the murder weapon seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace whatsoever. Yet the system had offered no clues, leaving Lin Yì with a sense of unease. The atmosphere inside the cabin grew increasingly oppressive, as if even the air itself had become heavy. The blonde-haired man's body trembled even more violently.
Huang Mao finally spoke, his voice hoarse and trembling, forced from the depths of his throat. Officer Zhang's gaze remained unwavering as he stared coldly at the man with yellow hair. The air in the cabin seemed to freeze solid, time itself slowing to an agonizing crawl. The sound of the blonde-haired man's breathing echoed distinctly in the silent cabin. I really don't know. Huang Mao's voice grew fainter, almost a whisper. At that moment, not far away, a man in a black suit deliberately shifted his posture to the side. His movements were slow and stiff, mechanical like a marionette. His eyes darted around the cabin with a cunning glint. Dr. Li Ming's alarm bells rang loudly. This man was definitely no ordinary person. Dr. Li Ming gently nudged Officer Zhang beside him. Tall and imposing, Officer Zhang's eyes held the steady composure honed by years of investigative work. He turned his head, his gaze asking for confirmation. Dr. Li Ming frowned, nodding toward the suit-clad man. Leaning closer, he whispered, "This guy's way too suspicious. He's definitely connected to the case." Officer Zhang's eyes instantly sharpened as he discreetly observed the man in the suit. The man in the suit seemed to sense the scrutiny. His previously composed gaze flickered with panic. His eyes darted away as he quickly lowered his head to adjust his cuffs, his trembling fingers betraying his inner tension. Officer Zhang grew wary, noting how the man deliberately adjusted his posture whenever a flight attendant passed, avoiding eye contact while his gaze darted around the cabin as if searching for or guarding against something. The blonde-haired man, who had been under interrogation, had been looking down and avoiding eye contact. Suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost, his body froze. He looked up in terror at the man in the black suit. His lips trembled, his face drained of color, beads of sweat covering his forehead as his body shook uncontrollably. The young man stammered, I'll tell everything. Before boarding the plane, I heard that dead guy arguing fiercely with someone on the phone. They argued for a long time. His voice was hoarse with fear, each word squeezed out with effort. Detective Zhang and Dr. Li Ming immediately turned their attention to the blonde-haired man. Officer Zhang stepped forward, his expression stern, eyes fixed on the blonde-haired man. "The dead person you mentioned is that the body found on the plane?" The blonde-haired man nodded vigorously, his fear intensifying. "Yes." He was shouting very loudly, very agitated. It sounded like he was arguing over something important. Dr. Li Ming also stepped forward to press him. "What did you hear them arguing about?" The blonde-haired man shook his head in frustration, his face filled with regret. "I was too far away. I only caught something about money." His face was bright red, he was very emotional, and he was waving his hands around wildly. Officer Zhang's eyes darkened. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" The blonde-haired man glanced nervously around before leaning close to Officer Zhang, his voice barely audible. "I didn't dare. I was afraid the killer would retaliate on the plane. When I saw this man in the black suit, I was terrified. I only dared speak up because I felt he was the killer. I know you're experienced, Officer Zhang. You'll definitely protect me." "Good. Very good. Rest assured, I'm a police officer. I'll protect you." Throughout his conversation with the young man, Officer Zhang kept a watchful eye on the man in the black suit out of the corner of his eye. From the very beginning, the man's every move had been eerie. His deliberate proximity and evasive gaze convinced Officer Zhang he was deeply connected to the case. Now, the blonde-haired man's words acted like a fuse, igniting Officer Zhang's suspicions into certainty. While everyone's attention remained fixed on the man with yellow hair, Officer Zhang's gaze suddenly sharpened. Swift as a cheetah, he locked onto the man in the suit. Chapter 157, "You've got the wrong guy. I'm not the killer." His movement was lightning fast. He lunged forward in a single stride, snatching the man's wrist with a speed so swift it was like a bolt from the blue. Before the surrounding passengers could comprehend what was happening, Officer Zhang had already pinned the man's arm firmly against the airplane seat. "What's going on?" An elderly man wearing reading glasses stared in shock, his newspaper slipping from his hands and landing on the floor. "Police arrest? Is he the killer? Could he be a terrorist?" The cabin erupted in an instant, passengers whispering to each other, their faces filled with terror and curiosity. The commotion spread like ripples, with various speculations and murmurs rising and falling. Li Ming, who had been deep in thought about the case, was startled by this sudden turn of events, his eyes widening in disbelief. He stared incredulously at Officer Zhang, his mind filled with questions. Why did Officer Zhang suddenly jump up and pin him down? Did he find some crucial evidence? The man in the suit clearly hadn't anticipated Officer Zhang's sudden move. He froze for a moment before erupting into violent resistance. He twisted his body violently, his face contorted with rage and terror as he bellowed, "Why arrest me? Why arrest me? I'm a good person." Officer Zhang clenched his jaw, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. "A good person? Don't play dumb. Every move you make betrays your guilt." Just as Officer Zhang prepared to restrain him further, the man in the suit suddenly tensed. His muscles tightened like an enraged beast, and with a violent jerk, he wrenched free from Zhang's grasp. His movement was so swift it left no time to react. He swiftly backed toward the airplane window. In the next instant, his hand shot out like a venomous snake, snatching a child beside him. It was a boy of 7 or 8, wearing a blue jacket.
His once innocent face was now etched with terror. The man in the suit clamped his hand tightly around the child's throat. The boy's face instantly turned crimson, his breathing becoming ragged and urgent. Ah! Xiao Tian! The boy's father let out a desperate, guttural scream. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, his entire body trembling with fear and rage. He lunged forward, only to be frozen in place by the man's vicious glare. Tears streamed down the little boy's face as his tiny body struggled desperately in the man's grasp, his broken sobs echoing, "Daddy, save me." That childish voice pierced everyone's heart like 1,000 sharp blades. Officer Zhang was completely stunned, his mind filled with self-reproach. Just moments ago, he had been about to switch hands to restrain the man, unwittingly giving him an opening. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Raising his hands in a gesture of appeasement, he addressed the man in the suit, "Don't do anything foolish. Whatever it is, we can talk it out. Otherwise, in the end, no one will be able to save you." Lin Yì, too, was frozen in shock by the sudden turn of events. His hands fell open instinctively as he stared intently at the man in the suit, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Let him go. What kind of hero uses a child as a hostage?" The man in the suit glared at Lin Yì with vicious hatred and roared, "Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to define me?" Lin Yi's lips curved into a confident smile. In his mind, he silently calculated the distance and angle between himself and the man in the suit, waiting for the perfect moment. After all, thanks to the system, his current strength was formidable. He had reached professional combat levels, after all. His physical attributes had reached peak levels across the board. This guy, who didn't seem particularly formidable, couldn't possibly be his match. "Are you sure?" Cut the ing bull. "Fine." The next instant, Lin Yì moved. Boom! "Careful, don't kill the baby." A woman's piercing scream suddenly erupted in the cabin. Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply. 3 rows away, a thug clad in an Armani haute couture suit pressed his hand against the boy's throat, his fingernails glinting coldly under the light. The 7-year-old boy's face was deathly pale, the faint blue veins on his neck throbbing beneath the blade. Lin Yì remembered him distinctly. He had seen this little boy before. Holding a teddy bear in the airport lounge. A child with congenital heart disease. Nobody move. The thug's Oxford shoes crushed scattered aviation magazines as the watch face reflected an eerie hexagram pattern. "I want this plane turned around for Qingshan City immediately." The medicine box pendant on the boy's chest rattled with each tremor. The air conditioning vents hummed. Lin Yì caught a glimpse of Officer Zhang ahead, using his coffee cup as a mirror to observe the thug's position. Suddenly, the boy's wheezing grew urgent. The thug's fingernails dug in, drawing a line of blood. "Now!" Thud! His Oxford shoes slammed against the headrest of the front seat, the hem of his black trenchcoat fluttering wildly. Twisting his waist midair, he swung his right leg like a battle axe toward the thug's temple. The claws scraped past the boy's ear, leaving a crack in the cabin wall. As the thug crashed into the food cart, Lin Yì had already shielded the child and rolled to the other side of the aisle. "Hold him down." Officer Zhang's tactical boots clamped down on the assailant's wrist. Dr. Li Ming's white coat fluttered as he swiftly retrieved the heart medication and emergency drugs, his slender fingers already probing the boy's pulse. Lin Yì snatched the Hermes tie offered by the silver-haired passenger, using a reverse wrist lock technique that made the thug's bones grind together with a bone-chilling crunch. In that instant, cheers erupted throughout the cabin. A middle-aged man by the window excitedly pounded the tray table. "Nice. I've seen that sidekick in cop movies." A woman in gold-rimmed glasses in the back row suddenly screamed, "It's him. I saw him at the lavatory door 15 minutes ago." Her trembling finger nearly touched the criminal's nose. The bathroom was locked, and this madman in a suit kept pacing outside. Now that I think about it. The commotion spread like a plague. Officer Zhang yanked his dark blue tie loose and signaled to the flight attendant. "Quickly." The flight attendant handed over a bottle of mineral water. The icy mineral water glinted like fine silver at the rim of the cup. With his left hand, he clamped down on the criminal's jaw, and with his right, he splashed the entire contents of the cup onto that pale face. Drops rolled down the Italian fabric suit, pooling into transparent rivulets where the tie bound his neck. Cough, 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 cough. The criminal suddenly hunched over, choking on his coughs. Droplets of water mingled with blood from the wound on his eyelid slid down his face. He struggled to raise his hand to wipe his face, only to find his wrists tightly bound to the armrest by a twisted tie knot. Lin Yì had used a double-loop firefighter's escape knot. "You've got the wrong guy," the criminal suddenly screamed, slamming the back of his head against the cabin wall. "I didn't kill anyone." His expensive cufflinks snapped off in the struggle. Chapter 158. "Damn it, how did you bring that thing on board? Damn it!" Officer Zhang's sharp command echoed through the cabin like a thunderous bell, startling passengers nearby into glancing his way. At the sound, the man's face instantly turned as white as paper, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Then, like a madman, he scrambled frantically to his feet and sprinted toward the rear of the aircraft. Officer Zhang's brow furrowed as he immediately gave chase without hesitation. In the narrow aisle, passengers' luggage lay scattered everywhere. Officer Zhang deftly dodged left and right, his stride steady and unhurried. As he ran, he shouted, "Everyone, stay calm. Keep your cool." Yet the panicked crowd surged like a tidal wave. In front of the airplane restroom, Officer Zhang lunged forward like an agile cheetah, pinning the man firmly to the floor. The man struggled desperately, shouting, "Let me go. You've got the wrong person." Officer Zhang remained unmoved, tightening his grip. He replied coldly, "If you haven't done anything wrong, why are you running?" Pinned to the floor, the man trembled violently, stammering, I only brought some dangerous goods onto the plane. I didn't use them. I thought you'd already discovered my dangerous goods." At these words, Officer Zhang's expression instantly hardened. A fierce, murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he fixed the man with an intense stare. Anger flared in his eyes as he demanded, "You damn fool, what the hell did you bring on board?" With that, he signaled the onboard police officer to search the man. The officer immediately understood and swiftly began a thorough search of the man's body. Before long, a packet of needles was discovered. Officer Zhang fixed his gaze on the man and demanded, "How did you smuggle this needle pack aboard?" The man stammered, "I concealed them entirely within the semiconductor." Without another word, Officer Zhang pulled out the needles and showed them to Dr. Li beside him, asking, "Is this a weapon?" Dr. Li took the needles and began examining them intently. He retrieved a small magnifying glass from his medical kit and, under the cabin's soft lighting, examined it inch by inch. His brow furrowed repeatedly. After a long while, Dr. Li finally looked up, shook his head, and said, "No, it isn't. The size of this needle doesn't match the hole in the victim's forehead." Detective Zhang's brow knitted into a deep frown. He stared intently at the trembling criminal before him, his mind churning with doubts like waves crashing against the shore. The needles seized from the package glinted coldly under the dim light of the narrow aircraft aisle. "What were you planning to do with these needles hidden in the semiconductor? Don't try to pull any tricks, tell me the truth." Officer Zhang's voice was low and powerful, each word carrying a piercing force that echoed through the confined space of the aircraft. The criminal's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as if swallowing fear with difficulty. His eyes darted nervously, unable to meet Officer Zhang's gaze. I didn't mean to kill anyone. I was just following orders. They promised me a huge sum of money if I got this stuff on the plane. I had no idea it would cause such trouble." Officer Zhang snorted coldly. "Someone else's orders? Who ordered you? Spill everything, every detail. Don't try to pull the wool over our eyes." Just then, the aircraft's intercom crackled to life. The captain's steady voice announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, our aircraft is experiencing some turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelts and return to your seats immediately. The crew is handling the situation. Stay calm." The plane began to shake violently, sending panic rippling through the aisle. Officer Zhang stumbled, nearly falling, but he clung tightly to the criminal, preventing him from escaping. Dr. Li hurriedly braced himself against the nearby seat to steady himself, still gripping the needle pack tightly in his hand. "Officer Zhang, this doesn't look good," Dr. Li said anxiously. Officer Zhang nodded, keeping a watchful eye on the hijacker while shouting to the surrounding flight attendants, "Everyone, keep things under control. Don't let the passengers panic. Make sure everyone has their seatbelts fastened." Then he turned to the hijacker, "You better pray nothing happens to this plane. Otherwise, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to make up for it." The hijacker turned deathly pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. I really didn't know it would turn out like this. I was wrong. I'll tell you everything. Please, save me." Amid the plane's turbulence, the hijacker finally began to confess in broken sentences. It turned out he had been approached by a mysterious figure in a bar. The stranger wore a hat and mask, his face obscured. He offered a simple job, just carry a semiconductor containing needles onto a specific flight, and he'd receive a hefty reward. Desperate for money, he'd foolishly agreed. After hearing this, Officer Zhang's anger flared even more. "That's it? You expect me to believe that? Didn't that mysterious person tell you anything about what those needles were for?" The criminal shook his head frantically. "Honestly, he didn't say anything. He just gave me the package and the ticket, telling me to follow the plan." The turbulence grew increasingly violent. Dr. Li nodded, found a relatively stable spot, sat down, and carefully examined the needles once more. He pulled out a small magnifying glass from his bag and, using the light from the emergency lamp, scrutinized every inch of the needle's details. Officer Zhang suddenly noticed one passenger behaving extremely oddly. It was a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses. He kept his head down, showing no interest in his surroundings. Even during the worst turbulence, he didn't display the slightest hint of anxiety. A thought struck Officer Zhang, and he slowly approached the man. "Sir, have you noticed anything unusual on this flight?" Officer Zhang asked politely. The man lifted his head, his eyes behind the sunglasses cold and unreadable. "No, I was asleep the entire time." His voice was low and hoarse, as if deliberately muffled. Officer Zhang keenly sensed the man was lying. He smiled faintly. "Oh, I see. But you seem quite alert, hardly like someone who just woke up." As he spoke, Officer Zhang's gaze fell on the man's hand resting on his lap. He noticed the fingers trembling slightly. Despite the man's efforts to conceal it, the tremor was caught by Officer Zhang. "Sir, would you mind removing your sunglasses so I can examine your eyes?" Officer Zhang asked abruptly. The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, but he forced himself to remain calm. "Why? My eyes are uncomfortable. I don't want to take them off." Officer Zhang stepped forward. "Please cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, I have the right to suspect you're connected to this hazardous materials incident." As he spoke, he gave a subtle signal to the accompanying police officers beside him. They immediately understood and positioned themselves on either side of the man. The middle-aged man hesitated, but eventually slowly removed his sunglasses. When Officer Zhang saw his eyes, his heart skipped a beat. They were bloodshot. "Sir, you seem quite nervous," Officer Zhang remarked calmly. The middle-aged man swallowed hard. I'm just worried about the plane's safety." Officer Zhang scoffed coldly. "People genuinely concerned about flight safety wouldn't act like you. Now, tell me, what's your connection to that guy with the needle?" Chapter 159, You Won't Get Away, You Little Brat. Inside the cramped, confined cabin, the air seemed frozen with tension and fear. The harsh, unfeeling light swept over every corner, exposing the unease and exhaustion etched on everyone's faces. Officer Zhang's voice cracked the suffocating silence like a sledgehammer. "What exactly is your relationship with that man in the suit?" The man seated in the chair jerked violently, as if struck by an electric current. He slowly raised his head, his previously composed expression now utterly distorted by terror. His eyes were hollow and frantic, pupils rapidly contracting as he struggled to resist the question. His hands unconsciously clenched the armrests, knuckles turning deathly pale from the force. His body trembled uncontrollably, starting from his shoulders and spreading down to his knees, the shaking growing more violent by the second. His lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to speak, but his throat felt as though it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, preventing any sound from escaping. After a long moment, a few broken syllables finally squeezed from his parched throat. I and he. Each word seemed to drain every ounce of strength from him, accompanied by an unmistakable tremor. His eyes darted around the room, unable to meet the sharp gaze of Officer Zhang. Beads of sweat formed densely on his forehead, rolling down in large droplets. They streaked across his fear-twisted cheeks and fell onto the small tabletop before him. His breathing was rapid and heavy, each intake of air seeming to tear at the thin surrounding air with effort. His chest heaved violently, as if he might suffocate at any moment. One hand rose involuntarily, reaching to wipe the sweat from his forehead, but froze mid-air before falling limply back to his side. "I have nothing to do with him," he finally managed to say in broken, barely audible whispers. As he spoke, his head shook violently, as if desperately denying something. The terror in his eyes sent a chill down one's spine. His mouth twitched slightly, his facial muscles contorting into a grimace that made him look like a prisoner awaiting a death sentence. Meanwhile, Lín Yì, observing coldly from the sidelines, was quietly plotting his own schemes. His gaze swept back and forth over the panicked man, a barely perceptible glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. This guy would make the perfect scapegoat. Inside the restroom lay a cold corpse, a pinhole wound piercing the victim's forehead. From that moment on, the entire plane descended into chaos. Police swiftly launched an investigation, but as time passed, the inquiry reached a dead end. Especially the murder weapon. Although it remained unfound, Lín Yì knew the murder weapon couldn't have vanished into thin air on the plane. It must be hidden somewhere extremely well concealed. The police had turned the entire plane upside down, thoroughly searched every passenger, and even combed through every crevice of the luggage, yet they still came up empty-handed. But Lín Yì was certain the murder weapon was still aboard the plane. He understood that to evade the police manhunt, he must find a scapegoat. The two men before him, one a suspected bandit under everyone's suspicion, the other a mysterious figure who seemed to have emerged from the darkness, his identity shrouded in mystery, were the perfect scapegoats. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Lín Yi's eyes as he stepped forward without hesitation. He slammed both hands onto the small tabletop, leaning forward to bring his face close to the terrified man. He demanded loudly, "You damn fool, what the hell were you doing? Are you telling me you really have nothing to do with him?" In my view, wrapping needles in semiconductor packaging and smuggling them onto a plane is impossible for a single person. It's simple. While one person could easily pack the needles into luggage and pass through security, without another person's assistance, none of this could ever be accomplished. Lín Yì spoke while jabbing his finger at the man's nose, his face twisted with rage and suspicion. Each word seemed to be forced out through gritted teeth, thick with tension. His eyes widened, fixed intently on the other man. The man flinched violently at Lín Yi's sudden confrontation, his body recoiling desperately, trying to distance himself from Lín Yi's imposing presence. His hands flailed frantically in the air, as if trying to block Lín Yi's interrogation, while he kept repeating, "I really don't know. I didn't do anything. Don't frame me." His voice trembled with tears, filled with helplessness. "Stop pretending." Lín Yì suddenly raised his voice, slamming his hand down on the small table with a loud crack that startled everyone in the cabin. "Your expressions and movements have already given you away. There must be some secret between you and that man in the suit. Speak. What exactly are you plotting? Is the murder weapon in your possession?" The man's eyes were filled with terror and confusion. His lips trembled as he tried to defend himself, yet he couldn't find the words. His gaze darted between Lín Yì and Officer Zhang, searching desperately for a lifeline. Finally, summoning all his courage, he shouted, "I really don't know him. I'm just an ordinary passenger. I've been sleeping since boarding the plane. I don't know anything." His voice echoed through the cabin, a desperate cry. Lín Yì snorted coldly, dismissively. "Ordinary passenger? Do you really think I'd believe that? Ever since the police started investigating, your behavior has been highly suspicious. You kept dodging the police's questions, your eyes darting around, your mannerisms panicked. If you had nothing to hide, would you act like this?" The man's face grew even paler. His legs began shaking uncontrollably, and he nearly collapsed into his seat. His hands covered his face as he emitted a stifled sob. "I really didn't do it. I'm being framed." His body convulsed uncontrollably. But Lín Yì showed no mercy. He turned to Officer Zhang and said, "Officer Zhang, I don't think we should be fooled by his pitiful act. He and that man in the suit are definitely in cahoots. He might even be the key figure in this whole case. We need to step up the interrogation and make him spill the truth." Officer Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. He glanced at the sobbing man beside them, then back at Lín Yì. "Shaolin, I understand your perspective. But our investigations rely on evidence. So far, we have no concrete proof linking him to the case. We can't coerce a confession based on mere conjecture." Chapter 160, Ha! Finally found a scapegoat. Lín Yì replied calmly, "Officer Zhang, by the time you find evidence, it'll be too late. This happened on a plane, time is limited. We must seize every possible lead to identify the killer and locate the murder weapon quickly. Otherwise, once the plane lands, the culprit might slip through the net." Officer Zhang paced back and forth in the cramped space, his leather shoes scraping the floor with a dull thud. Each step felt like a hammer blow to everyone's frayed nerves. His brow furrowed, deep eyes betraying exhaustion and anxiety. This bizarre murder had thrown the entire flight into chaos. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze slowly shifting away from the still shivering suspect toward Dr. Li beside him. Dr. Li frowned. Despite maintaining a professional composure in this tense atmosphere, a hint of fatigue was evident in his eyes. Officer Zhang cleared his throat, his voice slightly hoarse as he asked, "Can we now confirm that the needle kit they were carrying definitely wasn't the murder weapon?" Dr. Li adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, his eyes behind the lenses radiating focus and caution. He lowered his head slightly, glancing at the paper recording the victim's wound data in his hand, then looked up at Officer Zhang and nodded steadily. He then explained clearly and logically, "The circular hole on the victim's forehead has a diameter of at least 2 millimeters. However, the diameter of these needles is very small, less than 1 millimeter. Realistically speaking, it's highly improbable that a 1 millimeter needle could create a 2 millimeter hole. Logically speaking, these needles are unlikely to be the murder weapon." Dr. Li paused, sighed softly, and continued, "Moreover, the most critical issue at present is that we lack the necessary equipment and conditions on this aircraft to verify whether the needles they carry contain DNA evidence from the victim. Without confirming this, it's indeed difficult to advance the investigation." He shook his head helplessly as he spoke. After listening, Officer Zhang nodded thoughtfully, his hand unconsciously touching his chin. Dr. Li's words echoed in his mind, and he silently agreed this was indeed the crux of the investigation's current impasse. His gaze then fell on Lín Yì. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Look, Dr. Li has made it quite clear. It's highly unlikely that the needles they were carrying were the murder weapon. After all, the difference in diameter is simply too great." Hearing this, Lín Yì frowned. His hands crossed instinctively in front of him, his fingers tapping lightly against his arm. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but he quickly masked it. He silently acknowledged the truth of it. If he was going to pin the blame on these two guys based solely on these needles, it would be no easy task. After all, the diameter of the needles didn't match the severity of the wounds at all. What method could he possibly use to push these two guys out to take the fall? Just as Lín Yì was racking his brains, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The sound felt like a ray of dawn, instantly dispelling the gloom in his heart. His pupils dilated sharply, a flicker of delight dancing in his eyes. Perfect. The system prompt had finally arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a new hint. Hearing these words, Lín Yi's lips curled upward involuntarily, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. The smile vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, but Inspector Zhang, who had been watching him closely, caught it. Officer Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of suspicion rising in his mind. But before he could ask, another system prompt sounded in Lín Yi's mind. Congratulations, host. The needle found by the police is indeed not the murder weapon. However, if a single needle is used to repeatedly grind at the victim's wound, it is possible to enlarge the hole. Yes. Lín Yì shouted inwardly. Hearing this news, his entire being stirred with excitement. His hands clenched into fists, his body trembled slightly, and the furrowed brows that had been etched across his forehead instantly smoothed out, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. The most urgent task now was to completely control these two individuals and successfully frame them as scapegoats. Lín Yì took a deep breath to steady his rising excitement, deciding to go all out. He turned to face Officer Zhang, his expression serious and focused, and began to pour out his reasoning in a steady stream. Officer Zhang, I believe this is how it likely unfolded. Although these needles were originally small in diameter, the killer probably used one of them to repeatedly grind at the victim's wound, enlarging it to its current state. As Lín Yì spoke, he gestured in the air with his hands, trying to make his description more vivid. Think about it. There's no professional DNA testing equipment on the plane. Waiting until landing would be too late. These two guys were acting suspiciously from the start. They're definitely involved. That guy in the suit clearly isn't a decent person, and this one has been visibly nervous and evasive since the beginning. Lín Yì pointed at the shivering suspect still slumped in his seat, his eyes brimming with conviction. Plus, that needle kit they carried, while unlikely to be a murder weapon on its own, makes perfect sense when you consider the modus operandi. The killer planned this meticulously, exploiting the plane's unique environment and our inability to conduct timely DNA analysis to evade justice. Lín Yì grew increasingly animated, his voice rising as he spoke, drawing the attention of nearby passengers. Officer Zhang listened quietly to Lín Yi's account, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. He found himself somewhat convinced by Lín Yi's reasoning, yet years of investigative experience warned him against jumping to conclusions based solely on this. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before replying, Mr. Lín, your reasoning does hold some merit. But in our line of work, we must have concrete evidence. This speculation alone is insufficient to identify them as the killers. Hearing Officer Zhang's words, Lín Yì felt a surge of urgency, yet he forced himself to remain composed. Clenching his jaw, he pressed on, Officer, I understand evidence is crucial. But time is of the essence. The plane will land soon. We can't overlook any potential leads, especially if it means letting the real culprit escape. Let's secure them now and conduct a thorough investigation after landing. That way, we won't lose any valuable time. Officer Zhang fell into deep thought again, his gaze shifting between Lín Yì and the suspicious passenger. He recognized the logic in Lín Yi's argument. Time was critical, and no hint of suspicion should be dismissed lightly. Moreover, the behavior of these two suspects was genuinely suspicious. Chapter 161, Where the hell is that murder weapon? Inside the aircraft cabin, the atmosphere was oppressive, suffocating. The harsh, cold light spread lifelessly across every corner, exposing the unease and fear etched on everyone's faces. The engines rumbled with a deep, muffled roar. Officer Zhang stood in the center of the aisle, his face etched with exhaustion. Since the bizarre murder occurred, he had been on edge, racing against time in this confined space, desperate to uncover the truth before the plane landed. He spun around abruptly, his voice loud and firm as he called out to the cabin, flight attendants and passengers, please help. His command cut through the cabin's murmur of unease and restless chatter, drawing every gaze toward him. The flight attendant reacted swiftly, gliding over with light steps. Though her face betrayed a hint of tension, her professionalism kept her composed, her eyes reflecting a determined willingness to assist. Simultaneously, several concerned passengers gathered around without hesitation. Officer Zhang pointed at the two suspects and began directing calmly, first, tie their hands behind their backs. Be gentle, but make sure it's secure. His tone brooked no argument, each word like a reassuring pill that gradually transformed the chaotic atmosphere into order. A young, strong male passenger volunteered. Tall and muscular, he looked like someone who could handle heavy work. He took the rope handed to him by the flight attendant, testing its resilience with a slight tug. Then he bent down close to the suspect and began tying the ropes with practiced skill. His eyes fixed intently on the rope in his hands, each knot was tied with fluid precision. His lips pressed together slightly, a serious expression on his face, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead from concentration. The flight attendant stood nearby, her eyes fixed on the suspect's every movement, hands poised to assist at any moment. Her gaze betrayed vigilance, wary of any sign of resistance from the suspect. Her lips trembled slightly, as if murmuring something under her breath. Soon, both suspects' hands were securely bound behind their backs. The rope dug deeply into their skin, leaving crimson marks. But Officer Zhang remained vigilant, continuing to direct, now tie them to the chairs. Make sure they can't break free. The flight attendant and passengers worked together, several people looping the ropes around the chairbacks and winding them tightly around the suspects. With each turn, they pulled the ropes tight, ensuring the suspects were immobilized. The two suspects were now as pale as ghosts, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, their eyes filled with terror. Their bodies twisted incessantly, struggling to break free. Their feet kicked the floor, scraping the chairs against the surface with a shrill screech, but all their efforts were futile. The ropes only tightened further. We didn't kill anyone. While everyone else bustled about, Lín Yì stood to the side, outwardly calm and composed. His hands were casually tucked into his pockets as he watched everything unfold with a serene gaze. Yet internally, his mind was churning like a stormy sea. His brow furrowed slightly, forming a deep crease between his eyes, revealing profound confusion and unease. System, hurry up and give me a hint. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? His hands clenched and unclenched unconsciously in his pockets, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. Lín Yì knew full well that the needles found on these two men didn't match the wounds on the victim. He had only orchestrated their arrest to frame them. Once the plane landed, the police would certainly contact airport officers to escort these two suspects to the station. Then, when their DNA was tested, it would inevitably be found to be completely incompatible with the clues on the needles. Moreover, Lín Yì knew deep down that the most crucial point was that the police would never let anyone on the plane off the hook easily. They would undoubtedly conduct a massive search, meticulously examining every corner and every item. Under such circumstances, it would be all too easy to find the real murder weapon inside the aircraft. At this thought, Lín Yi's heartbeat suddenly quickened, his heart pounding violently in his chest. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, trickling slowly down his cheeks. If the real murder weapon was found and the clues led back to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. He could face endless years behind bars. Framing someone else in this case was absolutely no easy feat. His gaze darted around the cabin. He had to do something before the police found the murder weapon. But what exactly should he do? A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but he forced himself to regain his composure. Lín Yi's gaze fell upon the overhead luggage compartments where passengers' bags were stowed. He wondered if the murder weapon might be hidden inside one of them. But he dismissed the idea immediately. The police had already conducted a preliminary inspection of the luggage, and randomly choosing a bag to hide the weapon would likely be discovered by its owner. His gaze shifted to the restroom, a relatively secluded spot, but the police had already searched it and found nothing unusual. Just as Lín Yì was racking his brain, the flight attendant's sweet voice came over the intercom. "Ladies and gentlemen, our aircraft is approaching Qingdao City. We expect to land in approximately 20 minutes. Please fasten your seatbelts and prepare for landing." Hearing this, Lín Yì grew even more anxious. Time was running out, he had to come up with a plan quickly. He began recalling every detail of the incident, from the victim's position to the reactions of surrounding passengers and the police search process. He strained to reconstruct each scene in his mind, hoping to uncover clues he had overlooked. Suddenly, a detail surfaced. After the incident, a passenger had gone to the aircraft's storage compartment. Though he hadn't paid it much mind at the time, now that passenger's behavior seemed suspicious. A flicker of excitement crossed Lín Yi's eyes. He decided to investigate the storage compartment. He walked toward the storage compartment, pretending to be nonchalant. Passing by Officer Zhang, he deliberately greeted him. "Officer, I'm just going over there to get some air." Officer Zhang nodded, paying no mind to his actions. Lín Yì approached the storage compartment door and opened it cautiously, afraid to make even the slightest sound. The storage room was crammed with assorted odds and ends, spare blankets, pillows, and cleaning supplies. He began searching meticulously, examining every single item. The moment he stepped inside, Lín Yi's heartbeat surged wildly, as if a caged bird flapped frantically in his chest. His palms were drenched in sweat. Under the dim storage room light, his eyes widened like copper bells, scanning every corner without missing a spot. His gaze darted urgently over the mountain of clutter, his breathing rapid and heavy. Chapter 162, An Impossible Weapon. Yet it fits? He charged toward the slightly disorganized luggage first, his hands frantically rummaging through the bags as if possessed. Clothes were yanked out one by one, arcing through the air before being tossed aside with a sigh of disappointment. His lips moved in a low murmur. Where is it? Where the hell is the murder weapon hidden? In this cramped, confined space, his voice carried a hint of tremor. Then he turned his attention to the spare cleaning supplies. He forcefully knocked over the mop, broom, and other tools, sending them crashing to the floor with a clatter. He crouched down, meticulously examining every joint and connection, even tearing apart the mop head in hopes of finding a trace of the murder weapon. But each inspection dashed his hopes. His eyes grew dimmer, his shoulders slumping slightly with each disappointment. While rummaging, he accidentally bumped into a box filled with blankets. The box tilted, and blankets spilled out like a flood, engulfing his legs. He kicked the blankets away in irritation, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, why is there nothing?" Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, rolling down in large drops and splattering onto the clutter at his feet. His hands trembled slightly from tension and exertion, his fingernails turning white from gripping objects too tightly. As time ticked by, the storage room became a chaotic mess, clutter strewn everywhere, yet the weapon he'd expected to find remained elusive. Lín Yì felt a wave of profound helplessness wash over him. His body slid slowly down the wall until he slumped to the floor. He bit down hard on his lip until it drew blood. How could this happen? Where is the murder weapon? Is my entire plan going to fall apart like this? Just as he was at a loss, the plane jolted violently and began its descent. The slight turbulence snapped Lín Yì back to reality. He struggled to his feet, brushed the dust off his clothes, and dragged his heavy steps out of the storage compartment. The plane came to a steady halt on the runway as the engine's roar gradually faded, yet the cabin remained tense as a bow strung taut. The captain acted swiftly, immediately contacting airport security over the intercom. His voice was urgent yet firm. "This is Flight 256. A homicide has occurred on board. 2 suspects have been apprehended. Please send personnel immediately." Soon after, several police officers boarded the aircraft. Uniformed and moving with purposeful efficiency.
They swiftly approached the suspects bound to their seats, inspected the restraints, and after confirming everything was secure, one officer led the way while two others escorted the suspects off the plane. Fear and despair were etched across the suspects' faces. Their bodies trembled slightly, their legs weak, and they were practically half dragged, half carried off the plane by the officers. Watching the suspect being led away, the other passengers seemed to glimpse a ray of relief. They began gathering their belongings, preparing to disembark. The wheels of suitcases clattered noisily down the aisle as people whispered among themselves, their faces bearing the eager anticipation of departure. At that moment, Officer Zhang stepped forward. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a loud, firm voice, "Everyone, I apologize, but you cannot leave yet. While the two suspects have been taken away, along with that bag of needles, we must wait for the test results to confirm their guilt before you can depart." His words exploded like a bomb dropped into calm waters, instantly setting the cabin abuzz. A young man, his face twisted in displeasure, his brows knitted into a deep frown, was the first to voice his complaint. "You've already caught the suspects. Why won't you let us go? We've been terrified on this plane for so long, and now you won't even let us leave? What kind of nonsense is this?" His voice trembled slightly with emotion. A middle-aged woman in her seat. Her hands were planted firmly on her hips, her face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "Exactly. They're the ones who did it. We haven't done anything wrong. Why are we being held here? We have our own lives to live. Who's going to take responsibility for this wasted time?" Her eyes widened, fixed intently on Officer Zhang. Passengers around them began murmuring, their agitation growing. Some frowned impatiently, stamping their feet, others crossed their arms, faces flushed with anger, muttering under their breath. Still others began arguing with Officer Zhang, voices rising until the situation threatened to spiral out of control. An elderly man with glasses, leaning on a cane, spoke shakily, "My old bones can't take this much stress. Can't you hurry up?" His voice carried a hint of weakness. Officer Zhang raised his hand to signal for quiet, his face apologetic as he patiently explained, "I fully understand how everyone feels, but our investigation must be rigorous. We need solid evidence. Although the suspects have been taken into custody, we cannot yet confirm with absolute certainty that they are the killers. Only when the forensic results come back can we provide everyone with a proper explanation. I ask for your continued patience." He tried to keep his voice steady. Despite Officer Zhang's efforts to calm the situation, some passengers remained unrelenting, their voices rising in a constant clamor. Time slipped away amidst the chaos and agitation, each second feeling unbearably long. Half an hour later, an officer rushed onto the plane, his forehead glistening with sweat, his uniform slightly disheveled from the sprint. He handed the report to Officer Zhang, who snatched it eagerly. His eyes scanned the contents with urgency, his expression turning to shock. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. After double-checking the details, he announced loudly, "Everyone, quiet down. The lab results just came in. The needles found on these two suspects match the wound on the victim's forehead and the DNA evidence." The words fell like a thunderclap, instantly silencing the once noisy plane. Every face froze in shock. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Some gaped wide enough to swallow an egg whole, others stood frozen, luggage slipping from their hands unnoticed. Still others whispered among themselves, voices thick with astonishment and confusion. Lín Yì stood nearby, his own heart racing. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression froze. He never imagined events would unfold this way. The needle he had dismissed as incapable of being a murder weapon now stood as the crucial piece of incriminating evidence. Chapter 163, DNA match? What's going on? How is this possible? The slender needle, now deemed crucial evidence, lay quietly sealed in a plastic bag. From the moment he discovered it, Lín Yì had been certain the needle could not possibly carry the victim's DNA. After all, the gaping hole in the victim's forehead was dozens of times larger in diameter than this needle. The difference between the two was like an unbridgeable chasm. Physically and logically, the needle could not possibly be connected to that fatal wound. "This is impossible," Lín Yì murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. His lips trembled slightly as his hands instinctively crossed over his chest. The surrounding passengers were all in a state of extreme tension and unease. A middle-aged man in the row ahead rubbed his knees incessantly, his forehead creased into a deep character as fear and anxiety flashed in his eyes. He kept glancing back toward the deceased, each turn of his head like a desperate attempt to confirm the horrific scene was still there. A young girl seated on the other side of the aisle covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide and tears welling up, her body trembling slightly and uncontrollably. Her companion, a young man, clasped her hand tightly, trying to offer some strength, though his own face was equally pale, his eyes filled with terror. In the aisle, a flight attendant leaned against a seat, her face grim. One hand pressed against her chest, the other gripping the seat, she seemed on the verge of fainting. Her breathing was rapid and labored, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Her eyes betrayed profound fear and helplessness. Her uniform was slightly disheveled, her hair loosened from its usual neatness, and all traces of her usual grace and composure had vanished. Soon, airport police boarded the aircraft. Dressed in crisp uniforms, they moved with purposeful strides, swiftly commencing their investigation on board.
The inspection process dragged on agonizingly, each second feeling like a heavy weight crushing Lín Yi's heart.
Seated in his seat, he clenched the hem of his shirt tightly, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, leaving white marks. His eyes fixed intently on the busy figures of the investigators.
Finally, the results came and the DNA evidence matched perfectly.
The news exploded like a bomb, sending shockwaves through the confined cabin. "You may leave now," Officer Zhang's voice broke the silence. Tall and upright, he wore a crisp police uniform, his badge gleaming under the lights. His eyes conveyed efficiency and composure. His face bore little expression, but a slight furrow in his brow hinted at an inner doubt. The passengers on the plane breathed a collective sigh of relief and began applauding. "Finally, we've found the killer." "How dare they commit murder on a plane," exclaimed a gray-haired elderly man, rising to his feet and waving his arms, his wrinkles deepening with emotion.
"Exactly. This killer must have medical knowledge. How else could they use a single needle inserted into the back of the head to compress the spinal nerves, causing instant suffocation? It's unbelievable." The passengers' murmurs rose and fell like waves. Some shook their heads in disbelief, others stared in shock, while others whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with equal parts curiosity and fear. Their faces bore a myriad of expressions: relief at their own safety, anger and condemnation toward the killer, and deep confusion over this bizarre case. Lín Yì stood up, his legs feeling slightly weak, and slowly made his way down the aircraft with the crowd. Outside the cabin door, the night air carried a hint of coolness, gently brushing against his flushed cheeks and bringing him back to his senses. Officer Zhang had been waiting at the bottom of the stairs. He strode toward Lín Yì and Dr. Li, extending his hand to shake each of theirs. His palm was broad and firm, conveying a reassuring strength. "Lín Yì, care to join us?" Officer Zhang asked with a smile, a hint of expectation in his eyes. His smile was gentle, yet Lín Yì sensed the scrutiny in his gaze. Lín Yì instinctively nodded at first, but instantly shook his head. With so many unresolved questions surrounding the case, traveling with Officer Zhang risked inadvertently revealing something, especially that inexplicable unease deep within him. That would spell trouble. Better to go somewhere else first and sort out his thoughts. The dean's daughter's wedding isn't for another 6 hours. Coincidentally, I have an old classmate in Qingdao City. We haven't seen each other in ages, and I'd like to pay him a visit. Lín Yì forced his voice to sound natural, squeezing a smile onto his face. Officer Zhang nodded slightly, his face still bearing a warm smile, showing no hint of wanting to keep him. "In that case, we'll meet in Qingdao City." After exchanging a few more casual pleasantries, they turned to leave. Pulling his suitcase, Lín Yì hurriedly left the airport. Streetlights cast a warm, yellow glow, stretching his shadow long and thin. Cars roared past, their exhaust mingling with the distinctive scent of the city night, washing over him. Most shops along the street had already closed, with only a few convenience stores still lit. Inside, bored clerks stared out the windows. Occasionally, a passerby hurried by, their silhouette flashing briefly in the light before vanishing into the darkness. He hailed a taxi, slid into the back seat, and gave the senior's address. The car started moving slowly. Lín Yì leaned back in his seat, watching the street scenes rush past the window, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Street trees cast mottled shadows under the lamplight, like countless pairs of eyes watching him. Towering buildings flanked the road, their windows dotted with lights that seemed to whisper untold stories. Lín Yì dragged his heavy suitcase. The airport corridor's harsh white light seemed intent on illuminating every unease within him. His hair was disheveled, his shirt collar slightly open. Everything that had happened on the plane left him physically and mentally exhausted. Having just escaped this harrowing ordeal, his mind still swirling with unanswered questions, a sudden, crisp electronic beep pierced his thoughts. Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have received a new hint." The sound felt jarringly out of place in the quiet airport corridor. Lín Yì froze, his footsteps halting abruptly. His previously dull eyes instantly brightened, and a surge of delight washed over his face. He hurriedly murmured in his mind, "System. System. This hint finally came. I've been waiting for it like crazy." Lately, the tangled clues of the case had left his mind in a complete jumble. This sudden prompt felt like a glimmer of light in the darkness. Immediately, the system's emotionless mechanical voice sounded again. "Congratulations, host. The victim's precise cause of death was indeed the circular hole in the back of the head. However, the lethal weapon that killed the victim was not those needles, but another object. As for why the needles on the two criminals contained the victim's DNA? That's entirely because after the victim's death, someone stole the needles and spun them on the victim's forehead, thereby contaminating them with DNA evidence." Chapter 164, The Unbelievable Murder Weapon Not a Conventional Object. Upon hearing this, Lín Yì froze in place, standing motionless with shock and disbelief written across his face. His mouth hung slightly open, eyes wide, speechless for a long moment as the system's information echoed relentlessly in his mind. "This is too outrageous," he couldn't help but whisper in astonishment. No wonder the forensic examination found the victim's DNA on the needles. Someone had deliberately orchestrated this behind the scenes, using a stolen needle to tamper with the victim's forehead and mislead everyone. His fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of his shirt, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. What was the real murder weapon? Earlier, the police had turned the cabin upside down from seats to overhead bins, from restrooms to every nook and cranny, yet they hadn't found a single trace of the murder weapon. Lín Yì had suggested that repeated grinding with a fine needle might have enlarged the wound, but if the needle wasn't the murder weapon, where could it possibly be hidden? At 30,000 feet, the windows couldn't be opened. Even the storage compartment for the vacuum toilet had been checked spotless, no trace of a weapon. And throwing it out the window was impossible. The immense pressure difference would suck anyone out instantly. Lín Yi's brow furrowed into a deep crease, his face growing heavier with fatigue. He paced slowly down the aisle as passengers hurried past, the clatter of rolling suitcases echoing in his ears, yet failing to disrupt his train of thought. Just as he was racking his brain, that familiar notification tone sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a new hint. Lín Yì couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, yet a flicker of hope ignited within him. He hurriedly called out in his mind, "System, tell me what the hint is." The system's voice remained unhurried. "This weapon can only be possessed by a woman." Hearing this, Lín Yi's brow furrowed even deeper. Images of various women's accessories flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope. Earrings, he asked and answered himself internally. No. That's unlikely. The very thought struck him as absurd. Earrings weren't long enough, nor hard enough to inflict such a deep wound, let alone deliver a precise, fatal blow to the back of the head. Then what could it be? A necklace? A hairpin? None of them seemed quite right. He tossed and turned, every possible object flashing through his mind, yet none could convince him. His footsteps grew increasingly hurried, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Just as his head was about to split from the strain, the system's mechanical voice interrupted his thoughts once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a new clue. The murder weapon used on the deceased came from a woman's undergarment. Lín Yì was utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place, his eyes filled with confusion. Women's underwear? How could that possibly be a murder weapon? He couldn't fathom which part of the undergarment could create a wound about 2 millimeters in diameter on the back of someone's head. His gaze swept over the female passengers around him, searching their attire for any clue, but found nothing. Lín Yì stood by the roadside, the bustling traffic and noisy city nightscape nothing more than blurred lights and shadows in his eyes. His world was now entirely occupied by the system prompt echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a new hint. The voice was abrupt and clear, exploding in Lín Yi's mind. His lowered eyes snapped up instantly, a flicker of anticipation in his gaze. Though his expression remained calm, deep inside, his thirst for the truth surged like a tidal wave. In his heart, he silently urged, "System, speak up." Immediately, the system's emotionless mechanical voice sounded again, "Women's undergarments contain underwire. You can remove the underwire directly, transforming it into a piece of iron wire. Inserting this wire into the back of the victim's head will kill them." Hearing this, Lín Yi's footsteps abruptly halted, as if an invisible force had pinned him to the spot. His breath caught slightly, and a barely perceptible flicker of shock crossed his otherwise calm face. His mind raced, scenes playing like a film reel in his head. In the cramped, dimly lit bathroom of the airplane, the flickering yellow light cast airy shadows on the surrounding walls. A damp, musty air filled the space, mingled with the faint scent of cleaning products. A passenger hurried into the restroom, footsteps urgent. Before he could steady himself, the door slid open silently. A figure darted in like a ghost, then closed the door softly behind them. The intruder moved with almost no sound, as if afraid of disturbing something. Clutched tightly in their hand was a steel underwire ring torn from women's lingerie, its cold metallic sheen glinting faintly in the dim light. Just as the passenger sensed something amiss and turned, the killer struck with sudden, decisive force, no hesitation. The killer's eyes were cold and resolute, radiating a terrifying ruthlessness. The underwire arced through the dim light with a sharp, icy glint, like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight toward the passenger's back of the head. A faint, muffled groan escaped his lips as the passenger's body froze instantly. His eyes widened, terror and disbelief filling them in an instant. His mouth opened slightly, yet no sound emerged. His hands flailed wildly in the air, fingers grasping futilely at the void, clutching at the last shred of hope. As the steel ring pressed deeper, the intense external force directly compressed vital nerves. The passenger's breathing instantly became rapid and erratic, his chest heaving violently, his legs began to buckle, his body shaking uncontrollably. Within mere moments, he collapsed like a pile of wet clay, crashing heavily onto the bathroom floor. Water splashed up, spreading into a wide, blurred stain across the tiles. The killer swiftly bent down, his movements practiced and composed, wiping away any potential traces and restoring the scene to its ordinary appearance. Then, the killer stood up, straightened his clothes, opened the door with a calm expression, and blended into the crowd moving through the airplane aisle as if nothing had happened. After the killer departed, he could refold the steel wire ring he had removed from the underwear and tuck it back inside. Then put it back on. This way, from start to finish, the murder weapon remained completely concealed. No one on the plane could find this murder weapon, even if they searched the entire aircraft. Chapter 165, Arrival at the Wedding Venue, Ceremony Commences. Emerging from the harrowing incident aboard the plane, Lín Yì felt as though an invisible pall still hung over him. His steps felt heavy, each one carrying the weight of the case's mysteries and pressures. The unbelievable truth echoed relentlessly in his mind. The murder weapon was actually the underwire from a woman's bra. The discovery was utterly bizarre. Who could have imagined that in the confined, enclosed space of an airplane, a seemingly ordinary component of intimate apparel would become a deadly weapon? Adding to the drama, the investigating officer, Zhang, was male. In the unique environment of the aircraft, he simply couldn't inspect women's undergarments. This undoubtedly provided the killer with ample opportunity to commit the crime and evade detection. Lín Yì pondered these thoughts as he walked toward the villa district. His gaze drifted, clearly still immersed in the case's intricate details. As he entered the villa complex, the tranquil surroundings stood in stark contrast to the chaos aboard the plane. Shaded by lush greenery, the villas were arranged in an orderly yet staggered pattern. The occasional chirp of birds only accentuated the serene atmosphere. Lín Yì arrived at the villa he had contacted beforehand and rang the doorbell. An elderly man with graying hair opened the door, greeting him with a warm smile and ushering him inside. After exchanging a few brief words with the old man, Lín Yì sat down on the living room sofa. While seemingly engaged in casual conversation, his gaze frequently drifted toward the window, tracking the passage of time. He knew he must remain here for exactly half an hour to ensure the perfect timing of the transition. Throughout those 30 minutes, Lín Yi's thoughts remained fixated on the case. He recalled the scene of discovering the victim on the plane, the gruesome wounds, and the numerous puzzling details that emerged during the subsequent investigation. He thought again of the clues the system had provided, each one like a lamp in the darkness, gradually illuminating the truth of the case. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa without his conscious control, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. Finally, the half-hour passed, and Lín Yì rose to take his leave of the elderly man. Stepping outside the villa, he took a deep breath, savoring the crisp air. Glancing at his watch, he silently calculated the time. With only a few hours left before the dean's daughter's wedding, he had to hurry to the farmhouse estate. Lín Yì hailed a taxi and slid into the back seat. The car sped through the city streets, the scenery outside the window rushing by, but Lín Yì had no mind to admire it. Images of the wedding began to form in his mind: the dean's daughter, and the other relatives and friends he would soon meet. He knew Officer Zhang would also be attending the wedding. At this thought, his heart stirred slightly, wondering what they might talk about when they met again. As the car approached the country estate, Lín Yì could see the bustling scene from afar. The entrance was packed with all kinds of vehicles. People dressed in their finest, their faces beaming with joy, streamed into the estate. Lín Yì paid the fare, smoothed his clothes, and walked toward the estate. The moment he stepped inside, Lín Yì was captivated by the beauty before him. Shady trees and blooming flowers filled the grounds, the air carrying a faint floral fragrance. A massive white tent stood in the estate center, adorned with colorful balloons and flowers draped around its perimeter. These decorations swayed gently in the breeze, as if welcoming each guest. Inside the tent, tables and chairs were neatly arranged. Each table was adorned with exquisite tableware and fresh flowers, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. Lín Yì spotted the dean in the crowd. Dressed in a crisp black suit with his hair meticulously combed, the dean wore a radiant smile of happiness and pride. He was engaged in enthusiastic conversation with several guests, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. Lín Yì approached and greeted him. "Dean, congratulations. Today is your daughter's big day." Seeing Lín Yì, the dean's smile grew even brighter. "Little Lin, it's so wonderful you could make it. Come on in, take a seat. You must have a few drinks today." Lín Yì scanned the crowd again, searching for the dean's daughter. There she was, draped in a pristine white wedding gown, looking like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Her train swept the floor, the skirt spreading like a blooming white flower, studded with sparkling crystals and pearls that refracted mesmerizing light in the sun. Her face radiated happiness, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future as she chatted animatedly with family and friends. At that moment, Lín Yì noticed Officer Zhang. Dressed in plain clothes, a simple white shirt paired with black dress pants, he carried an air of efficiency that remained unmistakable even without his uniform. Officer Zhang spotted Lín Yì too, smiled, and approached him. "Lín Yì, I've been waiting for you. This wedding is lively, we were just waiting for you." Lín Yì smiled back. "Officer Zhang, I rushed here after just a few hours' notice. I was afraid I'd miss this joyous occasion." Officer Zhang patted Lín Yì on the shoulder. "Must be swamped lately, huh? That plane case was downright bizarre." Lín Yì nodded slightly. "Yeah, it still feels unbelievable now. Those two hijackers were actually the killers." Officer Zhang chuckled. "You're right. By the way, did you have a smooth trip over here?" Lín Yì replied, "Pretty smooth, but I kept thinking about how unsettling everything's been lately." Officer Zhang sighed. "These cases are certainly giving us headaches." The two exchanged brief remarks about their travels and views on the case, exchanging pleasantries in a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. The wedding venue was exquisitely decorated. Inside the enormous white tent, lights shone brilliantly. The stage stood at the front of the tent, with a giant wedding portrait of the couple as its backdrop. The bride and groom in the photo beamed with radiant smiles, overflowing with happiness. Twinkling lights and floral arrangements adorned the surroundings, creating a romantic and warm ambience. A professional wedding host stood at the center of the stage, dressed in an elegant tuxedo. His magnetic voice carried with infectious enthusiasm, "Esteemed guests, we gather here today to witness the sacred union of this couple. In this beautiful moment, let us offer our warmest applause to the bride and groom." As the melodious wedding march plays, the groom, dressed in a black suit, walks slowly toward the stage, arm in arm with the bride. A radiant smile of happiness spread across the groom's face, his eyes brimming with love for his bride. The bride, her head slightly bowed, wore a blush of shyness on her cheeks, radiating a beauty that was impossible to look away from. Friends and family rose to their feet, erupting in thunderous applause and waves of well wishes. Chapter 166, Fatal Wedding, Corpse in the Restroom. There's a dead body. Yet, in this moment of joy, a terrified scream shattered the atmosphere. A person burst out of the restroom, face contorted with terror, voice trembling as they cried, "There's a dead body in the restroom! A dead body!" The venue instantly erupted in chaos. The previously lively and festive atmosphere froze solid, all eyes fixated on the panic figure. The person who had run out was pale as a sheet, beads of sweat covering his forehead. His body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with terror. He gasped for breath, seemingly still reeling from the shock. People gathered around him, asking frantically what had happened. "What happened? Calm down, tell us slowly," Officer Zhang stepped forward, trying to soothe him. The restroom, someone was lying on the floor in the restroom, not moving at all, like they were already dead. The man stammered. At this, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Some faces turned pale with fear, while others wore puzzled expressions. What? What? A dead body in the restroom? Lín Yì and Officer Zhang exchanged glances, both eyes flashing with alertness. They quickly headed toward the restroom, followed by a few bolder individuals. Reaching the bathroom door, Lín Yì and Officer Zhang cautiously stepped inside. A man lay on the bathroom floor surrounded by a pool of blood, the scene gruesome. Lín Yì crouched down to examine the victim closely. The deceased was a man, approximately 30 years old, with a distinct wound on his head, the source of the blood. Officer Zhang frowned and remarked, "Looks like someone committed murder at the wedding venue. That's incredibly bold to commit a crime in such a setting." Lín Yì nodded. And with all the people here at the wedding, the killer could easily have blended into the crowd. Officer Zhang stood up and addressed the surrounding crowd, "Everyone, please remain calm and stay put. I've already notified the police, they'll be here shortly. Until then, it's crucial that we preserve the scene." Just then, the dean hurried over. Seeing the scene before him, his face turned grim. His voice trembled as he asked, What on earth is going on? How could this happen at my daughter's wedding?" Officer Zhang stepped forward to reassure him. "Dean, please try not to worry. We will uncover the truth and apprehend the killer as quickly as possible." The dean nodded, his eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. "All right, I'm counting on you. This wedding, it's completely ruined now. What a stroke of bad luck. At my daughter's wedding ceremony, someone actually started committing a crime right there. What on earth should I do?" Lín Yì couldn't help but frown. He hadn't committed any murders at all, and it was absolutely impossible for him to kill someone in such a public setting. Since his transmigration, he hadn't committed a single crime. All the cases had been carried out by the diary's original owner. That is, they were committed by this body before he had arrived. He had never even been to the restroom. So how could there be a dead body in there? This couldn't possibly be related to him, could it? This had nothing to do with him, right? The thought brought him a measure of calm. Several minutes later, a piercing wail of sirens grew louder from afar, like a sedative that momentarily silenced the crowd. Over a dozen police cars surrounded the farmhouse estate at breakneck speed, their flashing lights blindingly bright in the sunlight. An officer in a black trench coat swiftly exited his vehicle. With agile strides and a sharp gaze, he approached Officer Zhang and snapped a crisp military salute. Zhang acknowledged the gesture with a slight nod before delivering a concise summary of the situation. The victim was discovered during the wedding ceremony. Preliminary findings indicate death by severe head trauma. No obvious murder weapon has been found at the scene yet, but there are footprints on the window that appear to be from the perpetrator's escape. After hearing Officer Zhang's account, the dark-clad officer's expression grew grave. He swiftly turned and issued orders to the officers behind him. Team 1, secure the perimeter. No one is to leave without authorization. Team 2, conduct a thorough forensic examination of the scene. Leave no detail unexamined. Team 3, begin interviewing the wedding guests. We need to identify any witnesses. The officers sprang into action as soon as the orders were given. The officers tasked with securing the perimeter swiftly established a cordon, firmly guarding every entrance and exit of the farmhouse estate. Their expressions were stern, their gazes unwavering, standing like impassable mountains blocking any attempt to leave. The sudden lockdown left the guests even more anxious and unsettled. They huddled together, their eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. Some began to complain, while others silently prayed. Forensic officers in specialized suits, masks, and gloves cautiously entered the restroom. Their movements were slow and deliberate, as if afraid of disturbing any potential evidence.
One officer, camera in hand, shifted angles repeatedly, meticulously documenting every detail from the victim's wounds and surrounding bloodstains to every corner of the bathroom. Another officer, equipped with tweezers and evidence bags, meticulously searched around the pool of blood. Even the tiniest speck of debris or an inconspicuous strand of hair was carefully picked up and placed into an evidence bag. Officers tasked with interviewing guests dispersed among the crowd, notebooks and pens in hand, initiating detailed questioning with each attendee. Their voices were low and gentle, attempting to calm the guests' nerves, yet their questions were sharp and direct. Did you notice anything suspicious, any unusual people or events before or after the incident? Where were you at the time? What were you doing? Some guests stammered nervously, unable to speak for long, while others strained to recall, describing their observations in as much detail as possible. The entire scene was filled with the intertwined sounds of questioning, answering, and murmurs of discontent, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense and oppressive. The officer in black approached Zhang and Lín Yì again, a hint of doubt in his eyes. To commit a crime in such a setting takes considerable nerve. Did you notice anything unusual beforehand? Officer Zhang and Lín Yì exchanged a glance. Lín Yì spoke up. From our arrival until the incident, we didn't notice anything unusual. However, the scene was complex with numerous guests. It wouldn't have been difficult for the killer to conceal themselves. Chapter 167, The Bizarre Corpse, Facial Swelling. The victim has a distinct wound on the head, likely caused by a blunt object. The medical examiner crouched beside the body, his voice calm and professional. His gloved fingers gently parted the victim's disheveled hair, revealing the shocking wound. The edges had turned black, and the blood had long since congealed, clearly not a fresh injury. The coroner's gaze shifted downward from the head, his brow furrowing slightly. The body was covered in swellings of varying sizes, the skin displaying an unnatural purplish-blue hue, as if repeatedly struck by some object. He signaled his assistant to turn the body over, exposing the face to the onlookers. It was a face swollen to the point of distortion, the skin pale and loose, as if soaked in water. The coroner froze, his movements halting momentarily. He had seen countless corpses, yet this particular state of death still stirred a twinge of discomfort within him. The surrounding police officers reacted with varied expressions. Some instinctively took a step back, others stared wide-eyed, while a few murmured, "How long must one have been dead to look like this?" Clearly, the state of the deceased had shocked them. Judging by the degree of facial swelling, the time of death is at least 48 hours ago. The coroner stood up, removed his gloves, and spoke with a hint of gravity in his voice. His gaze swept over the assembled officers, finally settling on a man in a black jacket. This officer was Li Feng, the criminal investigation team captain of the Qingdao Municipal Public Security Bureau. His brow furrowed as he stared intently at the deceased's face, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he murmured, "If the victim has been dead this long, why was the body here? And at the wedding of the director's daughter, no less?" His question plunged the room into silence. Indeed, who would choose such an important day to dump a body in the estate's bathroom? This wasn't merely murder, it felt like a provocation, even a ritual. Li Feng waved his hand, signaling two officers to conduct a thorough examination of the scene. If the killer dared commit murder here, they must have left clues: hair, fingerprints, DNA. We can't overlook a single detail. His voice was calm and resolute, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. The two officers nodded and swiftly sprang into action. Gloves on, tools in hand, they meticulously examined every corner of the bathroom. Li Feng walked to the window, his gaze piercing through the glass toward the estate's garden. The sun still shone brightly, and the faint laughter of guests drifted over, as if everything happening here had nothing to do with them. Just then, a man in a dark suit approached. He was Officer Zhang, who had traveled all the way from Qingshan City specifically for the wedding. A hint of fatigue lingered on his face, clearly a result of the heavy workload he'd been carrying lately. "Captain Li, how's the situation?" Officer Zhang approached Li Feng and asked in a low voice. Li Feng turned his head, glancing at him with a hint of resignation in his voice. "Not looking good. The victim has been dead for over 48 hours, yet the body appeared here. The killer clearly chose this moment deliberately." Officer Zhang nodded, his brow furrowing. "Qingshan City hasn't been peaceful lately either. There have been several murders in succession. Even on the flight we took here, someone died. Though we've apprehended a suspect, I never imagined we'd encounter something like this right after arriving in Qingshan City." Li Feng fell silent for a moment before asking, "Officer Zhang, what are your thoughts on this case? Or any leads you can share?" Officer Zhang shook his head and smiled wryly. "I'm here for a wedding and don't know the local situation well. But if you need assistance, I'm happy to help." Li Feng nodded, his gaze returning to the body. "Regardless, since the killer dared to strike here, we absolutely cannot let them escape." His tone carried a hint of ruthlessness. Just then, an officer approached, holding a transparent evidence bag. "Captain Li, we found this in the victim's pocket." Li Feng took the evidence bag, revealing a neatly folded note inside. He carefully unfolded it. The handwriting was sloppy yet legible. "A wedding feast, a shadow of death, this is only the beginning." Li Feng's expression instantly turned grave. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present before settling on Officer Zhang's face.
It seems this isn't just a simple murder case. The killer might have a larger plan. Officer Zhang nodded, a hint of concern in his voice. If that's the case, we must act swiftly. Within the estate's banquet hall, the crystal chandelier cast dazzling light, reflecting off the guests' elegant gowns. Yet the once cheerful music had ceased, replaced by an oppressive silence. A palpable tension hung in the air, making even breathing feel heavy. Police officers were stationed throughout the hall, questioning each guest individually. Their footsteps echoed distinctly through the vast hall. Each officer wore a solemn expression, their notebooks filled with densely written details. Li Feng stood in the center of the banquet hall, holding a photograph of the deceased. The deceased's face appeared swollen, skin an unnatural pallid hue, eyelids tightly shut, and the corners of the mouth slightly turned down, as if silently conveying some unspoken message. Li Feng's gaze swept over every person present, searching their expressions for the slightest clue. Has anyone seen the deceased? Or when was the last time you saw him? Li Feng's voice was low and commanding, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, seemingly piercing through each person's soul. Yet, silence was his only response. The guests exchanged nervous glances. Some lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze, others furrowed their brows, seemingly struggling to recall. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive, as if the very air had solidified. Just as Li Feng was about to speak again, a young man dressed in black suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. His face was pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hands trembling slightly as if he were struggling to control his emotions. His gaze locked onto the photograph in Li Feng's hand. His pupils contracted slightly, and his breathing quickened. Isn't that Zhang Hao? The young man's voice was hoarse, tinged with uncertainty. His fingers trembled slightly as he pointed at the deceased in the photo, continuing, even though his face is badly swollen, I can still recognize him. This is definitely Zhang Hao. Li Feng's eyes instantly sharpened. He stepped before the young man, his gaze piercing like a knife into the other's eyes. Are you certain this is Zhang Hao? When was the last time you saw him? Chapter 168, The Words in the Mirror, Blood Slaughter. The young man nodded. I'm certain it's him. We were drinking together in the estate's garden earlier, about half an hour ago. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of gasps swept through the banquet hall. Every face wore an expression of utter disbelief. The coroner's report clearly stated the victim had been dead for over 48 hours. How could he have been alive just half an hour ago? Li Feng's expression turned grave. He stared intently into the young man's eyes, searching for any trace of deception. But the young man's gaze was unwavering, showing no sign of deception. You're certain it was half an hour ago? He was drinking with you in the garden? Li Feng pressed again, his tone carrying a hint of pressure. The young man nodded, his voice tinged with impatience. Of course I'm sure. We drank together. He said a few words, then mentioned needing to use the restroom. After that, I never saw him again. Li Feng fell silent for a moment before turning to the officers beside him. Go to the garden immediately and investigate. See if anyone saw Zhang Hao. Also, retrieve the estate's surveillance footage to confirm the deceased's movements. The officers sprang into action, and the tension in the banquet hall thickened. Li Feng approached the young man and asked quietly, what was your relationship with Zhang Hao? Did he mention anything unusual? The young man shook his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. We were just ordinary friends. We met at the wedding today. He didn't say anything unusual, just chatted about work and life lately. Li Feng nodded, though his mind remained filled with doubts. If the young man was telling the truth, then the coroner's findings were questionable. But the coroner was an experienced veteran, it was impossible for him to make such a basic mistake. The only explanation left was someone was lying. As Li Feng pondered this, a police officer hurried over and whispered in his ear, Captain Li, we retrieved the surveillance footage. Half an hour ago, a man in a black suit was indeed seen in the garden, but his face is unclear. We can't confirm if it's the victim. Li Feng's eyes instantly sharpened. He turned to the young man, his tone tinged with coldness. Are you certain the person you were drinking with was Zhang Hao? Not someone else? The young man hesitated for a moment before nodding. I'm certain it was him. We talked at length. I wouldn't mistake him for anyone else. Li Feng fell silent for a moment before waving his hand, signaling for the police to take the young man away. He knew this case was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. The victim's identity, the time of death, the killer's motive. All the clues were tangled together like a messy knot, leaving no clear starting point. Just then, Officer Zhang approached and whispered, Captain Li, how's it going? Li Feng shook his head, a hint of weariness in his voice. It's complicated. Someone claims to have seen the victim half an hour ago, but the coroner's report shows the body had been dead for over 48 hours. The only explanation now is that someone is lying. Officer Zhang nodded, his brow furrowing. If that's true, the killer's plan might be more meticulous than we imagined. Not only did they commit murder, but they're also trying to throw us off the trail. Li Feng took a deep breath and nodded. Exactly. That's why we must uncover the truth quickly. Otherwise, the killer might strike again. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden scream pierced the banquet hall. All eyes turned toward the source of the noise. A female guest pointed toward the restroom, her face ashen, as if she had seen something terrifying. Li Feng and Officer Zhang exchanged a glance and sprinted toward the restroom. When they arrived, the scene before them froze them in place. Scribbled in blood across the bathroom mirror were the words, "The mist of time, the prelude to death you cannot escape." Blood trickled down the mirror like winding snakes, emitting a pungent, rusty stench. Li Feng's face instantly turned ashen. The blood-stained words on the bathroom mirror felt like a sharp blade piercing everyone's heart. The blood dripped steadily from the mirror, landing on the sink with a steady drip sound that echoed eerily in the silent space. Guests from the banquet hall rushed toward the restroom, eager to investigate. Yet when they saw the shocking words etched on the mirror, every expression froze. Some covered their mouths, letting out low gasps. Others stumbled back several steps, faces drained of color as if they'd witnessed something horrifying. What does this mean?" a female guest asked in a trembling voice, her fingers clutching her companion tightly. "The mist of time, the prelude to death. You cannot escape." A police officer murmured the words on the mirror, his voice tinged with disbelief. He furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as if searching for some explanation. Is this the killer's taunt? Is he telling us he'll keep killing? No, that's impossible. A man shook his head, his voice tinged with anger. This must be a prank. Who would joke like this at a time like this? But before the words faded, Li Feng's voice rang out coldly. This isn't a prank. The killer is sending us a message. All eyes turned to Li Feng. His expression was grim, his gaze sharp as a blade as it swept over every person present. The killer didn't just murder someone, he's trying to psychologically destabilize us. His target might not be limited to the victim, it could be every single person here. Li Feng's words sent a chill through the assembled guests. Some began whispering among themselves, while others fumbled for their phones, seemingly to contact family or friends. A palpable sense of dread filled the banquet hall, as if the very air had grown heavy. Captain Li, what should we do? A police officer approached Li Feng and whispered the question. Li Feng took a deep breath, his gaze returning to the blood-stained characters on the mirror. Seal off the estate immediately. No one leaves. Conduct thorough background checks on all guests, especially those who had contact with the deceased. The officers sprang into action, heightening the tension in the banquet hall. Li Feng walked over to Officer Zhang and murmured, Officer Zhang, what do you make of these characters? Officer Zhang frowned. The mist of time, the prelude to death. These words seem to suggest the killer has some connection to time, or perhaps he's attempting to manipulate it in some way. Chapter 169, The Eerie Mirror, the Secret Behind It. At that very moment, a scene suddenly materialized within the mirror. The pungent smell of blood mingled with the scent of disinfectant hit his nostrils. Forensic pathologist Chen Ming crouched beside the corpse, his gloves stained with dark brown blood. The deceased lay face up on the floor tiles, a bowl-sized depression gouged into the right side of their skull. The surrounding skin was peeled back, exposing stark white fragments of bone. The pool of blood had long since congealed, resembling a dried, dark red carpet. Blunt force trauma, Chen Ming said, using tweezers to part the victim's matted hair. Minor signs of infection around the wound indicate death occurred at least 48 hours ago. He signaled his assistant to turn the body onto its side, but paused abruptly. The back was covered in purplish-blue bruises, as if repeatedly beaten with a club. When the body was fully turned over, everyone gasped in horror. It was a face swollen beyond recognition. The skin was pale and wrinkled as if soaked in water, the eyeballs bulged from their sockets, and the lips were reverted, exposing the gums as if the victim had been submerged in water until suffocation, then brutally beaten. Chen Ming's Adam's apple bobbed. In his 20 years on the job, he'd never seen such a bizarre death. A gay retching sound came from the doorway. The newly hired officer, Xiao Wang, covered his mouth and stumbled back, knocking over a bottle of disinfectant in the corner. The liquid gushed out, mingling with the blood to form an eerie pink hue. The dome-shaped glass ceiling of the banquet hall suddenly darkened. Li Feng stood beside the body, his black jacket accentuating his cold, rigid form. He noticed a platinum ring on the victim's left ring finger, engraved with ZH on the inside. This reminded him of another murder case in Qingshan City 3 days prior, where the victim also wore an engraved ring. When he and several officers had rushed in, the victim had already been slit across the throat. To this day, the killer remained at large. Could there be some inexplicable connection between these two cases? Captain Li. Forensic technician Old Zhang shouted, holding up a UV light. Footprints. A faint, muddy imprint of half a shoe was visible on the tile floor, size 41, with tread patterns matching a limited edition brand of athletic shoes. Document the footprints. Then run them through the database. As Li Feng pulled out his phone to photograph the evidence, a news alert suddenly popped up on his screen. Star Energy stock soars as breakthrough in new battery technology expected. His pupils contracted sharply. Star Energy. This was precisely the company where the deceased from Qingshan City had worked. Could these two events be so coincidentally connected? Could the deceased have had any connection to this new energy company? It certainly seemed plausible. He couldn't help but frown. Glancing at Officer Zhang beside him, he then asked in a low voice, "Deputy Chief, has a homicide case involving such a character recently occurred on your end?" Officer Zhang shook his head slightly. "Not at all. The killer's methods are unusual, always striking unexpectedly, inflicting direct trauma. It took us considerable effort to track down the killer responsible for those victims. Oh, who could have imagined something like this would happen? But what's the deal with this mirror? Is the killer trying to be all mysterious? Pulling out these gimmicky things that even play automatically?" Li Feng frowned as well. At least for now, he couldn't make heads or tails of it either. He could only nod slightly. Lín Yi's expression remained composed. Just as expected. Since becoming a 5-star model citizen, the cases he encountered had grown increasingly bizarre. This one, in particular, was utterly absurd. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Not only did the mirror play back everything, but the most outrageous part was that it even left bloodstains on it. All of this is utterly terrifying, sending chills down my spine. The banquet hall descended into chaos. Lin Xiaoye, dressed in a champagne-colored gown, clutched the hem of her wedding dress, her mascara smudged into a dark haze of tears. "Dad, the guests are all clamoring to leave." Behind her, Lin Jingyang's face was ashen. His gaze swept over the safe in the corner beneath his gold-rimmed glasses where the share transfer agreement for his son-in-law should have been. Damn it! Who could have imagined that today, while celebrating his daughter's wedding here, someone would end up dead in this very place? It was utterly damned. That murderer deserved to be torn limb from limb. Damn it, we haven't crossed anyone lately. How could this happen at a time like this? He shook his head helplessly, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Clearly, even he hadn't anticipated any of this happening. It had come far too suddenly. Seal off the estate. Everyone stay put. Li Feng's voice cut through the chaos. Over 20 officers swiftly sealed off the exits, blue caution tape slicing the glow of the crystal chandelier into fragments. As Inspector Zhang, dressed in a deep gray suit, approached, Li Feng was staring intently at his phone. "Surveillance shows the victim entered the estate at 8:10 this morning." Officer Zhang lowered his voice, "but Dr. Chen says the death occurred over 2 days ago." That means... Before he could finish, a deafening crash of shattering glass erupted from the second floor. Crash! When the officers rushed into the second-floor study, the stained glass floor-to-ceiling windows lay shattered across the floor. A young man in a butler's uniform slumped on the floor, blood dripping from the shards of a red wine bottle in his hand. Before him, the full-length wall mirror bore 4 characters written in blood, "Blood debt repaid in blood." The ink flowed downward, each stroke trailing a long, crimson streak like 4 dripping knives. I was just delivering wine." The waiter stammered. His name tag read Zhou Yang, and the left sleeve of his uniform was stained with wall dust. Li Feng noticed fresh scratches along the mirror frame's edge, evidence someone had climbed up using the sofa to write. Chen Ming dabbed some blood and sniffed it. Human blood, but it doesn't match the blood type of the corpse downstairs. Li Feng crouched down and found half a piece of gold foil tucked in the sofa's crevice, identical to the gold embossed pattern on the wedding invitation. When he lifted the sofa cushion, what lay hidden beneath made everyone gasp. A stack of yellowed medical records lay exposed. The patient name column read Lin Xiaoye, and the diagnosis section starkly stated congenital ovarian dysfunction. Lin Jingyang's roar exploded at the doorway. "This is forgery. My daughter has no illness." But Li Feng noticed the hospital director's trembling fingers and the corner of a pill bottle peeking from his suit pocket. Esopiclone. A prescription drug for anxiety. He wondered. How could the director suddenly develop anxiety disorder? Especially at a time like this, with Lin Yi. He found it even stranger. In his memory, the director had always been an exceptionally cheerful person. Especially when he had previously entered the police station to assist the officers in their work, it was the director himself who had personally recommended him for that role. All of this. How could it all happen so suddenly? Could it be that the dean was still deliberately concealing something at this very moment? This case seems so mysteriously complex. Lin Yi couldn't be certain if this case had any connection to the body he had possessed before crossing over into this world. Chapter 170, 5-star model citizen. What kind of cases are these? Fresh pry marks marred the lock on the underground lab door. As Li Feng pushed open the door, the fluorescent tubes hummed and crackled. Scratch paper covered with formulas was scattered across the lab bench. As he opened the new solid-state battery energy density experiment record, a photograph slid out. It showed the deceased from Qingdao City alongside the vice president of Star Energy, taken on the very day of the equity dispute trial. Thud! Suddenly, a heavy object crashed to the floor in the adjacent storage room. What's going on? Li Feng drew his gun and burst in, just as a figure clad in a black hoodie was scrambling out the window. Chased into the rose garden at the backyard, the figure vanished into thin air. Bloodstained footprints remained in the mud. Size 41 sneakers, the exact same tread pattern as the ones found in the bathroom. Quick, pursue immediately! Several officers sprang into action, sprinting at breakneck speed toward the direction the shadow had vanished. Back in the lab, Officer Zhang stared at the recovered data on the computer screen. The last email sent from the victim's account was at 10 p.m. last night. The recipient. He paused. Lin Xiaoya's fiancé, Zhao Mingxian.
Moonlight streamed through the ventilation window onto the lab bench, where Li Feng noticed an unusual reflection. A miniature camera was pointed directly at the safe. When he retrieved the surveillance footage, it showed Zhao Mingxian using his fingerprint to open the safe at 7:50 this morning. What he took out, however, wasn't the shareholding documents, but a test tube filled with purple liquid. At 3 a.m., the incandescent lights in the evidence room stung his eyes. Li Feng placed two rings side by side under the microscope, Z.H and QS. They were the initials of Zhang Hao and Qingshan City's deceased victim, Qin Shan. Even more bizarrely, both rings bore the same tiny engraving on their inner bands, December 24, 2019. Old Zhang pushed open the door, bringing in a chill. The buyer of the sneakers was Zhao Mingxuan's driver, but that guy quit 3 months ago and moved out of town. He handed over the supplemental autopsy report.
Zhang Hao's stomach contained a large amount of phenobarbital.
The time of death has been revised to 26 hours ago. Someone deliberately preserved the body in cold temperatures to delay decomposition and create a time discrepancy. Li Feng leapt to his feet, knocking over his coffee cup. Brown liquid spread across the report, obscuring the most critical line. True cause of death, respiratory failure due to phenobarbital poisoning. Head trauma was post-mortem fabrication. The estate's clock tower chimed 4 times. Li Feng snatched the walkie-talkie and sprinted toward the parking lot, tires screeching against the asphalt. When he kicked open the front door of Zhao Mingxuan's villa, beneath the crystal chandelier, Lin Xiaoye in her white wedding dress was plunging a syringe into her own neck. The purple liquid inside the tube glowed with an eerie light. In the villa's grand hall, the crystal chandelier cast a deathly pallor over Lin Xiaoye's wedding gown. Her right hand, clutching the syringe, trembled violently. The needle tip wavered half an inch above her carotid artery, the purple liquid inside the glass tube reflecting a faint metallic sheen. Li Feng halted abruptly at the entrance, his leather shoes scraping against the marble floor with a sharp, grating sound. This is the final sample. Lin Xiaoye suddenly ripped open her wedding dress bodice. Inside a titanium alloy sealed box strapped to her thigh, 3 purple test tubes emitted a chill. They want to frame Mingxian with this. She flung a document, its pages scattering through the air. Confirmation of leakage of core parameters for new solid-state battery. The signatory was none other than the multinational automaker where Zhao Mingxian served as an independent director. Stop. Li Feng crouched to pick up the papers, noticing the watermark at the bottom bore the official seal of the Qingshan City Environmental Monitoring Bureau. When he turned to the appendix page, his pupils suddenly contracted. The investigation report from a chemical plant explosion 3 years prior revealed that the root cause of the accident was excessive volatility in the same type of electrolyte. Your father traded the environmental assessment report. Li Feng observed the laser alarm in the corner with his peripheral vision, but Zhao Mingxian discovered the core technical flaw, correct? Lin Xiaoye suddenly burst into a shrill laugh, the crystal chandelier trembling faintly with her laughter. That fool thought he could pull the wool over everyone's eyes by faking the data. She abruptly lifted the hem of her wedding gown, revealing a barcode tattooed on her inner thigh. See this? 3 months ago, I was kidnapped to a foreign lab. They injected tracking nanomachines into my bloodstream. At 5 in the morning, the forensic lab's low-temperature workbench was frosted over. Chen Ming picked up a purple test tube with liquid nitrogen tweezers. This isn't ordinary electrolyte, it's laced with radioactive palladium-103 isotopes. The mass spectrometer screen suddenly erupted with an alarm as the molecular structure of an unknown compound began self-reconfiguring. These nanomachines form miniature reactors when energized, said Lu from the technical department, pulling up electron microscope images. Zhang Hao's so-called solid-state battery technology is actually an unvalidated nuclear battery. Li Feng grabbed the accident emergency response plan from the lab bench, its yellowed pages holding Zhang Hao's encrypted diary. December 24, Lin Zhengyang demanded I alter radiation detection data. They weren't after new energy, they wanted a military-grade energy core that could bypass international oversight. Suddenly, old Zhang burst through the radiation-proof door, tablet in hand, bellowing, the offshore capital flowchart. Zhao Mingxuan's offshore company has acquired 17 decommissioned nuclear power plants over the past 3 years. The surveillance feed switched to the interrogation room. Zhao Mingxuan's suit was stained purple, yet his eyes burned with maniacal intensity. Those fossils don't understand. Once we restructure nuclear waste into nanobatteries, the entire energy market will. He ripped open his shirt. Beneath his skin, metal wires pulsed like living creatures beneath his chest. See this? This is the future. The rose garden in the morning mist erupted with the shrill screech of Geiger counters. Police dogs barked frantically at the southeast corner's viewing pond, where eerie fluorescent blue light seeped from cracks between the pebbles. As the chemical defense unit breached the concrete layers, 6 lead-sealed reactors deep within the 20-meter-long underground chamber emitted a low-frequency rumble. This isn't an ordinary lab, the nuclear safety expert's voice cracked. These fast neutron breeder reactor fuel rods are assembled from decommissioned parts from 3 nuclear power plants.
Through his protective visor, Li Feng saw the control panel display a ticking countdown, 47 minutes and 32 seconds. As he grabbed the papers from the control console, the latest log made his blood run cold. The 17th test run had failed. Core temperature had exceeded 3,800 C. A recommendation: initiate a state self-destruct protocol. The bomb squad discovered a timed detonator in the ventilation duct, its countdown synchronized with the reactor. Li Feng suddenly noticed claw marks on the duct wall, traces left by some hook tool, matching the abrasions on Zhang Hao's back perfectly. Meanwhile, the technical department was cracking the estate's quantum encryption network. In the main server room, 36 screens simultaneously flashed red warnings. The core database was being remotely formatted. Xiao Lu's fingers danced furiously across the keyboard. They used 7 layers of compromised systems as proxies. The final signal origin is. The feed abruptly switched to surveillance footage from a chemical plant 3 years prior. 37 seconds before the explosion, Zhang Hao's figure appeared in the control room, inserting a USB drive into the central computer. After Lu magnified the image 20-fold, the logo on the USB drive became clearly visible. It was the lightning bolt emblem of Zhao Mingxuan's company. Chapter 171, The entity is flawed, it's all fake. The cold fluorescent lights in the autopsy room cast a bluish-white halo across the metal table. Chen Ming's forceps hovered an inch behind the corpse's ear before suddenly halting. That patch of skin glowed an abnormal grayish-blue, like lividity after thawed frozen meat. He removed his rubber gloves and tapped the thermometer on the freezer with his knuckles, minus 25 degrees Celsius. Exactly 20 hours. Ice crystals refracted shimmering light off the chamber walls, making the wound on Zhang Hao's nape resemble a cluster of congealed purple grapes. Li Feng bent over and caught the sickly sweet scent of cream. Between the corpse's slightly parted teeth, several pale golden nut fragments glistened with oil. Macadamia nuts? He glanced at the wedding cake remnants in the evidence bag. The cream frosting patterns matched those in the corpse's mouth exactly. The banquet hall surveillance footage replayed in his mind. At 8:03, when that Zhang Hao sidestepped the waiter, the scar on his nape resembled a stiff, dead centipede. This isn't post-surgical scar tissue. Chen Ming's scalpel lifted the corpse's collar, revealing a pale pink fresh scar that glowed with a mother-of-pearl sheen under the surgical light. It's from electrocautery treatment 3 months ago. The blade suddenly shifted to scrape a thin layer of frost from the freezer's inner wall. But the scar's edges in the footage are too perfectly symmetrical, like they were stamped out by a mold. Meanwhile, on the other side, the banquet hall surveillance room hung heavy with the bitter scent of burnt coffee. Officer Zheng's fingertips traced a blur across the touchscreen, freezing the frame on the moment Zhang Hao leaned against the wall. 40 times enlarged, tiny droplets seeped from the edges of the fake scar. The adhesive holding the human skin mask together had melted under the heat. Look here. His fingernail tapped a spot on the screen, reflecting a faint red hue in the waiter's tray. It was Lin Xiaoya's makeup artist, hiding behind a Roman column to touch up her makeup, her powder puff stained with flesh-colored adhesive. Bang! The dressing room door kicked open, sending the crystal chandelier swaying and scattering the scent of cosmetics throughout the room. Li Feng's leather shoes crushed shards of diamond-studded tiles beneath his feet. In the corner of the dressing table, he discovered a half-dried piece of silicone. A silver-white strand of hair was caught on the edge of the dressing mirror, identical to Lin Jingyang's appearance at this morning's press conference. This is the scent of my father's favorite hair wax. Lin Xiaoya sat in the interrogation chair, her nails painted with Dior manicure picking at the band of her wedding ring. The diamond suddenly popped loose, bouncing across the iron table and rolling away. 3 months ago, he came to us with his birth certificate, saying he wanted a paternity test. She suddenly giggled, her mascara smudging into eerie butterfly wings on her eyelids. Father hired the best plastic surgeon for him, saying he wanted to make him a more perfect son. The morgue's exhaust fan hummed steadily. Li Feng lifted the white sheet, the tip of his tweezers touching the callus on Zhang Hao's left hand. It was obvious. The imprint of a pen gripped for years. Yet in the surveillance footage, the Zhang Hao signing the register had loose, relaxed knuckles. The stand-in couldn't read. Officer Zhang slammed the wedding guest book onto the iron table. Among the guests' hastily scribbled blessings were several lines of illegible squiggles. Lin Jingyang's office was filled with the scent of sandalwood incense. Cold droplets formed on the bronze paperweight engraved with the characters "Compassionate Heart of a Physician." Li Feng's fingertips traced the edges of the paperweight, feeling a tiny scab in its groove. When the hidden compartment at the bottom of the bookcase sprang open, plastic surgery contracts and paternity test results spilled out in a clatter, with a yellowed photograph pressed beneath them. 20-year-old Lin Zhangyang stood holding an infant before the maternity ward entrance. Behind him, an electronic clock displayed the date, December 24, 1989. The way he ate that cake, he looked like a starving dog that hadn't eaten in 3 days. The makeup artist trembled in the interrogation room, false eyelashes half hanging from her swollen eyelids. When Director Lin had me touch up the stuntman's scar makeup, cream crumbs fell from his mouth into his collar. Her manicured nails snapped on the edge of the iron chair. When I applied powder, I felt his Adam's apple moving. Living skin is warm. Forensic lab. As the scalpel sliced open the stomach, the fermented scent of cream mingled with the stench of blood erupted.
Chen Ning's forceps picked up a half-crushed nut fragment. Time of death was 6 hours before the cake arrived.
The tip of his scalpel pointed at the refrigerated truck route map. The body was smuggled into the estate hidden inside an ice cream delivery truck. Frost concealed the rigor mortis. The final confrontation unfolded in the wedding storage room. As Li Feng tore down the blood-inscribed mirror, Lin Zhengyang curled up amidst the wedding gowns. The citrus scent of hair wax had soured into a rancid stench from cold sweat. He threatened to expose his identity at the ceremony. The blood-stained paperweight slipped from his fingers, thudding onto the floor of white tulle. Xiaoya's groom couldn't be a bastard child. As the funeral home's hearse rolled over withered rose petals, Li Feng stood on the estate terrace lighting a cigarette. Twilight dyed the bloodstains on the bronze paperweight a dark brown. Suddenly, he recalled the nut fragments in Zhang Hao's stomach. Hawaiian nuts meant to be sweet, now soaked in the corpse into bitter poison. The wind swept up a plastic surgery contract. In the photo, Zhang Hao was smiling, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes hiding the snow of Christmas Eve 1989. Sandalwood smoke seeped through the copper burner's holes, weaving spiderweb-like patterns on the interrogation room's iron bars. Lin Zhengyang adjusted the foretube as clear fluid crawled up his blue veins into his suit sleeve. His gold-rimmed glasses reflected the overhead light, casting two diamond-shaped glare spots on the interrogation transcript that precisely obscured the printed words "suspected of murder." During the city hospital expansion in '92, his index finger traced the edge of his wristwatch as the ticking of the second hand suddenly became distinct. 7 skeletal remains from the War of Resistance were unearthed in the Foundation. I personally supervised the preservation process with my students for 3 days and nights. As his cuff slipped down, an old scar on the inside of his wrist was revealed, resembling the mark of a scalpel. Li Feng's pen tip smudged ink into a blot on the word skeletons. This old fox was reciting the content of the news release from back then. That archaeological discovery earned him a banner praising his compassionate heart as a physician. Officer Zhang behind the one-way mirror in the interrogation room suddenly cleared his throat. The prearranged signal. Forensics had discovered anomalies in the skeletal remains file. The macadamia nuts found in your son's stomach, Li Feng pushed open the evidence bag, cream crumbs clinging to the seal, came from a century-old tree on the estate's rear hillside. He paused deliberately, watching the man's Adam's apple bob up and down. But this year's climate was abnormal. That tree didn't bear fruit until 3 days before the wedding. Lin Xingyang's hand hesitated a split second before reaching for his glasses. This habitual gesture, meant to mask emotion, now exposed the pressure marks on his nose bridge under the harsh light. It was a light brown mark formed only by years of wearing a human mask. Li Feng recalled the silicone residue behind Zhang Hao's ear and suddenly realized the face before him might also be an exquisite counterfeit. Want to see this? He flung the plastic surgery clinic's expense records onto the table, the pages skimming past the incense burner and sending sparks flying. The 1994 records show that a certain Mr. Lin placed duplicate orders for bionic skin. Amid the swirling smoke, Lin Xingyang's pupils contracted to pinpricks, a moment precisely captured by the hidden camera. The sound of shattering porcelain suddenly echoed down the hallway. Crash! An elderly woman in a cleaning uniform hunched outside the door, her cloudy eyes meeting Lin Xingyang's through the crack. Her hummed nursery rhyme drifted into the interrogation room. Snowflakes drift in December, crows caw outside the delivery room. The raspy trailing notes scraped like rusty blades against the metal chair. Li Feng noticed Lin Xingyang's foretube suddenly tremble, saline pooling on the floor into a distorted mirror image. In the mirror's reflection, the tips of the old woman's blue cloth shoes were stained with dark red mud. Chapter 172. If we don't catch this guy, it's all over. That's all for today. Li Feng slammed the case file shut, scattering the incense smoke. As the man rose, Li Feng glimpsed specks of fluorescent powder on the hem of his suit jacket identical to those on the blood-lettered frame at the wedding scene. As the interrogation room door slammed shut, the old woman's broomstick tapped the drainpipe 3 times. It was the secret signal used 30 years ago during shift changes for hospital orderlies at the city hospital. The musty scent mingled with camphor balls drifted between the file shelves. Officer Zhang's badge swept past the 1994 label, the gust of air flapping open the cover of a file. On the yellowed library card, the name Lin Zhengyang appeared 7 times in different handwriting. The last entry bore the exact date of Chen Yulan's fall into the river. Look at this. Li Feng's cuff stirred fine dust in the morning light. The page of the special case records he pressed with his fingertip revealed an unusually smooth patch of paper fibers around one of the binding holes. A document had been repeatedly removed and reinserted over time. A dark brown stain seeped from the spine, and upon closer inspection, the pungent smell of formaldehyde was noticeable. Detective Zhang's tweezers lifted a page stuck to another. The entry for July 12, 1993, was suddenly missing, but on the next page's admission list, the name Lin Xiaoya bore a suspicious water stain. When the UV light swept over it, faint pencil traces emerged from the blank space. Sodium phenobarbital 5 ml IMQ8H. This isn't pediatric medication. Officer Zhang's fingertips trembled over the dosage chart. The light flickered suddenly, casting fawn-like shadows from the filing cabinets onto the wall. The rustle of paper shuffling came from somewhere, yet no one was in sight. The old woman's mop abruptly appeared in the third aisle. Her rubber-soled shoes crushed scattered files, leaving wet marks on the manuals. Little baby had a seizure, she murmured to the air, needle prick till the moon was full. A rusty bucket knocked over a drawer, sending 1994 anesthesia records flying like snowflakes. Li Feng caught the pages drifting toward him. The entry for December 24th had been repeatedly altered, the final dosage 3 times the standard amount. Under the physician's signature, the final stroke of the character Yang and Lin Zhangyang ended with an unnatural hesitation. It resembled the seam along the edge of a human skin mask. "There's a hidden compartment here." Officer Zhang's exclamation echoed. He felt the raised hospital emblem on the bottom shelf, rotated it clockwise 3 times, and a roll of microfilm sprang from the hidden compartment. Amid the hum of the projector starting up, surveillance footage from 1994 slowly unfolded. In the delivery room corridor, 2 swaddled infants were wheeled side by side into the operating theater. Beneath Lin Jingyan's white coat, a serpentine-tattooed wristwatch was visible. The film suddenly jammed, freezing on the moment a nurse turned her head. Though pixelated, the 3 moles on her earlobe perfectly matched those of the elderly woman outside the door. As Li Feng burst from the archives room, the old woman's mop trail wound its way toward the morgue, carrying several petals of white camellia. The same variety as the wedding bouquet Lin Xiaoye had carried. The antiseptic scent of the intensive care unit was shattered by the fragrance of perfume lilies. Lin Xiaoye curled up on the windowsill, her wedding gown train soaked in spilled glucose solution. Crystallized sugar frosting crawled up the lace like a poisonous spider spinning its web. She twitched every 30 seconds, her fingertips scraping the tempered glass with a high-pitched, sharp sound. "This tranquilizer was prescribed by Director Zhang from neurology," Li Feng said, shaking the vial. The indentations on the foil blister pack formed some sort of Morse code. But he took leave last week to attend an international conference. The bedside monitor suddenly went black. In the final frame, Lin Xiaoye's pupils flashed with an eerie double pupil image. She tore open her corset. With the crisp snap of broken boning, a voice recorder slid from the lining. The engraved 941121 on its casing glowed phosphorescent under the emergency light, matching the pencil-stamped number in the old archive file exactly. As Li Feng pressed play, the cawing of crows outside the window overlapped with the 30-year-old delivery room surveillance audio. "Replace number 17. Amidst static, Lin Jingyang's voice sounded like a swollen tape, with the child of that nurse. The sudden interruption of an infant's wail made Lin Xiaoye scream and slam into the wall. Icing flaked off her wedding dress, revealing hand-embroidered contours at the neckline. It was the contour lines of the Qingtian River navigation chart. Bang! When Officer Zhang burst through the door, Lin Xiaoye was carving words into her arm with a needle. Drops of blood rolled down the train of her gown, tracing the contours of the river map into an arrow pointing toward a spot in the middle of the river. "She's not having a seizure." Li Feng yanked open her collar, revealing a cold metallic implant beneath her skin at the base of her skull. It was the same model as the microchip found in Zhang Hao's autopsy. Amid the blaring emergency alarm, Lin Xiaoye suddenly stiffened like a puppet, her eyes rolling back with mechanical, rhythmic tremors. The ECG monitor displayed ventricular fibrillation, yet her fingers carved deep grooves into the windowsill, forming the radical 4 twin. When the arriving nurse lifted her eyelids, a barcode on her iris revealed itself under the bright light. The morgue's exhaust fan sucked in the first snowfall, coating Zhang Hao's body with a thin frost. Chen Ming's scalpel sliced through the intercostal space, revealing spiderweb-like scar tissue across the heart's surface. Mitral valve replacement but using 1990s chromium alloy material. His forceps grasped calcified tissue. This material creates ghosting on X-rays. The refrigerated cabinet suddenly sprang open, spilling the urn shrouded in cold air. Detective Zhang's Swiss Army knife pried open a hidden compartment, and a miniature film reel rolled into the developing solution. In the 1994 footage, 2 infants lay side by side on a weighing platform, their ankles tagged with brass plates marked 17 and 18. Lin Jingyang's watch snake eyes glowed crimson under the lens, matching the reflection frequency of the blood-stained frame at Rose Manor. "Lin Jingyang's body is off." The forensic assistant burst in, his hazmat suit coated in algae unique to the riverbank. On the autopsy table, the right hand of the corpse, which should have been rigid, was slightly curled, its index finger pointing toward the surveillance camera on the ceiling. That was precisely where the delivery room surveillance camera had been installed 30 years ago. Li Feng pried open the corpse's tightly clenched left hand, revealing a potassium cyanide vial whose batch number overlapped with the wedding cake ingredient list. Suddenly, all the lights sparked simultaneously, casting blood-red projections from the emergency lights onto the morgue walls. 2 overlapping figures repeated the act of switching babies, while the reflection of a scalpel converged on the floor to form the projection 941121. Bang! The blizzard violently pushed open the window. Chen Ming's scalpel suddenly snapped magnetically onto the instrument tray. He lifted the inner plate of Zhang Hao's skull, revealing the laser-etched code L17 glowing a cold, blue light on the periosteum. In the monitoring room outside the morgue, an elderly woman combed her hair before a screen showing footage from 30 years ago. 3 moles on her earlobe danced like constellations with each stroke. Chapter 173, Forensics Department, New Evidence Emerges. The municipal hospital did perform chromium alloy valve replacement surgeries in the 1990s. The lead surgeon was Wang Jingming, a junior colleague of Lin Zhengyang. Officer Zhang immediately dialed the forensics division, retrieve all patient records for individuals who underwent that procedure. The freezer suddenly emitted an unusual noise. Li Feng discovered a half-piece of fish scale-like skin adhering to the inner side of the third drawer, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the tissue surrounding the implant in Lin Xiaoye's arm. He pulled out an ultraviolet lamp and scanned the cabinet. The fluorescent reaction revealed half a threaded fingerprint. It's an imprint from medical cryogenic gloves, Chen Ming confirmed by comparing it to evidence photos. This specific model is only used for organ transplant transport. Rapid footsteps echoed down the corridor. An intern forensic technician rushed in, tablet in hand. Dr. Wang Jingming was involved in a traffic accident on the provincial highway 3 hours ago. The truck driver said he suddenly swerved. The surveillance footage showed the sunroof of the Audi that plunged into the river bore cut marks, matching the method used to breach the Rose Manor refrigerated truck. Li Feng grabbed his car keys to the Qingtian River recovery site. The river water, thick with the smell of diesel, lapped against the embankment. Divers hoisted the mangled door onto a barge, the screech of metal startling a flock of egrets. Detective Zhang swabbed the door crevice with a cotton swab. Dark red particles fizzed in the reagent bottle. Not blood, he said, holding the test tube up to the sunlight. It's sugar frosting crystals from Lin Xiaoye's wedding dress. The salvage team leader handed over a sealed bag containing half a swollen surgical record. The page dated December 24, 1994, or blue-black ink, twin swap observation group, followed by 2 blurred codes. The 17 was written with such force it seemed to pierce the paper. Something's on the riverbed, the sonar operator suddenly shouted. The 3D imaging on the display revealed a rectangular metal box attached to the Audi's undercarriage. The rivet patterns along its edges matched those of hospital morgue caskets from the 1990s. When the diver cut through the rusted lock, the waterproof tape-wrapped notebook made everyone hold their breath. Yellowed pages detailed the vital signs of 17 infants. Between the footprint pages labeled L17 lay a black and white photograph, a young nurse cradling 2 swaddled babies at the delivery room door, 3 moles on her earlobe clearly visible under the flash. Get the old woman's DNA sample immediately. Li Feng's flashlight swept over the embossed stamp on the photo's back. The corner of the city hospital's obstetrics department emblem was chipped, matching the worn edge of the paperweight in Lin Jingyang's office perfectly. Meanwhile, behind the one-way glass in the interrogation room, the old woman was scraping her fingernails against the iron table. A forensic technician burst through the door. She's repeatedly carving Morse code. Decode it immediately. The decoded message sent a chill down everyone's spine. The refrigerated truck driver is Wang Jingming's illegitimate son. As sirens pierced the night sky, Li Feng intercepted a man attempting to jump off the river bridge. The forensic pathologist peeled off the surgical tape from the back of his neck. The location of the surgical scar matched the one seen on Zhang Hao in the wedding surveillance footage perfectly. My father served as Director Lin's driver for 20 years, the man slumped in the backseat of the police car, the serpentine tattoo on his wrist pulsing with his heartbeat. That night, I wasn't delivering ice cream in that refrigerated truck. I was transporting 2 bodies dressed in wedding gowns. His confession was abruptly cut off by a sudden ringtone. The caller ID displayed the landline of Rose Manor. From the receiver came Lin Xiaoye's sleepwalking voice, 3rd row of the underground wine cellar. When the homicide squad kicked open the hidden door behind the oak barrels, rows of formaldehyde containers glowed eerily under the spotlight. The faces of the bodies submerged within bore similar contours. The deepest glass jar bore a label reading, L18, December 24, 1994. Chen Ming's scalpel sliced open the chest cavity of the newest corpse, revealing a chromium alloy valve casting a double shadow under the X-ray machine. He retrieved Lin Jingyang's medical records. The patient underwent mitral valve replacement 20 years ago, but this valve is native tissue. Detective Zhang raised an ultraviolet lamp, revealing a microscopic barcode beneath the corpse's ear matching the coating on Lin Xiaoye's iris, both traced to a multinational cosmetic surgery syndicate. The forensics division delivered a critical report. The elderly woman's DNA matched the nurse in the delivery room photo at 99.97%, and her fingerprint perfectly aligned with the 4th partial print extracted from the blood-stained picture frame at Rose Manor. The case briefing is scheduled for 10 a.m. tomorrow. The chief pushed open the conference room door only to find Li Feng fanning out 17 files across the table. Each missing person's report contained a dried rose petal tucked inside its pages. The same variety as those at the wedding. Rain began falling outside once more. Droplets streamed down the exterior wall of the old municipal hospital building, carving a winding trail across the bronze plaque inscribed with compassionate care, resembling a tributary on a map of the Qingtian River waterways. The morgue exhaust fans sucked in the August heat, Captain Li's police badge glinting coldly under the overhead lamp. He tapped the chrome alloy shelf of the refrigerated cabinet with his knuckles, dislodging a few grains of blue-purple crystals residue from the low-temperature developer commonly used in Qingshan University's laboratories. Officer Zhang, what do you make of this? He stepped aside to offer a clear view. The deputy chief, attending a wedding banquet from a neighboring city, held the invitation in his hand, its gold foil pattern reflecting off the calluses on his trigger finger. This colleague from another province, renowned for solving a series of arson cases, stared intently at the silicone residue behind the corpse's ear before suddenly folding the invitation into a paper airplane. The temperature control records for cold chain transport are problematic. Officer Zhang's voice carried the rough edge of a northern accent as the paper plane's nose pointed toward the refrigerated truck driver's statement. Fluctuations exceeding 2 c per hour can only be caused by human interference. He abruptly stopped, tucking the paper plane into his suit pocket, a habit formed during investigations in other cities to prevent leaks. Old Chen, the head of the evidence lab, crouched in the corner and snorted derisively. He'd always resented out-of-state colleagues pointing fingers, and now deliberately cranked the UV light up 3 notches, blinding intern forensic pathologist Zhao. Under the light, fluorescent reactions beneath the corpse's fingernails revealed molecular structures identical to a new hallucinogen seized by the police last year. "This is the drug spectrum analysis sample Lín Yì provided last week," Xiao Zhao blurted out, then cringed under Captain Li's razor-sharp glare. The young intern's handbook slipped from his pocket, its cover still bearing a recruitment sticker for the chemistry department's club at Green Mountain University. Officer Zhang suddenly grabbed the keychain from the refrigerated van and examined it closely. Sealed within the plastic charm was a dried rose, its petal veins revealing unnatural geometric patterns under the bright light. "Directional anthocyanin crystallization process," he said, turning to Captain Li, "your municipal bureau's technical consultant." "Preservation technology developed by Lín Yì," Captain Li cut him off, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the anti-slip grip of his service weapon. 3 months ago, during the bank robbery, it was that chemistry student who used this technique to restore the charred checks. A fishy stench wafted from the riverbank recovery site as Captain Li's leather shoes crushed a half-hardened block of butter. Officer Zhang, however, stood 10 meters away on the flood embankment, fanning himself with a wedding invitation. Severely lactose intolerant, he stared at the sonar screen's metallic box image, beads of sweat forming on his nose. Chapter 174, Lín Yì, targeted again. "The weld points on the container show signs of secondary fusion," the salvage captain reported, wiping sweat from his brow. "Looks like someone recently." His words were cut off by the roar of propellers as a drone from Green Mountain University swept across the river, dropping a refrigerated transport package. The operator's name tag flashed in the sunlight, Lín Yi's initials, LY, like a silver knife scar. A shrill alarm suddenly pierced the evidence room. Old Chen slammed open the magnetic proof cabinet, only to find the surgical records recovered from the riverbed being demagnetized. He grabbed a spare mechanical typewriter to transcribe them, only to find a note wedged inside the ribbon cartridge: "Recommend switching to thermal paper." Lín Yì. "Damn meddling." Old Chen crumpled the note into a ball, only to freeze in shock upon unfolding it. The crease patterns perfectly matched the fusion diagram of the metal box's weld points. Officer Zhang now stood in the shadow of a Roman column at Rose Manor. He avoided the local officers and used his personal phone to photograph the pinholes on the wedding dress fragments. When the lens focused on an irregular tear, his pupils suddenly contracted. This was his standard ballistic analysis method. The results showed that the fabric fracture surface bore corrosion characteristics consistent with laboratory-grade concentrated sulfuric acid. Captain Li, he intercepted the criminal investigation captain heading toward the wine cellar, tracing a molecular formula on the wedding dress with his fingertip. "This strong acid purification technique in your province, only." Before he could finish, the sound of shattering glass erupted from the underground cellar. As the stench of formaldehyde mingled with the sour tang of red wine, Captain Li's flashlight beam illuminated Lín Yi's face. The chemistry prodigy held the forensic evidence unit's authorization letter, a silver chain half exposed from his lab coat pocket. Its pendant matched the hidden door lock cylinder perfectly. "I'm here to deliver the new preservative spray." Lín Yi's smile under the emergency light was perfectly timed, the glint of his sharp canine teeth reminding Officer Zhang of the reflections on the one-way glass in the interrogation room. The label on the spray can in his hand bore a batch number identical to the refrigerated package airdropped by the drone at the salvage site. When Captain Li finally secured the search warrant, surveillance footage from Qingshan University's lab showed Lín Yì swiping his access card 2 hours prior to retrieve sealed samples from the 1998 chemical accident. The security chief scratched the back of his neck and grumbled. "He said he was helping you guys test some rose petals." Torrential rain poured down as Captain Li stood at the evidence room window. 17 missing files were spread across the desk, each dried rose petal precisely matching the dates of laboratory accidents at Qingshan University over the years. Suddenly, he yanked his tie loose. The tearing fabric startled the dozing Zhao. The intern forensic pathologist, flustered, knocked over the reagent rack. Officer Zhang caught the falling silver nitrate bottle mid-air. The deputy chief rolled up his sleeves, revealing burn scars on his forearm, badges of honor from solving the chemical plant explosion case. Now, staring at the factory label on the reagent bottle, he suddenly scraped off the powder from the anti-counterfeiting coating with his fingernail. "This batch," he murmured, bringing the powder close to his nose, "appears in the acknowledgements section of Lín Yi's thesis.
The ultraviolet lamp in the evidence lab hummed softly as Captain Lee picked up the rose petal bearing the laboratory code with tweezers. Officer Zhang abruptly seized his wrist, pulling a portable polarizing filter from his suit pocket. The lens edge bore the engraved date of the chemical plant explosion case. Examined the vascular bundle structure. Officer Zhang adjusted the filter angle. Under the optical effect, the previously chaotic tissue patterns revealed the micro-engraved letters LY98. This was the experimental sample numbering system for the class of 1998 at Green Mountain University. Xiao Zhao's ballpoint pen skidded across his notebook, leaving a long, trailing ink trail. Suddenly, he recalled the bottom of that reagent box labeled Class of 98 commemorative when he helped Lín Yì move lab equipment last week. It also contained a similar rose specimen. Requesting a search of the lab. Captain Lee loosened his tie knot, revealing an old scar on his collarbone. 3 months earlier, while Lín Yì used hydraulic pliers to pry open the safe hidden by robbers, he had stared at that scar and remarked, "Circular wounds are ideal for cultivating fluorescent colonies." Officer Zhang was currently collecting skin flakes from the polarizing filter into an evidence bag. As an officer from another province, he couldn't directly participate in the search, but he could legally retain biological evidence he'd handled. As he gently scraped accumulated grime from the hinge of the frame with his fingernail, he detected the same benzoate preservative scent as in Lín Yi's lab. The elevator in Qingshan University's chemistry building stopped at level B2. Captain Lee noticed the wear on the floor buttons. The paint on the button for the third basement level was noticeably shinier than the others. Yet according to the architectural blueprints provided by the university, this building didn't even have a third basement level. Last week's fire drill log, the security chief said, wiping sweat as he handed over the tablet. Student Lin mentioned the underground warehouse needed additional. His voice trailed off abruptly. In the surveillance footage, Lín Yi's pupils exhibited abnormal reflections under the infrared lens, a characteristic of prolonged exposure to acetone aldehyde solution. The lab access system suddenly malfunctioned. When Olchin violently pried it open, he found half a dried rose petal lodged in the magnetic card reader slot, its petals soaked in conductive gel. Xiao Zhao's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized this as the biological circuit scheme Lín Yì had demonstrated at the Forensic Technology Exchange Conference. All refrigerators locked at 17C. Captain Lee frowned at the control panel. The number reminded him of the pattern in the missing persons files. Officer Zhang, however, pulled out a wedding invitation for comparison. Under the cold light, the foil-stamped floral pattern revealed a molecular structure diagram identical to the self-healing material in Lín Yi's thesis. A faint purple mist suddenly billowed from the ventilation duct. Old Chen reflexively threw himself on top of Xiao Zhao, a muscle memory ingrained from his days in the narcotics squad. But the smoke was merely harmless developer powder, outlining a palm print on Lín Yi's workbench surface. The pattern perfectly matched the smudged fingerprints on the blood-stained frame from Rose Manor. A diversion tactic, Officer Zhang sneered coldly. His shoe kicked aside a discarded liquid container in the corner, its bottom still bearing a silicone mold imprint of Zhang Haozir's skin texture. Inside the mold, nano-engraved text read, Evidence Division, 3rd Freezer, Compartment 17. When the team rushed back to headquarters, all biological samples from the missing persons in the 3rd freezer had been replaced with plant fiber slices. Xiao Zhao slumped in the 20C cold, his exhaled mist frosting the glass door and faintly spelling out the letters LY. He requested cold storage maintenance last month, the duty officer said, flipping through the logbook before pointing to an entry. Said he needed to test a new antifreeze. In the surveillance footage, Lín Yi's lab coat cuffs bore traces of a blue crystalline substance identical to the developer agent Captain Lee had discovered in the morgue. Torrential rain pounded against the one-way glass of the interrogation room. Officer Zhang fiddled with a centrifuge tube brought back from the lab. The colloidal residue at the bottom suddenly developed under the shifting humidity, revealing photographs of key evidence from 3 unsolved cases in the neighboring city. His knuckles cracked loudly, an old injury from chasing arms dealers a decade ago. He's not after exoneration. Captain Lee crushed the iced coffee cup in his hand. Brown liquid trickled down the evidence table, etching the coordinates of the Chentian River caisson into the steel surface. He wants to tie all the unsolved cases across 3 provinces and 6 cities into a closed loop. A jarring static crackled over the police radio as the technical division chief's roar shook the speaker. Lín Yi's location signal is at a weather station abandoned 20 years ago. All eyes darted to the wall map, where the red dot flashed at the epicenter of the 1998 chemical spills contamination zone. Chapter 175, The Enigma, Seemingly Solvable. The meteorological station's iron gate rattled in the downpour. Bang! Captain Lee's kick sent icicles tumbling from the lintel. Officer Zhang crouched to inspect the lock. Look! A blue-green layer of oxidation coated the surface of the brass lock cylinder. It looked ancient. However, all of this had been meticulously prepared by Lín Yì in advance. A chemical substance that accelerates the corrosion of copper and iron surfaces. Maintain a fan formation. Captain Lee signaled with his hand, raindrops on the riot shields refracting the tactical flashlight's beam. The team members charged forward swiftly. Old Chen suddenly yanked his tactical vest.
Tweezers pulled a silvery white hair from the door crack, its root follicle still clinging to a trace of hair wax. Get it tested immediately. An officer immediately conducted an on-site analysis. Before long, the test results came back. It matched the DNA evidence found in Lin Jingyun's office. Xiao Zhao's breath condensed into white mist inside his gas mask. He noticed an arrow marked 17 in fluorescent pen on the inside of the glass cover of the fire hydrant in the corridor, pointing precisely to the radiation monitoring point from the chemical accident years ago. This marking method was identical to the crime scene marking technique demonstrated by Lín Yì in the forensic science class. Stop! Officer Zhang suddenly barked. His northern accent, mingled with the rain, sounded unusually cold and hard. He pointed to the rainbow-colored oil film on the puddle. This is the optical signature of the hydrolysis product of trinitrotoluene. Old Chen immediately pulled out his portable mass spectrometer. The molecular weight curve displayed on the screen perfectly matched the data from a literary work published by Lín Yì. Frost clung to the doorknob of the second-floor lab. When Captain Lee wrapped his palm in an evidence bag to turn the knob, he discovered a half-petal lodged in the threads, its vascular tissue embedding a miniature radio frequency chip. Officer Zhang pulled out a signal jammer, but the device suddenly displayed a reverse tracking progress bar. This was a feature only available in the anti-hacking system Lín Yì had upgraded for the Municipal Bureau months ago. He's waiting for us, Captain Lee said, biting open his tactical flashlight. Its beam swept across the periodic table on the wall. The lithium element's position had been replaced with the piping pattern of a wedding cake, and the crease angle of the piping bag matched exactly the origami airplane folded by the refrigerated truck driver during his arrest. Old Chen suddenly smashed open the ventilation duct cover, releasing a musty odor mingled with the familiar scent of sandalwood. It was the distinctive incense scent from Lin Jingyun's office, but mingled with the pungent smell of benzoyl peroxide. If my memory serves me correctly, this is all too familiar. You must know that Lín Yì previously. He remembered. Before. Lín Yi's thesis had mentioned this catalyst could cleave sandalwood molecules into hallucinogens. Look here. Xiao Zhao's voice sounded muffled behind his mask. He pointed to 17 test tubes lined up on the workbench, each containing rose specimens dyed in different colors. As the ultraviolet light swept over them, the missing person's social security numbers appeared on the petals' surfaces. The ink components matched the dye extracted from Lin Xiaoya's wedding dress. Detective Zhang dipped a cotton swab into the white powder at the bottom of the test tube rack. The act of testing it with his tongue was considered a violation in police academy manuals, but it was a skill honed during his investigations of cross-provincial drug cases. Zinc gluconate, he spat out the powder, the motion tugging at the burn scar on his forearm. This is the anti-radiation medication Lín Yì supplied to the homicide squad. A sudden downpour pierced the dilapidated roof. As Captain Lee sidestepped to avoid the rain, his tactical boots crushed a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. Moldy stains marred the old videotape inside a plastic sealable bag. The handwritten label 941224 matched the engraved numbers on Lin Xiaoya's voice recorder. We need a playback device. Old Chen pulled out the multifunctional card reader used for crime scene investigations, only to discover the port had been deliberately modified. It had been converted to a Hong Kong-style British plug, matching the travel adapter on Lín Yi's desk. Officer Zhang abruptly ripped down the conference room projection screen. As the grainy 1994 delivery room surveillance footage flickered through dust, everyone saw the snake tattoo on Lin Jingyun's wrist bleeding. This was a telltale sign of a pressure-injectable microcamera. Back then, only the Provincial Department's Special Operations Unit and Lín Yi's university research team possessed that model of device. Rewind. Captain Lee abruptly grabbed Zhao's hand off the control buttons. At the 17-second mark, half a profile flashed by. The nurse adjusting the monitor had 3 moles on her earlobe, but the skin on her neck reflected the glint of silicone patches under the infrared lens. Old Chen's tweezers trembled as he recognized the pen clipped to the nurse's name tag. The chipped corner of the pen cap's university emblem perfectly matched the worn markings on Lín Yi's student ID. This footage was from 20 years ago, yet Lín Yì was only 24 this year. He was cloned in the embryonic stage, Xiao Zhao blurted out, then hastily corrected himself under the stares of the others, or maybe his age was falsified. Before he could finish, the entire building suddenly shook violently. A pale red liquid seeped from cracks in the load-bearing columns. pH strips indicated strong alkalinity, matching the cleaning agent residue found on the blood-stained mirror frame at Rose Manor. Bang! Captain Lee kicked open the emergency exit door, only to find the escape ladder replaced by a spiral chemical reactor pipe. The temperature gauge on the pipe wall was frozen at 17°C. Etched into the glass faceplate with hydrofluoric acid were the gold embossed patterns from a wedding invitation. This isn't an escape route, Officer Zhang remarked, tracing the welded joints along the pipe. It's a scaled-up version of Lín Yi's sophomore award-winning waste heat recovery system model. He suddenly drew his pistol and fired at the ceiling. Falling plasterboard revealed bundles of copper wiring, the very loot stolen in the bank robbery 6 months prior. A startled shout from Technical Division crackled over the walkie-talkie. Lín Yi's thermal signature is directly below you. Everyone looked down at the floor. Through the cracks, 17 cultivation pods were visible in the basement below. One observation window was encrusted with the hexagonal ice crystals unique to Lín Yi's laboratory. As the bomb squad breached the basement's concrete wall, a hurricane-force wind swept rain into the space. Captain Lee's tactical flashlight illuminated the nameplate on the chamber's surface, LY 1994-1224. The fetal specimen suspended in the culture fluid displayed Lín Yi's signature curved deformity at the knuckle of its left ring finger. Old Chen suddenly vomited into his gas mask. He recognized the incubator's temperature control system as the medical-grade equipment used to treat his daughter's leukemia. That very equipment had been donated to the hospital by the Academy's president. Damn it! Captain Lee ripped open the quick-release buckle on his tactical vest. Officer Zhang tore open a tourniquet with his teeth and wrapped it around his trembling right hand. Take it away for testing. Inside the lab. As Chen Ming's scalpel sliced through the fetal specimen's windpipe, the sensation transmitted through the blade made his brow twitch. He removed his gloves and pressed the specimen's chest cavity. The elastic feedback from the medical silicone made him exhale deeply. 3D printed model with an embedded cooling circulation system. Captain Lee's fingers relaxed slightly around the walkie-talkie, his tactical vest already soaked through with cold sweat. Officer Zhang crouched down, scraping hexagonal ice crystals off the culture chamber glass with his fingernail. This is the directed crystallization patent technology Lín Yì applied for last year, used in medical teaching aids. Old Chen from forensics suddenly shone the UV light directly at the silicone fetus's knuckles. Chapter 176, Something Strange in the Interrogation Room? Under the fluorescent light, microscopic skin flakes between the knuckles revealed a DNA sequence that perfectly matched the residue found on the water cup in Lín Yi's office. He adjusted the model with his bare hands during the manufacturing process. Old Chen's conclusion made everyone's hearts, which had just settled, leap again. A startled cry suddenly echoed from the basement. He found a scalpel in the drainage ditch, its blood groove stubbornly clinging to traces of blood despite the downpour. Officer Zhang lightly touched the handle with his portable pH test paper. The reagent instantly turned blue, fresh blood, no more than 48 hours old. The handle's texture matches the wound described in Zhang Hao's autopsy report. Captain Lee held the evidence bag up to the bright light and suddenly noticed a half-crushed macadamia nut fragment lodged deep within the blood groove. This matched the wedding cake residue extracted from Zhang Hao's stomach. In the lab, Lín Yì used tweezers to lift a crystalline sample from a petri dish. He glanced up at the one-way glass of the interrogation room, a precise 15-degree smile curving his lips. Time to close the net. Shall we make an arrest? Just then, the lab door burst open. This scalpel belongs to your research group's assets. Captain Lee slid the evidence log across the desk. On the inventory list for knife LY17, Lín Yi's signature was still wet with ink. The young man twirled the school emblem ring on his left ring finger. The platinum band reflected a cold gleam under the bright lights. Last Tuesday, I conducted knifeware tests at the Municipal Bureau's forensic lab. Officer Zhang can vouch for me. He slid over the experiment log, its final page bearing Officer Zhang's signature for inventory receipt. Officer Zhang suddenly scraped the edge of the interrogation table with his fingernail, revealing a trace of blue crystals amidst the wood shavings. Blood sample results are in. Old Chen barged through the door, his breath carrying the distinct acetone scent of the lab. Type O negative, matching. He abruptly halted, noticing Lín Yì rolling up his sleeve to reveal a fresh needle puncture. I donated 400 cubic centimeters to the medical school yesterday. You can check the bloodmobile surveillance. Xiao Zhao lowered his head to compare the evidence photos and discovered that the shape of the nut fragments in the scalpel's blood groove perfectly matched the sample from Lín Yi's evidence adhesion simulation experiment demonstration last week. The intern suddenly realized the entire crime scene was replicating a classic case from forensic textbooks. Meanwhile, Detective Zhang examined the surgical knife handle's wear patterns with a magnifying glass, discovering a half-petal embedded deep within the anti-slip grooves. Under the UV light, the petal's veins revealed the access code to Lín Yi's laboratory. This was the biometric lock key he had left behind 3 weeks prior when assisting the police with installing the security system. 17 fingerprints were detected on the handle. The technical division chief slammed down the report, including 3 evidence techs and... He suddenly froze, staring at the surveillance feed. Lín Yì stood before the evidence cabinet performing routine maintenance, his gloves dusted with developer powder. The neon lights in the downpour stretched Lín Yi's shadow into a distorted cross. He pointed at the lab equipment being moved downstairs. Those incubation chambers are custom therapeutic tools for the psychiatric hospital. The procurement contract is in the 3rd filing cabinet in the Academic Affairs Office. Captain Lee abruptly yanked open the collar of his white lab coat, revealing fresh abrasions on his collarbone oozing droplets of blood. The location perfectly matched the skin tissue found under Zhang Hao's fingernails. But Lín Yì merely chuckled. This is from getting scratched by a sparring partner during combat training yesterday. Need to pull the gym's surveillance footage? You're being stubborn. Come with me to the interrogation room. Soon, Lín Yì was taken away. Inside the interrogation room, torrential rain lashed against the one-way glass of the Municipal Bureau interrogation room. The pen between Captain Lee's fingers bled a coin-sized ink stain onto the case file. Water still dripped from the hem of Lín Yi's white lab coat. The distinctive phenolic resin scent of the lab mingled with the salty tang of rainwater, swirling into spirals within the hum of the air conditioning vents. The rhythm of his knuckles tapping the desk matched the exact frequency of the centrifuge in the evidence lab. Officer Zhang removed his fogged-up gold-rimmed glasses, the temples leaving a tiny dent on the metal corner of the desk. The deputy chief from the north now resembled a bloodhound that had caught a scent, his pupils contracting to pinpricks under the overhead light. He noticed 2 extra creases on the second knuckle of Lín Yi's left ring finger. This occupational trait, resulting from prolonged use of micropipettes, perfectly matched the abrasion patterns extracted from the scalpel handle. Where were you between 8 and 10 p.m. on December 24th? Captain Lee pushed aside the evidence photos. The silicone residue behind Zhang Hao's ear glowed with a pearlescent sheen under the harsh light. The fibers of the interrogation transcript paper emitted a faint, crackling sound between his fingertips. Lín Yì pulled a stack of receipts from the waterproof experiment logbook. The movie ticket stubs inside the medical plastic bag still carried the theater's signature lavender scent. Limited screening of A Brief History of Cardiac Surgery, he said, his fingertips dusted with indigo crystals as he flipped through the tickets. 12 medical school professors can testify they attended the post-screening discussion. The last stub bore a half petal of rose adhered to its reverse, its vascular tissue embedding a nanoscale radiofrequency chip from the same batch as the markers discovered at the weather station. You're stubborn. Bang! Old Chen from forensics suddenly kicked the door open, his protective suit's shoulders scraping off flakes of latex paint from the doorframe. He slammed the spectral analysis report onto the table, still warm from the printer. The coolant in the silicone fetus's internal circulation system matches the composition of the cryogenic experimental reagent you requested last week. The young chemist pulled the university approval document from his lab coat pocket. Under the UV light, the anti-counterfeit watermark revealed the Dean of Academic Affairs' fingerprint. This is a physical therapy device designed for Alzheimer's patients, he said, tapping the project number with his index finger. Every component was approved by the ethics committee. Embedded within the jagged tear along the permit's edge were 2 fragments of macadamia nut matching those found at the crime scene. The interrogation room's overhead lights suddenly flickered, casting a trembling shadow of Inspector Zhang's pen across the desk. Under the guise of adjusting his tie, he used his cufflink to collect moisture from Lín Yi's breath. This miniature condenser, modified during his undercover work in an arms syndicate, could analyze 500 organic compounds within a minute. Explain this, Captain Lee snapped, slamming a meteorological station surveillance screenshot onto the table. In the image, a figure clad in a full-body protective suit adjusted parameters on a cultivation chamber, revealing half a serpentine tattoo on the wrist of a gloved hand. 40 times enlarged, the scales revealed the binary code of Lín Yi's student ID number. The youth suddenly undid the third button of his shirt, revealing fresh blood seeping from an abrasion on his collarbone. He pulled a martial arts club certificate from the lining of his lab notebook. The registration date on the plastic seal matched last night's. Muay Thai sparring partner Wang Meng can confirm, he said. The bruising around the wound formed an octagonal pattern, perfectly matching the knuckle shape of the arrested refrigerated truck driver. He habitually applies rotational force when locking a neck hold with his thumb and index finger. When Xiao Zhao burst through the door clutching the evidence box, its corner scraped a 3-centimeter gash along the metal edge of the desk. The intern's trembling fingers clutched the wedding cake ingredient report. The abnormal gum arabic content detected in the buttercream frosting matched the batch number of the food-grade thickener stored in Lín Yi's lab refrigerator. Chapter 177, Under no circumstances will I admit it. I adjusted the recipe for the bride, Lín Yì said, pulling a gold-embossed invitation from his suit pocket. Under the UV light, Lin Xiaoya's lip print revealed faint teeth marks. She's allergic to macadamia nuts. He flipped open the invitation's inner page. The allergy warning section highlighted with a fluorescent marker read macadamia nuts. The pressure curve of the handwriting matched the signature on Zhang Hao's autopsy report. Officer Zhang abruptly rose and strode toward the observation window, his leather shoes tapping out a Morse code rhythm on the tile floor. The one-way glass reflected his distorted face, revealing indentations on a page of Lín Yi's lab notebook. It was invisible ink written with a strong acid-weak base salt solution, only visible under specific wavelengths of polarized light. Hail-laden torrential rain pounded the bulletproof glass of the evidence lab. Old Chen's hand, mid-operation on the scanning electron microscope, froze abruptly. Under 100,000x magnification, the black particles deep within the silicone fetus's ear canal revealed a chromium alloy micro-engraving reading LY17. He turned toward the refrigerated cabinet. Inside the biological sample container in compartment 17, identical hexagonal ice crystals had formed on the inner surface. Explain this. Captain Lee tore open the evidence bag, the scalpel vibrating on the table with a buzzing resonance. Under the stereo microscope, the brown residue in the blood channel displayed the characteristic spindle-shaped structure of schwannoma cells. Lin Yixuan unscrewed his pen and drew 2 milliliters of saliva sample with movements as fluid as a lab demonstration. Last Thursday's pathology seminar, he pushed over the surveillance screenshot from the municipal hospital. I was demonstrating tumor biopsy sampling techniques. The grip on the knife in the footage matched the murder scene reconstruction model perfectly. The blue dot on the cuff of his white coat was the rare antibody marker found in Zhang Hao's blood sample. The interrogation room plunged into darkness. In the 10-second interval before the backup power kicked in, Officer Zhang heard the second hand of Lín Yi's wristwatch tick 9 times. When the emergency lights flickered on, the young man stood before the evidence display board, a laser pointer's red dot circling a photograph of Zhang Hao's stomach contents. These macadamia nuts originated from the hills behind the weather station. The calcified patterns on the shells bear distinct regional characteristics. Suddenly, he jabbed the laser pointer at a spot on the map, the red dot piercing the paper and leaving a light spot on the wall. That location was the poverty alleviation plantation contracted by Green Mountain University. Surveillance footage showed Lín Yì had entered the mountains weekly over the past 3 months to collect samples. The dashcam footage from 2 hours before Zhang Hao's murder coincidentally covered the forest road east of the plantation. Old Chen's roar mingled with instrument alarms echoed down the corridor. He'd just discovered all the spectral analysis charts of physical evidence had been replaced with blank film. Darkroom processing logs showed Lín Yì as the last user 3 days prior. He'd requested night access under the pretext of optimizing forensic procedures. The game is over. Captain Lee tore open his shirt collar, the bulletproof vest straps leaving deep crimson marks on his collarbone. The search warrant he slammed on the table still carried the scent of fresh ink, but Lín Yì pulled a court revocation order from his briefcase. The signature predated the search warrant by 4 hours, its seals edge-stained with fluorescent rose oil residue. Officer Zhang suddenly crushed his glasses, the resin lenses shattering into prisms in his palm. Under the guise of collecting the shards, he slipped the temple piece stained with Lín Yi's skin cells into an evidence bag. This veteran cop from the north finally noticed that the young man's blink rate accelerated by 0.3 seconds every time he answered a critical question, resonating with the voltage fluctuations of the interrogation room's overhead lights. A sudden shatter of glass echoed from the evidence lab. Xiao Zhao slumped amid scattered petri dish fragments, clutching the experimental logbook just retrieved from Lín Yi's office. The latest page recorded social behavior simulation number 17, its date field smudged with ink revealing the coordinates of Rose Manor. The intern's trembling fingertips traced the references in the Appendix 3 of which matched the cold case files Captain Lee had solved. Rain-streaked neon light sliced across Lín Yi's profile through the blinds, casting stripes of light and shadow. His movements as he organized the lab notebook resembled the careful arrangement of dominoes. The instant the final slip fell into place, every printer in the municipal bureau began spitting out documents simultaneously. 27 reports completing the evidence chains for distinct cases, each page header bearing the watermark of Aoyama University's emblem. "Thank you all for providing the experimental data," the young man said, the click of his pen cap as sharp as a gun being cocked. As he passed the evidence counter, a strand of silver hair slipped from his temple. The melanin distribution at its root showed a 17% deviation from Lin Zhengyang's DNA report. The bulletproof glass reflected his silhouette against the light, the angle of his upturned mouth precisely replicating the expression of that fake nurse in the delivery room surveillance footage. A potent sandalwood scent suddenly surged from the evidence lab's ventilation ducts. Old Chen frantically flipped through freshly printed documents in the haze. Every piece of supplementary evidence seamlessly plugged legal loopholes, like gold etched with aqua regia seemingly intact yet riddled with holes. When he reached page 17, hidden text suddenly developed under the warmth of his palm. The acknowledgements section listed every single officer present. Captain Lee slammed his fist into the fire hydrant's glass panel, blood dripping along the engraved lines of his badge. Bang! The shattering cabinet door jolted the sleepy duty officer from his slumber at the surveillance console. The static on the screen abruptly coalesced into footage of a wedding ceremony. A figure in a waiter's uniform adjusted his bow tie, the gel-like substance seeping from the scar on his neck clearly visible in 4K resolution. As the image zoomed to its pixel limit, everyone saw the miniature photo of Lín Yi's student ID embedded between the serpentine scales of the tattoo on the man's wrist. The torrential rain continued to rage. As Lín Yì opened his black umbrella and stepped into the night, the hinge of the umbrella frame emitted a familiar mechanical sound. It was the activation tone of the anti-eavesdropping device he had designed in his sophomore year, now converting residual sound waves from the interrogation room into encrypted signals. Rainwater pooled on the canopy, forming rivulets that etched contour lines of the Qingtian River channel onto the ground. At one bend, a faint radio frequency signal flickered. This was the final destination of the replaced biological sample, number 17. The fluorescent lights in the evidence lab flickered on and off during the stormy night, while Captain Lee's knuckles turned white as he clenched the DNA comparison report. Officer Zhang's gold-rimmed glasses fogged over, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the surveillance feed. Lín Yì leaned back in the interrogation chair, twirling the third button of his shirt with tweezers. The metal tips formed a 45-degree angle with the camera lens, perfectly reflecting the overhead light through a tiny crack in the evidence lab's bulletproof glass. Old Chen suddenly kicked open the metal cabinet, sending 17 test tubes clattering in the refrigerated compartment with a sharp clink. His grab for test tube number 3 was too hasty, the cold protective gloves scraping the glass surface with a shrill screech. The mitochondrial DNA match rate for the blood sample is only 91.3%, barely meeting the threshold for case filing. Xiao Zhao cowered in the corner swivel chair, his internship manual slipping to the floor. He stared at the mass spectrometer he'd helped Lín Yì move 3 days prior. The molecular weight curve pulsing across its screen perfectly matched the skin flake sample collected at the crime scene. Yet the calibration sticker beneath the instrument showed its validity had expired yesterday. This single detail rendered the entire toxicology report worthless. Reapply for the search warrant. Captain Lee slammed his fist onto the evidence table, making the scalpels on the tray jump half an inch. Crumbs of macadamia nuts lodged in the handle's crevices rolled out with the vibration, revealing a micro-engraved date code under the UV light. That was precisely the date Lín Yì delivered his academic presentation at the medical school. Chapter 178, The Lab Report. Is it fake? In the surveillance footage, the third button on that person's white coat flashed the same fluorescent glow before the camera. Officer Zhang suddenly removed his glasses, exhaled onto them, and wiped them with his sleeve. The force with which this northern man scrubbed the lenses resembled the polishing of a murder weapon. He noticed the binding thread of Lín Yi's lab notebook glinting silver under the intense light. It matched the material of the evidence tag stolen from the Criminal Investigation Division 3 months prior. Yet the library stamp on the notebook's back cover clearly showed a borrowing date before the theft. Coffee. The female technician pushed open the door, the paper cups on her tray trembling violently. Brown liquid splashed onto the latest fingerprint report. The spiral pattern Lín Yì had left on the scalpel handle, upon contact with water, unexpectedly reassembled into the fingerprint pattern of Old Chen from the evidence lab. Intern Zhao suddenly vomited into the wastebasket, recognizing the pattern as identical to the lining of his duty gloves lost last week. Torrential rain pounded the tempered glass of the release procedures room. Lín Yi's pen dragged across the paper, producing a silky rustling sound. The serpentine tattoo on his wrist pulsed with his heartbeat, sweat seeping through the scales crevices to form acidic droplets with a pH of 5.6 on the countertop. This matched the corrosive substance extracted from Zhang Hao's fingernails, yet weather station surveillance showed he'd been adjusting a thermostat in a lab 200 kilometers away during the incident. "Your umbrella," the duty officer said, handing over the black long-handled umbrella. His knuckles unconsciously rubbed the anti-slip texture on the shaft. Lín Yì took it and gave it a gentle twist. The mechanical hum from the umbrella's hinge resonated in perfect frequency with the error beep from the evidence room safe's combination lock. Water droplets from the tip formed a radiating pattern on the floor tiles, strikingly similar to the tumor imaging on Old Chen's daughter's medical records. Captain Lee stood at the second-floor observation window, his fist pressing pale indentations into the sill. He watched the slender figure walk into the rain with the umbrella, the stream of rainwater pooling on the canopy flowing along the municipal drainage channel toward the medical school. A sudden phone notification shattered the silence. A compressed file from an anonymous email began decompressing automatically. 17 surveillance clips revealed that at the moment each critical piece of evidence was planted, different police officers had been within a 500-meter radius. Officer Zhang's leather shoes crushed half a cigarette butt into the terrazzo floor. Under a magnifying glass, the lipstick residue on the filter revealed pearlescent particles matching the shade worn by Lin Xiaoye at her wedding. But the bride's makeup artist testified that all cosmetics had been replaced with hypoallergenic formulas on the day of the incident. The veteran detective from the north suddenly realized the gold foil on his wedding invitation inside his suit pocket was slowly flaking off. The flakes matched the nano-tracer particles from Lín Yi's lab exactly. A sudden burst of curses from the evidence lab startled the night owls outside the window. Old Chen overturned the entire refrigerated cabinet, revealing that the seals on all 17 biological sample containers had abnormally swollen. The forensic lab's UV light cast spiderweb-like patterns on the fingerprint patterns. Captain Lee's fingers trembled slightly as he clutched the hotel surveillance screenshot. The man in the cleaning uniform was wiping down a fire hydrant. The birthmark on the web of his right hand perfectly matched the imprint on a page from Lín Yi's lab visitor log. Wang Chang, 42 years old, hotel maintenance worker. Officer Zhang sealed the fingerprint lift from the murder weapon into an evidence bag. Served time for manslaughter 20 years ago. Paroled last month. Soon. Wang Chang was brought in. The one-way glass in the interrogation room was fogged over. Wang Chang's hunched posture on the metal chair resembled a lab rat. Captain Lee noticed his left pinky finger remained unnaturally bent, a career injury from prolonged use of hydraulic pliers. This matched the mechanical model of the strangulation marks on Zhang Hao's neck perfectly. The blood sample results are in. Xiao Zhao nearly tripped over the non-slip mat as he burst through the door. The intern's hand trembled as he held up the DNA report. The epithelial cells from the weapon's blood groove match Wang Chang's oral mucosa. His voice suddenly caught because Old Chen from the evidence lab was holding a piece of skin tissue with tweezers. It had been found in the pocket of Wang Chang's work pants. Detective Zhang abruptly pulled out a magnifying glass and focused it on the fingerprint membrane. Under 40 times magnification, the ridges that should have been smooth and rounded appeared mechanically cut, perfectly uniform. This was forged with a 3D printed finger sleeve. His fingernail scraped the edge of the film, dislodging several particles of nano-silica dust. Captain Lee kicked open the hotel storage room door. Dust particles suspended in the beam of his tactical flashlight froze mid-air. Hidden behind stacks of cleaning supplies sat a bioprinter, its LCD screen still displaying an unfinished fingerprint model. He crouched to pick up a spilled canister of raw material. The molecular formula on its label matched item 17 on Lín Yi's lab waste list exactly. Wang Chang's daughter needs a bone marrow transplant. Officer Zhang flipped through the case files, abruptly slamming the social welfare records onto the table. Patient ID ending in 9417. The chipped corner of the embossed signature stamp matched the wear pattern on the paperweight in Lin Jingyun's office perfectly. Surveillance footage showed Wang Chang visiting the hospital's hematology department last week, clutching a prescription drug leaflet bearing the logo of Qingshan University's Pharmaceutical Research Center. A sudden crash of shattering porcelain echoed through the interrogation room. Wang Chang had knocked over the kettle, scalding water splashing across the desk and etching radiating patterns into the surface. Beneath the collar he'd torn open in his struggle, fresh needle marks arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper dotted the hollow of his collarbone, that nerve blocker injection array mentioned in Lín Yi's thesis. Close the case, the chief said, removing his glasses to rub his nose. The front page of the case report held a banner presented by Lín Yì, its gold-threaded embroidery reading "Pioneer of Medical Research," stinging Li's pupils under the overhead light. Chapter 179, Congratulations, Host. Your abilities have been enhanced again. The lab's ventilation system suddenly emitted a clattering sound like gears grinding together. Lín Yi's fingers paused momentarily as he wiped the beaker. He knew that sound all too well. Whenever he executed a flawless crime of framing, the aged air ducts would emit a mechanical vibration, as if an invisible precision instrument calibrated components within his skull. Congratulations, Host. The airflow from the vent carried the electronic voice, causing the test tubes on the rack to resonate faintly. Logical deduction ability upgraded to LV9. Neural reaction speed has surpassed the threshold. Lín Yi's temples throbbed as a translucent data stream automatically projected onto his retinas, a gift that had awakened 3 months ago after the bank heist. He vividly recalled the gun barrel still smoking as the robber fired, yet within the bullet's trajectory, he perceived a 0.3-second gap in slow motion. Ripples suddenly spread across the copper sulfate solution in the beaker, reflecting the bulging veins at his neck. A tingling sensation spread through his body as muscle fibers tore and rebuilt, a physical enhancement reward earned last night while dealing with construction worker Wang Chang. Lín Yì punched the glass of the lab cabinet, and the force of his fist caused the flame of the alcohol lamp 3 meters away to tilt 15 degrees. The 5-star model Citizen metal swayed in the morning light, its metallic edges refracting rays into crimson spots. Thud. A sudden thud from the storage cabinet jolted the centrifuge's timer off by 2 seconds. Lín Yi's pupils instantly coated with a pale blue membrane. The system enhanced dynamic vision. He saw a lab rat in the shadows of the ventilation duct, clawing at a loose tile with its front paws. A syringe needle was faintly visible through the crack. Son. Senior. As the lab door burst open, Zhou Yang's voice shattered into a spectral diagram within Lín Yi's amplified auditory system. The pen cap in the teenager's left breast pocket came loose, its rolling trajectory appearing to Lín Yì like a slow-motion ballistic simulation. Dean Chen, stabbed in his office. Lín Yi's pipette hovered precisely 1 millimeter above the test tube opening. He stared at the red glow of the alarm light reflected in the reagent solution, suddenly noticing that the patterns in his iris had become 17% denser than the day before. Last week, while assisting police in cracking a smuggling case, he had used this extraordinary vision in a surveillance blind spot to slip crucial evidence into the scapegoat's pocket. The murder weapon was an LY-17 scalpel. Zhou Yang's molars ground like sandpaper. Police say the handle tested positive for a nanocoating. His Adam's apple bobbed 3 times, each rise and fall spaced 0.7 seconds apart, a physiological sign of extreme panic. The centrifuge suddenly emitted a sharp completion alert. A virtual interface automatically popped up on Lín Yi's retina, where the 5-star citizen badge spun in his consciousness space. The skill tree that popped up at the edge displayed cooldown timers for talents like Master of Framing and Counter Surveillance. I'm on my way. Without pausing to pack his equipment, he dashed toward the dean's office. 7 police cars formed a pincer formation in front of the biology building, their tires leaving crisscrossed water trails on the rain-soaked bluestone pavement. As Captain Lee stepped out of the vehicle, his leather shoe heel clicked against the curb. This vantage point allowed him to instantly scan all windows on the 3rd floor. He held up 3 fingers. 12 officers immediately split into 4 groups, 2 sealed the east and west entrances, 1 secured the rooftop access, and the last fanned out 5 paces behind him. Officer Zhang retrieved folding barrier posts from the trunk. The yellow and black caution tape stretched taut in the morning breeze, forming sharp angles. He paused for half a second after each sycamore tree, ensuring the tape maintained a 20-centimeter clearance from the trunk, the standard distance to prevent evidence from being scratched by bark. This standard spacing prevented evidence from being scratched by tree bark. As the tape wrapped around the 3rd column, his fingertips suddenly brushed damp moss in a groove. He immediately waved toward the evidence unit. Xiao Zhao, we need macro photography here. Chief Chen of the evidence division climbed the steps carrying a silver toolbox, his shoe covers squeaking on the damp marble floor. He paused 2 meters from the dean's office door, first scanning the doorframe with a laser rangefinder. Dust accumulation in the door gap is 2.3 millimeters thick. Fresh white marks are present at the top. He then used tweezers to pick up the upper half of a ginkgo leaf stuck to the door handle. There's metallic reflection at the broken leaf vein. Run XRF analysis first, he said. Captain Lee slipped on 3 layers of latex gloves, his knuckles creaking softly as he flexed them. His motion to push open the mahogany door resembled defusing a bomb, the hinges groaning with disrepair. The body lay face down in the center of the Persian rug, the knife handle protruding from the back of the dark gray Zhongshan suit at a 17-degree angle to the spine. The degree of tissue retraction around the wound margins is abnormal. The forensic pathologist accompanying the team crouched down, gently lifting the wound's skin with the tip of his forceps. The weapon remained lodged inside for over 2 hours, causing the muscles to spasm shut. He raised a magnifying glass to examine the anti-slip grooves on the handle. There are minute white crystalline deposits in the grooves, likely salt residue from evaporated sweat. Detective Zhang pulled out a multi-spectrum light to scan the bookshelf. Under the cool white light, a series of incomplete shoe prints suddenly became visible. He retrieved an electrostatic dust collector and knelt on the carpet like an archaeologist excavating artifacts. Size 43 athletic shoes. Pressure concentration in the forefoot's metatarsal region suggests the suspect may have fallen arches. Technician Zhao operated the 3D laser scanner, its green light net enveloping the entire office. As the beam swept over the windowsill, he abruptly raised his hand to pause, a 0.3 mm height difference at the southeast corner. Old Chen immediately handed him a vacuum cleaner. Under the microscope, the dust bag revealed glass fragments, inner layer shards from double-pane insulated glass. The interlayer ruptured due to external impact. Captain Lee lifted the second drawer on the right side of the desk, and the leather-bound atlas of anatomy automatically opened to a specific page. He noticed 6 fingernail indentations along the page's edge, their spacing perfectly matching the knuckles of the victim's right index finger. Officer Zhang swabbed an oil stain on the spine, medical-grade petroleum jelly, matching the maintenance records for the LY-17 scalpel. A sudden metallic scraping sound came from outside the window. 2 officers were escorting old Zhang, the gardener, toward the police car. A half-leaf of ginkgo was lodged in the sole of the man's left work boot. The jagged notch where the petiole had snapped off was identical to the sample Old Chen had collected earlier. Take him in for questioning. Officer Zhang waved his hand dismissively. The man was led away. The surveillance storage chip was demagnetized by a strong magnetic field. The technical department director held up the charged circuit board. The scent of pine mingled with ozone filled the office. But residual footage remains in the backup power cache. His fingers paused mid-keystroke. At 6:23 this morning, the infrared camera captured thermal imaging of the door lock turning. As Old Chen peeled the fingerprint film from the doorknob, he noticed the third fingerprint's ridges were abnormally uniform. This is a silicone-molded fake fingerprint. The base material contains nanoscale graphite powder. His tweezers trembled under the bright light. Only the materials lab at Green Mountain University can synthesize this level of precision citywide. Chapter 180, damn it, another clue points to me. Captain Lee turned to look out the window. The curtains in the third-floor lab fluttered slightly. Lín Yi's figure flashed through the slats of the blinds. As the hem of his white lab coat lifted, the lab access card hanging at his waist was briefly visible. Inside the Qingshan City Police Department interrogation room, the fluorescent tube hummed faintly. Captain Lee adjusted the recorder's angle, framing old Zhang's calloused hands perfectly. The 53-year-old gardener slumped in the metal chair, his dirt-encrusted fingernails unconsciously picking at the screws on the backrest, producing a creaking metallic sound. Where were you between 8 o'clock and 9 a.m. on September 17, 2023? Officer Zhang slid over a floor plan of the biology building, where the dean's office was circled in red in section B. Old Zhang's atoms apple bobbed 3 times, each movement spaced 0.7 seconds apart, trimming the ginkgo tree east of the lab building. His rough index finger pointed outside the window, where the branches of the century-old tree were visible through the one-way glass. Worked from 7:30 to 9:20. Wang and the others can vouch for me. Old Chen from forensics suddenly slammed his fist on the table, sending ripples across the water in the stainless steel cups. He flung the pruning shears from the sealed bag onto the table. Bark fragments clinging to the blades glowed a dark red under the harsh light. We detected human epidermal tissue on the cutting edge. The DNA matches Director Chen. Impossible. Old Zhang lunged forward, the clank of his handcuffs chaining against the iron table piercing the air. I wiped the blade after every cut. His breathing quickened, fine beads of sweat glistening on his temples under the UV light. Technician Zhao carried in 3 boxes of evidence, the plastic sealed bags arranged chronologically. Old Chen slipped on his gold-rimmed reading glasses, using tweezers to lift the September 16 tool requisition log. You checked out pruning shears number 3 on the 17th, but number 7 was found at the crime scene. Zhang's pupils dilated sharply, a micro-expression captured in 47 consecutive frames by the high-definition camera. His trembling index finger traced the form. Impossible. I personally took shears number 3 from the tool cabinet. He suddenly pointed to the 7th entry. Here. Xiao Wang borrowed shears number 7 on the 17th. Captain Li enlarged the surveillance screenshot 40-fold. The image revealed a square bulge in the right pocket of old Zhang's work uniform. What did you stuff into your pocket after collecting the tools? He noticed the man's Adam's apple freeze unnaturally for 1.2 seconds. It was a whetstone. Old Zhang abruptly ripped open his inner work jacket pocket, pulling out a piece of polished obsidian. The number 3 shears blades were dull. I always sharpen them before use. Granules of stone dust were embedded beneath his fingernails, revealing the same layered structure as the whetstone under a microscope. Detective Zhang traced a red path on the digital map. It takes 7 minutes to walk from the tool cabinet to the eastern ginkgo tree, yet you appeared on the Zone B corridor surveillance at 7:25. He tapped the keyboard to pull up the timestamps. You didn't appear on the east side surveillance until 7:33. Where were you for those 8 minutes? Old Zhang's knuckles turned white. I was sharpening the knife in the tool room. He suddenly straightened his back. There's surveillance in the locker room. This movement drew Captain Li's attention to the creases in the back of his work uniform. The evidence lab delivered a new report. Old Chen swept an ultraviolet light over the handle of scissors number 3, revealing overlapping sweat-stained fingerprints. Your prints are layered over Wang Chang's from last week. This proves you used them within the last 7 days. He abruptly flipped the evidence bag. But the number 7 scissors only have your old fingerprints from 5 p.m. on the 16th. The interrogation room fell deathly silent. Dust particles drifting from the central air vent became starkly visible in the beam of light. Old Zhang suddenly yanked open his collar, revealing a scabbed abrasion on his collarbone. Got it when moving fertilizer on the 17th. The freight elevator cameras must have caught it. Captain Li traced 3 timelines on his tablet. 7:35 a.m. You were handling organic fertilizer in the freight elevator. 7:52 a.m. Xiao Wang encountered you near the tool shed entrance. 8:07 a.m. The east side surveillance captured you pruning the 7th branch. He suddenly zoomed in on a frame. Why did you suddenly switch to yellow gloves at 8:10? Because the tree sap wouldn't wash off. Old Zhang pulled a crumpled pair of latex gloves from his pocket. The resin had hardened into a translucent film over the palm prints. This ginkgo sap solidifies in 2 hours. I couldn't even hold the shears without changing gloves. Old Chen abruptly shone an ultraviolet light on the glove lining. The resin contains graphite powder, matching residues found on the tool cabinet lock cylinder. He pulled up the gas chromatography analysis chart. But the lubricant on the murder weapon is silica-based. Only a lab-grade fume hood could handle that. Captain Li removed his recorder and approached old Zhang, his tactical boots tapping out an oppressive rhythm on the floor. One last question. He suddenly raised the half-leaf from the evidence bag. Why does the angle of the petiole cut on the crime scene windowsill differ by 3.7 degrees from the leaf fragment in your tool bag? Old Zhang froze for 2 seconds before erupting in a tearful roar. Because the dean replaced his shears last month, he complained our trimming wasn't precise enough, so he bought German-made scissors himself. His trembling fingertips nearly pierced the evidence bag. Search his office drawers. There's definitely a matching pair of pruning shears. 3 minutes later, the evidence unit discovered Wolfgang brand garden shears in a hidden compartment of the dean's bookcase. Laser scans revealed a 99.3% match between the blade angle and the victim's wound. Mixed fingerprints detected on the handle included both the director's and old Zhang number 16's old prints. Release him from custody. As Captain Li tore off the final page of the interrogation record, the sweat stains on the back of old Zhang's work uniform had spread into the outline of a map. As the veteran gardener stepped out of the municipal police headquarters, the morning sun illuminated the evidence unit's windowsill. There, pruning shears number 3 and number 7 lay side by side with the director's privately held German-made weapon. The shadows of the 3 murder weapons intertwined in the morning light, forming an unsolvable geometric maze. At 2 a.m., the incandescent tube in the evidence lab crackled with electrical static. Old Chen's tweezers hovered 0.3 millimeters above the microscope slide, beads of sweat sliding down the edges of his safety goggles. Embedded within the cured layer of waterproof sealant on the reverse side of the window tile was half a fingerprint. Under ultraviolet light, the spiral structure at the center of the 4th phalanx's loop pattern glowed a ghostly blue, like a coiled venomous snake. As Xiao Zhao entered the characteristics into the system, the database suddenly popped up 17 matches. In the 3rd photo, the old knife scar on the right eyelid of the yellow-haired youth glowed purple under the flash. The record of 9 stitches from last year's Yongqing Alley brawl still lay in the archives, the forensic report noting wound penetrated to the zygomatic bone. Captain Li grabbed the radio, the buckle of his tactical vest clinking sharply. The fine rain drifting outside reminded him of the unusual water stains seeping through the window cracks on the night of the incident. The radio crackled with static mixed with the sound of rain. Target Wang Tianlai is currently at the Lightning Arcade on Phoenix Street. Chapter 181. Where'd this punk come from, so eager to take the fall? He caught sight of the evidence board displaying the acidity report extracted from the water stain. The pH value of 2.3 burned a red dot onto his retina. The neon sign's flash had its lower left neon tube missing, transforming into the eerie human electric arcade through the rain curtain. Undercover Officer Liu, disguised as a drunkard, shoved open the glass door. The stench of cheapy cigarettes mingled with sour sweat hit him like a wave. The target hunkered over the King of Fighters 97 machine, his yellow hair standing on end in the air-conditioned chill, his right thumb unconsciously tracing circles on the joystick ball. When the punk rose, half a pack of Hauntishan cigarettes peeking from his back jeans pocket glowed with a dull sheen under the evidence light, the same batch as the lipstick-stained cigarette but found in the crime scene trash can. Officer Zheng's plainclothes were soaked through by rain as he watched the target intently from 3 wildly shaking dance machines away. The sound of yellow hair suddenly crushing a soda can reminded old Lou of the twisted lampstand in the dean's office. The mechanical characteristics of the metal distortion were identical. Just as he reached for the handcuffs at his waist, yellow hair's move to knock over the fighting machine resembled a finishing move straight out of a video game. Run! Splattered plastic coins rained down like shotgun pellets. Police! Freeze! As Captain Lee burst through the main entrance, the blonde-haired youth had already darted into the staff passageway. Oily fingerprints glowed iridescent under the bright flashlight beam on the damp fire door handle. The alley reeked of rotten fish from a garbage bin mixed with rust. When Officer Zheng's right knee slammed into the metal shell of an abandoned washing machine, he suddenly realized this spot directly faced the office building's ventilation shaft. The shoe print extracted from that vent matched the Fei sneakers on the blonde-haired suspect's feet perfectly. As the blonde-haired suspect scaled the iron fence, revealing his crocodile belt buckle, the surveillance footage being cross-referenced by the evidence unit suddenly overlapped in everyone's mind. 3 days before the incident, that belt buckle had been scanned 3 times at the checkout counter of the University Town supermarket. The trash bin in the dead-end alley was illuminated by a powerful flashlight, leaving nowhere to hide. The scar on his right eyelid twitched with fear, like a centipede pinned by the foot. When plainclothes officer old Lou pressed his baton against his throat, he suddenly caught the scent of sandalwood wafting from the suspect's hoodie. Soon, the blonde-haired man was apprehended. Condensation in the interrogation room formed DNA-like patterns on the one-way glass. Captain Lee slammed the evidence bag onto the metal table, revealing moss scraped from the punk's shoe soles, 99.8% match with the chloroplast DNA from the sample collected outside the window. The punk's handcuffs screeched against the table. I climbed the wall last Wednesday to retrieve my phone from the women's dorm. The curtain fibers lodged beneath his fingernails revealed a crosshatch pattern under polarized light, the exact blend ratio of fabric recovered by forensics at the crime scene. When Officer Zheng displayed the supermarket surveillance screenshot, the blue light from the tablet made yellow hair's face look sallow. The 8 minutes you lingered in the snack aisle. Before he could finish, the evidence room door burst open. Xiao Zhao's forensic report trembled in midair, leaving after images. Tyrosine concentration in the fingerprint sweat indicates it was left no more than 24 hours ago. His fingertip pressed down on the 72 hours crime scene timestamp so hard it nearly punctured the paper. The blonde suddenly yanked open his collar, revealing scratch marks on his collarbone. Under the forensic light, the scabbed edges oozed a faint yellow secretion. This is from scraping against barbed wire when I scaled the wall that night. His roar echoed in the confined space, yet it reminded Captain Lee of a photograph in the file of a wrongful arrest case from 3 years prior. Back then, the detention center's baton had left a permanent scar in the exact same spot. When the evidence lab delivered the Live House party footage, the timestamp showing yellow hair surrounded by 20 phone cameras perfectly overlapped with the forensic estimated time of death for the dean. As dawn pierced the clouds, the screeching of interrogation chair casters on the floor gradually subsided. Old Chen stood at the window of the evidence lab, watching 3 fingerprint samples cast crisscrossing shadows in the morning light. The incandescent lights in the evidence lab seemed dim against the morning light. Old Chen's tweezers held 3 fingerprint samples. The print collected from the windowsill glowed with a pearlescent sheen under polarized light. The fingerprint from Huang Mao's prison file retrieved from the database had yellowed edges. And the fingerprint card from the wrongful arrest case 3 years ago still bore a coffee stain in its lower right corner. The centers of 3 whirl patterns projected onto the comparison screen pulsed like 3 deformed hearts beating in unison. Captain Zhang, look at this whirl pattern. Old Chen suddenly circled the 3rd ridge line of the windowsill fingerprint with his laser pointer. A normal physiological curve should be parabolic, but this arc has a mechanical jerk to it. His magnifying glass lingered on the fingerprint from the right index finger of the man with yellow hair. The 4th ridge line abruptly twisted at a 30-degree sharp angle where it branched. This was revealed in the X-ray from the 2019 Yongqing Alley brawl case. A permanent hypertrophic scar formed after Huang Mao's right index finger proximal phalanx suffered a comminuted fracture. Captain Lee stared at the autopsy photos in the interrogation room. Under ultraviolet light, the circular strangulation marks on the director's neck revealed minute wave patterns, unique imprints caused by muscle tremors during sustained pressure from the killer's index finger. Suddenly, he grabbed yellow hair's right hand, pressing his fingertip against the bony protrusion at the 2nd joint of the index finger. It felt as hard as a pebble. Simulate the strangulation motion. Captain Lee's voice sent a shiver down the spine of Zhao, the forensic evidence intern.
When the blonde-haired suspect curled his fingers, his index finger bent outward at an unnatural 15-degree angle, preventing the fingertip from fully contacting the skin. The pressure-sensitive membrane on the interrogation chair's armrest showed his maximum force concentrated on the ring finger 2.7 centimeters away from the deepest circular indentation of the strangulation mark. When Officer Zhang burst into the forensic lab, Dr. Zhang was 3D printing a model of the strangulation marks. The pale blue resin model displayed a mechanical distribution diagram of the ring-shaped groove, revealing the killer's index finger exerted pressure over a 270-degree range. Huang Mao's bone callus growth caused insufficient mobility in his index finger. He overlaid Huang Mao's X-ray onto the projector, revealing spiderweb-like fractures from a comminuted break. Based on bone injury recovery models, his index finger's maximum bend is only 160 degrees. Just then, a shrill alarm suddenly blared from the evidence lab. A warning window popped up on Old Chen's running fingerprint simulation program. After inputting Huang Mao's bone injury parameters, the generated virtual strangulation marks displayed distinct fracture zones on the 3D model. Xiao Zhao retrieved the emergency records from the night of the incident and discovered that Yellow Hair had been receiving a nerve block injection at 7th Hospital for a recurrence of his old finger injury. Surveillance footage showed he had stayed in the injection room for 47 minutes. Captain Li's knuckles turned white as he clenched the miscarriage of justice case file. Page 17 of the detention center medical report from 3 years ago showed X-rays of Huang Mao's right index finger, clearly revealing the fracture line that perfectly aligned with the current 3D model in the computer. Suddenly, he recalled the sweat residue test report from the hospital director's office windowsill. Although the DNA matched Huang Mao, the cortisol concentration in the sweat was 7 times the normal level, a clear physiological response to prolonged coercion. As the evidence lab projected Huang Mao's medical records onto the interrogation room's white wall, he fiddled with the drawstring of his hoodie with his deformed fingers. That night I got a block injection at the hospital. The pain made me break out in a cold sweat. His voice suddenly caught because Captain Li had paused the emergency room surveillance at 2107. The footage showed a nurse rolling up his sleeve to reveal a fresh needle mark on his wrist. Chapter 182, The Evidence. Seems to have broken. The evidence lab at the city police headquarters. Old Chen frowned deeply, leaning over the microscope eyepiece. His pupils contracted sharply within the 100,000x magnified field of view. The silver particles in the blood smear from the blonde-haired man revealed a perfect icosahedral structure under the microscope. Each edge glinted with a cold light, the distinctive sheen of laboratory-grade aluminum oxide. Old Chen knew these seemingly minuscule particles might hold the key to solving the entire case. "Xiao Zhao, come here." Old Chen called out loudly to the young officer beside him without looking up. Xiao Zhao, fresh out of the police academy and brimming with energy, immediately dropped his documents and hurried over to the microscope. "Look at this," Old Chen said, pointing to the eyepiece of the microscope, his voice tinged with excitement and tension. "The structure of these particles is too perfect, it's impossible for nature to form something like this." Old Chen pointed at the microscope eyepiece, his voice tinged with excitement and tension. Xiao Zhao leaned closer and examined it, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. "Teacher Chen, could this be related to the case we're investigating?" Xiao Zhao asked, his voice carrying the characteristic curiosity and eagerness of youth. Old Chen straightened up, pushed his glasses up his nose, and gazed through the lenses with a sharp, deep-set look. "It's definitely related, and significantly so," he said thoughtfully. "These particles appearing in Yellow Hair's blood isn't a coincidence." Meanwhile, Xiao Zhao's fingertips danced swiftly across the special equipment registration database page, his eyes glued to the screen, not missing a single detail. His fingers trembled slightly from tension and concentration as the cursor suddenly hovered over line 17 of the medical school's equipment list. The purchase date of the vacuum coating machine, numbered LY 2021, was only 3 days apart from the day the dean vetoed the equipment upgrade proposal. This seemingly insignificant time gap ignited a fuse of suspicion in Xiao Zhao's mind. "Professor Chen, look at this." Xiao Zhao turned the screen toward Old Chen, his finger pointing at the critical line of information, his voice slightly raised with excitement. Old Chen furrowed his brow, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. "This timing is highly suspicious. There must be an intricate connection between that vacuum coating machine and these silver particles," he stated. The corridor of 7th Hospital was thick with oppressive tension. The white walls and bright lights offered no warmth, only deepening the chill. Captain Li, clad in tactical boots, walked slowly across the non-slip floor tiles, each step deliberate and firm. Tall and imposing, his gaze was unwavering and piercing. Years of criminal investigation had honed his instincts for danger and crime. His boots crushed the V-shaped water stains left by a cart's wheels, the moisture spreading outward under the pressure. Captain Li entered the surveillance room. The footage was frozen at 21 hours 5 minutes and 17 seconds, revealing the cold glint reflected from the sleeve of the masked maintenance worker swiping his card. This reflection perfectly mirrored the angle captured in the evidence lab's computer when Lin Yì raised his wrist to check his watch during the academic conference. This discovery made Captain Li's heart race. "Zoom in on this frame." "Zoom in further," he barked at the surveillance room officers, his voice low and commanding. As the image expanded, the glint on the sleeve and the reflection on Lín Yi's watch grew increasingly sharp.
This can't be a coincidence.
There must be some hidden connection between Lín Yì and this repairman, Captain Lee muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. The logistics director stood nearby, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and dripping onto the deactivated access card. He was slightly overweight, dressed in a neat uniform, yet now appeared utterly flustered. Officer Zhang swept the UV light meticulously along the chip's edge. The extracted saliva DNA collided with the lab janitor's records in the database, triggering a blinding red alert. How could this access card contain the janitor's DNA? Especially after it was deactivated? Officer Zhang looked at the logistics director with suspicion, his gaze intense. The logistics director's face drained of color, his lips trembling slightly, yet he couldn't utter a word. Looks like this is deeper than we thought, Captain Lee said gravely. The iron gate of the suburban warehouse groaned painfully in the downpour. Rain poured down, pounding the gate and sending layers of spray flying. Undercover Officer Liu, clad in a raincoat and wielding a powerful flashlight, trudged into the warehouse with difficulty. The beam of light sliced through the darkness like a sharp blade, illuminating everything within the warehouse. Scraping marks along the bottom of the rolling door were embedded with fragments of manganese chromium alloy. Under the flashlight's glare, these fragments gleamed with a metallic sheen. Having spent years on the front lines of criminal investigation, old Liu possessed extensive experience. Faced with the clues before him, his gaze sharpened. The forensic team's laser spectrometer hummed as its fluctuating wave peaks formed identical curves with the material spectrum of the Lín medical transport vehicle's chassis. This result sent a jolt of excitement through everyone present. Looks like this vehicle was here before and has a direct connection to this case, old Liu stated, his voice firm and authoritative. Xiao Zhao sprayed silver nitrate solution onto the crossbeam. Soon, DNA chain patterns appeared, while the LY17 serial number etched into the center of each hexagon glowed a faint blue in the damp air. This code must hold special significance, Xiao Zhao remarked. In the forensic lab, a 3D printer methodically extruded a silicone model of the dean's neck. Forensic pathologist Zhang held Lín Yi's X-ray up to the overhead light. The calcified nodule at the second knuckle of the index finger projected onto the model's surface. The 0.03 mm discrepancy at the deepest point of the ring-shaped depression made the air suddenly freeze. With years of forensic experience and exceptional skill, Dr. Zhang never overlooked a single detail. This 0.03 mm discrepancy indicates the killer employed a specific technique and habit during the crime, Dr. Zhang stated in a low, solemn voice. The emergency report spewed from the evidence lab's fax machine revealed that the concentration of propofol metabolites in Huang Mao's blood precisely matched the batch number of the stolen medication from the director's office. Meanwhile, the words experimental animal anesthesia on the lab access log were being repeatedly scribbled into distorted symbols by Lín Yi's pen tip. This discovery plunged the entire evidence department into silence. Lín Yì, what exactly are you covering up? Old Chen stared at the report, his mind filled with confusion and anger, his fists clenching unconsciously. The interrogation room was thick with suffocating tension. The one-way glass reflected the metallic shavings inside the evidence bag. Captain Lee's fingers pressed deep into the culture medium composition report. Leaning forward at the interrogation desk, he fixed his gaze on Lín Yì. Seated in the interrogation chair, Lín Yì wore a sullen expression, his eyes darting nervously. Though dressed in a meticulously tailored suit with hair neatly combed, he couldn't conceal his inner turmoil. The nib of his pen hovered over a section of the lab notes, ink suddenly smudging across the words metal antimicrobial experiment. Detective Zhang's side lighting device penetrated the coffee stain, decoding the hidden message December 24, 1700 hours LY17 that perfectly matched the surveillance footage from last Christmas Eve. Chapter 183, these clues all point to the same suspect. The silver powder spattered from the coding machine in the video now danced a quantum waltz with the nanocrystals and the blonde-haired man's blood under the electron microscope. This chain of evidence formed an invisible net, tightly enveloping Lín Yì. 2 ginkgo leaves on the evidence lab's whiteboard trembled faintly in the air-conditioning breeze. Old Chen's micro-CT scanner hummed as the aluminum oxide crystals on the left leaf and the tool marks on the right leaf merged into a complete pair of tweezers imprints within the 3D modeling software. This discovery made Old Chen's heart race. Finally, the crucial evidence, he exclaimed excitedly. The surveillance footage suddenly jumped back 57 minutes before the incident. In the scene, Lín Yì held dissecting forceps engraved with LY17. The groove pressed into the ginkgo leaf by the forceps tip near the laboratory window gradually enlarged with each tick of the second hand, becoming irrefutable evidence. Every movement of Lín Yì was clearly recorded, becoming irrefutable evidence of his guilt. As torrential rain carrying the rusty scent of the warehouse crashed into the lab, Lín Yi's fingers adjusting the microscope's focus remained steady as a robotic arm. However, his composure was merely superficial inside, he was already as skittish as a startled bird. The moment the SWAT team breached the door, the cold gleam reflecting off the Jaeger LeCoultre buckle on his cuff resonated one last time on the evidence lab's large screen, a perfect match to the glint captured when the maintenance worker swiped his card. In that instant, all the clues converged, pointing directly to Lín Yì. The isopropylphenol molecules extracted from the coding machine's heat vent exploded into a green peak on the mass spectrometer, while the 3D printed strangulation model revealed a ring-shaped indentation from calcified nodules, oozing silver nanoparticles.
Night descended like thick ink, weighing heavily over the city, swallowing all noise and bustle, leaving only deathly silence.
Inside the evidence lab of the Municipal Police Bureau, the harsh white light fell mercilessly on the cluttered desk piled high with documents and precision instruments, like a layer of frost. On the whiteboard, intricate chains of evidence intertwined densely, like a vast, invisible spider web. Each clue seemed poised to lead to the heart of the case, yet at critical junctures, it would mysteriously dissolve into chaos, deepening the confusion. Lín Yì stood erect in the interrogation room, clad in a snow-white lab coat.
His expression was calm and composed, as if this fateful confrontation were merely an inconsequential academic debate.
The nib of the pen in his hand tapped lightly against the lab notes, producing a crisp, subtle sound like a pebble dropped into a still lake, sending out ripples.
Within the inkwell, the liquid stirred into gentle ripples.
In the dim light, it reflected the intimidating, intricate chain of evidence displayed on the evidence department's whiteboard. Regarding these aluminum oxide crystals, Lín Yì began, his voice deep and steady as a precision centrifuge, without a hint of tremor. They are merely byproducts from last week's nano-antibacterial coating experiment.
The experimental protocol is fully documented with the ethics committee. Should anyone be interested, they are welcome to verify it. With that, he slowly extended his hand, gently sliding a document across the table to the opposite side. The motion was as elegant as a gentleman unveiling a work of art. In the lower right corner, President Chen's signature caught everyone's eye. The ink, not yet fully dry, glistened with a faint sheen under the lights. The date stamped on it was precisely 3 days prior to the incident. Officer Zhang stood nearby, his brow furrowed into a deep character, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, suppressing his inner rage and confusion. His right hand clenched the deactivation record for the maintenance worker's access card so tightly that his knuckles turned slightly white. Under the ultraviolet light, his pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. The logistics director paced the corner like an ant on a hot pan, frantically dabbing at the sweat pouring from his forehead with a handkerchief. Beads of perspiration rolled down, soaking the front of his shirt. This card was deactivated according to protocol, he stammered, his voice thick with tension and unease, but who could have foreseen a system flaw? The old card was actually reactivated and put back into use. Lín Yì seemed to have anticipated this line of questioning. Unfazed, he clicked his mouse to pull up the cybersecurity report. His slender fingers danced nimbly across the keyboard, swiftly landing on page 17. The vulnerability patch record, circled in red, stood out starkly like a flame in the darkness. Everyone, take a look, he leaned forward slightly, pointing at the screen. This vulnerability patch record was submitted half a year ago precisely when I took over management of the lab. Inspector Zhang couldn't help but snort coldly, his gaze like a sharp dagger piercing straight at Lín Yì. That's a bit too coincidental, don't you think? The world isn't filled with so many coincidences. His eyes brimmed with suspicion and scrutiny, searching Lín Yi's calm, still face for even the slightest hint of panic or a crack in his composure. Yet Lín Yì merely curved his lips into a faint, almost imperceptible smile, offering no response. It was as if Officer Zhang's questioning were nothing more than a gentle breeze that brushed past him without a trace. Meanwhile, in another room of the evidence division, technicians were intently studying the etched LY-17 on the warehouse beam and the coding machine's operational logs. The mysterious LY-17 etching on the warehouse beam emitted a faint, cold glow under the surveillance camera's icy gaze. Lín Yì walked leisurely to the computer, clicked the mouse lightly, and opened the equipment log. The last operational record of the vacuum coding machine clearly stopped at 1703 on the day of the incident. This actually marks the time the automatic descaling program initiated, he explained casually, pointing to the string of complex error codes on the screen as if delivering a simple science lesson. When the equipment overheats, this protective mechanism automatically triggers. It's part of the normal operating procedure. If you don't believe me, you can check the equipment manual. However, just as everyone was digesting his explanation, a remote maintenance log suddenly popped up on the screen. It was like a bombshell, instantly shattering the brief calm. The log revealed that at 9:15 p.m. on the night of the incident, an external engineer had logged in to perform operations. The IP address traced back to the public network of 7th Hospital. Who exactly is this external engineer? Asked Officer Zhao, the young investigator in charge, his voice tinged with urgency and confusion. He fixed his gaze on Lín Yì. Lín Yì shrugged, his face wearing an utterly innocent expression. He spread his hands and said, I really have no idea. So many people use the hospital's public network. Maybe some careless colleague accidentally logged in from the wrong device. That kind of thing isn't unheard of in a hospital. His tone was light and casual, as if this were nothing more than a trivial matter. Chapter 184, Damn it, I'm not the killer. When the 3D printed strangulation mark model was carefully wheeled into the interrogation room, the already oppressive atmosphere instantly grew heavier. Lín Yì slowly extended his hand, elegantly undoing his cufflinks to reveal his right index finger.
Under the harsh glare of the forensic light, the calcified nodule on his finger glowed with a pearly sheen, resembling a meticulously carved precious gemstone. "This is from a burn I accidentally got when I was 12, his voice was calm and measured. "The tertiary hospital has complete medical records. If you need them, I can contact the hospital immediately to retrieve them." As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and grasped the pressure-sensing membrane with fluid, natural movement. As his index finger bent, the nodule shifted noticeably by 1.7 millimeters. "See," he looked up at the group, a hint of confidence in his eyes. "This deviation exceeds the margin of error permitted in the autopsy report." Forensic Dr. Zhang, standing nearby, saw the certainty in his own gaze begin to waver. His Adam's apple bobbed 3 times, his throat feeling constricted as if something were lodged there. Finally, he nodded reluctantly, acknowledging the insufficient match. "How could this happen?" Captain Lee murmured under his breath, his voice thick with shock and disbelief. He had pinned all his hopes on this strangulation model, convinced it would be the ironclad evidence to seal the case. Yet now, that hope had burst like a bubble, vanishing in an instant. The incandescent bulb in the evidence lab seemed to catch the tension in the air, suddenly flickering violently and emitting a sharp, crackling sound. The ginkgo leaf in old Chan's hand drifted slowly to the ground like an autumn leaf, carried by the violent surge of electricity. Lín Yi's reflexes were lightning fast. His dissecting forceps shot out like a silver bolt, snapping precisely onto the leaf. Under the microscope projector, the spacing of the forceps' teeth matched the leaf vein indentations perfectly, aligning without a single gap. "This is the teaching demonstration from last Thursday's specimen collection class," he explained calmly. 27 students took turns using forceps LY17 to handle the ginkgo leaf. The marks left by each person's operation are identical. "The surveillance footage can vouch for me." No sooner had he finished speaking than the surveillance footage began playing. On the screen, 27 students approached one by one, picked up the LY17 forceps, and handled the ginkgo leaves with utmost care. "Could we really have the wrong person?" Xiao Zhao murmured, his voice tinged with frustration and confusion. He looked at Captain Lee, his eyes brimming with expectation and doubt, desperate for an answer. Captain Lee didn't respond, only staring intently at Lín Yì. His instincts told him this couldn't be, that simple Lín Yì must be hiding deeper secrets yet to be uncovered. Just as Captain Lee, filled with rage and frustration, prepared to storm out, the laboratory's alarm suddenly pierced the air with a shrill, ear-splitting screech, shattering the brief silence. The sound sliced through the air like a razor, piercing the eardrums painfully. The LCD screen of the temperature-controlled chamber flickered with an eerie red glow, like pairs of eyes gazing up from hell. The automatically uploaded cloud log revealed, between 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. on the night of the incident, the temperature fluctuation curve inside the chamber perfectly synchronized with the step frequency recorded by Lín Yi's phone motion sensor. This meant he had indeed been continuously moving and working inside the lab, creating a perfect temporal paradox with the maintenance workers' movements captured on hospital surveillance. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. The clues that had seemed to be gradually coming into focus suddenly became tangled and chaotic again, like a ball of yarn that had been pulled apart, leaving no place to begin. Lín Yì, however, maintained his characteristic composure. He adjusted his lab coat with elegant, deliberate movements, displaying the meticulous precision of a mathematician. Where his cuffs brushed past, the silver nanocrystals slipped silently like ghosts into the ventilation ducts, entering into a mysterious and inexplicable quantum entanglement with the dust samples collected from the bank robbery scene 3 months prior. The torrential rain once again lashed violently against the windows of the forensics division, the sound of raindrops pounding the glass urgent and chaotic. Lín Yi's Jaeger-LeCoultre watch buckle glinted coldly in the morning light, mirroring the unfathomable, inscrutable gaze in his eyes. As the police car slowly rolled out of the campus, the lab computer, as if guided by an invisible hand, automatically erased the final line of code from the remote access log. That string of encrypted commands streaked across the virtual world like a meteor, transforming into raindrops that plunged into the bottomless vortex of the Qingtian River. Dense raindrops pounded against the bulletproof glass of the evidence lab. Captain Lee stood at the window, brows furrowed, eyes fixed on the coding machine's operation log in his hands. His fingers tapped out an impatient rhythm on the paper. The world outside blurred with rain, while the indoor atmosphere felt as heavy and oppressive as the weather. Thud! At that moment, the desk was slammed. Regarding the propofol found in Huang Mao's system, Lín Yì began, his voice steady as a centrifuge, without a hint of emotion. It was an accidental spill from last week's animal testing. As he spoke, he operated the remote control, projecting the experimental records onto the wall. On page 37 of the surveillance footage, a rhesus monkey scrambled frantically across the lab bench, knocking over a tray of anesthetics in its panic. The splattered liquid formed an aerosol in the ventilation ducts. The emergency room where Huang Mao was that night, he continued, swiping his finger across the screen to pull up the hospital floor plan, is directly beneath the laboratory's ventilation system. Therefore, the detection of propofol in his system is most likely attributable to this. Detective Zhang sat beside him, his grip on the pen tightening unconsciously. At Lín Yi's words, the pen tip snapped abruptly, ink spreading across the repair log of 7th Hospital. As if sensing something, Lín Yì promptly opened his phone gallery, displaying a group photo from last week's lab safety meeting. In the photo, the logo pin of the outsourced maintenance company glinted conspicuously on someone's collar. "We terminated their contract 3 months ago," he said, tapping open the email records. The maintenance worker who showed up that night was clearly an imposter. The situation behind this is probably more complicated than we imagined.
The atmosphere in the evidence lab was thick with tension. Suddenly, the lights went out, plunging the entire room into darkness. "Damn it, what's going on?"
As the group gasped, the emergency lights flickered on. Old Chen instinctively glanced at the evidence cabinet and noticed a coffee cup had shifted 2.3 centimeters from its original position. Such a subtle change might go unnoticed under normal circumstances, but in this case shrouded in mystery, it seemed particularly suspicious. "Quick!" Old Chen slipped on gloves and carefully retrieved the coffee cup. Under ultraviolet light, lipstick residue on the rim showed a fluorescent reaction, matching Lín Yi's DNA with only 67% probability. Lín Yì studied the results and explained calmly, "This is biological material I deliberately left behind 3 months ago. It was during the lab open house, and all 37 visitors used this cup.
So this level of match isn't surprising." His explanation seemed plausible, yet something felt off. "Surveillance shows you left the lab on the night of the incident."
Captain Lee suddenly pressed, pausing the footage at 21 hours 30 minutes and 17 seconds. The image captured the hem of Lín Yi's lab coat disappearing around a corridor corner.
"Look at this."
Lín Yì remained calm as he pressed the remote control. The projector abruptly switched to display the temperature control curve of the incubator. A particular peak overlapped with the data from his fitness tracker. He explained, "That was when I went to check the sample culture status.
The equipment automatically records the operator's biometric data every 27 minutes. I have complete records to prove it." Chapter 185, Impregnable, Impenetrable.
Lín Yi's words seemed flawless.
The police officers heard this and immediately grabbed their foreheads. Meanwhile, on the other side,
dense raindrops pounded fiercely against the glass dome of the convention center, producing a dull crackling sound, as if countless invisible hands were tapping on this colossal structure. Captain Lee stood in the shadow of the steel framework, his radiation detector emitting a steady ticking sound.
Each tick felt like time slipping away silently. He lifted his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the curtain of rain to rest on the load-bearing beam 30 meters above. The searchlight's beam swept across the steel, faintly reflecting a subtle silver glow. It was the refraction of aluminum oxide crystals in the light. The evidence report indicated these crystal structures originated from sediments at the bottom of the Qingtian River. Yet the latest monitoring data from the Environmental Protection Agency showed that the surrounding factory's pollution discharge records were entirely compliant. The conflicting data made Captain Lee's brow furrow. His intuition told him a greater secret lay hidden beneath the surface. "Captain Lee, the structural engineer is here," Officer Zhang's voice interrupted his thoughts from behind. Captain Lee turned to see a middle-aged man in a hard hat following Officer Zhang, holding a laser rangefinder and wearing a hint of fatigue. The engineer strode beneath the steel beam. As the laser beam scanned the structure, a shrill alarm suddenly blared. "The metal fatigue index here is 3 times the safe limit." The engineer's voice carried a hint of tension as he crouched down. Using a small pry bar, he gently scraped away the rust-proof paint layer, exposing the underlying metal surface. Honeycomb-like corrosion patterns were clearly visible, resembling the marks left by prolonged exposure to some kind of strong acid mist. Captain Lee crouched down, scrutinizing the patterns. He murmured, "Have you ever seen this type of corrosion pattern before?" The engineer shook his head, his brow furrowed. "This erosion pattern is extremely rare. It resembles the result of prolonged exposure to strong acid mist, but that would require an extremely acidic environment and sustained duration impossible under normal conditions." Captain Lee stood up, brushing dust from his hands. His voice was low. "Xiang, notify the evidence unit. Get samples analyzed immediately. I need to know how this corrosion formed." "Yes, Captain Lee." Zhang swiftly pulled out his walkie-talkie and relayed the order in a hushed tone. In the evidence lab, Old Chen was placing the corrosion samples under an electron microscope. The microscope's display revealed nanoscale crystals adhering to the inner walls of honeycomb-like cavities. Energy dispersive spectroscopy analysis indicated a high concentration of aluminum. Old Chen pushed his glasses up and muttered, "This doesn't add up. How could aluminum oxide cause acidic corrosion?" "This is acid corrosion caused by the hydrolysis of aluminum oxide," Lín Yi's voice suddenly sounded at the lab entrance, tinged with a hint of quiet confidence. He held an academic journal, flipped to page 37, and handed it to Old Chen. Captain Lee's gaze swept over the journal's copyright page. The publication date was exactly 3 months prior. When he noticed the name Lín Yì listed among the authors, his heart skipped a beat. Lín Yì walked to the fume hood where a solution in a beaker was boiling, simulating the metal corrosion process. His pipette precisely dispensed the catalyst as he stated calmly, "The anti-corrosion treatment for the steel used in the convention center is substandard. We submitted an improvement proposal to the municipal government just last week." Captain Lee stared at Lín Yi's profile, trying to read his expression, but Lín Yì remained as calm as ever. Captain Lee asked in a low voice, "Dr. Lin, what do you think caused this corrosion?"
Lín Yì set down the pipette, turned to face Captain Lee, and met his gaze directly.
Based on the experimental results, this corrosion pattern perfectly matches the acidic environment produced by aluminum oxide hydrolysis. If the steel's anti-corrosion treatment is inadequate and combined with specific environmental conditions, this outcome is entirely possible. Captain Lee nodded, though his doubts remained unresolved.
He turned to Old Chen and said, "Old Chen, continue the analysis.
I need more detailed data." The Criminal Investigation Unit's police car pulled up in front of Yonggu Construction Company's building. The red emergency lights glowed harshly in the rainy night. When Captain Lee led his team into the office, the finance manager was frantically shutting down the computer. Officer Zhang grabbed his wrist and coldly ordered, "Freeze. We need to inspect your files." The CFO's face instantly drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Captain Lee walked to the computer and instructed the technical team, "Decrypt the files. I need to know what happened with that unusual expenditure of 200,000 yuan 3 months ago." Xiao Lu from the tech department swiftly worked the computer, strings of code flashing across the screen. Within minutes, the encrypted files were decrypted one by one. A suspicious expenditure of 200,000 yuan from 3 months prior caught Captain Lee's attention. The recipient account belonged to the now-defunct Shinka Materials Company. When the technical department restored the deleted records, the procurement list that appeared prominently listed substandard anti-corrosion paint. "This supplier was your recommendation, wasn't it?" Officer Zhang slammed the bid documents onto the general manager's desk, his voice icy. The signature of the technical consultant at the end of the document was scrawled and difficult to decipher, but under the ultraviolet light, the outline of the characters Lín Yì became clearly visible. Cold sweat beaded on the general manager's forehead as his voice trembled. "Dr. Lin only provided academic advice. We had no idea the paint was defective." Captain Lee snorted coldly, his voice low and menacing. "Didn't know? Then how do you explain this 200,000 yuan expenditure? Your transaction records with Shinka Materials have been recovered. Don't even think about denying it." The general manager's face paled further, his lips trembling slightly, yet he couldn't form a coherent sentence. The forensic lab printer spat out the final test report. The corrosion patterns on the convention center's steel matched the simulated lab samples exactly. Moreover, the substandard paint purchased by Yonggu Company shared an astonishing 83% similarity in composition with the novel anti-corrosion agent developed by Lín Yi's team. "This is a common tactic of industrial espionage," Lín Yì stated calmly, standing in the center of the lab and pointing at the patent application. "We discovered the formula had been stolen 6 months ago, but lacked evidence at the time." Captain Lee stared intently at Lín Yì, searching his eyes for any hint of deception, but Lín Yi's gaze was open and resolute. Captain Lee asked in a low voice, "Dr. Lin, can you explain why Yonggu Company's coding is so similar to your patented formula?" Lín Yì smiled faintly, his voice steady. "It's simple. Our formula was stolen, but we didn't have sufficient evidence at the time to pursue legal action." Captain Lee nodded, though his doubts remained unresolved. He turned to Old Chen and said, "Old Chen, continue the investigation. I need to know the source of these coatings." As the police car escorted Yonggu Corporation's executives away, Lín Yì stood at the laboratory window, idly wiping a beaker in his hand. The winding trails of rain on the glass resembled the corrosion patterns on the steel beams of the convention center. Chapter 186, The Critical Node Vanishes Suddenly. A corner of an unsigned blueprint peeked out from the pocket of his white lab coat. It was the structural diagram of the underground junction between Metro Line 18 and the convention center, with stress analysis values for a critical node circled in red. Meanwhile, Old Chen from the Forensics Division suddenly discovered that dust samples from a bank robbery 3 years prior also contained the same proportion of aluminum oxide. As he prepared to retrieve the old case files, the archive room alarm suddenly blared. Amidst billowing smoke, an encrypted hard drive marked LY vanished without a trace. The downpour gradually subsided, and the Qing River began to glow with the first light of dawn. The centrifuge in the lab hummed on, aluminum oxide crystals in the petri dish reorganizing along predetermined molecular paths, forming entirely new patterns under the microscope. It was a set of latitude and longitude coordinates, precisely pointing to the control center of Metro Line 18, scheduled to open next week. Captain fingers drummed an impatient rhythm on the console's metal surface as the radiation detector's ticking suddenly grew urgent. The pallid LED tubes in the control room emitted a faint hum in the humid air, while the construction progress chart on the wall fluttered slightly in the breeze from the central air conditioning. His gaze swept over the acceptance signature LY0417, the ink's edges blurring like some encrypted pattern. "Captain Lee." Technician Xiao Wang's voice echoed from beneath the console, resonating with metallic reverberation. Crouched in the cramped space tangled with cables, the spotlight on his hard hat illuminated scratches near a concealed interface. "These aluminum oxide crystals." His tweezers picked up a fragment glinting coldly. Their refractive index matches perfectly with the samples recovered from the bottom of the Qingtian River. Old Chen from Forensics leaned in to examine it, his reading glasses reflecting the microscope's electronic screen. Magnified 100,000 times, the icosahedral crystals slowly reassembled, their edges seeping in eerie iridescence.
This isn't a naturally formed structure, his breath fogged the lenses. Someone manipulated the crystal arrangement using an electromagnetic field. The control room door slammed against the wall with a loud bang. Officer Zhang burst in, carrying the cold dampness of the rain with him, his police raincoat trailing a curtain of water behind him. The notebook he flung slid 3 meters across the metal desk, coming to rest beside Captain Lee's hand. The Yanggu Corporation CFO has confessed everything, he declared, jabbing a finger at an encrypted account number. The terminal address for this ghost account. As Lín Yi's lab coat hem brushed the doorframe, the blueprints on the control console suddenly stirred without a breeze. He halted 2 meters from the evidence table, positioning himself precisely outside the overlapping view of 3 surveillance cameras. The theft of the preservative formula 3 years ago, his pen tip traced fluid arcs across the patent documents, we embedded quantum dot markers in every experimental sample. Old Chen abruptly raised the ultraviolet lamp. Under the intense light, the patent document's anti-counterfeiting watermark revealed a subway map. These markers? His voice trailed off as Lín Yì had already walked to the window. The winding trails of torrential rain on the glass mirrored the watermark on the document. On October 17 last year, the lab's server suffered a targeted attack. Lín Yi's lenses reflected the blue glow of the electronic screen as surveillance footage jumped to that rainy night. 17 cameras simultaneously recorded a shadowy figure scaling the perimeter wall, yet all facial recognition systems returned no match. The attacker's counter-surveillance techniques were professional. He typed the password 0417 into the keyboard. Until we found this in the ventilation duct. Zhao from forensics rushed in clutching a sealed bag containing half a rusted screw. A proprietary model from Yanggu Maintenance Workshop, he said, using tweezers to scrape silver powder from the rust. Its composition matches residue found at the subway control center interface. Officer Zhang's pen tip suddenly pierced the transfer log, ink spreading like bloodstains across Wang Tianle's name. The IP address of this intermediary account. His pupils contracted to pinpricks under the UV light. It redirects to the backup server of the medical school lab. The lab door swung open again, carrying the scent of rain. The hem of Captain Lee's coat was still dripping, pooling into small puddles on the floor. Last Christmas Eve, you requested server maintenance. His tactical boots crushed the puddle, casting an oppressive shadow over the lab records. Lín Yì turned to unlock the safe, the metallic whir of gears piercing the silence. Here are the maintenance records from that time, he said, pulling out a document folder sealed with a dark red wax stamp. The engineer sent by Yanggu Company was named Zhang Wei. Before he could finish, the evidence unit phone suddenly blared. Old Chen's hand trembled slightly as he grabbed the receiver. What? Zhang Wei died 3 years ago? His exclamation made everyone turn. The surveillance feed abruptly switched to a 3-year-old bank robbery recording, revealing a snake-shaped tattoo exposed on the back of one masked robber's neck. The pounding rain on the police car roof sounded like a relentless drumbeat. Captain Lee stared at the red dot on his tablet, Wang Tianle's real-time location. He's heading toward the old docks. Officer Zhang yanked the steering wheel, tires skidding across the flooded road and spraying water in a fan-shaped curtain. In the narrow alleys of the urban village, Wang Tianle's canvas shoes slipped on the moss. The laptop he clutched to his chest blared incessant alerts, its screen cascading with code like a waterfall. They've found it. His gasps mingled with the rain, his deformed right index finger tapping an eerie rhythm on the keyboard. Freeze! Plainclothes officer Lu's baton struck the metal fence, sparks illuminating the corner surveillance camera. Wang Tianle suddenly hurled the laptop into the air, its metal casing tracing a parabolic arc through the rain. Catch it! Captain Lee's roar was drowned out by thunder. As Officer Zhang dove to intercept, the laptop erupted with blue light mid-air. The built-in electromagnetic pulse device incinerated all data. The evidence unit's vehicle screeched to a halt in front of the dock warehouse. Old Chen's tweezers plucked a charred chip from the wreckage. It's salvageable. His fingers spun rapidly on the microscope's adjustment wheel. The crystal structure has preserved some data. The laboratory's quantum computer emitted a beep. Lín Yi's pupils contracted in the faint blue glow of the screen. The atomic force microscope image of the scorched chip revealed aluminum oxide crystals arranged in a Fibonacci spiral. This is a 3-dimensional quantum code. His fingers danced across the holographic keyboard. Requires a 17-digit dynamic key. Found it. Xiao Zhao suddenly raised an ultraviolet lamp, revealing the etched markings LY17 on the chip's scorched edge. Old Chen's breathing grew sharp. That serial number, it matches the missing gold from the bank robbery 3 years ago. Captain Lee's walkie-talkie crackled with static. Body discovered at Yanggu Company warehouse. The image showed Zhang Wei lying in a barrel of preservative, his right index finger adorned with a serpentine ring identical to the tattoo on the robber. The autopsy report indicated death occurred 2 weeks prior, yet surveillance footage showed him repairing equipment in the lab just 3 days ago. A sudden gust from the ventilation duct blew up Lín Yi's lab coat, revealing the meteorite analyzer tucked at his waist. As his fingers traced the engraved markings on the device, the crystal structure on the evidence lab's large screen abruptly restructured, displaying geographic coordinates. Chapter 187. Sorry, I'm a witness. Thump. 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 The backup power in the control center suddenly overloaded, causing all screens to flash red alerts simultaneously. Within the beam of Captain Lee's flashlight, aluminum oxide crystals formed an eerie nebula pattern in the vent.
17 minutes until the first train departs. Officer Zhang's shout echoed down the corridor.
Lín Yi's leather shoes struck the metal steps with a crisp, pendulum-like rhythm.
He halted before the main console, the meteorite analyzer's probe piercing a concealed interface.
This is the real self-destruct sequence. His lenses reflected flickering code. The gold stolen 3 years ago was melted into the subway's load-bearing columns.
Old Chen from forensics suddenly slumped in his swivel chair.
Under the microscope, the chip debris revealed aluminum oxide crystals arranged in a precise countdown 17 minutes. When he reviewed the lab's surveillance footage, he discovered Lín Yì had adjusted the centrifuge parameters the previous night, causing the crystals to resonate and reorganize at a specific frequency. The subway platform in the downpour was deserted. Captain Lee's flashlight swept over the 17th support pillar. The corrosion patterns on the metal surface suddenly cracked open, revealing a golden cross-section beneath the gold that had vanished 3 years ago was now gradually emerging under the erosion of the aluminum oxide crystals. As the first rays of dawn pierced the clouds, Lín Yi's white lab coat fluttered in the wind atop the control center's roof. The meteorite analyzer in his hand flashed green with "Mission Complete," while the floor beneath him was strewn with Yanggu Corporation's bid documents. Aluminum oxide crystals refracted rainbows in the morning mist, casting his shadow onto the evidence department's large screen, precisely obscuring the subway route map about to go live. In the underground archives of the evidence division, an encrypted hard drive marked LY self-destructed within the quantum computer. The charred chip debris suddenly emitted a final burst of fluorescence, its crystals rearranging into entirely new coordinates. This time, they pointed toward the stress testing center of the Cross-Sea Bridge. The downpour washed away all traces, yet the laboratory centrifuge hummed on amidst the morning mist over the Qingtian River. Alumina crystals in the petri dish reorganized along predetermined quantum trajectories, weaving the blueprint for the next perfect crime under the electron microscope. The temperature control system in the courtroom emitted a faint hum as Lín Yì sat in the expert witness chair, a silver wristwatch peeking from beneath the cuff of his white lab coat. His fingertips glided across a tablet as a three-dimensional model of the aluminum oxide crystal slowly rotated within a holographic projection. Based on crystal growth rates, his voice steady as a laboratory incubator, the unauthorized access to the control center occurred late Wednesday nights 3 months ago. Wang Tianla's defense attorney abruptly stood, his chair scraping the floor with a shrill screech. "My client has surveillance footage proving." His protest was cut off by the judge's gavel.
Lín Yì promptly pulled up the subway company's duty roster.
All security guards on Wednesday night shifts were temporary workers dispatched by Yanggu Company. Whispers rippled through the gallery, none noticing the encrypted code flashing across his watch face. Old Chen from forensics approached the witness stand carrying a metal case, its surface etched with corrosion patterns visible under the bright lights. "This is the key piece of evidence seized from the defendant's residence." His hand trembled slightly. Internal analysis detected the same crystal structure as the subway control center.
Objection. The defense attorney's face flushed crimson, his tie loosening with agitation. These crystals could have been planted. His voice caught in his throat as Lín Yì projected the laboratory's security footage. The footage showed Wang Tianla appearing 3 times near the laboratory perimeter during the crime window. An infrared thermometer recorded abnormal surface temperature readings, a sign of adrenaline surge. A Yanggu executive in the gallery suddenly slumped in his seat, a handkerchief falling from his suit pocket to reveal the outline of a private seal. Captain Lee sat in the back row of the gallery, his tactical boots unconsciously grinding against the floor. His phone suddenly vibrated.
The latest report from the technical division revealed 17 instances of data overwriting in Wang Tianla's computer transfer records, with the final overwrite occurring 3 hours before the trial. As he looked up toward the witness stand, a cold glint from Lín Yi's wristwatch reflected off the surface, stinging his eyes. These crystals require specialized equipment to cultivate. Lín Yì traced a red line across the holographic model with his finger.
Only 3 laboratories in the entire city meet the requirements.
The projection abruptly switched to equipment usage logs, where Yanggu Corporation's logo stood out prominently on a late Wednesday night registration form. A Yanggu executive in the gallery slumped in his seat. His personal seal appeared in the lower right corner of the purchase order, its ink bleed matching the signature on Wang Tianla's transfer records exactly. Wang Tianla trembled violently in the defendant's dock, his deformed index finger tapping the table. As the bailiff cuffed him, the clang of metal resonated strangely with the hum of the lab centrifuge. Unnoticed by the gallery, a nanocapsule slipped from the pocket of Lín Yi's lab coat. Its acidic solvent silently corroded the epidermal cells on the backrest where he had sat. Old Chen from the evidence department suddenly sneezed, causing a fine crack to appear in the evidence bag he held. The aluminum oxide crystals, exposed to moisture, vaporized, forming a faint rainbow in the air. As torrential rain once again lashed the city, Lín Yì stood on the laboratory's top floor, gazing down at the traffic below. Encrypted messages flashed across his glasses. "The cargo has arrived at the Cross-Sea Bridge project team."
At his feet, the meteorite analyzer screen displayed aluminum oxide crystals reconfiguring into new geographic coordinates.
In the basement of the evidence lab, Old Shin stared at the quantum computer whose screen had suddenly gone black.
Amidst the charred chip debris, the final crystal structure displayed is blank. Data wiped by a directed electromagnetic pulse.
His sigh mingled with the rain.
3 meters away, a sealed bag labeled Wang Tianla case on the evidence rack suddenly cracked open.
The aluminum oxide crystals inside vaporized upon contact with moisture, forming a faint rainbow in the air.
The first train of Metro Line 18 departed the platform on schedule, its carriage advertising screens flashing the Yanggu Corporation logo.
As the train traversed the cross-sea bridge, aluminum oxide crystals within one of the load-bearing columns began resonating at a predetermined frequency, etching new patterns onto the metal fatigue curve. Lín Yi's pen tip traced an elegant spiral across the lab notes as rain droplets outside refracted 17 spectral hues on the window pane. His phone screen lit up with a notification: major scientific breakthrough, new anti-corrosion material receives international certification. In the accompanying photo, at Yanggu Company's new product launch event, the familiar cold gleam of a senior executive's cufflinks mirrored the reflection on Lín Yi's wristwatch.
Chapter 188, Congratulations, Host. 6-star model citizen. Ding. Congratulations, Host, on earning another reward.
Upon hearing the notification chime, a serene expression spread across his face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward slightly. Though this case had been exceptionally perilous, he had ultimately escaped unscathed.
Quite interesting. Ding.
Congratulations, Host, on successfully advancing to 6-star good citizen.
6-star good citizen. Getting stronger and stronger.
If I recall correctly, in Vice City, 6-star good citizen is the highest rank. At this level, when the police issue a warrant for your arrest, they don't just send out patrol cars, they deploy bombers and special forces simultaneously. This meant that once he reached this rank, the cases he encountered in this world would become far more dangerous. Yet these cases were all completed by this body before I crossed over into this world.
How absurd. Looks like I'm in for even more terrifying challenges ahead. Ding.
Congratulations, Host.
Your personal endurance has increased by 28%. Ding.
Congratulations, Host.
Your logical reasoning ability has increased by 29%. Ding.
Congratulations, Host, your personal attractiveness has increased by 1%. Hearing this series of notification sounds, he felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Even his gaze seemed to grow clearer. In an instant, the energy within him surged violently. The next moment, it felt as though a needle had suddenly pierced his brain, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of clarity. Indeed, even the slightest improvement could significantly amplify his strength.
He was growing stronger and stronger. I wonder what kind of case awaited him next. Meanwhile, in Deputy Director Zheng's office, an alarm suddenly blared.
He immediately answered the call, then furrowed his brow slightly.
He sprang into action with lightning speed.
The golden revolving doors of Dongbing Hotel froze in the 7:45 a.m. sunlight as 3 police cars screeched to a halt diagonally before the granite steps. As Officer Zhang pushed open the door, the glare reflecting off the metal frame and the morning sun struck his police badge on his left chest, sending a blinding silver flash across his deep blue uniform.
Back off. Everyone retreat behind the cordon. Young Officer Zhou waved away the swarm of cell phone cameras.
The yellow and black stripes of the caution tape stretched taut in the morning breeze. Residents in pajamas, delivery drivers, and joggers twisted into a chaotic vortex on the sidewalk. Over 20 phones simultaneously pointed at a 4th-floor window behind drawn curtains. His intestines were hanging from the chandelier. A middle-aged man in a polo shirt whispered to someone beside him, his Starbucks paper cup crumpled in his fist.
Bull.
My friend in housekeeping says the victim was that beauty influencer. A young girl with a top knot trembled, her nail art sparkles reflecting wildly in the camera flash. An elderly woman in a sanitation vest clutched her broom and pushed to the front row. I told you this hotel has bad feng shui.
It's just like that crime scene in Forensic Frontline. The crackle of police radios sliced through the din.
Detective Zhang's tactical boots stepped onto the marble stairs, their anti-slip treads aligning perfectly with the geometric patterns of the floor tiles. He glanced up at the surveillance camera on the 2nd floor, the mirrored glass reflecting his taut jawline.
Who called it in?
A figure suddenly stumbled through the revolving doors, the lobby manager's tie askew beneath his Adam's apple.
It was me. It was me.
He waved a room key card, its silver arc glinting in the sunlight. Guest 204 was supposed to check out at 7. Housekeeping knocked with no response, and the phone, his Adam's apple, bobbed 3 times.
I used the spare key to open the door and saw, ugh.
Officer Zhang raised his hand to cut off the retching. The elastic fibers of his latex gloves stretched taut over his knuckles, turning pale. Behind him, 3 technicians zipped sealed bags into their protective suits. The rustling of shoe covers against marble floor tiles sounded like some eerie white noise.
The lock on room 204 clicked softly.
As the pungent stench of blood burst through the door, the corridor's fragrance system suddenly overloaded with an overwhelming lavender scent. Officer Zhang's shoe covers crushed an overturned wine bottle in the entryway, spreading a swamp-like pattern of dark red liquid across the carpet.
An eerie red glow seeped through the frosted bathroom glass. Droplets from the showerhead fell onto the tiles, each drip thickening the blood scent. Record the original state, his muffled voice came from behind the N95 mask. The technician slowly advanced with a wide-angle lens, his anti-fog visor fogging up from rapid breathing. Snap! The bathroom door swung open, the hum of the exhaust fan suddenly rising in pitch. The snow-white bathtub resembled a giant wineglass brimming with crimson liquid. Rose petals floated on the surface, swirling gently with the ripples. The victim lay face up, submerged in the blood. Her waist-length hair spread out like water plants. Fingers painted with scarlet nail polish rested on the rim of the tub. The wound where her index finger was missing looked as if torn by some ferocious beast. Most eerie of all was the frozen smile on her lips. It was brighter red than the congealed blood foam clinging to the tub's edge. Get the coroner in here. Quickly. Forensic technician Old Zhang entered room 204 carrying a silver-gray toolbox. His shoe covers rustled softly against the carpet. He nodded to Officer Zhang, setting the case down in the entryway with a dull thud. Old Zhang slipped on latex gloves, the material making a faint popping sound as it adhered to his skin. He then retrieved a flashlight and magnifying glass from the case. Preliminary assessment shows 2 primary wounds. Old Zhang shone the flashlight on the victim's throat, the beam forming a glare around the wound's edges. The throat wound is deep, severing the carotid artery. This appears to be the cause of death. He paused, shifting the beam to the deceased's right hand. The index finger is missing. The wound edges are irregular, as if forcibly severed by some sharp instrument. Officer Zhang stood beside the bathtub, his gaze sweeping sharply across every corner of the room. If this were suicide, who would choose to slit their throat? And in a bathtub, no less? It defies all logic. He turned to Old Zhang. What do you think? Old Zhang shook his head, sweeping the flashlight beam along the bathtub's edge. Suicides usually slit their wrists or take poison. Cutting the throat is too painful. Plus, the victim was lying naked in the bathtub. Homicide. He crouched down to examine the victim's fingers closely. The wound on the index finger is also peculiar. It looks deliberately severed, and the edges show signs of burning. Officer Zhang frowned, pulling his tablet from his pocket to pull up the hotel registration. The deceased is Su Wan, a sophomore in the Fine Arts Department at Qingshan University. Checked in last night at 10 p.m. He looked up at Old Zhang. Qingshan University? Old Zhang's eyebrows shot up slightly, his hands pausing mid-motion. I recall that kid who helped us crack the last case was also from Qingshan University, right? Chapter 189, Hotel Corpse, Bizarre Death Scene. Officer Zhang nodded, a hint of admiration in his voice. Lín Yì, that kid really is sharp. He's helped us solve quite a few tricky cases. He paused, putting away the tablet. But now isn't the time for that. Let's focus on figuring out what's happening here first. He turned to an officer beside him. Get the hotel manager here. I have questions for him. The hotel manager hurried over, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the lights. He stood at the doorway, his hands clasped nervously together, his tie askew around his neck. Officer Zhang, you wanted me? The manager's voice trembled slightly, his eyes darting toward the bathtub. Detective Zhang nodded, his tone calm yet oppressive. Are the security cameras at the entrance operational? The manager's face instantly drained of color. He swallowed hard, his voice growing more tense. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Our hotel's surveillance system is currently undergoing upgrades and maintenance. It's been offline for a week now. Officer Zhang's gaze sharpened. He took a step forward, his voice deepening. The surveillance is down? Then how do you ensure security measures? Cold sweat beaded on the manager's forehead. Wiping it away, he replied urgently, our hotel uses state-of-the-art Kaba particle doors. They require dual verification, a room key and a dynamic password for maximum security. Each room only has 2 keys, one for the guest and one stored at the front desk. There's absolutely no third key. Officer Zhang stared intently into the manager's eyes, his tone icy. Did you hear any unusual noises last night? Like someone banging on a door? The manager shook his head firmly. No, absolutely not. Our doors have bank-level security systems. Ordinary impacts can't break them open, not even a professional locksmith could manage it. He paused, then lowered his voice. Officer Zhang, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Officer Zhang nodded, gesturing for him to continue. The manager took a deep breath, his voice dropping even lower. If there are no signs of forced entry, then there's only one possibility: the killer was someone the victim knew. The victim opened the door for them personally. Officer Zhang's gaze grew even more intense as he turned to look at the victim in the bathtub. The wound on the throat glowed unnervingly under the light. The air in the room seemed to freeze, broken only by the hum of the exhaust fan echoing in their ears. Standing at the doorway of room 204, Officer Zhang scanned every corner of the room with a cold, piercing gaze. He turned to the forensic technician, Old Zhang, and said, take the body back. Conduct a thorough autopsy immediately. I need to know every single detail.
Old Zhang nodded, directing his assistants to carefully place the body into the body bag with professional, swift movements. The zipper of the body bag slid shut with a soft hiss, as if sealing away the room's lingering scent of blood. Have the deceased's family been notified? Officer Zhang turned to ask Officer Xiao Wang beside him. Xiao Wang replied immediately, they've been notified. The deceased's parents are on their way and should arrive within half an hour. Officer Zhang nodded, his tone steady. Good. As soon as they arrive, bring them to see me immediately. He turned to another officer beside him. Seal off the room. No one is to enter. Secure the scene. Several officers swiftly moved to cordon off the entrance to room 204 with police tape. The bright yellow tape glowed harshly under the corridor lights, mingling with the complex scent of disinfectant and blood in the air. Officer Zhang took a deep breath and strode toward the elevator, preparing to descend. Outside the hotel lobby, the area was already packed tight. Nearby residents, passers-by, and even hotel guests had gathered outside the tape, murmuring among themselves. A tense restlessness hung in the air, as if everyone's nerves were stretched taut by this murder. What rotten luck! I finally get to stay here for one night and run into this. Heard it was a young woman who died. The bathtub was full of blood, horrifying. Can anyone stay at this hotel anymore? With security this lax, who'd dare come here? Oh, stop it. Just hearing about it gives me the creeps. Let's get out of here before we get caught up in the commotion. I heard the victim was a college student. So young, what a tragedy. This place has bad feng shui. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Why aren't the cops giving us any answers? There are so many people watching. Officer Zhang stepped out of the hotel entrance, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as his brow furrowed. He grabbed the megaphone, his voice booming with authority, everyone, please quiet down. This is a crime scene. Do not gather around and interfere with the police investigation. Thank you for your cooperation. His voice struck like a heavy hammer, instantly silencing the crowd's clamor. Though reluctant, the onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only a few curious souls peering from a distance. Just then, a black Buick sped up and came to a smooth stop at the hotel entrance. The doors swung open, and a man and woman stumbled out. The man was around 50, his hair streaked with gray, his face deeply etched with the lines of time, yet now his expression was etched with anxiety and fear. The woman appeared slightly younger, but her face was pale, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried for a long time. Shawan. My daughter. The woman ran while crying, her voice hoarse and trembling, her high heels making a hurried clack-clack sound on the ground. The man followed closely behind, stumbling with each step, his hands trembling uncontrollably. They rushed to Officer Zhang, the woman grabbing his arms so hard her nails nearly dug into his uniform. Officer, what happened to my daughter? What happened to Shawan? Where is she? Officer Zhang steadied himself, his tone as gentle as possible. Please calm down. I'm Officer Zhang, in charge of this case. We're investigating with all our resources, but I can't disclose many details at this time. The woman sobbed, her voice breaking. How could this happen? She called me last night, saying everything was fine. How could this? The man steadied his wife's shoulders, his voice hoarse. Officer, can we see her? Please, let us see her. Officer Zhang took a deep breath, his tone firm yet tinged with reassurance. The medical examiner is currently performing the autopsy. Once the procedures are complete, we will arrange for you to see her. Please go to the hotel lobby to rest for now. We will provide you with an update as soon as possible. The woman collapsed into her husband's arms, her sobs growing more wrenching. My Xiao Wan. She was so young. How could this happen? Officer Zhang motioned for nearby officers to escort the family to the hotel lobby. He remained where he stood, his gaze fixed solemnly on the distant street. Chapter 190. The cause of death was definitely not just her throat. At that very moment, Officer Zhang's phone suddenly vibrated. A text from forensic Dr. Zhang popped up on the screen. Preliminary findings show only fatal injuries to the throat and severed fingers. The murder weapon remains undiscovered. Further autopsy is required to confirm cause of death. Autopsy requires family consent. Please coordinate immediately. Officer Zhang's fingers flew across the screen as he replied, understood. This case is urgent. Begin the autopsy immediately. I'll handle the family arrangements. He tucked his phone away, took a deep breath, and turned toward the hotel lobby. In the lobby, Suwon's parents remained immersed in grief. The woman curled up in her husband's arms, sobbing intermittently. His arms wrapped tightly around her shoulders, the wrinkles on his face deepened, his eyes red and swollen. Clearly he had been crying too. Officer Zhang approached them, crouching down with a gentle tone. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, we've conducted a preliminary examination of Su Wan's condition, but we cannot yet determine the exact cause of death. To catch the killer, we need to perform a full autopsy on Su Wan. This is to uncover more clues and deliver justice for her. Autopsy? Su's father snapped his head up, his voice hoarse with fury. No. Absolutely not. I never laid a finger on my daughter her entire life. Now she's gone, and you want to cut into her body? Impossible. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, veins throbbing violently at his temples.
Mrs. Su's wails grew more piercing. She grabbed Officer Zhang's sleeve, her nails digging into his skin. What good are you cops? Can't you solve such a simple case? Must you dissect my daughter's body? Have you no conscience? Her voice was hoarse and trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the cuff of Officer Zhang's uniform. Officer Zhang steadied himself, his tone firm yet soothing. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, I understand your pain. Su Wan's passing is a devastating blow to you, and a heavy responsibility for us. Precisely because of this, we must uncover the truth swiftly, apprehend the killer, and deliver justice for her. He paused briefly before continuing. The autopsy is a necessary procedure. Only through it can we determine the cause of death and uncover the killer's modus operandi. We will treat Su Wan's body with the utmost professionalism and respect, ensuring she suffers no unnecessary harm. Su's father's breathing grew ragged, his voice low and anguished. But she's already gone. You still want to touch her. How can I accept this? His fingers unconsciously rubbed the sofa armrest, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Mrs. Su's sobs gradually subsided, though she still sniffled. My little Wan. She loved beauty so much. If you touch her, she'll hate me. Her voice was faint, as if squeezed from the depths of her throat, carrying endless sorrow and helplessness. Officer Zhang's voice softened further. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, I know this is incredibly difficult for you to accept. But this is for Su Wan. Only by uncovering the truth can she rest in peace, and only then can the killer face justice. We will complete this as quickly as possible and give you closure. Mr. Su remained silent for a long time before finally nodding slowly. His voice was hoarse. All right. You must hurry. You must find the killer. His words seemed to be squeezed from the depths of his throat, carrying endless exhaustion and pain. Mrs. Su stopped crying and clutched her husband's hand tightly, her voice faint. You must treat her well. Her fingers trembled, leaving shallow scratches on the sofa armrest. Officer Zhang nodded solemnly. Rest assured, we will. He stood up, motioning for the officers beside him to escort the family to the rest area, then strode quickly toward the autopsy room. Inside the autopsy room, old Zhang's flashlight beam swept across Su Wan's lung tissue. He picked up a pair of forceps, pinching a piece of tissue stained with dark brown spots. After careful examination, his tone grew grave. The deceased's lungs contained significant cyanide residue. That is the true cause of death. The wound on her throat was inflicted post-mortem. The killer did it to conceal the truth. He placed the tissue sample into a petri dish, the tips of the forceps glinting coldly under the light. Detective Zhang stood nearby, his gaze sharp. So Su Wan was poisoned. The killer deliberately slit her throat post-mortem to mislead us. His fingers tapped the edge of the autopsy table unconsciously, producing a faint tapping sound. Old Zhang nodded. Correct. And judging by the wound on her finger, the killer likely used some kind of mechanical device to forcibly sever her index finger. This wasn't an ordinary weapon, it was probably a specialized tool. He turned Su Wan's right hand over. The skin at the base of the missing index finger revealed jagged, torn edges, with fine metallic particles embedded in the subcutaneous tissue. Detective Zhang took a deep breath, his voice low. The killer isn't just brutal, they're highly skilled. We need to immediately investigate Su Wan's social circle, especially anyone who might have access to cyanide. Great work, old Zhang. After tossing out that remark, Officer Zhang promptly departed with the autopsy report. Meanwhile, the forensic examination of the room concluded. Technician Xiao Zhou removed his mask, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the fluorescent lights. He approached Officer Zhang, his tone tinged with frustration. Captain Zhang, all blood traces and DNA in the room have been collected. Aside from the victim Su Wan's blood and hair, no DNA evidence from any other individuals was found. Officer Zhang's brow furrowed as his fingers tapped the desk unconsciously. This killer has strong counter-surveillance awareness. Looks like this isn't their first crime. His gaze swept across every corner of the room. Any other findings? Xiao Zhou shook his head, his voice low. Nothing. Not even a trace of the murder weapon. The cyanide container is gone too. The killer clearly removed all evidence after the crime. Detective Zhang nodded, his expression stern. The killer is not only brutal but also extremely cautious. We need to start with Su Wan's social connections and see if we can find a breakthrough. He turned to Officer Wang beside him. Prepare the car. We're heading to Green Mountain University. As the police car pulled out of the hotel gates, the street noise had gradually subsided, yet a heavy tension still hung in the air. Seated in the passenger seat, Officer Zhang stared out the window at the fleeting street scenes, his mind replaying every detail of the case. Qingshan University's campus appeared unusually tranquil under the afternoon sun. Officer Zhang and Officer Xiao Wang entered the Fine Arts Department building, where they encountered a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses. Chapter 191, Behavioral Investigation, Peripheral Relationships. He was holding a stack of art books and visibly startled upon seeing the police. Are you Su Wan's classmate? Officer Zhang approached, his tone calm yet carrying an air of pressure. The young man nodded, his voice tinged with nervousness. I'm her senior. My name is Chen Hao. Su Wan. Has something really happened to her? Officer Zhang didn't answer directly but continued, has Su-won been acting unusually lately? Or had conflicts with anyone? Chen Hao frowned, seemingly recalling details. Su-won has been acting strangely lately. She used to be very outgoing, but recently she's been keeping to herself. She even stopped participating in our department's activities. I asked her about it several times, but she only said she was busy with an important project. She wouldn't say what it was. Project? Officer Zhang's eyebrows raised slightly. Do you know what kind of project it was? Chen Hao shook his head. Not sure. But she seems to be spending a lot of time with this senior named Lín Yì. He's a top student in the chemistry department. I heard he's helping the police with forensic analysis. Pretty famous. When that name came up, he felt a pang of disbelief. What? Lately, every single case seemed to have some connection to that young man. Officer Zhang's gaze sharpened slightly. Lín Yì? What's his relationship with Su-won? I'm not entirely sure, but I heard they've been collaborating on a research project lately. Chen Hao's tone carried uncertainty. Oh, Su-won's best friend Zhang Yao might know more, they're really close. Officer Zhang nodded, signaling to Officer Wang to record the information. Soon after, they located Su-won's best friend, Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao was a petite girl with red, puffy eyes, clearly she'd been crying. Su-won. How could this happen? Zhang Yao's voice trembled with tears as she clutched the hem of her shirt. Officer Zhang's tone was as gentle as possible. We're investigating and hoping to find clues. Did Su-won mention anything unusual to you recently? Or was she getting close to anyone? Zhang Yao wiped her tears, her voice slightly choked. Su-won has been acting strangely lately. She's usually such a cheerful person, but recently she seemed preoccupied. I asked her about it several times, but she only said she was busy with a research project, collaborating with Lín Yì, a senior from the chemistry department. Lín Yì? Officer Zhang's gaze sharpened. What kind of project were they working on? Zhang Yao shook her head. I don't know the specifics, but Su-won mentioned it several times. She said this project was very important and could affect her future. Officer Zhang nodded and pressed on. Does Su-won have a boyfriend? Or someone she's particularly close to? Zhang Yao hesitated, her voice softening. Su-won used to be close with a guy named Li Hang, but they seem to have a falling out recently. Li Hang is in our department. He has a rather extreme personality. After Su-won broke up with him, he kept pestering her a few times. Li Hang? Officer Zhang's brow furrowed slightly. Do you know where he is now? He should be at the art studio near campus. He often paints there. Zhang Yao's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Officer Zhang jotted down the details before heading to the studio with Officer Wang. Inside the studio, a tall young man sat before an easel, his brush moving swiftly across the canvas. His movements halted noticeably when he saw the police enter. Are you Li Hang? Officer Zhang approached, his tone calm yet carrying an air of authority. Li Hang nodded, his voice cool. I am. What do you need from me? Su-won's been in an accident. Did you know about it? Officer Zhang's gaze fixed intently on him. Li Hang's hand visibly trembled, leaving a crooked line on the canvas. Setting down his brush, he replied stiffly, I heard about it, but what does that have to do with me? Officer Zhang didn't answer. Instead, he pressed on, have you been in contact with Su-won recently? Or had any conflicts? Li Hang's expression darkened. We broke up. What happened to her has nothing to do with me. His tone carried a hint of impatience, yet his eyes darted nervously. Officer Zhang's gaze sharpened. After the breakup, did you harass her? Or do anything to her? Li Hang clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white. No. Don't accuse me falsely. His voice suddenly rose, causing other students in the studio to turn and look. Officer Zhang didn't press further, instead motioning for Officer Wang to note Li Hang's reaction. In the chemistry lab at Qingshan University, fluorescent tubes emitted a faint hum. Lín Yì stood before the lab bench, the test tube in his hand tilted slightly, its pale blue liquid tracing an elegant arc along the glass walls. His gaze pierced through the safety goggles, fixated on the slowly flowing liquid within the test tube, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, the laboratory door swung open, and Officer Zhang and Officer Wang entered. Lín Yì, we need to talk. Officer Zhang's voice was calm yet carried an oppressive weight. His sharp gaze swept over the instruments on the lab bench before settling on Lín Yi's face. Lín Yì set down the test tube and removed his safety goggles, revealing a pair of deep, piercing eyes. He hadn't expected this. Officer Zhang would come. But it wasn't entirely unexpected. Probably. Another dead body case, right? His expression remained calm, yet a barely perceptible flicker crossed his eyes. Officer Zhang, what brings you here? His voice was gentle, yet carried an elusive calm. Su-won's in trouble. Did you know? Officer Zhang asked bluntly, his gaze fixed intently on Lín Yi's face, trying to catch any subtle shift in his expression. Lín Yi's brow furrowed slightly, surprise and confusion flickering in his eyes. Su-won? What happened to her? His voice remained composed, though his pace quickened slightly, as if trying to mask the stirrings within. She's dead. The cause of death was cyanide poisoning. Officer Zhang's voice was low and cold. We heard you've been working with her recently and want to understand the situation. Lín Yi's pupils contracted slightly as his fingers unconsciously tightened around the test tube.
Several images flashed rapidly through his mind.
Su-won focused on recording data in the lab, her smiling face as they discussed their research and the slightly weary silhouette of her back as she left the lab for the last time. Cyanide poisoning?
Lín Yi's voice carried a thread of disbelief.
How could that be?
She was indeed collaborating with me on a project recently, but it had nothing to do with cyanide. His tone carried a hint of urgency, as if he needed to prove something.
Chapter 192, This is my research project. What's the problem? Officer Zhang's gaze remained sharp. What exactly was the project you were collaborating on? What were the specifics? Lín Yì took a deep breath, as if gathering his thoughts.
We were researching the application of nanomaterials in art restoration.
Su-won handled the experimental aspects related to the art pieces, while I focused on material synthesis. This project was still in its early stages and didn't involve any toxic substances.
His voice remained calm.
Officer Zhang nodded and continued, Has Su-won been acting unusually lately? Or had any conflicts with anyone?
Lín Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled, she has been acting strangely lately. She used to be so cheerful, but recently she seemed preoccupied. I asked her about it several times, but she only said she was under a lot of pressure and didn't elaborate. His tone carried a hint of concern, as if deeply troubled by Su-won's sudden passing. Detective Zhang's gaze sharpened.
When was the last time you saw her? The night before last, Lín Yì replied, his voice still calm. She stayed late in the lab. We discussed some experimental details.
When she left, I reminded her to be careful.
Officer Zhang nodded, signaling to Officer Wang to record the details. He then continued, When you last saw Su-won, did you notice anything unusual? Or did she mention anyone in particular?
Lín Yì shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone.
No.
She just mentioned feeling tired lately and wanting to go home early to rest. I reminded her to take care of herself and not push too hard. Detective Zhang paused, seemingly gauging the credibility of Lín Yi's account.
After a few seconds of silence, he said, We'll continue our investigation.
If you recall any important clues, please contact us immediately.
Lín Yì nodded calmly. I will.
I also hope the killer is found soon, so justice can be served for Su-won.
Lín Yì stood by the laboratory window, holding a test tube in his hand. The liquid inside glowed a faint blue under the fluorescent lights. His gaze fixed on the window outside when suddenly, the system's alert sounded in his mind, Host, you killed the person.
His fingers jerked violently, nearly dropping the test tube. The liquid inside swayed slightly, refracting eerie patches of light. Lín Yi's pupils contracted sharply, his breathing becoming ragged. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and asked in a low voice, System, give me the details. The system's voice was cold and mechanical. The deceased, Su-won, died from cyanide poisoning. After death, her throat was slit to create the illusion of a throat-slitting murder. The body was discovered naked in the bathtub, the water stained red with blood. Lín Yi's brow furrowed deeply as his fingers tapped the edge of the lab bench unconsciously.
What was the sequence of events? Who is the killer? The system's voice remained utterly devoid of emotion. Apologies, host. Precise clues cannot be provided at this time.
Lín Yi's mouth twitched slightly, his tone laced with resignation and sarcasm. Just when it matters most, your clues run dry again. He set down the test tube, his gaze sweeping every corner of the lab as the case's details replayed relentlessly in his mind. Meanwhile, Officer Zhang sat in the passenger seat of the police car, his gaze fixed on the street scenes rushing past outside the window. The atmosphere inside was heavy. Officer Xiao Wang in the backseat couldn't help but break the silence. Captain Zhang, who do you think is more likely to be the killer? Officer Zhang didn't respond immediately. He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Based on the information we have so far, there are several key figures in Su-won's social circle: her ex-boyfriend Li Hang, her best friend Zhang Yao, her senior Chen Hao, and Lín Yì from the chemistry department. Xiao Wang nodded, a hint of doubt in his voice. Li Hang kept harassing Su-won after they broke up.
He has an extreme personality and seems highly suspicious.
Another officer, Officer Zhang, interjected, but Li Hang doesn't have a motive, unless there was some conflict between him and Su-won we're unaware of.
Officer Zhang shook his head, his voice low. Motive isn't always obvious, especially in romantic disputes.
Li Hang's volatile temperament. If Su-won refused to reconcile, he might have resorted to extreme measures.
Wang frowned and pressed on, what about Lín Yì? He was collaborating with Su-won on a research project. Could an academic dispute have led to conflict? Officer Zhang's eyes flickered slightly.
Lín Yì has a complicated background. Not only is he a top student, but he's also assisted the police in solving numerous cases. His counter-surveillance skills are formidable.
If he's the killer, we'd struggle to find evidence.
Zhang suddenly remembered something, his voice tinged with excitement. Oh, Su-won's best friend Zhang Yao mentioned she'd been preoccupied lately.
Could it be related to her? Officer Zhang shook his head. Zhang Yao and Su-won were very close.
She has no obvious motive.
We need more evidence to pinpoint a suspect. Just then, Officer Zhang's phone rang abruptly. He answered, and the voice on the other end sounded urgent. Chief Zhang, we found a watch in the bathroom drain of room 208 at the hotel. Officer Zhang's brow immediately furrowed. What exactly happened? Hotel staff noticed the toilet wasn't flushing properly while cleaning the drain. They called a plumber, who found a Longines watch deep inside the pipe. The back is engraved with the letters LH. Inspector Zhang's eyes sharpened. LH? That's Li Hang, the victim's ex-boyfriend. He ordered immediately, seal the evidence and send it to the forensic lab for analysis right away. The atmosphere in the police car instantly grew tense. Xiao Wang couldn't help asking, Captain Zhang, could this watch be key evidence? Officer Zhang nodded, his voice low. If Li Hang's DNA is on the watch, he becomes the prime suspect. The lab worked swiftly, and results came back within hours. Traces of blood, not fully washed away, remained in the crevices of the watchband. DNA testing confirmed the blood belonged to Li Hang. Officer Zhang's gaze turned cold as he immediately ordered, turn the car around. Back to Qingshan University. The police car screeched toward the campus. Li Hang was painting in his studio, his brush moving swiftly across the canvas. His movements paused noticeably when the police entered. Li Hang, you are suspected of murdering Su Wan. Please come with us. Officer Zhang's voice was cold and authoritative. Li Hang's face instantly drained of color, and the paintbrush clattered to the floor. Chapter 193, You little thing, you're quite the storyteller. He sprang to his feet, his voice trembling. What right do you have to arrest me? I didn't kill anyone. Officer Zhang held up the evidence bag in his hand, his tone stern. This watch is yours, isn't it? We found it in the hotel's drainage pipe. There's your blood on the strap. Li Hang's pupils contracted sharply, his body trembling slightly. That's impossible. I never even went to the hotel. Officer Zhang said no more, signaling his officers to restrain Li Hang. As Li Hang was led to the police car, students in the art studio peered out, murmurs rising and falling. Back at the station, Officer Zhang interrogated Li Hang. Li Hang remained agitated, his voice hoarse with fury. I didn't kill her. You're framing me. Officer Zhang stared at him coldly, his tone calm yet oppressive. Li Hang, we know you harassed Su Wan after your breakup. This watch is yours, and the blood on the strap is yours too. What else do you have to say? Li Hang's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. I didn't kill her. I lost that watch a few days ago. I have no idea how it ended up in the hotel. Officer Zhang's gaze sharpened. Then why did you keep harassing Su Wan after your breakup? Did her rejection make you want to kill her? Li Hang's face turned pale, his voice trembling. I didn't. I just wanted to get back together, but I didn't kill her. Detective Zhang slammed the door shut behind him, the wooden panel thudding loudly enough to trigger the motion-activated lights in the hallway. His face darkened like the sky before a storm, his gaze icy. He strode out of the interrogation room, his leather shoes clicking urgently on the floor like the ticking of a countdown clock. Detain him for 24 hours, Officer Zhang instructed Officer Xiao Wang beside him, his voice low and icy. Once we gather sufficient evidence, this kid won't get away. Xiao Wang nodded and immediately arranged for Li Hang to be placed in temporary detention. Officer Zhang stood by the corridor window, hands tucked into his pockets. The fading sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a glow upon his shoulders, yet it failed to dispel the gloom that lingered on his face. Every detail of the case replayed relentlessly in his mind, especially the watch discovered in the drainpipe of room 208. The watchband bore several dried bloodstains. Forensic analysis confirmed the DNA matched Li Hang's perfectly. If he never went to the hotel, how did his blood end up on the watch? Officer Zhang muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed and the veins on his forehead pulsing slightly. He pulled out his phone, his fingers swiping swiftly across the screen to dial the technical division, immediately investigate surveillance footage around the hotel. Focus on Li Hang's recent movements, especially the night of the incident. The technical division officers sprang into action, retrieving footage from 16 surveillance cameras at 8 intersections surrounding the hotel and began meticulously reviewing each clip. The footage flashed rapidly across the screens as the timeline rolled back to the night of the incident. Early morning of the 27th. At 4 a.m., a suspicious figure appeared on the surveillance footage. The figure stood about 5 feet 9 inches, clad in a black hooded shirt with the hood pulled tightly over his head. A black mask covered nearly his entire face. Head bowed, he hurried through an alley beside the hotel's main entrance, moving like a silent shadow. Freeze! Officer Zhang pointed at the screen, his voice low and commanding. Zoom in on this frame. The technician enlarged the image. Though the face remained indistinct, the figure's build and gait were clearly visible. He walked straight into the hotel, bypassing the front desk without checking in. Instead, he cut through the lobby and headed toward the stairwell. What about the lobby surveillance? Officer Zhang asked. The technician shook his head, fingers flying over the keyboard. The internal hotel cameras are under maintenance. We only have footage of someone entering the second floor. After that, the feed cuts out. Officer Zhang's brow furrowed even deeper, like twisted hemp rope. Keep tracking him. See when he left. The surveillance footage kept playing, but the man's figure never reappeared. By 5 in the morning, the surveillance around the hotel still hadn't captured him leaving. It was as if he had vanished into thin air somewhere within the hotel. Officer Zhang stood in the surveillance room, his gaze fixed on the blurry silhouette on the screen. The figure wore a hat and a hoodie, moving with deliberate ease, almost perfectly avoiding any angle that might clearly capture his face. Officer Zhang's brow furrowed deeply as his fingers tapped the desk unconsciously, producing a faint tap-tap sound, like some silent countdown. Have the lab team conduct gait analysis and physical profile comparisons, Officer Zhang ordered in a low voice, his words seeming to be squeezed from deep within his throat, carrying a suppressed sense of urgency. Focus on matching Lín Yì and Li Hang. Old Chen from the lab sprang into action, pulling up every frame of the surveillance footage to extract the shadow's gait, height, shoulder width, and other distinguishing features. Technician Xiao Wang swiftly retrieved Lín Yì and Li Hang's routine surveillance recordings from the database, including footage of them walking on campus, activity logs inside the lab, and even their backs while queuing at the cafeteria. Lín Yì is 178 centimeters tall, with a shoulder width of 42 centimeters and a stride length of about 75 centimeters, Xiao Wang reported quietly while operating the computer. Li Hang is 182 centimeters tall, with a shoulder width of 45 centimeters and a stride length of about 80 centimeters. Old Chen compared the data from the surveillance footage of the dark figure with the characteristics of the two individuals. He enlarged the video frame and used measurement tools to meticulously calculate the shadow stride length and shoulder width ratio. Gait analysis shows the person in the footage has a stride length of about 75 centimeters, which closely matches Lín Yì's data, Old Chen stated calmly and professionally. The shoulder width ratio is also close, with an error margin of no more than 1 centimeter. Now let's examine Li Hang's data. Officer Zhang's voice was low as his gaze remained fixed on the screen. Wang pulled up Li Hang's walking footage, and Old Chen compared the shadow's gait with Li Hang's. Li Hang's stride is noticeably longer. The person in the footage has a tighter, more compact gait, much closer to Lín Yì's walking pattern. Old Chen looked up, his tone firm. Based on body shape and appearance, the match between the person in the footage and Lín Yì exceeds 90%. Officer Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted, and the rhythm of his fingers tapping the desk quickened. Chapter 194, What? That boy again? Lín Yì's face flashed through his mind, always bearing that faint smile, those eyes that seemed calm yet held unfathomable depths. Lín Yì. Officer Zhang murmured the name, his voice tinged with complexity. Looks like we'll have to talk to him again. He turned and walked out of the surveillance room. The corridor lights cast a long shadow behind him, the air thick with a heavy, tense atmosphere. Wang hurried to catch up, asking quietly, Captain Zhang, should we go find Lín Yì now? Officer Zhang nodded, his tone stern. Yes. Head to the chemistry lab immediately. This time, we'll ask more detailed questions. The two hurried toward the parking lot, the roar of the police car's engine shattering the campus's tranquility. Seated in the passenger seat, Officer Zhang stared out the window at the fleeting street scenes, his mind replaying every detail of Lín Yì's movements. Xiao Wang drove intently, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror to gauge Officer Zhang's expression. Captain Zhang, do you think Lín Yì could be the killer? Xiao Wang finally asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Officer Zhang remained silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Lín Yì has strong counter-surveillance awareness, and his build and appearance closely match the shadowy figure in the surveillance footage. But based on that alone, we can't draw conclusions. We need more evidence. Xiao Wang nodded and fell silent. The car fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the hum of the engine. The fluorescent lights in the chemistry lab hummed softly. Lín Yì's lab coat sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing a section of toned forearm. He was pipetting reagents into a petri dish, the pale blue liquid swirling into vortex patterns within the glassware. When Officer Zhang pushed open the door, the hinges creaked, startling the centrifuge humming away in the fume hood. Mr. Lin, I'll only take a few minutes of your time. Officer Zhang's tactical boots made a sticky friction sound against the anti-static floor mat. His gaze swept over the rows of test tube racks lining the lab bench. In one tube labeled LY0417, a silvery suspension was slowly settling. Lín Yì set down his pipette. As he turned, the wheels of his lab chair traced a semicircular arc across the floor. Officer Zhang, are you here about Su Wan's case? His lenses glinted coldly under the lights, perfectly obscuring the slight contraction of his pupils. Detective Zhang's index finger tapped the edge of the lab bench, producing a crisp clink on the stainless steel surface. Regarding your collaborative nanomaterials project specifically, which chemical reagents were involved? Primarily aluminum oxide and silicon dioxide composite materials, Lín Yì replied, sliding the microscope aside to pull up the lab logs on his computer. The timeline on the screen showed that from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. on the night of the incident, the equipment had continuously recorded the incubator parameters. The temperature remained constant at 37 C, with humidity fluctuations not exceeding 3%. Officer Zhang's gaze lingered briefly on the red text labeled real-time monitoring. Were you present the entire time during this period? Nanocrystal growth requires data logging every half hour. Lín Yì slid the mouse to pull up a corridor surveillance screenshot.
In the footage, he appeared punctually at the lab door every 29 minutes and 47 seconds, holding a thermos cup bearing the Qingshan University logo.
The equipment triggers an automatic alarm every 30 minutes. Here's the alarm log. He opened 17 consecutive system alerts, each timestamp precise to the millisecond. Officer Zhang's knuckles unconsciously rubbed the police recorder at his waist.
I heard Su Wan was being followed before she was killed.
Did you know about that?
Lín Yì removed his protective goggles, the motion of wiping them with a cloth obscuring his expression.
She mentioned it last Wednesday in the lab.
Said she kept feeling like someone was watching her drawing board.
He abruptly pulled up the lab access logs.
A highlighted visitor entry flashed on the screen.
This is her last entry into the lab.
She left at 8:07 p.m. that night, taking 3 experimental brushes with her.
Brushes? Officer Zhang's pupils contracted slightly.
Specially treated nanopens.
The tips can absorb specific chemicals.
Lín Yì retrieved a sealed bag from the drawer, containing a broken half of a brush.
This is the damaged sample she returned. The tip tested positive for trace amounts of potassium cyanide.
But our lab has never stored such a highly toxic substance.
Officer Zhang's fingertips pressed into the sealed bag, leaving fingerprint-like indentations. Why didn't you mention such crucial evidence earlier?
The toxicology analysis was just completed this morning. Lín Yì opened the mass spectrometer report, its generation time stamped 2 hours prior.
I was about to contact you. His wristwatch suddenly glowed blue, a molecular structure diagram rotating on the dial. I heard your chemistry department lost a batch of lab equipment last week?
Officer Zhang took a sudden half-step forward, the anti-slip treads on his tactical boots crushing crystalline particles scattered on the floor. Lín Yi's breathing remained steady as his fingers tapped out a crisp rhythm on the keyboard. The surveillance feed switched to the equipment room.
The timestamp read 11:23 p.m. on the night of the incident.
A hooded figure was seen prying open a storage cabinet.
This is the security footage provided by the department, already shared with the police.
His sleeve slipped, revealing a medical wristband. I was receiving 4 fluids at the campus hospital that night. The nurse's station cameras can verify it.
Officer Zhang's phone vibrated at that moment. A message from the technical department confirmed the medical records.
His gaze fixed on the half-exposed fountain pen in the breast pocket of Lín Yi's white coat.
One last question. Officer Zhang's index finger suddenly pointed at the incubator. What happens to the nanocrystals being cultivated in here if they come into contact with cyanide?
For the first time, a faint curve touched Lín Yi's lips as he opened the observation window of the incubator.
The once silver crystal clusters had transformed into an eerie purplish-black hue, continuously disintegrating and reforming within the culture medium.
They form memory-based toxicological markers. He withdrew a test tube and gently swirled it, revealing a blurred human face within the liquid. As long as the killer touched these crystals, even 72 hours later, they'll become visible under ultraviolet light. The lab fell into sudden silence, the hum of the fume hood abruptly amplified. Detective Zhang's gaze darted between the test tube and the facial outline before he finally stowed his recorder. Bring this evidence to headquarters tomorrow for a full briefing. The door slammed shut just as Lín Yi's pipette delivered the final precise drop of reagent.
Inside the interrogation room,
the fluorescent lights emitted a faint hum as beads of sweat formed on Li Hang's temples, glistening oily under the harsh glare. Officer Zhang slammed his Longines watch onto the metal table with a clang. The watch face reflected Li Hang's contorted expression.
At 1:27 a.m., the hotel door lock records show someone entered the room using a passcode. Chapter 195, This Food. It probably contains cyanide. Officer Zhang's fingertips tapped the surveillance screenshot on his tablet.
The blurred figure in the image wore a dark hoodie.
The clothes you wore that night, they should still be in your dorm closet, right?
Li Hang's Adam's apple bobbed violently as his fingers unconsciously dug into the interrogation chair's armrest.
I've said it 1,000 times, I lost the watch in the studio last week.
His voice was as raspy as sandpaper, his lips cracked and peeling from prolonged dehydration.
Xiao Zhou suddenly slammed a sealed bag onto the table, revealing the watch retrieved from the hotel's plumbing.
Under the ultraviolet light, crimson stains glowed from the watchband's crevices. Besides your DNA, this has Su Wan's skin cells.
Need me explain how those ended up on the inside of the band?
Li Hang's pupils contracted sharply as the interrogation chair screeched with a grinding noise under his backward lean.
The wall clock read 3:17 a.m.
The cold air from the AC vent carried a faint scent of blood.
That was the bathtub water sample just delivered by the evidence lab. This is your last chance.
Officer Zhang abruptly stood, the dull thud of his tactical boots echoing in the confined space.
The skin tissue from Su Wan's fingernails is being matched. Once the results come back. I went there.
Li Hang suddenly roared, digging his fingers deep into his thigh.
I went to see her that night.
His voice suddenly dropped, as if his backbone had been ripped out.
But I didn't kill her.
Officer Zhang's pen hovered over the interrogation form, a droplet of ink splattering and spreading across the date 2023-09-17.
Li Hang's account was broken, punctuated by sobs and violent coughs, slipped in through the staff entrance at 11:30, knew she lived in 204, used the code I'd spied on before to open the door. His fingernails scraped white marks into the tabletop. She opened the door wrapped in a bath towel and screamed when she saw me. Xiao Zhou pulled up the hotel's hot water usage records. At 12:03 a.m., the hot water valve for room 204 had suddenly been turned to maximum temperature. This timing perfectly matched Li Hang's description of her grabbing the electric kettle to smash me. That's when the watch band snapped. Li Hang suddenly pointed at the evidence bag. She grabbed my wrist and bit down. I jerked my arm free. His cuff slid down, revealing a crescent-shaped scabbed bite mark on his forearm. Officer Zhang picked up the watch with tweezers. Sure enough, the inside of the class bore minute bite marks. So you retaliated with cyanide? What's cyanide? Li Hang suddenly lunged forward but was pinned back into his seat by officers. Security kicked me out before midnight. Lobby surveillance can prove it. The interrogation room fell into a sudden, deathly silence. Officer Zhang's pupils contracted slightly. The hotel lobby surveillance system was indeed disabled, but only insiders knew about it. This kid. Could it be? Thud. The evidence unit suddenly knocked on the door, delivering a new report. As Officer Zhang scanned the documents, his knuckles turned white. Suwon's stomach contents revealed she had consumed tiramisu 2 hours before her death. The hotel's delivery records showed the dessert was delivered at 1:40 a.m. Standing before the interrogation desk, Officer Zhang's gaze was like a knife, fixed intently on Li Hang seated across from him. Spread out on the table was a hotel room service order slip, clearly documenting that at 1:40 a.m. on the 27th, a dessert had been delivered to room 204. You claim you left the hotel before midnight. Officer Zhang's voice was low and icy as his fingers slammed down on the order slip. Then who ate this dessert delivered at 1:40? Li Hang's face instantly turned as white as paper. The interrogation chair creaked under his trembling body. His lips quivered slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but his throat felt blocked, unable to produce a sound. His fingers unconsciously dug into the edge of the interrogation chair, knuckles turning white from the pressure. The sky outside began to lighten, the dawn light filtering through the iron bars and casting cage-like shadows on the floor. The atmosphere in the interrogation room was suffocatingly oppressive, thick with an invisible weight. Just then, the silence was broken by the voice of another officer behind the one-way glass. Perhaps Miss Suwon has a habit of eating late-night snacks? After all, young girls sometimes crave sweets to satisfy their cravings. Officer Zhang's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not turn around. His fingers remained pressed against the delivery slip, the tips turning slightly white from the pressure. Several images flashed rapidly through his mind. Suwon's body lay in the bathtub, throat slit, the water stained crimson with blood. The victim's stomach was empty, containing no food residue whatsoever. Late-night snack? Officer Zhang's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. The preliminary autopsy report shows Suwon's stomach contained no food residue. She hadn't eaten for at least 6 hours before her death. The voice behind the one-way glass paused briefly before continuing. Could it be something the killer ordered? To establish an alibi? Detective Zhang's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze still fixed on Li Hang's face. Li Hang's body trembled more violently, fine beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the fluorescent lights. His eyes darted nervously, seemingly trying desperately to avoid Inspector Zhang's gaze. Alibi? Officer Zhang's voice was low and sharp. Would the killer be that stupid, leaving such obvious evidence behind? Silence fell over the interrogation room once more, broken only by the hum of the fluorescent tubes. Li Hang's fingers unconsciously dug into the edge of the interrogation chair, his nails scraping against the metal with a faint squeaking sound. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, no sound came out. Officer Zhang's gaze remained unyielding as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the delivery slip, producing a steady tap-tap sound. He knew that behind this delivery slip lay even deeper secrets. And Li Hang, clearly, hadn't told the whole truth yet. Li Hang, Officer Zhang's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable weight of authority. Is there anything else you wish to say? Li Hang's body jerked violently, causing the interrogation chair to creak. His lips trembled slightly as a hoarse, faint voice emerged. I really don't know. I didn't kill anyone. Li Hang sat on the metal chair, his hands cuffed to the tabletop, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, glistening oily under the harsh lights. Chapter 196, Confess and Receive Leniency, Resist and Face Harsher Punishment. Detective Zhang sat across from him, arms folded on the table, his gaze piercing. Li Hang, you haven't told the whole truth yet. Officer Zhang's voice was low and cold, as if forced from the depths of his throat. If you don't tell the truth, no one can save you. But if you confess and cooperate, perhaps I can still help you. Li Hang's Adam's apple bobbed as his voice came out hoarse and trembling. Can I have a cigarette? Officer Zhang glanced at him and signaled to Officer Xiao Wang beside him to hand Li Hang a cigarette. Xiao Wang pulled a pack from his pocket, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Li Hang. He then produced a lighter and flicked it open with a click, lighting the cigarette. Li Hang's fingers trembled slightly as he took the cigarette, drawing a deep drag. Smoke drifted slowly from his nostrils, forming a grayish-white cloud in the air. That night. Li Hang's voice was low and halting, as if forced from the depths of his throat. I did order a dessert. Only, in the end, I ate it all myself. His fingers gripped the cigarette but tightly, ash falling onto the tabletop and forming a small pile of cinders. Officer Zhang's gaze sharpened. You say you ate the dessert, but why was cyanide found in Su Wan's stomach? Do you realize cyanide is a deadly poison? Even a tiny amount can be fatal. Li Hang's face paled further as his fingers unconsciously rubbed the cigarette butt. I really don't know. After eating the dessert, I felt dizzy and disoriented, then I blacked out. When I woke up, Su Wan was already. His voice suddenly choked up, his eyes reddening as tears welled in the corners. Detective Zhang's brow furrowed as his fingers tapped lightly on the table, creating a rhythmic tap-tap sound. After eating the dessert, did you see anyone suspicious? Or smell anything unusual? Li Hang took a deep drag on his cigarette, smoke swirling before him. I only remember the dessert box had a strange symbol on it like a chemical formula. I didn't think much of it and opened it right away. As for the smell. He paused, straining to recall. There was a faint almond scent, but I assumed it was just the dessert's aroma. Almond scent? Officer Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted, his fingers tapping the table faster. Cyanide smells like bitter almonds. Are you sure it was almond? Li Hang nodded, his voice low. Yes, but I didn't think much of it at the time. After eating the dessert, I felt dizzy, then lost consciousness. His fingers clenched the cigarette but tightly, ash falling onto the table in a small pile. Detective Zhang's gaze grew even colder. Who delivered the dessert? Did you see the delivery person? Li Hang shook his head, his voice hoarse. I didn't see the delivery person. The dessert was left at the door. When I opened it, the box was already there. Detective Zhang's brow furrowed deeper. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, creating a rhythmic tap-tap sound. When you woke up, Su Wan was already dead. Why didn't you call the police? Li Hang's face paled further as his fingers unconsciously rubbed the cigarette butt. I was terrified. My mind went blank. I had no idea what had happened. All I could think about was getting out of there quickly. His voice suddenly choked up, his eyes reddening as tears welled up at the corners. Detective Zhang stood before the whiteboard in the police station conference room. Red marker traces wove the case timeline, character relationships, and physical evidence into a complex web. His gaze lingered on the label marked hotel room takeout order. A report submitted by the technical division half an hour earlier showed that at 11:42 p.m. on the night of the incident, Room 208 had ordered a late-night snack through a food delivery platform. Xiao Wang. Officer Zhang tapped the takeout order screenshot with his pen tip, his voice low and steady. Find out who ordered this dessert set and if there were any irregularities with the delivery driver. Xiao Wang swiftly retrieved the order details, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The account used was Su Wan's personal phone number, paid via WeChat wallet. The delivery driver was Zhang Chang, employee ID FD 1147, a veteran at Fei Niao Delivery. He paused before adding, the order notes say not too sweet, delivered to the room door. Officer Zhang's finger traced the delivery route map, his brow furrowing slightly. Order accepted at 11:47 p.m., delivered at 12:06 a.m. exactly 2 hours before the forensic pathologist's estimated time of death. His gaze suddenly fixed on a surveillance screenshot of the hotel hallway, where a faint blue helmet glint appeared at the edge of the frame. Contact the platform to retrieve the delivery driver's facial recognition records and cross-reference the angle of that helmet's reflection. The technical unit officers swiftly retrieved the facial recognition data from the food delivery platform. On the computer screen, Zhang Chang's face gradually sharpened, but the helmet's reflection angle didn't fully match the surveillance footage. Officer Zhang's pupils contracted sharply as his voice turned icy. That helmet is suspicious. Investigate. 3 hours later, the manager of the Fei Niao delivery station was summoned to the police station. The greasy-faced middle-aged man wiped sweat from his brow as he explained. Zhang Chang took the day off today, and his phone is turned off, but his electric bike's GPS shows he was near the hotel on the night of the incident. His fingers swiped across the tablet, pulling up Zhang Chang's delivery records. He's always been a reliable worker, never caused any trouble. Officer Zhang's gaze fixed intensely on the manager, his tone carrying a sense of pressure. Is there something wrong with Zhang Chang's helmet? The manager paused, then nodded. His helmet broke a few days ago. He borrowed one from a colleague temporarily, but that colleague is also on leave today and can't be reached. A sudden cry came from the tech lab. Chief Zhang. Fingerprints on the delivery bag match Zhang Chang, but there's another set belonging to a known criminal. The database comparison results flashed across the computer screen. The fingerprints belonged to Zhao Daong, who had served time for intentional assault and was released just 6 months ago. Officer Zhang slammed his fist onto the desk, his voice low and furious. Surround Zhang Chang's rental apartment immediately. Arrest him. Police cars screeched toward Zhang Chang's residence, tires screeching against the pavement. Bang! As officers burst through the door, instant noodles were boiling on the kitchen stove.
filling the air with steamy vapors. On the dusty windowsill, a partial shoe print containing cyanide residue perfectly matched the footprints found in the hotel's emergency exit. The technician swiftly collected the footprint sample as Officer Zhang scanned every corner of the room. Suddenly, Wang's shout came from the bedroom, "Chief Zhang, we found it!" Zhang Chang's phone unlocked, revealing the last deleted text message, "Hide the goods in the delivery bag. Transfer the money to the old account." Detective Zhang's pupils contracted sharply. His voice was low and icy, "Zhang Chang, you're not getting away." As Zhang Chang was led to the police car, his face was pale and his lips trembled. I was just the delivery guy. I didn't know what was inside." Detective Zhang stared at him coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable weight. "You can explain everything once we get to the station." Chapter 197, Endless Framing. Just the beginning. Inside the interrogation room, Zhang Chang sat on a metal chair, his hands clenched tightly around his knees, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead under the harsh fluorescent lights. Officer Zhang slid a takeout order slip toward Zhang Chang, his fingertips tapping the table with a rhythmic tap-tap. "At 11:15 last night, you picked up an order from Midnight Kitchen and delivered it to room 204 at Green Mountain Hotel." Officer Zhang's voice was calm yet oppressive. "The order specified 1 tiramisu, 1 hot milk, correct?" Zhang Chang's Adam's apple bobbed as his voice trembled slightly. Yes, but it was just a regular delivery order. I dropped it off and left. Nothing happened." Officer Zhang's gaze remained coldly fixed on him as his finger traced the order records. "According to hotel surveillance, you entered the hotel at 11:20 and left at 11:35. What were you doing in room 204 during those 15 minutes? Zhang Chang's face instantly drained of color as his fingers unconsciously dug into the armrest of his chair. I just delivered the food to the door, knocked, and Miss Su Wan came out to take it. Then I left." "Really? I didn't go inside." Officer Zhang pulled a photograph from his folder and slid it toward Zhang Chang. "This is a surveillance screenshot from the hotel hallway. It shows you lingering outside room 204 for nearly 5 minutes. You just said you knocked and left. What were you doing during those 5 minutes? Zhang Chang's pupils suddenly contracted, his breathing becoming rapid. His voice suddenly dropped, as if drained of strength. "Miss Su Wan said she wasn't feeling well and asked me to leave the takeout at the door. I waited there for a moment, making sure she took it before leaving." Officer Zhang's brow furrowed slightly as his fingers tapped faster on the desk. What was Miss Su Wan's condition at the time? Did anything seem unusual? Zhang Chang lowered his head, his voice barely audible. She seemed a bit weak, very pale. I asked if she needed help, but she said no, just to leave the food at the door. Officer Zhang's gaze sharpened. "When you left, did you see anyone else, or hear anything unusual?" Zhang Chang shook his head, his voice hoarse. "No, I didn't see or hear anything. I left immediately after delivering the food." "Really?" Just then, the interrogation room door swung open. Xiao Wang hurried in, holding a test report. "Captain Zhang, the results for Su Wan's stomach contents are in. They did contain tiramisu and hot milk, but we also detected cyanide." Detective Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted as his gaze shifted to Zhang Chang. "What did you put in the delivery?" Zhang Chang's face drained of color instantly. His body jerked up from the chair, only to be pushed back down by the officers. I didn't add anything. I'm just a delivery guy. How could I possibly poison anyone?" Officer Zhang stared at him coldly, his tone laced with warning. "Zhang Chang, if you tell the truth now, you might still get leniency. But if we uncover it ourselves, you know the consequences." Zhang Chang's eyes suddenly reddened, his voice breaking with tears. "I really didn't. I'm just an ordinary delivery guy. I don't even know what cyanide is. Why won't you believe me?" The interrogation room grew even more oppressive as Officer Zhang's gaze shifted back and forth between Zhang Chang and the test report. He knew that while Zhang Chang's confession seemed plausible, the presence of cyanide complicated the case significantly. Rising to his feet, he instructed Officer Wang, "Take him to the break room. We'll need to investigate further." As Zhang Chang was led out of the interrogation room, his steps faltered, as if all strength had been drained from his body. Meanwhile, Li Hang's hands were cuffed to the metal table, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the scratches on the surface. Officer Zhang deliberately raised his voice, slamming his palm hard on the table. "Li Hang, Zhang Chang next door has already cracked. Why aren't you telling the truth?" His voice pierced through the poorly soundproofed wall, carrying clearly into the observation room next door. Behind the one-way glass, Zhang Chang was pinned to his chair by 2 officers, his ear pressed against the wall. He could hear Li Hang's trembling voice. I really didn't kill anyone," followed immediately by Officer Zhang's furious roar. "The forensic team found your fingerprints on the cyanide packaging. How long do you plan to keep playing dumb?" Cold sweat instantly soaked Zhang Chang's back. He had personally opened that poison packet. Detective Zhang flicked a forged fingerprint report with tweezers, waving it before Li Hang's eyes. Li Hang's pupils dilated with terror, a muffled sob rising from his throat. Officer Zhang's boot heel slammed against the table leg with a thunderous thud. Zhang Chang claims you forced him to poison her. We have all the transfer records and call recordings. His finger jabbed at the surveillance camera in the corner of the ceiling. Confess now, and we'll consider it a voluntary surrender. 3 minutes later, Zhang Chang was shoved into the interrogation room. His prison uniform collar was stained with instant noodle soup, and dust from his rented apartment's windowsill clung to his ankles. Officer Zhang slammed a stack of documents onto the table before him, the top sheet displaying Li Hang's bank statements. At 1:50 a.m., a 100 yen, 000 transfer was circled in red ink. When you disposed of Li Hang's body, you pocketed Su Wan's diamond ring, didn't you? Officer Zhang suddenly flung open an evidence bag. Under ultraviolet light, the engraved SW on the ring's inner band glowed. Zhang Chang's Adam's apple bobbed 3 times. As Officer Zhang played the fabricated Li Hang confession recording, Zhang Chang dug his fingernails deep into his palms. In the recording, Li Hang sobbed, "Zhang Chang did it all. He forced me to transfer the money." In reality, this was a montage created by the technical department, splicing together Li Hang's actual sobs from interrogation. "He's lying," Zhang Chang erupted suddenly, the chain of his handcuffs scraping sparks against the table corner. "That night, he was the one who mixed the cyanide into the milk tea and made me deliver it." His saliva splattered against the one-way glass as he pointed at the fabricated transfer records. "The 100,000 was hush money. He threatened to expose my criminal record if I refused." Detective Zhang's pen tapped lightly on the confession statement. "Why was Su Wan's diamond ring in your possession?" Zhang Chang's shoulders slumped, his voice suddenly hoarse. "It fell into the bathtub when she struggled. I fished it out to offset the debt." His fingers twitched nervously. Li Hang said this case was airtight. The police would never trace it back to the delivery. "Confess everything." Officer Zhang slid the evidence bag containing the cyanide vial toward him. A half-smeared fingerprint still clung to the glass surface. Chapter 198, Evading Pursuit. Securing the reward. Know what this is? Officer Zhang pinched up a photo of footprints taken from the hotel's emergency exit with tweezers. The molecular structure matches the cyanide residue on your windowsill perfectly. Zhang Chang's Adam's apple bobbed violently as beads of sweat formed on his temples. The sleeve of his work uniform bore the distinctive grease stains from takeout packaging, now glowing with an eerie fluorescence under the ultraviolet light. Wang from forensics suddenly pushed open the door, turning his tablet screen toward the suspect. "This is the cloud backup recovered from your phone." The screen displayed a holographic projection of deleted text messages, with the send time frozen at 23:55 on the night of the incident. "The goods and goods placed in delivery bag, this is it, right?" He held up a sealed bag containing half a portion of tiramisu contaminated with cyanide residue. Zhang Chang's fingernails dug deep into his palms, leaving damp handprints on the metal armrests of the interrogation chair. Officer Zhang suddenly spread out 3 photos side by side. The first showed chemical symbol graffiti on the inside of the delivery bag. The second depicted a gas mask from Zhang Chang's electric bike trunk. The third displayed microscopic images of crystalline deposits in Su Wan's lungs from the autopsy report. 5 years ago, you were fired from your chemical plant job for improperly handling cyanide, Officer Zhang declared, tapping his pen tip on the file copy, piercing a yellowed oil stain. The purification method used in this murder matches the one from that workshop leak incident exactly. A ginkgo leaf suddenly drifted out of the air vent, its vascular tissue embedded with a nanoscale tracking chip. Zhang Chang's pupils contracted violently the instant he caught sight of the leaf. This micro-expression was precisely captured by a hidden camera. "Someone ordered me to do this." He slammed his head onto the desk, blood spattering onto the evidence bag. "Last month, someone transferred 100,000 yuan to my account, saying all I had to do was swap out the takeout." His voice trailed off abruptly as his trembling finger pointed at the leaf. "That leaf. Every time we contacted each other, it was tucked inside the delivery box." The technician immediately scanned the leaf with a spectrometer, revealing a special heat-activated ink coating its surface. Under the ultraviolet light, a 3-dimensional structural diagram of the chemistry building at Qingshan University gradually emerged on the leaf surface. A red dot marked the location of a ventilation duct directly opposite Lín Yi's laboratory. "Before every operation, he made me park my electric bike at this exact coordinate." Zhang Chang highlighted the navigation history on his phone, where 3 red dots precisely aligned with the ginkgo tree on the map. He said as long as I followed instructions, they couldn't trace it back to me. As the interrogation recorder's timer ticked past 4 hours and 17 minutes, Zhang Chang finally slumped in his chair. The lab's fluorescent tubes suddenly flickered twice. Lín Yi's white lab coat swayed slightly in the airflow from the fume hood. The hum of his vibrating phone bounced across the lab bench, its blue screen illuminating the curve of his lips. Officer Zhang's text read, "Suspect apprehended."
Prosecution imminent. That was surprisingly efficient this time. Lín Yi's pipette hovered over the test tube for half a second before a silver droplet fell into the petri dish. The nanocrystals abruptly coalesced into the shape of a human face. Staring at the crystalline visage of Zheng Chang emerging before him, Lín Yì suddenly felt a fine chill crawl up the back of his neck. The micro-expression on that face bore a look of terror he had never taught. A draft suddenly blew open his lab notebook, pages rustling as they flipped to a page from 3 months ago. Lín Yi's pupils contracted slightly. That day's lab log contained a diagram of potassium cyanide's molecular structure. But the note beside it, labeled Substitute Toxicity Test, now glared with jarring intensity. He hadn't expected the suspect to be caught so quickly this time. What he hadn't anticipated was that he himself had been involved in this case. The system had alerted him that he was the one who had committed the murder. But why? After arresting Li Hang and Zhang Chang? Why had Zheng Chang been directly identified as the ultimate murderer? And why had he ultimately confessed? It was impossible that he hadn't been involved in this case from the very beginning. The system had given a clear indication if he hadn't participated. It would have been absolutely impossible. So what exactly had transpired in between? A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. He desperately hoped the system would now reveal what had transpired in between. But in the very next second, ding! A cold, mechanical tone suddenly exploded within his skull, nearly causing the test tube in Lín Yi's hand to slip from his grasp. The nanoface in the petri dish abruptly distorted into a skull pattern, and a translucent system interface appeared on his retina. Congratulations, host, on completing the perfect frame-up mission escape from police pursuit rating, S-Class. Calculating rewards. Lín Yi's fingertips unconsciously traced the LY17 code on the test tube as his pupils trembled behind his lenses. System. Elaborate. The nanocrystals in the petri dish suddenly exploded, reassembling into a three-dimensional model of the hotel delivery cart within the culture medium. A mechanical voice synchronized with the image. September 26, 2342. You modified the Feinyao delivery system parameters, overwriting Zhao Da's fingerprint data onto Zheng Chang's delivery helmet. Cold sweat broke out on Lín Yi's back. From the hidden compartment beneath the lab bench, the bottle labeled experimental waste containing potassium cyanide suddenly rolled out. He clearly remembered the system warning 3 days prior. During the disposal of expired reagents, waste recycling channel abnormal. On the 15th of this month, you swapped out the cyanide at the chemistry department's waste disposal station. The system interface switched to surveillance footage. In the footage, blue powder clung to the cuffs of his lab coat. The actual poison was mixed into the lab's pastry box by you. It was passed on by Su Wan's close friend, Zhang Yao, and ultimately appeared in the hotel dessert. The laboratory's ultraviolet lamp suddenly activated automatically. A dense cluster of blue light dots appeared on Lín Yi's safety goggles. So that's how it happened. No wonder he couldn't recall what happened during that period. It turned out that during his involvement in the case, he had merely swapped the real cyanide, transforming the originally non-lethal fake hydrogen compound into the genuine one that ended up in room 204 of the hotel. That's what ultimately killed the woman. Ding! Host cognitive bias correction complete. Reward issued, Extreme 6-star model citizen title personal ability boost, 20% increase in muscle fiber density, capable of breaking 5mm steel plates with bare hands. Discernment enhanced by 15%, retinal iris recognition range expanded to ultraviolet spectrum. Stamina increased by 10%, cardiovascular function reaches marathon athlete levels. Lín Yi's temples throbbed violently. The next second, he felt his entire body grow significantly stronger, especially his brain. A crystal clear sensation instantly pierced his entire brain matter. It was as if the clarity had been heightened. Chapter 199, Are you kidding me? A variety show. Lín Yi's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. He had originally thought that after crossing over into this world, relying solely on his own abilities, he probably wouldn't survive past the first episode. After all, right from the start, he'd stumbled upon a murder diary densely packed with over 100 homicide cases. And the mastermind behind all these murders? The very owner of this diary, whose soul he had directly possessed. It was nothing short of a hellish start. Yet, unexpectedly, after acquiring the super hint system, not only could I receive hints while evading police pursuit, but the rewards were so substantial they could rapidly enhance my personal abilities. This is interesting. I've already become a 6-star model citizen. Next up, the cases I'll be facing are going to get increasingly bizarre. The diary explicitly mentions one case. Beneath that orange tree, the sun blazed fiercely. Only when someone took a bite did they discover this orange was hundreds of times sweeter than ordinary ones. It was downright unsettling upon reflection. With his current analytical skills, he could easily unravel all this. It was simple. After killing his victim, Lín Yì employed a series of methods to bury the body directly beneath an orange tree. As the body began to slowly decompose in the soil, it was then continuously consumed by bacteria. It eventually became nutrients. Compared to ordinary orange trees, this one received a greater influx of nutrients. Thus, when it took root and sprouted, it grew more luxuriantly than its counterparts, with sturdier branches and a more robust overall structure. Finally, it blossomed and bore fruit. The oranges, having absorbed ample nutrients, became exceptionally sweet, delicious and juicy. This, until the very end. It's unlikely anyone would ever suspect a corpse had been buried directly beneath the orange tree. People would only marvel at how delicious the oranges grown in this spot turned out to be. Lín Yì found the thought chillingly unsettling. Who could have imagined the murderer would be so utterly absurd? Even after these cases surfaced, the police still hadn't caught him. Both his methods and the entire process were executed with extreme secrecy. Even when the police had uncovered certain clues and placed him on their list of suspects, he always managed to fabricate new evidence through elaborate justifications or exceptional debating skills, redirecting suspicion toward fresh suspects. Then, he manages to slip away with ease. It's not that the police lack capability. You must understand. Officer Zhang, a detective with over 20 years of experience, with extensive criminal investigation experience, he was the star detective of Hot Springs Town. Yet all of this seemed to make little difference. It's not that the police force lacks capability. Rather, the modus operandi of these crimes was always so obscure, bordering on the perfect crime. Under such circumstances, apprehending him seems an improbable feat. This is precisely why the killer remains at large to this day. He simply can't be caught. Of course, after Lín Yì traveled through time, the perpetrator behind all these cases could be said to have absolutely no connection to him whatsoever. After all, he didn't kill anyone himself. It was this body he inherited that had already committed so many crimes before he even arrived in this world, each one more terrifying than the last. Ding! Detected unknown presence. Upon hearing the alert tone, Lín Yì's brow furrowed slightly as he instantly glanced toward the laboratory door. At that very moment, that figure, both familiar and unfamiliar. This person? His pupils dilated instantly. A look of utter shock spread across his face, as if he hadn't fully processed the sight in that instant. The figure that flashed past the door, dressed in a black suit, his expression partially obscured by shadow. From a distance, one could discern from the facial contours. This man was none other than Zhao Yuanshan, who had already died inside the hot spring hotel. The boiler plant worker. What? This guy was already dead. He was dumped straight into the cesspool. I saw it with my own eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes and immediately rubbed them. Looking toward the distance, he saw the figure suddenly halt its steps beside the door. He glanced at Lín Yì. His expression turned unusually joyful, and from this guy's face, it was clear to see, though his complexion was a bit sallow, the rosy flush on it was unmistakable. In other words, this was the facial condition of a perfectly healthy person. This guy wasn't dead? No, he must be dead. He remembered it all too clearly, the stab wound to the chest, and the 2 slashes to the ribs. All had bled bright red blood, and the police found him in a cesspool. How could he not be dead? Unless there was only one possibility. That is, Zhao Yuanshan had a twin brother all along. Beyond this reasonable explanation, there was likely no other way to account for it. Lín Yì steeled his nerves and took a few steps forward, soon arriving right before this fellow. Then, he inquired in a particularly reverent tone, "Elder, may I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man frowned briefly before his expression relaxed. He extended his right hand. "Zhao Yuanshan." The moment those 3 words reached his ears, his entire mind buzzed instantly, as if countless electromagnetic waves were rapidly injected in the form of particles. Inside his mind, countless vibrations erupted. "What? You're not?" But just then, Officer Zhang emerged from the other side. Following behind him were the other individuals, the previous trio, and the deceased medical student, including the corpse found inside the art gallery. These people seemed to have come back to life. No, to be precise, they were all still alive. Lín Yì was instantly dumbfounded. Could it be that spending so much time in the lab had poisoned him with chemicals? Was this all just a hallucination? The officer took a few steps forward and soon stood directly before him. Then, he revealed a calm smile. "Lín Yì, I see. A genius killer. A perfect crime. Impressive." Lín Yì felt even more curious. Could it be? Had the police already completely pinned the murder on him? This was too bizarre. "No, I didn't kill them. He couldn't help but glance toward the others. But at that moment, the middle-aged man gave an awkward chuckle. "All right, stop acting. It's over. How can you still not tell the difference between the play and real life?" Acting? Lín Yì was instantly stunned. That blood-soaked corpse, that blood-soaked body, just collapsed onto the ground. How? Acting? But if not, how could these guys still be alive?
Officer Zhang chuckled. Well played. In every one of these murder cases, you've made everything so seamless. Impressive. You've got us all fooled. At that moment, Lín Yì glanced up toward the surveillance camera. Only then did he notice. The blinking light on the surveillance camera was no longer the usual red, it had turned blue. You see, this type of light is often used in television stations. Got it. After all this time, I really have traveled to this world. Except, from start to finish, no one has ever died. And all of this was all just a reality TV show.